Whoosh! The moment Chen Zhuo pushed open the car door, a bone-chilling gust of wind slammed into him, making him shiver violently. He gave a wry smirk. Once you hit 40, your body starts betraying you can even handle a little cold anymore. Not that it was entirely his fault. This year, Yingzhi's winter had been unusually brutal, like something out of a mini ice age, if this were ancient times. Still, he pulled up his collar and hurried toward the town government office building down the street, trying to find humor in the misery. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when his phone blared from his pocket, a shrill, relentless ringtone that refused to quit. Damn it, woes, so damn persistent. Cursing under his breath, Chen Zhuo fished out his frozen phone with numb fingers. The screen flashed a familiar name, Big Black. It was his best friend, Zhang Mo. The nickname Big Black dated back to high school. Chen Zhuo had coined it because Mo meant ink, and Zhang Mo was, well, kind of dark-complected. Shivering, Chen Zhuo pressed answer and snapped into the receiver. Spit out already. I'm busy. On the other end, Zhang Mo was caught off guard by the aggression. After a stunned pause, he shot back. What the hell crawled up your ass, Chen Zhuo? Did you get dumped by girlfriend 1086 again? Or did you eat rabid dog meat for breakfast? Seriously, man, you're about to turn 40. Are you really planning to die alone like some tragic bachelor? Chen Zhuo sniffed, his nose stinging from the cold. None of your damn business, Big Black. Got nothing better to do than lecture me? Ungrateful bastard. Zhang Mo groaned. I'm trying to help, and you bite my head off. All right, El Dongbin. Chen Zhuo grumbled, using the legendary immortal's name as a jab. Just say what you called for. I'm freezing to death out here. Decades of friendship meant they could bicker like this without real damage. After a beat, Zhang Mo lowered his voice carefully. She came back from America. Chen Zhuo's brain short-circuited. His foot caught on nothing, and he nearly tripped. Over 20 years had passed, but the image of her tall, slender figure with that high ponytail remained as vivid as yesterday. He forced nonchalance into his voice. So, what's it to me? Zhang Mo sighed in exasperation. You keep pretending, but I know the truth. She's been single all these years, too. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. Hey, Chen Zhuo, are you even listening? You shut down the second her name comes up. If you don't care, why the hell have you never married? Across town, a balding, bespectacled, middle-aged man with a receding hairline hurled his buzzing phone onto the desk in frustration. What he didn't know was that at that very moment, a crowd had gathered outside the Grand Town government building. Who's so heartless? Pouring water on the road in this freezing weather, it's a death trap. Call an ambulance. He slipped and cracked his skull on the curb. There's blood everywhere. Does anyone recognize him? Someone should call his family. Isn't that Deputy Section Chief Chen Zhuo from the industrial office? Oh yeah, the infamous 40-year-old peacock who's always flirting around town. Total man-child. The guy who set a record for 3 breakups in 1 year? Serve him right, honestly. Meanwhile, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Students like this disgrace our school's honor. My stance is clear. Expel them, every last one. No exceptions. Chen Zhuo blinked awake, disoriented, and nearly jumped out of his skin. A long, horse-like face was inches from his own, spittle flying as its owner gesticulated wildly. He instinctively stepped back, but not fast enough to avoid a facial spray of saliva. This guy looked eerily like Mr. L, the former vice dean from Yingzhou No. 2 High School. Chen Zhuo didn't know him well, but the man's unforgettable mug-long jaw, narrow eyes was burned into his memory. But wait, wasn't L fired years ago for taking bribes from parents? How is he standing here, alive and furious? And then it hit him, when L snarled, "Look at that defiant glare, where's the remorse?" Chen Zhuo realized with dawning horror. He's talking about me. See, L thundered, pointing at Chen Zhuo. No shame at all. Beside him, a short, balding man rubbed his temples wearily. L director, it's not that serious. Chen Zhuo's eyes widened. Holy crap, it really is El Mengsheng. But wasn't I just on a phone with Big Black? How did I end up here? Eliminate every impossible explanation and only one absurd answer remains. Chen Zhuo's blood ran cold. Am I reborn? El Mengsheng's rant continued, now directed at the bald man director Jiang. If fistfights in the cafeteria aren't serious, what is? Chen Zhuo's mind raced. From their words, he pinpointed the timeline. April 1998, less than 3 months before the college entrance exam. This was the day had gone full berserker in the school canteen, taking on 3 burly PE students from class 16 and winning. One of them, L's own nephew. In his original life, L had hounded the school until Chen Zhuo got a formal disciplinary record probation with severe warning. See minor? Not when it followed you into civil service. That black mark haunted every promotion review. By 40, he was still stuck as a low-level deputy section chief in a backwater township, never even reaching stock-level rank. All because of this one fight. Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes. Fine. If I'm getting a second shot at life, even if I never join the bureaucracy again, I won't let Elle smear my name this time. Chapter 2. The Baturu of Number 2 High. Director Jiang Yinzhou of Yingzhou Number 2 High was having a headache. His deputy, El Mengsheng, was notorious for blowing things out of proportion, and now he was ranting nonstop in Jiang's office over his nephew getting beaten up. Jiang didn't know the full story, but he knew the players. Chen Zhuo, quiet kid, never caused trouble. Average grade, solidly mid-pack. His nephew, Jiboyu, a known troublemaker. Not quite a bully, but definitely used his uncle's position to swagger around campus like he owned it. Jiang's desk drawer held at least 10 anonymous complaints about him. Normally, Jiang would have swept it under the rug. Exams were weeks away. Why stir drama? But clearly, Jiboyu had picked the wrong target. When Elle demanded Chen Zhuo's expulsion, Jiang frowned. Expel a student 2 months before Gaokao? That's career suicide. He cleared his throat, ready to mediate. Elle director, expulsion is excessive. I think. Director Jiang. Chen Zhuo cut in urgently. I have something to say. Jiang raised an eyebrow but smiled. Go ahead. Let the accused speak. Chen Zhuo stepped forward and pointed at the 3 bruised, swollen-faced boys slumped against the wall, now resembling panda bears. Elle director accuses me of assaulting classmates. I reject that charge. Elle sputtered, jabbing a finger at his nephew's black eye. Look at them. How could you be so cruel? Jiang bit his lip to keep from laughing. 3 against 1, and they lost badly. Now, they had the nerve to complain? Chen Zhuo stood tall, dead serious. Elle director, have you heard of mutual combat? Elle froze. Deep down, he knew the truth. This wasn't assault. It was self-defense. 3 hulking athletes jumped one kite, couldn't just stand there and take it. But admitting that? Never. Says who? Elle sneered. Got a witness? Exactly what I wanted you to ask. After 20 years in bureaucracy, Chen Zhuo knew how to lay traps. He smiled faintly. Su Hui from Class 2 can testify for me. The moment Su Hui left his lips, Director Jiang shot upright like he'd been electrocuted. Wait, Su Hui, what does she have to do with this? No wonder Jiang panicked. Su Hui wasn't just a student, she was Yingzhou Number 2 High's crown jewel, their golden ticket to beat rival Number 1 High. Top 9 university material. Untouchable. If anyone messed with Su Hui's focus before Gaokao, the entire school would hunt them down. Chen Zhuo feigned nervousness, glancing at Elle before mumbling. Director Jiang, I went to the cafeteria at lunch. I saw them. He gestured to the suddenly pale trio. Harassing Su Hui. Jiang's face darkened. He turned slowly to Jiboyu. Is this true, Jiboyu? Jiboyu's mind reeled. Harassment. I just cut in line and lingered near her tray. Every school has a goddess, and Su Hui was theirs. Mortals didn't harass her. They worshipped from afar. We just wanted to talk to her. He stammered weakly. El Mengsheng felt faint. You idiot. Why mention Su Hui at all? He forced a smile. Director Jiang, teenagers get crushes. It's natural to seek attention. Chen Zhuo almost gagged. Wow. Shamelessness level. Expert. But didn't matter. Once Su Hui's name entered the equation, Elle had already lost. Jiang's voice turned icy. Elle director, remember what the principal said at last week's meeting? Elle paled. Of course. Of course. Please give them a second chance. They're young. Don't ruin their futures over a small mistake. He knew the game was up. Jiang gave a curt nod. This ends here. No repeats. He spared Elle some dignity but made it clear. Touch Su Hui again, and you're finished. Elle exhaled in relief, shot Chen Zhuo a venomous glare, and hissed at his nephew. Thank Director Jiang. No need. Jiang waved them off dismissively. The trio scurried out like whipped dogs. Crisis averted thanks to Chen Zhuo's quick thinking. He smirked inwardly. Didn't know old Jiang had it in him. Just then, Jiang turned to him with a knowing half-smile. Well, Baturu, still hanging around? Waiting for me to treat you to dinner? Chen Zhuo bolted out the door. Yeah, right. Like I'd eat anything you offer. Chapter 3. A photographic memory in a swift rush, I bolted out of the office, narrowly avoiding a collision with an inquisitive figure peering around the corner. Hey, what are you scheming about? Chen Zhuo inquired, having come to an abrupt halt, his curiosity piqued by his desk mate. At this moment, Zhang Yimou still boasted a luxurious mane of hair. Little did anyone anticipate that, over 2 decades later, he would succumb to premature baldness, the consequence of years spent programming. Flustered like an ant on a hot skillet, Zhang Yimou looked up upon hearing the voice. His face brightened into a wide grin upon seeing Chen Zhuo emerge unscathed. Old Chen, you're all right? A warm wave of affection surged within Chen Zhuo. Throughout their friendship, No one had treated him with the brotherly love that Zhang Yimou had. Hey, do I look like someone with troubles? Zhang Yimou instinctively shook his head, only to suddenly recall something. Damn it, Chen Zhuo. How many times must I tell you not to call me Dehei? That wretched name always reminds me of the dog my grandfather raised in the countryside. Chen Zhuo, ever accommodating, slung an arm around his good friend's shoulders and replied, All right, I understand, Dehei. Ugh. Zhang Yimou rolled his eyes, utterly exasperated but unable to retaliate. The two friends ambled toward the classroom. Chen Zhuo, let's be honest, old comrade Lu didn't give you any trouble this time, did he? Old comrade Lu was the affectionate moniker bestowed upon Lu Mengxing by their peers. Chen Zhuo chuckled, Of course not. You don't see who my backer is, Director Jiang Yinzhou. Why would I fear old Lu or old Ma? Zhang Yimou shot him a disdainful glance. After 3 years of sharing a desk, he knew Chen Zhuo better than his own parents did. Chen Zhuo's claim of having Director Jiang as his backing was nothing more than a tall tale. His father was a retired soldier stationed in the community, and his mother was the head nurse at the city hospital. They had no connection whatsoever to Director Jiang. As they entered the classroom, their classmates from Class 19 cast them admiring glances. To return unscathed from old Director Lu's presence was nothing short of miraculous. A classmate with a decent relationship approached with curiosity. Hey, Chen Zhuo, tell us how you managed to hit old Lu's nephew and still walk away unscathed? Chen Zhuo recognized the person vaguely but could not recall their name, so he laughed heartily. That's a secret. TCH. The classmates smoothly responded with a middle finger. As the class bell rang, Chen Zhuo, who had been riding high on the thrill of rebirth, finally collected himself. On the blackboard at the back of the classroom, glaringly displayed was the reminder. 88 days until the college entrance examination. Oh no, I'm doomed. Chen Zhuo silently lamented. Those closest to him knew his situation well. After over 20 years since graduation, the high school knowledge he once possessed had long been returned to his teachers. While he had managed to scrape into an ordinary second-tier university in his previous life, this time, he feared he might not even qualify for the lowest vocational program. Cursed be the heavens. Why could you not have allowed me to be reborn after the exams? With so little time left, this feels like a cruel joke. The chill of April in Dong Liao still lingered, yet Chen Zhuo was drenched in cold sweat. In this new life, did it mean I would have to resort to begging on the streets? Restlessness clouded his mind as his hands absent-mindedly fidgeted with the book. His demeanor, unsurprisingly, caught the attention of the teacher at the podium. It was an English class, presided over by a rather austere old man. Mr. Tong. Ahem, Chen Zhuo. Would you kindly recite yesterday's text in English for the class? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Was this fate, mercilessly toying with the unfortunate? Was it not enough that I am in such dire straits, Mr. Tong? Do you wish to witness my humiliation? Reluctantly rising, he cast his gaze about aimlessly. The old man, however, did not rush him, merely watching with a bemused smile. In such a critical moment, a true friend must step in. Zhang Yimou swiftly turned to a certain page in the English book and cleared his throat with emphasis. Chen Zhuo understood instantly and glanced in his direction. I can please. His voice transitioned from hesitance to increasing fluency. In one breath, he recited the text as dictated by the old man in English. It was a genuine recitation. Originally prepared for ridicule, he found himself captivated by the page Zhang Yimou had opened, and miraculously, he absorbed the entirety of the text with just a glance. The content unfurled in his mind like a projected slideshow, vivid and clear. He had an extraordinary memory. Could this truly be a boon bestowed upon a reborn soul? Were the circumstances different, Chen Zhuo might have leaped in exuberance. The teacher at the podium, taken aback, nodded for him to take his seat. If you all could emulate Chen Zhuo's performance, you would have the freedom to do as you please in my class. Grateful to have narrowly escaped embarrassment, Chen Zhuo, without a moment to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, eagerly opened his English textbook. He yearned to ascertain whether his newfound ability was fleeting or enduring. Flipping through a high school English book from cover to cover, he found the contents imprinted in his mind as if copied verbatim. Incredible. With such a gift, the Gaokao didn't seem insurmountable. With over 2 months remaining, he could undoubtedly commit the knowledge from 3 years of high school to memory. Chen Zhuo felt an overwhelming sense of relief at being a liberal arts student. Apart from mathematics, he could rely on rote memorization for subjects like Chinese, English, politics, history, and geography. Perhaps, in this lifetime, he might even procure a diploma from a prestigious institution like 985 or 211, bringing joy to his parents. Thus, from that class onwards, Zhang Yimou was astonished to witness a transformation in his best friend and desk mate. Suddenly, he had developed a fervent passion for learning. Except for bathroom breaks, Chen Zhuo dedicated nearly all his time to studying. Within half a day, he had thoroughly reviewed the entire curriculum for his senior year. Yet, his reading speed was alarmingly rapid, leading even his loyal friend Zhang Mo to question whether he was merely skimming through the material. Hey Lao Chen, what you're doing isn't going to help at all for tomorrow's mock exam. Although reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm, Zhang Mo felt compelled to remind him, as a good friend should. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Hey, did you say the mock exam is tomorrow? Observing the turmoil in his best friend's eyes, Zhang Mo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Lao Chen, just perform normally, given your capabilities. Scoring 400 should not pose a problem. Chen Zhuo managed a wry smile and nodded. The time he had left for himself was exceedingly brief. Even with the advantage of photographic memory, it was impossible to commit all knowledge to memory in a single day. For 100 points? Hey, you might be overestimating my abilities. Chen Zhuo felt that achieving even 200 points in this mock examination would be a blessing from his ancestors. However, he remained optimistic. With 2 months until the college entrance examinations, he was confident that he could significantly improve his scores by then. While aiming for prestigious institutions such as 985 or 211 might be challenging, securing a place in an ordinary undergraduate program should be attainable. Chapter 4. Have some consideration for the child. The evening study session concluded at 10 p.m. As a day student, Chen Zhuo gathered his belongings and slung his backpack over his shoulder, stepping outside. Zhang Mo hurried after him, exclaiming, Hey Lao Chen, give me a ride home. Chen Zhuo continued walking. Where's your bike? Zhang Mo chuckled. My mom took it to my grandmother's in the countryside. Zhang Mo's mother hailed from a rural background, which resulted in her having little authority at home. His grandparents always lamented that their son had married a country girl, considering it a loss. They never realized that without her, their son might have remained single for life. Zhang Ma was amiable and capable, running a small business and never seeking to impose on her in-laws. Occasionally, when too busy to cook for her son, Zhang Mo would join Chen Zhuo's family for a meal, as their homes were not far apart. Chen Zhuo retraced his steps to the bicycle shed, relying on his hazy recollections. He was uncertain if he could recognize the bicycle he had owned over 20 years ago. Suddenly, Zhang Mo shouted in alarm, What the hell? Chen Zhuo turned and shot him a glare. Hey, why the theatrics? Did you see a ghost? Learn to remain composed. Zhang Mo's eyes widened, his hand trembling as he pointed towards a blue giant bicycle. Chen Zhuo, where's your front wheel? What are you talking about? The composed Chen Zhuo felt a surge of panic as he followed Zhang Mo's finger. There, in the bike shed, the blue giant bicycle was missing its front wheel, which had seemingly vanished without a trace. Damn it, Chen Zhuo muttered through clenched teeth. He could easily deduce where his wheel had gone. Zhang Mo, realizing the situation, began to jump up and down in frustration, exclaiming, How outrageous. Unable to confront us openly, they resort to such despicable acts as stealing a bicycle wheel. Classmates arriving to retrieve their bicycles overheard the commotion, and they exchanged sympathetic yet amused glances. It was evident that these two had crossed someone. Chen Zhuo, with a dark expression, refrained from joining Zhang Mo in cursing. Such actions would serve no purpose and would only diminish his own dignity. He regretted being too lenient at lunch in the cafeteria. Fine, if they wish to play games, then let us engage in a proper game. Chen Zhuo dragged the incessantly scolding Zhang Mo away, turning to leave. The bicycle was no longer rideable, so the two brothers could only walk home. Zhang Mo, fuming, remarked, Old Chen, tomorrow at school, we must report them to the administration. Chen Zhuo scoffed coldly, It's futile, if they dared to act this way. They must be certain we have no evidence. Zhang Mo was at a loss for words, and after a moment of frustration, he exclaimed, Then what should we do? Just let it go? Chen Zhuo grinned ominously. Let go? Absolutely not. The dim yellow light of the street lamp illuminated his sharply defined profile, casting a chilling aura. Zhang Mo couldn't help but shiver. He had a foreboding feeling that those who had stolen Chen Zhuo's bicycle wheels were in for trouble. Without the bicycle, what should have been a 10-minute walk took them over half an hour. As they entered the neighborhood, Zhang Mo halted and said to Chen Zhuo, Old Chen, I've been thinking, those who stole your wheels likely intended to provoke us, especially now that the college entrance examination is approaching. We must not let this escalate. Chen Zhuo chuckled, patting his shoulder. Rest assured, Big Black, I will not fall for their tricks. Zhang Mo felt somewhat reassured. Right, everything must take precedence over the exam. Isn't there a saying that a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years? Chen Zhuo laughed. Big Black, I'll always have your back. Zhang Mo silently scoffed. You lost your wheels, and yet you'll protect me? Watching his close friend enter the neighborhood, Chen Zhuo's expression darkened. 10 years too late? I find even 10 days intolerable. Gee boy, we shall see. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Hearing the door, his mother, Yang Xiumin, who who had been dozing on the living room sofa, jolted awake. "Son, why are you so late today?" Looking at his mother, whose hair was still untouched by gray, Chen Zhuo felt a pang in his heart. "Mom, if you're tired, just sleep. There's no need to wait for me. My bicycle tire got punctured, so I walked home." He refrained from mentioning the stolen wheels, as doing so would only cause his parents worry without providing any solutions. Some matters must be resolved by oneself. Yang Xiaomin did not doubt her son. As she went to the kitchen to prepare food, she grumbled about her husband. "It's all your father's fault. I suggested going to pick him up, but that old man refused to budge." His father's voice emerged from the bedroom, gruffly. "The school isn't far. He is already 18. Can he really be taken away?" Yang Xiaomin immediately erupted. "Chen Jingxin, if anything happens to our son, I want to let this go." The bedroom fell silent. The fierceness of women from northeast China is well known. Chen Zhuo, grinning, wrapped his arm around his mother's shoulders and nudged her toward the kitchen. "Mom, hurry up with the food. I'm starving." Distracted by his antics, Yang Xiaomin hastily brought the dishes to the table, setting them down with care. Chen Zhuo devoured the 2 dishes and soup in a whirlwind. In his previous life, every time he returned home, he was bombarded with his parents' marriage proposals. Over time, he became so frightened that he avoided them, leading to a long absence from his mother's cooking. "Mother, your cooking is simply delightful, brimming with the essence of maternal love." Yang Xiaomin beamed with joy at her son's flattering words. "If you enjoy my dishes so much, I shall prepare an extra serving for you tomorrow." Chen Zhuo, with utmost seriousness, shook his head. "One cannot indulge in all the good things at once. It is essential to savor them gradually." Yang Xiaomin affectionately patted her son. "You cheeky boy, with such sweet words, I can only imagine how many girls you'll charm in the future." Chen Zhuo felt a bead of sweat form. His mother could never fathom that he might one day be labeled a scoundrel by others. Suddenly, Yang Xiaomin sniffed the air, turned around, and shouted, "Chen Jingxin, have you been smoking again? How many times have I told you not to smoke in the bedroom? Do you think my words fall on deaf ears?" Chen Zhuo's vision blurred as his mother rushed like a tempest into the bedroom. Almost immediately, they could hear his father's quiet pleas from within. "I only had one puff." Yang Xiaomin, hands on her hips, thundered, "Not even half a puff is permissible. Hand over the cigarettes and the lighter at once, or I shall take matters into my own hands." His father's voice dwindled. "There are children at home. Spare me some dignity." Yang Xiaomin scoffed. "You speak of dignity? Take your belongings and sleep on the couch in the living room. You may return only when you have quit smoking." Chen Zhuo cast a sympathetic glance at his father, who was begrudgingly retreating from the bedroom, luggage in hand. Yang Xiaomin's demeanor at home was a stark contrast to her professional facade. As she would say, "I serve patients with a smile at the hospital. Do you expect me to demean myself for you two at home?" Chapter 5. The dice-throwing examinee the next day. The senior class of number 2 high school prepared for their first mock examination before the college entrance exams. In an effort to accurately assess the students' abilities, the 22 classes were shuffled and assigned to various examination rooms. The school had gone to great lengths for this mock test. The seating arrangements were meticulously organized based on academic discipline to prevent any misconduct. Chen Zhuo found himself assigned to the examination room of Class 2. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he confidently entered this esteemed class within the school. His mindset remained calm. He anticipated that his performance in this mock examination would be dismal, even with a photographic memory. The limited time and the sheer volume of material made it improbable for him to score above 300 points. Chen Zhuo felt no anxiety. The only source of his distress was the thought of how to present his report card to his parents afterward. At worst, he would endure a combined reprimand from both. His father, old Chen, believed in a gentle approach, so the punishment would not be severe. As for his mother, Yang Xiaomin, her sharp tongue was tempered by a tender heart. Perhaps, with a few well-placed compliments, he might evade a severe consequence. Just as he reveled in his cleverness, a glimpse from the corner of his eye caught sight of a girl in uniform in the front row, seemingly observing him. Chen Zhuo quickly turned to look back. The girl, taken aback by his boldness, hastily lowered her head, pretending to organize her stationery. Chen Zhuo's lips twitched, his expression betraying his bewilderment. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, he had distinctly noted the girl's appearance. With almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows, her neck was as white as that of a swan. Always held high in pride, she sat there with her hair casually tied in a high ponytail, a mystical aura seemingly enveloping her. Chen Zhuo required no second glance to recognize her. It was Su Huai, the academic prodigy affectionately dubbed Su Fairy by all the students of the second high school. Only she possessed the ability to make passing candidates instinctively tread lightly near her seat. Chen Zhuo was taken aback to find himself sharing the examination hall with Su Fairy. He struggled to recall if he had ever experienced such fortune in his previous life. From a side view, Su Huai's ethereal and aloof demeanor was even more pronounced. The morning sun streamed through the classroom window, illuminating the girl as if she were a subject of a painting. Chen Zhuo mused that if she had a halo above her head, it would resemble the whimsical scenes depicted in Zhu Zhishan's works. Unlike his classmates who were filled with self-doubt, he, whose psychological age had surpassed 40, observed her unabashedly. After all, his altercation yesterday was in her defense. Now, it felt like reaping the interest. Though Su Huai did not turn around, she sensed someone's gaze upon her, causing her jade-like ears to blush faintly. A flicker of annoyance coursed through her mind. Most of her peers regarded her with a sense of inferiority, yet this audacious fellow was truly bold. Chen Zhuo did not linger in admiration for long. The bell signaling the start of the first examination rang precisely on time. 3 invigilators entered, each clutching a stack of papers, distributing the exams according to the science and art streams. 2 teachers ascended the podium, surveying the classroom from their elevated position, while a male teacher moved to the back, ensuring the entire classroom was under strict surveillance. Disregarding their positions, Chen Zhuo filled in his name and student number on the paper before commencing the questions. The subject of the examination was mathematics, and as anticipated, he found the majority of the problems challenging. He opted for the simpler ones first, filling in the answers, while for the multiple-choice questions, he applied the techniques he had gleaned from short video platforms in his previous life. For 3 long and 1 short, select the short. For 3 shorts and 1 long, choose the longest, and for 2 longs and 2 shorts, select B, while C was unbeatable for irregular patterns. For the remaining uncertain questions, he relied primarily on guessing, supplemented by instinct, ensuring a pass. By employing this strategy, he managed to complete nearly half of the math paper, despite his initial lack of confidence. After a thorough review, he confirmed that he would be unable to solve any of the remaining questions. Without hesitation, he raised his hand. "Teacher, I wish to submit my paper." The 3 invigilators were taken aback. There was still half an hour left until the examination concluded. Submitting so early indicated either a confident scholar or a resigned underachiever. Though perplexed, they could not prevent him from turning in his paper early. A male teacher approached, collected the paper, and gestured for him to leave. Chen Zhuo, brushing off his pants, exited the examination hall with an air of nonchalance. The confident demeanor he exuded made it difficult for anyone to associate him with the fact that more than half of his exam paper remained blank. The 3 invigilators exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of admiration. It was not uncommon to encounter underperformers, but witnessing one so refreshingly unconventional was a rare occurrence indeed. They huddled together, glancing at the name inscribed on the paper, Chen Zhuo. An instinct surged within them. At that moment, they sensed that this name would soon sweep through the second high school like a tempest. Seated at the front, Su Hui blinked her beautiful eyes, revealing a trace of regret and confusion. Chen Zhuo, however, was indifferent to the happenings around him in the examination hall. He had mentally prepared himself for a less than stellar performance this time, and he felt no compulsion to concern himself with others' opinions, which were beyond his influence. Striding out of the examination room, he made his way directly to the restroom. A person, after all, is like iron, a meal is like steel, and one cannot simply endure discomfort from an urgent need. Upon entering, he located a stall, and, as he unbuckled his belt and settled down, he heard the sound of footsteps outside. Chen Zhuo paid it no mind. If he could submit his paper early, so could others. "Brother Yu, this school is truly absurd, making us athletes endure this mock exam nonsense." Chen Zhuo paused momentarily, as the voice seemed somewhat familiar, before he could pinpoint the speaker. Another voice he recognized interjected with a scoff. "Exactly. The moment I saw that exam paper, I felt drowsy." It was Ji Boyu, the athlete he had previously bested in the cafeteria, the nephew of Vice Principal Liu. Unsurprisingly, the 2 companions with him were the very same unfortunate souls he had dealt with the day before. Remaining still, Chen Zhuo seized the opportunity to glean insights into these individuals. Ji Boyu and his 2 followers entered the restroom, retrieving their concealed cigarettes and lighter, each taking one to indulge in the smoke. "Brother Yu, we stole Chen Zhuo's tire. Do you think he'll report us to Director Jiang?" one lackey inquired, his tone tinged with concern. Ji Boyu smirked ominously. "Report? Who saw me take the tire off?" The lackey rejoiced, nodding vigorously. "Brother Yu is right. Without evidence. Even if he reports us to the Education Bureau, we can simply deny it." Another sycophant chimed in. "Brother Yu, while no one is around, shall we teach him another lesson?" Ji Boyu discarded his cigarette but into the urinal, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Patience, let us play with him slowly. Once that scoundrel fixes his car, we'll dismantle it again." A cold smile crept onto Chen Zhuo's lips. Those brutes who stole my tire are indeed you three. Chapter 6. Malicious revenge on the vice principal. The trio of athletes exchanged a few more grievances about the school's inhumanity before reconcealing their half-finished pack of cigarettes. Laughing and joking, they sauntered out of the restroom. It wasn't until complete silence enveloped the area that Chen Zhuo emerged from the stall. Casting a glance at the hiding spot of the cigarettes, a knowing smile crept across his face. Just when he was at a loss for how to deal with these brutes, they had unwittingly presented themselves at his doorstep. Instead of disturbing the half-pack of cigarettes, Chen Zhuo quickened his pace and exited the restroom. In the forthcoming examination, his strategy mirrored that of the first round. He would initially tackle the simplest questions, followed by the multiple-choice items. For those few questions he could only guess at, Chen Zhuo devised a rather fantastical method. He fashioned an eraser into a square with a small knife, inscribing the 4 faces with the letters A, B, C, and D. Whenever he found himself utterly uncertain, he would cast his homemade die and transcribe the answer that appeared. 3 invigilators noticed Chen Zhuo's peculiar actions and approach to investigate, only to be left astounded. After years of teaching, they had never encountered a student employing such a method to complete an exam. Consequently, before the school day concluded, Chen Zhuo's name swept through class 39 of the senior year like a tempest across the campus. Even Vice Principal Lu Mengsheng, who typically paid little heed to preliminary assessments, sought confirmation from one of the invigilators regarding the veracity of the incident. One cannot help but feel that this is a case of a lost cause. Was the assessment given by Director Lu as he departed, having received the answer he sought? Regarding this troublesome student who had struck his nephew and dared to challenge his authority, Lu Mengsheng perceived it as poetic justice. Such a miscreant ought to be expelled from the school, as he had suggested. Regrettably, that timid fellow Jiang Yunzhou had the audacity to speak in defense of the offender. By the time afternoon classes concluded, the tale of Chen Zhuo's dice-rolling examination had spread like wildfire. His close friend Zhang Mo, from another examination room, sought him out to express his admiration. "Old Chen, aren't you worried about the school notifying your parents?" Chen Zhuo shrugged dismissively and responded with conviction. "How amusing. Should I blindly scribble on questions I cannot answer?" Zhang Mo pondered this and found no retort. "Old Chen, may fortune favor you." Chen Zhuo waved his hand, dismissing the matter, and inquired, "Hey, do you still have those firecrackers you bought for the new year?" Zhang Mo blinked, puzzled. "I believe there are some left." "Why do you ask?" Chen Zhuo chuckled mischievously. "Oh, nothing much. Just bring me some tomorrow. It will come in handy." Zhang Mo, oblivious to his friend's intentions, nodded in agreement. The mock exam spanned 2 days, with the first day dedicated to the 2 primary subjects, mathematics and English. By virtue of his previous life's blessings, even as a mere deputy section chief in a remote industrial bureau, English was a compulsory subject. Regardless of its practicality, proficiency was essential. Chen Zhuo's command of English was passable at best. If he were to elevate his scores, it would likely hinge on this subject. The following day, the first examination was in Chinese. Chen Zhuo's pace in answering the questions became remarkably swift. With 40 minutes remaining, he raised his hand to indicate he wished to submit his paper. The 3 invigilators had grown accustomed to this behavior. This so-called student, Chen Zhuo, appeared to have abandoned all pretense. Wasting educational resources, the teachers muttered to themselves as they collected his paper. Upon exiting the examination room, Chen Zhuo glanced around and noticed the school was eerily quiet. Others likely lacked the audacity to submit their papers so early. Just as well, he thought. This afforded him time to execute his plan. Chen Zhuo dashed into the men's restroom with remarkable speed. 5 minutes later, he emerged with an expression of satisfaction. There was nothing more for him to do but await the unfolding drama. The remaining examination comprised a comprehensive assessment of history, geography, and politics. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Chen Zhuo chose not to submit his paper prematurely. Instead, he remained seated, meticulously reviewing his answers, causing the 3 invigilators to cast frequent glances in his direction. Harboring serious suspicions about this academically challenged student's intentions, with approximately 7 or 8 minutes remaining in the exam, while ostensibly engrossed in his work, Chen Zhuo was acutely attuned to the sounds emanating from the restroom. Suddenly, he discerned a sharp crack. Bored and resting his head on the desk, he sprang to his feet and declared, "Teacher, I'm ready to submit." The 3 invigilators collectively exhaled in relief. This was more fitting for the persona of an inveterate slacker. Without hesitation, he handed in his paper and hurriedly exited the examination room. At the entrance of the men's restroom, the headmaster, Jiang Yunzhou, was livid, his hands trembling with anger. "This is outrageous. Ji Boyu, Lu Chang, Du Hongtao, I expect your parents to come to school tomorrow." Do not think that just because the college entrance examination is approaching, you can act with impunity. What does it mean for you to sneak off to the restroom to smoke? As if that were not enough. They had the audacity to set off firecrackers to startle the teacher. Such insubordination could jeopardize their graduation certificates. Jiang was genuinely infuriated. He had been caught off guard while attending to his own business in the restroom when these troublesome students had sneaked in and detonated a firecracker. It was one of the loudest types, the earth red. In that moment, he nearly lost his balance and fell into the toilet. This incident had thoroughly provoked his usually placid temperament. Skipping the exam, clandestinely smoking, and frightening a teacher in distress. Any one of these infractions was sufficient to warrant parental intervention. Jiang Yunzhou resolved that no appeals on their behalf would be entertained this time. His habitual kindness had led students to view him as a soft target. This time, he intended to make an example of them. Ji Boyu, accompanied by 2 followers, was on the verge of tears under Jiang's reprimand. They felt wronged. Who could have anticipated that a firecracker was concealed within the cigarette? It had to be counterfeit, produced by some small workshop. The moment they took a puff, the firecracker exploded right beside them. Had it not been for their good fortune, they might have left with injured lips. As for Jiang, they were blissfully unaware of his predicament. Regardless of their protestations, Director Jiang was resolute in his belief that these individuals were maliciously retaliating against the teacher. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo, observing from a distance, was utterly astonished. By all that is sacred, he had merely intended to teach Ji Boyu a lesson and had never intended to implicate Jiang. Amitba. Observing Director Jiang's furious demeanor, one wonders if he will be haunted by psychological shadows during future restroom visits. It is imperative that he remains oblivious to the fact that one is the instigator of this debacle. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhuo dared not linger any longer. He stealthily retreated a few steps before making a swift exit, disappearing before Jiang Yunzhou could catch sight of him. Chapter 7. Such a fine child. Director Jiang, having vented his ire, returned to his office with his hands clasped behind his back. Within half an hour, the names of several troublesome students were prominently displayed on the school bulletin board. Ji Boyu, Du Hongtao, and Lu Cheng, all from the 21st class of the senior year, had blatantly disregarded school rules during the mock examinations, congregating in the boys' restroom to smoke. Following deliberation by the education department, it was decided that these 3 students would receive a formal reprimand and a significant demerit on their school records, with a warning to the entire senior class to heed this cautionary tale and avoid repeating such mistakes. Below this announcement was the bold red stamp of the Yingzhou No. 2 High School Education Department, along with the date. As for the embarrassment suffered by old Jiang, it was deemed too humiliating to be included in the notice. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, Chen Zhuo stood before the bulletin board, clucking his tongue as he expressed his opinions. Oh dear. How careless to smoke during exams and get caught by Director Jiang. Serves you right for stealing my bicycle wheels, you 3 rascals. And as for Lu Mengsheng, trying to put a demerit on my record, what a joke. The wheel of karma turns, and now the retribution has found its way to your nephew. I wonder what the esteemed deputy director thinks of this. Relishing the chaos, Chen Zhuo laughed heartily at the announcement. From a distance, Ji Boyu, accompanied by his 2 lackeys, lurked behind a shrub, seething at the sight of the triumphant Chen Zhuo. Brother you, it's infuriating to be laughed at by that scoundrel Chen Zhuo. Where does that leave our dignity? Du Hongtao exclaimed. Lu Cheng chimed in. We must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he won't know the extent of his folly. A flicker of malice crossed Ji Boyu's eyes as he spat out the grass stick he had been chewing. Let's go find an opportunity to take his bicycle and sell it to the scrap dealer. As the 3 plotted, a mocking laugh echoed from behind. Oh, aren't you the 3 brave souls from the boys' restroom? Your faces are as red as if you've been boiled. Ji Boyu turned to glare at Chen Zhuo, who was casually perched on his bicycle, one leg propped on the ground. What is it to you? With a cheerful shake of his head, Chen Zhuo replied. Nothing at all. I was merely referring to Ji Boda. Oh, I mean Ji Boyu. What a dreadful name. Are you certain your parents bear you no grudge? Unfazed by the piercing glares from the 3, he continued. What are you staring at? You wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. If I were you, I'd be more concerned about how to explain this debacle to my parents rather than threatening classmates. Ji Boyu's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists, ready to confront Chen Zhuo. Fortunately, his loyal underlings had not lost their wits and firmly restrained him. Brother you, don't act impulsively. This brat is deliberately trying to provoke you. We mustn't fall into his trap. Ji Boyu shivered, his mind quickly settling into a state of calm. The words of his 2 subordinates rang true. Chen Zhuo, that scoundrel, was clearly laying the groundwork to bully him. Damn it, it must be said, this rascal was both ruthless and cunning. Although there were 3 of them, they were likely no match for him. Against such a person, One could only resort to underhanded tactics. Ji Boyu spat and uttered a fierce remark. Chen Zhuo, don't get too cocky, we shall see. He turned and, accompanied by his two subordinates, circumvented the landscaped area, striding away. Chen Zhuo curled his lips in disdain, muttering, boring. He then kicked his bicycle with force, wobbling toward the office building in the distance. Once his figure faded, Ji Boyu, who had pretended to leave, re-emerged from behind the greenery with a sinister expression. Du Hongtao, eager for action, asked, Brother Yu, what should we do? Should we go after him? Ji Boy narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, yes. If we don't take care of him, I will never find peace in this life. With a pent-up fury that had nowhere to go, the three of them targeted Chen Zhuo, who was busy mocking them. Utilizing various cover, they watched the annoying fellow secure his bicycle at the foot of the office building before bouncing inside. Ji Boyu waved his hand, beckoning his two subordinates. Let us move. With no one around the office building, it was an opportune moment. In a flash, the three of them dashed over, extracting various tools from their bags, and within 2 minutes, had removed both wheels from the bicycle Chen Zhuo had just ridden. Gazing at the frame left lying on the ground, Ji Boyu felt a slight alleviation of his anger. Let us go. The three of them hoisted the wheels and vanished into the campus like phantoms. Unbeknownst to them, as Chen Zhuo ascended the stairs, a knowing smile crept across his lips. The office of the director was located on the 5th floor. Chen Zhuo climbed swiftly. Slightly out of breath, he paused at the stairwell to steady his heartbeat, reflecting on the joys of youth. 20 years from now, he mused, he wouldn't be able to ascend such a height in one breath, even if his life depended on it. Familiar with the layout, he found Jiang Yunzhou's office and knocked twice. A clear voice from within called, come in. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhuo allowed a radiant smile to grace his face as he pushed the door open. Teacher Jiang, I've returned the bicycle that Mr. Sun Zhixing borrowed from you. It's downstairs. Mr. Sun was the English teacher of class 19 in the senior year. Indeed, the bicycle Chen Zhuo had just ridden was borrowed from Director Jiang by Mr. Sunday. Upon noticing the disciplinary notice on the bulletin board, the over 50 Mr. Sun sighed. A sentiment caught by the observant Chen Zhuo. With a respectful demeanor and a warm smile, Chen Zhuo easily gleaned Mr. Sun's intentions. With a twinkle in his eye, he decided to set a trap for Ji Boyu. Thus, he patted his chest and repeatedly asserted, Master has matters to attend to. The disciple shall bear the labor. Successfully taking on the task of returning the bicycle from Mr. Sunday, Mr. Sun, filled with emotion, watched the figure depart, remarking with admiration, this child may not excel academically, but his character is commendable. If Teacher Sun were to discover Chen Zhuo's intentions, one cannot help but wonder if he would, in a fit of righteous anger, sever ties with this disciple whose heart is darker than ink. Jiang Yunzhou's current thoughts align closely with those of Teacher Sunday. Chen Zhuo is not cut out for academia. However, he excels in interpersonal relations. With a commitment to education and a sense of responsibility toward his students, old Jiang earnestly advised, Chen Zhuo, do not place excessive pressure on yourself regarding your studies. It is not solely by gaining university admission that one proves their worth to society. Naturally, Chen Zhuo received the unexpected dose of encouragement from Director Jiang with a cheerful acceptance. Teacher Jiang, do not become overly absorbed in your work. Take care of your health. Jiang Yunzhou nodded with a smile, increasingly pleased with this perceptive young man. I, old Jiang, still require a child to impart the wisdom of balancing work and rest. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Work can wait until tomorrow. Seizing the opportunity while Director Jiang was tidying up, Chen Zhuo graciously waved goodbye. Teacher Jiang, I shall take my leave. Old Jiang responded with a smile, thinking to himself, what a wonderful child. 5 minutes later, beneath the office building of the second high school, a furious Director Jiang looked to the heavens and roared, which scoundrel, devoid of virtue for 8 lifetimes, has stolen my bicycle wheel? Chapter 8. The trouble caused by the bicycle wheel. As Chen Zhuo descended the stairs, he had already spotted the bicycle frame abandoned on the ground. A smirk crossed his lips. The bait had been taken. He did not linger, and instead quickened his pace away from the school. Upon returning to his residential complex, he encountered his father, Chen Jingxin, hastily exiting the building. Xiaozhua, you've returned just in time. The food is in the pot. Heat it yourself. Before the somewhat guilty Chen Zhuo could utter a word, his father preemptively delivered a set of instructions. Dad, where are you going? Where's Mom? With over 20 years of grassroots work experience, Chen Zhuo adeptly maintained his composure in the face of a father who might inquire about his exam results at any moment. Chen Jingxin appeared quite anxious, answering his son's query without looking back. Your mother is on duty tonight. I have a matter to attend to. Chen Zhuo scratched his head in surprise, muttering to himself, my father, a community deputy director, is busier than a national leader. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. At least the issue of exam results could be postponed for a while longer. Upon returning home, he did not prepare a meal. Instead, he rummaged through boxes and retrieved all his textbooks from his 3 years of high school. My friends, whether I feast on solid food or consume broth in the future depends entirely on you. Chen Zhuo was aware that relying solely on rote memorization of textbook knowledge would make achieving high scores in the college entrance examination quite challenging. However, with a stroke of good fortune, gaining admission to a decent first-tier university was not out of the question. With over 2 months remaining until the exam, he had ample time to showcase his photographic memory. Chen Zhuo was not overly anxious. He picked up a first-year Chinese textbook and perused it from cover to cover. After closing his eyes to reflect carefully, he was delighted to find that the entirety of the first-year Chinese content was firmly lodged in his memory. Chen Zhuo beamed with joy. While others toil relentlessly, one merely needs to reveal a cheat akin to a bug to nullify their efforts. Strangely enough, the gratification derived from such ill-gotten gains is undeniably pleasurable. Chen Zhuo, basking in his secret triumph, was interrupted by a knock at the door. Hello, is this Chen Zhuo's residence? The voice from outside was unfamiliar, and Chen Zhuo was certain he did not recognize the speaker. The fact that this person had called out his name indicated a premeditated intent. Approaching the door, he opened it a crack, peering at the beaming faces of a middle-aged couple standing before him. Who are you, and what brings you here? He inquired. The woman, her smile radiant, replied, Ah, you must be Chen Zhuo. How handsome you are. Such individuals were not new to Chen Zhuo. He had encountered many like them in his past, who adopted such affable demeanors when seeking favors. If you do not clarify your purpose, I shall close the door, he warned. The man's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly responded, Please, wait. The couple exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. This cautious young man was quite astute. Without revealing their identities, they could not even enter his home. The man forced a chuckle and said, We are the Ji family, parents of your classmate Ji Boyu. A flicker of amusement crossed Chen Zhuo's eyes, and he asked, Uncle Ji, Auntie, I am not very acquainted with Ji Boyu. Are you sure you have the right person? The mother, feigning sincerity, insisted, You have not made a mistake, Chen Zhuo. Would you allow us to enter? It is rather inconvenient to converse here with so many people around. After a moment's contemplation and assessing the disparity in their respective strengths, Chen Zhuo decided it posed no threat and opened the door wider. Please come in. Once inside, the Ji couple surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find that only Chen Zhuo was present. To them, this young man, akin in age to their son, would surely be more manageable. Chen Zhuo, we have taken the liberty of visiting to request that you write a letter of understanding, the father began, but Chen Zhuo interrupted, raising a hand. Wait. I do not comprehend your request. You wish for me to write a letter of understanding? After a prolonged silence, the father finally conceded, unable to conceal the truth any longer. Only then did Chen Zhuo grasp the urgency of the Ji family's visit. It turned out that the root cause of this matter was indeed his doing. Jiang Yunzhou's bicycle wheel had been stolen from the office building's entrance, a significant issue at their school. As one of the 2 prestigious high schools in Yingzhou City, such insecurity within the campus could not be tolerated by the parents. With a darkened expression, Jiang Yunzhou approached the head of security, issuing a stern command, conduct a thorough investigation. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the head of security summoned all available personnel without delay. Upon questioning, the 2 security guards responsible for the main entrance hesitantly revealed that a quarter of an hour prior, several athletes had exited the school carrying 2 bicycle wheels. This was unacceptable. Jiang Yunzhou, accompanied by his team, successfully apprehended Ji Boyu and his companions at a scrap collection station not far from the school, based on the clues provided by 2 security guards. Upon encountering the elder Jiang, the timid Lu Cheng nearly froze in terror. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such forces over the mere act of stealing 2 wheels from Chen Zhuo's bicycle? Without waiting to return to the school, Lu Cheng divulged the entire incident of stealing 3 wheels. Naturally, he refrained from admitting his role as an accomplice of Ji Boyu, portraying himself instead as a victim coerced by delinquent peers. He painted Ji Boyu as the mastermind behind all the misdeeds, claiming he had merely followed along out of helplessness. The betrayal from his subordinate nearly sent Ji Boyu into a fit of rage. How could this wretched creature betray him without a shred of remorse? Caught red-handed, Ji Boyu found it impossible to defend himself. Director Jiang stubbornly believed that these 3 troubled youths had stolen the wheels as a malicious act of retaliation against their teacher. Bring your parents here, immediately. With Jiang's furious roar, the 6 parents, who could have delayed their arrival until the next day, were summoned to the school that very night. Director Zhang's tone was unwavering. If you don't come, expect your sons to be expelled. The parents of the three boys were nearly paralyzed with fear. With only 2 months until the college entrance examination, an expulsion at this juncture would ruin their children's futures. The 6 of them hurriedly made their way to the school's administrative office. After Jiang Yunzhao detailed the events that transpired, he addressed Ji Boyu's parents, who were ready to confront him. As for the theft of my bicycle wheels, we can overlook it. Just as Ji's parents began to feel relieved, Zhang's tone shifted. However, your son has also stolen wheels from other students. If we cannot secure the understanding of the affected student, Ji Boyu will face serious consequences from the school. Thus, in a bid to safeguard their son's academic standing, Ji's parents reluctantly approached Chen Zhuo. They had agreed with the other 2 parents that they would handle communication and compensation with the victim. Your son caused this trouble. If you do not step in to resolve it, who will? Chapter 9. 3 bowings at Chen Zhuo's home. Ji's parents rubbed their hands together, their faces filled with embarrassment. Chen Zhuo, we hope you can forgive these children for their immaturity and youthful indiscretion. Chen Zhuo cast a strange look at them. Uncle Ji, if you say they are young and just kids, does that mean I deserve to have my bicycle wheels stolen? The smile on Ji's father's face froze. His expression awkward. Of course not, Chen Zhuo. Rest assured, we will compensate you for your losses. This little rascal, though barely the same age as their son, was more astute than many seasoned businessmen. He effortlessly exposed the flaw in Ji's father's argument. Using his son's age to solicit sympathy left Ji's father feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet the gravity of the situation compelled him to lower his head. Director Jiang Yunzhou stated that if Chen Zhuo does not forgive his son, Ji Boyu and his companions may face expulsion from school. Old Zhang's words were not intended as a mere threat. Ji Boyu and his peers had just received severe disciplinary action earlier that afternoon, and their current behavior could be seen as a repeated offense, warranting even harsher consequences. Ji's father wore a forced smile, eagerly looking at Chen Zhuo, aware that his son's fate rested in the hands of this young man. Witnessing the futility of their pleas, Ji's mother resorted to her ultimate tactic, weeping and lamenting. He is my only son. If he is expelled and cannot attend university, what purpose is there for me to live in shame? Chen Zhuo sighed in resignation. His original intention was merely to teach Ji Boyu and the others a lesson, not to ruin their future. Auntie, if you continue this commotion, I will not write this letter of understanding, he warned. In truth, Ji Boyu's actions did not even warrant a public security penalty. If Chen Zhuo remained obstinate, it would only create an irreparable enmity. The current situation was just right. Ji's parents, motivated by their son's future, would undoubtedly sternly prevent him from causing any more trouble. The couple, nearing a combined age of 100, still maintained a smiling facade while conversing with him, which influenced Chen Zhuo's decision to spare Ji Boyu. Ji's mother's sobs abruptly ceased, replaced by an expression of surprise. Chen Zhuo, are you serious? Chen Zhuo retrieved a piece of paper from his backpack and drafted a commitment stating that he would not pursue any further responsibility. Just as Ji's father reached out to take it, Chen Zhuo playfully withdrew his hand. Uncle Ji, my bicycle wheel was sold by your son. Ji's father instantly understood. Don't worry, Chen Zhuo, we will buy you a new bike to compensate. Chen Zhuo chuckled and shook his head. A new bike is unnecessary. Just have Ji Boyu help retrieve the wheel. He handed over the letter of understanding, which Ji's father seized eagerly, clutching it as if it were a treasure. No problem. Leave this matter to me. If Ji Boyu doesn't go, I'll give him a good thrashing. In his excitement, Ji's father completely overlooked the fact that if his son was indeed a rogue, what did that make him? Amused, Chen Zhuo remarked, Uncle Ji, Auntie, I have no further business, so I shall not keep you. Having obtained what they desired, Ji's parents were eager to leave. Then, Chen Zhuo, you carry on with your work. We shall take our leave. Initially, the couple had somewhat underestimated Chen Zhuo, but now they treated him as their equal. This young man spoke eloquently, accomplished tasks efficiently, and refused to be taken advantage of. Their own thoughtless son could not even compete. After all, he deserved the consequences he faced. The following morning, as Chen Zhuo entered the school grounds, he was approached by a visibly bruised Ji Boyu, pushing a brand new bicycle. With a low gaze, he said, I'm sorry, Chen Zhuo, I should not have been so foolish as to steal your bike wheel. This new bike is to compensate you. Chen Zhuo tilted his head, observing Ji Boyu, who had clearly endured a thorough lesson, and nodded nonchalantly. All right, I accept it. From the way Ji's parents dressed the previous evening, it was evident that their family was quite well off. Compensating oneself with a vehicle should hardly be considered significant. Chen Zhuo was disinclined to linger on this matter any further. He accepted the car from Ji Boyu and turned to depart. After all, he was a person reborn. If he were to expend his energy embroiled in conflicts with the unsavory students within the school, it would be quite beneath his dignity. To borrow a cliché, his aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. Individuals like you are hardly worthy of interrupting my forward momentum. Ji Boyu observed Chen Zhuo's retreating figure, his expression a tangle of emotions. There was no question of yielding. However, he dared not provoke Chen Zhuo further. Director Jiang Yunzhou had warned him just yesterday that any further trouble would incur severe repercussions from the school. Ji Boyu was not intimidated by Director Jiang, but he certainly feared his own parents. When it came to discipline, they were truly relentless. Chen Zhuo pushed his new ride into the bicycle shed. As he turned around, he unexpectedly encountered his close friend, Zhang Yimou. Well, old Chen, it seems that in just 2 days, you've managed to buy a new car. The latest 3-speed model from Giant this year. Zhang Yimou circled around the new bicycle, his eyes brimming with envy. Chen Zhuo replied nonchalantly, "It's not a purchase. Ji Boyu compensated me." Zhang Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "Ji Boyu compensated you? Would he be so benevolent?" Chen Zhuo, unwilling to elaborate, shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps he had a moment of conscience. Zhang Yimou jumped closer, draping an arm around Chen Zhuo's shoulder, his face displaying both curiosity and intrigue. "Old Chen, come on, tell me how you managed to make Ji Boyu concede so readily." Chen Zhuo ignored him, retorting, "Hey, with your insatiable curiosity, you ought to consider a career as a tabloid reporter." Zhang Yimou persisted, "Come on, old Chen, satisfy my curiosity." Pressured into a response, Chen Zhuo casually remarked, "There's nothing much to it. I learned a bit of sorcery at Yunjie Temple recently. Great celestial spells, burrow mammo." Zhang Yimou shot him a middle finger in jest. "If you want to share, then forget it. Acting like you're some sort of master fa. The two continued their playful banter, nearly colliding with Lu Mengsheng, who was approaching from the opposite direction. This was a school. Such frivolity was hardly appropriate. Upon spotting Chen Zhuo, Director Lu seized the opportunity to assert his authority. Chen Zhuo's previous provocation of his authority was something Lu Mengsheng could not overlook. Immediately, he adopted a condescending tone. Zhang Yimou jumped back, hastily bowing respectfully. "Teacher Lu." Lu Mengsheng scoffed, eyeing the nonchalant Chen Zhuo. "What's the matter with you? Haven't your parents taught you any manners?" Chen Zhuo felt a wave of irritation. He detested those who wielded minor authority like a scepter, seeking to make others' lives difficult. "My apologies, Teacher Lu. I didn't react promptly," Chen Zhuo said sincerely, followed by 3 deep bows. Lu Mengsheng's face turned a shade of dark purple. Chen Zhuo's actions left him feeling as if he had swallowed a fly, unable to digest or expel it. He was almost certain that this seemingly harmless little brat had acted with intent. Chapter 10. The Gambling King. Chen Zhuo. Lu Mengsheng ultimately left in a huff. He could not possibly engage in a public dispute with the student. Upon returning to his office, the vice principal's anger simmered as he reflected on the situation. Until Chen Zhuo, this thorn in his side, was dealt with, he would never reclaim his lost dignity. After sipping some water to quell his boiling frustration, Lu Mengsheng rose and made his way to the senior year office. In class 19, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Suyun, was meticulously organizing the report cards from various subjects. Lu Mengsheng greeted his colleagues along the way, feigning casualness as he approached Zhang Suyun. "Teacher Zhang, your class performed quite well in the mock exam, didn't they?" In her 40s, Zhang Siyun had taught several cohorts of liberal arts students and was humorously nicknamed the ruthless teacher by her pupils. To command respect from these mischievous youngsters, one needed a certain authority. Upon hearing Lu Mengsheng's inquiry, Zhang Siyun adjusted her glasses, her expression remaining impassive. "It's decent, based on these scores. About half of the students should meet the undergraduate threshold." She found it peculiar. Typically, school leaders were only concerned with the performance of the top classes. When had they begun to take an interest in her ordinary class? Lu Mengsheng forced a couple of hollow laughs. "Teacher Zhang's teaching prowess ranks among the finest in our school. Achieving such results, with half the class reaching the undergraduate line, is indeed impressive." Zhang Suyun furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy about Lu Mengsheng's flattery. "If there's nothing else, I should head back to announce the results to the students." She sensed that Lu Mengsheng, with his sly demeanor, had ulterior motives for approaching her. Her principle was to maintain a respectful distance from such individuals, neither offending them nor drawing close. With a chuckle, Lu Mengsheng remarked, "Teacher Zhang, I heard that during the mock exam, a student named Chen Zhuo from your class has gained quite a reputation, tossing dice to answer multiple-choice questions. What a remarkable tactic. Even if it's unprecedented, it may very well remain unmatched." A flicker of anger crossed Zhang Siyun's stern face. "Vice Principal, we are educators. If students perform poorly, the responsibility lies with the school." Her firm retort darkened Lu Mingxing's expression. While the logic was sound, some individuals were inherently troublesome. And that had nothing to do with the school. Zhang Xiyun suddenly stood up, startling Lu Mingxing, who had been speaking animatedly, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Vice Principal, I've heard that someone at our school removed Director Jiang Yunzhao's bicycle wheel. I wonder if that can be considered hereditary? Lu Mingxing's face flushed crimson, his fingers trembling, nearly choking on his breath. Zhang Xiyun's words felt like a pointed accusation. Ji Boyu was his own nephew. The saying goes that nephews resemble their uncles. And Zhang Xiyun's mention of inheritance seemed to implicate him directly. He intended to erupt in anger, but upon catching the peculiar glances from other teachers in the large office, he hastily retreated, abandoning his pursuit of trouble with Zhang Xiyun. Behind him, a subdued wave of laughter followed. Lu Mingxiang gritted his teeth in frustration. It is utterly infuriating to blame Chen Zhuo. Had he not stirred up trouble, would he have faced such humiliation? In the classroom, where he was quietly engrossed in his studies, Chen Zhuo was suddenly interrupted by a pair of loud sneezes. Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself, "Who on earth is speaking ill of me behind my back?" It was no mystery. His adversaries were few, Lu Mingxing from the administration and the notorious trio known for their petty thievery. Just then, Zhang Mo, who had just entered, leaned in conspiratorially, "Old Chun, I've uncovered the truth. Ji Boyu bought you a new car because the wheels he stole were crushed into scrap metal." A chuckle escaped him. Well, that scoundrel has certainly lost both the woman and the war. Casting a glance at his gloating friend, Chen Zhuo felt a twinge of exasperation. In his previous life, he had never noticed that this fellow had a knack for being a tabloid journalist. Zhang Mo animatedly gestured. "Do you believe it, old Chen? From now until the college entrance examination, Ji Boy will steer clear of us." Chen Zhuo retorted, "Even if he avoids me, it has nothing to do with you." Zhang Mo, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, "Damn you, Chen Zhuo, is that even a reasonable thing to say? If he is avoiding you, he is avoiding me too." Suddenly, Chen Zhuo's expression shifted as he hushed his friend. "The teacher is coming." Zhang Mo instinctively shrank back and fell silent, for their homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiyun, loomed as a figure of terror, second only to a tiger in his eyes. Reflecting upon it, few high school students remain indifferent towards their homeroom teachers. Standing at a height of 157 meters, Zhang Xiyun ascended the podium, clutching the report cards, her expression as cold as ice. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Even the most mischievous students dared not utter a sound. Clearly, the teacher was seething with frustration. A shiver ran down Chen Zhuo's spine. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, or did Zhang's gaze linger on him for a fleeting moment? Goodness, could the news of my dice incident have spread so swiftly? Anxiously, Zhang Xiyun broke the silence, her face grim. "The results of our first mock exam are not commendable. The highest score goes to Li Shui, with 624 points, placing 24th among all liberal arts students in the school." All eyes turned to the front row, where Li Shui sat, a girl with slightly darker skin and thick glasses, an incongruity with her name. Chen Zhuo sighed in relief. Thankfully, the teacher's ire wasn't directed at him. It was no wonder Zhang Xiyun wore a displeased expression. The best student in their class had only managed to secure 24th place. This ranking belonged to the liberal arts class of the second high school. Had it been evaluated on a provincial scale, it likely wouldn't even breach the top 300. Zhang Xiyun's gaze, cold and indifferent, swept over the anxious students. She certainly would not remind them that the ranking included the elite liberal arts class from the first grade. Silence. Silence. She struck the podium twice, silencing the murmurs below. Zhang Xiyun was quite pleased with the students' performance. "Next, I would like to commend a hero who has pioneered an entirely new examination model, affectionately dubbed the Gambling King by the entire school." As the teacher spoke, all eyes turned towards Chen Zhuo, who felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. I knew the incident involving the dice would not easily fade away. A rare smile flickered across Zhang Xiyun's stern face. "Do not misunderstand. When I refer to Chen Zhuo as a hero, I am not being sarcastic." She directly revealed the name she intended to discuss. In the college entrance examination, luck plays a significant role. We often hear of underperforming students who manage to exceed expectations and gain admission to prestigious schools. What does this signify? It is simply luck. When confronted with questions one cannot solve, Chen Zhuo's innovative dice-throwing method provided everyone with a fresh perspective. Chapter 11. The Arrogant Art Student, Even with a Lifetime of Experiences. Chen Zhuo felt his face flush with embarrassment from Zhang's teasing remarks. The concept of throwing dice was hardly dignified. However, Zhang Xiyun did not go overboard. After a few more comments, she began to announce the students' rankings based on their scores. Li Shui, 624 points, first in class, 24th in the school. The slender girl swiftly approached the podium to collect her report card. Zhang Yimou, 619 points, second in class, 37th in the school. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Yimou winked at his best friend with a smug grin. Sorry, buddy, I'm second again. Observing his brisk retreat, Chen Zhuo couldn't help but mutter with a hint of envy. So impressive, I assenti it? He had to admit that excelling in high school was indeed commendable. Even with his photographic memory assisting him, he doubted he could match Zhang Mo's achievements. Such talent was beyond mere luck. The teacher continued to call out names, ceasing to mention rankings after the 100th position. After announcing over 30 names, Zhang Suyun suddenly stated, Chen Zhuo, 356 points, 35th in class. Classmates, I was not joking earlier. Sometimes luck truly does matter. The entire class of the 39th grade was left in stunned silence. Could throwing dice actually yield over 300 points? It seemed that aspirations for a bachelor's degree were out of reach, but a diploma should be attainable. Chen Zhuo himself was pleasantly surprised by his score. He initially expected only around 200 points. Upon receiving his report card, he discovered that his unexpectedly high score was largely due to his English performance. The scores were as follows: English, 116, Chinese, 53, Mathematics, 42, Comprehensive Arts, 141. Chen Zhuo stroked his chin, feeling considerably more at ease. While this score was lower than his usual performance, it was not overly disappointing. Perhaps he could just scrape by after all. Zhang Suyun distributed the last report card. Everyone, continue to strive, seize every moment, and elevate your scores. Chen Zhuo, step outside with me. Chen Zhuo stood up, his demeanor suggestive of his embarrassment. Even by merely pondering with his toes, he could surmise the reason for the teacher's summons. Witnessing his friend's discomfort, Zhang Yimou exhibited a rather gleeful expression. Whispering mischievously, Old Chen, it seems this time, my brother cannot assist you. Chen Zhuo silently formed the word roll with his lips in response. Upon exiting the classroom, Zhang Suyun halted at the corner of the corridor, looking up at him. Standing at 157 meters, Zhang was dwarfed by Chen Zhuo's towering 181 meters. Chen Zhuo, given your foundation, this score is utterly abnormal. The teacher is perplexed by your significant decline in performance. I merely wish to convey that the college entrance examination may be the most equitable opportunity you will ever encounter to alter your destiny. Chen Zhuo lowered his head, dutifully accepting the reprimand, devoid of any resentment. Zhang's words indicated her genuine concern as a responsible teacher. She meticulously articulated her reasoning, though she could not guarantee that this young man would absorb it. Having done her utmost, she would have no regrets, even if she ultimately could not salvage this student. Chen Zhuo, luck cannot forever be on your side. One must forge their own strength. Do you understand what the teacher is saying? With sincerity, Chen Zhuo bowed deeply. He held profound respect for a teacher like Zhang Suyun, who possessed both virtue and talent. Teacher, this time I underperformed. I assure you, in the upcoming mock exam in a month, I will not disappoint your expectations, aiming for at least 500 points. Zhang Suyun nodded, pleased, if you are able to comprehend. Then my efforts as a teacher have not been in vain. Now, return to your self-study. Ah, goodbye, teacher. Chen Zhuo mockingly saluted her before dashing back towards the classroom. Class 19 was located at the other end of the corridor, and on his way back, he had to pass by the elite class. The door to Class 2 was ajar, possibly left open by their homeroom teacher after announcing the grades. Chen Zhuo paid it no mind. They were top students and likely did not even recognize him. As he stepped past the entrance, the sound of a guitar drifted out. Wow. The elite class is bold enough to play the guitar during self-study? With a hint of curiosity, he glanced inside. Within Class 2, Su Hui, sporting a high ponytail, wore an impatient expression, glaring at a stranger flaunting his guitar. I'll say this once more, I don't know you, and I have no desire to be friends. The boy, with a nonchalant toss of his hair, arrogantly replied, Classmate Su Hui, you may not have caught my self-introduction earlier, so allow me to reiterate. A flicker of irritation ignited in Su Hui's cool gaze. This boy seemed rather dim-witted, unaware of the absurdity of his unsolicited friendship proposal. Her refined upbringing compelled her to suppress her temper, preventing her from uttering anything excessive. Unexpectedly, my repeated forbearance has only resulted in that fellow flaunting himself like a peacock in full display. Classmate Su Hui, I am Xin Pengfei, an art student from No. 1 high school. I have already been specially recruited by Donglio Music Academy. Oh, by the way, next month, I will represent Yingzhou City in the provincial high school singing competition. This self-proclaimed Xin Pengfei seems eager to showcase his pedigree to the 18th generation of his ancestors. How dare a student from No. 1 high school cross boundaries to pursue Su Xianer? The elite boys of the top class were seething with indignation. These academic achievers are not without their tempers. Someone stepped forward and declared loudly, "So you are Shin Pengfei. Your actions have severely disrupted our educational order. Please leave immediately." Such a feeble rebuke, lacking any force, prompted not only Shin Pengfei, who had come with a purpose, but even Chen Zhuo, who was watching from the doorway, to roll his eyes. Shin Pengfei, clutching his guitar, sneered, "And who might you be, to dictate terms here?" The student, seemingly lacking experience in handling such confrontations, momentarily faltered, adjusting his glasses and stammering, "I am Lu Weinan, the class leader of Class 2. Shin Pengfei curled his lips, deliberately elongating his tone. "Oh, so it's the esteemed class leader, my apologies." Lu Weinan, steeling himself, pointed toward the door. "Classmate Shun, please leave at once." He was not only the class leader but also an admirer of Su Huai. In such a situation, even if reluctant, he had to step forward. Shin Pengfei dismissed him entirely. "Class leader Lu, I am here to befriend classmate Su Huai, and no one else has the authority to expel me." This fellow, having been specially recruited by Dongliao Music Academy, believed himself invincible, banking on the fact that these diligent students would not dare to stir trouble before the college entrance examinations. Su Huai bit her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes glinting as she suddenly pointed toward the classroom door. "If you wish to be my friend, you must seek his approval first." Chapter 12. I perceive everyone seems too tense. Let us lighten the mood. Hiding outside Class 2 and thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, Chen Zhuo managed to muster a slightly awkward yet polite smile. "Hello, everyone. Please continue. I'm just passing by." With that, he intended to make a hasty retreat. Behind him, Su Huai called out sweetly, "Chen Zhuo, are you just going to watch while the other boys bully me?" As she spoke, her voice rose deliberately at the end. Chen Zhuo felt a chill race from his heels to the crown of his head. Goodness! Who would have thought that the illustrious Su Xianer could resort to such underhanded tactics? The crucial point is, she seemed to be succeeding. Clutching his guitar like a hormone-fueled peacock, Shin Pengfei glared at Chen Zhuo with fiery eyes. "So you are Chen Zhuo. In this predicament, leaving might subject him to ridicule from the elite students." Chen Zhuo halted, forcing a bitter smile as he turned back. "Su Huai, you can't just mercilessly exploit a single sheep." On the very day he had returned to life, he had found himself embroiled in conflict due to someone cutting in line at the cafeteria. The protagonist of that incident was none other than this so-called disaster incarnate, the stunning Su Huai. In a crowded classroom, only the graceful and refined Su Hui comprehended the underlying meaning of his words. The girl pressed her lips together in a smile, her dimples enchanting and captivating. "Chen Zhuo, if you dare to leave, I will inform uncle and aunt that you are bullying me." The floor of Class 2 was strewn with astonished expressions. Many had been classmates with Su Hui for 3 years and had never witnessed her smile. Furthermore, it was unprecedented for the ethereal Su to converse with a boy in such a near-pouty tone. Lu Weinan clenched his fists, casting a fiercely resentful glare at Chen Zhuo. For a fleeting moment, he found this student from the liberal arts class even more detestable than the one from another school. Shin Pengfei, with a sullen face, gritted his teeth and said, "Chun, on what grounds do you forbid Su Hui from befriending others?" Chen Zhuo was both amused and exasperated. Was this person out of his mind? "I have already stated that this matter has nothing to do with me. Why are you biting indiscriminately?" "You are right. I have no authority to interfere with Su Hui's choices. If you possess the capability, marry her and enshrine her as a goddess. That is none of my concern. Having paid my respects, I bid you farewell." Chen Zhuo believed he had clarified everything, assuming no one would trouble him further. He underestimated Su Hui's allure in the eyes of these boys. Shin Pengfei's already peculiar mind was now filled with rage. "You stop right there, Chun. If you dare, let us compete to see who deserves to be Su Hui's friend." Ultimately, he did not dare to utter the words boyfriend. Chen Zhuo was both irritated and amused. "If you wish to duel for the right to a partner, do not come seeking me. Su Hui is your fairy, not mine." However, whatever he said now was of no consequence. The students in Class 2 evidently relished the spectacle of drama unfolding. Shin Pengfei, clutching his guitar, boldly ascended the podium. "Next, I shall perform Love Song 1990 by Luo Daiyou, dedicated to Su Hui." Among the top students of Class 2, there were those who thrived on chaos. Someone shouted enthusiastically, and the classroom instantly transformed into a bustling marketplace. A group of diligent students, who had spent countless nights studying, suddenly found themselves amidst such a peculiar commotion, reacting with even more fervor than a regular class. Shin Pengfei, with an exuberant spirit, began to sing and play on the podium. To be fair, although this fellow had his issues, his singing ability was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been specially recruited by Dongliao Music Academy and chosen to represent Yingzhou one high school in the upcoming National Student Song Competition. Chen Zhuo watched his performance with a smile. It was just SOSO, really. In his past life, he had squandered time in a small-town bureaucratic office, and in the absence of prospects for promotion, he had unexpectedly unlocked various skills. Musical instruments were among those he had mastered. Of course, this was also related to his past penchant for romantic pursuits. In the eyes of those girls, a boy who could sing and play instruments like Chen Zhuo was the ideal partner, someone who would make a splendid impression when taken out. As for marriage, that was another matter entirely. A civil servant nearing 40, yet still lacking even a basic rank, who would be foolish enough to marry him? He possesses neither wealth nor status. Would one truly wish to share a meager existence with him? Chen Zhuo understands what others are thinking, which is why, in most situations, even when mistaken for an irresponsible scoundrel, he refrains from offering any explanations. Primarily, it is simply too embarrassing. To him, Shen Pengfei's somewhat juvenile performance is as laughable as a novice wielding an axe before Liu Ban or displaying a sword in front of Guangong. Once the performance concludes, with a defiant gaze directed his way, Chen Zhuo graciously applauds. Excellent, truly excellent. Shen Pengfei, filled with pride, lifts his chin, clearly indicating, it's your turn. Chen Zhuo continues to muse. If only you had a broken bowl to accompany you, singing beneath the overpass for a couple of hours. You could surely earn quite a sum. Laughter erupts throughout the classroom. Su Hui's lips twitch slightly, her strikingly clear eyes darting towards Chen Zhuo. This fellow's tongue is rather sharp. Shen Pengfei's proud demeanor instantly transforms into one of humiliation. Chen, don't just talk. Come up here and show us what you've got. A voice from the classroom calls out, compete with him. Soon, the chant urging a competition reaches a fever pitch. Chen Zhuo rolls his eyes. He had merely hoped to witness a good show, but now finds himself the center of attention. With a smirk directed at Su Hui, he strides confidently to the podium. He takes the guitar from Shen Pengfei, strumming a few playful chords. Shen Pengfei, slightly distressed, exclaims, "Hey, do you even know how to use that? Don't break it." With a subtle smile, Chen Zhuo replies, "If I break it, I'll buy you a new one." Curse it, all thanks to Ji Boyu, that scoundrel, who has led this pure-hearted youth astray. Chen Zhuo slings the guitar strap over his neck, takes a deep breath, and closes his eyes for a moment. Amidst the eager and doubtful gazes of the crowd, he suddenly gestures dramatically. The sun sets beyond the western mountains. Oh Beauty returns to her embroidery room. The peach blossom's rosy face is illuminated by candlelight. Thud! The classroom erupts in a chorus of bodies hitting the floor. Just when everyone assumed he would display unparalleled elegance, his unexpected rendition of a comedic two-person skit left them utterly bewildered. The abrupt shift was too jarring, and many minds struggled to keep pace. Shen Pengfei's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to compare a two-person skit with my craft? He felt his expertise had been grossly insulted. Chen Zhuo paused, beaming brightly. That was merely a jest. I sensed everyone was too tense. Curse you. Almost everyone silently muttered. Did he not realize the setting? Was this truly a place for jokes? Clutching the guitar, Chen Zhuo's expression bore the determination of a master swordsman wielding a formidable blade. Now, let us get down to business. Chapter 13. The vice principal who digs beneath the surface. Do you remember, you promised me you wouldn't let me lose track of you. Yet you followed the migratory birds south to such distant lands? A melody, previously unheard, wafted from the slightly ajar door of Class 2, Senior 3. Jiang Yunzhou, who had hurried over upon hearing the news to mediate the dispute, could not help but slow his pace. This song was simply enchanting. Old Jiang felt that the child in the classroom sang far better than those celebrities on television. Behind him stood Lu Mengxing, his face contorted with rage. How outrageous it was to create such a commotion in the honors class, especially today, with a vice principal from Yizhong visiting. Wasn't this tarnishing the school's reputation? Old Lu stepped forward, ready to kick the door down. Stop! The simultaneous shouts rang out, halting Lu Mengxing in his tracks. While he understood that his immediate superior, Jiang Yunzhou, was the one to restrain him, he could not fathom why Ling Chengfeng, the vice principal from Yizhong, chose to interfere. Oblivious to the inappropriateness of his outburst, Ling Chengfeng, after stopping Lu Mengxing, hurriedly took a few steps forward and positioned himself at the classroom door, listening intently while a hint of rapture graced his face. Having been responsible for the art students at Yizhong for many years, he had never encountered a student who could conquer his ears with a single song. To be frank, the voice of the boy singing in the classroom was far from exceptional. It could even be described as rather amateurish. Yet, the melodious strumming of the guitar, paired with simple lyrics, masked all his shortcomings. A divine tune. He never anticipated that a visit to the second school to see an old classmate would lead him to discover such a promising talent. The thought that a future star might be unearthed by his discerning eye sent shivers of excitement through Ling Qingfeng, the vice principal in charge of art students. While those in the know appreciated the nuances, Zhang Yunzhou merely found the singing pleasant, lacking the rapturous feeling that consumed Ling Qingfeng. Old Ling. The sudden interruption irritated Ling Qingfeng, who was lost in the music. Be quiet. Old Zhang awkwardly closed his mouth. Ling Qingfeng, oblivious to any fault in his words, tapped one wrist with the other hand, seemingly keeping time with the music. If the teacher was already so captivated, one could only imagine the reaction of the top students in class 2. Wow, this is absolutely beautiful. Does anyone know the name of this song? I've never heard it before. Could it be that Chen Zhuo wrote the lyrics and composed it himself? Impossible. That guy is a total slacker. He even uses dice to choose answers during exams. If he could write such an impressive song, I would eat my hat upside down. Shoo, be quiet. Everyone is listening to the song. Have you no sense of public decorum? In Su Hui's cold, clear eyes, a flicker of complexity appeared. Dragging Chen Zhuo into the spotlight was a spontaneous decision. She was primarily irritated by his sneaky expression at the door. With a flash of inspiration, she thought to create a little trouble for him, while simultaneously getting rid of the bothersome Xin Pengfei. Little did she expect that this classmate, humorously dubbed the gambling god, would provide her with such a delightful surprise. Remarkably, this was the second time he had come to her rescue. The last time it happened, it was those athletic students from class 22, deliberately causing a ruckus in the cafeteria to draw attention to themselves. My desk mate, the bespectacled girl, was enraptured and nudged me with her elbow. Su Hui, do you think Chen Zhuo's song was written specifically for you? Love is like a kite with a broken string, unable to hold on to the promises you made. What a beautiful sentiment. If a boy were to say something like that to me, I would willingly forsake my happiness for the latter half of my life to elope with him. I shot her an exasperated glare. Then go ahead and do so. The girl chuckled shyly. But he hasn't confessed to me yet. My cheeks flushed slightly. I too pondered whether that song might indeed have been penned for me. As my heart raced, I found myself troubled, contemplating how to gently decline his advances without bruising his pride. On the podium, Chen Zhuo remained oblivious to their inner turmoil, solely focused on swiftly resolving the situation so he could return to the classroom to copy the textbook. Returning to our past. The final note resonated, and Chen Zhuo smiled as he handed the guitar back to the stupefied Xin Pengfei. Brother, may I leave now? Xin Pengfei, utterly dazed, had no time to respond to his inquiry. Having been defeated in the very realm he held dear, he was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Chen Zhuo patted his shoulder and turned away with a flourish. It's not that I intended to embarrass you. It's you who compelled me to act this way. When a person is too exceptional, like a needle hidden in a sack, their brilliance cannot be concealed. As Chen Zhuo mused arrogantly, a figure burst through the classroom door like a gust of wind. Student, you cannot leave. Startled, Chen Zhuo nearly lost his footing. Had he not sensed, just before stepping out, that the person was a middle-aged man exuding an air of scholarly wisdom, he might have found himself rolling on the ground in laughter. Did he really believe that a 1-3 victory was mere bravado? Vice Principal Ling rushed in, seizing Chen Zhuo and refusing to let go. Student, what is your name? Would you be interested in transferring to number 1 high school to pursue the arts? Just speak the word, and I shall handle all the paperwork. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Qingfeng, the vice principal responsible for art students at number 1 high school. Should you join us? While I cannot guarantee a place at the prestigious Dongliao Music Academy, I can assure you that I will secure a recommendation for you. Before Chen Zhuo could process this whirlwind of information, Ling Qingfeng continued to rattle on. Teacher, my name is Chen Zhuo. He barely managed to introduce himself before being interrupted by the exuberant vice principal. Chen Zhuo, that song you just performed was written by you, right? A talent of such rarity. If you do not pursue the path of an artist, it would indeed be a loss for the music industry. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. I am a rarity. No one had ever said such a thing before. The most common label they had given him was 40-year-old sleazy man. As for the compliment about his song, he conceded to that. After all, Teacher Dao had dominated the Chinese music scene for decades. Despite possessing the psychological maturity of a nearly 40-year-old, he was utterly flabbergasted by Ling Qingfeng's sudden enthusiasm. Old Ling, is it really appropriate for you to so brazenly attempt to poach from our school? Director Zhang Yunzhou's timely intervention has certainly alleviated the situation. Ling Qingfeng's face flushed with embarrassment. Old Jiang, how can I be accused of poaching? This child transferring to Yizhong would only afford him better opportunities for development. Jiang Yunzhou scoffed. Vice Principal Ling, I beg to differ. Both Yizhong and Erzhong are prestigious high schools in Yingzhou. What makes Yizhong inherently superior? For heaven's sake, are you attempting to recruit my students right in front of me? Even if a dragon were to roar today, Chen Zhuo cannot be taken away. In Chapter 14, a contest for talent. An unprecedented spectacle unfolded in the classroom of the elite class at Yingzhou. The normally amiable director Jiang Yunzhou found himself embroiled in a heated argument with a middle-aged man claiming to be the vice principal of Yizhong, both red-faced and vociferous. Ling Qingfeng, do you have no shame? If your school lacks talent, must you come to Zhong to lure away our students? Vice Principal Ling's face turned crimson. His actions indeed bordered on inappropriate, yet the prospect of a raw gem lay before him, and it seemed a pity to let it slip away. Jiang, the one lacking decorum is you. This student, Chen Zhuo, transferring to Yizhong could secure a spot at Dongliao Music Academy. I can even groom him for the national student singing competition. Old Jiang was equally incensed. If he could not protect Chen Zhuo on his own turf, how could Zhong ever hold its head high before Yizhong again? Ling, your temperament remains unchanged since our school days. You revel in causing trouble. You borrowed 5 ration tickets from me years ago and have yet to return them, and now you dare to shout at me. The elite class students were taken aback. They had been arguing for so long, only to discover that these two had once shared a dormitory. With the facade of civility shattered, Ling Qingfeng abandoned his vice principal persona and pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Yunzhou. Ah, Jiang, are you digging up old grievances? Speaking of those 5 ration tickets, have you returned the pair of liberation shoes you borrowed? Director Jiang's face reddened at the accusation. Your shabby shoes were so foul they made my feet smell as if I had just emerged from a cesspool. I discarded them long ago, and you still owe me half a bar of soap. The spicy oil I brought back from my hometown. Wasn't it you who devoured the most? And what about the beef noodles my mother made? Did you eat less? The two men exchanged barbs publicly, their argument escalating as the audience trembled in anticipation. Would they become victims of Jiang's wrath for having overheard so many secrets? Chen Zhuo found the situation absurd. Gentlemen, is it not a tad disrespectful to disregard my opinion in this matter? Lu Mengsheng, who had remained silent since entering, was nearly apoplectic. He had never anticipated that Jiang Yunzhou and Ling Qingfeng would quarrel over Chen Zhuo, a student he held in low regard. Lu Mengsheng was known for his vengeful personality. Even the stray cats around the school would provoke his ire, prompting him to chase them off with a kick. A few days ago, in the presence of Jiang Yunzhou, Lu Mengsheng found himself utterly speechless after being interrogated by Chen Zhuo with just a few pointed words, which he deemed an immense humiliation. Before Lu could seek an opportunity for retaliation, his foolish nephew unwittingly fell into another trap laid by Chen Zhuo. Although he narrowly escaped a dire fate in the end, the nephew still incurred a significant disciplinary reprimand within the school. Consequently, Lu Mengsheng found it difficult to confront Chen Zhuo openly. Such actions could easily be interpreted as vindictive retribution. For the time being, he had to swallow his indignation. Though he refrained from direct action, his desire to settle the score with Chen Zhuo remained alive. Just yesterday, he overheard several invigilators gossiping about a student named Chen Zhuo in the 3rd year of high school, who audaciously resorted to rolling dice to select his answers during an exam. Lu Mengsheng nearly burst into laughter. Serves him right. That insolent youth has no respect for teachers, and he deserves every bit of misfortune that befalls him. Ideally, he wouldn't even qualify for a specialized program and would have to hit the books harder. However, his delight was short-lived. This morning, he witnessed firsthand 2 influential figures from prominent high schools engaging in a heated dispute over the ownership of Chen Zhuo, dredging up grievances from decades past. To make matters worse, according to Jiang Yunzhou and his colleagues, there were intentions to secure a special admission route for this insufferable student. Lu Mengsheng nearly choked on his own rage. Jiang Yunzhou, you old scoundrel. Just a few days ago, I brought a generous gift to your home, hoping to facilitate a special admission slot for my nephew. Yet you refused the gift and maintained a facade of bureaucratic indifference, claiming it was impossible. But now, it seems such arrangements can be made for others, can they? The more Lu Mengsheng pondered, the angrier he became, though ultimately, he could do nothing against Jiang Yunzhou, his direct superior as the director of the teaching office. All he could do was glare fiercely at Chen Zhuo, wishing he could gnaw off a piece of the boy's flesh. Sharing similar sentiments was the flamboyant classmate Shen Pengfei. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Watching Principal Ling, who usually treated him with kindness, argue vehemently with the director of the rival school over his adversary. Shen Pengfei wished he could vanish into thin air. In his entire life, he had never experienced such humiliation. Just as he wallowed in shame, he finally heard the vice principal mention his name. That old Jiang, considering our shared camaraderie, might we negotiate? I will trade you Shen Pengfei for your Chen Zhuo. This boy has already been pre-admitted to the vocal program at Dongliao Music Academy. You wouldn't be at a loss. Shen Pengfei was taken aback, his eyes inadvertently drifting toward the window. Should I jump out to defend my dignity? But this classroom seems to be on the first floor. Before he could arrive at a decision, Jiang Yunzhao decisively stated, no trade. You old fool think you can exchange worthless scrap for my pure gold? Dream on. Clutching his guitar, Shen Pengfei ran out of the classroom in tears, unable to bear the humiliation of being treated as a bargaining chip by his own principal, especially after being so publicly rebuffed. Shen Pengfei, despite his thick skin, was merely an 18-year-old youth, unable to maintain the calm composure of Director Jiang. As he wept, the fervent argument with Ling Chengfeng snapped into clarity. Chen Zhuo, do not fear that selfish Jiang Yunzhou. My promise remains steadfast. The doors of no one high school shall always be open to you. Old Jiang, now genuinely incensed, realized that only drastic measures would sway Ling Chengfeng from his obstinacy. Chen Zhuo, you are a remarkable talent nurtured by our number 2 high school. You will represent us in next month's student singing competition. Ling Chengfeng, battling against the odds and eager to check on Shen Pengfei for any unforeseen incidents, declared, Old Jiang, this matter is far from settled. We shall see how it unfolds. With that superficial remark, Vice Principal Ling hurriedly exited. Director Jiang, reveling in his triumph, wore a smug smile. What nonsense. I do not consent. Does no one high school dare to poach our talent? Director Liu, the city has requested us to submit the names of participants for the student singing competition. Ensure Chen Zhuo's name is on that list. At this juncture, Chen Zhuo finally seized the opportunity to voice his dissent. Director Jiang, I do not wish to participate in any singing competition. Chapter 15. The opportunity for direct admission. The classroom fell into an immediate, stunned silence. All gazes fixed on Chen Zhuo in disbelief. You, a student who relies on luck to pass exams, have a chance for direct admission, and yet you let it slip away? Even the ethereal Su Hui displayed a glimmer of astonishment. Chen Zhuo stood tall, exuding an air of pride. Teacher Jiang, I aspire to enter a prestigious university, one of the 985 or 211 institutions, through my own merit. Observing Chen Zhuo's resolute expression, Jiang Yunzhou ground his teeth in frustration. Chen Zhuo, such a significant decision warrants a discussion with your parents. No need for discussion. As a successor of the new era, we must reject all forms of unearned rewards. The students in the elite class noticed a golden halo surrounding Chen Zhuo for a fleeting moment. A blink later, they realized it was merely the angle of the sunlight. Lu Mengxing felt both astonishment and delight. I believe Chen Zhuo speaks the truth. The youth ought to strive for their aspirations through hard work. Relying solely on shortcuts will dull your ambition. Director Lu wished fervently that old Jiang would immediately abandon his intentions. And Chen Zhuo, this foolish lad, had encountered such a splendid opportunity only to relinquish it for some absurd ideal. Chen Zhuo silently scorned Lu Mengxing while outwardly stating, what Director Lu said resonates deeply with my convictions. What a jest. In this rebirth, even if he had no intention of becoming a small civil servant with no prospects, he certainly would not dream of entering the entertainment industry. Even a genius like Dao Gu, so immensely talented, had been suppressed by certain individuals for decades. Moreover, he was merely a counterfeit who had pilfered his famous song. In that realm, whether one possessed talent mattered little. What truly counted was having connections. Chen Zhuo had long since resolved that in this lifetime, he held but one goal, to amass wealth and rectify past regrets. Certainly, he has yet to devise a method for acquiring wealth, and it is certain that he will not rely on singing. Seizing the moment while old Jiang remained in a state of shock, Chen Zhuo swiftly returned to classroom 19. Just as he settled onto his stool, his close friend Zhang Mo approached with a mysterious demeanor. Old Chen, are you aware of the commotion in the elite class? Something must have happened. Chen Zhuo feigned ignorance, stating, I have no idea. I was summoned by the head teacher and reprimanded for over half an hour. I hardly had the energy to concern myself with the elite class. Zhang Mo wore a look of disappointment, craning his neck to peer outside for a prolonged moment. Do you think someone confessed to Su Hui? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Zhang Mo's deductive reasoning was wasted on him not attending the police academy. He had, with mere speculation, stumbled close to the truth. Indeed, as the college entrance examination approached, the various factions that had previously been suppressed by school regulations began to stir. In past years, even with their audacity, none would dare to disturb Su Hui. You should focus on your studies. Whether someone confesses or not is irrelevant, as Su Hui is not your girlfriend. Zhang Mo muttered, Su Hui is not my type. I'm merely curious. Chen Zhuo chuckled. There was truth in Zhang Mo's words. Su Hui possessed an aura so powerful that most could hardly withstand it. Zhang Mo's last partner was his senior from Lianhai University of Science and Technology. Zhang Mo's curiosity was fleeting, dissipating by the time lunch break arrived, as he had long forgotten the morning's events. He dragged Chen Zhuo to the cafeteria, where many students in line bore expressions of envy or jealousy. At 18, Zhang Mo's thoughts remained quite innocent, witnessing such a scene. He assumed it was due to their deskmates' luck with dice and exclaimed, "Old Chun, did you hear? Everyone has given you the nickname Gambling King." As he uttered this, he puffed out his chest, appearing quite proud. Chen Zhuo was both amused and exasperated. "They are mocking me, and you think it's something to be proud of?" He lightly slapped his friend's head, saying, "Focus on your line. Why are you so chatty?" Zhang Mo grimaced, rubbing his head, and then, lowering his voice, said, "Hey, Old Chun, I just spotted Su Hui. She has been looking over here. If she were to pursue me, how should I decline?" Chen Zhuo, exasperated, closed his eyes, wishing to ignore this incessant talker. Not far away, Su Hui, in line for lunch, inadvertently cast a cool glance toward that figure. Was his song a spontaneous whim or a premeditated plan? Although the morning's events had been strictly forbidden from spreading by Director Jiang, countless speculations had arisen within the elite class. After lunch, as Chen Zhuo prepared to return to his studies, he was intercepted by their homeroom teacher, Zhang Sun, who had come specifically to speak with him. "Chen Zhuo, Director Jiang asked me to tell you about representing our school in the middle school singing competition. He hopes you will reconsider." Old Jiang, it seemed, was not yet willing to give up. Chen Zhuo, with a sense of righteous determination, declared, "Teacher, there is no need for further consideration. You often educate us by saying, 'The wise do not drink from the waters of stolen springs, and the virtuous do not partake of food that is given with disdain.' I, Chen Zhuo, though lacking in talent, can only strive for my desired future through my own efforts." A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Suyun's face as she replied, "When did I ever utter these two phrases?" Observing Chen Zhuo's resolute demeanor, she ceased her persuasion, acknowledging, "Your ambition is commendable, hence, I shall say no more. The extra points from the upcoming high school singing competition will indeed hold little value for you." "Wait." Chen Zhuo, who had been standing with his arms crossed, exuding an air of dignity, suddenly changed his expression. "Teacher, what do you mean by the extra points for the college entrance examination?" Sensing the shift in his attitude, Zhang Suyun replied with mild curiosity. "It is as follows. The provincial government is hosting a singing competition for middle school students, and the winners will receive certain extra points for their college entrance examination. I have heard that the first place receives 15 points, the second place 10 points, and the third place 5 points. Chen Zhuo was silent for a moment, then abruptly lifted his head and spoke with conviction. "Teacher, it was the second high school that nurtured me. I cannot allow my selfish desires to overshadow the opportunity to bring honor to my alma mater. I have made my decision. I humbly request to represent the second high school in this singing competition." Zhang Suyun was taken aback. "But you just," Chen Zhuo decisively interrupted her. "Teacher, please forgive my youth and my lack of foresight. For I shall not place personal gain above the honor of our collective. Darn it, if you had mentioned that this singing competition would offer extra points, I would have agreed to it long ago." Chen Zhuo initially had no intention of seeking trouble by entering competitions. However, the enticing rewards prompted a swift change of heart. After all, every point could potentially elevate him above thousands of others. Should fortune favor him and he secured a top position, the additional points would be immensely beneficial for his aspirations of attending a prestigious university such as 985 or 211. Though Chen Zhuo lacked confidence in himself, he held unwavering faith in Dao Gu, the only grassroots singer in the country praised by Principal Tan. Chapter 16. Has menopause arrived early? As the saying goes, joy often leads to sorrow. Chen Zhuo found this to be undeniably true. Having just agreed to participate in the middle school singing competition next month, he now faced the daunting task of dealing with his parents at home. Unsurprisingly, Yang Xiumin, armed with a mop handle concealed in the bathroom, was likely to unleash her wrath once more. He could only hope that, given their blood relation, she would go easy on him. With a mix of trepidation, Chen Zhuo rode his new bicycle back home. As for the old bicycle, which had been stripped of its wheels, he generously gifted it to Ji Boyu. After all, the money spent deserved some form of balance, did it not? Nervously inserting the key into the lock, he stealthily entered the living room, only to find that his usually welcoming mother was absent this time. A sense of unease washed over him. Earlier that morning, his mother had mentioned that she would not be working the night shift and promised to prepare braised pork for him. Initially, Chen Zhuo feared that the braised pork would turn into stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. The house was engulfed in an unsettling silence, leaving Chen Zhuo feeling unmoored. He tiptoed to the threshold of his parents' bedroom, where the door was ajar, a sliver of light spilling out. His father was absent, and only his mother, Yang Xiumin, sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Her tear-streaked face suggested she had been weeping. A heaviness settled in Chen Zhuo's heart as he pushed the door open. "Mom, why are you home alone? Where's Dad?" Yang Xiumin, staring blankly out the window, quickly wiped her face upon hearing her son's voice and forced a smile as she rose. "Xiaozhuo, you're back. Look at me. I forgot to make dinner. Just wait a moment. I'll get right on it." Chen Zhuo's expression grew grave as he grasped his mother's arm. "Mom, did you have a fight with Dad?" Startled, Yang Xiumin mustered a strained smile. "What nonsense are you talking about? Your father, that quiet fellow, would never dare to upset me." Chen Zhuo's concern deepened. His mother's demeanor was decidedly off. His father was the type to avoid conflict, and Yang Xiumin, with her straightforward northeastern disposition, would not typically allow for such tension unless something significant had transpired. She likely wanted to shield him from the turmoil affecting his upcoming college entrance examination, but her efforts only heightened his unease. In his previous life, he had no recollection of such a scene. Before his rebirth, his father had always been under his mother's thumb, even when it came to casual conversations at the park. Chen Zhuo was perplexed as to what his father could have done to cause such distress in his mother. "Mom, if something's wrong, please tell me. I'm an adult now and can help shoulder the burden." His words dispelled Yang Xiumin's apprehensions. Naturally, she was the type who found it difficult to keep things bottled up. "Xiaozhuo, your father, he has someone outside." "What?" Chen Zhuo was taken aback, nearly leaping in shock at his mother's tearful expression. "That's impossible. Absolutely impossible." His father, with his strong brows and deep-set eyes, was not the type to falter in matters of the heart. Now nearing 40, when others referred to him as a scoundrel, Chen Zhongxin would sigh, pondering how his son's temperament differed from his own. The notion that his father could be unfaithful seemed unfathomable. "Mom, you can't make such accusations without proof." Faced with her son's skepticism, Yang Xiumin gritted her teeth and laid bare her findings. "I have evidence. While I was working the night shift yesterday, your father withdrew the entirety of a savings account containing 5,000 yuan. Chen Zhuo's mind whirled as he waved his hand weakly. "Mom, give me a moment to process this. Is there conclusive evidence that Dad took the money without permission?" Yang Xiumin bit her lip and nodded. "Yes, it's solid. If a colleague hadn't asked to borrow money today, I would have used that for them, all the while being kept in the dark by that wretched Chen Zhongxin. It was over. Dad, this time I cannot help you. Infidelity is not an issue. The crux lies in ensuring that one tidies up after oneself. Now that my mother has stumbled upon irrefutable evidence, what can be done?" Chen Zhuo's mind raced as he contemplated a solution. "Mom, please don't be hasty. Thus far, we only have evidence suggesting that Dad secretly withdrew 5,000 yuan. Yang Xiumin was infuriated. If he had no one outside, why would he stealthily take money from home? I must be overthinking this. Chen Zhuo could only strive to reassure her. "Mom, this is merely your unilateral conjecture and cannot be regarded as proof." Yang Xiumin scoffed. "Xiaozhuo, if I were to divorce your father, who would you choose to live with?" At that moment, hesitation was not an option. Chen Zhuo replied decisively. "Naturally, I would choose to stay with my beloved mother." A flicker of relief crossed Yang Xiumin's pale face. "You little rascal. At least you have a conscience." Faced with such a thorny predicament, Chen Zhuo knew he had to stabilize his mother's volatile emotions. "Mom, this matter is not yet confirmed. You must remain discreet and feign ignorance about Dad's clandestine withdrawal. Once we gather solid evidence, we can confront him." Chen Zhuo believed that there must be some misunderstanding between his parents. After all, he had never heard of Comrade Chen having a history of infidelity. Surely, in the end, his mother would realize she had wronged him, and the conflict between them would be resolved before it even began. For now, his task was to calm his mother, who was on the verge of an emotional explosion, and gradually seek an opportunity to inquire about what his father had done with the money. Yang Xiumin hesitated, perhaps sensing that her assumptions were too rash. "Fine, for your sake, I shall grant him one more chance." The sound of the security door echoed, followed by Chen Zhongxin's jovial laughter. "Who gets a chance?" Yang Xiumin's expression darkened in an instant, as Chen Zhuo desperately signaled to his mother. He cheerfully redirected the conversation. "Dad, you're back. My recent mock exam results weren't great. Mom said I should be given another chance." Chen Zhongxin, donning his slippers, approached with a serious expression. "If your grades are slipping, a beating is in order." Yang Xiumin observed with cold detachment. Her husband's demeanor was strikingly natural. "How did I not notice before that you possess such admirable acting skills?" she thought. "Let's see how long you can maintain this charade." Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. "Dad, do you not feel any guilt when you say such things? Your son has sacrificed so much for the sake of this family's harmony. Unaware of the tension brewing within the family, Chen Zhuo settled at the dining table. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Yang Xiaomin, unable to suppress her irritation, retorted with a cold laugh. After all this time, you mean to say there was no one outside to ensure you had a meal? Chen Zhuo, bewildered by her sudden outburst, looked up at his son with confusion. Xiaozhuo, what's wrong with your mother? Chen Zhuo let out a nervous laugh. Perhaps she's experiencing early menopause. Chapter 17. How could she tarnish an innocent person's reputation without cause? Chen Zhuo believed that the incident regarding his father's theft would ultimately resolve itself, just as it had in a previous life. However, it became evident that he had misjudged his mother's cunning nature. In merely one night's time, Chen Zhuo discerned an unusual demeanor in his wife. This realization came easily, as Yang Xiaomin was not the type to conceal her feelings. Even though one spouse slept in the master bedroom while the other took refuge on the sofa, her temperament remained unchanged. Aware of the tempestuous nature of his wife, old Chen hastily consumed a few bites of breakfast, grabbed his tattered briefcase, and with a hasty declaration of "I'm off to work," fled the house. Chen Zhuo observed with a cold gaze, feeling that his father's retreat bore a hint of guilt. Yang Xiaomin, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Look, son, can we continue living like this?" Chen Zhuo, overwhelmed, found himself caught between his parents' conflict, feeling that no matter which side he favored, it would be wrong. After much effort to soothe Yang Xiaomin, he sent her off to work and, burdened with his school bag, trudged to school with a heavy heart. Upon entering the classroom, he was greeted by the exuberant Zhang Mo, who clapped Chen Zhuo's shoulder with enthusiasm. "Well done, old Chen. I didn't know you had it in you. Teach your brother a thing or two." Chen Zhuo winced at the force of the slap, replying, "What are you on about, Dehe?" Just as Zhang Mo was about to elaborate, he suddenly sensed the atmosphere was amiss and lowered his voice to a whisper only they could hear. "Old Chen, what are you trying to hide? The whole school is buzzing about your heroic rescue of the damsel yesterday morning." Chen Zhuo's heart raced as he cautiously inquired, "What are they saying?" Zhang Mo chuckled, his voice dropping even further. "Everyone is saying that Su Hui herself admitted you two are dating. How can she tarnish my reputation so carelessly?" Chen Zhuo exclaimed, leaping from his seat in shock. He could only imagine the incessant troubles that would follow as this rumor circulated. Su Hui, the ethereal beauty of Second High, was untouchable, far removed from the mundane world. Once whispers of her association with a boy spread, there would be no peace for him. Zhang Mo stared at his best friend, bewildered, and muttered, "Why the big reaction? I would love to be linked with Su Hui. I'm just not that lucky." Frustrated, Chen Zhuo retorted, "I thank your ancestors for this luck. It's not something I desire." Zhang Mo scoffed, "Old Chen, you don't actually believe anyone thinks there is something between you and Su Hui, do you?" Chen Zhuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hoping it was not so. They underestimated the power of rumors. By noon, tales of his heroic deed had morphed into multiple versions. Some claimed an art student from First High confronted him in a life-or-death duel, while another story suggested that Su Hui had been betrothed since childhood but had developed feelings for Chen Zhuo from class 19, provoking her jealous fiancé to confront him. As Zhang Mo recounted these various narratives, Chen Zhuo felt his complexion drain of color. The creativity of those spreading these rumors was astonishing. They ought to pen novels instead of weaving such tales. By afternoon, the situation escalated further, with onlookers gathering outside class 19, pointing and gossiping about Chen Zhuo. This could not continue. Continuing down this path will undoubtedly lead to trouble. Chen Zhuo made a swift decision, shouldering his backpack and dashing away. "Dahe, please help me request a leave from the teacher. Just say I'm feeling unwell." Zhang Mo, sensing the gravity of the situation, reminded him, "Lao Chen, you need a doctor's note for a leave." Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that this was not an issue. "My mother is the head nurse in the internal medicine department at the city hospital. I can easily obtain a diagnosis from her." He needed to devise a way to evade this brewing storm. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he headed to the city hospital, intending to visit his mother and, simultaneously, procure a medical certificate for his leave. Little did he expect that upon stepping through the entrance, he would encounter an unexpected individual. "Chen Zhuo, what are you doing here?" Su Hui, pale-faced and clutching her abdomen, appeared flustered with a hint of pain. Could it be that she had followed him? Chen Zhuo was equally surprised to run into Su Xianer here. Since she had taken the initiative to greet him, he could not pretend to ignore her, and thus responded graciously with a nod. "My mother works here. Su Hui, are you feeling unwell?" After a moment's hesitation, Su Hui nodded. "I have a stomachache and was hoping to see a doctor." Chen Zhuo glanced around, noticing that she was alone, and couldn't help but sigh. "Have you registered? Would you like me to assist you?" Su Hui initially intended to decline, but the words transformed into, that would be a great help. Chen Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. No need for thanks, it's on my way. He was unsure why he had changed his course from avoiding rumors to inadvertently aiding Su Hui. If a familiar face were to see them, there would be no clearing his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He led Su Hui to the gastroenterology department. The doctor asked a few simple questions before waving her hand and prescribing some medication. Go settle the payment. And when you return with the medication, I will explain how to take it. Chen Zhuo was somewhat bewildered. Doctor, don't we need to do any tests? The middle-aged female doctor in a white coat smiled. You're quite observant, young man. Rest assured, your little girlfriend is fine. It's merely intestinal spasms caused by anxiety. With some medication and a night's rest, she'll be perfectly well by tomorrow. The term little girlfriend made both their faces flush crimson. Chen Zhuo, with a thick skin, forced a smile. Thank you, doctor. It's heartening to see that doctors today still uphold their ethics. Unlike 20 years hence, when even a toothache would warrant a full-body examination, costing thousands before one could leave the hospital. With no significant health issues. Su Hui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the rumors circulating at school had caused her anxiety, compounded by her lunchtime discomfort, leading to her stomach pain. Chen Zhuo accompanied her to pay and collect the medication, and Su Hui, mustering her courage, said, Thank you for today. Being thanked by Su Xiener brought a sense of joy to Chen Zhuo. No need, it was a trifling matter. However, standing across from him, Su Hui suddenly noticed a change in his demeanor. I have something to attend to, so I want to walk you out. With a hasty remark, Chen Zhuo dashed towards the opposite end of the corridor. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Su Hui's delicate face. Did he truly wish to avoid my company? Peering cautiously around the corner, Chen Zhuo confirmed that he had not been mistaken. His father, Chen Zhongxin, was indeed detaining a girl clad in a school uniform. Pressing a bulging envelope into her hands, Chen Zhuo stood in stunned silence, astonished. Old Chen, your audacity knows no bounds. Are you not aware that the city hospital is my mother's domain? Chapter 18. Old Chen's secret. Chen Zhuo felt an urge to slap himself twice. He ought not to have been so inquisitive, rushing over to verify if it was indeed old Chen. Now, he found himself in quite the predicament, neither able to leave nor remain. Just then, Su Hui peered over his shoulder. Chen Zhuo, do you know that person over there? Chen Zhuo's mouth twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that Su Xiener possessed such a curious side. Yes, that's my father. Perhaps Su Hui did not lower her voice enough. For Chen Zhongxin's expression shifted, and he eventually beckoned to his peering son. Xiao Zhuo, come here. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes at Su Hui, thinking, if you hadn't meddled, I wouldn't have been exposed. Su Hui shrugged innocently in response. Chen Zhuo forced a smile, displaying the most enthusiastic countenance he could muster. Dad. What brings you here? The girl opposite Chen Zhongxin turned at the sound of his voice. With delicate brows and large eyes, her fair complexion matched her height, similar to Su Hui's, while she wore a faded school uniform. As her gaze flickered over the unfamiliar Chen Zhuo, she noticed his scrutiny and, startled like a timid deer, quickly bowed her head. A spark of interest ignited within Chen Zhuo. Compared to the ethereal Su Hui, this girl radiated a charmingly endearing quality. Chen Zhongxin cleared his throat. Jixia, this is my son, Chen Zhuo. Xiao Zhuo, this is the daughter of my comrade, and Jixia. Chen Zhuo exhaled a sigh of relief. He and his mother had indeed misunderstood old Chen. He had secretly taken the money to assist his father's comrade. With this thought, he confidently extended his hand. Hello, I am Chen Zhuo, a student from class 39 of the third year at number 2 high school. And Jixia glanced up briefly, then hurriedly averted her gaze, timidly reaching out to touch his hand before retracting it. Her voice was soft as she introduced herself. I am Jixia, from No. 1 high school. This girl seemed rather unaccustomed to engaging with strangers, her every gesture imbued with a shy demeanor. Chen Zhuo mentally noted the coincidence. He had not anticipated that Jixia was from number 1 high school. Old Chen coughed forcefully, gesturing with his chin towards the distant Su Hui. What is going on here? As he posed the question, Chen Zhongxin's heart raced with apprehension. He feared his son might have stirred up trouble at school and was clandestinely bringing the girl to handle the aftermath. Chen Zhuo shot a glare at his father. That's my classmate. We just happened to run into each other. Su Hui hesitated for a moment and did not approach. Chen Zhuo, it's nothing. I shall take my leave. Her nature did not favor interactions with strangers. Chen Zhuo was eager for her to depart promptly and waved his hand, saying, all right, you may go? For a fleeting moment, the smile on Su Hui's face became rigid, only to swiftly return to her usual ethereal composure. You detest my presence so fervently, Chen Zhuo? Despite the indignation brewing within her, her impeccable upbringing prevented any display of discontent. She offered a slight bow and said, goodbye. Uncle Chen. Goodbye. Chen Zhongxin held a favorable impression of this polite young lady. His son's classmate was impeccable in physique, demeanor, and appearance. If she were to become entangled with his son, it might not be an entirely unacceptable scenario. Hey, old Chen, are you back to reality? What are you daydreaming about? A sudden hand interrupted Chen Zhongxin's reverie. Instinctively, he raised his hand to deliver a playful slap. You little rascal, how dare you call me old Chen? Chen Zhuo cried out in mock outrage. Old Chen, you lack chivalry, ambushing a mere infant of 200 months. Listening to the playful banter between father and son, and Zhixiao, who had been keeping her head down, felt a pang of envy in her peach blossom eyes. Chen Zhuo wrapped his arm around his father's shoulder and leaned in closer, whispering, Dad, shouldn't you clarify what is going on? Chen Zhongxin appeared flustered. Clarify? What is there to clarify? Chen Zhuo sighed. Comrade old Chen, I must regrettably inform you that my mother has discovered your clandestine appropriation of household funds. In a state of utter panic, Chen Zhongxin exclaimed, No wonder your mother has been sulking since last night. Xiao Zhuo, you didn't tell her, did you? Caught off guard. Chen Zhuo could not help but roll his eyes. Father, think logically. I only met in Zhixiao today. How could I possibly have reported to my mother? She found out on her own. Sweat beaded on Chen Zhongxin's forehead. Oh dear, it's all unraveling so swiftly. Xiao Zhuo, what should I do? Chen Zhuo found the situation amusing yet exasperating. My dear father, you must elucidate the situation for me to offer any advice. With his limited intellect, it was no wonder he was so thoroughly dominated by his wife. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhongxin finally recounted the truth. The story, though somewhat cliched, unfolded as follows. And Zhixiao's father was a comrade of Chen Zhongxin in the same military unit. They enlisted in the same year and retired together. The difference lay in Chen Zhongxin's urban residency, which secured him a position in the local government after discharge, while in Zhixiao's rural family saw her father return to farming. Nonetheless, the two families maintained occasional contact. The turning point came 5 years prior, when Anne's father, while selling vegetables in the city, suffered a catastrophic car accident and suddenly passed away. Infuriatingly, the driver responsible fled the scene and has yet to be apprehended. The sudden loss of the family's pillar plunged the An family into despair. Old An's wife had always been in poor health, and after enduring such a tremendous blow, she instantly succumbed. At this moment, Chen Zhongxin instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to suddenly recall that smoking was prohibited in the hospital, prompting him to halt his actions. Xiao Zhuo, this life of mine was salvaged from the clutches of death by your uncle An. Given the immense difficulties his family is facing, can you truly say that I should refrain from offering my assistance? Chen Zhuo blinked, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Dad, your intentions are not wrong, but your thinking is flawed. Chen Zhongxin lowered his gaze, fully aware that his son was referring to his secretive acquisition of funds without informing his wife. Your aunt An has fallen ill again. I merely intended to provide some financial assistance to them. Chen Zhuo sighed. Comrade Lao Chen, even now, you fail to recognize where your error lies. It is commendable to aid a comrade, but you cannot conceal this from Mom. After a prolonged silence, old Chen finally muttered, Wasn't I concerned that she might disapprove due to her petty nature? Before he could finish, a familiar cold chuckle resonated from behind. Chen Zhongxin, do you perceive me as such a petty and unreasonable woman? Chen Zhuo quickly stepped back, adopting an expression of detachment. Father, with a mind like yours, it's no wonder you frequently find yourself banished to the sofa for the night. Truly, it serves you right. Chapter 19. The troublesome son. Chen Zhongxin slowly turned around, awkwardly greeting his wife. Lao Yang, you've arrived. Yang Xiaomin responded with a frosty smile. Chen Zhongxin, have you forgotten whose domain this is? Old Chen lowered his head, not daring to speak. Given his wife's connections at the central hospital, it was only a matter of time before the truth was unveiled. He braced himself for the impending storm. Yang Xiaomin's hand, concealed beneath her nurse's uniform, discreetly pinched old Chen's thigh. Chen Zhongxin, you think of me as that unreasonable woman who stirs up trouble, don't you? Old Chen grimaced in pain, yet forced himself to endure. Lao Yang, it's just that Xiao Zhuo is about to take his college entrance exam, and we need to save up for his university expenses. I didn't want you to worry. Yang Xiaomin raised her chin haughtily. Chen Zhongxin, your greatest mistake is believing others' awareness is inferior to your own. Although I am merely a small woman, I understand the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude. Someone saved my husband's life, and yet we stand idly by when they encounter difficulties. Is that still humane? Old Chen was profoundly moved, momentarily oblivious to the bustling crowd around them. As he grasped his wife's hand, Lao Yang, the greatest joy of my life has been marrying such an understanding wife as you. Yang Xiaomin blushed and sharply retorted. Pa, Chen, spare me your sentimentalities. This is a central hospital, and while you may lack shame, I still possess some dignity. Nearby, Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Caught off guard by his parents' display of affection, he found himself speechless. No wonder he had been such a scoundrel in his past life. It appeared he had inherited old Chen's talent. To avoid any awkwardness, he addressed Jixia, who was secretly observing the couple. Jixia? May I ask what illness Anton is suffering from, and which room she is in? Jixia instinctively took a step back, softly replying. My mom is in room 702. The doctor said it's a lung issue, and she needs surgery. Chen Zhuo nodded. Let us go. Lead me to visit Anton. Jixia appeared startled, raising her clear, peach blossom eyes, looking at Chen Zhuo in confusion. Why are you just standing there? Are you discontent that I didn't bring a gift? The girl vigorously shook her head. No. I just didn't expect you would come to visit my mom. Chen Zhuo felt a twinge of regret for his earlier jest, and Jixia was clearly the timid type. He glanced back at the elderly Chen couple who were gazing at each other fondly and sighed again. Let us go? And Jixia nodded, lowering her head to lead the way. She seemed unsure of how to refuse others. Room 702 on the 7th floor housed 4 beds in a modest space. And Jixia approached the bed closest to the wall, calling softly, Mom. The woman on the bed, her complexion waxen, stirred slightly, and slowly opened her eyes. Jixia, why aren't you at school? The college entrance exam is in 2 months. Are you trying to keep your father in the afterlife from resting in peace? In her anger, the woman began to cough incessantly, and Jixia panicked, calling out, Mom. Mom. Chen Zhuo stepped forward, smiling. Auntie, please don't blame her. I heard you were ill and insisted that Jixia bring me to see you. And Jixia breathed a sigh of relief, gratitude shining in her peach blossom eyes. She hadn't expected this boy, whom she had met only once, to come to her aid. The woman's gaze swept over Chen Zhuo. Who are you? Chen Zhuo offered a warm yet polite smile. Annie, my name is Chen Zhuo, and Chen Zhongxin is my father. Upon hearing Chen Zhongxin's name, the woman's wariness dissipated almost instantly. Her lips moved slightly. Brother Chen is a good man. Can you please persuade your father to stop spending money on someone as doomed as I? Even old Chen had his day of receiving the good person card. Having been a grassroots civil servant for decades in his previous life, Chen Zhuo was adept at handling such situations. Auntie, if you truly wish to express gratitude to my father, please recover quickly and tell him in person. The woman's eyes, resembling her daughter's in their peach blossom shape, brimmed with tears. We owe Brother Chen a debt that cannot be repaid in 2 lifetimes. Chen Zhuo smiled broadly without responding. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the ward. Sisterin, where are you? I've come to see you. And Jixia quietly informed her mother. This is Aunt Chen. The woman struggled to sit up slightly in her bed. Sister Chen, I'm here. Yang Xiumin hurriedly entered, grasping the woman's bony hand. Sister, I'm so sorry for being late. She then immediately turned her ire towards her husband. Chen Zhongxin, it's all your fault. Why didn't you tell me sooner that Sisterin was hospitalized? Old Chen looked utterly bewildered. Indeed, it is a curious phenomenon when calamity strikes unexpectedly. I am reluctant to utilize our family funds to assist Anjia, fearing it may provoke your ire. If I were to speak candidly, would it not seem as though we were piercing the heavens above? Years of experience have informed him that, under the current circumstances, it is imperative not to contradict one's wife, regardless of her utterances. Observing her husband's acquiescence, Yang Xiumin graciously afforded him the courtesy of face-saving. The 2 women grew increasingly close, fostering a sentiment akin to a long-awaited reunion. Chen Zhongxin's beseeching gaze fell upon his son. Chen Zhuo, with a dismissive curl of his lip, diverted his attention elsewhere. Old Chen, you think to exploit your son? I shall not be fooled. In such a scenario, who would dare provoke the wrath of one's mother? That would indeed be foolish. Chen Zhongxin clenched his teeth and gestured with his left hand to indicate 5. Chen Zhui's lips curled into a scornful smirk. 50 yuan to placate me? Dream on. Infuriated, old Chen puffed his cheeks and resolutely signaled the 2. Chen Zhuo hesitated momentarily. His father's glare conveyed a clear message. You insolent brat, do not overstep. Should you push further, we may part ways. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zhuo concluded that 200 yuan was a reasonable sum. It was likely half of his father's modest savings. Deciding not to be greedy, he returned an affirmative gesture. When it came to dealing with his mother, Chen Zhuo had his own strategies. He stepped forward with a smile, saying, Mother, while you and Anton are engaged in conversation, are you not interrupting the other patients? Moreover, this environment is not conducive to Aunt's recovery. Yang Xiumin slapped her forehead, exclaiming, Yes, how could I be so thoughtless? Anton, please hold on. I shall arrange for your transfer to a special care unit at once. Anton, anxious, reached out to stop her, sister-in-law, there is no need for such trouble. This place is quite satisfactory. Chen Zhuo replied with a grin. Anan, my mother is the head nurse in internal medicine. Arranging a room is hardly a challenge. Please allow her the opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities. Yang Xiumin beamed with joy, casting her son a look that conveyed appreciation for his eloquence. Chapter 20. Harmful to others. Unbeneficial to oneself, the familial trust crisis for Chen Zhongxin concluded on a note of mutual satisfaction. Old Chen aided the family of his old comrade, fostering a deeper bond with his wife. Meanwhile, Ms. Yang Xiumin gained a confidant with whom she could share her innermost thoughts. And Jixia was afforded time to review her studies in preparation for the impending college entrance examination 2 months hence. Yet, Chen Zhuo emerged from this with no gains to speak of, having incurred a loss of his living expenses for university. The matriarch, Yang Xiumin, conveyed this to him. Son, as you can see, we must assist Anan with her medical expenses. At this juncture, the look of regret in his mother's eyes filled Chen Zhuo with a sense of foreboding. Mother, please speak plainly. I can handle it. Yang Xiumin chuckled and patted his shoulder. You cheeky boy, you undoubtedly inherited my sense of reason. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. Is this the moment to delve into genetic studies? We are discussing economics. For goodness sake. Yang Xiumin wore a look of relief. I have discussed with your father. After you enter university, we had initially planned to provide you with a monthly allowance of 1,200. Chen Zhuo's heart soared with joy. In 1998, a stipend of 1,200 yuan was quite generous. If he managed his expenses wisely, he could save a considerable sum within a few months to serve as startup capital. However, before his smile could fully materialize, his mother's subsequent words dashed his hopes. But, in order to cover Aunt's medical expenses, your allowance will have to be reduced. Little Zhuo, you are a sensible child. I trust you wouldn't want to burden your parents with accusations of ingratitude over such a trivial matter, would you? What could Chen Zhuo say? His mother had resorted to moral coercion even with her own son. He could only acquiesce. Mom, I understand your difficulties. The final amount of the allowance is inconsequential. Yang Xiumin beamed with satisfaction. Nothing brought her greater joy than her son's understanding. You know, the girl from Aunt's family, Jixia, is also taking the college entrance examination this year. Your father mentioned that her grades are quite commendable. Chen Zhuo's expression shifted. Mom, what do you mean? Yang Xiumin appeared somewhat embarrassed. It felt rather unseemly to exploit her own son in this manner. Little Zhuo, you are aware of the in-family situation. Even if Aunt's surgery is successful, she won't be able to work for a while. Not to mention that she has a son in elementary school. Chen Zhuo's mind buzzed, and he cautiously inquired so. Yang Xiumin chuckled awkwardly. Therefore, I hope you can allocate 300 yuan of your living allowance to Jixia. Chen Zhuo exploded. Mom, who is your biological child? With just 200 yuan a month, what else can I afford besides 2 buns for each meal? Yang Xiumin chuckled sheepishly. Difficulties are only temporary. I hope you can comprehend your father's and my predicament. Chen Zhuo's face contorted in displeasure, resembling someone who had just consumed bitter melon. He realized that his mother's discussion was merely a notification. Their family indeed faced challenges. Together, his parents earned less than 2,000 yuan monthly. Aside from household expenses, they occasionally sent some money for his grandparents' support. Saving 5,000 yuan already showcased his mother's frugality. Given his father's nature, if forced to choose between his biological son and a comrade's orphan, Chen Zhuo could easily surmise that his father would unhesitatingly allow him to drop out of school. Never mind, as a reborn individual, acquiring wealth should be a matter of moments. Why should I oppose my parents over such trivialities? However, within a few days, Chen Zhuo realized how gravely mistaken he was. The pursuit of wealth was far more complex than he had envisioned. Damn it. Previously, when reading novels, he had witnessed reborn characters being showered with gold ingots by fortune itself, as if it were impossible to refuse. Yet, why had it become so arduous in his case? Over the past few days, Chen Zhuo racked his brain, devising countless plans for wealth, only to discover that none were applicable to his current circumstances. Money, that silent blade, wielded without bloodshed. How might I entice you to embrace me willingly? This thought had been persistently lingering in Chen Zhuo's mind, causing him to frequently lose focus during class. Were it not for the advantage of his photographic memory, he would undoubtedly find himself among the students most frequently summoned by teachers to have their parents come in as the impending college entrance examination approached. His inattentiveness brought immense delight to Deputy Director Lu Mengxing. Having learned of this situation through various channels, he was overjoyed. Look at this little wretch, Chen Zhuo. Fretting incessantly, he must be aware of his poor academic performance. The more relaxed he appeared, the more it indicated his lack of confidence regarding the upcoming exams. Director Liu reveled in his misfortune, thinking, "This is the consequence of opposing me. Even fate does not spare him." Amidst his glee, however, Lu Mingxing harbored a trace of concern. Director Jiang had submitted this young rascal's name to the committee for the middle school singing competition. What if he actually achieved a noteworthy position? Wouldn't that grant him a chance for direct admission to Donglio Music Academy? No, I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. Lu Mingxing was precisely the sort of person who would harm others without benefiting himself. He believed that if Chen Zhuo were to secure a place in university, it would surely infuriate him. After several days of deep contemplation, he finally devised a plan. Deputy Director Liu retrieved his worn-out address book and, with great effort, managed to contact a distant relative after much convoluted searching. "Hello, Professor Feng, it's Mingxing." On the other end of the line, the individual struggled to recall who Mingxing was. "I apologize, my memory isn't what it used to be. Which Mingxing are you?" Lu Mingxing, with a sycophantic smile, shamelessly replied, "Professor Feng, you surely are one who forgets easily. I am Lu Mingxing, the son of your sixth uncle's daughter's husband's niece." The professor was utterly bewildered by this intricate web of relationships. My sixth uncle's nephew? After much deliberation, he could not untangle the true connection. However, being able to reach the landline number of his family suggested that this was not a stranger. "So, Mingxing, what brings you to call today?" Lu Mingxing grinned slyly, engaging in some small talk before finally broaching the main subject. "Professor Feng, I have heard that you are to serve as the chairman of the judging panel for this year's Donglio Middle School singing competition." Professor Feng coughed lightly and replied leisurely, "Indeed, that is the case, but I, being of advanced age, have little desire to pursue such worldly accolades. Thus I recommended my student, Liang Fengquan." Lu Mingxing was initially taken aback, soon followed by elation. "Professor Feng, could you provide me with this Liang's contact information?" On the other end of the line, a brief silence ensued. "Mingxing, since you are not an outsider, I must take the liberty to advise you. In dealing with people in the world, one must be straightforward and upright, rather than resorting to underhanded methods." Lu Mingxing felt his face turn pale under Professor Feng's reprimand. Seizing a moment when the professor paused to catch his breath, he cautiously interjected, "Well, some time ago, someone gifted me a wild ginseng root. I thought I might take this opportunity, during the singing competition, to present it to you." A moment of silence followed on the other end, before Professor Feng slowly replied, "Mingxing, that is thoughtful of you. Please take note of Liang Fengquan's contact information." Chapter 21. Mother, send money. Chen Zhuo sat listlessly in his seat, ruminating on ways to make money. His close friend called out to him, suggesting they go relieve themselves, but received no response. Zhang Mo's lips moved twice, and ultimately he could not restrain himself. "Old Chen, I've heard that the mock exam's difficulty is somewhat higher than that of the actual test. Given your performance, with a bit of luck, you might secure a place in a vocational program." Chen Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Dehei thought his abnormal state stemmed from fear of poor college entrance examination results. He chose not to explain. After all, claiming to have a photographic memory was hard for others to believe. To avoid being regarded as an anomaly, subjected to scientific study, it was wiser to quietly amass wealth. Zhang Mo offered a few words of encouragement, but seeing his friend still looking dejected, he had no further advice. "Are you going to relieve yourself, or not?" Chen Zhuo lazily shook his head. "I don't feel like it." "You go ahead." Zhang Mo ceased his persuasion and turned to dash out of the classroom. 10 minutes during the break should not be wasted. Chen Zhuo gazed blankly out the window, feeling a tinge of helplessness. It turned out that being reborn was not as depicted in novels, where one could easily manipulate fate. Bound by the constraints of the era, there were many things he understood yet could not act upon. Footsteps approached, and Chen Zhuo assumed it was Zhang Mo returning from the restroom. Without turning around, he remarked, "Dehei, your speed is truly commendable." A leisurely voice replied, "Classmate Chen Zhuo, Director Jiang has asked me to inform you that you are to attend the provincial middle school singing competition the day after tomorrow. Please prepare in advance." Chen Zhuo stood there, stunned, before turning to see a disingenuous smile. "Director Liu, why is it you?" Observing the young man's furrowed brow, Lu Mingxing felt an inner delight. Having snatched this notification task from Jiang Yunzhou, the scene before him was precisely what he wished to witness. He struggled to suppress his laughter. "Classmate Chen Zhuo, this singing competition presents a rare opportunity for students like you. If you seize it, you could avoid repeating a year." "Damn it, what kind of student do you think I am?" A flicker of anger glinted in Chen Zhuo's eyes. It was no wonder Lu Mingxing had personally come to deliver the news. He was eager to see him fail. "Rest assured, Director Liu, I will exert 200% effort to secure this recommendation slot. Chen Zhuo retorted, neither soft nor hard, which only fueled Lu Mengxing's irritation. A recommendation? Dream on. I have invested a precious wild ginseng root to block your path. However, such matters cannot be spoken of in the presence of that little scoundrel. Lu Mengxing chuckled dryly. Having confidence is commendable, but Chen Zhuo, should you indeed face setbacks in the college entrance examination, do not lose heart. I know a principal of a review class. I could introduce you for a discount. His expression brimmed with glee, as if he were already envisioning Chen Zhuo's certain failure. A review class? Chen Zhuo's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he could not help but murmur to himself, indeed, how could I not have thought of this avenue? Lu Mengxing could no longer contain his delight and burst into laughter. This rascal had completely lost faith. As long as he failed to secure a spot in the upcoming singing competition, Lu would relish the spectacle. Chen Zhuo, I still hold some respect in school. If you need to repeat, I can help you get some study notes from the top classes. I assure you, next year you will achieve great success. Chen Zhuo leaped from his seat, exclaiming, Director Lu, if that were to happen, I would be immensely grateful. Lu Mengxing could discern that this gratitude stemmed from the heart. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality. As a teacher, it is my duty to assist my students. Chen Zhuo, we have an agreement. Should you not perform well, remember to seek me out. Seek you out? You old rascal, you would surely ridicule me. Chen Zhuo's smile was even brighter. Director Lu, then it is settled. Old fellow, laugh while you can. In a few days, I assure you, you will no longer have the luxury to do so. Lu Mengxing arrived in high spirits and departed contentedly. Not only had he undermined Chen Zhuo's confidence, but he had also laid the groundwork for future mockery. Lu felt that the sun today was particularly warm. Chen Zhuo's mood was equally buoyant. The dilemma that had troubled him for days had finally found resolution. Lu Mengxing was truly a benevolent soul, having come specifically to offer a solution. This selfless dedication, motivated solely by the desire to benefit others, inspired Chen Zhuo to consider purchasing a gift for him once he achieved financial success. After all, it was he who had provided the insight. Zhang Mo returned from the restroom and suddenly noticed a marked change in his desk mate's demeanor, his eyes alight with joy. Old Chen, have you come into some money? Chen Zhuo smiled enigmatically. Indeed, quite a bit, my friend. As a brother, I must offer you an opportunity. Would you like to invest in a project? A project? You? Zhang Mo scrutinized his companion, his expression one of skepticism. Do tell, if it truly has the potential to be profitable, I might consider investing. Chen Zhuo shook his head with a smile. The Buddha says, it is not to be spoken of, for once uttered, it loses its power. My dear Dehei, I can only reveal that, should fortune favor us, I could secure funding for 4 years of college. Zhang Mo was taken aback. That much? You aren't planning to rob a bank, are you? Chen Zhuo shot him a finger gesture of mock offense. Come now? Do you truly believe I would stoop to such criminality? Zhang Mo nodded seriously. You absolutely would. Chen Zhuo shot him a glare, exclaiming, enough of the nonsense. Just tell me if you're in or out. Zhang Mo's expression shifted for a moment as he cautiously inquired. Is it truly possible to earn so much without breaking the law? Chen Zhuo, incensed, retorted, if you don't believe me, then I'll seek collaboration with others. Zhang Mo chuckled. Come on, brother Zhuo, if there's such a good opportunity, how could you not include your own brother? Without a doubt, count me in for whatever venture you undertake. It was clear to Chen Zhuo that this fellow was as stubborn as a mule, resistant to being led but quick to retreat when pushed. He patted his loyal companion's shoulder and assured him, Dehei, I can guarantee you will never regret your decision today. With Zhang Mo secured, Chen Zhuo felt an even greater confidence in his plans. The utmost priority now was to swiftly acquire some initial capital. It need not be a large sum. 300 to 500 yuan should suffice. With Dehei contributing a similar amount, the two of them could easily muster 1,000 yuan, which would be ample to get this endeavor off the ground. Chen Zhuo was acutely aware that his scheme posed no significant technical challenges. With determination, anyone could execute it. To avoid prolonged delays, it was imperative to seize the juiciest opportunity before others caught wind of it. Thus, upon returning home after school, the first thing he did was extend his hand toward his beaming mother, declaring, Mom, give me some money. Chapter 22. None of your business. Yang Xiaomin was taken aback. Swatting her son's hand away, what money? Chen Zhuo had already devised a convincing argument to persuade his mother. Did I not mention that Director Jiang from school helped me register for the middle school singing competition? If I win a prize, I can secure a recommendation to Dongliao Music Academy. Uncertain about the veracity of her son's claim, Yang Xiaomin turned to her husband, who was secretly smoking on the living room couch, and asked, Zhongxin, is what Xiaozhu said true? Chen Zhongxin calmly extinguished his cigarette, affirming, indeed. I heard about this from sister a few days ago. The vice principal of Yizhong reached out to Jixia, encouraging her to participate, assuring her of a recommendation. Yang Xiumin scoffed. That girl has excellent grades. She wouldn't covet such a trivial recommendation. Chen Zhuo shook his head. That's not the point. Sister mentioned that Jixia's personality would lead to her being bullied if she truly attended a music academy. Chen Zhuo silently nodded in agreement. And Jixia's mother, Zhang Xia, was perceptive enough to see the bigger picture. With the girl's looks and temperament, entering the entertainment industry would be akin to tossing a delectable piece of meat into a den of starving wolves. She would be devoured without a trace left behind. Yang Xiumin concurred with the family's perspective. However, she was quite intrigued by the prospect of her son attending Dongliao Music Academy. Who knows? Perhaps Xiaozhu could bring home a famous star as a daughter-in-law. While Yang Xiumin was not particularly concerned about her future daughter-in-law's beauty, the mere notion of having a celebrity in the family would undoubtedly elevate her social standing. The family had a daughter and feared potential losses. But her own son was different. Misfortune for him often meant opportunity. With this thought in mind, Yang Xiumin decisively stated, "Go, you must participate." With her mother's firm endorsement, the matter was as good as settled. Chen Zhuo generally refrains from opposing his wife over trivial matters. Of course, even if he did, it would be of little consequence. Yang Xiumin rose and went to the bedroom, retrieving 3 blue bills of 400. Chen Zhuo cautiously accepted them, saying, "Mom, could you possibly give me a bit more?" Yang Xiumin shot him a glare. "What? Is 300 yuan insufficient for you? Are you competing or participating in a beauty pageant? If you don't want it, don't bring it back." Chen Zhuo, wearing a smile, quickly stuffed the cash into his pocket. Yes, yes, yes. How could I possibly refuse? With this 300, combined with his own accumulated pocket money, he now had roughly 600 or 700. Tomorrow, he could invest another 300 to 500 with Dehe, and they could fully commence their plans. The next morning, Zhang Yimou surprised him by slapping a handful of cash into Chen Zhuo's hands, declaring with flair, "Old Chen, this is all my savings, 637. 5 yuan. Is that enough?" Chen Zhuo beamed with joy. "Absolutely. That's more than sufficient." With the money from Dehe, along with his own, they had around 1,300 yuan, which would allow them to embark on their money-making venture with ease. After holding back his curiosity for quite some time, Zhang Yimou finally couldn't restrain himself. "Old Chen, now that I'm a shareholder, could you possibly give me a hint about how you plan to ensure profits?" Chen Zhuo chuckled. "Want to know? Just keep your mouth shut and don't babble like an old lady who spills secrets when she is happy." Zhang Yimou retorted angrily. "Nonsense. Who doesn't he know that I'm the tightest-lipped person in our class?" Chen Zhuo shot him a stern look. "Enough with the chatter. If you want to know, come with me." Zhang Mo's curiosity was piqued. "Where are we going?" Chen Zhuo turned and walked away. "Enough with the questions. If you keep prattling, I might change my mind." Zhang Yimou, anxious and frustrated, had no choice but to follow his mischievous friend. Seizing the opportunity during morning self-study, the two swaggered out of the classroom. Zhang Yimou hurried to keep pace with him. "Are you heading to class too?" Chen Zhuo wore a mysterious expression. "Don't ask. Just watch." Though Zhang Yimou was bursting with curiosity, he understood his best friend's temperament and remained silent in tow. Chen Zhuo's destination was indeed Class 2, and also Class 1. The students in these two classes were the top scholars of the second high school, and they were intended as sources for Chen Zhuo's plans. The reason for visiting Class 2 first was simply that he had acquaintances there. Su Huai had previously used him as a shield, and he felt compelled to repay that favor. Chen Zhuo harbored no qualms about taking advantage of Su's goodwill. During the morning self-study, the discipline among the top students was markedly superior to that of the ordinary Class 19. The classroom was filled only with the sound of pages turning, devoid of any other noise. Even those silently reciting formulas and vocabulary did so without uttering a sound. Chen Zhuo stood at the entrance, fervently gesturing towards Su Hui in the center, attempting to capture her attention. However, it was another individual who first noticed him. "Classmate, what are you doing?" As the class monitor of Class 2, Lu Weinan felt a deep sense of guilt for having overlooked the harassment of his goddess by unrelated individuals on 2 occasions. Just now, he had inadvertently spotted a familiar face lurking at the classroom door, and he could not help but voice his inquiry. Realizing he had been spotted, Chen Zhuo boldly stepped forward. "My apologies, but I am here to see her." It was evident to Lu Weinan that this was merely a toad attempting to feast upon swan meat. His expression immediately darkened. "Classmate, I must ask you to leave at once and refrain from disturbing our class's normal learning environment." Chen Zhuo's annoyance flared. He recognized this bespectacled fellow as the class monitor of Class 2, known as Wei Nan, who was reputed to be an academic achiever. Lu Weinan's attitude today greatly irked Chen Zhuo. "I haven't provoked you. Why must you leap forth to assert your presence?" Chen Zhuo could surmise Lu Weinan's mindset. He was likely another of Su Hui's admirers, too timid to confess his feelings, yet unable to bear the sight of anyone else approaching her. What is it to you? Chen Zhuo had never been one to show kindness to arrogant academic types, especially when provoked first. Lu Weinan trembled with anger. You, an unreasonable person, will not be allowed to see Su Hui. He believed that engaging in conversation with such a lowly student would sully his own dignity. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes and repeated, "What is it to you?" Were it not for the circumstances, he would have added, "Su Hui is not your mother. Does her decision to see someone require your approval?" Just as it seemed a conflict was about to erupt, Su Hui suddenly rose from her seat. "Let us not disturb the other students. Let us discuss this outside." Seeing her unperturbed countenance, Lu Weinan was taken aback. He had never imagined that Su Hui would voluntarily suggest speaking with the other individual outside. "No, Su Hui, you cannot go with him." Almost instinctively, Lu Weinan intervened to prevent Su Hui from leaving her seat. "Yes, do not go." The other boys from Class 2, regardless of their usual camaraderie, united in solidarity at this moment, standing together. The greater numbers emboldened Lu Weinan even further. Chen Zhuo found their reaction amusing. These bookworms were taking themselves far too seriously. "I merely wish to see Su Hui. It's not like I've unearthed your ancestral graves. Is it truly necessary to act as though I have committed a heinous crime?" Zhang Mo tugged at his sleeve. "Old Chun, how about we wait for another opportunity?" The disparity in numbers was too great, with only 2 on their side against an entire class of boys. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Chen Zhuo chuckled nonchalantly. "What, are you afraid?" Zhang Mo, unwilling to be underestimated, retorted, "Who is afraid? This is what I call a strategic withdrawal." Chen Zhuo wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "Fear not. These raucous individuals will only bluster. None would dare step forward." The boys from Class 2 could be charmingly referred to as a rabble. Moreover, the more intelligent individuals are, the more they grasp the wisdom of self-preservation. It is perfectly acceptable to join in the uproar, but when it comes to personal interests, no one will be willing to take the lead. Chen Zhuo had witnessed such antics numerous times during his previous tenure as a low-ranking civil servant in a town. Indeed, the noisy boys from Class 2, confronted with Chen Zhuo's assertive gaze, chose to bow their heads in submission one by one. Lu Weinan, both anxious and furious, found himself powerless. Just then, a commanding voice resounded from outside the classroom. "Which class are you 2 from? What business do you have here, away from your own class?" "Vice Principal Lu. They are from Class 19, here to disturb Su Hui." Lu Weinan was overjoyed and provocatively glared at Chen Zhuo. "The vice principal from the instruction office has arrived. If you have any guts, continue your commotion." Chen Zhuo sighed. He merely wished to quietly earn some money. Why did he always encounter such self-righteous individuals? Old Lu only cared about his own reputation and wouldn't he concern himself with Su Hui. Vice Principal Lu. As Lu Mengxing was patrolling the order, he noticed Chen Zhuo standing at the entrance of Class 2. "Chen Zhuo, what brings you here?" Chen Zhuo offered a wry smile and shrugged. "Vice Principal, not long ago, your teachings resonated with me. Given my grades, I have no hope for this year's college entrance examination. I might as well prepare for next year's review." Lu Mengxing was pleasantly surprised, never expecting the lad to recognize reality so swiftly. He was more astute than the national football team. "Ha ha ha. Chen Zhuo, your awareness is commendable." Old Lu uttered a bureaucratic phrase, yet his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. What does preparing for a repeat year have to do with coming to Class 2? "Here's the thing." Chen Zhuo smiled bashfully and explained the excuse he had just concocted to Lu Mengxing. "I plan to repeat the year and thought to ask the top students if they have any study materials that they won't need after the exam. I could purchase them." Lu Mengxing's small eyes twinkled as he quickly pieced together the situation. Chen Zhuo likely believed he had no hopes for this year's examination and was scheming for a repeat year. His visit to Class 2 was to buy the study notes from the top students. The lad's mind was not entirely dull. He had managed to think of this route, which was quite impressive. However, this scenario was precisely what Lu Mengxing relished. Regardless of how next year unfolds, it was evident that Chen Zhuo had given up on this year's college entrance examination. "At last, I can release the pent-up frustration in my heart." Lu Mengxing cast a complex glance at Chen Zhuo. "You've come to this conclusion so early. Why should I waste a wild ginseng root? The gift I offered might never be reclaimed." The thought of his loss made Vice Principal Lu's heart ache, and his gaze towards Chen Zhuo darkened with a hint of malice. "Dream on about getting into college next year. With me around, you needn't even think about it." Lu Mengxing forced a semblance of a disingenuous smile and addressed the astonished Lu Weinan. "Dear classmate, your approach is rather misguided. Mutual assistance is a cherished tradition among the graduates of our esteemed second high school. Since Chen Zhuo is facing difficulties, we ought to extend our utmost support, rather than resorting to harsh words. Lu Weinan, with his head drooping in defeat, could not help but harbor some resentment towards Chen Zhuo. If you needed study notes, you should have mentioned it earlier. We thought you had some intentions towards Su Hui. Vice Director Lu, I sincerely apologize. It is my fault. To express my contrition towards Chen Zhuo, I have decided to donate all my study notes from the past 3 years of high school to him. The forced smile on Lu Mingxing's face faltered for an instant. Damn it, I absolutely detest being called vice director. Unbeknownst to Lu Weinan, he had inadvertently trespassed upon someone's taboo, yet he continued unabated. I hope my study notes will be beneficial to Chen Zhuo. Lu Mingxing's lips twitched slightly. You, a science student, think your notes would be of any use to a liberal arts student? Just as he pondered this, Chen Zhuo, filled with delight, exclaimed, Lu, are you serious? I am immensely grateful. Lu Mingxing stood there in astonishment. Has Chen Zhuo truly lost his wits, not realizing that science notes are of no value to him? Nonetheless, with such chaos, his grades would undoubtedly suffer even further upon repeating the year. Fearing that the other party might catch on, Lu Mingxing quickly added, Lu, your awareness is commendable. We at Second High should continue to uphold such a commendable spirit. Turning to Chen Zhuo, he inquired, do you still require reading notes? I can procure several sets for you from the entire graduating class. Chen Zhuo was momentarily dazed by this unexpected windfall. He had initially thought encountering Lu Weinan, a gullible benefactor, was already a stroke of luck. Who could have predicted that Lu Mingxing would go to such lengths to present an opportunity for himself? How mistaken everyone had been about Director Lu. He was not selfish or vengeful. Rather, he was a truly altruistic individual who sought to do good without seeking recognition. Chen Zhuo smiled shyly. Director Lu, wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? Not at all, not at all. As the director of Second High and your mentor, it is my duty to assist my students, Lu Mingxing replied, his concealed smirk deepening the sense of guilt within Chen Zhuo. Director Lu, how about this? I can pay for the study notes you help me find. Lu Mingxing's expression darkened. Chen Zhuo, your words suggest a lack of respect for me as a teacher. If I were to accept money, what would that make me? Rest assured, I will find a way to procure you 8 to 10 sets of notes from Class 1. Lu Mingxing's zealous efforts were clearly driven by ulterior motives. It was well known that there were significant differences between the study notes of the sciences and the humanities. If he were to cram both types of knowledge into Chen Zhuo's mind simultaneously, it would inevitably lead to a muddled mess. Chapter 24. Journey to the provincial city. It has become evident that, despite being an exemplary student, not everyone possesses the same selfless mindset as Lu Weinan. Among the second class, very few individuals, apart from him, contributed their study notes. However, many were quite intrigued by Chen Zhuo's suggestion to purchase these materials. This cohort of academic elites was brimming with confidence regarding their impending college entrance examinations. Once they entered university, the high school study notes would become mere refuse, taking up unnecessary space at home. Chen Zhuo's willingness to spend 30 yuan for a complete set of 3 years' worth of study materials was a delightful surprise. At that moment, the price for waste paper was so low that it was hardly worth selling even half of it. In summary, nearly 30 of the 50 scholars in the second class expressed their willingness to sell their old books and notes. Chen Zhuo felt a mix of joy and concern. Selling such a wealth of study materials to those repeating their studies could yield significant profits. His worry stemmed from having less than 1,300 yuan in total, with 2/3 already spent in the science elite class, leaving him with scant funds for the arts side. Fortunately, the promise from Deputy Director Lu Mingxing proved to be quite reassuring. By noon, he had already secured 13 sets of old books and notes from the arts elite, generously donated to Chen Zhuo without charge. This alleviated a considerable amount of pressure. Moved to tears, Chen Zhuo resolved to express his heartfelt gratitude to the selfless Deputy Director Lu once he made his fortune. By the end of the school day, he had nearly exhausted his funds, having reserved a total of 36 sets from the science elite and 24 from the art students. Those who had paid assured him that they would bring their high school materials before the college entrance exam. Some latecomers, who wished to sell their old books, found Chen Zhuo without a penny left in hand and had to leave dejectedly. The muscle in Chen Zhuo's face twitched. Each missed opportunity represented lost money. Alas, he could only gather so much capital, making it impossible to seize every lucrative chance. Nonetheless, he was fortunate to have acted promptly, acquiring study materials that encompassed nearly all of the top scholars from this year's second high school. The old books from these individuals were the most valuable. As life teaches us, one must accept the gains with the losses. Chen Zhuo maintained an optimistic outlook. The following day, the second mock examination before the 1998 college entrance exams arrived as scheduled. In pursuit of his financial ambitions, Chen Zhuo had to endure the discomfort of performing an elaborate charade during the exam. He could not allow Deputy Director Liu to uncover the truth. Across 4 tests, Chen Zhuo, as before, fashioned a die from an eraser. He deliberately skipped many questions he could answer and even chose incorrect options. As a result, his performance might slightly decline compared to the first mock exam. However, Chen Zhuo was not overly concerned. At worst, he would receive a scolding from his mother, which paled in comparison to the substantial rewards that awaited him in the future. Regrettably, when the results of the second mock examination were announced, I could no longer witness the smug expression on Lu Mingxing's face. Following the conclusion of the exam, Chen Zhuo accompanied Director Jiang Yunzhou on a journey to the provincial capital, Fengtian, to participate in this year's high school singing competition. After the second mock, Chen Zhuo had gained a rough understanding of his expected score for the upcoming college entrance examination. His participation in this competition was merely a formality. Director Jiang had always treated him well, and it was only fitting to show him some respect. As for the reserved spot at Dongliao Music Academy, he had never regarded it with any seriousness. Even if he were to obtain it, Chen Zhuo had no intention of attending. He was indifferent to the notion of special admissions, regardless of what others might think. During this trip to the provincial capital, it was no surprise that he encountered the particularly appreciative Vice Principal Ling Chengfeng from No. 1 High School, as well as the art student Xin Pengfei, who claimed to have been pre-admitted to Dongliao Music Academy. This was quite understandable. Both were contestants sent by Yingzhou, and their accommodation arrangements placed them in adjacent rooms, making their meeting quite normal. Moreover, Vice Principal Ling's lingering desire for Chen Zhuo had not been extinguished. Chen Zhuo, this competition features several esteemed judges who are my friends. Have you considered my previous suggestion? Ling's voice, reminiscent of a wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood, sought to lure Chen Zhuo away. At this moment, Director Jiang Yunzhou was thoroughly incensed. Ling, have you no shame? Chen Zhuo belongs to No. 2 High School and will never transfer. Ling Chengfeng was equally furious. Jiang Yunzhou, I am speaking to Chen Zhuo. What is it to you? Old Jiang scoffed. Ling Chengfeng, even back in school, you preferred to employ devious methods. It seems you have not changed. Even if Chen Zhuo desired that reserved spot, he would pursue it with integrity. The situation escalated as Vice Principal Ling's face flushed with rage, and he gripped Jiang Yunzhou's collar. Jiang, when have I ever resorted to such underhanded tactics? You are maligning my character. Old Jiang refused to back down and seized Ling's collar in return. Ling Chengfeng, are you embarrassed now that I have exposed you? Let us settle this matter today. Onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, watching 2 elderly men nearing a combined age of 100 grapple with each other as they exited. Chen Zhuo stood dumbfounded. He never imagined that on the very first day in the provincial capital, Old Jiang would come to blows with Vice Principal Ling from No. 1 High School. Stop gawking, quickly separate them. They must not come to blows. The organizing committee of the singing competition was alarmed and hurriedly called for assistance. Chen Zhuo also wished to offer help, but at that moment, Xin Pengfei, who had remained silent, sneered. Some individuals aspire to achieve their goals through underhanded means. They are surely delusional. Chen Zhuo halted, turning with a smile. Your words hold great wisdom, Shen. Without true capability, one can only rely on boasting to fulfill their dreams. Xin Pengfei had initially intended to seize this opportunity to undermine Chen Zhuo's confidence, but was taken aback by the retort, his expression darkening with anger. Chen Zhuo's smile grew ever more radiant. Of course, I am not casting veiled sarcasm at you, classmate Shen. After all, you have already secured a special admission to Dongliao Music Academy. I presume you regard this guaranteed recommendation with indifference. Xin Pengfei's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot. Yet he could muster no retort. Claiming to have received a special admission was merely a boast to appear more impressive in front of the fairer sex. Now that it had been pointed out in such a mocking manner, he found himself at a loss for words. Chen Zhuo smirked, a look of triumph crossing his face. This Xin Pengfei truly has a poor memory when it comes to lessons learned. After suffering such humiliation in Class 2, instead of retreating, he chooses to leap forward to assert his presence. Thus, one cannot fault me for delivering a fitting rebuttal. However, it seemed this would only deepen the rift between them. Chapter 25. Qin Tianjin, the 2 belligerent figures, their faces flushed with anger, ultimately refrained from coming to blows. The staff of the singing competition committee, after much persuasion, finally managed to separate the 2 combative individuals. Jiang Yunzhou, with a scowl, huffed disdainfully at Ling Chengfeng before retreating to his room, slamming the door with a forceful thud. Vice Principal Ling sought to confront him, but soon discovered that he could not even enter the room, leaving him to sulk back next door in frustration. Chen Zhuo found the situation amusing yet exasperating. When deities clash, it is the mere mortals like himself who suffer the consequences. With Jiang in a foul mood, it was best for him to avoid provoking him further. Perhaps a solitary stroll would serve him well. In his previous life, Chen Zhuo had attended a private university in a different city. He held no particular memories of this ancient provincial capital. Now, with the prospect of spending the next 4 years of university here, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had been stealthily following him since he left his residence. The singing competition was organized by Dongliao Music Academy, and the accommodations arranged by the committee were situated near the university town. As Chen Zhuo stepped outside, he ambled along, absorbing the atmosphere of the campus in advance. Of course, given his empty wallet, hailing a taxi was not a feasible option. Upon reaching an intersection, a man ahead fumbled in his pocket and inadvertently dropped a black wallet. Oblivious, he continued on his way without a backward glance. "Hey, sir, you dropped your wallet." Chen Zhuo hurriedly called out, but he was too late. The man vanished in a few swift strides, seemingly in a hurry. Left with no other choice, Chen Zhuo bent down to retrieve the wallet. He intended to check for any identification that might reveal the owner's identity. Inside the wallet was a thick stack of cash, estimated to be no less than 1,000 yuan. Chen Zhuo felt a pang of concern for the careless individual. In 1998, that was no trifling sum. Lucky for him that he encountered me. If someone else finds it, who would return it? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Zhuo lifted his gaze, seeking information on how to reach the local police station. As fate would have it, a tall and intellectually captivating woman was walking towards me. Her features were gentle, exuding an air of scholarly charm. Though not conventionally beautiful, she possessed an undeniable allure that was remarkably comforting. "Hello, miss. Could you please direct me to the police station in the university town?" The woman was taken aback, and upon realizing that the one seeking directions was a boy clad in a high school uniform, a faint smile graced her lips. "Are you lost? Where do you wish to go? I can escort you." Her voice was melodious and enchanting, a delightful sound to the ears. Chen Zhuo shook his head. "No, miss. I found a wallet and I wish to." Before he could finish, hurried footsteps approached from behind. The man who had just lost his wallet rushed back, accompanied by a group of others. "I was just here checking my pockets, and my wallet is still." Before he could complete his sentence, upon spotting the black wallet in Chen Zhuo's hand, the man's face lit up with elation. "There it is. That wallet is mine." Chen Zhuo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The man had lost his wallet, and within a couple of minutes, returned with a group. The entire situation reeked of oddity. The man's long face was laden with frost as he swiftly approached Chen Zhuo, coldly stating, "So it was you who took my wallet. Hand it over now." Chen Zhuo stepped back, evading the man's attempt to snatch the wallet. "You claim it's yours, but what proof do you have?" The man hesitated for a moment, narrowing his eyes slightly. "What proof do you need?" "That is my wallet." The individuals he brought along began to chime in, each adding their voice to the chorus. "Do you even realize who you are speaking to? This is Associate Professor Liang from the Music Academy. Surely, he wouldn't wrongfully accuse you. Indeed, you've taken someone else's wallet, and when the owner confronts you, you refuse to return it. Do you mean to keep it for yourself? Oh dear, the moral decay of today's youth is truly alarming. Call the police right away. Let them adjudicate who is right and who is wrong." A cold smile crept onto Chen Zhuo's lips. If this were not premeditated, I would eat the curb. What perplexed him was that he had never encountered this Professor Liang before. The man had immediately insinuated to the others that he was the thief. What could his intentions possibly be? Was it an attempt at extortion or something more sinister? The intellectually captivating woman hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward to defend Chen Zhuo. "Everyone, please do not misunderstand. The wallet in this young man's possession was found by him. He was just asking me for directions to the police station." Chen Zhuo was taken aback by her commendable character. Despite their unfamiliarity, she chose to stand up for him at such a critical moment, which was indeed rare. Her testimony shifted the tide of the situation, silencing the once mocking crowd. Yet, a flicker of malice passed through the eyes of the long-faced man. He had not anticipated that his seemingly flawless scheme would encounter an unforeseen variable. "Qin Tianjin, is he an acquaintance of yours? Otherwise, why would you voluntarily step forward to testify?" The intellectually captivating woman's anger flared at the insinuation that she and the boy were in cahoots. Such malicious intent was unmistakably vile. "Associate Professor Liang Fangquan, do not speak recklessly. I merely expressed what I observed, having no acquaintance with this young man." The long-faced man, Liang Fangquan, retorted with dissatisfaction. "If you claim not to know me, then so be it." As tensions rose in the public eye, his companions hastily intervened, urging, "Professor Liang, Teacher Qin, we are all colleagues. There is no need to make a spectacle over trivial matters." Liang Fangquan felt a sense of injustice. He was on the verge of placing the blame squarely on that young lad, only to be thwarted by the unexpected intervention of Qin Tianjin. The young man's father was the former dean of Dongliao Music Academy, a figure of significant influence within their circles. Otherwise, given Qin Tianjin's age and experience, she could not possibly be on an equal footing with him as a judge for the middle school singing competition. With her meddling, his objectives for the day were surely unattainable. Liang Fangquan scoffed and extended his hand towards Chen Zhuo, declaring, "Consider yourself fortunate, with teacher Qin to vouch for you. Return my wallet." He intended to reclaim his wallet first, planning to seek retribution against this Chen Zhuo later. As a judge of the middle school singing competition, he believed there was no way the boy could evade his grasp. Liang Fangquan never anticipated that the youth he dismissed would suddenly withdraw his hand and smile at him, saying, "Dear sir, you claim the wallet is yours. What proof do you have?" Liang Fangquan was taken aback. "It is indeed the wallet I intentionally misplaced. What further proof is needed?" Chapter 26. "Hello, sister, my name is Shrimp." Chen Zhuo's smile widened. "I apologize, sir, but to ensure the rightful owner's interests, if you cannot prove the wallet belongs to you, I must hand it over to the police." Liang Fangquan felt a sinking sensation in his heart, sensing the situation was spiraling beyond his control. Qin Tianjin stepped forward, standing alongside Chen Zhuo. "Indeed, Professor Liang, you claim to have lost your wallet. Who can attest to that?" Liang Fangquan grew increasingly anxious. He could not confess that his sole intention was to frame Chen Zhuo. Finding a witness was out of the question. "My wallet contains a considerable sum." Chen Zhuo cheerfully weighed the wallet in his hand. "And how much is that precisely?" Liang Fangquan faltered. The money inside was a gift from someone who had previously asked him to oversee matters at the middle school singing competition. Truthfully, he had yet to count it. The giver would not have volunteered the amount either. Liang Fangquan truly did not know how much money was in the wallet. He noticed the curious glances from those he had summoned for assistance. In a moment of desperation, Liang Fangquan blurted out a number. "I, of course, know how much money is in my wallet. 1,800 yuan. Chen Zhuo, perceptive to Liang Fangquan's likely uncertainty about the exact amount, chose not to expose him. Instead, he opened the wallet before the crowd and began counting the bills within. Liang Fangquan's forehead became slick with perspiration. He had surmised the youth's intentions, but found himself unable to provide a valid reason to intervene. He raised his head with a smile, presenting the stack of 4 bills to Liang Fangquan. "Uncle, the amount you guessed does not match, thus the wallet does not belong to you." Liang Fangquan grew somewhat anxious. "I must have misremembered. My wallet indeed contains 2,200 yuan. Chen Zhuo elongated his tone, turning to Qin Tianjin. "Beautiful sister, do you happen to know how much money is in this wallet?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tianjin replied, 2,200. Chen Zhuo shrugged. "Uncle, you see, the beautiful sister can accurately state the amount in the wallet. Could it be that this wallet is hers?" Liang Fangquan was utterly at a loss for words. "Regardless, the wallet is mine." Lacking concrete evidence and uncertain of the exact amount, even those he had summoned for assistance now regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Chen Zhuo chuckled. "Uncle, if our positions were reversed, would you believe this explanation?" Liang Fangquan opened his mouth, but found himself unable to convince even himself. He finally realized that the high school student he intended to frame was far more formidable than he had anticipated. It was indeed his own negligence. Upon learning that the other party was merely a senior student, he had hastily concocted a scheme to frame him. According to his original plan, as long as he brought people to subdue the boy on the spot, at the very least, he would be unable to escape a morally dubious label. Liang Fangquan never expected the situation to develop into its current state. Chen Zhuo persisted, pressing on. "Uncle, if I am not mistaken, you must be an associate professor at the music academy. May I ask, does your salary allow for such a generous pocket money, over 2,000 yuan? Liang Fangquan's expression changed drastically. The question struck a chord with his vulnerability. Considering his monthly salary of barely 1,000 yuan, it was preposterous to claim such an amount as mere pocket money. Liang Fangquan finally recognized that from the very beginning, he had dug himself into an inescapable pit, one that he had excavated with his own hands. No matter how he explained, he could not find a way to rationalize his predicament. After much contemplation, Liang Fangquan steeled himself and made a heart-wrenching decision. "I was mistaken. This wallet is not mine." Denial was no longer an option. He understood that any excuse he offered would likely crumble under scrutiny. Rather than allowing the situation to spiral further, he chose to sever ties for survival. Although he would incur a significant loss, he would preserve his livelihood. As he uttered those words, he cast one last despairing glance at the wallet, which contained nearly 2 months' worth of his salary. Chen Zhuo beamed with a victorious smile and solemnly handed the wallet to Qin Tianjin. Sister, you are a good person. I found this wallet without an owner. Please help me return it to the police. If no one claims it within the half-month announcement period, kindly ask them to donate it to the Hope Project. Liang Fangquan nearly spewed blood in disbelief. That little rascal, how dare he donate money right in front of me? The crux of the matter is that the owner did not dare to object. At this moment, Professor Liang, who had attempted to pilfer but ended up with nothing, found himself harboring resentment even towards the meddlesome Chen Zhuo. Had she not intervened, perhaps his plan would have succeeded. Very well, Chen Zhuo and Chen Zhuo, just wait. This matter shall not be settled so easily. As he seethed in anger, the other party, Chen Zhuo, who had received a card of good character, stood in a daze. Intelligent as she was, she could vaguely sense that there was something amiss with this wallet. Hey, little brother, what is your name? Chen Zhuo, hastily departing, did not look back, responding, Sister, you may call me Shrimp. Shrimp? What a peculiar name, Chen Zhuo muttered, clutching the wallet, and suddenly burst into laughter. This lad clearly did not want anyone to find him. He had concocted such a strange name to mislead others. What a fascinating little fellow. Chen Zhuo had a premonition that her paths would not diverge from his. Once she regained her composure, the boy who called himself Shrimp had already vanished from sight. Casting a glance at the dejected Liang Fangquan, Chen Zhuo smiled slightly and turned towards the left intersection. Not far ahead lay the police station in the university town. Liang Fangquan ground his teeth, watching the two depart, left with no choice but to swallow his anger. The group he had summoned dispersed quietly. Sensing the tension in Professor Liang's demeanor, he certainly did not want to become the scapegoat for someone else's wrath. Liang Fangquan's mentor was the renowned Feng Chun from the Dongliao music circle, whose status could only be rivaled by the likes of Qin Lao. A mere group of individuals like them could not withstand the fury of the professor and his student. Once the crowd had cleared, a head emerged from behind the nearby greenery, whispering, Professor Liang, it seems your plan has failed. Liang Fangquan abruptly turned, his fiery gaze fixated on the speaker. Nonsense. This is merely the beginning. As long as I am here, that boy named Chen Zhuo shall not secure a spot at the conservatory. Chapter 27. The diva Yi Ing Chen Zhuo initially believed that the events of the day were merely a coincidence. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunzhou, with a grim countenance, bid farewell to the committee members delivering notifications. There is undoubtedly a hidden agenda. I shall report them to the provincial authorities. As for Chen Zhuo, he remained unperturbed. Teacher Jiang, there is little difference between being the first or last to perform. If we finish early, we can return home sooner. Jiang, usually patient, was incensed by the bizarre maneuvers of the singing competition committee. Originally, Yingzhou No. 2 Middle School was scheduled to perform in the 17th position, a spot neither too high nor too low among the 30-some contestants. Yet, as the competition approached, the committee sent someone to announce an urgent adjustment to the performance order. Yingzhou No. 2 Middle School was now slated to be the first to take the stage. Everyone knew that performing first in such contests was a significant disadvantage. Without any comparable reference points, the judges are unlikely to award high scores. Consequently, winning will prove to be quite challenging. Jiang Yunzhou is acutely aware that someone is undoubtedly targeting him and the adjustments made regarding Zhou. Chen Zhuo, this time, the school has inadvertently implicated you. Old Jiang believes that as a mere student, Chen Zhuo would not be deliberately singled out. It must be aimed at Zhou, or perhaps even at him. Chen Zhuo, however, remains indifferent to such adjustments. Regardless of his order of appearance, he has no desire for the guaranteed admission spot. The person behind the scenes has been quite ruthless, issuing notifications with very little time to prepare. By the time Jiang Yunzhou and Chen Zhuo arrive at the concert hall of the music academy, the opening ceremony is already underway. A middle-aged woman with a stern demeanor approaches and coldly inquires, "Are you from Yingzhou or Zhong?" Upon receiving a confirming answer, her expression darkens as if she has been jilted by old Jiang. What is going on? Is there no sense of time? You are due on stage in just a few minutes, yet you are dawdling about as if this is a casual affair. Jiang Yunzhou, incensed, is about to argue, but the middle-aged woman waves her hand dismissively, saying, "Hurry up and prepare. Do not disrupt the subsequent contestants." Old Jiang suppresses his irritation and agrees, leading Chen Zhuo backstage. On the stage of the Music Academy's Grand Hall, Liang Fangquan, the head of the judging panel for the 16th Middle School Singing Competition, is engaged in interviews with major media outlets from the provincial capital. This is a segment intentionally arranged by the organizing committee. Professor Liang, as the head of the judging panel for this competition, what is your evaluation of the contestants? Asks a reporter from the Fengtian Life newspaper. Such interviews are merely formalities. Not only are the questions pre-prepared, but the answers have also been provided to the journalists in advance. Liang Fangquan's long, serious face betrays no emotion. The middle school singing competition aims to select promising talents for the music academy. However, given the contestants' lack of professional training, expecting them to perform at a high level is indeed a challenge. Liang's responses are conventional and lack any notable highlights. The questioning reporter, fulfilling protocol, proceeds with a second inquiry. Professor Liang, it has come to our attention that several contestants have been performing well at school. Yet their supervising teachers had a heated argument yesterday. Is there any truth to this? Old Jiang backstage feels a twinge of embarrassment. The reporters are remarkably well informed. They have even caught wind of his argument with Ling Chengfeng from yesterday. Taking a moment to reflect, Liang Fangquan responds loudly. Indeed, there was an argument. But it was not as you have been led to believe. It was over the contention for a prodigy. A murmur of surprise ripples through the previously quiet crowd of reporters, particularly the one from Fengtian Life newspaper, whose eyes widen in astonishment. Liang's answer seems to deviate from the expected script. With a keen intuition, he senses that today's interview may yield unforeseen revelations. Professor, could you elaborate on that? Liang Fangquan stood tall, his face adorned with an air of arrogance. The inhabitants of certain small locales could only perceive the minuscule expanse of sky above them. Self-proclaimed geniuses, in truth, scarcely rise to the level of the ordinary. The media reporters attending the opening ceremony were instantly invigorated. Liang Fangquan's ability to encapsulate an individual with the phrase frog at the bottom of a well indicated that his dissatisfaction had reached a crescendo. It remained uncertain which contestant had offended such a formidable figure. While the reporters secretly empathized with the individual in question, they could not suppress their delight. A compelling news article must captivate the reader's attention, and Liang Fangquan's response was bound to ignite a greater discourse. Chairman of the judging panel publicly criticizes contestants. Are they merely pretenders, or is it open suppression? In an instant, all media representatives envisioned similar headlines. This singing competition was indeed worthwhile. In the backstage area, Chen Zhuo's expression shifted. He had already discerned that the person being interviewed was none other than the middle-aged man with a horse-like face who had lost his wallet the previous day. This individual, disregarding the overall spirit of the singing competition, openly mocked the contestants during the interview at the opening ceremony. Such a heavy sense of vindictiveness and such a narrow-minded disposition. On the podium, Liang Fangquan continued to speak with confidence. Before the competition commenced, I had heard whispers about certain high school prodigies. To put it bluntly, these individuals merely seek to attract attention. The so-called genius songs are utterly subpar. By such standards, the overall cultural level of our high school students would regress by 2 decades. Here, I can responsibly state, in my capacity as an associate professor at the conservatory, that the aforementioned assessments are objective facts and are not directed at any specific individuals. Though he claimed his remarks were not aimed at anyone in particular, the implication was unmistakable. A female judge, adept at seizing the moment, rose to concur. I align with Professor Liang's perspective. The central theme of high school student singing should be one of brightness and positivity. Themes of love and emotions should not permeate their age. Liang Fangquan, increasingly self-satisfied, bestowed an appreciative glance upon her. Although Judge Ying's comments were somewhat excessive, they were not devoid of merit. High school students ought to embody their age. Incessantly crooning about the love songs of the East and North Seas does not align with their identities. The woman named Ying subtly cast a flirtatious glance in his direction, causing Liang Fangquan to feel a wave of exhilaration. His plan was flawless. Even the most formidable opponent could not overturn the situation. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a crisp and melodious voice, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate, resonated from the judge's table. I must respectfully disagree with Professor Liang's remarks. In an instant, the reporters redirected their cameras towards the source of the voice. Teacher Chen Tianjin, whose father was the former dean of the conservatory, Chen, was rumored to have had a contentious relationship with Master Feng Chun, Professor Liang's mentor. The murmurs from the audience pinpointed the identity of the dissenting voice. Liang Fangquan's countenance was a deep shade of iron, yet he endeavored to uphold his composure. Teacher Chen expressed a differing opinion, which was quite favorable. After the competition concludes, we can delve into this matter further. Chen Tianjin's cherubic face bore an air of solemnity, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications in the other's words. The assertion made by Associate Professor Liang was steeped in antiquity, lacking the spirit of innovation. If future students were to adhere to such outdated ideologies, what room for advancement would our music possess? The media reporters in the audience eagerly activated their recording devices. The clash between Liang Fangquan and Chen Tianjin could be viewed as a confrontation between old and new ideologies, a theme that contemporary media revels in. Regrettably, the competition's organizing committee would not permit such a spectacle to unfold. A dignified middle-aged man rose, took the microphone from Chen Tianjin's hands, and with a smile, remarked, "Esteemed friends from the media, let us conclude the question and answer segment here. I believe you would much prefer to witness the students perform on stage rather than listen to us old-timers ramble on." The middle-aged gentleman's eloquence was of a high caliber, and beneath his unassuming demeanor, he deftly diffused a potential crisis of internal discord with his light-hearted commentary. A woman named Ying felt somewhat aggrieved, but was quelled by a mere glance from Liang Fangquan. The middle-aged man, microphone in hand, smoothly transitioned to introduce the members of the judging panel. For this secondary school singing competition, the committee had invited the illustrious disciple of the renowned Feng Chan from Dongliao Music, Associate Professor Liang Fangquan, to serve as the head judge. Assisting him was teacher Chen Tianjin, a scion of a prestigious lineage, being the daughter of Dean Qinan. In addition to the two of them, this year's competition also welcomed the superstar singer Yi Ying, who emerged from Dongliao. Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the diva, Yi. In the waiting area, Chen Zhuo felt a stir of realization. So, Yi Ying was the accomplice of Liang Fangquan. This was no longer surprising. Chen Zhuo had never been one to idolize celebrities in her previous life. However, the fame of this diva was so pronounced that news about her frequently graced various media outlets. Naturally, not all of this coverage was favorable. Thanks to the omnipresent online commentators of her past life, Chen Zhuo had garnered some understanding of Yi Ying. The latter possessed a modicum of talent. Though she had yet to reach the pinnacle of her craft, her ascent to the throne of a diva was largely attributed to her skillful maneuvering. In the deluge of information that flooded the internet in her previous existence, there were whispers regarding her connections with teacher Liang Fangquan and Feng Chan. Some suggested that Yi Ying's remarkable achievements were closely tied to her having Feng Chan as a godfather. Chen Zhuo had initially dismissed such unsubstantiated claims. Nevertheless, witnessing her eagerness to advocate for Liang Fangquan today lent credence to those rumors. Should I divulge this information to the media ahead of time? Such a revelation would undoubtedly pique their interest. A cryptic smile graced Chen Zhuo's lips. At that moment, Jiang Yanzi tugged at her. "Chen Zhuo, the host is announcing the first contestant's appearance." Chen Zhuo awoke with a start, taking the microphone handed to him by the staff, and, following the guidance, ascended the stage from the waiting area. The two hosts for this competition were both borrowed from the Fengtian television station, strikingly handsome and beautiful. In later years, Chen Zhuo frequently saw these two figures on television. The female host, beaming like a blooming flower, announced, "Next up, we have Chen Zhuo, a student from Yingzhou No. 2 High School. We hope he will set a splendid tone for this competition with his outstanding performance." The male host seamlessly followed. "Now, let us extend a warm round of applause for Chen Zhuo." As the two hosts gestured, the audience shifted their attention to the other side. A youth, around 18 or 19 years old, donned in a blue and white school uniform, approached the center of the stage with a smile. He slightly bowed and greeted, "Good day to all the teachers. My name is Chen Zhuo, and I am a senior at Yingzhou No. 2 High School." His spirited demeanor, coupled with his polite and composed attitude, easily won the favor of the majority present. A more fervent applause erupted in response. However, among the judges, the special guest, the diva Yi Ying, could not hide her disdainful snort. Chen Zhuo paid her no heed. He had no intention of pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. Even if she had a godfather in the music world, it mattered little to him. Yet, another gaze from the judging panel troubled him considerably. The beautiful sister who had come to his aid yesterday was now watching him with a bemused expression. Chen Zhuo chuckled awkwardly and waved at Chen Tianjin, saying, "Hi, Sister Chen, it's lovely to see you again." Chen Tianjin was both amused and exasperated. This young fellow had quite the audacity. After making such a grand joke, he showed no signs of intimidation upon seeing her. Nevertheless, her admiration for him grew. The female host remarked, "Chen Zhuo, I hear your competition piece is an original composition? What a rare talent you are." Her praise only served to discomfort certain individuals further. Yi Ying on the judging panel scoffed, rolling her eyes as she dismissively stated, "Young people these days are so naive, perhaps not even fully recognizing the musical staff, yet they boldly claim to compose songs." A surge of indignation flared within Chen Zhuo. He was unfamiliar with this woman, yet she had been antagonistic towards him from the outset. Did she truly believe he was an earnest reincarnate devoid of temper? The female host, sensing the atmosphere shift with Yi Ying's biting sarcasm, quickly intervened. "Chen Zhuo, will you be performing your self-penned Western Sea love song for this competition?" With a smile, Chen Zhuo glanced towards the judging panel and shook his head. "No. This time I will present a song adapted from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, titled The Country of Rakshasas, dedicated to the esteemed judges." whether it was merely an illusion. But as he mentioned dedicating it to the judges, Liang Fangquan felt an unsettling chill rising from his feet. Meanwhile, Yi Ying's heavily powdered face shifted in color. The unintentional glance from the young man on stage instilled in her a sense of foreboding, as though a predator had its eyes fixed upon her. Instinctively, she sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. Amidst the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chen Zhuo remained undeterred, refusing to be intimidated into retreat. In this moment, Yi Tianho felt a flicker of regret for provoking this impetuous youth. The task of dealing with him fell to Liang Fangquan, a matter that should not concern her. The male host on stage chuckled and announced, "Is this another original composition? Very well, let us welcome Chen Zhuo, who will present the song The Kingdom of Rakshasa." Adapted from the Tales of Liao Zhai. Chapter 29. The contestant who insulted the judges. Perhaps it was due to the 20 years of unfulfilled aspirations in his past life, languishing in inconsequential roles, that Chen Zhuo underwent a profound transformation upon his rebirth. The most conspicuous change was his newfound refusal to endure. The notion of a gentleman's revenge being best served after a decade was no longer his creed. If he could not indulge in swift retribution, what purpose did his rebirth serve? Faced with the combined oppression of Liang Fangquan and Yi Ying, he chose to confront them head-on. As for the consequences, he hardly perceived them as dire. After all, what is a youth without fervor? He had no intention of mingling within their circle. Should the influence wielded by these two be so formidable as to affect his college entrance examination results, he would accept defeat without complaint. Yet, did they possess such capability? Clutching a guitar temporarily borrowed from the organizing committee, Chen Zhuo took center stage and sang The Kingdom of Rakshasa, a song that would later enchant half the world. As he belted out the soul-stirring lyrics, "The horse knows not that it is a donkey, and the bird knows not that it is a chicken," the auditorium of the Music Academy fell into a profound silence. The majority of gazes fixated upon the judging panel, where one long-faced figure sat, his countenance as dark as ink, alongside a woman heavily adorned with foundation, her complexion a deep shade of purple. The imagery was strikingly vivid. It appeared that a truly talented individual could elevate the art of street criticism to such an ethereal level. No one doubted that the song Chen Zhuo sang was his own creation, nor did they suspect that the original artist, Dao Gu, had any intention of claiming authorship. Everyone believed that this young man, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, had merely borrowed the lyrics to express his recent grievances. His talent might even eclipse that of Chao Ji, the poet of the Three Kingdoms who could compose verses in 7 steps. Truth be told, many held disdain for Liang Fangquan, a figure of some renown, for stooping to suppress a student. Yet, as is often the case when one is not directly affected, few would step forward to intervene. Now, as Chen Zhuo chose to retaliate boldly, the collective thought turned to witnessing the embarrassment of Associate Professor Liang, and of the diva Yi Ying as well. Liang Fangquan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He foresaw that after this singing competition, his already tarnished reputation would be further sullied. To personally suppress a youth, only to be publicly humiliated by his song, would leave a mark of shame that would haunt him for a lifetime. Trembling with rage, Liang's teeth ground together, and had he not retained a shred of rationality, he might have rushed forth to devour the young man who dared to sing and play on stage. Confronted by his predatory gaze, Chen Zhuo remained utterly unfazed. Did he truly believe that his status as a disciple of a master afforded him the right to bully others at will? And did he still harbor thoughts of revenge against me? Rather than wasting time on such trivial pursuits, it would be prudent for them to contemplate how to face the impending social demise. Chen Zhuo, a soul from another era, was acutely aware of the formidable power of the single released by Brother Dao. That individual, who publicly criticized him, had seen ticket prices for his concert plummet to a mere 5 yuan, yet not a single soul showed interest. The attendance was a record low in the domestic entertainment industry, including security personnel. Fewer than 50 individuals were present. "Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen." After delivering the final note, Chen Zhuo gracefully bowed with his guitar in hand and nonchalantly turned to leave, not even pausing to await the judges' scores. How remarkably manly. In the audience, many young women from music academies were momentarily dazzled, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The two hosts were equally taken aback. They had never encountered a youth with such unyielding spirit. The male host, forcing a smile, remarked, "This song, composed and performed by Chen Zhuo, is rather delightful." Before he could finish, his companion subtly tugged at his sleeve, indicating the 2 pairs of ravenous eyes from the judging panel. The male host immediately fell silent. The female host, with a charming smile, proclaimed, "Let us eagerly await the score for Chen Zhuo," though she verbalized such sentiments. The star of the Fengtian television station was well aware that this young man was unlikely to achieve a commendable score. It was indeed a pity, for his song was genuinely enjoyable. The female host's intuition proved accurate. Of the 9 judges, 8 awarded scores below 4. Liang Fengtian and the diva Yi Ying even went so far as to assign a score of 0. They had been openly insulted, and failing to respond would render them even more disgraceful in the industry. Surprisingly, however, the last judge bestowed upon him the sole perfect score. Even the seasoned hosts found themselves at a loss to interpret this peculiar situation. Our esteemed teacher Chen appeared to harbor a certain admiration for Chen Zhuo. With an air of scholarly elegance, Chen Tianjin gestured for a microphone. Rising from her seat, her voice resonated with gravitas. In my recollection, a middle school singing competition should be pure, devoid of any impurities, aimed at selecting exceptional talent in the realm of music. Unexpectedly, her starry, radiant eyes shifted toward Liang Fengtian. What I did not anticipate was that someone would shamelessly suppress a middle school student, disregarding their own status. I find it beneath me to associate with such individuals. It would be better not to participate in such a contest. With that, Chen Tianjin flung the microphone toward the judging panel and elegantly turned to depart. The grand hall of the Music Academy fell into an eerie silence. No one foresaw that this intellectually graceful woman would choose to withdraw from the competition with such fervor. The reporters in attendance were beside themselves with excitement. This singing competition may not have been the most successful in history, but it certainly generated the most controversy. Initially, the head of the judging panel, Liang Fengtian, conspired with the renowned diva Yi Ying to suppress an obscure high school contestant. To everyone's astonishment, the oppressed youth did not choose to retreat. Instead, he boldly confronted them. With the performance of Luocha Nation, he brought both of their reputations to ruin. If this were within the realm of expectation, then the final scene of Deputy Head Judge Chen Tianjin throwing down the microphone and storming off may well become an iconic moment that is unsurpassable. Alas, this leaves Liang Fengtian and Yi Ying with no hope of redemption, destined to be forever branded on the pillar of shame, their names tainted for eternity. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhuo, events unfolded thereafter. Upon returning backstage, he nonchalantly shrugged at the astonished Jiang Yunju, stating, "Teacher Jiang, I believe we have no reason to linger any longer." At that moment, the director, Jiang, finally closed his gaping mouth. "Oh dear Chen Zhuo, you have missed a chance to alter your fate," he lamented sincerely for the talented youth. Chen Zhuo smiled slightly, replying, "Teacher Jiang, I actually feel that the entertainment industry is not a suitable path for me. Not suitable at all. Your song has effectively severed ties with the entertainment world. Without a doubt, you will find it nearly impossible to grace the stage again in this lifetime." Chapter 30. Filling out applications ultimately. Jiang Yunju had no choice but to accompany Chen Zhuo back on the return bus, realizing that remaining would serve no purpose. The scores awarded by the judges did not even qualify him for the semifinals. As they departed, no one from the organizing committee acknowledged them. Only the vice principal of No. 1 High School, Ling Qingfeng, gazed thoughtfully at Chen Zhuo as he exited with his head held high, several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refraining. Such a fine boy, yet with such a temper. Among those familiar with the situation, perhaps the most delighted was Xin Pengfei. The connections facilitated by director Lu Mengxing proved to be immensely beneficial. Without Chen Zhuo, his chances of securing a recommendation increased significantly. Upon reaching Ningzhou, Chen Zhuo followed Jiang Yunju back to the second high school to collect his report card from the second mock exam. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he sensed the unusual gazes of his classmates. His close friend, Zhang Mo, rushed over, throwing an arm around him, exclaiming, "Old Chen, I didn't expect you to be so headstrong. Truly worthy of being my brother Zhang Mo. By the way, what was the name of that song you sang in the competition? The lyrics were absolutely amazing." Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. "Come on, Dai. You're not looking to mock me too, are you?" Zhang Mo retorted, "Nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" Chen Zhuo chuckled, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. "Don't be upset. I was just joking." Zhang Mo clicked his tongue, unsure if that signified forgiveness. "I must say, old Chen, while your defiance was gratifying, you missed a splendid opportunity." Chen Zhuo scoffed, "Opportunity? Dahe, have I ever mentioned that my ambitions reach for the stars and the sea? A mere music academy cannot hinder my progress. By the way, did anything significant happen at school while I was away?" Zhang Mo blinked, cautiously asking. "Scoring 273 points. Does that count?" "Wow." Chen Zhuo reacted with unexpected delight. "Have I truly scored so little?" Zhang Mo's face was etched with worry. "Old Chen, if you can't handle the shock, do let me know. Don't keep it to yourself. If it gets unbearable, I can introduce you to a remarkable shaman from my maternal village." He believed his close friend couldn't cope with such a significant decline in grades. With less than a month and a half until the college entrance examination, the results of the 2 mock exams had essentially sealed everyone's fate. However, Zhang Yimou was unaware that Chen Zhuo felt an inexplicable joy. A score of 273 meant that director L.V. Mengxing would likely refrain from causing him any further trouble until the exam. Having been given a second chance at life, Chen Zhuo was determined not to squander his precious time embroiled in a battle of wits with old L.V. Instead, he could utilize that time to seek assistance from Su Xian'er in gathering additional study materials. His current ambitions were threefold: to amass wealth, and to amass a great deal of wealth. As for the college entrance exam results, he held no concerns. With his prodigious memory, even if he failed to reach the top 9 prestigious universities, securing admission to an ordinary undergraduate program would still be feasible. Get lost. He flipped his friend the bird, but then suddenly recalled something important. Big Black, has old Ben mentioned when we will be filling out our applications? Zhang Yimou smacked him on the shoulder, cursing, "Damn it. Are you pretending to have amnesia? Old Ben already notified us. We fill out our applications on May 23rd. In truth, he had misjudged his desk mate. After his rebirth, Chen Zhuo only remembered that the exam was scheduled for July 7th, 8, and 9. This regulation would not change until after 2003. As for the application day, he only recalled it was before the exam, but the exact date escaped him. In 1998, applications were based on estimated scores. May 23rd, Chen Zhuo mentally calculated, goodness, that's just the day after tomorrow. Seeing his astonished expression, Zhang Yimou couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Chen, you can't seriously have forgotten. You haven't even discussed your plans with your parents yet." Chen Zhuo felt a wave of embarrassment. Big Black was right. He had indeed forgotten. No wonder he had sensed something odd in his parents' expressions recently, as they hesitated to speak on multiple occasions. They likely wanted to inquire about his plans, but were concerned about hurting their son's pride. The final year of high school is the most challenging for parents. As the exam approached, even speaking loudly at home became a risk, fearing that any misstep might push their already stressed child over the edge. Chen Zhuo felt it was time to initiate a conversation with them. Perhaps, in this lifetime, he could make his boastful mother proud of her son. Noticing his silence, Zhang Yimou leaned in, his expression conflicted. "Old Chen, what major do you think I should apply for?" "Computer software engineering at Hai Ligong University," Chen Zhuo silently mused, rolling his eyes outwardly. "How would I know? Why don't you just accompany me for a year of retaking the exams?" Zhang Yimou punched him playfully. "Get lost. My mom wants me to apply for auditing at Northeast University of Finance and Economics." Northeast University of Finance and Economics is a school that recruits both arts and sciences students, making it relatively easier for those in the humanities. Chen Zhuo, however, was certain that his desk partner would never engage with the accounting books. In his previous life, Zhang Yimou had followed his mother's wishes and chosen to study auditing at Northeast University of Finance and Economics. After 4 years, he could no longer endure the daily torment of calculations and opted for a shift to computer software engineering at Lianhai Institute of Technology for his graduate studies. It must be said, a top student is indeed a top student. Even when changing fields, Zhang Yimou ultimately graduated with distinction from Lianhai Institute of Technology. Chen Zhuo deliberately nodded. "Your mother's advice is commendable. I believe you are more suited for this field." "Even you think so?" Zhang Yimou lamented, his face drawn. "Then it's doomed. I was hoping to try my hand at computer science at Lianhai Institute." Indeed, even if given a second chance, Dahai's interests remained unchanged from his previous life. Chen Zhuo spoke earnestly. "Dahai, parental guidance is merely supplementary. The path ahead must be forged by ourselves." He ruffled his close friend's hair. "Young man, follow the choices of your heart and avoid regrets in your youth." Zhang Yimou paused, then irritably shook his head, brushing Chen Zhuo's hand away. "Damn, why do you come off sounding so old-fashioned?" Chen Zhuo was taken aback internally but maintained his composure, "Because what I say is reasonable." After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yimou eventually conceded, "True, you make a valid point." Chen Zhuo smiled. From the beginning, he had no intention of meddling in his friend's decisions. Perhaps this was indeed Zhang Yimou's own pursuit. He harbored a mischievous thought that Dahai's hairline might recede even earlier than in his past life. As the two friends engaged in hushed conversation, they failed to notice the atmosphere around them had grown somewhat peculiar. Chen Zhuo inadvertently glanced up, his gaze unintentionally sweeping across a figure cloaked in ethereal grace at the classroom door, his eyes widening in astonishment. "No way am I seeing things. Why is she here?" In Chapter 31, A Rare Gem, Su Hui stood quietly at the entrance of Class 19, cradling a large cardboard box. She herself was uncertain why she had come. perhaps to repay the kindness of those who had helped her twice. The young girl pondered silently. Lacking experience in handling such situations, she hesitated at the door. Isn't that Su Hui from class 2? What brings her here? Students passing by during the break, on their way to the restroom, circled around her at a distance. Murmurs of curiosity barely audible in the air. Taking a deep breath, Su Hui called out to a boy, softly asking, "Excuse me, could you please call Chen Zhuo from your class?" The boy, visibly surprised, nodded vigorously and rushed into the classroom, shouting, "Chen Zhuo, Chen Zhuo. Su Hui is calling for you at the door." Startled, Zhang Yimou, who was deep in thought about which school to apply to, looked up in shock. "No way, Chen. Su Hui is here to find you. You two can't be." Chen Zhuo scoffed. "Dahe, what are you thinking? That's Su Xian a person from the heavens. How could she possibly have anything to do with me?" "You're not wrong there." It is not surprising that Zhang Yimou was taken aback. There were numerous classmates in the class who shared his sentiments. Throughout the 3 years of high school, no one had ever heard of Su Hui being particularly close to any boy. Even among the top students, only a few could engage in conversation with her. In everyone's perception, Su Xian was meant to be an ethereal presence, untouched by the mundane world. This notion was a consensus among all at the second high school. The scene today was exceedingly unexpected. Had Su Xian descended from her lofty perch? Chen Zhuo hastily exited the classroom, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor as he inquired, "Su Hui, are you looking for me?" As he drew closer, he could see her clearly. The girl's youthful face, replete with collagen, was flawless in its beauty. Su Hui extended her arms, presenting a cardboard box. "Chen Zhuo, here are the study notes and old books you requested a few days ago." Her expression remained unremarkable, her tone unchanged, as though she were merely recounting an ordinary occurrence. Chen Zhuo felt a mix of surprise and delight as he accepted the box like a treasured item. "Thank you. I'll bring the money to you another day." A complex smile flickered in Su Hui's slender phoenix eyes as she shook her head. "No need for payment. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help." Chen Zhuo grinned widely. "I feel quite embarrassed." Yet his actions showed no trace of embarrassment. How much should he sell Su Xian's old books and study notes to the repeat students? He believed that if he priced them below 500 yuan, he wouldn't even allow them a glance. If only Su Hui could replicate her previous success and achieve the top score in science at the college entrance examination, those books could easily fetch 1,000 yuan. Indeed, Chen Zhuo had initially intended to purchase those top students' old books at a price higher than scrap value with this very thought in mind. With so many repeat students in Yingzhou each year, selling dozens of study notes should not pose a problem. Chen Zhuo felt that if this venture were executed well, the tuition fees for both himself and Dahe for 4 years of university would be well within reach. Moreover, with the benevolent deputy director Lu Mengxing assisting in gathering those top student study notes, he felt hopeful. Once the money was earned, he was determined to express his gratitude to old Lu. Su Hui cast a curious glance at Chen Zhuo, who was grinning like a fool, seemingly wanting to ask something, but ultimately remained silent. "Chen Zhuo, good luck," she said impulsively before turning to leave, as if concealing something. Holding the cardboard box, Chen Zhuo pondered and ultimately decided to offer a reminder. After all, Su Hui's gesture of delivering her study notes warranted acknowledgement. "Su Hui, I believe Dongliao University of Political Science and Law might be a better choice." Su Hui halted, her face a picture of astonishment. How could he have guessed that I wished to attend a law university? With the application day approaching, she was torn between Beijing University of Political Science and Law, Central South University of Political Science and Law, and Dongliao University of Political Science and Law. Influenced by her family background, her singular aspiration had always been to study law. However, aside from her family, no one else was privy to this information. Even her own homeroom teacher has been subtly suggesting, both intentionally and unintentionally, that she should choose between the prestigious universities of Tsinghua and Peking. Su Hui refrained from disclosing her final decision. While the allure of these institutions is undeniably formidable, they do not align with her personal preferences. She harbors but one aspiration. Su Hui is intrigued by how Chen Zhuo discerned her intention to apply to the University of Political Science and Law. When she turned around, however, all she could see was his back as he cheerfully trotted into the classroom, clutching a cardboard box. What a peculiar fellow. A smile tugged at the corners of Su Hui's lips as she swiftly made her way to class. By the end of the school day, Zhang Yimou noted that his deskmate's smile had not waned. Goodness, if that old Chen fellow harbored no romantic feelings for Su Hui, I would gladly offer my head as a soccer ball. Clutching her old books, he seemed to revel in her presence for an eternity. Zhang Yimou let out a discreet sigh, his expression clouded with concern. He genuinely wished to advise his close friend, "Do not squander your time on Su Hui. You exist in entirely different worlds." After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose to refrain. Zhang Yimou believed it would be cruel to shatter his friend's beautiful illusions. After all, with the college entrance examination looming near, once Su Hui ascends to greater heights, Chen Zhuo would inevitably confront reality. After school, Chen Zhuo meticulously secured the cardboard box that Su Hui had brought him to the rear of his bicycle. This contained valuable items. Losing even a single sheet of paper could diminish its worth. If Su Hui were to discover that her study notes were treated as prized possessions, one wonders if she would come to reclaim them. To Zhang Yimou, Chen Zhuo's actions took on a different meaning altogether. You promised me you would not disappear from my life, yet you fly away like a migratory bird, love severed like a kite with a broken string, rendering your promises unattainable. Brother, why can you not embody the carefree spirit of the lyrics you penned? Unaware of Zhang Mo's musings, Chen Zhuo pedaled his bicycle some distance before realizing that Zhang Yimou had not followed. He turned back in surprise and called out, "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you heading home?" Zhang Yimou jolted back to reality, hastily nodding. I'm coming. Wait for me." Upon reaching home and placing the box down, Chen Zhuo extracted his keys to open the door, only to feel an unusual atmosphere in the house. His parents, quite uncommonly, sat together on the living room sofa, their expressions mirroring a serious demeanor. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Chen Zhuo as he bent down to set the box aside and cheerfully inquired, "Mom, what delectable dishes have you prepared today?" Yang Xiumin shot her son a pointed glance. "Xiao Zhuo, do you not have anything to discuss with your father and me?" Chapter 32. The driver's license. Chen Zhuo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he let out a dry laugh. "Mom, could you perhaps provide a hint?" Yang Xiumin glared at him with irritation. "Stop with the antics." Feigning a formal salute, Chen Zhuo responded, "Yes, my esteemed mother. What decree do you have? Your dutiful son is all ears." Yang Xiumin found herself exasperated, instinctively redirecting her frustration towards her silent husband. "Chen Zhongxin, are you a corpse? Our son is not just my responsibility." Old Chen grimaced in pain after being pinched. Cough, cough. "Xiao Zhuo, today the vice principal from your school came to visit us." "What a bother. No wonder my parents looked like they were conducting an interrogation. It turns out the root of the problem lies with that scoundrel, Lu Mengxing." Chen Zhuo couldn't help but admire the audacity of old Lu, who seemed to excel in such underhanded tactics. He could guess, with a mere kick of his heel, what had been conveyed to his parents. "Dad, Mom, if I tell you that what he said was all lies, would you believe me?" Yang Xiumin rolled her eyes. "What do you think?" Chen Zhuo awkwardly managed to smile. "To be honest, I don't believe it either. Such matters were difficult to explain." He couldn't possibly say that he had been reincarnated with a photographic memory. Chen Zhongxin's expression turned grave. "Xiao Zhuo, your mother and I do not believe that merely getting into university is the only way forward." He knew this lad was unreliable. In less than 3 sentences, he had revealed the conclusion they had painstakingly deliberated. The matriarch coughed loudly, signaling to her husband. Old Chen, quick to adapt, shifted his tone. "Of course. If you can get into university, that would be the best." Yang Xiumin was incensed and pushed her husband aside. "Go away, stop with the nonsense." The two exchanged glances, and Old Chen subtly moved to the corner of the sofa. Yang Xiumin, suppressing her anger, asked, "Xiao Zhuo, did that director Lu say you scolded the judges in the provincial city?" Chen Zhuo silently cursed old Lu in his heart, but wore a smile on his face. "Mother, please allow me to explain." Yang Xiumin gestured for him to continue. To be fair, aside from his academic performance, she found her son quite satisfactory in other respects. Chen Zhuo sighed. "This story is rather long." Yang Xiumin slammed her hand on the coffee table. "Stop being glib, make it short." Chen Zhuo, filled with dread, cast a pleading glance at his father in the corner. Old Chen pretended not to notice. "Misery loves company, son. You're on your own." With a scornful look at his father, Chen Zhuo gathered his thoughts and said, "Mom, there is indeed something about scolding those judges." Yang Xiumin sprang up from the sofa, reaching for the broomstick she used for cleaning. Quick as a flash, Chen Zhuo seized the object and held it to his chest. "Mom, let me finish before you act." Old Chen, seeing his son's pitiful expression, couldn't help but intercede. "Yes, you must give him a chance to speak." Yang Xiumin, fuming, pointed an accusatory finger at her husband. "Chen Zhongxin, you always play the good cop when educating our son. I must have been cursed for generations to have married into the Chen family." Old Chen muttered under his breath. "Is it possible that I'm the one who has cursed?" "What did you say?" Chen Zhongxin managed a sheepish smile. "Oh, nothing. I think you're absolutely right, my dear." Chen Zhuo pouted. Two people of the same surname, completely overshadowed by an outsider. Seizing the opportunity while Her Majesty's fury momentarily subsided, he hastily recounted the events of the singing competition. He detailed how Liang Fangquan had set a trap, deliberately dropping his wallet for him to pick up. Yang Xiaomin's almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation, her expression more pronounced than that of a ripe peach, as she exclaimed, "Indeed, such a person deserves scorn. My son, you were right this time." Chen Zhuo let out a sigh of relief. The abnormality of Her Majesty seemed to indicate that he had successfully navigated this dilemma. Chen Zhongxi nodded in agreement, stating, "Xiao Zhuo, you were justified in your actions. It is not our family's style to remain passive in the face of bullying." As he spoke, he cast a charming smile toward his wife. Yang Xiaomin, irked, waved her hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. His temperament is a result of your indulgence." Chen Zhongxin stood there, astonished. "Aren't you ashamed to steal my lines without a hint of embarrassment?" Yang Xiaomin frowned, her mood a tangle of emotions. On one hand, she appreciated her son's character. On the other, she harbored concerns for his future. Why not leverage connections to secure a driver's license for Xiao Zhuo? Once the college entrance examinations are over, he can find a position as a driver, she proposed. In 1998, the profession of driving was still quite esteemed, unlike in later years when anyone could obtain a license for a few thousand yuan. Old Chen concurred with his wife's suggestion, nodding enthusiastically. "That is an excellent idea. I have a comrade who transitioned to the traffic police. I will reach out to him tomorrow to see if he can help Xiao Zhuo obtain a license." Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes in exasperation, tentatively suggesting, "Mom, how about we wait a bit? What if I manage to get into a 985 or 211 university?" "Enough," Her Majesty retorted dismissively, her expression one of disbelief, as she waved him off like a bothersome fly. 985, 211? If you could merely return with a diploma from Yingzhou Normal School, it would be a cause for celebration for the Chen family. Chen Zhuo found himself both amused and baffled. How could his mother have so little faith in him to utter such words? He resolved to surprise her once the admission notices arrived. That said, acquiring a driver's license ahead of time would indeed be advantageous. In the years to come, driving schools would be bustling during the summer, as high school graduates rushed to obtain their licenses after the exams. Back in 1998, the regulations were considerably more lenient. As Old Chen mentioned, knowing someone in the traffic police could facilitate the process. One merely needed to present photographs and a copy of their identification to procure a license. Deemed hopeless by his mother, Chen Zhuo was sent back to his room. Meanwhile, in the living room, Chen Zhongxin and his wife deliberated over which acquaintances to bestow gifts upon in hopes of securing a position for their son as a driver. "Chen Zhongxin," she asserted, "this matter pertains to our son's future. Do not use your so-called principles as an excuse." Old Chen's voice carried a hint of unease as he replied, "Look at you. I never said I wouldn't help. Didn't I just mention seeking assistance from my comrade in the traffic police?" Yang Xiaomin scoffed. "At least you were somewhat sensible." Listening to the quarrel from the living room, Chen Zhuo felt a sudden pang of emotion, his nose inexplicably tinged with moisture. Father has lived a life of integrity, never once compromising his principles, even when he was reassigned to the community office after transitioning from his previous career. Now, for the sake of his son's future, he is willing to break his own boundaries for the first time. This profound paternal love is something Chen Zhuo can deeply feel. Chapter 33. Absurd aspirations. As the saying goes, having connections makes tasks easier. The day before the college application deadline, Chen Zhongxin handed his son a brand new C1 driving license. "Xiao Zhuo, your mother and I do not necessarily hope that you will attend university to bring glory to our family. Being safe and sound is also a blessing." Chen Zhuo opened the license, gazing at his own photograph, feeling a pang of emotion. "Dad, Old Chen waved his hand dismissively. "After the college entrance examination, I'll ask someone to help you find a car to practice on. Don't wait until you're on the road and become a road hazard." Chen Zhuo sniffed and chuckled. "That won't happen. Your son is quite adept at driving." Chen Zhongxin chuckled heartily, taking his son's boasting in stride. "You little rascal." With the acquisition of his driving license, Chen Zhuo felt his plans for earning money had gained an additional edge. If all else fails, he could find a temporary job during the summer. In this day and age, drivers who can operate vehicles are in high demand. The following morning, Zhang Yimou entered the classroom with his backpack, and the first thing he did was solemnly declare to Chen Zhuo, "Old Chen, I've made my decision. I'm applying for the computer software engineering program at Lianhai University of Technology." Just as Chen Zhuo had suspected, he cast a casual glance at his close friend. "Hey, have you thought this through?" As liberal arts students, pursuing a technical field is no small feat. Zhang Yimou shrugged. "Difficulty brings challenge. If youth isn't passionate, what is the point of being young?" Chen Zhuo reflexively shot him a middle finger. "You're plagiarizing my famous saying. Have you paid the copyright fee?" Having decided on his future path, Zhang Yimou appeared significantly more relaxed. "Old Chen, where do you plan to apply?" Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment. How about Dongliao University? Zhang Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Dongliao University? You can't be serious. His voice was a bit too loud, attracting the attention of two girls in front, who turned to look back. Chen Zhuo felt no shame whatsoever. What's wrong? Is there a rule against underachievers applying to Dongliao University? Not really, Zhang Mo instinctively replied. But after hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but urge, buddy, maybe we should reconsider. After all, our teacher hasn't handed out the application forms yet. Chen Zhuo shook his head, his expression brimming with pride. I would rather be a leader among chickens than a follower among cattle. Apart from Dongliao University, I'm not considering any other options. Just as he finished speaking, the two girls in front, who had been eavesdropping, began to shake with suppressed laughter. It was hardly surprising. Although Dongliao University is not the top institution in the province, it is undoubtedly one of the esteemed 211 universities in the entire class. Aside from Li Shui and Zhang Mo, who consistently rank among the top 3, the rest likely wouldn't even dare to dream about it. And here was Chen Zhuo, a self-proclaimed underachiever with a mere 273 points in the second mock exam, audaciously declaring his intention to apply to Dongliao University. Wasn't that enough to provoke laughter? The morning self-study session had yet to conclude when this ludicrous news became widely known throughout Class 19. At this rate, by noon, the entire second high school would likely be aware of the audacious individual in this cohort. Zhang Mo's face contorted into a frown, resembling a bitter melon. He contemplated advising Chen Zhuo, but feared it might bruise his brother's pride. In truth, sometimes playing the fool isn't so bad. The reactions of his classmates mirrored his own. Their gazes towards Chen Zhuo were predominantly filled with pity mixed with sympathy. Surely, this fellow wasn't treating his college entrance aspirations as mere wishes made at a temple. If success were merely a matter of words, wouldn't our entire class be admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University? Chen Zhuo chose to ignore the judgment in their eyes. A group of frogs in a well, what do they truly know? Each year, a few fortunate individuals manage to secure admission to prestigious institutions with scores far below expectations. There was even a case of someone admitted to Peking University with over 630 points. If those who mocked themselves were to learn of such instances, their jaws would surely drop. Chen Zhuo vividly recalled that during his examination year, a fortunate student from Yenzhou, one high school was accepted into Dongliao University's Chinese language and literature program with an astonishingly low score of 557. It is noteworthy that even the least competitive programs at Dongliao University typically have admission scores exceeding 600. This score below 560 left countless jaws agape that year, leading many parents and candidates with higher scores to regret not considering Dongliao University as a viable option. After 2 mock exams, Chen Zhuo estimated that he could achieve a score between 570 and 580. By this calculation, he deemed himself this year's lucky one. When the acceptance letters arrived, those who mocked him now would surely be consumed by envy. Chen Zhuo felt confident, his demeanor unruffled. During the first class of the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiyun, distributed the college application forms. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhuo boldly filled in Dongliao University's Chinese language and literature program. Zhang Mo, who was agonizing over his second and third choices, was taken aback. Are you really applying to Dongliao University, old Chen? With his head held high, Chen Zhuo replied proudly. Of course, a man must keep his word. If I apply, it will be for the best. While Dongliao University may not be the pinnacle of excellence, it undeniably ranks among the lower echelons of the provincial 211 universities. Above it are esteemed institutions like Lianhai University of Technology and Northeast University of Political Science and Law, along with Lianhai Maritime University, Northeast University of Finance and Economics, and Northeast Medical University, all of which boast higher rankings. Yet, given Chen Zhuo's academic performance, this was the best option available to him. Zhang Mo stood in stunned silence, repeatedly muttering 2 words, insane. Insane. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow and was the first to submit his application form. The usually stern homeroom teacher wore an expression of shock that was little different from the others upon seeing the solitary name on the form. Zhang Xiyun's first thought was that this child was utterly beyond redemption. How could a student struggling to meet even the vocational college admission line have the audacity to apply to Dongliao University? Teacher Zhang hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing silence. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, she could not afford to undermine her students' confidence at this critical juncture. After all, what if a miracle were to occur? Yet, Zhang Xiyun herself acknowledged that the likelihood of such an event was akin to the collision of Mars and Earth, perhaps 1,000,000,000 to 1. When the school bell rang, nearly every student submitted their application forms. Filling out the forms was not a daunting task. Parents had already meticulously researched potential schools based on their children's grades. Before submitting their choices, each student had a clear understanding of how to proceed. Of course, there were those who dared to take risks. However, it was likely that only Chen Zhuo regarded the college applications as mere wishes to be made before the Buddha. Within half an hour, Director Lu Mengxing, who had been attentively monitoring Class 19, received the news. He was overjoyed. Initially, he had contemplated intervening in Chen Zhuo's application form if necessary. However, it seemed that such a risk was now unnecessary. Chapter 34. The magnanimous Chen Zhuo feeling invigorated, Lu Mengxing decided to take a stroll around the playground, hoping to assist Chen Zhuo in spreading his grand aspirations. With his hands clasped behind his back, he sauntered out of the office building. Before he reached the playground, he spotted a large crowd gathered at a distance. Curiosity piqued, he approached for a closer look. This very action nearly caused his nose to crinkle in frustration. His own nephew, Ji Boyu, was being pinned to the ground and roughly handled. What on earth was happening? A fight, perhaps? With a stern shout, the onlooking students scattered in all directions. The director had arrived. The assailant turned around, locking eyes with Lu Mengxing. To his dismay, it was none other than that rascal Chen Zhuo. Lu Mengxing's expression darkened. Chen Zhuo, do you think that with the impending college entrance examination, the school can no longer discipline you? Is that why you feel free to bully your classmates? Chen Zhuo greeted him with a broad, enthusiastic smile. Hello, Director Lu. Lu Mengxing nodded. Although this young scoundrel was exasperating, he had a way of speaking that was more pleasant than others. While most referred to him as Deputy Director Lu, Chen Zhuo had always omitted the title of deputy. Little did they know how much Lu Mengxing longed to rid himself of that designation. Perhaps hearing his uncle's voice, Ji Boyu, who had originally cowered with his head in his arms, began to struggle desperately. Uncle, save me. Chen Zhuo was unyielding, delivering another slap that rendered Ji Boyu too intimidated to move. Behave yourself. Lu Mengxing narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of menace flashing within. This audacious young man dared to assault someone in his presence. Chen Zhuo, why are you attacking your classmate? As he spoke, he subtly defined the situation. Chen Zhuo appeared oblivious to the underlying malice in his words. Brushing off the dust from his hands and casually taking hold of Ji Boyu's school uniform to wipe his hands before standing up. Director Lu, he deserves it. Lu Mengxing's expression grew grave. What on earth is going on between you two? Chen Zhuo pointed at Ji Boyu, who was squirming on the ground. Let him speak for himself, so I won't be accused of embellishing. Lu Mengxing suppressed his anger. This was the playground. And even if he favored his nephew, he could not act too excessively. Boyu, please explain why Chen Zhuo struck you. Do not be afraid. Your uncle will support you. Chen Zhuo appeared nonchalant, hardly regarding his threat. Ji Boyu stammered for a long time, but could not articulate the reasons. Old LV was anxious, pacing back and forth. His nephew was truly hopeless. His gaze inadvertently swept across the edge of the playground, and he noticed a boy peeking, looking this way. LV Mengxing's eyes brightened as he waved. Hey, you there, come over and tell me what you saw. If memory served him right, the boy was Lu Cheng, a follower of his nephew. Along with another boy, Du Haitao, they had been beaten by Chen Zhuo not long ago for attempting to steal car wheels. He should know the details. Lu Cheng was startled and hesitated before approaching. Vice Director LV, he said, his tone tentative. Please explain what happened. Lu Cheng stole a glance at Chen Zhuo and quickly averted his gaze. Well, Ji Boyu told us he was involved with Su Huai, and it just so happened that Chen Zhuo was passing by, so. His words were hesitant, but through a combination of guesswork and deduction, LV Mengxing pieced together the incident. It was clear that his nephew, feeling disgruntled after losing to Chen Zhuo previously, had carelessly spread rumors about him and Su Huai. While this was not entirely unreasonable, LV Mengxing himself had often engaged in such behavior. One must be more astute and avoid being caught in the act. No wonder Chen Zhuo felt emboldened, asserting that Ji Boyu had brought the beating upon himself. LV Mengxing had to admit that his foolish nephew was more of a hindrance than a help. Just days prior, he had been beaten in the cafeteria because of Su Huai. Barely a few days later, he had forgotten his lesson and was back to his foolish antics. Su Huai was the favored one of Jiang Yunju, a prominent figure within the higher echelons of the school, especially at such a crucial time before the college entrance examination. Anyone who provoked her would only invite trouble upon themselves. LV Mengxing gritted his teeth and mustered his courage. Classmate Chen Zhuo, Ji Boyu's slander is indeed wrong. But since you have already struck him, let us consider the matter settled. Ji Boyu, who had managed to rise halfway, felt his arms give way and collapsed back down. So, I took a beating for nothing? This was unacceptable. Chen Zhuo's stance was resolute, showing no regard for the vice director's authority. I can overlook the rumors about me, But why drag Su Huai into this? That little rascal, if it weren't for the involvement of Su Huai. Do you think I would waste my breath arguing with you here? LV Mengsheng gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he was compelled to maintain a smile. Classmate Chen Zhuo, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Perhaps Ji Boyu should compensate you? The old man was attempting to play mind games with him. Chen Zhuo understood clearly that should he heed old Lu's advice, the nature of the situation would be irrevocably altered. With a deft hand, a schemer could easily transform Ji Boyu from a troublemaking villain into a victim of campus bullying. If it ever reached that point, no amount of eloquence could extricate him from the predicament. If he were not a campus bully, then why had he accepted money from others? In his 2 lifetimes, how could Chen Zhuo possibly fall into such an obvious trap? He tilted his head in contemplation. Director Lu, there is no need for compensation. Simply have Ji Boyu apologize and assure that such behavior will not recur. Lu Mingxing was taken aback. This cunning rascal had indeed evaded even the most insidious of traps. For a fleeting moment, Chen Zhuo's acumen seemed sharper than that of seasoned bureaucrats. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Mingxiang, with a stern countenance, barked, Ji Boyu, why are you not apologizing to classmate Chen Zhuo? Ji Boyu, his eyes swollen like a national treasure panda, was momentarily stunned. Had he misheard? His uncle was demanding an apology from him? Was he not the victim here? Observing his nephew's lack of reaction, Lu Mengxing's irritation mounted, and he delivered a sharp kick to Ji Boyu's thigh. What? Is my instruction not clear enough? After receiving a kick from his uncle, Ji Boyu finally snapped to attention. I'm sorry, Chen Zhuo. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. I promise it won't happen again. Looking at the aggrieved Ji Boyu, who seemed on the verge of tears, Chen Zhuo graciously waved his hand. Forget it. For Director Lu's sake, I shall forgive you this time. However, Ji Boyu, you must be more cautious with your words in the future. Not everyone possesses my broad-mindedness. Ji Boyu nearly choked on his own indignation. Broad-mindedness indeed. Were it not for the sheer inability to contend with Chen Zhuo, he would have lunged at this shameless individual without hesitation. Chapter 35. I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table under the stringent constraints of the school. The rumors surrounding Chen Zhuo and Su Huai barely stirred the waters. This was also due to the impending college entrance examination. Everyone was fervently reviewing, and who would squander time on such frivolous gossip? Wouldn't it be far more rewarding to improve one's scores? Within 3 days, the matter had dissipated from conversation altogether. Only the director of the education department, Jiang Yunzhao, and the homeroom teacher, Zhang Suyun, had summoned Chen Zhuo for discussions on 2 occasions. Both figures maintained a consistent stance, subtly warning him, do not disturb Su Huai. Failure to comply would not be tolerated. Chen Zhuo was incensed, feeling as if a Buddha had been born and ascended to the heavens. Why were they not addressing the instigator of the rumors, but instead targeting him? Were they not aware of the bullying from the village brats? Naturally, he could only seethe silently. Neither the principal nor Director Jiang was someone he could afford to offend. With a compliant nod, he assured them he would not disturb Su Huai before the entrance examination. Only then were the 2 satisfied and allowed him to leave. As for what Chen Zhuo wished to do after the examination, the school had no authority to intervene. The higher-ups at the second high school merely desired that Su Huai achieve commendable results to serve as promotional material for the next round of admissions. As June approached, the final showdown loomed ever closer. Before the 3rd mock exam, Chen Zhuo collected all the study notes he had previously ordered from top students. These old books were meticulously categorized and arranged into boxes, with labels affixed for easy future reference. Half of the small supply shed beneath Zhang Mo's building was designated for storing these boxes. LV Mingsheng, ever helpful, had gathered about 10 additional sets of top student study materials and sent them over with his nephew. This brought a slight sense of solace to Chen Zhuo, who had just been reprimanded by old Jiang. Truly, Deputy Director LV is a kind-hearted individual. Days passed in monotonous haste, and as June drew to a close, the second high school organized its final mock examination. This time, Chen Zhuo held nothing back, eager to assess his own capabilities. On June 25th, during the mathematics exam, he, once again seated in the second-class classroom, was the first to submit his paper. Among all subjects, mathematics was his Achilles heel, even with the assistance of his photographic memory. There were several questions he could not answer. Damn it! The next time he encounters that rascal Ji Boyu, he wouldn't even need to resort to physical means. He would simply make him solve math problems. Until he scores 120 points, he would keep at it. He was confident this brat would eventually crack under the pressure. A mischievous grin spread across Chen Zhuo's face as he exited the classroom. The 3 proctors exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. This guy was beyond redemption. Simultaneously, Su Hui, engrossed in reviewing the papers, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the carefree figure before her. Did he know that my first choice for university is Dongliao University of Political Science and Law? Is that why he so boldly applied to Dongliao University? This thought had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Gritting her teeth, Su Hui stood up with her reviewed paper in hand. Teacher, I'm submitting my paper. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the proctors, she swiftly exited the classroom. In the brief moment, the hallway had already emptied of her presence. Pondering for a moment, Su Hui took the small path outside the teaching building towards the playground. Given the sweltering heat, she was quite certain that Chen Zhuo would be lingering under a tree near the playground. Indeed, from a distance, she spotted him, cigarette in mouth. Exuding his usual nonchalant demeanor, engaged in conversation with a boy in school uniform. Su Hui frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment before deciding to clarify her thoughts with him. Chen Zhuo, do you have a moment? The sudden voice startled Chen Zhuo, who had been admonishing Ji Boyu. Reflexively, he tossed the cigarette he had just taken a puff from onto the ground. Who? Which rascal handed me a lit cigarette? Don't they know high school students should steer clear of nicotine? Observing his exaggerated reaction, Su Hui couldn't help but chuckle. This guy truly had no awareness of how poor his acting skills were. Chen Zhuo, I have something to discuss with you. Pretending to be oblivious, Chen Zhuo seemed to just notice her voice and turned around with a warm smile. Oh, Su Hui, you submitted your paper early too. This is a meaningless statement. Not only Su Hui, but even Ji Boyu, who was robbed of his cigarette and appeared to be sulking with his head down, was desperately stifling laughter. Chen Zhuo's eyes darted, and he raised his hand to slap Ji Boyu. Little Ji, why are you so oblivious? Did you not hear that Su Hui has something to discuss with me? What? Do you wish to eavesdrop? As if I would want to eavesdrop. Ji Boyu's lips moved a few times, pointing at the lighter and cigarette box held tightly in his right hand. Bro, could you return the cigarettes to me? Chen Zhuo, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hastily stuffed the cigarette box into the pocket of his school uniform. When did you put this in my hands? Ji Boyu, let me tell you, I am a righteous and kind-hearted high school student, not falling for this trick. Hurry and take it back. With a look of disdain, one would never guess that just 2 minutes prior, it was he who, with a threatening gaze and a cold smile, compelled Ji Boyu to hand over the hidden cigarettes. Ji Boyu seized the cigarette box and, without another word, sprinted away. Chen Zhuo's muscles twitched, a fleeting pang of sympathy crossing his face. That rascal actually smokes Zhonghua. In 2 lifetimes, I never dared to be so audacious. Su Hui's elongated phoenix eyes fixed on him unblinkingly. Chen Zhuo felt a twinge of unease and scratched his face awkwardly, smiling brightly. Hey, what do you want to discuss with me? A flicker of irritation ignited within Su Hui. She disdained his nonchalant and flippant demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to adopt an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor. Chen Zhuo, is it because I applied to Dongliao University of Political Science and Law that you filled in Dongliao University? What? Chen Zhuo blinked in confusion, only after a moment grasping the implications of her words. A mocking smile crept onto his lips. How overly self-assured she must be. What kind of confidence leads her to believe that someone else's choices were made for her sake? Do I truly resemble a sycophant? Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. He longed to inform that self-assured girl that she was mistaken. Do not think of yourself as an ethereal being. There are plenty of girls who stand equally with you. At the very least, Chen Zhuo believed that the daughter of his father's comrade, the enchanting Jixia, was not in any way inferior to Su Hui. Moreover, that girl appeared to possess a gentle and obedient nature. If I were truly seeking a girlfriend, would not choosing her be far more advantageous than choosing you? Yet, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Chen Zhuo altered his response. Su Hui, since you have guessed it, I shall no longer feign ignorance. With both hands tucked into the pockets of his school uniform, he exuded an air of authority akin to a sovereign. I lay my cards on the table. I applied to Dongliao University precisely because of you. Chapter 36. How did you manage to rank in the top 10 of the first high school? I swear by the highest deity, Chen Zhuo was not intentional in his actions. It was purely the remnants of his past life as playboy tendencies that prompted him to tease a beautiful girl instinctively. Yes, it had become second nature. Finding a convenient excuse, he promptly convinced himself that he ought to be forgiven. Su Hui's fair and delicate face flushed crimson, her expression a blend of shyness and annoyance. Due to her sheltered upbringing, she had never encountered such shameless young men. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no aversion towards him. With a sharp stamp of her foot, she shot a glare at Chen Zhuo before turning on her heel and departing. The perpetrator of this awkward encounter lightly tapped his lips, awkwardly watching the dark ponytail swiftly retreat from his sight. He yearned to clarify, I am indeed a serious reincarnator, not the kind of scoundrel you might envision. After running a few paces, Su Hui seemed to recall something, halting without looking back, and softly declared, Chen Zhuo. I must make it clear to you that I promised my parents not to consider dating until after my university graduation. What on earth? Chen Zhuo was utterly bewildered. What did she mean by saying that to him? Unfortunately, before he could unravel the mystery, Su Hui had already hastened away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Only Su Hui could transform an ordinary high school uniform into something reminiscent of a runway show. Chen Zhuo stood in the shade, pondering for an extended period. But even as the bell for the second exam rang, he could not decipher the meaning behind Su Hui's last words. If she was hinting that he could wait until after graduation, even he found that hard to believe. Never mind, why dwell on such trivialities? It would be more prudent to focus on the final exam. For the subsequent 3 subjects, Chen Zhuo approached them with a newfound calmness. English was his forte, and with his exceptional memory, scoring above 130 points should pose no challenge. As for Chinese, it consisted largely of rote memorization, making it somewhat easier compared to mathematics. Aside from potential losses in the essay and reading comprehension sections, he estimated his score would fall between 120 and 130. In the comprehensive liberal studies of politics, history, and geography, he anticipated a score around 230, barring any unforeseen circumstances. As long as he could secure at least 80 points in the notoriously difficult mathematics section, a conservative total score of approximately 570 seemed plausible. Even if the final exam questions turned out to be relatively easy, the scores would not soar excessively. With this thought, Chen Zhuo let out a sigh. Reincarnators are not omnipotent. The narrative of a reincarnated individual shaking the world, with supporting characters bowing in reverence and beautiful women swooning into their arms, exists solely within the pages of novels. Hearing his close friend sigh, his desk mate, Zhang Mo, hesitated momentarily before ultimately giving in to the urge to offer words of encouragement. Old Chen, don't lose heart. With all those study notes from top students, you'll surely get into Yingzhou Normal College with another year of study. Chen Zhuo tossed his backpack over his shoulder and shot him an annoyed glance. Did you really exert all your effort to conclude I could only attend Yingzhou Normal College? Damn. Casting his friend a look that suggested he was not worth conversing with, he mounted the bicycle lent by Ji Boyu and leisurely rode homeward. As he neared the entrance of his community, he inadvertently noticed a frail figure in a faded school uniform, clutching a fertilizer bag, pacing back and forth beneath his building. He halted his bicycle and whistled, drawing the attention of the individual who turned to face him. Chen Zhuo chuckled and remarked, with that appearance, you could easily be mistaken for a thief by the elderly neighbors out for a stroll. He was not joking. The person's actions had indeed caught the eye of several chatty ladies nearby, and Ji Xia's face flushed slightly, and a hint of grievance flickered in her charming peach blossom eyes as she murmured, I don't know which floor you live on. Even Chen Zhuo, with his keen senses, had to strain to catch her words. It seemed the girl lacked confidence when engaging in conversation. Rolling his eyes, Chen Zhuo asked, you want to come to my house? And Ji Xia nodded vigorously, struggling to lift the bag of fertilizer in her arms. We have 2 acres of watermelons at home. My mother said to bring one for Uncle Chen to try. Indeed, she had come to express gratitude to his father. Chen Zhuo nodded, placed his bicycle aside, and walked over to accept the bag of fertilizer. Let us go, follow me upstairs. And Ji Xia hesitated for a moment, glancing at her yellow rubber shoes. I think I'll pass. Without turning back, Chen Zhuo retorted, what if Annan asks you to deliver something again? Can you guarantee you won't be mistaken for a thief? And Ji Xia pouted and quietly replied, I'm not a thief. As Chen Zhuo's figure began to fade at the entrance of the building, she hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up. His words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. If she had known Uncle Chen's address, she wouldn't have been lingering downstairs. Since she was there to deliver a gift, she couldn't possibly neglect him. Chen Zhuo took the initiative to ask, and Ji Xia, why aren't you at school? The girl, who had been focused on climbing the stairs, was startled by his question. We finished our 3rd mock exam yesterday and have 2 days off. Chen Zhuo nodded. The 3rd mock exam at their school occurred a day earlier than at the 2nd school. They ascended to the 5th floor, with Chen Zhuo pausing at his door. And Ji Xia halted behind him, her eyes wide with surprise. Amused and exasperated, Chen Zhuo lowered his chin to indicate his pocket. What are you dawdling for? Help me get the key and open the door. And Ji Xia responded with an O, and, following his instructions, retrieved the key from her school uniform pocket. As her inky hair brushed against her face, a subtle yet elegant fragrance wafted into Chen Zhuo's nostrils. His eyes widened in disbelief. Astonishingly, she possessed a natural scent. Having been a notorious playboy in his past life, he was acutely aware that girls with a pleasant fragrance were as rare as pandas. And Ji Xia unlocked the security door and turned to beckon him inside. Chen Zhuo's expression shifted dramatically. Goodness, this was a colossal embarrassment. Only he understood that the expression on his face was likely no better than that of a second brother at a wedding crash. To mask his awkwardness, Chen Zhuo instinctively adopted a serious demeanor. Didn't you see me carrying a watermelon? Did you really think I grew a third arm? How could someone so dim-witted rank among the top 10 in our school? He recalled how, during her illness, Anton had proudly mentioned that her daughter was among the top 10 students at their school. At that moment, a hint of awkwardness adorned Yang Xiumin's smile, and Zhixiao lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Zhuo's eyes. The latter exhaled in relief, nudging the door open with his shoulder. Come in. My parents happen to be home today. 1 foot inside, 1 foot out. A faint voice like a mosquito's buzz penetrated his ears. Can't you put the watermelon down and use your hands to open the door? Upon hearing the door creak, old Chen stepped out, startled to see his son clutching something, stumbling slightly in surprise. Chen Zhuo's embarrassment went unnoticed by his parents. Nurse Yang, on hearing that Zhixia had arrived, dashed out from the kitchen, seizing the girl's hand and refusing to let go. Zhixia, you could have just come without bringing anything. You mustn't do this next time. Turning to Chen Zhuo, she exclaimed, why are you standing there like a statue? Hurry up and brew some fine tea for our guest. Chen Zhongxin, bewildered, shot a questioning glance at his father. Old Chen shrugged, indicating that it would be wise for him to heed his mother's wishes. It was evident that his wife was overly enthusiastic today. Experience had taught him that provoking her could lead to severe consequences. Chen Zhuo also noted that his mother's attitude toward Zhixiao was excessively cordial. Logically, it should have been old Chen who felt closer to her, as she was the daughter of his comrade. What could have spurred Nurse Yang's unmerited warmth? And Zhixiao, her face tinged with embarrassment, murmured, Auntie, I'm a bit messy, so I want to go in. Yang Xiumin, undeterred, asserted messy? Come on. If we trace back 3 generations, whose family isn't from the countryside? Anyone who says such things is simply inhumane. Reluctantly, and Zhixiao allowed herself to be led inside to sit on the sofa. What followed shattered Chen Zhuo's worldview. Yang Xiumin's tender inquiries toward Zhixiao made him momentarily wonder if his mother had been possessed by some celestial being. If he could be reborn, it wouldn't be too surprising for someone to be overtaken. Fortunately, Yang Xiumin still maintained her commanding demeanor toward the 2 men, which eased Chen Zhuo's mind considerably. And Zhixiao appeared ill at ease with the warmth of Yang Taiho, vehemently declining her offer to stay for dinner. Citing her mother's poor health and her need to return home to care for her, Yang Xiumin felt disappointed. Xiaozhua, see Zhixia to the bus station, and only return after you've washed her board. Chen Zhuo, not daring to protest, dutifully carried a large bag filled with old clothes and shoes that Yang Xiumin had found, heading off to accompany Zhixia. As he descended the stairs, Chen Zhongxin, who had been silent, suddenly remarked, Old Yang, your behavior today is quite different from usual. Yang Xiumin, standing by the window, shifted her expression slightly, retorting defiantly, What is different? I'm still me. Chen Zhongxin extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips without igniting it. He recalled the time he was relegated to the sofa for slumber, a consequence of his wife's disdain for his smoking at home. Old Yang, after decades of marriage, do you think I am still a stranger to you? Yang Xiumin, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristled. Indeed, I treat your daughter well, but my intentions are not what you think. Your son is on the verge of dropping out. As a mother, do I not have the responsibility to consider his future? Though Zhixia hailed from the countryside, her amiable demeanor and beauty made her a worthy partner for Xiaozhu, and Yang felt assured that there would be no mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discord. With her hands placed defiantly on her hips, Yang exuded confidence, which left Chen Zhongxin utterly intimidated. You must be out of your mind. How old is Xiaozhu? Yang Xiumin retorted with a cold snort. I never suggested an immediate wedding. I am merely preparing in advance to leave a good impression on the girl's family. Old Chen's lips moved several times, yet the truth remained unvoiced. Given Zhixia's academic prowess, it was likely she would gain admission to one of the top 9 universities, while their son could barely manage to pass the entrance requirements of Yingzhou Normal College. You are rushing headlong into this. If the girl attends a prestigious institution, won't she leave you in the dust? Chen Zhongxin pondered, realizing that voicing these thoughts might condemn him to a lifetime of sleeping on the living room sofa. Wisely, he swallowed his words. Meanwhile, Yang Xiumin was lost in her daydreams, unable to extricate herself from them. In a few years, when the 2 children reached the age for marriage certificates, they would wed and perhaps grant her a grandchild. She envisioned helping to care for the child, preferably a granddaughter, as boys tended to be rather boisterous. Yang's gaze inadvertently fell upon her husband, whose face bore an expression of distress akin to constipation, prompting her to furrow her brow and exclaim, Chen Zhongxin, what on earth is that expression supposed to convey? Instinctively, old Chen shuddered, suddenly struck with inspiration, covering his jaw. I have a toothache, he confessed. Yang Xiaomin huffed, unusually refraining from pursuing the matter further. The following day, the results of the third mock examination were compiled and submitted to each class teacher. Zhang Suyun organized the report cards, her eyes inadvertently glancing over a particular name. Prompting a soft gasp, a colleague seated nearby, noticing her uncharacteristic reaction, could not help but chuckle. Teacher Zhang, your class must have performed splendidly this time? Zhang Siyun's expression quickly returned to normal, and she laughed lightly. Nothing remarkable. It's the same as always. With that, she seized the report card and briskly exited the room. The colleague murmured softly, what else with the attitude? With a student like a gambling king in the class, how well could the results possibly be? There existed an unwritten rule at the second high school. Classes that ranked in the top 3 for undergraduate admission rates would share a substantial monetary reward. The number of available rewards was limited, making it all the more advantageous for competition to be minimal. The neighboring teacher, also a class teacher for a liberal arts class, viewed Zhang Siyun as a rival and hoped her students would underperform, thus increasing her own chances of securing a share of the bonus. Zhang Siyun clutched the report card and hurried toward the entrance of Class 19. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the door. The chatter within the classroom came to an abrupt halt. After 3 years of unwavering authority, the students regarded their stern and impartial homeroom teacher with a profound sense of reverence. Zhang Suyun ascended the podium, her expression inscrutable as she cast a sweeping glance over the room before addressing the class directly. In this recent mock examination, several students from our class have impressed me greatly. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhuo felt as though the teacher's gaze lingered upon him during this statement. He maintained an air of calm, betraying not a hint of anxiety. Zhang Siyun paused momentarily, pondering whether her assumptions were incorrect. She proceeded to announce the results. Li Shui, 631 points, first in the class, 19th in the entire school. A petite girl with slightly dark skin and thick glasses rose to collect her report. Zhang Mo, 619 points. Second in the class, 68th in the entire school. Zhang Mo, brimming with pride, winked at his desk mate. Apologies, my friend, but I find myself in second place again. Chen Zhuo responded with an unimpressed gesture. Come on, being eternally second is hardly remarkable. Truth be told, he had to concede that achieving second place was indeed commendable. Even with his remarkable memory, he could not rival Zhang Mo's natural talent. Chapter 38. Selling watermelons with his report in hand. Zhang Mo incessantly exchanged playful glances with his closest friend. Previously, he had feared provoking Chen Zhuo, but upon realizing that Chen was genuinely indifferent, he had completely let loose. Old Chen, don't be disheartened. I am merely a tad more intelligent, have slightly better grades, and am a smidgen more handsome. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes, exasperated. With your lanky frame, from where do you derive the confidence to call yourself handsome? Undeterred, Zhang Mo continued to flaunt his achievements. Zhang Siyun's voice resonated steadily from the podium. Chen Zhuo, total score 582 points, 9th in the class, 156th in the school. A wave of astonishment swept through the previously silent classroom. What? Did teacher Zhang misread? Or did I hear incorrectly? The so-called gambling king scored 9th in the class. Goodness, could he have cheated? One student pondered, incredulous. It seems plausible. Perhaps he is merely deceiving himself for the sake of pride. How amusing. Indeed. Cheating in a mock exam is one thing, but could he expect to do so in the actual examination? Chen Zhuo, it's hopeless. Amidst the revelry, Zhang Mo abruptly halted, tentatively inquiring, Old Chen, did I just hear correctly? Did the teacher call your name? Chen Zhuo, both exasperated and amused, pushed him aside with a playful shove. Move aside. I still need to collect my report. Zhang Mo, completely bewildered, instinctively stepped aside. Chen Zhuo approached the podium, meeting Zhang Siyun's gaze with unwavering composure. After a brief silence, she handed him his report, her voice solemn yet encouraging. Chen Zhuo, I believe in you. A kind word warms the heart in winter, while harsh words chill in summer. Even with the emotional maturity of one well into his 40s, Chen Zhuo felt a surge of gratitude. He nodded resolutely in response to his teacher. Zhang Siyun tugged at the corners of her mouth, offering an encouraging smile. Keep going. Perhaps due to her habitual seriousness, the gesture appeared somewhat forced. Chen Zhuo returned to his seat, clutching his report card. The gazes of the 2 female classmates in front of him had shifted dramatically from before. Zhang Mo, too, wore an expression of disbelief. Wow, Chen, did you really score this high? You didn't cheat, did you? Chen Zhuo playfully punched him. Nonsense. No one in that exam room scored higher than I did. Who could I possibly have copied? Zhang Mo instinctively nodded. That's true. Then he pondered another possibility. Hey Chen, Is it possible that Su Hui helped you? After all, Chen Zhuo and Su Xiener were in the same examination room, so there was a chance of collaboration. Chen Zhuo felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. Are you out of your mind? Su Hui is a science student. How could I possibly score 248 in the humanities by copying her? This reasoning was irrefutable. Chen Zhuo and Su Hui tackled different subjects. They were not even using the same exam paper. Zhang Mo was finally convinced. Wow, Chen, you really achieved this high score through your own abilities. He felt happier about his best friend's success than his own second place in class. Chen Zhuo felt a pang of emotion. In 2 lifetimes, Zhang Mo had always been his closest brother. For the past 2 exams, I was just messing with you all, and you actually took it seriously, huh? Zhang Mo punched him again, huffing. You rascal. Do you know how much I've worried about you lately? Chen Zhuo shrugged with a grin. What can I say? If I didn't fool even you, how would Deputy Director Liu ever believe I'm a complete slacker? Zhang Mo, still riled up, punched him once more. Speaking of Liu Mengsheng, what exactly are you trying to achieve by digging such a pit for him? Chen Zhuo smiled, his expression solemn. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken of. In a few days, you shall naturally understand. Zhang Mo expertly raised a middle finger. Damn it, Chen. If I had known your true capabilities were like this, I might as well have listened to my mom and enrolled at Dongliu University of Finance. Then we could still be in the same city. Chen Zhuo grimaced in disdain. Oh please, I've seen your ugly mug for 3 years. I've longed for a break. Perfect. You go to Lianhai, and I'll head to Fengtian. It'll give my eyes a rest. Isn't there a saying that distance creates beauty? The 2 friends bickered playfully until Chen Zhuo suddenly recalled something. By the way, Zhang Mo, isn't your aunt running a small business? I have a friend with 2 acres of watermelons. Could you help wholesale them? Zhang Mo paused. Which friend? Do I know them? Chen Zhuo replied candidly. A comrade of my father's, living on the outskirts of the city. Zhang Mo nodded in understanding. My mom just pushes a donkey cart around the streets. She can barely sell 300 to 500 pounds a day. 2 acres of watermelons? She wouldn't be able to sell them all by National Day. Chen Zhuo recognized the truth in Zhang Mo's words. Watermelon prices were high, but that would only last for about half a month. Once the season passed, a price drop was inevitable. He was merely inquiring on behalf of Njixia. The watermelons planted by the Yin family are soon to be harvested. Anton, Zhang Xia, is unwell and cannot come to the city to sell them. Njixia's younger brother is only 11 years old and still in elementary school. If no one assists, this naive girl may jeopardize her college entrance examination. Chen Zhuo holds a deep admiration for Njixia. The upheaval in her family has not crushed this kind-hearted girl. She even explicitly declined Chen Zhongxin's offer to pay her university tuition, asserting, I am capable of working to earn my living expenses. When Njixia uttered these words, Yang Xiumin's eyes sparkled with approval, growing even fonder of the girl. Gentle and kind, grateful and virtuous, beautiful and capable, she does not bow to life's challenges. Yang Taiho believes this girl embodies her ideal daughter-in-law. As for whether her son is worthy of such a match, Yang Xiumin conveniently overlooked that detail. The more she observed this young lady, the more she liked her. The only slight flaw was the girl's timid disposition. She always kept her head down when interacting with others. How could Yang Taiho stand idly by while her prospective daughter-in-law faced difficulties? Chen Zhongxin and Chen Zhuo. Regardless of the methods you employ, you must sell all the Yin family's watermelons before the school term begins. In the Chen household, the matriarch's orders are akin to imperial decrees. Chen Zhuo did not dare voice any dissent and accepted the task. In Yang Xiumin's mind, her son was unlikely to attend university anyway, so it would be better for him to assist the Yin family in selling watermelons. Zhang Mo, of course, was unaware of these secrets. When asked by his confidant, he pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Old Chen, relying on my mom won't work. But there is someone at our school who can help. Chen Zhuo's interest was piqued. Who? Zhang Mo wore a half-smile. You actually know him too. The one you once beat up, Du Hongtao. His father owns a fruit supermarket. And I've heard he has 5 or 6 stores just in Yingzhou. Chapter 39. The dragon and the insect leaning against a large poplar tree. Du Hongtao, an 18-year-old youth, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wore an expression of irritation. He had yet to learn to conceal his emotions. Unlike the cunning Chen Zhuo, he was still naive. Ever since the incident involving the stolen bicycle wheel, the original trio of the second high school had completely disbanded. Ji Boyu's parents were quite displeased with the other 2 parents who shifted all the blame onto their son, leading to a rift in the relationship among Du Hongtao and his peers. Ji Boyu no longer played with them. Lu Cheng, that despicable fellow, had just sworn he would never associate with anyone surnamed Ji, yet he turned around and shamelessly became a sycophant to others. Du Hongtao held such people in contempt. viewing them as lacking any backbone. Since the relationship had soured, he had no intention of mending it. After all, there were only a few days left until the college entrance examination. Soon, they would all go their separate ways, and if they did not stay in touch, so be it. Moreover, Du Hongtao genuinely looked down upon Ji Boyu. This fellow often took advantage of others, relying on the fact that his uncle was the deputy director of the educational department. Without delving into other matters, it is evident that the majority of cigarettes smoked by a few individuals were pilfered from their own father's supermarket. Ji Boyu and Lu Cheng indulged in smoking and drinking with fervor, yet when trouble arose, they fled with the swiftness of rabbits. They deserved the beating they received. Du Hongtao, harboring a bitter thought, discarded the cigarette but onto the ground, intending to retrieve another. Just as he extracted the cigarette box from his pocket, a hand unexpectedly reached out from behind, swiftly seizing most of the box away. Huanggalu 1916, a fine selection. A somewhat familiar chuckle resonated from behind, causing Du Hongtao's reprimand to lodge in his throat. Chen Zhuo adeptly flicked the bottom of the cigarette box, capturing the protruding cigarette with his mouth, and playfully patted Du Hongtao's shoulder. Brother, have you not heard the saying? To offer cigarettes without a lighter is sheer nonsense. Du Hongtao's facial muscles twitched slightly. What the hell? You outright snatched those cigarettes. Though these thoughts flashed through his mind, he dared not voice them, instead forcing a smile. Where could I have seen you? Chen Zhuo. As he spoke, he produced a Zippo lighter, a souvenir from his father's trip to Hong Kong, and diligently ignited it. Chen Zhuo took a deep drag of the cigarette, casually pocketing the remainder. What a jest. A whole box of Huanggalu 1916 could nearly equal old Chen's half-month salary. Even if he had been a mere civil servant in a past life, he had never experienced such exquisite tobacco. As for the Zippo, Chen Zhuo didn't even spare it a glance. Du Hongtao, I've taken your cigarettes. You won't hold a grudge, will you? Du Hongtao managed a forced chuckle. Chen Zhuo, what are you saying? Those cigarettes were taken from my father, and now they are being graciously offered to you. We are both beneficiaries of this serendipitous exchange. It is fate. Chen Zhuo laughed heartily. You are a talent. This Du Hongtao, during the last incident in the cafeteria with Su Hui, received far fewer blows than the other two. Even during the unloading of the cart, he and T lifted a finger. He was a perceptive fellow. Conversing with an intelligent person was considerably more relaxed. Du Hongtao, I've heard your family runs a chain of supermarkets? Du Hongtao instinctively froze, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. It's merely trivial matters, nothing of significance. Chen Zhuo, cigarette in mouth, gazed at him with a knowing smile. The grand proprietor of 7 Huili supermarkets in Yingzhou cannot be dismissed as trivial. Do not fret. Du Hongtao, I have no intention of abducting you. Du Hongtao let out a dry laugh. Chen Zhuo, I am not anxious. Chen Zhuo, not pressing further, exhaled a plume of smoke. The reason I sought you out is this. A friend of mine has 2 acres of watermelons and is looking for a major buyer to wholesale them. Could you assist in making a connection? Du Hongtao let out a sigh of relief. Damn, you nearly frightened me. I thought the gambling king was after me for a reckoning. So it's just about selling watermelons. Chen Zhuo, leave this small matter to me. We at Huili supermarkets will take care of your friend's watermelons. Chen Zhuo was overjoyed. Good brother, I trust this won't pose any difficulty for you? Du Hongtao smiled proudly. What is so difficult about it? Chen Zhuo, you must not know that my father's supermarket orders various fruits every year. Your 2 acres of watermelons are merely a drop in the bucket for Huili. Chen Zhuo cursed under his breath at the wealthy elite. Yet his smile grew even more radiant. Du Hongtao, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a good classmate who is always willing to help. Du Hongtao's smile became somewhat awkward. Chen Zhuo, when will your friend's watermelon farm open? Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment. With the college entrance examination in a week, it should be after the exams. Then, why don't you discuss it with your family in the next couple of days? After the exams, let us set a time, and I'll deliver the watermelons to the supermarket. Du Hongtao patted his chest. No need to trouble yourself, Chen Zhuo. My dad can hire a truck to pick them up. Chen Zhuo felt a bit embarrassed. There's no need to hire a truck. We can handle the delivery ourselves. Du Hongtao, being considerate, didn't want to take advantage. In business, one must understand the principle of reciprocity. Simple threats are never the way to go. Chen Zhuo understood this better than anyone. Indeed, his attitude pleased Du Hongtao even more. All right then, it's settled. Chen Zhuo, rest assured that the price will definitely satisfy you. This fellow came from a business-oriented family, and by mere exposure, he had inherited a smooth and shrewd demeanor. His words subtly emphasized Chen Zhuo while omitting his friend's name. The implication was clear. He was doing this for Chen Zhuo's sake. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but reflect. These second-generation rich kids are rarely easy to deal with. After sorting out the watermelon business, Du Hongtao found Chen Zhuo less intimidating. By the way, Chen Gu, about the cigarettes. Chen Zhuo shot him a fierce look. What do you mean by cigarettes? Are you planning a rebellion or something? Du Hongtao's face turned awkward. No, I meant to say that the cigarettes are a small token of respect from my younger brother to you. Chen Zhuo beamed with delight. Isn't that why I say Du Hongtao is a true friend? He understands that good things should be shared with friends. Du Hongtao secretly rolled his eyes. I just spent a box of Huangalu 1916. The value of this friendship is a bit steep. The greatest characteristic of these second-generation rich kids is their ability to read the room. Within 2 days, Du Hongtao confirmed that Huali Supermarket would purchase all the watermelons Chen Zhuo had at a price of 6 yuan 50 per pound. They would take as many as he had. Of course, this transaction would have to wait a few days, as Chen Zhuo needed to focus entirely on preparing for the 1998 college entrance examination. It was a crucial moment that would determine his fate. Chapter 40. The clever Jiang Yunzhao. On July 3rd, all graduating students from No. 2 high school received their examination venue information. Zhang Mo peeked at Chen Zhuo's examination permit, a hint of disappointment on his face. Old Chen, you've been assigned to Hongqi Road Primary School. I thought we would be in the same examination room. Chen Zhuo chuckled lightly. What a wishful thought. This is the college entrance examination. The seating is all randomized. In the same room, we'll probably see only a few familiar faces from our school. Zhang Mo knew he was speaking the truth. What was just expressed was merely a beautiful wish. Teacher Zhang Xiyun stood at the podium, her gaze lingering on the students she had shared 3 years with, a flicker of sadness glimmering in her eyes. I shall reiterate once more, during the college entrance examination, please remember to check your belongings in advance, lest you forget something. She reiterated the important reminders to her students. And with a sigh, Teacher Zhang remarked, all right, I shall say no more. If I continue to ramble, you might grow weary of this middle-aged woman. Before she could finish her words, a soft sound of weeping arose from class 19. A few sentimental girls could no longer hold back their tears. Their sobs quickly unleashed a torrent of emotions throughout the classroom. Even the usually carefree Zhang Mo began to howl loudly. Zhang Xiyun's eyes reddened, and with a forced smile, she said, enough of the tears. Life is a series of farewells, and I wish you all a bright future. After a few more words, this seasoned educator, having seen off numerous cohorts of students, could no longer contain her own tears. It was a scene that could move anyone. Zhang Mo, wiping away his tears, inquired of the nonchalant Chen Zhuo, Old Chen, why aren't you crying? Chen Zhuo sniffed and raised his head defiantly. What is there to cry about? If I don't perform well and need to repeat, I'll get to see Teacher Zhang again. Goodness, how could he utter such dismal words at such a poignant moment? Were it not for Chen Zhuo's considerable prowess, those words might have earned him a beating from his classmates. Zhang Xiyun chuckled through her tears. Classmate Chen Zhuo has a point. It's not a matter of life and death, so why be sorrowful? Everyone should joyfully embrace the upcoming exam. With this light-hearted interjection, the melancholic atmosphere in class 19 dissipated significantly. Suddenly, the top student, Li Shui, rose and declared, today marks our final gathering. Why don't we have classmate Chen Zhuo sing a song as a farewell commemoration? Goodness, the top student had set a trap. There was no escaping it. Chen Zhuo stared at Li Shui with a perplexed expression. Woman, you are the epitome of cunning. Zhang Xiyun led the applause. Li Shui's suggestion is splendid. Classmate Chen Zhuo is a participant in the middle school singing competition. She added, though he did end up with the lowest score due to some unkind words towards the judges. Chen Zhuo wished he could vanish into thin air. Teacher Zhang, could we not air my dirty laundry in front of so many people? All right, classmate Chen Zhuo, let us hear you sing. She urged. Sing the song of the West Sea, but refrain from that Rakshasa Kingdom song, even though it's quite lovely. Laughter erupted from the classmates who had just been in tears. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Chen Zhuo stood up from his seat, cleared his throat. Since there is such a request, I shall reluctantly oblige. Jiang Yunzhao stood quietly on the playground, hands clasped behind his back. At this time each year, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. The muffled sounds of suppressed sobs from various classrooms reached his ears, and he felt a bit of moisture in his own nose. I, with such shallow eye sockets, am not particularly suited for the role of director of education. Before a thought could fully form, a resounding melody emerged from the classroom of the 39th class of the senior year. I still remember your promise not to let me lose sight of you. Lao Zhang's eyelids involuntarily twitched a few times. Goodness, are they really singing? After nearly 3 decades at the second high school, he had grown accustomed to the bittersweet melancholy of graduation season. Witnessing such exuberance was indeed a first for him. Initially, a male student began singing solo. As the song progressed, more and more voices joined in. By the middle of the song, the entire class was swept up in unrestrained harmony. Jiang Yunzhou was dumbfounded. It was Chen Zhuo. This lad possessed the remarkable ability to transform a typically sorrowful farewell into such a joyous occasion. Surprisingly, it sounded delightful. A knowing smile crept across Director Jiang's face as he rubbed his chin, contemplating how he could adopt this student's innovative approach for future ceremonies. Each year's graduation could embrace this joyful spirit, at the very least lightening the mood of the candidates. Who knows, perhaps some might even perform beyond their expectations, marginally boosting their acceptance rates. The more Jiang Yunzhou pondered, the more he found merit in the idea, unable to suppress his excitement. If this were to materialize, perhaps before his retirement, the second high school could surpass the first and become the leading institution in Yingzhou. That Chen Zhuo is truly my lucky star. Lao Jiang had even decided on the song for the graduation ceremony. There was no need for a painstaking selection process. They could simply use the West Sea love song that the lad was currently singing. What? You mentioned copyright. This is an original composition by the outstanding graduate Chen Zhuo. And naturally, the school holds a share of the rights. I truly am quite clever. While Director Jiang was planning for the next graduation ceremony, the chorus of West Sea love song had rapidly expanded to encompass the entire graduating class of the senior year. Even the top classes, 1 and 2, were resonating with the same melody. Chen Zhuo was utterly stunned. Goodness gracious! With such a commotion, would Brother Dao accuse me of infringement? Thankfully, it was 1998. Brother Dao probably hadn't even conceived of writing this song yet. Nevertheless, he must be cautious in the future when borrowing others' brilliant works, ensuring he does not attract unwanted attention. The shameless Chen Zhuo's first instinct was not to cease his appropriation, but rather to ensure his safety. As for his reasoning, he felt quite justified. If a reincarnated individual does not borrow ideas, can they truly be considered a legitimate reincarnator? Little did he dream that this unintentional scene would lead to every graduating class of the second high school subsequently singing West Sea love song. The rationale behind it was simple. A certain unscrupulous director claimed that the original author of this song was merely a student who excelled at rolling dice during exams. Miraculously, after singing this song before the college entrance examination, he managed to gain admission to Donglio University. Such an absurd justification should have been untenable, yet it resonated with students and parents alike. If one could gain even a single point in the college entrance exam, not only singing, but even the most nonsensical reasons would likely be attempted by hopefuls. Moreover, the extraordinary performance of Chen Zhuo has been witnessed by all. Singing his songs, even if it does not enhance one's academic performance, may still bring a touch of good fortune. In Chapter 41, during the college entrance examination period, under the playful urging of teacher Zhang Suyun, all the students compelled Chen Zhuo to finish singing the song of the West Sea, followed by a heartfelt rendition of Half a Lifetime Past. The resounding and poignant voice echoed, leaving even Jiang Yunzhou, who was eavesdropping from a distance, in a state of disbelief. How could this young lad, at the tender age of 18 or 19, convey the bittersweet emotions of middle age? Following the inclusion of the Song of the West Sea as a staple during the graduation season at No. 2 High School, the essence of Half a Lifetime Past became yet another enigma for the institution. The class of '98 was the only group Jiang Yunzhou had seen leave the school with such laughter and camaraderie. This experience solidified his resolve to make graduation ceremonies a regular tradition. Chen Zhuo was blissfully unaware of all this as he rode home, burdened with his belongings. Upon entering the community gate, he found his parents, old Chun and his wife, waiting eagerly. Ever since learning that Chen Zhuo scored over 580 in his third mock exam, Nurse Yang suddenly felt that perhaps her son was salvageable after all. The hearts of parents, especially those of high school seniors in the country, are filled with concern. For an entire year, they refrained from raising their voices, suppressing their tempers, and even stifling minor sounds, all in the hope of providing their child with a tranquil environment. What if, by some stroke of luck, he could excel and gain admission to a university? The deeply entrenched ideology of the imperial examination system cannot be altered by a single individual. Many parents mirror the sentiments of Chen Zhongxin and his wife. However, after being bombarded by short video platforms, Chen Zhuo felt that such measures were unnecessary. A beggar, even adorned in a dragon robe, cannot become a crown prince. Of course, he only dared to think this in his heart, never uttering it aloud. Old Chen might simply chuckle it off, but Nurse Yang would undoubtedly fetch the broomstick hanging by the door. The following day, Chen Zhuo, bearing his backpack, strolled to Hongqi Road Middle School. Familiarizing oneself with the examination venue prior to the test is an essential task. Initially, he had no desire to go, preferring the comfort of sleep at home. However, when Yang Xiaomin insisted on accompanying him under the pretense of taking a leave, Chen Zhuo relented. "Mother, Please go to work instead. Alleviating the suffering of patients is far more important than accompanying me to familiarize myself with the environment, he pleaded. After much persuasion, Yang reluctantly agreed to let him explore the examination venue alone. Chen Zhuo, are you dead? Your son is about to take the college entrance exam. What good is your mundane job at the neighborhood office? Can't you take a day off to accompany him? Frustrated, Yang Xiaomin naturally directed her ire towards her husband. Old Chen, who was about to sneak away, bowed his head in silence, accepting the reprimand primarily because he had no retort. Although Yang Xiaomin was assertive, she never acted irrationally. Her outbursts were always justified. Chen Zhuo suppressed a smile as he stealthily slipped out of his house with his backpack. He certainly did not wish to be the unfortunate fish caught in the flames of a city gate disaster. With one foot inside and the other outside the door, he could still hear his father cautiously explaining, "Well, with the college entrance examination approaching, the street office has received a notification from higher authorities to manage traffic and maintain order." His father's words, instead of being innocuous, fell on Yang Xiaomin's ears as mere excuses. The moment Yang erupted, she exclaimed, "Chen, I must have been unfortunate for 8 lifetimes to have married into your family." Chen Zhuo was acutely aware of the repercussions his father would face. Father, he thought, after all these years, what is one more incident? Isn't there a saying that one can sacrifice oneself for the happiness of the entire family? The ungrateful son resolutely chose to ignore his father's plight and absconded from the scene of conflict. Without waiting for the bus, Chen Zhuo leisurely strolled along the road towards Hongqi Road. Fortune smiled upon him, as the examination venue was not far from home. After navigating 2 intersections and crossing a street, he arrived at Hongqi Road Middle School. By the time he reached, a steady stream of people was entering the gates, predominantly families of 3 who had come early to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. His solitary presence felt distinctly out of place. Chen Zhuo smirked disdainfully, thinking, "As a reincarnated individual, I am hardly comparable to you sheltered weaklings who cannot stray far from your parents' wings." To his astonishment, a police car was parked nearby. He wondered which audacious brother dared to misuse a public vehicle so brazenly. Just then, his eyes widened in shock. Su Hui? She was also assigned to Hongqi Road Middle School? What a bizarre twist of fate. Chen Zhuo cast a furtive glance at the middle-aged man emerging from the police car. Quickly averting his gaze, he despised men who were even more handsome than he was, especially those who, despite being in their 40s, still exuded a charming charisma. It seemed almost as if they shared a psychic connection. The handsome man, presumably Su's father, glanced in his direction. Chen Zhuo instinctively shrank back, wishing to become a chameleon, blending seamlessly into his surroundings. Just days prior, he had shamelessly flirted with Su's daughter. Surely, she wouldn't divulge such matters to her father, would she? The distinguished gentleman beneath the police uniform bore a noticeable bulge at his waist, evidently concealing a firearm. Should his unsavory intentions towards Su's daughter be discovered, would this dashing officer send him back to his original timeline with a single shot? Such a possibility was daunting. An old adage by a foreigner named Murphy stated, "The more one fears an occurrence, the more likely it is to transpire." Chen Zhuo desperately sought to conceal himself, merging into the throng of people. Meanwhile, Su Hui, having disembarked from the police car, whispered something to the handsome officer before hastily making her way towards him. Chen Zhuo, Chen Zhuo, she called out repeatedly, causing those around to halt in their tracks, casting bewildered glances in his direction. Chen Zhuo could no longer pretend to be deaf and mute, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "What a coincidence, Su Hui. Have you also been assigned to Hongqi Road Middle School?" Su Hui rolled her eyes, retorting, "Of course, otherwise why would I be here? To visit relatives?" Chen Zhuo sighed. A fairy is indeed a fairy. Even rolling her eyes looks more enchanting than anyone else. Before he could concoct an excuse to slip away, a handsome older gentleman approached with a smile, casually inquiring, "Su Hui, is this your classmate? Why don't you introduce us?" Chen Zhuo felt a shiver run down his spine. The murderous intent in the older gentleman's gaze was something only he could detect. Su Hui flashed a brief smile. "Dad, this is Chen Zhuo, the one I mentioned who has helped me a few times at school." The older gentleman's facial muscles twitched slightly, and with a forced smile, he extended his hand. "Hello, Chen Zhuo. I am Su Hui's father, Su Yuanji. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chen Zhuo stiffly shook hands with the man who introduced himself as Su Yuanji. "Hello, Uncle Su." He had a premonition that this newly acquainted uncle did not seem particularly fond of him. Chapter 42, The College Entrance Examination, Part 2. It was not surprising that Chen Zhuo felt apprehensive. The look Su Yuanji cast upon others, one that suggested everyone was a potential threat, was something most could hardly endure. Chen Zhuo chuckled awkwardly, his gaze darting to the older man's hand, which was perilously close to his waist. Uncle Su, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. He couldn't shake the feeling that Su Yunji was poised to pull out a weapon at any moment. Such a reaction was not unfounded. If he were in Su Yunji's shoes, seeing a rotund pig wanting to swoop in on his delicate cabbage, he would undoubtedly respond similarly. No, that was the wrong analogy. He was certainly not a pig. Su Yunji smiled faintly, nodding. Chen Zhuo sighed in relief and hurriedly made his exit. Su Hui pouted, glaring at her handsome father in discontent. Dad, why did you scare him? Su Yunji was both amused and exasperated. He sensed that his little girl was on the verge of losing her warmth. Dear, why do I feel that your attitude towards this boy is somewhat different? Su Hui's cheeks flushed, and with her swan-like neck held high, she replied, what is different about it? He has helped me. And isn't it normal to greet someone you know? Su Yunji sighed. Normal, indeed too normal. Before he could elaborate further, Su Hui tugged at her father's arm and briskly walked towards the school, saying, I don't know what you're worried about. I've promised Mom that I won't consider dating until after I graduate from university. Su Yunji furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Having experienced relationships himself, he understood better than anyone that if love could be guaranteed, it wouldn't be called love. However, he was somewhat reassured. It seemed his daughter only harbored a slight fondness for that boy. The distance to mutual affection was still considerable. Once the college entrance examination results came out, his daughter would likely attend a top-tier university, and the two would probably not see each other again. Chen Zhuo evaded the Su family duo, unable to resist pausing to exhale deeply. It is no wonder that during the 3 years of high school, very few boys dared to provoke Su Hui. The school's strict oversight is one reason. Another is that her father is armed. He can easily commandeer a police car, indicating that Su Yuan is certainly not an ordinary officer. In these times, even someone as influential as Lu Mengxing would hesitate to cross paths with the police. Fortunately, I have never offended Su Hui. The charming gentleman is unlikely to covertly retaliate. With this thought, Chen Zhuo felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, I have been kind to her. Even if I cannot offer my heart, there is no need for enmity in return. That would not align with the persona of the celestial Su. Just as he was pondering this, a familiar voice suddenly pierced his thoughts. Chen Zhuo? Startled, Chen Zhuo looked up in the direction of the voice. What a twist of fate. The one greeting him was none other than Lu Mengxing, the vice principal of the second high school, whom he had just been thinking about. Behind him stood Ji Boyu, the very same individual who had been on the receiving end of 2 beatings, now turning his head away, unwilling to meet Chen Zhuo's gaze. Vice Principal Lu, you are here too. Lu Mengxing felt quite pleased. Setting aside past grievances, he found Chen Zhuo's words rather pleasant. While others referred to him as Vice Principal Lu, Chen Zhuo never included that title. Lu maintained a demeanor of authority, nodding slightly. Indeed, Boyu's parents are unavailable, so I have taken it upon myself to familiarize him with the examination venue. Chen Zhuo, have you also been assigned to Hongqi Road? How novel. Am I here solely for a familial visit? With a sigh, Chen Zhuo mentally relayed Su Hui's earlier remarks to Lu, responding, yes, but given my grades, it matters little which venue I am assigned to. I cannot compare to Ji Boyu. For students in sports, a score exceeding 200 in the cultural subjects is deemed passing. Ji Boyu, who had previously viewed Chen Zhuo with disdain, suddenly softened his gaze. Indeed, how could this underachiever compare to me? I am an athlete. Lu Mengxing chuckled, feigning a light-hearted tone. The results are not yet in. Who can predict the outcome? Perhaps Chen Zhuo could very well score above the cutoff for a first-tier university. However, Lu's upward-turned lips and his dismissive tone betrayed his true sentiment. Chen Zhuo harbored no belief in Lu's words. He would rather repeat a year than be disappointed. Regrettably, Lu, you will be let down. With a bitter smile, Chen Zhuo shook his head. Vice Principal Lu, there is no need for encouragement. I know my own limitations. Without the cunning of deceit, one cannot expect to reap rewards. Chen Zhuo's self-deprecating remarks brought joy to Lu Mengxing's heart. Yet, one peculiar matter lingered in Lu's mind. Why was this little rascal fixated on his nephew? Chen Zhuo, we shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell. Lu Mengxing resolved to arrive early on the days of the college entrance examination, eager not to miss Chen Zhuo's remarkable performance. As for the rumors circulating about this boy scoring over 580 in the mock exams, Lu paid them no heed, as the whispers suggested he had cheated. Director Lu was resolute, confident that in a few days, his true nature would be revealed. In contrast to Lu Mengxing's delight upon encountering Chen Zhuo, the latter was also in high spirits. Amusing a fool before the examination served as a welcome respite. After parting ways with Lu Mengxing and his grandfather, Chen Zhuo did not encounter any familiar faces. Occasionally, he recognized a few faces that seemed familiar, yet could not recall their names. He lingered not long at his examination venue, making a brief circuit before departing. The act of familiarizing oneself with the location proved to be of little utility, merely ensuring one did not stray from the designated examination hall. As for alleviating the sense of unfamiliarity, it was entirely ineffectual. A mere moment was insufficient for such a feat more often than not. It was the psychological influence on parents and examinees alike. Unlike these individuals, Chen Zhuo, having lived 2 lives, possessed an unparalleled psychological resilience. After he had been gone for quite some time, 2 familiar figures appeared at the entrance of Hongqi Road Middle School. The dashing officer, Su Yuanji, sighed and quietly admonished his daughter, who was scanning the vicinity. "No need to look. That boy has long departed." Su Huai's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot her father an indignant glare, stamping her foot in displeasure. "Dad, what are you talking about? Who's looking for Chen Zhuo?" Su Yuanji rolled his eyes in silence. "My dear daughter, if you weren't searching for that boy, would you have mentioned his name so readily?" He understood well that at this critical juncture, it was imperative to avoid any unnecessary complications. He chuckled softly, remaining silent, while inwardly seething. "If my daughter fails to gain admission to a top 9 university, I shall personally ensure that troublesome boy pays dearly." Having traversed 2 streets, Chen Zhuo was suddenly struck by an unexpected itch in his nose, prompting him to look skyward and unleash 2 resounding sneezes. "Damn it! It must be that old rascal Lu Mengxian cursing me behind my back." Chapter 43. Whether difficult or not, it matters not. July 7th. Clear skies. From the break of dawn, the air seemed permeated with an atmosphere of tension. Yang Xiumin rose early, bustling about. She prepared breakfast for her son and meticulously checked the examination materials and stationery she had reviewed several times the previous night, ensuring everything was in order. Today, Nurse Yang had taken a special leave to accompany her son for the examination. As for work, it could go to hell, even if the heavens rained down blades. Nothing was more important than her son's college entrance examination. Regarding her husband, Yang Xiumin had completely given up hope. A mere street office director, he was busier than a national leader, claiming he needed to cooperate with the traffic police to maintain order at the examination venues. Nonsense. Nurse Yang felt compelled to remind her son that when old Chun grows older, she could simply remove his oxygen tube. Chen Zhuo could only chuckle at his mother's suggestion, knowing he would never be foolish enough to agree, instead deftly redirecting the conversation. By 7 o'clock, Yang Xiumin was already urging her son to set out early. "You will surely encounter traffic that will make you question your life." Chen Zhuo wholeheartedly concurred with her sentiment. Carrying the stationery meticulously organized by his mother, he descended the stairs and, not far from the community, spotted an elderly gentleman adorned with a volunteer's shoulder strap, accompanied by a group of street office staff maintaining order and distributing water to parents and examinees. From today until the 9th, all roads in Yingzhou City that house examination venues are strictly prohibited from honking. As for roaring engines tearing through the streets, that would be sheer folly. Upon seeing his son emerge from the community, Qin Zhongxin's earnest face momentarily flashed with a hint of guilt. After a brief hesitation, he refrained from approaching, primarily fearing a scolding from his wife in front of onlookers, which would be quite embarrassing. Chen Zhuo understood his father's predicament and waved cheerfully in that direction. Qin Zhongxin exhaled a sigh of relief and made a fist, signaling a gesture of encouragement to his son. Yang Xiumin snorted softly, urging her son to hurry along. "Move quickly. Keep your distance from that old fool." Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle silently. His mother possessed that typical sharp tongue, yet tender heart. Deep down, she understood that her husband's actions were indeed commendable. However, a woman, after all, must seize every opportunity to nag. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a woman at all. Navigating through 2 streets, they turned onto the road before the examination venue, where the crowd had swelled considerably. At the entrance of Hongqi Road High School, throngs of examinees and their accompanying parents gathered. Amidst the crowd, Chen Zhuo recognized a few familiar faces. Su Hui, clad in her school uniform, was accompanied by a middle-aged woman in a deep blue uniform. The distinguished Su Yuanji was absent, presumably engaged in a similar task as Chen Zhongxin, ensuring order. The middle-aged woman bore a resemblance to Su Hui, likely her mother. To Chen Zhuo's astonishment, the deep blue uniform clearly indicated she was from the procuratorate. Goodness gracious! No wonder Su Hui's aspiration was to attend a political and legal university. It appeared their entire family belonged to this sphere. Chen Zhuo suddenly recalled a humorous anecdote from a short video platform in his previous life. Could this be considered a lineage of 3 generations in legal affairs? Not someone to provoke, indeed. Taking advantage of Su Hui's momentary distraction, Chen Zhuo pulled his mother to the shade on the other side of the crowd. Familiar faces awaited them there as well. Lu Mengxiang, along with his sister and brother-in-law, stood nearby with their nephew, Ji Boyu. Chen Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. What brought old Lu out here again? He had not anticipated that Vice Director Lu would brave the scorching sun merely to witness his predicament. Naturally, Chen Zhuo would not initiate a greeting. At 7:30, a staff member emerged with a loudspeaker, announcing that examinees could enter the examination hall in an orderly fashion according to their registration numbers. Chen Zhuo exchanged a few words with his mother before shouldering his backpack and stepping into Hongqi Road High School, even under the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees. Not a single parent departed. These individuals settled in small groups beneath the shade, patiently waiting outside. After passing through several checkpoints, Chen Zhuo finally stepped into the examination hall. In the corners of the classroom, newly installed cameras were visible. Each examination room was staffed with 5 invigilators, complemented by sporadic inspections from roaming supervisors, ensuring that no one dared to cheat during the examination. At 8:10 a.m., 3 vigilant staff members entered with sealed examination papers. 3 invigilators were responsible for distributing the papers, while the remaining 2 scanned the room intently, loudly announcing the examination rules. At 8:30 a.m., with the sound of a bell, the college entrance examination of 1998 officially commenced. The first subject was mathematics, which was the only area where Chen Zhuo felt uncertain. He promptly filled in his name, school, and examination number, but instead of hastily tackling the questions, he swiftly reviewed the paper. The initial fill-in-the-blank and multiple-choice questions appeared relatively straightforward, alleviating some of his anxiety. He had anticipated losing marks on the more complex problems. After surveying the entire paper and gaining a rough understanding of its content, Chen Zhuo picked up his pen and began answering the questions. For any challenging problems he encountered, he adhered to the strategy advised by his teacher, to set them aside for the moment. Only after attempting all the questions he could answer did he return to wrestle with the more difficult ones. As for those he had no inkling about, he would take a guess, hoping for a stroke of luck. The examination hall was silent, save for the faint sound of pens gliding across paper. It was not until the bell rang to signal the end of the exam that Chen Zhuo realized how swiftly time had passed. He remained seated until the invigilators collected the papers before rising and flowing out with the crowd. Outside, the heat intensified, with sun-baked leaves curling at the edges. It was no wonder that the examination dates had been moved to June. The temperature during these tests posed a considerable challenge to the student's physical endurance. Upon exiting, he began discussing answers with acquaintances. Chen Zhuo stepped out of the gates of Hongqi Road Middle School with a light gait. He did not dwell on his scores. He had completed all the questions he was confident in. Based on his own estimations, he anticipated a score between 100 and 110, a significant improvement over his previous score of 82 in the 3rd mock exam. If all went well, admission to Dongliu University seemed assured. While lost in thought, a female reporter unexpectedly appeared, microphone in hand. It was the first time Chen Zhuo had seen someone in high heels move so swiftly. The reporter's eyes sparkled as she approached him directly. Every year, the college entrance examination became a headline topic. "You seem relaxed. This year's math exam must have been quite easy." Her microphone nearly touched Chen Zhuo's lips. He tilted his head slightly and replied, "Not easy at all. I couldn't solve it." The reporter paused, taken aback by his unexpected response. Was the exam too difficult? Chen Zhuo smiled cheerfully. "It's not about difficulty. I simply can't do it, whether it's hard or easy." This answer left the reporter, who had sprinted out like Usain Bolt in heels, utterly bewildered. With a pained expression, Chen Zhuo glanced at the nearby Lu Mengsheng, who was stifling laughter. "I propose that the mathematics subject be eliminated from the college entrance examination in the future for who truly possesses the aptitude to master it." Having fallen behind the female journalist by a step, Vice Director Lu, with his furrowed brow now relaxed, listened intently to the unfolding events. It was assured. Chen Zhuo's repetition of the year was indeed secured. Having attained the desired answer, Lu Mengsheng, hands clasped behind his back, stood tall and sauntered off in another direction. His wait under the scorching sun had not been in vain. Lu contemplated whether to find a familiar face from the first high school and procure some top student study notes for Chen Zhuo. He was determined to turn that boy's mind into a veritable mush. Lu Mengsheng felt elated, and Chen Zhuo secretly smiled as well. Only the beautiful television journalist, holding a microphone, appeared utterly perplexed. Her colleague, burdened with a camera, could not help but remind her, "Sisterly, are we still recording?" Awakening from her stupor, the journalist from Yingzhou Television quickly raised her microphone and sought out her next target. Having completed the mathematics exam, which he felt least confident about, Chen Zhuo found the subsequent comprehensive examination of politics, history, and geography to be considerably easier. These subjects, reliant on rote memorization, perfectly suited his photographic memory. After the afternoon subjects concluded, Chen Zhuo estimated his score to be around 240, comparable to his performance during the third mock exam. Upon the completion of the first day's examinations, the female journalist who had interviewed him in the morning changed her course upon seeing Chen Zhuo. Realizing it was perhaps better to maintain her distance from this peculiar boy, Chen Zhuo welcomed the tranquility. However, the crowd at the examination hall's entrance was overwhelming, preventing him from catching another glimpse of Su Hui. Once home, his father, tasked with maintaining order, returned promptly. The couple clung to a glimmer of hope as they inquired about their son's situation. Chen Zhuo mused, "It should be fine, if I perform normally. I may not reach the Haikong Institute or Dongliu University of Political Science, but I should be able to secure admission to the 211-ranked Dongliu University." The hopeful expressions of his parents quickly morphed into despair as they exchanged glances. It was clear, his son, fearing poor performance, had concocted a fib to deceive himself. Understanding the truth, yet only able to feign reassurance, they responded, "Dongliu University is excellent. It's close to home." At that moment, they knew not to provoke their child. If his psychological resilience faltered, he might retreat to the rooftop, leaving his parents in tears. Chen Zhongxin commented, "I'll step out for a smoke." In reality, he sought solace in the stairwell to alleviate his emotions. Yang Taiho, left with no choice, forced a smile while devising ways to enhance her son's nutrition. The couple, in unison, reached the same conclusion. Once the college entrance examination concluded, they would avoid discussing university matters. After all, if their son faltered, they could not hold their heads high. Chen Zhuo chose not to explain. He resolved to surprise them once the results were released. The following day's examination consisted of 2 subjects as well. In the morning, they tackled the Chinese language exam. While most questions posed no significant challenge, he anticipated losing some points on the reading comprehension and essay sections. Overall, he deemed the outcome to be within an acceptable range, approximately 120 points. He mentally calculated this over lunch. If based on his own estimations, mathematics is scored at 100, comprehensive humanities at 240, and Chinese at 120, the total sums to 460. Achieving a score above 100 in English would surpass the 557 threshold set by Dongliu University in 1998, thus ensuring his success. English is the subject in which Chen Zhuo feels most confident. After completing the afternoon exam, he felt a sense of ease, believing that a score of 130 was well within reach. This score would significantly exceed the threshold he recalled for Dongliu University. After the exam, Chen Zhuo skipped dinner and retreated to his room for a deep slumber. The recent days of employing his photographic memory had left him quite fatigued. In the living room, Yang Taiho and old Chen exchanged glances, the reality settling in. Their son's results were undoubtedly poor, prompting him to retreat to his room to nurse his wounds. "Old Yang, should I pull some strings to have Xiaozhuo repeat a year?" Yang Xiumin hesitated. "Let us not rush. We should wait a few days and ask for our son's opinion." The situation was clear, and both parents had relinquished any hope. Although the college entrance examination was said to last 3 days, ordinary candidates typically completed it in just 2. The final day's subjects were reserved for minority candidates. Chen Zhuo felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders and slept soundly until noon the following day. Upon waking, he ate a bit, noticing that his parents were likely at work. Having slept extensively, his mind felt foggy and unclear. He ventured outside, choosing a random direction to stroll and clear his thoughts. Not far from the community, he arrived at a market. As he ambled near, he noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance. Impatient shouts mingled with pleas reached his ears, and upon recognizing a familiar tone, he instinctively pushed his way in. At the center of the crowd, several intimidating market officials surrounded a tricycle. A thin figure clad in a faded school uniform was pleading incessantly, "Uncle, I'll leave immediately. Please don't seize the vehicle. It's borrowed." One rotund official raised an eyebrow and scoffed, "We don't care whose vehicle it is. You're overloaded, and according to regulations, we must confiscate it." This statement provoked an uproar among the crowd. Many were incensed, their faces turning pale as they clenched their fists. How shameless could this person be? The tricycle was clearly empty. He was blatantly lying about the overload. Moreover, traffic violations fell under the jurisdiction of the police. What authority did a market official have to seize a vehicle? The stout middle-aged man glared, arrogantly pointing at the crowd. "What are you doing? Trying to rebel? I say it's overloaded, so it is. Anyone who disagrees can come with us to the urban management team to discuss it." The murmurs abruptly ceased. The crowd's sympathy was insufficient to compel them to court trouble. The mere mention of going to the authorities made nearly everyone reconsider their stance. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath and inquired of an irate elderly gentleman beside him, "Sir, what is going on here?" The old man glared resentfully at the pompous market regulators and replied in a hushed tone, "What else could it be? That young girl selling watermelons is just a country bumpkin. She wanted to take the watermelon for free, but failed, so now they are openly retaliating." Chen Zhuo's expression darkened considerably. Did they still wish to enjoy free watermelon? Did they truly believe themselves to be the plump translator for the enemy? For heaven's sake! Have they grown accustomed to bullying others? Today, I shall teach them a valuable lesson. Chapter 45. Incompetent, yet boastful Du Zemin was exceedingly irate. As the head of the market management in this area, he could hardly recall the last time he had encountered such blatant disrespect. Just a stinky girl from the countryside, lacking any standing. Our indulgence in a watermelon is a favor to her. Normally, the eateries on this street are at our beck and call. Du Zemin felt it necessary to teach this insufferable girl a lesson, serving as a warning to the rough crowd that plied their trade in the market. "You lot. Be quick about it. Take that tricycle back to the office." With hands on his hips, he commanded his fierce subordinates, his pride evident in his demeanor. As for the jeers of the onlookers, Du Zemin paid them no mind. What could they do? Upon receiving the order, the market regulators, clad in their uniforms, wasted no time shoving the watermelon-selling girl aside, while the others lifted the tricycle away. They were quite adept at such operations. The girl's pleas had turned into tears. "Please, you can't take the tricycle." A glimmer of greed flickered in Du Zemin's eyes as he beheld the girl's flawless cheeks. Damn it, those sparkling eyes could melt anyone's resolve. He cleared his throat and feigned concern. "Your tricycle is overloaded. Come to the management office with your ID tomorrow to pay the fine." Ideally, she would lack the funds, providing him with the opportunity to profit both financially and otherwise. Du Zemin licked his dry lips. Suddenly, a clear and commanding voice rang out from the crowd. "Wait a moment." Du Zemin frowned slightly, irritated as he turned to locate the source of the disturbance. The voice belonged to a lad of about 18 or 19. Du Zemin felt momentarily relieved. A mere child could easily be intimidated. Did he wish to play the hero and rescue the damsel? "Young man, have you never experienced the harsh realities of society?" The girl selling watermelons raised her head, and upon seeing Chen Zhuo, the floodgates of her sorrow opened, tears cascading from her enchanting eyes. "Chen Zhuo." Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes, his tone laced with exasperation. "Did I not tell you to wait a couple of days for someone to wholesale all the watermelons? Why have you come out to sell them yourself?" And Ji Xiao, twisting the hem of her school uniform, murmured softly, "My mother said we have already troubled Uncle Chen so many times. We shouldn't continue to be a bother." Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply, gesturing toward the group of market regulators. "Tell me, does this situation not constitute a bother?" As the summer sun dipped lower, tears streamed down in pairs from Nji's eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out this way." Chen Zhuo found himself at a loss for words. While it is commendable to possess integrity, one must also act in accordance with one's circumstances. In an attempt to avoid causing trouble for my family, he inadvertently created an even greater predicament. Du Zemin narrowed his triangular eyes and stated sternly, "Young man, obstructing market officials in their lawful duties gives us the right to detain you." His disdain for the casual tone Chen Zhuo used while conversing with the melon-selling girl was palpable, prompting him to launch an immediate verbal attack. Such intimidation tactics were a common practice among them. No small vendor dared to challenge their authority. Chen Zhuo chuckled, "If that's the case, then produce the documentation and arrest me." Du Zemin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This young man is not adhering to the expected script. Under normal circumstances, his declaration would have sent Chen Zhuo into a panic, begging for mercy. Instead, he was demanding documentation. "If I possess such evidence, why would I be wasting time here?" With a bemused smile, Chen Zhuo continued, "Present the documents from your market administration that authorized detainment." Du Zemin was taken aback. Such documents did not exist. He had fabricated this threat to intimidate. If there is none, surely there must be a procedure for seizing the vehicle? Chen Zhuo's composed demeanor instilled a sense of foreboding in Du Zemin. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, he realized today's situation had spiraled out of control. A sycophant approached, lowering his voice to inquire, "Boss, what should we do?" Du Zemin gritted his teeth. "If it's the vehicle seizure procedure they want, then prepare it for him." The sycophant hesitated. "Boss, what should we write as the reason?" Du Zemin's jaw twitched, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. "Use the excuse we just discussed. Overloading." He was now in a precarious position. Unlike before, where no one had stood up for him, he now faced the possibility of not producing a legitimate reason, which would prevent his group from exiting this small market. Understanding his intent, the sycophant swiftly drafted a vehicle seizure notice. Upon receiving the document, Chen Zhuo's gaze lingered on the reason for the seizure. Overloading by 2,500 kilograms, his smile widened. Excellent. Be sure to safeguard my tricycle. It must not encounter any mishaps. Du Zemin snorted derisively, casting Chen Zhuo a contemptuous glance. Had he known this impudent fellow was merely bluffing, he would not have felt intimidated. The fine for the 2,500-kilogram overload was undoubtedly theirs to bear. Onlookers were greatly disappointed, having anticipated that Chen Zhuo would stand up to the unruly market officials. Instead, he appeared ineffectual, merely securing a vehicle seizure receipt before backing down. With a dismissive wave, Du Zemin signaled for the tricycle to be taken away. With his belly protruding, he approached Chen Zhuo, tilting his head and sneering, "A young man is still just a young man. I had expected you to have some formidable backing. Remember to go to the management office tomorrow to settle the fine. Otherwise, late fees will accrue." He has already decided to make a significant impact on those two little things. Fines, after all, are dictated by the management office. You think you can outsmart me? You are still too inexperienced. And Jixia anxiously stamped her feet, exclaiming, "They can't impound the car, they can't." Chen Zhuo chuckled as he held her back, reassuring her. "Don't worry, I will ensure we get the car back." His voice was filled with infectious confidence, prompting Jixia to nod instinctively. The elderly gentleman who had just spoken with Chen Zhuo sighed as he approached, saying, "Young man, had you not taken the lead, perhaps they would have imposed a lesser fine. Now," he shook his head in dismay as he continued. Chen Zhuo smiled and touched his nose, replying, "Rest assured, they will end up with nothing but losses." The old man turned to leave, grumbling, "These young people today lack ability, but are full of bravado." Chen Zhuo was unfazed. He merely flicked the car impound notice bearing a bright red stamp. With this in hand, those individuals would certainly face consequences. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhuo, a police car was idling across the street, where a handsome man in his 40s leaned casually against it, observing the scene with a glint of mischief in his eyes. It's evident he harbors some cunning plan to unravel this predicament. I find myself intrigued by his intentions. Chapter 46. This is not right. Chen Zhuo returned home with Jixia, just as Yang Taiho and Old Chen were finishing their workday. Upon hearing the details of the situation, Yang Xiumin was infuriated, declaring, "These people are utterly lawless. Father, you have many connections from your service. Please leverage them to retrieve Jixia's tricycle tomorrow." Although the matriarch occasionally lacked reason, her fierce sense of justice had never waned. Chen Zhongxin was about to nod in agreement when Chen Zhuo quickly interjected, "No, please don't. If you use your connections to get the car back, my performance today would be in vain." Old Chen cast a suspicious glance, sensing that his son was up to something. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to trust his son. "All right, I won't intervene. Just remember to come back for parental support if you can't resolve it." Chen Zhuo smirked, "Even without your reminder, I would do just that." And Jixia, with a hint of confusion in her charming eyes, wondered if he could truly resolve such a tricky issue with a light-hearted attitude. Yang Xiumin comforted her, embracing her shoulders. "Don't worry, dear. If the sky falls, the men will support it. Just focus on taking care of yourself and wait for the outcome." Feeling sympathetic towards her future daughter-in-law's predicament, Nurse Yang decided to prepare a few delightful dishes that evening to reward this understanding girl. Given the unexpected turn of events, and Jixia could not return home. Under his wife's guidance, Old Chen made a trip to the street office and called the team where the family resided, asking them to inform and Mu Zhangxia not to worry. Yang Xiumin originally intended to inquire about her son's plans, but Chen Zhuo steadfastly refused to divulge any information. In a fit of anger, the matriarch delivered 2 slaps to him before storming off to the kitchen. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen Zhuo bid farewell to his parents and stepped out with Jixia. "Chen Zhongxin, keep a close eye on Jixia and Xiao Zhuo. If anything happens to them, I will hold you accountable." Yang Xiumin expressed her concerns, her tone noticeably less gentle when addressing her husband. Old Chen had grown accustomed to this. "Worry less. Our son has never faced defeat in any brawl, aside from his academic performance." Nurse Yang reflected on this and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, and Jixia assumed that Chen Zhuo was taking her to the market management office to retrieve a vehicle. However, she was mistaken. They first arrived at the local police station, where Chen Zhuo asked her to wait outside while he entered alone. And Jixia did not have to wait long. Approximately 15 minutes later, a dashing officer in his 40s personally escorted him out. "Uncle Su, please hold on. Let us proceed as we discussed earlier." Su Yuanji's eyes glimmered with appreciation as he smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead this time." Chen Zhuo was pleasantly surprised to encounter an acquaintance at the police station. Su Hui's father was the station chief, which made things much easier. After departing from the station, he then took Jixia to the market management office. Before they could enter, 2 uniformed men intercepted them. "What do you want? This management office isn't your home." You can't just waltz in. Chen Zhuo recognized these two as likely being the ones who had trailed behind that hefty man the previous day. Hey there, gentlemen. I'm here to pay a fine and retrieve my vehicle. Upon hearing his conciliatory tone, the two staff members exchanged glances filled with satisfaction. Do you have enough money to pay the fine? Chen Zhuo, with a broad smile, produced a stack of blue bills from his pocket. Yes, indeed. This money had been procured from his mother earlier that morning. To fish, one must have bait. The two staff members greedily scanned the stack of cash, estimating it to be around 1 or 2,000. What a plump sheep. One of them nodded in satisfaction. Follow me. Chen Zhuo was overjoyed, repeatedly nodding and bowing. Thank you, big brother. You are quite accommodating. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. Brother, if you had been this sensible yesterday, we wouldn't have reached this point. He was convinced that the other party had desperately sought connections the previous night, and the outcome was evident. Chen Zhuo's demeanor grew even more respectful. Yes, yes. I am young and impulsive. I kindly ask you to speak a few good words to the leader on my behalf. His flattery pleased the man considerably. All right. Since you are so understanding, I'll plead your case with the boss shortly. During their exchange, he led Chen Zhuo to the door of an office. Wait here. I will report to the boss. Chen Zhuo maintained his respectful attitude. You are too kind. The staff member grunted dismissively and entered the room. After waiting for approximately half an hour, a voice finally called out from within. Come in. Chen Zhuo exchanged a glance with Jixia, signaling that everything was under control. Receiving an affirmative nod, he pushed open the office door with a beaming smile. Greetings, leader. I am here to pay the fine. He extracted a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it in a flattering manner. Seated behind the desk, Du Zemin's eyes flickered with disdain as he waved a hand dismissively. It's working hours. Smoking is not permitted. Chen Zhuo's gaze swept over the ashtray on the desk, where a half-burnt cigarette still emitted curling wisps of smoke. How dare you attempt to intimidate me? Du Zemin raised his heavy eyelids, speaking arrogantly. So, have you come to your senses? Maintaining his composure, Chen Zhuo placed the pack of cigarettes on the desk and took a few steps back. Indeed, we've come to our senses. Du Zemin appeared pleased with his attitude. If you've come to your senses, then pay up. Chen Zhuo cautiously inquired. Excuse me, esteemed leader, how much should we pay? Du Zemin's gaze swept over the slender figure before him, his expression tinged with regret. Having accepted the fine, he realized there would be no further opportunity to engage with the girl. Yet, upon reflection, he mused that with money in his pocket, what women were beyond his reach. Clearing his throat, he adopted a mock-serious tone. Considering your attitude of acknowledgement, let us settle on 800. He had just received a report from his subordinate that this young man had brought along 1 or 2,000. Such a juicy piece of meat deserved a hearty bite. Chen Zhuo gritted his teeth internally. How audacious of you to demand such an exorbitant amount. My mother has been toiling away in the hospital for an entire month, and her salary barely reaches 1,000. You dare to ask for so much with just a mere exchange of words? Fine, 800 it is. I shall make sure you regret it later. He complied and handed over the money, requesting Du Zemin to issue a rather useless receipt. The individual who had initially escorted him chuckled. All right, once you've settled the fine, follow me to retrieve the vehicle. Chen Zhuo nodded and bowed as he exited the office. And Jixia felt a sense of suspicion brewing within her, but refrained from asking questions. Upon arriving at the impounding area, a staff member casually pointed, the vehicle is over there. Go ahead and push it yourself. Chen Zhuo took a couple of steps forward, but suddenly halted, exclaiming, this is not right. The unexpected shout startled the staff member who had accompanied them. What the hell? Kid, are you crazy? Chen Zhuo's eyes widened as he circled the empty tricycle, his expression one of sheer horror. This is not right. The staff member, visibly impatient, waved his hand. Hurry up and take the vehicle and leave. Don't cause a scene. A glimmer of mischief danced in Chen Zhuo's eyes. Cause a scene? Oh, I assure you, I am determined to do just that. You cannot leave without returning my watermelon. He spread his arms wide, blocking the staff member's path. The staff member looked bewildered. What watermelon? Chen Zhuo retrieved the impounding notice from his pocket, which bore an official seal, and pointed emphatically at it. Here, it clearly states 500 kilograms of watermelons. The staff member chuckled. You little brat, where did you get a 500 kilogram watermelon? Are your eyes blind? Chen Zhuo's expression darkened. If there is number 500 kilogram watermelon, then on what grounds do you fine me 800 yuan? The staff member was momentarily at a loss for words. He suddenly realized that the other party's logic seemed sound. No matter what excuse he concocted, he could not justify his actions. This was troublesome. He had been outsmarted by this young lad. Not being a fool, the staff member quickly grasped the underlying issues at play. The situation was now too complex for him to resolve alone. Wait here. I will summon the supervisor. This time, Chen Zhuo did not stop him, but instead smiled and stepped aside. The staff member hurried away to fetch reinforcements from the office. And Jixia took a couple of steps forward and tugged at Chen Zhuo's sleeve, her voice barely a whisper. Please don't confront them anymore. Consider this money as a loan from my family. Let us just grab the car and leave. This girl remained as timid as ever. Or rather, the common folk of this era tended to adopt a better to avoid trouble mentality. This only emboldened the arrogance of the market management personnel. Fear not, just wait patiently. I will handle everything. And Jixia raised her enchanting eyes to him, her gaze filled with concern, yet predominantly trust. They did not wait long before a flustered Du Zemin rushed over, panting heavily. You little brat, are you trying to extort people? My subordinates have already informed me of the situation on the way here. Old Du was infuriated. He had initially thought that acquiring the money would suffice. But he had not anticipated the audacity of this young lad. This time, he was determined to teach him a lesson. Chen Zhuo shielded and Jixia behind him, grinning as he regarded Du Zemin and his entourage of fierce lackeys. I thought I was being discreet, yet you all have seen through me. He sighed dramatically, almost convincingly. Du Zemin was taken aback. He had not expected such an admission from the other party. With a grim face, he gestured to his lackeys. Go, teach him a lesson. How dare he attempt to extort me? 4 or 5 lackeys, seemingly accustomed to such confrontations, brandished their iron rods and surrounded him from all sides. Chen Zhuo remained unperturbed. In his eyes, these individuals were not much different from Ji Boyu and Lu Cheng. They were merely blusterers lacking true substance. Armed with the military boxing skills he had practiced with his father since childhood, he was confident of resolving the conflict within 5 minutes. Du Zemin smirked sinisterly. He had resolved to take this opportunity to teach the little brat a lesson, while also dragging the alluring little enchantress into the office for a thorough interrogation. Just as the market management staff prepared to strike, a commanding voice boomed from behind. Halt. What do you think you are doing in broad daylight? Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes in guarded annoyance. Uncle Su, couldn't you arrive a little later, perhaps after I've finished dealing with the villains? His words nearly shattered the stern facade of the older gentleman. You little rascal, are you actually complaining that I arrived too soon? If I hadn't arrived just in time, you and that girl behind you might have faced dire consequences. On the other side, Du Zemin was already terrified upon seeing Su Yuanji, clad in police uniform, leading a group. Comrade, it's all a misunderstanding. My brother-in-law is Nia Hailong from the Logistics Management Department of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Chen Zhuo nearly burst into laughter. Could this be the legendary Director Nia? Su Yuanji maintained a stern expression, stating, enough with the familiarity. This is a matter of police enforcement. Sweat poured down Du Zemin's chubby face. When he bullied ordinary people, he was fierce, but faced with the police, he wilted faster than anyone. Officer, it was this brat who caused a ruckus at the market management office. Du Zemin attempted to fight back, hastily pinning the blame on Chen Zhuo. Su Yuanji smiled slightly, gesturing towards the staff from the market management office wielding iron rods. Are you saying he confronted all of you single-handedly, unarmed? Du Zemin's face was now drenched in cold sweat. In this situation, even if he had 8 mouths, he could not explain himself. Chen Zhuo silently gave Su Yuanji a thumbs up. Who would have thought that Su Huai's handsome father was so eloquent? Uncle Su. Su Yuanji corrected with a serious demeanor. During work hours, please address me by my title. All right, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead, Chen Zhuo acquiesced. Changing his address to Director Su, the market management office confiscated 500 kilograms of my watermelons, and after paying the fee, not a single one was returned. His serious demeanor nearly amused old Su. If he weren't aware of the details, he might have been deceived by this lad. Su Yuanji turned to his colleague, Old Nia. This is a subordinate unit of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. You should determine how to handle this matter. It was only then that Du Zemin noticed a middle-aged man in an Industrial and Commercial Bureau uniform among the police. The middle-aged man, with a dark expression, pushed through the crowd and slapped Du Zemin across the face. Du Zemin, you scoundrel. After chastising the primary culprit, the middle-aged man turned to Chen Zhuo with a smile. Young man, do you have any evidence that the market management office embezzled your watermelons? Chen Zhuo scoffed internally. This person spoke in a roundabout manner, seemingly hoping to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, even if he intended to shift the blame onto temporary workers, he would likely find no opportunity to do so. He handed Su Yuanji the vehicle impound receipt and the payment receipt, saying, Officer, I wonder if these pieces of evidence can substantiate my claims. Su Yuanji took the 2 stamped receipts, casting a peculiar glance at Chen Zhuo. This little rascal truly left no room for error. With these 2 receipts, the market management office was undoubtedly in trouble today. Nia Hailong, this little brother-in-law, was rather dim-witted, handing over such blatant evidence without realizing it. Old Nya, I suggest you negotiate with them regarding compensation. Chapter 48. In this day and age, why is trust between people so hard to come by? Chen Zhuo refrained from interjecting. He possesses a profound understanding of the shadowy aspects within the system, where the unspoken rules dictate a delicate balance of discretion. This realization is primarily why, after his rebirth, he has resolved never to pursue a career in public service again. Su Yung finds himself in a predicament. Navigating this circle necessitates adherence to established protocols. Those who fail to conform inevitably find themselves ostracized. The director of logistics at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce wields considerable authority. Nia Hailong delivered a sharp kick to Du Zemin, yet he was compelled to clean up the ensuing mess. Little brother, your losses will be fully compensated by the loss management department, Du Zemin lamented, rubbing his bruised thigh. Brother-in-law, that tricycle was empty when we brought it back. Nia Hailong shot a scathing glance at the fool, growling, silence. Even now, you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. You are more foolish than a pig. If it weren't for the insistent whispers in my ear, I would have walked away in exasperation. Du Zemin, chastised, shrank back, rendered speechless. Chen Zhuo stepped forward with a smile. Uncle, everything must adhere to the rules, correct? The vehicle confiscation notice issued by the Market Management Department cites an overloading of 500 kilograms. After I paid the fine, requesting watermelon seems entirely reasonable, doesn't he it? With a scowl, Nia Hailong affirmed, yes, quite reasonable. Drawing from years of bureaucratic experience, he recognized that Du Zemin's predicament was not entirely unjustified. From the outset, the opposing party had meticulously crafted their case. Infuriatingly, the evidence in their possession had been willingly provided by Du Zemin himself. Once this matter was resolved, he would need to secure a less troublesome position for this dim-witted relative. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he dragged him down as well. Chen Zhuo understood that Nie's willingness to relent stemmed entirely from Su Yunji's presence, which had been a pivotal reason for his decision to report the incident initially. Uncle, the watermelons on our truck are an exceptionally rare breed, milk watermelons, with a market price of 3.5 yuan per pound. Before he could finish, Du Zemin erupted, 3.5 yuan per pound for watermelons. Why not just rob someone? I am in the process of doing just that. Chen Zhuo raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Uncle, perhaps we should just follow the proper procedures. Furious, Nia Hailong delivered another kick to his brother-in-law, bellowing, if you wish to live, then shut your mouth. He was acutely aware that while the opposing party's claims might be exaggerated, they were not entirely unfounded. A load of 500 kilograms of watermelons, even at a mere 1 yuan per pound, would amount to 5,000 yuan. According to the law, exceeding 5,000 yuan in value constitutes criminal liability. This young scoundrel was astute. His earlier mention of following procedures was a veiled threat directed at Du Zemin. Should this escalate to a criminal case, even with his connections, Nia knew that his brother-in-law would be irrevocably tarnished with a criminal record. Little brother, could you possibly lower the price of the watermelons out of consideration for me? Chen Zhuo hesitated, reluctant to respond. Su Yung grew anxious. You insolent boy, do not push your luck. If you provoke Nia Hailong into choosing between life and money, you may end up with nothing at all. Old Su coughed discreetly, subtly signaling to Chen Zhuo, who understood immediately. He deliberately feigned contemplation, aiming for a more favorable negotiation thereafter. Chen Zhuo understood the principle that a bachelor would strike at 9, but not at 10. Uncle, since you have spoken, let us calculate the compensation at the wholesale price of 2 yuan per kilogram. Du Zemin nearly fainted. For 500 kilograms of watermelon, even at 2 yuan per kilogram, that amounts to 10,000 yuan. Having managed this market for 3 years, he had barely accumulated such a sum. This was a sure path to losing everything overnight. Nia Hailong cast a deep glance at Chen Zhuo, reaffirming that his little brother-in-law was indeed not at fault. Just based on the straightforwardness with which he spoke and acted, 10 Du Zemins would not pose a challenge. Little brother, it's settled then. He pulled the flabby-faced Du Zemin aside and briefly outlined the stakes involved. Upon hearing the possibility of imprisonment, Director Du was instantly paralyzed with fear. Brother-in-law, save me. You must help me. I am your beloved brother-in-law. Nia Hailong shot him a fierce glare. Be quiet. Hurry and gather the money. If it's not enough, call your sister. Du Zemin, now too frightened to refuse, nodded vigorously. I'll have enough. I'll get the money right away. At this point, he was willing to part with his wealth just to avoid incarceration. Du Zemin was eager to spend money to avert disaster, yet his subordinates were left dumbfounded. They too wished to flee, but none had a good brother-in-law. As a few of them began to move, Chen Zhuo was already pointing towards them, questioning Nia Hailong. Uncle, These bullies claiming to be staff from the market management office. Are they truly legitimate? Nia Hailong instantly grasped his intent and decisively shook his head. No, the Industrial and Commercial Administration does not have such individuals. They are all imposters. Were it not for these lackeys, even his foolish brother-in-law would not have dared to act so brazenly. Unable to deal with Du Zemin, Nia Hailong redirected all his frustration towards these men. Chen Zhuo nodded, addressing Su Yuanji. Officer, someone is impersonating market management staff to extort money. I wonder if your precinct can handle this. Su Yuanji shot him an exasperated glance. This insufferable boy was astoundingly astute in his dealings, far beyond his years. From the very beginning, the pace of this affair had been under his control. Even he felt like merely a piece on the chessboard. Such bullying and extortion surely warranted detention. With a wave of his hand, old Su summoned his subordinates, who swiftly surrounded the lackeys, confiscating the iron rods from their hands and putting handcuffs on each of them. Chen Zhuo watched with a smile throughout. Nia Hailong's pupils constricted slightly, further solidifying his resolve to warn his little brother-in-law upon returning. He must not harbor any thoughts of revenge, not to mention that foolish Du Zemin. Even he himself had no confidence in suppressing this monstrous youth. Should he fail, it would be too late to lament the loss. Du Zemin acted quickly. Within half an hour, the sorrowful-faced fat man returned with a stack of cash in hand. Just as he was about to hand the money to Chen Zhuo, he was halted by Nia Hailong. Wait a moment. It seems that the young lad has yet to present something to us, Chen Zhuo remarked with a grin. Nia Hailong remained silent, simply gazing at him. I trust you, my dear uncle, he thought, utterly astounded by this seemingly extraordinary youth. Chen Zhuo murmured softly. In this day and age, why has trust between individuals become so elusive? Realizing he could not evade the matter, he borrowed paper and pen from Su Yuanji, drafting a letter of understanding stating that he would not pursue further claims regarding the compensation. Upon receiving the letter, Nia Hailong signaled to his brother-in-law that payment could be made. Du Zemin was left dumbfounded. If it weren't for my brother-in-law being present, I might have foolishly paid and fallen victim to this young rascal once more. Chapter 49, The Instrumental Chen Zhuo. Throughout the entire process of retrieving the tricycle, and Zhixiao was merely an observer, unable to utter a word. By the time her mind cleared, she found herself back in the living room of the Chen household. Nurse Yang, on duty that night, had not taken the opportunity to rest and had been waiting at home with Chen Zhongxin. Zhixiao, in the future, do not shoulder everything alone. Seek out our little rascal. He is of some use. Faced with her designated daughter-in-law, Yang Xiumin certainly did not miss the chance to promote her son. Chen Zhuo found it both amusing and exasperating. Mother, your intentions are too obvious. Chen Zhongxin added, indeed. Zhixiao, do not hesitate. I fought alongside Olden, and now that he is no longer with us, consider this your home. Xiao Zhuo is your brother. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Yang Taiho wore a smile. However, the latter part ignited a fire within her. Chen Zhongxin, if you cannot speak properly, it would be best to remain silent. Zhixiao has her own parents. Why would she come here to acknowledge a brother? Goodness gracious. If such a fine daughter-in-law were to become merely a pseudo-daughter, I would be quite displeased. Old Chen was left speechless, entirely unaware of which family taboo he had breached. Fortunately, having been accustomed to Yang Xiumin's antics, he did not dwell on it. And Zhixiao's enchanting eyes flitted over Chen Zhuo before she lowered her gaze, softly responding with an mm. With her troubles resolved, Yang Xiumin engaged her in some light conversation. During their chat, Yang Taiho subtly inquired about Zhixiao's college entrance examination results. Zhixiao, your uncle Chen mentioned that you ranked among the top 10 at Yizhong. You should have a solid chance for Qingbei, shouldn't you? And Zhixiao shook her head and quietly replied, I did not sit for my final subject. Yang Xiumin was taken aback. Did not sit for it? And Zhixiao nodded. My mother's chronic issue flared up again, and my brother and I were busy taking her to the hospital. Yang Xiumin was both surprised and delighted. The fact that this girl had missed an exam meant she was almost guaranteed to fall short. Consequently, the likelihood of her son and Zhixiao's union had significantly increased. Yang Xiumin understood that given Zhixiao's academic performance, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would at least achieve a Huasher 5 level. While her son was indeed outstanding, there was still a disparity. Now, with Zhixiao missing an exam, she was most likely destined for Yenzhou Normal College. Hence, the possibility of her becoming a daughter-in-law had grown exponentially. To be candid, this notion is rather unsavory. Yet, selfishness is inscribed in the very fabric of human nature, and Yang Xiumin is no exception. It would indeed be advantageous to take one less subject. Chen Zhuo rolled her eyes, remarking, my mouth is more difficult to restrain than an AK-47. One might think I harbor a deep-seated grudge against the infamily. Yang Xiumin quickly realized her indiscretion and attempted to rectify her statement. What I meant to convey is that if one were to take one less subject, attending Yingzhou Normal College would bring one closer to home. And Zhixiao lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't apply to Yingzhou Normal College. My least favorable choice was Dongliao University. The smile on Yang Xiumin's face instantly froze. Indeed, given in Zhixiao's academic performance, how could she possibly consider a school like Yingzhou Normal College? After all, during the application process, no one anticipated they would end up taking one subject less. Chen Zhuo felt a pang of sympathy for Zhixia. With her capabilities, had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beidao would have been well within her grasp. Now, with one subject less, the outcome is uncertain. Given the family's circumstances, it is highly unlikely they would choose to repeat a year, as the cost of doing so is no trivial matter. Chen Zhongxin's focus diverged from that of Yang Xiumin. He stepped forward, anxiously inquiring, Zhixia, you mentioned your sister-in-law. And Zhixia nodded. At the second hospital, the doctors insist on surgery. It cannot be delayed any longer. Zhang Xia's mother had been advised to undergo surgery during her last visit to the central hospital. However, due to financial constraints and her reluctance to incur further debts to the Chen family, she had vehemently opposed it. Given the current situation, it is evident that her health can no longer withstand postponement. It is no wonder that Zhixia, a young girl, rides a tricycle into the city to sell watermelons. She must be striving to gather funds for her mother's surgery. Chen Zhuo, after a moment's contemplation, grasped the entire sequence of events. The family, though impoverished and consisting solely of a mother and daughter, remains dignified. Yang Xiumin, despite her boisterous demeanor, is astute. She can surmise why the family opted not to go to the central hospital this time. Yang Xiumin gently patted Zhixia's hand, uncertain of what words to offer. Chen Zhongxin stood up abruptly. You, my dear girl, why didn't you share such significant news with me? Quick, take me to see your sister-in-law. And Zhixia hesitated, saying, Uncle Chen, I still need to sell watermelons. With Chen Zhuo's assistance, I should have enough for my mother's surgery. However, there are still 2 acres of watermelons at home awaiting sale. My younger brother is only 11 and cannot contribute much. All responsibilities rest on my shoulders. Yang Xiumin clasped in Zhixia's frail hand, her expression a mix of concern and affection. Oh dear, how is it that you are so understanding? She felt increasingly pleased with her choice of daughter-in-law. Chen Zhuo, didn't you say you had found a way to sell all the watermelons from Anton's family? Chen Zhuo was left speechless. The habit of his mother casually tossing responsibilities is likely one she will never change. I did mention I would assist the family in selling their watermelons, but who could have anticipated such complications arising? Leading Zhixia to come to the city with her tricycle before I could reach her? Indeed. He uttered merely 2 words before being interrupted by Empress Yang. In that case, this matter shall be entrusted to you. I happen to have no engagements today. Old Chen, accompany her to handle the transfer procedures for Sisterin. The doctors at the second hospital are no match for those at the central hospital. As the head nurse of the cardiothoracic department at the central hospital, she inherently held a certain disdain for the physicians at other hospitals in Yingzhou. Aunt Yang, there's no need. Yang Xiumin waved her hand dismissively. No need for what? This matter is non-negotiable. You must heed my words. Accustomed to her authoritative presence at home, Empress Yang exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. And Zhixia found herself unable to refuse. She was, after all, aware that the skill of the doctors at the second hospital could not compare to that of the central hospital. If it weren't for avoiding the Chen family, her mother would not have been sent to the second hospital in the first place. Now that the facade had been shattered, a transfer it would be. In the blink of an eye, the old Chen couple surrounded Zhixia as they departed from the house, leaving behind Chen Zhuo, who was left feeling abandoned in the wind. Is it really so easy for my parents to forsake me? Chen Zhuo contemplated his diminishing status at home. Generally, he was fine, but the moment Zhixia appeared, he transformed into a mere accessory. He truly wished to conduct a paternity test with the Empress Mother to ascertain whether he and Zhixia had been mistakenly swapped at birth. Of course, he only dared to entertain such thoughts internally. Chapter 50. The business commences with his parents trailing after Zhixia. Chen Zhuo decided to venture out as well. He had matters to discuss with Zhang Mo. Fortune smiled upon him, for as he entered the gates of the neighboring community, he fortuitously encountered a perspiring Zhang Mo, pushing a tricycle laden with fruits. Old Chen. Upon spotting his close friend, Zhang Mo exclaimed with delight. Chen Zhuo did not respond. Instead, he cheerfully greeted the middle-aged woman behind the tricycle. Aunt Ma, are you heading out to sell? The middle-aged woman was Zhang Mo's mother, Ma Dongmei, a name destined to become well-known in the future. She, of course, recognized her son's desk mate. Xiao Zhuo, you're here to see Zhang Yimou, right? Ma Dongmei remarked, casually reaching to take the tricycle from her son. Chen Zhuo chuckled and waved his hand. Auntie, you've misunderstood. I'm not looking for Dehei. Zhang Yimou, who had initially approached with a playful demeanor, immediately adopted a mournful expression. Curious, Ma Dongmei paused. Seeking me? Chen Zhuo, unconcerned with his desk mate's feelings, replied, Annie, I have a favor to ask. Ma Dongmei, intrigued by her son's friend's request, applied the brakes to the tricycle and smiled. Xiao Zhuo, go ahead. Chen Zhuo got straight to the point. Annie, I was wondering if you need the tricycle tomorrow morning? Initially, he intended to borrow An Zhixia's tricycle for selling melons. But she mentioned that it was borrowed and needed to be returned today. Thus, he thought of Ma Dongmei. After all, Zhang Mo's mother would be busy with the morning market and the night market, so she likely wouldn't need the vehicle during the day. Sure enough, Ma Dongmei readily replied, No, I want to need it. Xiao Zhuo, what do you plan to do? Chen Zhuo chuckled, Auntie, Zhang Yimou and I have accumulated some study materials recently. Tomorrow, we shall go to the school gate and see if anyone is willing to purchase them. Ma Dongmei was aware of the partnership between Zhang Yimou and Chen Zhuo regarding the sale of second-hand books. She found it hard to believe that such items could fetch any money. Only a fool would spend money on such things, or perhaps a scrap dealer. These two children had good intentions, but the outcome might not align with their expectations. Ma Dongmei did not wish to dampen their spirits and readily said, No need. Xiao Zhuo, if you require it, feel free to come and use it anytime. Chen Zhuo was elated. Thank you, Annie. Ma Dongmei waved her hand dismissively. What is there to thank? The cart is just sitting idle anyway. I only need it in the morning and evening, so take it if you want. Her words subtly reminded Chen Zhuo not to let his business slip away. Chen Zhuo understood this well. He had planned to use the tricycle in the morning and return it in the afternoon. At that moment, Zhang Yimou seized the opportunity to speak. Old Chen, do you really think we can sell those study notes now? Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. Dehei, the tuition fees for our college will depend on this. His statement was met with skepticism not only from Ma Dongmei, who had been in small business for years, but also from the bookish Zhang Yimou, who was only half convinced. Old Chen, is what you're saying reliable? Chen Zhuo confidently reassured him. Rest assured, while I can't promise more, making 300 yuan should be no problem. Ma Dongmei listened with a smile, but a hint of disbelief flickered across her face. Her son's good friend had a knack for boasting that matched his striking appearance. Those worn-out books would only attract fools or scrap collectors. The Zhang family could never have anticipated how swiftly reality would slap them in the face. The next morning, Chen Zhuo rose early. Arranging the old books he had sorted into neat boxes on the tricycle. His partner, Zhang Yimou, appeared conflicted, muttering, Old Chen, the more I think about it, the more I feel this venture is dubious. Do you truly believe someone would spend 300 yuan on a set of old books? Chen Zhuo nodded but offered no further explanation. 300 yuan? I initially planned to sell them for 500 yuan a set. Dehei had not witnessed the fervor of parents in later years who would scrimp and save just to buy a set of study notes used by top students for their children. That kind of zeal was unmatched by anything else. The tricycle could not accommodate many boxes, so Chen Zhuo only took 30 sets of study notes. With the college entrance exams just concluded, only a small fraction of students intended to retake them. If he waited until the results were announced, the value of those old books could potentially double. Chen Zhuo was not greedy. He simply sought enough capital to get started. The 300 yuan living allowance promised by his mother would barely keep him from starving, doing little else. If he were to squander 4 years of university like this, he felt he would be failing his identity as a reborn individual. It was now 1998, a time often described as an era where even pigs could soar to great heights. Taking a step ahead of others often leads to unforeseen success. Chen Zhuo has always adhered to the belief, tread a path untraveled by others, leaving them with no way forward. He pushed 30 fully packed cardboard boxes all the way to the entrance of the second high school. The security guard at the gate recognized them and cheerfully remarked, Hey, little fellow, having graduated, while others are selling their old books for scrap, what brings you two back to school? Chen Zhuo paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and produced a pack of cigarettes he had prepared earlier, handing it to the guard. Uncle Li, we're not entering the school. We merely wish to sell our old books over there. Guard Li glanced at the cigarette pack in his hand, a 12 yuan brand from Changbai Mountain. Well, this kid is quite generous, such fine cigarettes, and he gives me 3 packs. It was clear he intended to share with his 2 colleagues. The guard had anticipated such a delightful surprise. Discreetly, he slipped 1 pack into his pocket and distributed the other 2 to his approaching colleagues. All right. As long as you don't disrupt the school's normal activities, you can set up wherever you like. Chen Zhuo smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Li. You truly are a good person. having once served as a minor civil servant. He understood better than anyone the adage that it is easy to meet the king of hell, but difficult to deal with troublesome spirits. While these guards might not offer much assistance, they could certainly create a nuisance. Spending a few dozen yuan for a bit of peace seemed worthwhile to him. However, Zhang Yimou felt differently. Watching a few dozen yuan's worth of cigarettes given away for free made him feel a pang of regret. Chen Zhuo gave him a knowing glance, and together they maneuvered the tricycle to the shade beside the school gate. During a brief interlude of moving boxes, he lowered his voice to explain his earlier actions. The Haven tea, you heard the principle that to take, one must first give? Zhang Yimou shot him a glare. Grumbling, I've heard of it, but I still feel pained. So what? Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said that Dehay's perspective still bore a noticeable limitation of the times. As the brothers busied themselves, people began to arrive at the entrance of the second high school. Chen Zhuo perked up, calling out loudly, top scholar notes. All the study materials for the liberal arts and sciences top scholar of the second high school for 3 years, on special for 300 yuan a set. Don't miss out as you pass by. For just 300 yuan, you won't lose out. Rather, you'll secure a bright future. This is a rare opportunity, and if you let it slip, it may never come again. Chapter 51. A booming business. Liang Mingliang walked along the road, his backpack slung over his shoulders. His head hung low. Ever since the college entrance examination concluded a few days prior, his spirits had been low. Although the scores had not yet been released, everyone had a rough estimate of their performance. Liang Mingliang knew he had not done well. Based on the correct answers, his total score was likely around 420. Unless a miracle occurred, such a score would only qualify him for a vocational school. Liang Mingliang felt deeply dissatisfied. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had exerted more effort than most. Regrettably, at times, hard work proves to be of little value in the face of innate talent. Liang Mingliang's grades had reached a plateau. No matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass it. This sensation resembles the barrier described in fantasy novels. That thin veil separating two realms. Although one is acutely aware of its presence, the opportunity to transcend it seems perpetually elusive. After the college entrance examination, Liang Mingliang conferred with his parents and resolutely decided to repeat his studies. Today marks the first day of his return to class. Just as he approached the school gates, with his head bowed in contemplation, he was suddenly stirred by a loud proclamation. Behold, the complete set of study notes from Lu Weinan, the top student in Class 2 of this year's senior year, encompassing all subjects from freshman to senior year, complete with Lu's detailed problem-solving strategies. Such invaluable notes are not priced at 998 or even 698. You can take them home for merely 300 yuan. For those repeating their studies, what are you hesitating for? Purchasing this collection equates to mastering the study methods of a top student, ensuring your admission to a prestigious university next year. Liang Mingliang was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze toward the source of the voice. It was Chen Zhuo from Class 19, the one who had been shouting fervently. He recognized this individual. Notorious for his lackluster academic performance, having previously gained infamy as the gambling king of mock examinations, and for his rumored romance with the school beauty, Su Hui. Following a rendition of West Sea love song, Chen Zhuo had become a prominent figure among the graduates of the second high school, albeit unbeknownst to him. Intrigued, Liang Mingliang paused. What was he selling? The complete study notes of Lu Weinan, the top student in Class 2? He had indeed heard of this individual. The class leader of the science elite class, whose grades consistently lingered within the top 10 of the school. He pondered whether these notes might prove beneficial for someone like him, a science student. With this thought in mind, Liang Mingliang instinctively approached the tricycle, whispering, "Could I take a look at Lu Weinan study notes?" Chen Zhuo readily agreed. "No problem, feel free to browse, just don't take them." He did not recognize Liang Mingliang, merely finding him somewhat familiar. Liang Mingliang picked up a second-year mathematics textbook bearing Lu Weinan's name and discovered numerous annotations within. It dawned upon him that there was indeed another approach to solving that particular problem. His eyes widened, and his breath quickened. The previously perplexing challenge now seemed remarkably simple after referencing another's problem-solving perspective. What a stroke of fortune! The thought flashed through Liang Mingliang's mind. He set down the textbook and picked up a third-year physics book, and the classroom notes within illuminated his previously muddled thoughts. The once arcane subject of physics suddenly presented itself with clarity. Trembling, he pointed at the overflowing box of books and asked, "How much for this collection?" Chen Zhuo replied cheerfully, 300, no haggling. Without hesitation, Liang Mingliang emptied his pockets of every last coin. "I didn't bring that much money today. Could I perhaps leave a deposit and return home to fetch the remainder?" Chen Zhuo took the handful of change, amounting to a total of 13.5 yuan. which included 2 coins that he presumably intended to use for the bus fare. Of course, that's no problem, but you must hurry, as I can only wait until noon. Liang Mingliang nodded fervently. That's enough. I'll go home to get the money right away. He could hardly bother to enter the school, swiftly turning and racing towards the bus station. He had to persuade his parents to purchase this box of study notes. With it, he could at least secure admission to a desirable second-tier university next year. Chen Zhuo called out to Liang Mingliang, who was about to dash off. Wait a moment. Liang Mingliang's heart skipped a beat, and he turned back anxiously. What's the matter? Chen Zhuo smiled as he retrieved 2 coins from the pile of change, tossing them over. You can't expect to ride for free without paying the fare. Liang Mingliang caught the coins and nodded gratefully. Thank you. He had been so caught up in his excitement that he had forgotten to set aside money for the bus. Fortunately, Chen Zhuo was kind enough. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of other repeat students. Isn't that Liang Mingliang from class 9 of the science track? What is he rushing over to the gambler for? Oh, have you noticed? Chen Zhuo is selling the study notes of top students. No wonder Liang Mingliang dashed back, without even entering the school. He must have stumbled upon a bargain. Let us go check it out. Such is the nature of herd mentality. Once one person expresses curiosity, others immediately follow suit. More and more students gathered around Chen Zhuo's tricycle. It was the complete set of study notes and old books from Song Xiaoyu, who ranked 56th in the science track, spanning from the 1st to the 3rd year of high school. There were also the study notes from Li Shui, who was 24th in the arts track. Hey, do you have Su Huai's study notes? I'll take them for 300 yuan. Chen Zhuo cast a disdainful glance at the guy inquiring about Su Huai's notes. What was he thinking? Did he believe he could acquire the entire set of Su Xian's old books for just 300 yuan? As they say in eastern Guangdong, you must be out of your mind. Before he could respond, the other boys who had gathered were instantly displeased. Hey, buddy, you think you can buy Su Huai's books for 300 yuan? Chen Zhuo, I'll offer 400. Wow, how shameless. You think 400 yuan is enough? I'll bid 600. 650. 700. Chen Zhuo watched the eager repeat students roll up their sleeves with a grin, reflecting inwardly, fools. The benefactor is so wealthy. Without needing to utter a word, they had driven the price of Su Huai's study notes up to 800 yuan. Zhang Yimou was utterly dumbfounded. He had never dreamed that a box of old books would incite such a frenzy. Tentatively, he asked, everyone, please calm down. We also have the complete set of old books from Zhang Yimou, who ranks 65th in the arts track, available at a shocking price of just 300 yuan. No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a chorus of mockery from the repeat students. What sort of creature is Zhang Yimou? Not even worthy to carry my Su Xian's shoes. As for his old books, not even worth 300, let alone 250. No one wants them. Zhang Yimou, is it really necessary for you lot to be so scathing? Chapter 52. The frustration of Lu Mengsheng in recent days. Lu Mengsheng has been in particularly high spirits. Even the fact that his wife neglected to prepare breakfast has been brushed aside with a smile. It is worth noting that he once berated her for the same reason for 3 consecutive days. Of course, Deputy Director Lu would never share the secret behind his newfound joy with anyone. With the senior graduating class having already left school, he should have been on break given his role in overseeing logistics. However, Lu has been behaving unusually, arriving at the school each day. As the vice director of the teaching department, I must lead by example. How can I afford to be lazy? He proclaimed to his colleagues. Whether they believed him or not was of no concern to him. After all, he intended to come to school every day. They couldn't very well send him home. Could they? Of course, the reason behind his free overtime was far from the noble facade he presented. Lu Mengsheng was eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Chen Zhuo's misfortune. That little rascal should have confirmed his decision to repeat the year by now. Perhaps he might just catch him when he comes to enroll. Ha ha ha. The thought of that exceedingly annoying student revealing his half-hearted expression filled Lu with glee. He felt he simply could not miss this scene. Today, he arrived at school early once more. After visiting the enrollment office for repeat students and engaging in friendly conversation with the responsible teacher, he grew anxious when he did not receive the information he sought. That little brat Chen Zhuo wouldn't have turned to the first high school for his repeat year. Would he? If so, he would miss out on a great deal of amusement. Lu Mengsheng stroked his chin in contemplation and decided to make the effort to visit the first high school. He had acquaintances there and thought it wouldn't be too difficult to inquire about the enrollment status of repeat students. Lu Mengsheng was a decisive man. When he had a thought, he acted on it. As he strolled out of the school with his hands clasped behind his back, he intended to wait for the bus when he suddenly noticed a gathering of people beneath the shade of a tree not far away. Cough, cough. What's going on over there, Old Li? Deputy Director Lu inquired, his tone reflecting his stature. The on-duty guard, Old Li, hurried over. Deputy director, over there. 2 students are selling old books. Lu Mingxing nodded, not thinking much of it. Keep an eye on the gate. Don't let any outsiders in to disrupt the students' studies. Old Li secretly spat in disdain. What else with the airs, you a deputy director in charge of hygiene? He thought this, but dared not show it on his face. Rest assured, deputy director, we will certainly not allow any troublemakers to enter. Lu Mingxing nodded again, feeling a twinge of displeasure. At his age, one would think they could articulate themselves better. You should address me as Director Lu, he thought. What is the harm in calling me that? Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but reminisce about that bothersome Chen Zhuo. That little rascal had many faults, but he certainly spoke more pleasantly than most. Only he would refer to himself as Director Lu. Lu Mingxing took a few steps, suddenly sensing something amiss, and turned back to inquire of the gatekeeper. What is the name of the student selling used books over there? With a smile, Old Li replied, Director Lu, you should know him. It's that senior high student, Chen Zhuo, who sings quite beautifully. Lu Mingxing's previously squinted eyes widened in shock. Who did you say? Old Li jumped back in surprise, cautiously responding. It's that student named Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo. A sense of foreboding surged within Lu Mingxing, propelling him forward in haste. The study materials on the tricycle had already sold 12 boxes. Additionally, 15 others had left deposits, promising to return home for cash. With 30 sets of used books almost sold, Chen Zhuo beamed with a grin that revealed no teeth. In just a morning of trial, the capital he had invested was on the verge of being recouped. Beneath Zhang Mo's building, there remained nearly 100 sets of old books. Wealth was imminent. Chen Zhuo was already contemplating what project to invest in with this newfound money. Stock trading? Nonsense. The A-share market had lingered around the 3,000-point mark for decades. Tossing in several tens of thousands would yield no splash, merely resulting in a loss. Lottery tickets? Even more absurd. The scandals exposed by short video platforms in the last life were numerous. That was merely a means of transferring money to others. As Chen Zhuo pondered, a face filled with extreme anger suddenly entered his line of sight. Old Lu. He hadn't anticipated encountering Lu Mingxing so swiftly, judging by the expression on his face. Could it be that this old fellow had been waiting for him? Chen Zhuo, what are you doing here? Lu Mingxing was decidedly displeased. I rushed to school without breakfast just to witness your folly. And you, little rascal, have taken to selling used books here. Chen Zhuo found this amusing. Director Lu, I have already graduated. It seems my actions are no longer under the jurisdiction of Zhong, are they? Lu Mingxing was momentarily at a loss for words. This little rascal had a point. He found himself unable to formulate a rebuttal. He straightened his face and resumed his authoritative demeanor as the deputy director. Chen Zhuo, look at yourself. You hardly resemble a repeating student, daring to speak back to your elder. Chen Zhuo nearly burst into laughter. Old Lu, when did I ever claim I intended to repeat a year? Lu Mingxing huffed. Now that is more like it. A repeating student should strive to study diligently to justify. What did you just say? Repeat that. Chen Zhuo, exuding an innocent smile, replied, Director Lu. I just mentioned that I do not plan to repeat. Lu Mingxing, exasperated, retorted, how can you say such a thing? To decide not to repeat without consideration for your parents, the school, or me. Alas, his frustration had led him to reveal his true feelings. Realizing he had let slip a personal sentiment, Deputy Director Lu quickly attempted damage control. Don't forget, I prepared numerous excellent students' notes for your repeating year. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere around them, Lu Mingxing couldn't help but silently commend himself. I am truly clever. I managed to navigate this situation with seamless finesse. Chen Zhuo nodded earnestly. Director Lu, you are absolutely correct. I perceive myself as a piece of useless clay that cannot be propped up. Even if I were to repeat the year, it would merely squander my family's resources. Therefore, I have resolved to sell all the old books I had prepared and not to repeat the year. What nonsense is this? Lu Mingxing was utterly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. After all this preparation, I was eager to witness the spectacle. And now you declare you won't be repeating the year? Have I wasted my feelings for nothing? This cannot stand. You must repeat the year. Before Lu Mingxing could utter another word, Chen Zhuo casually continued. By the way, Director Lu, these old books are indeed quite popular among the students. Especially those dozens of sets you selflessly helped me find. I believe that rather than letting them languish in the hands of someone as unworthy as myself, it is far better to sell them to those who truly need them. Don't you agree? Lu Mingxing tightly closed his mouth, fearing that if he spoke, he would spew blood in exasperation. This rascal is clearly doing this on purpose. Chapter 53. Zhang Zhuang. As Lu Mingxing departed, he trembled all over. Chen Zhuo cast a sympathetic glance, wondering if the old comrade might collapse from a heart attack or a stroke right there. His concern was not genuinely for Lu's health, but rather the predicament of explaining things if the old man fainted. What if, and I emphasize if, his family came to cause a scene? That would be quite troublesome. The fear of trouble outweighed all else. Watching Lu Mingxing's swaying figure disappear at the entrance of the second high school, Chen Zhuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back to the astonished Zhang Yimou, he called out, "Hey, let us go." A few latecomers, who had missed the chance to buy study notes, approached the tricycle and inquired, "Chen Zhuo, do you still have any old books left?" Faced with these patrons, Chen Zhuo smiled warmly. "Yes, indeed. However, today is not feasible, perhaps tomorrow morning. My brother and I will still be here before the morning self-study session. Be sure to bring cash. It's first come, first served." Returning the tricycle to Zhang Mo's mother, Ma Dongmei, was filled with disbelief. "Doimo, Xiaozhua, did you really sell all those old books?" She had witnessed her son and Chen Zhuo load the tricycle with the old books. In her perception, those items were only fit for a recycling station or to be burned. She never imagined that those seemingly inconspicuous old books could fetch nearly 1,000 yuan. This amount equated to her earnings from half a month of selling. Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. "Auntie, we are all classmates. It wouldn't be right to charge them too much." Ma Dongmei nodded, still somewhat dazed. "So, you mean you sold them at a friendly price?" Without further delay, Chen Zhuo bid farewell to Ma Dongmei and her son and headed home directly. He had tasks to accomplish in the afternoon. Old Chen had borrowed a pickup truck, and the two of them needed to help sell watermelons. Long after Chen Zhuo's figure had disappeared, Ma Dongmei remained at the small shed's door, lost in thought. Zhang Yimou pulled at her anxiously. "Mom, what's wrong?" As Ma Dongmei stirred from her reverie, she grasped her son's arm and implored, "Doimo, tell your mother how Chen Zhuo performed that trick." She felt as though her small enterprise of over a decade had amounted to naught, overshadowed by the capabilities of a mere child. Zhang Yimou scratched his head. "Mother, if I were to explain, I would still be baffled. I don't know if you would believe me." Ma Dongmei playfully swatted her son. "You little rascal, always boasting about your intelligence. In my eyes, you can't even compare to that little Zhuo." Zhang Yimou bristled at her words. "Mother, my exam results surpass his. That is an undeniable fact." Ma Dongmei sighed, realizing that when it came to comparing her son with Chen Zhuo, this was the only aspect he could truly claim superiority. Upon returning home, Chen Zhuo found that his parents had yet to arrive, likely occupied with arranging aunt and transfer to another hospital. He was in no rush. Instead, he prepared a pack of instant noodles, adding a sausage and 2 eggs, and relished a delightful lunch. By 2:30 in the afternoon, his father, drenched in sweat, hurriedly returned with Jixia. Chen Zhuo, who had been lounging on the sofa in a feigned slumber, sprang up upon hearing the door. "Dad, have you eaten? I made noodles in the kitchen." Old Chen grabbed the teapot from the table and poured himself a cup of cool tea, gulping it down before replying. "Jixia and I had lunch at the cafeteria of the central hospital." Chen Zhuo glanced at the equally perspiring Jixia and opened the refrigerator, offering her an ice cream. "Here, to cool you down." And Jixia's peach blossom eyes flickered with hesitation, instinctively wanting to refuse. "No, I don't want it." Chen Zhuo shot her a stern look and pressed the ice cream into her hands. "Take it. It's for you." With a reluctant sigh, Jixia accepted the ice cream, savoring it in small bites. Without turning his gaze from her, Chen Zhuo inquired of his father, "Did you manage to borrow the car?" Chen Zhongxi nodded, "Yes. You can drive it directly from the street office later." Chen Zhuo paused, surprised. "What, aren't you coming?" Old Chen shrugged, his expression tinged with helplessness. "I couldn't take another leave in the afternoon after already being absent in the morning." With a half-smile, Chen Zhuo gave a thumbs up. "All right, Comrade Chen. No wonder Nurse Yang says you're busier than national leaders." Chen Zhongxin's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling somewhat awkward. He had boasted about assisting the Yin family in selling their melons, only to find himself delegating the task to his son, which was understandably frustrating. In front of Jixia, he could not afford to lose face, so he shot a stern look at Chen Zhuo. "What's wrong? You're my son. Can't you lend your old man a hand?" Chen Zhuo immediately acquiesced. "All right, since you're getting on in years, everything you say is reasonable. I shall go." He called to Jixia, who had been sneakily observing their playful banter, grabbed the driver's license that old Chen had procured through connections, and swaggered out. Chen Zhongxin followed him to the door, offering a final piece of advice, "Xiaozhua, drive safely." Without looking back, Chen Zhuo retorted, "I know. Why do you sound just like my mother?" Chen Zhongxin laughed and scolded, "You little rascal, if your mother hears you talk behind her back, she'll surely give you a good thrashing." Chen Zhuo chuckled, "There are only a few of us here. How could my mother possibly know? If word gets out, it must be that you, old Chen, have betrayed the organization." Chen Zhongxin found it both amusing and exasperating. What if Jixia accidentally let something slip? Jixia gasped, frantically shaking her hands to indicate her unwavering loyalty. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but laugh at her adorable demeanor. Then it would certainly be your old Chen's fault. This remark was directed at his father. Chen Zhongxin rolled his eyes in frustration, thinking, this rascal is utterly uncontrollable. Chen Zhuo, accompanied by Ji Xia, arrived at the street office. Indeed, a black pickup truck was parked in the yard. After greeting the elderly gatekeeper, who recognized Chen Zhuo as the son of Director Chen, the man opened the gate without hesitation, allowing him to drive the vehicle away. Ji Xia took the passenger seat, guiding Chen Zhuo as they exited Yingzhou City. The Yin family resided in Qingshan Township, northeast of Yingzhou, less than 20 kilometers from the city center. As the pickup turned onto the village's dirt road, Chen Zhuo curiously inquired, "Hey, my father mentioned that most people in your village share the surname Li. Why is it called Zhangzhuang?" Ji Xia was startled by his sudden question. She seemed easily frightened. "I heard from my mother that during the early days of migration to the northeast, a family with the surname Zhang was the first to settle here, hence the name Zhangzhuang. Later, as the number of Lis increased, they never changed it." Chen Zhuo nodded in understanding, finding it quite reflective of the era's characteristics. Ji Xia directed the pickup to a spot beside a river bend, where the Yin family's watermelon field lay. Next to the field, a crude shelter was constructed from sorghum stalks. Chen Zhuo parked the vehicle at the edge of the field, turned off the engine, and stepped out. Suddenly, 3 or 4 young boys dashed out from the watermelon patch, each clutching 2 watermelons, scattering in different directions. Chapter 54. I am not a horsekeeper. Ji Xia's eyes brimmed with tears and frustration. These villagers were clearly taking advantage of her family's vulnerability. Chen Zhuo quickly pursued 2 of the boys, grabbing them by the collars and hauling them back. The 2 boys, around 13 or 14 years old, were quite spirited and struggled against his grip. Chen Zhuo delivered a reprimanding slap to each of their faces, prompting them to calm down. "Damn, how greedy can you be? Stealing watermelons and choosing the largest ones. Otherwise, I wouldn't have caught you. And Ji Xia, go find a phone and call the police." Upon hearing Chen Zhuo mention the police, the 2 watermelon thieves turned pale with fear. And Ji Xia hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Chen Zhuo, we all live in the same village. Calling the police over a few watermelons seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Chen Zhuo scoffed. "If you plan on going to university while Annan and your younger brother continue to be bullied by them, then feel free to refrain from calling." After hearing this, Ji Xia quickly ran toward the village's small shop, where a public phone was located. The 2 boys squatted by the watermelon patch, their faces downcast. They were unable to fight back or flee. The slightly older boy glanced around and, with a grin, said, "Brother, since this is our first offense, can you let us go this time?" Chen Zhuo raised his hand and delivered a slap, questioning, "What's the matter? Am I not the one in charge here? Why should I spare you?" These individuals had clearly delineated roles. As they fled, they even took the time to carry away a couple of watermelons, indicating this was not their first offense. The young boy grimaced, rubbing the back of his head, murmuring, "We're not the only ones stealing melons." Chen Zhuo's laughter was chilling. "If someone else is leading a donkey, do you expect me to pull back? Unfortunately for you, it seems you've drawn the short straw." The boy, unfazed, believed that pilfering a few melons was hardly a serious crime. Within 5 minutes, 3 or 4 women from the village hurried over, their voices raised in indignation. "Is it really necessary to detain our child for picking a few of your rotten watermelons?" Chen Zhuo found their reaction amusing. Truly, a reflection of the parents they followed. To them, a few watermelons held little value. There was no need for such an uproar. They failed to consider that those 2 acres of watermelons represented the entirety of the Yin family's hopes. Aunt Ann's medical bills and the education of her 2 children relied on this meager yield. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhuo stood at the edge of the field, observing the approaching women. As 3 of them arrived, they scrutinized him before asserting themselves, hands on hips. "Who do you think you are, detaining our Goshen? Release him immediately." The eldest boy shouted, "Mom, Annie, hurry and get Dad and the others to come beat this bastard." Chen Zhuo raised his hand once more, delivering another slap. "Little brat, do you think that just because your family is coming, you've got backup? Do you wish to defy me?" One woman, in her 30s, stomped her foot in distress, cursing, "You wretched little beast, how dare you hit my son?" Chen Zhuo responded with another slap. "Stealing a needle as a child leads to stealing gold as an adult. I am merely educating your child. Do you understand?" The 3 women were outraged. "Who are you to discipline our child?" With a swift motion, Chen Zhuo lifted the boy, Goshen, off the ground, his expression darkening. "Stay still. I'm a coward at heart. If I get frightened and accidentally drop you, you might break a leg or an arm, and that would be unfortunate." The women, accustomed to being unreasonable in the village, had never encountered someone as formidable as Chen Zhuo. Realizing he was not jesting, their arrogance began to wane. Is it truly such a crime to steal a few watermelons? We could simply pay for them. This was a bizarre logic akin to that of a robber. Chen Zhuo's expression remained grim. Come now, tell me which house is yours. I will set it ablaze and apologize while compensating you. Does that sound fair? The rural women had never encountered someone who so readily threatened to set fire to another's home. They exchanged glances, their expressions now tinged with fear. Just as the standoff continued, two rotund middle-aged men approached from the direction of the village. A flicker of hope crossed the women's faces. Second uncle. The men exchanged glances with them, boldly stepping in front of Chen Zhuo, one of them producing a cigarette and offering it to Chen Zhuo. Young brother. What is your surname, and what is your relationship with the family? Chen Zhuo cast a glance at him and inquired, What? Are you attempting to pry into my affairs? The man, awkwardly chuckling, withdrew his hand. Not at all. I am the village chief of Zhangzhuang. There seems to be a misunderstanding regarding today's events. Chen Zhuo retained his grip on the hand of the Dogxingzi, smirking with derision. Misunderstanding? Since you are the village chief, you must be well aware of the family's situation, correct? The man chuckled nervously. I am aware. Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. That's good to know. You consider stealing someone's life-saving funds a misunderstanding? In that case, there is no need for further discussion. We can wait for the police to arrive. The man's smile faltered. Young brother, have you contacted the police? Chen Zhuo coldly uttered a single word, yes. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They felt anguish for their own children, but had not sunk to the depths of shamelessness. They were also cognizant that these young rascals had pilfered from the family. An act devoid of conscience. Were this 20 years ago, a thief could have been beaten to death with no recourse for justice. Additionally, these individuals feared the authorities. Should their children be sent to a juvenile detention center, leaving behind a criminal record, their lives would be irrevocably ruined. The man who proclaimed himself the village chief, quick-witted, grasped the situation. Young brother, regarding this minor issue, it may not be necessary to involve the police. Let us negotiate a private settlement and have the parents of these children compensate for the losses. Before Chen Zhuo could respond, the mother of the Dogxingzi interjected with dissent. Village chief. It is utterly impossible to pay any compensation. The portly village chief shot her a fierce glare and admonished, You, shut your mouth. These women had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The family, bereaved and vulnerable, had their watermelons stolen, akin to desecrating a grave. If word of this spread, would these families ever hope for their sons to marry? Their reputations would stink for miles in the surrounding area. It was likely that other children in these families would suffer the consequences, with sons unable to find wives and daughters unable to marry. After a brief explanation, the obstinate women finally recognized the severity of the matter and dared not speak further. The portly village chief approached Chen Zhuo with a forced smile. Young brother. They have consented to compensation. How much do you require? He had resolved that should Chen Zhuo request money, he would counter with a charge of extortion. At that point, the balance of power would shift entirely in his favor. Chen Zhuo, sensing the man's ulterior motives from his expression, thought to himself, as a reborn individual, I shall not allow you to dig a pit for me. No need for compensation. Let the parents of these few individuals work to settle the debt. Chapter 55. Slacking off in Jixia, accompanied by the police from the Qingshan Township Precinct, arrived at the watermelon field and was taken aback by the scene before her. 7 or 8 individuals were bustling about, fervently engaged in their task. Some were lifting, others transporting, as they loaded watermelons onto a pickup truck. Leaning against the vehicle, Chen Zhuo, a cigarette, of uncertain origin, clutched between his fingers, was vocally directing the operation. Slow down, watch your step. Damaging the watermelons will incur costs. As for those unripe ones, leave them for a few days before picking. A few police officers stood at the edge of the field, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Wasn't it reported that someone was stealing watermelons? Observing this scene, it appeared rather unusual. A portly man, engaged in transporting watermelons, hastened over upon hearing the blaring sirens. He retrieved a box of 12 long by mountain cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them among the officers, saying, Dear comrades, I sincerely apologize for your trouble. I am the village head, Zhang Fugui. Earlier, there was a misunderstanding between the villagers and young Chen Zhuo, but we have resolved it now. The lead officer pushed Zhang Fugui's hand aside politely, stating that he did not smoke, and turned to Chen Zhuo, inquiring, Is what village head Zhang said true? Zhang Fugui's expression changed dramatically as he desperately signaled to Chen Zhuo. He feared that this naive youth might unwittingly reveal the truth, which would spell disaster for him. After all, the very boy caught pilfering watermelons was none other than his eldest grandson. Zhang Fugui could not bear to witness his grandson being sent to a juvenile detention center. Chen Zhuo feigned hesitation before slowly replying. Indeed, thanks to village head Zhang's efforts. The parents of those children have acknowledged their mistakes and agreed to compensate for the damages, while also offering to assist in harvesting the watermelons free of charge. Zhang Fugui gritted his teeth in frustration. We recognized no such errors. We were merely intimidated by you. However, under the current circumstances, he could not voice any dissent. Since both parties had reached an understanding, the police officers delivered a few admonishments before turning to leave, sirens blaring as they retraced their route. Zhang Fugui exhaled in relief and gave Chen Zhuo a thumbs up. Young brother Chen, you are remarkable. I am truly impressed. This young man, though not yet of age, possessed an astonishingly astute prowess. After serving as village head for over 20 years, Zhang Fugui found himself utterly defenseless. He abandoned any thoughts of retaliation, recognizing that it would be prudent to maintain a respectful distance from such an extraordinary youth. Furthermore, he would need to advise the villagers, warning them against further bullying the family, for they would bear the consequences. He resolved not to wade into murky waters. And Zhixia's eyes glimmered with a hint of confusion. Chen Zhuo, no one understood the domineering nature of these families better than she, as her own household had frequently been subjected to their ridicule. Why, then, had they suddenly transformed into docile lambs today? Chen Zhuo casually fabricated a response. Oh, it is quite simple. These ladies are deeply remorseful for their past behaviors and have willingly come to assist in making amends. The mother of Go Sheng clenched her teeth, yet was compelled to nod with a forced smile. Yes, that is precisely it. And Zhixia, possessing a straightforward nature, was far from foolish. Having ranked among the top 10 at the first high school, she could hardly be considered dim-witted. Yet, she could not fathom how Chen Zhuo managed to tame these typically unruly villagers into such compliant allies. Harvesting watermelons is a labor-intensive task. If only Chen Zhuo and Zhixia were to undertake it themselves, it would likely take until nightfall to fill the pickup truck. With the sudden influx of helpers, the pace accelerated remarkably. Most importantly, Chen Zhuo need not lift a finger. He merely stood at the edge of the field, directing and calling out instructions. This was, in fact, his ultimate goal. With 2 acres of watermelons to transport, the burden on his back would have been unbearable. By the time the pickup truck was fully loaded, half of the watermelons remained in the field. As a few parents of mischievous children prepared to depart, they were halted by Chen Zhuo. He gestured towards a pre-sliced watermelon and said, "Everyone has worked hard. Please indulge in some watermelon before you leave." The group exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of his intentions. Without further ado, Chen Zhuo seized the watermelon and placed it in their hands, stating, "We are all from the same village. If you wish to enjoy some watermelon, just ask. In the future, let us not allow the children to steal. Annan has worked hard tending to this." His words flushed the faces of all present with shame. The villagers, though simple, were inherently honest. They stood speechless, their hearts heavy with guilt. Observing that his objective had been achieved, Chen Zhuo picked up a large piece of watermelon and handed it to Zhang Fugui, saying, "Uncle Village Head, you are well aware of the family situation. A sickly parent with 2 children, they live in dire straits. We all reside in the same village. If we cannot lend a hand, we should at least refrain from adding to their troubles. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Fugui's face was painted with embarrassment, and he felt a profound sense of inadequacy compared to Chen Zhuo. "Rest assured, if N's watermelons go missing in the future, you can come to me, Zhang Fugui," he assured. Chen Zhuo, with his straightforward manner, ensured that Zhang's reputation remained intact. The other parents of the mischievous children also partook in the watermelon and made promises. Chen Zhuo smiled and said, "Very well, I entrust you, dear uncles and aunts, to keep an eye on things. We will hasten to sell the watermelons over the next few days." As the pickup truck, laden with watermelons, departed the village, and Zhixiao felt as though she were in a dream. When did the villagers, who usually took advantage, become so amiable? Not only did they assist in harvesting the watermelons, but they also offered to watch over them for free. The catalyst for this transformation was none other than the youthful boy of her age. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Zhuo, who was diligently driving. "What, do you find me handsome?" he teased unexpectedly, causing Zhixia to immediately lower her head. After a considerable pause, she finally managed a soft Chen Zhuo, with a triumphant smile, puffed out his chest, and proclaimed, "Honestly, I don't even need you to say it. Most mornings, I wake up simply because of my own handsomeness." Stunned, Zhixia bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with amusement. How could he utter such shameless words? Her head bowed, her expression remained hidden, yet her quivering shoulders betrayed her elation. Oblivious to the subtle changes around him, Chen Zhuo remained engrossed in his self-admiration. The process of delivering the watermelons proceeded without further incident, as it had been prearranged with Du Hongtao. The pickup truck halted at the entrance of the Huili Fruit Supermarket, where employees promptly unloaded and weighed the cargo. Du Hongtao offered Chen Zhuo a cigarette and personally lit it for him, following his father's advice to foster a good relationship. Unlike Du Hongtao, who had started from scratch, old Du, having built a solid enterprise, understood the value of having more friends. Moreover, through his son's descriptions, he had keenly sensed that this student named Chen Zhuo was far more complex than he appeared. Establishing a good rapport with him now will yield countless benefits with negligible drawbacks. Chapter 56. Examination Score Inquiry. In the days that followed, Chen Zhuo's life took on an exceedingly orderly rhythm. Each morning, he would push a tricycle alongside Zhang Mo to sell used books at the entrance of the second high school. In the afternoons, he would drive a pickup truck, accompanied by Jixia, to Zhangzhuang to sell watermelons. After several days of tireless effort, all the watermelons were finally sold. On the way back to the street office to return the pickup truck, Jixia suddenly inquired, "Chen Zhuo, the time to check our scores is approaching. Are you feeling confident?" Chen Zhuo was taken aback momentarily. Time had flown by, and the day to check scores had arrived. He smiled and replied, "Well, I suppose I have some confidence." And Jixia hesitated for a moment before she could no longer restrain herself. "I heard that you only applied to one school. Is it because of Suhui?" Chen Zhuo turned to glance at her. "You know Suhui?" "Yes." And Jixia nodded, biting her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. "She excels academically, is beautiful, and comes from a wealthy family. Many boys from the first high school idolize her." Chen Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder that art student named Xin Pengfei came rushing over from the first high school. It seemed that Su Hui's name resonated throughout the entire Yingzhou. "You are quite beautiful as well." As a seasoned flirt, Chen Zhuo understood precisely how to respond in such a moment. Indeed, upon hearing this compliment, a flicker of joy passed across Jixia's cheeks. How could I possibly compare to her? Chen Zhuo wished to steer the conversation away from that topic. "And Jixia, your scores should suffice for Fudan, Jiaodong, or Tongji, right?" The girl shook her head despondently. "I didn't take the last exam, so my scores won't be very high." Chen Zhuo smacked his forehead. "I can't believe I forgot you missed one exam." He was uncertain which school Jixia had listed as her fallback, hoping it wouldn't result in a missed opportunity this year. Their conversation came to a halt, and in the days that followed, Chen Zhuo did not see the timid and shy girl again. According to his mother, with the money earned from selling watermelons, Andon would finally be able to undergo surgery, and Jixia was likely at the hospital caring for her mother during this time. July 23rd. It was not yet noon when Yang Taiho unexpectedly took leave to return home, dragging along a reluctant Chen Zhongxin. The trio shared a bland lunch before gathering around the landline, exchanging anxious glances. Chen Zhuo's heart raced, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. He had thought his experience would allow him to remain composed, but as the moment approached, he found himself beset by anxiety. Time ticked away, and even his normally composed father, Chen Zhongxin, frequently glanced at the quartz clock on the wall. Finally, after enduring until 3 p.m., the three of them exchanged glances. Typically the most composed, Yang Taiho was the one struggling the most with nerves. "Who is calling?" Chen Zhongxin's lips moved slightly as he took a deep breath. "Xiao Zhuo, you take it." Yang Xiaomin swallowed hard, directing her gaze toward Chen Zhuo. At this moment, the act of yielding seemed rather futile. The condition of Mr. and Mrs. Chen clearly did not lend itself to personally checking the scores. Should their excitement escalate, it could potentially lead to cardiovascular issues, which would certainly complicate matters. Chen Zhuo took 2 deep breaths, grasped the microphone, and resolutely dialed the score inquiry hotline at 160-5789. The couple's hearts raced, and they instinctively leaned away from their seats towards the phone. Chen Zhuo offered a wry smile. "It's busy. I can't get through." "Mr." Chen inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Mrs. Yang gritted her teeth and declared, "Keep calling. Persist until we get through." During this time, it was likely that the majority of examinees across the province were attempting to make the same call. It was entirely normal to experience difficulties in getting through. After this brief interruption, the tense atmosphere in the household lightened considerably. Chen Zhuo repeatedly pressed the redial button. Nearly 10 minutes elapsed before a soft beep resonated from the receiver. Chen Zhuo was both startled and elated. "We got through." Switched to speakerphone. Mr. and Mrs. Yang held their breath, not daring to exhale, fearful of missing a single word. A sweet voice on the other end greeted them. "Welcome to the Dongliao Province College Entrance Examination Score Inquiry Hotline. After the beep, please enter the 14-digit candidate number you wish to inquire about, and press the pound key to confirm." Here it is. Yang Xiumin fumbled to hand over the prepared candidate number to her son. Chen Zhuo entered the number, double-checked for any errors, and decisively pressed the pound key. After a prolonged wait, a slow voice finally emerged from the other end. Chen Zhuo harbored grave suspicions that the score reporting system was deliberately sluggish to accrue additional call charges. The candidate number you entered is 211x times x times x times x times x times x. Please confirm by pressing the pound key. Chen Zhuo, exercising patience, pressed the pound key once more. At last, the long-anticipated information arrived. Candidate name, Chen Zhuo. Registered at Dongliao Province, Yingzhou Second Senior High School. Inquiry category, Arts. Mr. and Mrs. Chen's expressions mirrored one another, mouths agape, their bodies leaning forward, even their breaths suspended. Chen Zhuo's score for the 1998 college entrance examination is as follows: Mathematics 115, Chinese 124, English 129, Comprehensive Arts 225, total score 593. To hear the score again, press the star key. To return to the previous menu, press the pound key. Yang Xiumin widened her eyes, incredulously asking her husband, Chen Zhongxin, how many points did she say our son scored? Mr. Chen also appeared incredulous. It seems to be 593. Mrs. Yang was momentarily stunned. Since her husband affirmed it was indeed 593, she realized she had not misheard. Xiaozhua quickly pressed the star key. Although she was confident she had not misheard, Mrs. Yang felt compelled to confirm once more. Chen Zhuo remained considerably more composed than them. After all, he had anticipated this score. Well, my estimated score was between 580 and 590. I didn't expect it to exceed by 3 points. He casually pressed the star key, and the phone recounted the earlier results once more. At last, Yang Xiumin confirmed that her son had indeed scored 593 points. The Empress Mother leaped with joy, spinning around the room in excitement. 593, truly 593. Our ancestral graves are surely blessed. My little Zhuo has achieved such a remarkable score. Chen Zhongxin, please take a leave tomorrow. We must return to honor our ancestors and express our gratitude for their protection over little Zhuo. The Empress was so exhilarated that her words nearly tumbled over one another. Zhuo, which school did you apply to? It can't possibly be Yingzhou Normal University, can it? Upon this inquiry from old Chen, Yang Xiumin's ecstatic expression faltered momentarily. She almost forgot the possibility that her son might have chosen the wrong school, rendering such a high score futile. To attend Yingzhou Normal University with 593 points would surely elicit a grand welcome from the entire faculty and student body. Chen Zhuo chuckled. No, I've applied to Dongliao University. Chapter 57. An unexpected call. Yang Xiumin finally managed to calm herself, clenching her fists and waving them triumphantly. All my years of hard work have not been in vain. Just wait and see. Who among those people will dare to mock me now? The people she referred to were likely her colleagues at the hospital. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. In Mother Empress's mind, it seems I serve merely this purpose. Chen Zhongxin was even more straightforward, muttering under his breath, what hard work. The score was achieved by little Zhuo. The Empress was incensed. Chen, what nonsense is that? Without my devoted care over the past 3 years, could our son possibly have attained such impressive results? Old Chen opened his mouth, but dared not retort further. Chen Zhuo, with a grin, wrapped his arm around the Empress. Mom, you are the greatest contributor to this outstanding score. Yang Xiumin, filled with pride, raised her chin. Did you hear that, Chen Zhongxin? Your son agrees that I am the greatest contributor. Old Chen subtly grimaced, but did not expect that this minor gesture would be noticed by the keen-eyed Empress. Chen, what does that expression mean? Chen Zhongxin forced a smile. I have a toothache. Yang Xiumin huffed, but unusually decided to let him off the hook. She was happier than anyone else about her son's excellent examination results. The couple, who had just been at odds, turned back to one another to discuss whether or not to host a celebration for Zhuo's advancement. Chen Zhuo, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but remind, Mom, didn't you promise Annan to help check in Zhixia's scores? Yang Xiumin smacked her forehead. Indeed, in my excitement, I nearly forgot about the important matters. Habitually, she shifted the blame to her husband. Chen Zhongxin, it's all your fault for causing distractions. Old Chen was left speechless. What did I do? It seems I have done nothing at all. After 2 decades of marriage, he learned one truth. When his wife is being unreasonable, it is best not to attempt to reason with her. The family of 3 gathered once more around the telephone, dialing the score inquiry hotline again. After more than half an hour, it was no longer as difficult to connect as it had been at first. Chen Zhuo skillfully followed the voice prompts to input in Zhixia's candidate number. Candidate name, and Zhixia, candidate number, 211XXXXXXXX, place of academic registration, First Senior High School of Yingzhou. Dongliao Province, Inquiry Category, Science. To confirm, please press the pound key. The familiar slow, exasperating tone could drive anyone to despair. Chen Zhuo, no longer gripped by tension while checking his score, casually pressed the pound key. Student Xia, your score for this college entrance examination is as follows: Chinese 143, Mathematics 142, Comprehensive Science 272, total score 557. To listen again, please press the star key. To return to the previous menu, please press the pound key. This time, even the usually composed Mr. and Mrs. Chen were taken aback, as was Chen Zhuo. My goodness, this score is astonishing. Having skipped the English exam, she still achieved a total of 557? If she had completed all subjects, would she not have reached 700 points? She is undoubtedly a candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University. Yang Xiaomin swallowed hard, glanced at her son, and hesitantly spoke. Xiao Zhuo, I feel you might not be worthy of her. Chen Zhongxi nodded in agreement, uncharacteristically aligning himself with his wife. And Zhixia's accomplishments were indeed extraordinary. Chen Zhuo managed a wry smile and nodded. Mom, I think so too. Yang Taiho instantly fumed, her gaze instinctively darting towards the broom in the kitchen. You little rascal, I always told you to work harder, but you treated my words as mere whispers. Now, with such a meager score, how can I hold my head high in front of Zhangxia? It seemed she had forgotten that she was the one who had just claimed that the Chun family's ancestors were rolling in their graves. Chen Zhuo, quick-witted as ever, seized the broom first. Mom, are you even being reasonable? My score is higher than in Jixia's. Higher my foot. Yang Xiaomin found her son increasingly displeasing. It is precisely this comparison that reveals the stark contrast between her once-cherished son and the children of others. Both Chen Zhuo and his father were acutely aware of Yang Taiho's unreasonable temperament. At this moment, it was crucial not to provoke her in any way. Yang Xiaomin's temper flared quickly but also dissipated just as fast. Within 5 minutes, she was on the phone, calling acquaintances one by one. Dr. Liu, your daughter is also taking the college entrance exam this year, right? How did she do? Oh, for 180 points isn't too shabby. When's the celebration? My son didn't do well. Only scored 593, not even 600. Sisterly, my son Chen Zhuo scored 593 in this year's college entrance exam. Let us gather soon. I'll treat everyone to a drink. Sister Wang, I have good news. My son scored 593 in the college entrance exam this year. Huh? But it's still far from enough. I'm discussing with his father whether he should repeat a year, to see if he can make a push for Tsinghua or Peking University. Chen Zhuo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, exchanging a glance with his equally helpless father. The radiant demeanor of his mother bore no trace of anger. She was clearly reveling in her own pride. Repeat a year for Tsinghua or Peking University. Are you sure you're not joking? I know my own situation well. If it weren't for the golden opportunity bestowed upon me by my rebirth, I would barely scrape by even in a private university. At most, it is merely a vocational institution in Yingzhou. After a year of retaking the examination, if the golden opportunity proves to be a mere fleeting moment, he would have nowhere to shed his tears. His mother clutched the phone, speaking fervently for nearly an hour, eventually notifying even her classmates from nursing school before reluctantly placing the receiver down. Chen Zhuo believed that had there been more numbers to dial, his mother would have persevered through the night without rest. Nevertheless, let her bask in her display. It would spare him from physical and emotional turmoil. Just as Empress Yang set down the phone, preparing to catch her breath and reflect on whom she might have overlooked, the telephone on the table rang unexpectedly. Yang Xiaomin promptly seized the receiver. This is the Chun Zhongxin residence. May I ask who is calling? After a brief pause, her expression turned astonished as she handed the phone to Chen Zhuo. Son, it's for you. It's a girl with a lovely voice. A girl? Chen Zhuo took the receiver and said, hello. On the other end, a melodious and ethereal voice emerged. Chen Zhuo, it's me. Have you received your scores? Su Huai? Chen Zhuo never anticipated that the enchanting Su Xiener would take the initiative to call him. How did she acquire my home number? Yes, I scored 593. On the line. Su Huai seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Congratulations. This should secure your place at Dongliao University. Given her proactive call, Chen Zhuo felt compelled to reciprocate with courtesy. And you? Are you heading to Tsinghua or Peking University? Su Huai's spirits appeared buoyant. I want to tell you. Listening to the dial tone, Chen Zhuo was utterly astonished. The illustrious Su Xiener of the second high school has such a playful side. Who would believe it if told? Chapter 58. The exam result was disappointing less than an hour later. Su Huai's teasing was met with resolution when his close friend Zhang Mo called to inquire about Chen Zhuo's results. Old Chen, my total score is 635. I should be set for the computer network engineering program at Haile University. How about you? Chen Zhuo silently scoffed at his friend before leisurely responding. Not so well. I scored 593, just 7 points shy of 600. What? The sound of clattering objects echoed from the other end, likely due to Zhang Mo's astonishment as he knocked something over. Well done, old Chen. Just the other day, you estimated around 580, and I didn't believe you. Who would have thought you actually shot for the stars? Chen Zhuo could discern the genuine happiness in Zhang Mo's voice. In both of their lifetimes, only this steadfast companion had remained unwaveringly by his side. Ba. I am a genuine reincarnator. Notions of male-male love being true affection are mere fallacies. Quickly dismiss them. Zhang Mo's mood brightened, and he became more talkative. Old Chen, did you hear? Li Shui scored 633 this time. I've finally redeemed myself. Chen Zhuo chuckled softly. This friend, who often jested, evidently cared deeply about his long-held position as the perennial second place. Congratulations, my friend. This time, you've truly vindicated yourself. Zhang Mo, imitating a villain from a television drama, burst into laughter. Old Chen, have you heard? Su Xianer has flunked her exam. Chen Zhuo felt a weight in his heart as he recalled the tone of Su Hui's recent phone call, which hardly suggested that she had performed poorly on her exam. Did she slide down the rankings? Zhang Mo retorted irritably. What are you thinking? The results were just released today. How could she have slid? Besides, she is Su Xianer. Chen Zhuo grew indignant. Come on, your words are so unclear. Why are you blaming me? The two friends quickly fell into a banter of mutual teasing. Zhang Mo chuckled. What I meant by performing poorly is that her score did not meet expectations. She only got a 703. Chen Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. Su Hui's scores in her 3 mock exams had consistently hovered around 730. Old Jiang Yunzhou had even hoped she would secure the top provincial spot for the school. A 703 would likely fall short of that goal. Zhang Mo sighed, a hint of reflection in his voice, as expected of Su Xianer. Even if she fails, her scores are still beyond what we mere mortals can compare with. Chen Zhuo's thoughts shifted. Hey, do you know what Su Hui's backup school is? Aside from Qingbei, Zhang Mo, the most gossip-savvy member of Class 19, was the right person to ask. I heard it might be Dongliao University of Political Science and Law. Sure enough. Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes. Could it be that Su Hui was intentionally lowering her scores to avoid Qingbei? The thought startled him, prompting a vigorous shake of his head to dismiss such a ludicrous notion. What reason would Su Hui have to deliberately lower her scores? As silence fell on his end, the talkative Zhang Mo on the other end of the line continued. Hey, Chen. Li Shui just called and said she wants to gather in a few days to visit Yunjie Temple. Are you going? Chen Zhuo hesitated for a moment. Yunjie Temple was located in the mountains just south of Yingzhou, not too far away. However, having explored the area thoroughly in his past life, he was not particularly keen on going again. Zhang Mo seemed to sense his reluctance. Come on, Chen, let us go together. Don't be such a buzzkill. Chen Zhuo retorted playfully. Seriously? Are you trying to drag me along as a third wheel while you go on a trip with Li Shui? As his close friend and desk mate, he was more aware than anyone of Zhang Mo's special feelings for the girl. This thought made him chuckle. Strangely enough, they did seem like a good match in some respects. One slightly tanned girl and the other, known as Big Black, a devoted admirer. If they truly ended up together, what would they name their child? Erhe or Erha? Lost in his whimsical thoughts, Chen Zhuo was thoroughly entertained by his own idle musings. Suddenly, Zhang Mo dropped another bombshell. Hey Chen, Li Shui mentioned that during this trip, Lu Weinan from Class 2 will invite Su Xianer along. Don't miss this opportunity. Chen Zhuo contemplated for a moment before responding. Get lost. I'm just going to accompany you. What does that have to do with Su Hui? Zhang Mo was overjoyed. That's the spirit, Chen. I knew you would agree. It's settled then. Let's meet at the bus stop in front of the Guandi Temple at 7 a.m. on the 25th. Chen Zhuo impatiently replied that he understood and hung up the phone, fearing that Zhang Mo's phone bill might exceed the limit this month. Su Hui, will she truly join us for the outing? In a rather austere room within the family housing complex of the prosecutor's office, situated in the northern part of Yingzhou City, Su Hui sat by the window, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. A gentle knock resonated twice before the door was pushed open. Dear, may I come in? Su Hui did not turn her head, remaining tranquil in her position by the window. Sure. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Lu Lijuan breathed a sigh of relief, her previously tense expression transforming into a warm smile. My dear, now that the exams are over, why are you still cooped up at home? Don't you want to go out with your friends? Ever since the couple learned of their daughter's exam results, they had been filled with concern. Su Hui had consistently performed exceptionally well, yet something had gone awry during the college entrance examination, jeopardizing her chances at Tsinghua and Peking University, which had once seemed certain. The couple feared that their daughter might be disheartened. Lu Lijuan took 2 days off from work intending to offer some encouragement. Su Hui turned her head, her expression revealing no hint of distress. "Mom, I simply don't wish to go out." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Lijuan replied, "Dear, if you are determined to attend Tsinghua or Peking, we can consider having you repeat a year." Su Hui paused, then chuckled softly. "Mom, who said I must go to Tsinghua or Peking? Dongliao University of Political Science and Law is quite excellent too." Lu Lijuan was taken aback. Her daughter was not as fixated as she had feared. "It's wonderful that you think so. The law program at Dongliao may indeed surpass that of Tsinghua and Peking." Su Hui nodded slowly. "I believe so too." Realizing that her daughter's spirits remained unaffected by her results, Lu Lijuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. "By the way, your classmate just called to ask if you would like to travel to Yanji Temple." Su Hui shook her head. "Mom, please help me decline." Lu Lijuan hesitated. "Dear, your father and I believe it would be good for you to get out more. It's far better than being cooped up at home." The couple had initially hoped their daughter would refrain from romantic entanglements until after her university graduation to avoid distractions. However, compared to their daughter's mental well-being, that concern seemed trivial. Su Hui tilted her head in thought and, with a resigned nod, agreed. "In that case, I suppose I shall accompany them." Chapter 59. The red-haired lady driving a sports car on the morning of the 25th, Chen Zhuo stood at the bus stop in front of Guandi Temple. His backpack slung over his shoulders. He lived the closest and was also the earliest to arrive. Damn, Chen Zhuo cursed inwardly, lamenting the unreliability of his classmates. They had agreed to gather at 7 a.m., and here he was, the only one present as the clock neared 6:50. "Fine, I'll just wait a bit longer." As he grumbled about Li Shui and Zhang Mo, a striking crimson sports car screeched to a halt at the roadside. The female driver pushed her sunglasses atop her head. Leaning out with a cheerful smile, and in somewhat halting Mandarin, asked, "Hey, young man, could you tell me how to get to Yanji Temple?" Chen Zhuo glanced around, confirming that the beautiful driver was indeed addressing him. "Miss, you should turn left at the upcoming intersection and then continue straight for about 5 kilometers. There will be a signpost indicating Yanji Temple." A beautiful woman with flowing, fiery red hair burst into laughter at a playful remark directed at her. "Thank you, young man. You certainly have a way with words. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink." With a wave of her hand, she restarted her vibrant convertible and vanished in an instant. Chen Zhuo, with keen eyes, noticed the car's license plate, which was unexpectedly from the eastern Guangdong region. No wonder she could afford such an extravagant vehicle. She was indeed a wealthy beauty from the south. Chen Zhuo chuckled softly, sighing to himself. Suddenly, a hand patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Old Chen, what are you mumbling about? Talking about rich beauties?" Without turning around, Chen Zhuo retaliated with a swift elbow jab to Zhang Mo's abdomen. "You haven't heard that people can scare people to death, have you?" Zhang Mo managed to evade the blow, laughing heartily. "You are the one daydreaming, and somehow it's my fault? You certainly have a knack for turning the tables." After not seeing each other for a few days, the two brothers immediately resumed their playful banter. As they exchanged jests, more classmates arrived one after another. One could not help but commend Li Shui, the class leader of Class 19, for her undeniable charisma. Out of 54 students, she managed to gather 20. The remaining students either lived too far from school or had unsatisfactory scores in the college entrance examination and chose to repeat the year. The 20 standing there encompassed nearly all the students in Class 19 who scored above 450, confident that they had an excellent chance of being accepted into their desired schools. These students felt at ease. A few less familiar classmates even took the opportunity to tease Chen Zhuo. "Wow, old Chen, I never realized you were so talented, scoring 593, ranking 7th in our class." "Indeed, Chen Zhuo, I used to mock you for daring to apply to Dongliao University, but it turns out the real fool is me." "Chen Zhuo, you don't have a girlfriend, do you?" "I'm also single. Why don't we give it a try?" Chen Zhuo was taken aback, nearly turning to flee. "Ha ha ha, Duan, don't joke around. A girl as extraordinary as you is far beyond my reach." The bold girl named Duan gazed at him with longing eyes. "How will you know unless you try? Perhaps you're just the right match." Chen Zhuo felt a chill run down his spine. Had he known such a scenario would arise, he would have never come. Fortunately, at that moment, the bus to Yanji Temple rumbled to a stop by the roadside. Chen Zhuo let out a sigh of relief and quickly urged, "The bus is here. Everyone hurry up and don't keep the driver waiting." Thank heavens for the bus driver, allowing him to escape a predicament. Chen Zhuo's intentions were not to reform his ways. Rather, it was that Duan did not align with his aesthetic preferences. If only Su Hui had uttered those words, he might have agreed on the spot. Of course, he never dared to dream of Su Hui openly confessing her feelings for him in a public setting. Once on the bus, Chen Zhuo clung tightly to Zhang Mo. Forcing him to sit together, thus thwarting Du Wan's advances. Zhang Yimou lowered his voice and advised, Lao Chun, apart from her slightly shorter stature, less than perfect skin, and rather ordinary looks, Du Wan is quite decent. Why not reluctantly consider her? Chen Zhuo curtly responded with a single word, scram. Du Wan, on her part, merely entertained the notion of giving it a shot, and Chen Zhuo's rejection did not weigh heavily on her mind. After all, she was young and beautiful. It was merely his lack of discernment. The bus arrived at Yunjie Temple, where a group of male and female classmates disembarked in small clusters. In 1998, the world had not yet sunk to the depths of charging for everything. As a well-known local attraction, entry to Yunjie Temple was free for residents. Chen Zhuo later came across a news article about a highway near the Yellow River, where a 3-meter-high wall had been constructed. Want to gaze upon the Mother River? Sure. It would cost you 100 yuan for access to a designated viewing platform. It was a blatant money-making scheme. Whether the rumors of fees at the Yellow River were true or not, Chen Zhuo had never visited. However, he had certainly frequented Yunjie Temple outside Yingzhou City in his past life. Each time he changed girlfriends, he would take her there for a stroll. Eventually, he could navigate the area with his eyes closed. The Yunjie Temple of 1998 bore no resemblance to its state 20 years later. Several notable attractions, such as the water droplet Guanyin and the sleeping tiger cave, had yet to be constructed. The entire temple, aside from the 13-story pagoda said to be built by the Khitan Empress Xiao, consisted of only a few ancient halls. Chen Zhuo followed his classmates into the main hall. Zhang Yimou, Li Shui, Du Wan, and others reverently lit incense and bowed in prayer. The incense they held was purchased from the 2 rotund monks stationed at the entrance. Chen Zhuo had no intention of participating in the ritual. The previously cheerful monks, upon seeing him enter with his hands stuffed in his pockets, suddenly wore expressions of frost on their plump faces. Benefactor, within the grand hall resides the Lord of Literature, and paying your respects will bring you good fortune. Their tone was notably restrained for a visitor who seemed reluctant to part with their money. Chen Zhuo halted, a mischievous smile on his face. Master, if my memory serves me correctly, the Lord of Literature is a deity belonging to Taoism, is he not? The monk's rosy cheeks immediately darkened. This man was truly insufferable. Not only was he unwilling to spend, but he also dared to babble nonsense at the entrance to the hall. With people like you around, we might as well starve. The monk on the left maintained a stoic demeanor. Benefactor, you may not be aware, but red flowers, white leaves, and blue lotus roots. These 3 teachings are fundamentally one family. He believed his retort was flawless. Chen Zhuo's smile grew even brighter. The master speaks true, since we are all one family. Does it truly matter whether I pay my respects or not? Surely, the Lord of Literature is magnanimous enough not to quibble with a mere mortal like me. Both monks simultaneously turned their heads away. That detestable miser, I do not wish to speak with you. Chapter 60. Joy turns to sorrow. Chen Zhuo was not particularly concerned about the money. He simply did not want to be an unsuspecting fool. In the realm of contemporary short video platforms, the impression left by various monks driving imported luxury cars is indelibly profound. 2 rotund monks, exasperated to the point of enlightenment, found themselves powerless against him. Standing at the entrance of the grand hall, Chen Zhuo peered inside, only to lose interest almost immediately. With a smile directed at the 2 monks at the door, he turned and sauntered away. If memory served him right, the only remaining point of interest at Yunjie Temple was the winding path of the 18 bends. Upon arriving at the starting point of the 18 bends, he encountered a man garbed as a monk, who, upon seeing him approach, performed a respectful bow. Benefactor, would you spare some change? 100 or 2 is not too little, and 1,000 or 2 is not too much. Chen Zhuo chuckled. You are indeed audacious, opening with 100 or 2. He stood before the monk, scrutinizing him from his elevated position. The man felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, his eyes darting about, unwilling to meet Chen Zhuo's stare. As Chen Zhuo's gaze swept over the monk's bald head, a smirk crept onto his lips. Pray tell, master, why should I give you money? The monk was momentarily taken aback. Benefactor, I hail from Mount Putuo, seeking alms to rebuild the temple. Even the self-designation was incorrect. True monks would refer to themselves as humble practitioners. Chen Zhuo softly laughed and retrieved 2 bills from his backpack. Since you come from Putuo, I trust you can recite the Heart Sutra? A flicker of panic crossed the monk's face. Out here, a monk does not recite scriptures. Chen Zhuo burst into laughter. You can't possibly be without a few lines of the Great Compassion Mantra? The monk shifted his feet, seemingly contemplating a hasty retreat, only to realize he was encircled by onlookers, including those who had previously given him money. Left with no choice, he steeled himself to concoct another excuse. Benefactor, I am a wandering monk, solely seeking alms and not reciting scriptures. With a sigh, Chen Zhuo pointed at the man's bald head. Brother, if you wish to deceive, please exert some effort. At the very least, use a lighter to scorch a few dots on your scalp. If you fear pain, then do not venture out to deceive. Upon hearing this, the impostor disguised as a monk could no longer endure and turned to flee. The surrounding tourists would not let him escape, rushing forward to bring him down. What audacity, coming here to swindle. I've always thought this fellow had shifty eyes, not resembling a genuine monk at all. Spare me. If it weren't for this young man exposing him, who would have noticed the absence of a scar on this fake monk's head? Call the police. We cannot allow this fraud to continue harming others. Standing at the periphery of the crowd, Chen Zhuo kindly reminded them, let us not forget. There are still 2 monks selling incense at the entrance. Someone quickly dashed toward the grand hall. Right, those 2 must be in cahoots with him. After a brief commotion, 3 bald-headed impostors posing as monks were securely bound by the tourists. Chen Zhuo smiled and turned to leave. A delicate hand, as white as jade, landed upon his shoulder, and an imperfect Mandarin floated into his ear. Little brother, your insight is truly remarkable. Among so many, only you discerned that the monk was a fraud. Teach me, please. Chen Zhuo turned back with a wry smile, recognizing the familiar face of the affluent young woman who had, not long ago, driven a red sports car and sought directions from him. Hello, beautiful lady, it appears we meet again. Shouldn't you treat me to a drink? The girl behind the wheel had a round face, slightly broader than average, her features reminiscent of the powerful protagonist, Hong Haran, from the Korean drama Queen of Tears, which Chen Zhuo had watched in a past life. Perhaps it was the novelty of such a compliment that brought a joyful smile to her face. I have no problem treating you to a drink. But what about my loss? Chen Zhuo's expression turned to one of incredulity. Miss, even if you don't wish to treat me, there is no need for such ingratitude. I just helped you out. With a playful arch of her brow, she pointed towards the foam monk, now bound like a dumpling, and asserted, little brother. It was your late warning that caused me to lose 500 yuan. Such a significant loss surely warrants some accountability, doesn't it? Taken aback, Chen Zhuo stumbled back, startled by the striking resemblance the girl bore to Kim Ji-won. No wonder Zhang Wuji's mother said that the more beautiful the woman, the less reason she has. The girl, clearly unfamiliar with Zhang Wuji's mother, understood the compliment about her beauty and laughed even more heartily. Little brother, you are quite the charmer. Let us properly introduce ourselves. Extending a slender finger to her nose, she proclaimed, I am Su Yunxi, from Busan in the southern part of South Korea. It became apparent why her Mandarin carried a peculiar accent. Chen Zhuo paused, shaking his head with a smile. So you are an international friend. My apologies. I am Chen Zhuo, a native of Yingzhou, 18 years old, a non-smoker, non-drinker, with no vices. Most importantly, I am still without a girlfriend. Su Yunxi doubled over in laughter. You little rascal, are you implying a blind date? I am 5 years your senior. He swore to the deity of literature that he meant no offense. It was merely a habit cultivated from a past life spent as a cad, irresistibly drawn to lovely ladies. Ah, old habits die hard, he mused, casually shifting the blame to his former self. As for the deity of literature, he had little concern for such matters. Miss Yunxi, have you not heard the saying, a woman 3 years older holds a golden brick? Su Yunxi, a bit lost in his playful banter, retorted, I clearly stated I am 5 years older than you. Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively, replying earnestly, it's merely a brick and a half, it matters not. Once again, her laughter rang out. She had never imagined that being sent to this remote place would lead her to encounter such an amusing young man. This unexpected interaction lightened her previously gloomy mood. All right, I shall remember you. If I remain unmarried, I shall hold you accountable. Huh, only when you find yourself single do you think of me. He chuckled, realizing this international friend was quite the unapologetic flirt. Chen Zhuo yearned to tease a few more words, yet an icy aura of menace approached from behind him. Thanks to the blessings of his past life, his instinctual perception of danger was markedly heightened. Turning to gaze in the direction from whence the malevolence emanated, Chen Zhuo could not suppress a quiet lament. The adage joy begets sorrow was indeed not mere folly. A mere 10 meters behind him, with her signature high ponytail and a casual attire, stood Su Hui, exuding an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being, her gaze fixated upon him unblinkingly. Even with Chen Zhuo's thick skin, being scrutinized in such a manner left him unable to remain indifferent. Su Yunxi, sensing the unusual atmosphere, followed his gaze and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hey, little brother, that man-eating fairy over there I sent to your girlfriend, is she? Chapter 61. The proud fairy Su with a dry chuckle, Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. Miss, that joke is far from amusing. Su Yunxi's curious gaze flitted between the two, observing keenly. It was evident to her that the girl across harbored a palpable hostility towards her. Chen Zhuo, mustering his courage, greeted her. "Hi, classmate Su Hui." What a coincidence. The celestial beauty of Su Hui's countenance was etched with an aura of unapproachability. Indeed, it is a coincidence. I hope I am not intruding upon your time, Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo scratched his nose. Not at all. Since we've met, let us go together. Before Su Hui could respond, her steadfast companion, glasses-clad Lu Weinan, interjected. No need. We prefer to avoid treacherous mountain paths like the 18 bends. Chen Zhuo shrugged. What a pity. He turned to Su Yunqi and gestured. It seems we are left to team up, then. Su Yunqi's wide eyes darted about, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It certainly was a pity. Her compliance with Chen Zhuo stemmed from a sudden mischievous impulse to observe how the ethereal girl would react. Su Hui's charming face hardened. Lu Weinan, please refrain from making decisions on behalf of others. I never stated that I disliked climbing. Poor Lu Weinan wore a troubled expression, at a loss for words. Chen Zhuo silently mourned for him for a minute. Buddy, you can't handle Su Hui's aura. Best not to seek your own discomfort. After rebuking Lu Weinan, Su Hui arched her graceful neck and strode confidently towards Su Yunqi. Sister, coincidentally, I wish to climb as well. Shall we join forces? Given that Su Yunqi was several years her senior, she understood the mindset of such a young girl quite well. This girl likely viewed me as a hypothetical rival. Su Yunqi chuckled inwardly, while her curiosity about the seemingly ordinary Chen Zhuo intensified. Of course, it's my fortune to have such a beautiful companion. Drawing from her experience, Su Yunqi knew that dealing with a newly graduated Su Hui would be a rather simple endeavor. In mere moments, the two had transformed into close friends, at least. That was how it appeared on the surface. Chen Zhuo's facial muscles twitched, and he sighed. Celestial fairies are truly the most troublesome. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just sufficiently audible for Su Hui to hear. The young girl bit her lip, letting out a soft huff through her nostrils. Su Yunqi suddenly felt that coming to Yunjie Temple was indeed her wisest choice. Otherwise, how could her spirits have lifted so remarkably? The two young ladies laughed and chatted as they set foot on the beginning of the 18 bends plank road. Chen Zhuo, with his hands buried in his pockets and a nonchalant expression, sauntered along behind them. Yet, poor Lu Weinan had to expend considerable effort to finally coax Su Hui out. Before he could utter a single word, she had already run off with someone else. Lu Weinan glanced up at the sky, faintly perceiving a hint of green above. After lingering in indecision for a while, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, following onto the plank road. The winding 18 bends of Yunjie Temple, true to its name, meandered its way to the mountain peak. Chen Zhuo, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, leisurely trailed behind the two women, refraining from engaging them in conversation, occasionally standing at the edge of the path to gaze into the distance. The irritation in Su Hui's eyes deepened. What a wretched fellow, lacking even a modicum of gentlemanly grace. Did he not notice the heavy burden I bore? As a well-mannered prospective university student, shouldn't he have offered to carry the bag for his female classmate? Isn't that how it's portrayed in dramas? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, harboring a growing resentment for the oblivious man. Chen Zhuo, however, was not inclined to take on the role of a pack mule. Ridiculous. His own bag was sufficiently heavy. He hardly had the inclination to carry someone else's. If one truly sought an eager servant, the panting Lu Weinan behind them would undoubtedly fit the bill. He would likely be more than willing to undertake such a task. With this thought in mind, Chen Zhuo feigned ignorance of the mournful gaze directed at him. As a bystander, Su Yunqi suddenly found today's events increasingly entertaining. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, reaching the summit of Yunjie Temple via the 18 bends plank road required a considerable trek. Unlike other renowned mountains in the country, the Nuru Eru mountain on the outskirts of Yangzhou did not boast great height, yet it still reached several hundred meters in elevation. Su Hui's life over the years, aside from her studies, resembled that of a sheltered young lady from ancient times, rarely stepping beyond her doorstep and lacking time for physical exercise. This resulted in her becoming breathless before even reaching the halfway mark, perspiration dampening her bangs. Her frustration mounted as she gritted her teeth and persevered upward. However, one's physical constitution cannot be feigned. Upon reaching another gentle platform, Su Hui's legs involuntarily began to tremble. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes heavenward. This was a severe lack of fitness. If it were in Jixia, she would surely ascend without breaking a sweat, her composure unruffled. He may not have realized that he often unconsciously compared Su Hui to Jixia. Observing the goddess struggling to walk, Lu Weinan, equally exhausted, felt a surge of joy. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. Finally, an opportunity to shine had presented itself. summoning the last of his strength. He leaned against the railing of the path and dashed to Su Hui's back. Su Hui, may I assist you with your backpack? Su Hui halted, glancing back at the panting Lu Weinan, who resembled a windbag, hesitating momentarily. Chen Zhuo, blocked behind, impatiently interjected, "Hey, are you two going to move or not? At this pace, we could enjoy the sunset by the time we reach the summit." Su Hui, already brimming with irritation, finally erupted. "Lu Weinan, step aside. Chen Zhuo, I'm granting you an opportunity. Carry my backpack." Chen Zhuo was amused. Why would a willing sycophant seek him out? Did he so resemble a fool? He remained silent, coldly observing the haughty Su Hui. The girl bit her cherry lips, her pristine white teeth clenched tightly. Heaven knows how much courage it took her to utter those words. Unexpectedly, it only earned her this wretched fellow's mockery. Accustomed to basking in the adoration of many, the little fairy had never endured such indignity, and tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes, poised to spill at any moment. Chen Zhuo felt a twinge of unease but ultimately sighed in resignation, shrugging in surrender. Fine, consider it a debt from my past life. Give me your backpack." Su Hui, smiling through her tears, promptly tossed her pink backpack into Chen Zhuo's arms. Lu Weinan looked on in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Chapter 62. Anger rising from the heart. Malice breeding in the gallows. Su Yunxi, her beautiful eyes glinting mischievously, removed her Louis Vuitton backpack and, in a deliberately coy tone, said, "Chen Zhuo, dear brother, I can't carry it anymore either." Chen Zhuo was both amused and exasperated. This woman was undeniably stirring up trouble. As expected, Su Hui's once clear gaze turned perilous once more. Chen Zhuo was unperturbed. Fine, whether it's one sheep or two, they are still driven together. With his own backpack on his back and a handbag on each arm, Chen Zhuo walked along with an ungainly gait, resembling a crab. Nevertheless, even with a lighter load, Su Hui found herself unable to take another step after climbing just 2 more bends. The fairy gritted her teeth, her delicate hands gripping the railing tightly, clinging to her last vestige of stubbornness. Lu Weinan, who had barely caught up, hesitated before ultimately retreating. He knew his own limits. Having made it this far was already pushing it. Carrying Su Hui would surely leave him breathless. Chen Zhuo shook his head in disbelief. "Buddy, with a physique like yours, what are you doing trying to impress anyone? Even when given a chance, you prove useless." He glanced up at the pavilion at the summit, still 3 bends away, and reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, I suppose it's my misfortune. I'll carry you the rest of the way." Su Hui bit her lower lip, glaring fiercely at him. "Chen Zhuo, are you unwilling to carry me? How novel. If he could bound up the mountain with ease, who would wish to bear the burden of a dead weight? I thought I had concealed my intentions well, yet you still managed to see through me." Chen Zhuo muttered softly, just loud enough for Su Hui to hear. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within her, and the girl gritted her teeth, declaring, "Do you believe that if I were to shout, there would be countless willing to carry me from here to the foot of the mountain?" Chen Zhuo curled his lip in disdain. When would this proud demeanor of Su, the fairy, ever change? Even if she screamed her lungs out, it was unlikely that any fool would waste their energy to carry her. If he needed proof, he could simply look at Wei Nan, who was panting heavily with his tongue hanging out, completely oblivious to her words. Unwilling to squander time, Chen Zhuo nodded perfunctorily. Yes, you're absolutely right. Why don't you just wait here, and we'll take you along when we descend." Su Hui's gaze turned icy as she locked eyes with him, enunciating each word. "Chen Zhuo. All right, consider it my bad luck," he replied, turning around with a heavy heart and bending his legs. "Hurry up, I'm pressed for time." A gentle breeze swept past him, and Su Hui gracefully leaped onto his back. Chen Zhuo felt a flicker of doubt. Was that exhausted expression a mere act? He was blissfully unaware that Su Hui, perched on his back, wore a smirk of triumph. Standing tall, he ascended the steps of the wooden path. Fortunately, this young body, honed from years of practicing military boxing with his father, was far superior in stamina compared to what it would be 20 years later. Moreover, with Su Hui being slender and weighing less than 100 pounds, carrying her was not overly strenuous. Yet, Chen Zhuo couldn't shake the feeling of being at a loss. Should he encounter her again on a mountain expedition, he would certainly steer clear of her. Su Yunxi, on this occasion, did not cause any further trouble. Instead, she kindly took over the 2 backpacks from Chen Zhuo's shoulders and followed behind him as they climbed. As for Lu Weinan, he could barely move an inch. Although he wished for someone to carry him, he had no such fortunate soul to offer. Chen Zhuo steadily ascended the steps of the wooden path until he finally reached the summit. The cool breeze of the scorching summer swept through the pavilion, instantly dissipating the fatigue of the climb. Su Hui jumped off his back, rushing to the railing of the pavilion to gaze into the distance. The city of Yingzhou appeared as a quaint village laid out before her. The Bai Lang River, winding and serpentine, encircled the city like a shimmering jade ribbon. The proud demeanor that had once graced Su Hui's face vanished, replaced by sheer enchantment. The arduous climb to the peak was indeed worthwhile, for the view here was unlike any other. Chen Zhuo plopped down on a wooden bench in the pavilion, dramatically gasping for breath. Su Hui, amused, turned her head and shot him a glance. In light of your assistance, I shall treat you to a meal next time we have the chance. Chen Zhuo's lips twitched. The haughty temperament of the young lady was indeed unyielding. After exerting himself to carry her to the summit, was it merely for a meal? Never mind, he thought, too weary to argue. After resting for a while, the group descended via a different path. Goodness, his legs felt like jelly. All that effort to reach the peak for just a few minutes of scenery, was it really worth it? Chun Fu muttered to himself, suddenly recalling that he had lost someone. Hey, Su Hui, haven't Lu Wei Nan and the others come up yet? Shouldn't you wait? To his surprise, Su Hui casually replied. He's an adult. How could he possibly get lost? Fine, you are beautiful, so everything you say is right. In his heart, Chen Zhuo silently mourned for Lu Wei Nan for a minute. Su Xiannu's attitude clearly indicated that she did not take him seriously. Hence the saying, a sycophant ends up with nothing at the end. Fortunately, I am a scoundrel, not a sycophant. Back at the foot of the mountain, he coincidentally encountered Zhang Mo and Li Shui. The other classmates who had come along were nowhere to be found. Not a single one was in sight. Watching his close friend fussing over Li Shui, Chen Zhuo felt speechless. Well, having just bid farewell to one sycophant, another appeared here. Hey, where are the others? Zhang Mo, who was seemingly engrossed in fortune-telling at a stall, shot an annoyed glance at his friend, as if blaming him for his lack of awareness. How would I know? They've grown legs and don't need my permission to go wherever they please. After grumbling in dissatisfaction, he suddenly noticed the two girls behind Chen Zhuo, his eyes widening in disbelief. Damn, no wonder you vanished. You were meeting with Su Xiannu Lao Chun. You truly have no humanity when it comes to the opposite sex. Chen Zhuo skillfully responded with a middle finger. Bro, before you gossip about others, perhaps you should look in the mirror. It seems you're the one devoid of humanity. Zhang Mo reciprocated with his own middle finger. If I believe you, I'd be a fool. You're already a fool. The two brothers were playfully bickering when Su Yunxi, with her fiery red curls, approached, taking her Louis Vuitton backpack from Chen Zhuo's hands. Chen Zhuo, I'm off now. If you ever come to the provincial capital, feel free to visit me at the Shuangxing Electronics. Chen Zhuo refrained from mentioning that he might attend university in Fengtian, simply smiling and nodding. Goodbye, miss. Su Yunxi tossed her backpack over her shoulder and waved gracefully. Goodbye. Zhang Mo nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. He had never encountered such a strikingly confident beauty in his life. Jealousy surged within him, and with a mischievous grin, he seized Chen Zhuo by the neck. Damn! Lao Chen, you rascal. When did you get to know such a beautiful sister? Chapter 63. The show-off mother. Upon returning home, Chen Zhuo found his mother, Yang Taiho, just finishing work, standing at the community entrance with 2 bags of groceries, chatting with several aunties. From a distance, upon spotting her son carrying a backpack, Yang Xiaomin's eyes immediately lit up. She waved and called out, Xiaozhua, what is the name of the school you applied to? Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes, both amused and exasperated. His mother had begun to show off again. Whether at work or home, she would engage anyone in conversation. Recently, it seemed that everyone who encountered Yang Taiho, whether at the hospital or in their own neighborhood, avoided her like the plague. It was simply because her topics were too awkward. For instance, when someone casually remarked, "It's really hot today," Empress Yang immediately connected with you. The school my little Zhuo reported to is not crowded. I heard the dormitories even have air conditioning. One must wonder, with such a socially awkward conversationalist, who could possibly endure her company? It is unclear whether today's group of aunties were oblivious to Yang Xiaomin's reputation in the community or simply unfortunate to fall into her grasp. Regardless, showcasing her son's accomplishments was a necessity. Chen Zhuo, well aware of his mother's proclivities, certainly would not dare to contradict her. Upon hearing Nurse Yang's inquiry, he promptly responded with decorum. Mother, I am studying Chinese language and literature at Dongliao University, a prestigious 211 university in our province. Since his mother wished to boast, he would allow her to do so to her heart's content. Yang Xiaomin beamed with delight, casting her son a knowing look, nodding repeatedly as she exclaimed, Yes. Indeed, it is Dongliao University, a national key 211 university. The group of aunties eagerly supported her, showering praises. Oh my, not only is Chen Zhuo handsome, but he also has a promising future. Xiaomin, You are truly blessed. Yang Xiaomin struggled to contain her laughter, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her elation. Oh, it's merely luck. Who knows what the future holds? As parents, we cannot always be involved, can we? The aunties nodded in unison. Xiaomin, it's precisely because you have a formal job that your awareness is elevated. One familiar yet nameless aunt scrutinized Chen Zhuo with the gaze of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, lingering on him for quite some time. Chen Zhuo, do you still lack a girlfriend? I have a niece from my family who is in her second year at Fengtian Normal University, and she is both beautiful and of excellent character. The aunt's intentions were quite clear. She was eager to play matchmaker. This was hardly surprising, as the Chen family circumstances in Yingzhou were quite respectable, with one parent in a stable government position and the other as a head nurse. Their income may not have been high, but their stability was commendable. With a handsome son poised to enter a well-regarded university, they were seen as a desirable match for many families. Yang Xiaomin's expression shifted dramatically. She grasped her son's arm and turned to leave. Sister Wang, I just remembered that I have soup simmering at home. Let us continue this conversation another time. She relished in showcasing her son's achievements, but she had no intention of inviting trouble. To marry into the Chen family, one must possess the requisite qualifications. Thus far, only Jixia had managed to pass muster with Empress Yang. As for Sister Wang's niece, Yang Xiaomin had met her once and found her appearance reminiscent of a rather unflattering comparison, and she had no intention of allowing her into her son's life. Even after entering their home, Yang Xiaomin continued to vent her frustrations. Old Chen, seated on the sofa and perusing the newspaper, exchanged a bewildered glance with his son before casually diverting his gaze, determined not to provoke the mother tiger. As August commenced, Chen Zhuo suddenly realized he had nothing to occupy his time. The watermelons from the Yin family had long since sold out. The meticulously prepared study notes of the top students were swiftly claimed by repeat examinees after the college entrance examination results were announced. Notably, the complete set of old books contributed by Su Huai was sold at an exorbitant price of 1,000 yuan by the unscrupulous merchant Chen Zhuo. Additionally, several sets of study notes from the top 10 students in the city fetched a price of 800 yuan each. Chen Zhuo's judgment proved astute. The parents of these repeat students were indeed willing to lavishly invest in their children's futures. He somewhat regretted not hoarding more old books at the time. After selling the last set of old books, he and his close friend Zhang Mo reconciled their accounts. A total of 135 sets of old books had garnered 42,050 yuan. This sum left Zhang Mo's mother, Ma Dongmei, who had long been engaged in small-scale business, utterly astonished, as it equaled her total profit over 4 years of unwavering diligence. Chen Zhuo was destined for greatness. As for how to utilize this money, Chen Zhuo had yet to determine. Zhang Mo, however, was indifferent. Old Chen, my mother says you're clever. You should keep the money. Whatever you decide to do counts as my investment. Just share a portion for my living expenses when you profit. Chen Zhuo did not feign modesty. With the advantage of his rebirth, his grasp of future economic trends surpassed that of Zhang Mo. Keeping the money in his hands would maximize benefits. Given their camaraderie, there was no need for extensive explanations. All right, hey, I can't guarantee much, but your tuition and living expenses for university, as well as your expenditures for dating, will absolutely be covered. Zhang Mo fidgeted slightly. Damn, old Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? His tone betrayed a hint of unease. Chen Zhuo was not one to be easily deceived. What the hell, hey, you're not seriously crying over Li Shui, are you? Zhang Mo's expression changed, and he quickly covered Chen Zhuo's mouth. Old Chen, are you trying to get me killed? Even with Chen Zhuo's skill, it took considerable effort to escape Zhang Mo's grip. You're plotting murder, hey. Giving his troublesome friend a middle finger, Chen Zhuo leaned closer, his voice lowered, brimming with curiosity. So, spill the beans. How far have you gone with that little black girl? After much hesitation, Zhang Mo finally succumbed, casting furtive glances around before reluctantly whispering, well, that day after we returned from Yunjie Temple, I held her hand. How dull. Chen Zhuo, who had hoped for some juicy gossip, displayed a look of disdain. Hey, is that all it takes to make you swoon? No wonder Zhang Mo paused. Old Chen, what madness are you spouting? Who knows about last life's matters? Chen Zhuo's expression shifted slightly, and he laughed awkwardly. Just a slip of the tongue. Even though Zhang Mo is like a brother to him, he would never divulge the truth of his rebirth. Not just him, but also Yang Taiho and Old Chen. He had no intention of revealing a single word. This secret shall remain buried within me. Chapter 64. The benchmark of repeat examinees on August 7th. The class teacher Zhang Suyun called to inform that everyone should return to school the next day to collect their admission notices. This news, anticipated by Chen Zhuo, brought no surprises. Upon arriving at school, he found the once familiar classroom of Class 19 to be desolate, with less than half of his classmates present. Some had chosen to repeat the year, while others had resigned themselves to seeking employment. With an advancement rate of about 20%, this year's senior class stood in a mediocre position. As he received the acceptance letter from Dongliao University, emblazoned with its insignia, Chen Zhuo noticed that the teacher, affectionately referred to as the merciless elder, Zhang Suyun, had a few more strands of gray hair at her temples. Confronted with this group of students poised to enter university, Zhang Suyun shed her usual cold demeanor. Chen Zhuo, to be honest, your results have truly surprised me. Chen Zhuo smiled shyly, scratching his head. Teacher, I must admit, my surprise is no less than yours. Zhang Suyun laughed heartily, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. You little rascal. I was initially disappointed that you missed the opportunity for direct admission. I didn't expect you to have everything figured out already. The usually stern teacher was now even joking. Feeling a surge of courage, Chen Zhuo lowered his voice and said, Teacher, I have a project that I wonder if you might be interested in. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Suyun's eyes behind her glasses. You aren't referring to that business of reselling used books from top students, are you? Chen Zhuo promptly showered her with praise. As expected of my esteemed mentor, your mind is as sharp as ever. Teacher, if this project is executed well, it could yield an annual income comparable to 3 years of your salary. Zhang Suyun was aware that after the college entrance examination, both Chen Zhuo and Zhang Mo from her class had ventured into the business of selling used books and study notes. However, she had not anticipated such substantial profit. Chen Zhuo, thank you, but my position. Zhang Suyun displayed evident hesitation. Chen Zhuo glanced around. Other classmates had collected their acceptance letters and were departing the classroom in small groups. No one noticed his conversation with the teacher. Teacher, do you think that if you do not seize such a lucrative opportunity, others will? Without much hesitation, Zhang Suyun instantly had her answer. Others would certainly take action. For instance, Lu Mengxing from the administration office would undoubtedly not let such a chance slip away. However, I do have a job. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. While he respected the teacher's character and teaching attitude, her lack of economic acumen was disheartening. Teacher, if you're hesitant to take the plunge, you could collaborate with someone. Zhang Mo's mother has been in small business for over a decade and possesses ample experience. You could gather used books from top students at our school and Yizhong and have Aunt Ma Dongmei sell them. Zhang Suyun's eyes suddenly lit up. She was not the type to be rigid and inflexible. Chen Zhuo's suggestion could enhance her family's living standards without negatively impacting anyone else. It was, in essence, a win-win situation. As a responsible homeroom teacher, she was well acquainted with her students' family situations. Chen Zhuo's idea also spared her the need to expose herself to the spotlight. What a bright young man you are. Enrolling in the Chinese language program at Dongliao University seems a bit of a waste of your talents. Why not consider repeating a year and exploring a major in financial management? In response to the old teacher's jest, Chen Zhuo took a startled step back, exclaiming, Teacher, is this your way of repaying kindness with ingratitude? The two shared a few laughs, but Zhang Suyun then spoke earnestly. Chen Zhuo, I will seriously contemplate your suggestion. Regardless of the outcome, I must thank you. Chen Zhuo, grinning, waved his hand dismissively. Teacher, mere words of gratitude won't suffice. Perhaps you could arrange for my little junior sister to be betrothed to me. Get lost. My daughter is only 15. Zhang Suyun retorted with a laugh. From her tone, one could sense that had her daughter been older, she might have genuinely considered the proposition. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Chen Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. Teacher, I was just joking. Zhang Suyun shot him a glare. Hurry up and leave. Don't linger here to vex me. All right then, teacher, see you later. Chen Zhuo made a face and bounded toward the classroom door. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back and said, Teacher, if you can get old Jiang on board, I guarantee that next year's repeat class in Yingzhou will be entirely yours. Zhang Suyun was left speechless. You little rascal, we're not staging a rebellion. There's no unifying anything here. And you dare to call him old Jiang. With that, Chen Zhuo dashed away. Zhang Suyun watched his retreating figure, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. To her surprise, the boy's cunning idea held considerable merit. She thought that if she had the time, she could certainly have a word with Director Jiang Yinzhou. Having received the admission notice, the next step was to prepare for all matters pertaining to university life. In Chen Zhuo's household, his father took full charge of such mundane affairs. As for the Empress Dowager Yang, in her own words, such trivial matters do not warrant my direct involvement. She was solely responsible for parading her son's admission notice, repeatedly strolling in and out of the community gate, feigning chance encounters with the neighbors. Eventually, even the residents of the adjacent neighborhood learned of the academic underachiever who had miraculously gained admission to the 211-ranked Dongliao University. For a period, Chen Zhuo became a beacon of hope and a benchmark for all repeat students. This left the elder Chen and his son exchanging incredulous glances upon hearing the news, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Amidst his busyness, Chen Zhuo, at the behest of his mother, did not forget to visit Anton, who had just undergone surgery. There, he also learned of Zhixia's final examination results, a score of 557, just enough to secure admission to the Chinese language and literature program at Dongliu University. Chen Zhuo was utterly taken aback. So, the fortunate soul I remember stepping in dog feces was actually in Zhixia? In comparison to him, she was the true protagonist basking in a halo of fortune. Missing just one English exam was enough for her to gain entry into the esteemed 211-ranked Dongliu University, leaving Chen Zhuo in awe of her capabilities. After his astonishment subsided, he was struck by a more serious concern. Did this mean he would be classmates with Zhixia for the next 4 years? The one most delighted by this revelation was none other than Empress Dowager Yang. Initially troubled by the prospect of his predetermined daughter-in-law potentially being whisked away by some rogue, the situation has now taken a fortuitous turn. His son has unexpectedly become classmates with Zhixia, a stroke of luck for the Chen family. With such advantageous circumstances, surely Chen Zhuo can manage to bring N's daughter home. A foolish son like this is hardly worth keeping. Before Chen Zhuo sets off for Fengtian, the formidable matriarch, Yang, sternly instructs him, Xiao Zhuo, once you arrive at school, you must take good care of Zhixia. Should anything untoward happen to her, do not bother returning. Chen Zhuo is left in a state of bemusement, contemplating whether he and Zhixia were indeed switched at birth, for she seems to be the true daughter of his mother. Chapter 65. An unexpected encounter with Su Hui on August 30th. At the Yingzhou train station, Chen Zhuo, laden with bags, receives his mother's affectionate yet earnest counsel on the platform. Son, you really don't need your father and me to see you off to school. I've taken leave just for this. Chen Zhuo chuckles as he embraces the matriarch, saying, Mom, Zhang Yimou went to Lianhai yesterday without any Ma Dongmei to see him off. I can't let him outshine me, can I? Yang Xiumin instinctively nods in agreement. Indeed. Chen Zhuo chuckles to himself, recognizing his mother's competitive spirit. Once he identifies her temperament, it becomes quite easy to manage her. One can observe that while Nurse Yang often chimes in at home, it is ultimately Chen's father who makes the significant decisions for the family. With a goofy grin, Chen Zhongxin chimes in. Xiao Zhuo is now 18 and should have his own space. We can't keep tying him to our apron strings. In her moment of distress, Yang, the matriarch, immediately erupts. So, Mr. Chen, you think our son isn't your flesh and blood? You're not concerned about him going to Fengtian alone? Chen Zhongxin is left speechless. What did I say? I don't believe I said anything. Moreover, what does it mean to suggest the son isn't his? Without him, could she have produced anything at all? Of course, these words remain unspoken. To this day, Chen Zhongxin still sleeps on the living room sofa, wary of provoking Yang further. Fearing the potential increase in his sentence, Chen Zhuo rolls his eyes, perceiving his parents' playful bickering as a veiled display of affection. Mom, Dad, take care of yourselves. I'm off. Yang, with tears in her eyes, can hardly reprimand her husband as she gazes at her son. Xiao Zhuo, remember to call when you arrive at school. And take good care of Zhixia. This child is quite stubborn. Why did she insist on arriving 2 days early? If she had traveled with you, you could have looked out for each other along the way. With his luggage in hand, Chen Zhuo turns and hurriedly departs. In the days since receiving his acceptance letter, his mother has incessantly reminded him to look after Zhixia, to the point where his ears feel as though they might develop calluses. Following the seating information on his ticket, he navigates through the throng to find his designated carriage. Just as he sets his belongings down, he unexpectedly spots a familiar face. Uncle Su, Su Hui, are you also on this train to Fengtian? The distinguished Su Yuanji, currently transformed into a chatty, matronly figure, is momentarily taken aback upon hearing someone greet him, prompting him to lift his head. Upon first sight of the young man, Chen Zhuo, an unexpected thought blossomed in Su Yuanji's mind. He contemplated escorting his daughter off the train and waiting for the next one. A strong premonition gripped him. He feared that his naive daughter would inevitably fall prey to the cunning young lad if they spent too much time together. Unaware of Su Yuanji's darkened expression, Chen Zhuo reveled in the serendipity of their encounter. Uncle Su, what a coincidence. Su Yuanji forced a dry smile, responding perfunctorily, indeed, it is quite the coincidence. He fervently prayed that the young man would merely be passing through and that his seat would be in another carriage. However, fate did not favor the seasoned gentleman. Glancing at his ticket, Chen Zhuo gleefully settled into the seat directly across from Su Hui. Su Hui, it seems my seat is quite close to yours. The journey to Fengtian shall not be lonely. Observing the overly familiar Chen Zhuo, Su Yuanji struggled to suppress the urge to draw his firearm. As he fought against his growing irritation, "Daughter, perhaps I should purchase another ticket and personally escort you to Fengtian." His concern for his precious daughter, akin to a delicate flower, being left alone with a mischievous rascal, was palpable. Su Huai discerned her father's apprehension. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she chided, "Father, didn't you mention there were tasks at the office? It wouldn't be good to delay matters for personal reasons. Besides, with Chen Zhuo watching over me, what is there to worry about?" Frustrated, Su Yuanji thought to himself, "It is precisely because that rascal is present that I am apprehensive." For the first time in his life, he felt a twinge of resentment towards his profession, realizing he could not even accompany his daughter to her university enrollment. To add to his dismay, his wife's office had chosen this very moment to become busy. Reluctantly, Su Yuanji hesitated to depart, as Su Huai persistently urged, "Father, you must leave quickly. If the train departs and you are caught without a ticket, it would be a disgrace for the police station." His expression darkened further. This little cotton-padded jacket is far too transparent. Unable to avoid the inevitable, he conceded that he indeed needed to disembark. "Daughter, call me when you arrive. If anyone dares to bully you, your father will seek retribution." As he uttered the last sentence, his gaze bore into Chen Zhuo, his right hand instinctively brushing against his waist. Chen Zhuo mustered a strained smile. "Uncle Su, you need not worry. I assure you, I will not allow anyone to mistreat Su Huai. Who would dare? After all, you are armed." Su Yuanji scoffed, his expression a mixture of irritation and seriousness. "Very well. I shall remember your pledge. Should you fail to uphold it, do not be surprised if I come looking for you." Chen Zhuo felt a pang of regret. "Uncle Su, I was merely being courteous. I hope it's not too late to retract my previous statement." Ultimately, Su Yuanji reluctantly disembarked from the train. After the green train emitted a couple of mournful whistles, it began to clatter forward. Su Huai, devoid of any sorrow at leaving her hometown, curiously inquired, "Hey, you seem quite afraid of my father." Chen Zhuo chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. "It's not so much fear of him as it is fear of his firearm." Su Hui could not help but chuckle, casting him a sidelong glance as she remarked, "Nonsense. My father is the epitome of fairness and integrity. He would never draw a weapon against a good person." Chen Zhuo sighed. Reflecting on how this situation had spiraled out of control, he had merely intended to jest about the charming elder. And now he found himself in the position of not being regarded as a good person. Su Hui's enchanting eyes flickered as she continued, "You promised my father that you would take good care of me. Should you fail in this, beware, for I shall inform him." Chen Zhuo, with a pained expression, responded, "How about this, Miss Su? Would you pretend you never met me?" Su Hui let out a tinkling laugh, but suddenly realized it did not align with her ethereal persona. She promptly adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "That won't do. If you do not care for me properly, I will certainly tell my father. Remember, he is armed." Chen Zhuo's face fell, looking more distressed than if he had tasted bitter melon. Who would have thought that the ethereal Su would possess such a mischievous side? Had he known, he would have preferred to act as though he had not seen her. In the ensuing period, Su Hui persistently sought conversation with him, while Chen Zhuo responded with a lackluster indifference. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of envious eyes lurked in the corner of the carriage, burning with jealousy and fixated upon them. Shin Pengfei felt as though his very lungs were about to combust with rage. "Su Hui, I foolishly regarded you as a goddess. Who would have imagined that this woman presents one face to the world and another in private? She feigns unmatched purity while being utterly licentious behind closed doors." Chapter 66. The Green Tea Girl. In 1998, the high-speed Harmony trains were yet to grace the rails. The tracks were primarily occupied by the sluggish green trains. The journey from Yingzhou to the provincial capital of Fengtian offered only two trains, number 2581 and number 2592. Chen Zhuo and his companions were aboard the day train, No. 2581, which was relatively more crowded, especially given that it was the start of the academic year when students from various universities in Fengtian predominantly opted for this route. Shin Pengfei boarded the train early, accompanied by a second-year student from Fengtian Normal University whom he had met at an internet cafe over the summer. Though she could not compare to the extraordinary Su Hui, she was nonetheless a pleasant temporary companion. The young lady, surnamed Wang and named Huiwan, was fashionably attired and possessed a keen sense of observation. Noticing Shen Pengfei's repeated glances in one direction, her gaze quickly detected the jealousy emanating from him. Wang Huiwan smiled gently and inquired, "Pengfei, have you encountered an acquaintance?" Shen Pengfei responded with a weighted nod. "Huiwan, that fellow over there is Chen Zhuo, the one who nearly snatched my guaranteed admission to the music school." Wang Huiwan curled her lip in disdain, saying, "Just a mere boy. If you wish to settle the score, It is merely a matter of your word. Xin Pingfei's eyes brightened. Huiwan, can you assist me? Wang Huiwan stood tall, exuding confidence as she replied, such young brats are nothing new to me. A slight display of ingenuity, and he will bend to my will. This woman indeed possessed the confidence to back her claims. After a year of university life, Wang Huijuan's mature demeanor far surpassed that of the inexperienced freshman. Xin Pingfei gritted his teeth. Huiwan, as long as it allows me to relieve this frustration, feel free to propose any condition. Wang Huijuan's lips curved into a slight smile. As a skilled practitioner of her craft, she understood the art of patience and the strategy of reeling in a substantial catch. Pingfei, if you truly wish to express your gratitude to your elder sister, why not treat me to a meal? Xin Pingfei exhaled in relief, surprised by the simplicity of her request. No problem, the private dining at the Fengtian Grand Mansion is on me. Wang Huiwan rose, casting him a flirtatious glance. It's settled then. Prepare yourself to host, Junior. Perhaps fortune favored her, for just as she contemplated her next move, Chen Zhuo also stood up, entrusting his luggage to Su Hui while shouldering his backpack and heading toward the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Huiwan quickened her pace to catch up with him. Chen Zhuo, hearing her footsteps, instinctively turned around. Wang Huiwan pretended to lose control and collided with him. I'm so sorry. I didn't anticipate you would stop so suddenly. Her tone, laced with feigned vulnerability, paired with a pitiful expression, was enough to ensnare nearly all men. Yet, Chen Zhuo was among the rare exceptions. In his eyes, her performance fell flat. Who was he? A man once labeled a notorious scoundrel in his past life. Engaging in such trivial games of flirtation was surely beneath him. The woman before him, though of ordinary appearance, possessed an undeniable talent for enhancement. Her makeup was impeccably applied, complemented by a subtle fragrance and an inherent youthful vitality that made her somewhat appealing. However, if she sought to stir trouble, he would humor her and play along with her little act. With a dazzling smile, Chen Zhuo replied, I should be the one apologizing, as my sudden halt caused you to bump into me. A flicker of triumph crossed Wang Huijuan's eyes. Her tactics had never failed her before. The Chen Zhuo before her was merely a naive youth fresh from high school. Dealing with someone like him would be exceedingly simple. Wang Huijuan seized the moment. Let us refrain from further apologies here, lest we disturb others. Chen Zhuo noted a glimmer of intrigue in her gaze. He hadn't anticipated her understanding of the art of seduction and retreat. Her prowess was not to be underestimated. The journey had become rather mundane, and she provided a welcome distraction. Of course, she could never compare to Su Hui, but as the saying goes, a homegrown flower cannot compete with a wild bloom. What nonsense. He was a serious reincarnate. Engaging with this woman was merely a means to deliver her a lesson. Chen Zhuo easily concocted an excuse for his forthcoming actions. With a smile, he separated from Wang Huijuan and headed to the restroom to relieve himself. He harbored no concerns that she would lose interest, undoubtedly. She would be waiting outside. After deliberately taking his time, he suddenly flung open the door. Sure enough, Wang Huijuan was leaning against the opposite wall, idly surveying her surroundings. Chen Zhuo's abrupt movement caught her off guard, yet the adept tea artisan swiftly adapted to the situation. I beg your pardon, but may I inquire if you are a freshman attending university in Fengtian? Chen Zhuo silently commended her for her skill. Oh, how did you know, sister? Could it be that you are also a prospective university student? With a topic established, the conversation could flow without awkwardness. The junior has guessed incorrectly. I am currently a second-year student at Fengtian Normal University. Chen Zhuo clicked his tongue, realizing that the senior was destined to be a future teacher, which undeniably complimented her demeanor. Wang Huijuan's face brightened with joy as she chuckled. Is that so? Unbeknownst to her, the initiative in their dialogue had completely shifted into Chen Zhuo's hands. It is indeed true. Would I deceive you? Chen Zhuo adeptly portrayed the role of an inexperienced novice. This should align with her perception. After exchanging a few words, he found his backpack cumbersome and casually set it down on the ground. The zipper of the dual shoulder bag was only half closed, allowing Wang Huijuan a clear view of its contents. The woman seemingly glanced inside without intent, and her expression instantly stiffened. What did I just witness? Money, an abundance of it. An estimated 3,000 to 4,000 at the very least. Wang Huijuan's mind struggled to comprehend. Wasn't he merely an ordinary freshman? How could he possibly carry such a sum? Or perhaps he was a wealthy heir who enjoyed concealing his true identity. If the latter were true, she could not let this golden opportunity slip away. Contemplating this, Wang Huijuan casually tucked a stray hair behind her ear to mask her inner turmoil. Little did she know, all her reactions were meticulously noted by Chen Zhuo. Huh, trying to play games with me? You still have much to learn. My experiences with cunning individuals are such that even the weakest among them could be your mentor. Wang Huiwan could never have imagined that the seemingly harmless little rabbit in her eyes was, in fact, a voracious wolf lurking beneath the surface. Everything she observed was intentionally revealed by Chen Zhuo. Although he was unaware of her motives for approaching him, he had resolved to ensure that she would ultimately suffer losses. As for the ancient adage regarding the concealment of wealth, he paid it no heed. With his skills, any foolish thief daring to harbor ill intentions would find their claws severed without hesitation. Chapter 67. Who are you calling sister? What transpires when a seasoned scoundrel encounters an inexperienced tea art master? Wang Huizhuan's experiences elucidated this perfectly. Under Chen Zhuo's subtle guidance, she unwittingly divulged her background. Of course, in her narrative, she portrayed herself as a fragile, pitiful victim. The villainous Shen Pengfei had used his status to compel her into seducing Chen Zhuo. If Brother Pengfei were to hear her words, I wonder if he would be infuriated to the point of spitting blood? Chen Zhuo chuckled inwardly. In his past life, he had encountered many women akin to Wang Huiwan. Their strategies shared a common thread: cast a wide net and focus on the catch. Should they encounter someone more desirable, such women would turn their backs faster than one could turn a page. Shen Pengfei, in a moment of misguided intent, sought to use a green tea to disgust himself, never imagining that Wang Huiwan would promptly betray him without hesitation. Chen Zhuo, after engaging in a superficial conversation with the other party, found his interest waning entirely. The nature of such insipid individuals is indeed repugnant, yet one finds oneself powerless against them. After all, their mere lack of integrity is not a crime. The woman surnamed Zhai, who drove her ex-husband to despair, is a different matter altogether. Her actions were inexcusable. Before parting ways, Wang Huiwan feigned reluctance, saying, Chen Zhuo, do come visit me at Normal University sometime. As for what they might do together, she was confident he would fill in the blanks himself. Chen Zhuo smiled knowingly, assuring her, rest assured, I will. It was only then that Wang Huiwan turned back, glancing over her shoulders several times as she returned to her seat. Inwardly, Chen Zhuo scorned himself. How had he allowed such a person to pique his interest? Surely, it must be the result of prolonged singlehood and a hormonal imbalance. He sought to excuse his behavior irresponsibly, shouldering his backpack and nonchalantly returning to his seat. Upon sitting down, he abruptly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Su Hui, who had been amiable moments ago, now wore a countenance as cold as a winter's chill. Chen Zhuo realized she must have witnessed his flirtation with Wang Huiwan. He was well versed in handling such situations. Simply act as if she does not exist. As expected, when Chen Zhuo offered no explanation, Su Hui could no longer contain her frustration. Hey, don't you have something to say to me? She demanded. Chen Zhuo, taken aback, replied, no, not at all. Su Hui glared at him in exasperation, wishing she could bite that loathsome face. She had extended an olive branch, yet this scoundrel failed to grasp the opportunity. If you want to explain, then I shan't listen. With that, the temperamental young lady remained silent for the remainder of their journey, not uttering a single word until the train reached its destination. Chen Zhuo found solace in the quiet, leaning his head against the window to admire the scenery outside. In his previous life, he had studied at a private university in another city, and he was not particularly familiar with the provincial capital of Fengtian. To Su Hui, however, his demeanor appeared as indifference. Having always lived under the envious gaze of others, she could hardly tolerate such neglect. Thus, throughout the journey, she sulked, engaging in a silent quarrel with Chen Zhuo. Their peculiar behavior caught Shen Pengfei's attention, marking what he perceived as Wang Huizhuan's triumphant success. Sister is truly remarkable. In less than 10 minutes, she achieved such results. Was the dining venue I promised perhaps too humble? After enduring nearly 7 arduous hours of travel, the green train finally halted at Fengtian North Station. Chen Zhuo, weary and aching, could not help but lament the transportation speed of this era. The straight-line distance between the two cities was under 300 kilometers. In a future time, high-speed trains would traverse such distances with ease. Yet here, the journey had taken nearly 10 times longer. It was simply astonishing. As the train came to a standstill, Chen Zhuo immediately seized his luggage and departed. As he took his second step, a voice, tinged with tears, called out from behind. Chen Zhuo, he halted and turned back, a look of helplessness adorning his face. What new antics was Su Xinyu up to now? It was she who had ignored him throughout their journey, yet now she presented herself like a forsaken woman. Seeking sympathy from whom? He was indifferent, yet the other passengers could not afford to be. Su Hui's tearful demeanor easily garnered the sympathy of passers-by. The young man is utterly unappreciative. How could he let such a beautiful girlfriend cry? Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes, contemplating explaining that Su Hui was not his girlfriend. Yet, he suddenly felt it unnecessary to share such details with strangers. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Su Hui's eyes. Chen Zhuo, you promised my father to take good care of me during the trip. Goodness. How was he indebted to the Su family? With a darkened expression, Chen Zhuo strode back and seized Su Hui's pink suitcase. Miss, is this satisfactory now? Having finally gained the upper hand, Su Hui's tears transformed into laughter as she swiftly made her way to the train door. Chen Zhuo shook his head in amusement. This girl appeared haughty, yet perhaps it was more accurate to say she had yet to mature. The number of individuals disembarking at Fengtian was considerable. Poor Chen Zhuo, grappling with a large suitcase, finally squeezed through the train door, only to find Su Hui had been waiting on the platform for an eternity. Upon seeing Chen Zhuo, her worry dissipated in an instant, her head held high in pride. You dawdled, and now we've missed the school bus. Chen Zhuo suppressed the urge to argue with her, rolling his eyes instead. His father's experience taught him one invaluable lesson: never attempt to reason with a woman. If you want to blame someone, then blame me. Su Hui was taken aback. She had not expected him to refrain from retorting. Cautiously assessing Chen Zhuo's expression, she inquired, "So, what do we do next?" Chen Zhuo replied gruffly, "We'll take a taxi to campus. Do you expect me to accompany you to a hotel?" Su Xinyu's cheeks flushed a vibrant red. "Why, you shameless. Who would want to share a hotel with you?" Chen Zhuo had no such intention. He merely followed the conversation's lead. "Let us go. If we linger any longer, you'll have no choice but to stay at a hotel." "Oh," came Su Hui's subdued response as she trotted behind him. Chen Zhuo failed to notice the mischievous gleam that briefly shone in her elegant eyes. Exiting the train station, they finally hailed an empty taxi, only to discover the fare to the law university was an exorbitant 10 yuan. The driver displayed an air of indifference, suggesting that if they did not wish to ride, there were plenty of others who would. Incensed, Su Hui was about to contest the price when Chen Zhuo intervened. "Sister, please recognize the situation. Securing a taxi is a victory in itself. Why fuss over a yuan or two?" He had no desire to be a spectacle on the roadside, juggling two large suitcases. "It's merely an additional 5 yuan. I can afford it." Su Hui pouted, climbing into the vehicle. "Is it just about a yuan or two? A taxi meandering around Fengtian only costs 5 yuan, so don't presume I'm unaware of the prices." Chen Zhuo broke into a sweat. Fortunately, this girl is rather oblivious and has failed to notice her own grammatical errors. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Su Hui suddenly glared. "Chen Zhuo, you scoundrel. Who are you calling big sister?" Alas, she had remembered. Chapter 68. Ding Yi, Dongliao University of Political Science and Law is located in the northern part of Fengtian City, not far from the renowned Biling Park. Chen Zhuo glanced at the sun through the car window. It was still early, and there was ample time to explore the largest royal tomb beyond the Great Wall. "Driver, please stop here." The driver was momentarily taken aback and kindly reminded him, "Brother, think it through. Even if I stop here, the fare remains unchanged. You'll have to walk the remaining 2 miles. To Chen Zhuo, these concerns were trivial. He promptly produced a 10 yuan bill and handed it over through the security partition. The driver accepted the fare, pleased to take fewer steps, and dropped the 2 at the park entrance. Chen Zhuo, pulling his luggage, strode confidently into Biling Park. Su Hui, feeling frustrated, bit her lip and called out. Chen Zhuo, this young lady was indeed a handful. Chen Zhuo somewhat regretted agreeing to look after the daughter of the old gentleman, Su Yuanji, before their departure. Reluctantly halting, he turned back to take Su Hui's suitcase. "This should suffice, right?" Su Hui wrinkled her petite nose and raised her chin, huffing, "At least you're sensible." In 1998, entry to Biling Park was free for nearby university students. Chen Zhuo presented their admission notices and easily gained entry. The main attraction of Biling Park is undoubtedly the tomb of Emperor Taizong and Empress Xiao Duan, known as Xiaoling. This grand mausoleum, covering an area of 160,000 square meters, is hailed as the largest and most magnificent imperial tomb among the 3 in the region beyond the Great Wall. Surrounding the main burial chamber are the tombs of Emperor Taizong's 11 other consorts. As Chen Zhuo read the information on the roadside signs, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. This emperor must have frequently consumed the golden grass from Changbai Mountain. Otherwise, how could his kidneys endure? Su Hui's cheeks flushed. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Zhuo stared in disbelief. "If you don't understand, how do you know I'm speaking nonsense?" Su Hui indeed grasped the meaning behind his words, primarily because her father, Su Yuanji, had a colleague who brought back some golden grass from a business trip to Songjiang. Old Su often brewed this herb like tea. Out of curiosity, Su Hui had even researched it at the library. Golden grass, scientifically known as perosia, is colloquially referred to as Ao Jiao by Northeasterners, and is particularly favored by middle-aged men. Of course, whether it is effective remains known only to the individuals involved. However, The curious Su Hui finally understood the purpose of golden grass. Chen Zhuo, your tone suggests you are quite envious of this emperor's ability to marry several wives. I thought I was concealing my feelings well. How could this girl see right through me so easily? Chen Zhuo smirked. Of course, which man wouldn't he envy that? Su Hui glared at him with her sparkling eyes, filled with indignation. Chen Zhuo suddenly realized that he had inadvertently revealed his true feelings. No, you misheard me. What I meant was, who envies a man destined to die young? Su Hui shot him a fierce glance. Chen Zhuo felt speechless. At this point, they could merely be considered acquaintances. Even if he harbored genuine feelings, it seemed that she had no right to interfere. As the day progressed, Miss Su resumed her haughty demeanor, tilting her head proudly and ignoring Chen Zhuo. He, however, was unfazed. He had grown immune to Su Hui's proud temperament. After a cursory stroll around Biling Park, he found himself somewhat disappointed. The reality was far removed from the glorious reputation. Biling Park was, in fact, a far cry from what the promotional posters had promised. Lacking the enthusiasm to explore further, he suggested, "Let us go, Su Hui. I'll take you to school." Miss Su had no objections. As they exited Biling Park and walked a short distance, they soon arrived at the gates of Dongliao University of Political Science and Law. Before they even stepped inside, the youthful and radiant Su Hui attracted the attention of passing upperclassmen who turned their heads to catch a glimpse. It is well known that God is just. While bestowing extraordinary wisdom, he often takes away a measure of beauty. Thus, it is rare to see a girl who possesses both intelligence and grace in elite institutions. With her bare face and a simple high ponytail, Su Hui clearly defied this norm. Her beauty and poise could easily rival those competing for the title of campus belle in any prestigious film academy. At that moment, a brave young man approached her, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Hello, Junior. Are you a new student this year? I'm a second-year philosophy major and would be happy to show you around." Chen Zhuo swiftly stepped in front of Su Hui, whose brows had noticeably furrowed. "Excuse me, senior, but please do not waste your time on my girlfriend. She is already taken." "What?" The once smiling upperclassman's expression transformed into one of despair. "Junior, you're making a mistake. Why not give yourself a chance for better options?" Chen Zhuo maintained a calm facade, but internally he seethed with indignation. How dare he imply that he was unworthy of Su Hui? His personality was one that thrived on a soft approach rather than confrontation. The senior's words only ignited Chen Zhuo's competitive spirit. With a disdainful snort, he took Su Hui's hand, standing tall and proud like a regal rooster, and strode confidently through the crowd, leaving behind a trail of shattered hearts among the young men. The most heartbreaking reality in this world is a goddess already claimed. Su Hui stifled a laugh, her lips curling into a proud smirk. "Chen Zhuo, who gave you permission to hold my hand? Show some respect." Chen Zhuo stared at her, astonished. "Come on, I'm risking my life here to ensure your peace in the future. I'm not asking for much. Surely you can't repay my sacrifice with ingratitude." Su Hui's gaze flickered. "I don't care, just remember not to hold my hand without my consent next time." Realizing he had overstepped, Chen Zhuo promptly released her hand. Su Hui felt a surge of annoyance. This insufferable fellow, when did he become so obedient? She remained oblivious to the attention she attracted, still preoccupied with her thoughts about the train incident. The two of them approached a passing girl to inquire about the registration location. The crux of the matter was that Chen Zhuo was too intimidated to seek assistance from any males. The group of boys glared at him menacingly, as if they wished to devour him. However, the round-faced girl was surprisingly amiable, and after a brief moment of astonishment at Su Hui's extraordinary beauty, she voluntarily introduced herself, saying, "Classmate, you must be new students here for registration as well. I just arrived yesterday." Little did they expect that a simple inquiry would lead to such a delightful encounter. Chen Zhuo adeptly utilized his social skills from his previous life and struck up a conversation with her. The girl, named Ding Yi, hailed from Sichuan and was a freshman majoring in international law at Dongliao University of Political Science and Law. Chen Zhuo chuckled. "Ding Yi, your name is quite advantageous. During exams, while others are still writing their surnames, you'll already be answering questions." Ding Yi, with her typical fiery and straightforward personality, responded, "You guessed it right. My parents named me Yi to save time during exams. However, I found it rather unappealing, so I decided to change it to Yi." With Ding Yi's enthusiastic assistance, the subsequent tasks became remarkably effortless, paying fees, collecting bedding issued by the school, and then arranging their dormitory. Upon discovering that Su Hui was assigned to room 505 in the girls' dormitory, Ding Yi was utterly astonished. "What a coincidence. I'm in 505 too." A flicker of surprise crossed Su Hui's ethereal face. To unexpectedly find her roommate in such a vast campus felt serendipitous. What pleased her most was Ding Yi's warm and straightforward demeanor, which made for easy companionship. Upon learning that they were roommates, Ding Yi's enthusiasm intensified. "Su Hui, come on. I'll show you to our new home." "Thank you, Yi." The two girls linked arms and took a few steps, but Su Hui suddenly furrowed her brows and halted, pressing a hand against her lower abdomen. Ding Yi was startled. "Su Hui, what's wrong?" Su Hui bit her lip and gently shook her head. She was acutely aware that her relatives were about to arrive, as she always experienced slight abdominal pain before her period. Ding Yi quickly grasped the reason, stamping her foot in frustration. "Oh no, mine just ran out." Su Hui remained silent, her gaze drifting past her new roommate's shoulder, settling on Chen Zhuo, who was casually surveying the surroundings. A chill surged rapidly from her feet, causing Chen Zhuo's hair to stand on end. "No way, Su Fairy, you can't be serious. Wanting me to buy something for you?" Instinctively, he turned to flee. After only a couple of steps, he caught sight of Su Hui's pale face, tinged with pain, and his heart softened. "Damn it, I really owe you guys with the surname Su." Turning back, he entrusted Ding Yi with his 2 suitcases and dashed towards the supermarket at the entrance with utmost speed. The university supermarket was invariably situated in the most conspicuous location. Ding Yi gazed enviously at Chen Zhuo's hurried silhouette, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Su Hui, your boyfriend is truly remarkable. He even assists you in procuring such intimate items. I would consider myself fortunate if the man I find in the future could measure up to even half of his caliber." Su Hui's fair complexion bore a hint of rosy embarrassment, yet her gaze could not conceal her pride. If you think Chen Zhuo is so wonderful, then you can have him." For reasons unbeknownst to her, she refrained from clarifying her relationship with Chen Zhuo to her new roommate. Ding Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Before Su Hui could respond, the exuberant Sichuan girl deflated like a punctured balloon. "On second thought, let's forget it. This guy is so flamboyant that only you could possibly keep him in check." Su Hui's eyes sparkled, and the pain in her abdomen seemed to lessen considerably. Chen Zhuo returned swiftly, perspiration glistening on his forehead from the late August heat. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he surreptitiously stuffed a package of sanitary supplies into Su Hui's backpack. "Goodness, I've never felt so embarrassed in my life." You should have seen the look on the supermarket clerk's face. She nearly shouted to apprehend a rogue. Ding Yi chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. "You've got guts. You cheeky rascal." Chen Zhuo wiped the sweat from his brow, snatched up his suitcase, and exclaimed, "Let's hurry, before I become the center of a circus act." Su Hui's lips curled into a smile, clearly struggling to suppress her laughter. Ding Yi, having just showcased a phrase from her hometown dialect, sighed deeply. No wonder he could pursue Su Hui. With such audacity, I doubt anyone can compare. After escorting Su Hui to her dormitory, Chen Zhuo declined Ding Yi's invitation to dine together, hastily fleeing with his luggage. In the university campus, news spread with astonishing rapidity, unimaginable to outsiders. He needed to leave this place of gossip before the rumors erupted. Yet, little did Chen Zhuo realize that his perceived embarrassment, under the enthusiastic embellishment of a certain spirited Sichuan girl, transformed into a paragon of affection and loyalty. Countless male students at the political and legal university lamented, "Had I known that a mere package of angel's wings could win over the goddess Su Hui, I would have purchased the entire stock, believe it or not." Chen Zhuo's tale became an enduring legend within the campus of the political and legal university. From that point on, the benchmark for determining a boyfriend's affection among campus couples uniformly shifted to whether he would assist in purchasing feminine hygiene products. Consequently, the senior and junior students of the political and legal university voiced their grievances, collectively cursing the originator of this phenomenon. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhuo, he had inadvertently opened a Pandora's box. After leaving the political and legal university, he was no longer inclined to wander aimlessly. He promptly hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to Dongliao University. Both institutions were among the top universities in Dongliao province. Albeit somewhat distant from one another, political and legal university, situated to the north, and Dongliao University, to the east. The taxi circled around before depositing Chen Zhuo at the entrance of Dongliao University. Of course, another 10 yuan note had vanished from the cash in his backpack. One must devise a means to accumulate wealth. One cannot merely subsist on past resources. Chen Zhuo, dragging his suitcase, circumvented the large stone inscribed with Mingde Jingxue, Duxing Jiqiang, and stepped into the place where he would spend the next 4 years of his academic life. The registration area was quite easy to locate. Following the flow of students, Chen Zhuo completed his enrollment procedures. Many first-year students were accompanied by their parents, while his solitary arrival was a rarity. This peculiarity caught the attention of a bespectacled senior handling the paperwork. Just to clarify, The senior was male. After receiving his luggage and dormitory number, Chen Zhuo held his head high as he exited the throng. A group of weeping children did not pique his interest. He had no desire to associate with them. A certain notorious scoundrel seemed to forget that, had it not been for his rebirth, he too might have been among those despised youngsters. Balancing his various bags, he finally located his dormitory after a considerable effort. Chen Zhuo muttered to himself along the way, in novels, the male protagonist often encounters a beautiful and intellectual senior during registration, leading to a passionate campus romance. Why, in my case, have I not even met anyone willing to lend a hand? Damn it! Gasping for breath after climbing to the 6th floor, he found room 618 and, in passing, lamented the inhumane arrangement of placing freshmen on such high floors. His legs felt as if they might give out. Gently nudging the slightly ajar dormitory door with his shoulder, Chen Zhuo exhaled in relief. At last, he had arrived. Inside, 2 boys were tidying their beds and turned to observe the commotion. The boy on the lower bunk by the window, slender and bespectacled, momentarily astonished, quickly approached with enthusiasm. "Hello, new brother. Welcome to the 618 family." His exuberance was somewhat overwhelming. Chen Zhuo, taken aback, allowed the boy to take the luggage from his shoulder. The other boy, tall and robust, also approached to shake Chen Zhuo's hand. "Hello, I am Zhang Dingbian, hailing from the Shaanxi Gansu region." "Zhang Dingbian, what a splendid name," Chen Zhuo replied, undeterred. "Unfortunately, though my surname is Chun, I am not called Chen Yuliang. I am Chen Zhuo, from Yinzhou in this province." Chapter 70. Classmate Shrimp, long time no see. The bespectacled, slender boy stuck out his tongue. Well, a local chief. He placed Chen Zhuo's luggage on the lower bunk by the window and extended his hand. Jean Mantang, from the eastern part of Guangdong. Chen Zhuo regarded his dark, slender visage with a peculiar expression and shook hands with him. "I cannot be considered a local chief. My home is 300 kilometers from the provincial capital." Jean Mantang appeared to understand his thoughts and smiled self-deprecatingly. "My appearance seems to waste the name my parents painstakingly chose for me." Chen Zhuo laughed heartily. As for the future, who can say for certain? These 2 roommates, hailing from distant corners of the country, possessed entirely different dispositions. Zhang Dingbian was earnest and steady, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years, while Jean Mantang was talkative and quite entertaining. As young men, they quickly established a rapport with just a few exchanges. In accordance with the customary practice for university freshmen, the 3 individuals exchanged their birth dates. As anticipated, Zhang Dingbian was born in 1978 and turned 20 this year. I had repeated 2 years, thus gaining admission to Dongliu University only this year. With a mere sentence, he elucidated the reason for his relatively advanced age. Jean Mantang and Chen Zhuo shared the same birth year, both being from 1980. Surprisingly, the seemingly frail Jean was actually half a year older than Chen Zhuo. Alas, would the stigma of being the eternal second still cling to him? Jean Mantang muttered under his breath, clarifying why he had been so exuberantly welcoming upon meeting Chen Zhuo. It appeared that all men harbored an innate aversion to such a title. This was true for his new roommate as well as his high school confidant, Zhang Mo. Prior to my entrance into the room, the 2 must have already ranked each other. Upon discovering that Chen Zhuo was younger, Jean Mantang's previous enthusiasm waned. After arranging the hideously unattractive bedding provided by the school, Chen Zhuo leaned closer to the disheartened Jean Mantang and whispered, "Don't be disheartened. Our room still has 3 brothers yet to arrive. Perhaps one of them is older than you." Jean Mantang's face lit up with delight as he slapped his thigh vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" However, his expression shifted again as he menacingly warned Chen Zhuo. "Third, you are younger than me. Remember to address me as second brother from now on." Chen Zhuo patted his shoulder dismissively, responding, "Understood, second." Jean Mantang, having compared their physiques, wisely opted for verbal sparring rather than physical confrontation. A flicker of amusement crossed Zhang Dingbian's square face. Perhaps it was a mere illusion, but he sensed that this roommate named Chen Zhuo appeared to be more unflappable than himself. Once their luggage was organized, the 3 newly acquainted roommates deliberated on venturing downstairs to the supermarket for some daily necessities. Suddenly, the dormitory door was thrust open with a forceful bang. As a flamboyantly dressed individual, resembling a peacock adorned in a garish suit and a hat reminiscent of Michael Jackson's, made a dramatic entrance. "Ha! Beautiful campus life. Lovely senior sisters, I have come to embrace you." The 3 occupants instinctively retreated a step, each harboring the same thought. This is an exceptionally shameless individual. The ostentatious figure strutted in with an air of confidence, enthusiastically shaking hands with each of them. "Greetings. I am Song Jifeng, a local from Fengtian. Should you find yourselves bullied at school, feel free to invoke my name." Zhang Dingbian regarded him with a sidelong glance and, in a deep voice, inquired, "Will invoking your name prevent them from taking action?" The self-proclaimed Song Jifeng seemed taken aback by such a direct question. After a brief pause, he scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "That is highly unlikely. However, it is not out of the realm of possibility that they might hesitate out of suspicion." TCH. The response was a unanimous exclamation accompanied by 3 raised middle fingers. The loquacious Jean Mantang offered the most candid reply, "If invoking your name is of no use, what is the point of saying it?" Song Jifeng, unperturbed, continued to smile broadly, clasping his hands in greeting. "Esteemed brothers, I have introduced myself. Might you be inclined to reveal your names as well?" The trio exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of trepidation. This fellow appeared to have just escaped from a mental institution. Zhang Dingbian, hailing from Shaanxi and Gansu, was 20 years of age. Jean Mantang, from the eastern regions of Guangdong, was a mere 18 years and 3 days old. Chen Zhuo, a fellow townsman from Yingzhou, was the youngest in the dormitory. Upon learning that Chen Zhuo was from Yingzhou, de Konk's eyes widened in disbelief, and he swiftly approached. In the northwest, under the celestial sky, the crows alight among the phoenixes. Chen Zhuo instinctively chimed in. "The hall is filled with gallant heroes. Who is the sovereign and who is the subject?" Zhang Dingbian and Jean Mantang exchanged alarmed looks, their expressions clearly conveying, "Goodness, have we inadvertently stumbled into a den of bandits?" With tears welling in his eyes and his lips trembling, Song Jifeng exclaimed, "Brother, what a dramatic character he was." Chen Zhuo suppressed his disgust and, with a swift kick, sent the approaching Song Jifeng tumbling back. "Do not be foolish. Perhaps you are older than I, but it is not certain." Song Jifeng dusted off his flamboyant suit and, with a cheeky grin, approached again. "Impossible. I skipped grades in elementary school. I am merely 17 this year. Surely, you must be older than I." How absurd it was. This ostentatious rooster-like attire belonging to a minor. Chen Zhuo and his companions wore expressions of disbelief. The ever-helpful Jean Mantang was the first to assist Song Jifeng in tidying his bed. The dormitory at Dongliao University was arranged with bunk beds and desks below. Upon entering, Chen Zhuo had been lamenting the crowded conditions, noting the disparity with the 4-bed arrangement at Su Hui's dormitory, while their side was cramped with 2 extra occupants. Song Jifeng's bed happened to be directly opposite Chen Zhuo's, separated only by a windowsill, one to the left and the other to the right. "Third brother, do you see? This is the fate bestowed upon us by heaven. You cannot escape it." Chen Zhuo, alarmed, took several steps back, scratching at the goosebumps on his arms. "Goodness, if you do not speak properly, do not blame me for enacting righteous fury against kin." The camaraderie among the young was often delightfully absurd. In less than half an hour, the 4 had formed a bond strong enough to link arms as they descended together toward the supermarket. Throughout the journey, it was still the exuberant Song Jifeng who spoke the most. "Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, look at that beauty ahead. Her waist is as slender as a willow swaying in the breeze, her demeanor graceful and poised. Based on my vast experience with people, she must undoubtedly be a stunning maiden. Oh dear, she has turned around. Jade Emperor, Supreme Laojun, Buddha, she is looking at me. Oh my goodness." Following a series of inhuman howls and yelps, the beauty Song Jifeng had been referring to appeared before them, her gaze playfully directed at Chen Zhuo. "Hello, classmate shrimp. Long time no see." Chapter 71. Encountering Qin Tianjin again. Chen Zhuo had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance on the very first day of registration. Had he foreseen such fortune, he might have opted to purchase a lottery ticket instead. With a determined step forward, he managed to force a smile. "Sister Tianjin." The stunning beauty before him was none other than the esteemed Judge Qin Tianjin, whom he had met during the high school singing competition. Chen Zhuo felt a pang of confusion. Wasn't she a teacher at the Fengtian Conservatory of Music? Why was she at Dongliao University? Song Jifeng, the flamboyant peacock, jostled Chen Zhuo aside with a playful shake of his shoulders, cheerfully introducing himself. "Hello, senior sister. I am Song Jifeng, a classmate and roommate of Chen Zhuo. I am 17, an only child. I neither smoke nor drink, and I have no vices. Most importantly, I am still single." Chen Zhuo discreetly took 2 steps back, regarding the incessantly winking and flirtatious Song Jifeng with a bemused expression. Qin Tianjin stifled a laugh, extending her delicate, fair hand, and with utmost seriousness, said, "Hello, Song Jifeng. I am Qin Tianjin, recently transferred from the conservatory to Dongliao University, where I currently serve as the deputy secretary of the student union." The smile on Song Jifeng's face vanished like a snow lion encountering fire. You are a leader in the school?" Qin Tianjin nodded. "Does it not seem so? Damn it, Chen Laosan, you set me up on purpose." Song Jifeng quickly grasped Chen Zhuo's subtle retreat, but alas, it was too late. That teacher Qin, I didn't mention my name, did I? Qin Tianjin's thin lips curved slightly. You did. You are Chen Zhuo's classmate and roommate, Song Jifeng. That's it. On my first day here, I have already flirted with the deputy secretary of the student union. Song Jifeng lamented, turning to leave. Sister, goodbye? Originally possessing a cool demeanor, Qin Tianjin couldn't help but chuckle at this young man's antics. Shrimp classmate, or perhaps I should call you Chen Zhuo. Your roommate is quite amusing. But what about you? Do you have anything to say to me? Chen Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. Sister Tianjin, how about I treat you to a meal? He held a favorable impression of the only judge who had courageously stood up for him during the singing competition. It was no small feat for someone unfamiliar to take such a stand. Inviting her to dinner seemed wholly appropriate. Moreover, from Qin Tianjin's self-introduction, he had keenly sensed a significant piece of information. She was now the deputy secretary of the student union at Donglio University. This was undeniably a substantial connection to cultivate. Thinking of such a valuable connection, he instinctively glanced at her long, slender legs. Qin Tianjin brushed a strand of hair away from her temple, smiling. All right. You have initiated the invitation. It wasn't coerced by me. It was evident that she was pleased by the serendipitous encounter with Chen Zhuo. Qin Tianjin refrained from explaining why she had transitioned from the conservatory to Donglio University. She felt it inappropriate to disclose the incident of dropping the microphone during the competition, as it would imply ulterior motives for seeking favors. She believed the current situation was just fine. Waving her hand, she announced, Shrimp classmate, I shall await your invitation. Chen Zhuo smiled back. Sister Tianjin, do I strike you as someone who would go back on their word? Tilting her head, she assessed him, then beamed a radiant smile before turning to leave. Chen Zhuo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. This young lady, Qin Tianjin, appeared to be around 24 or 25, yet her demeanor retained an air of youthful innocence and charm. Her coolness was distinctly different from Su Hui's ethereal quality. Indeed, the two were of entirely different types. As Chen Zhuo pondered these thoughts, three of his roommates stealthily approached from behind. Taking advantage of his distraction, Song Jifeng suddenly lunged, gripping his neck tightly and growling. Chen Laosan, quickly confess. When did you meet such a beautiful and important person? You've kept this from us, your brothers, for far too long. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes in exasperation. Brother, we just met today. Even if I wanted to confess, where would I find you? Song Jifeng was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively loosening his grip. You make a valid point. Chen Zhuo shot him a scornful glance. Of course, I speak sense. A shift in Song Jifeng's expression led him to lean in with a smirk. Well then, third brother, since I'm still single, could you introduce me to teacher Qin? Zhang Dingbian and Jean Mantang both took a step back in astonishment, clearly shocked by his audacity. Chen Zhuo, his expression darkening, replied, in your dreams. You've just offended Sister Tianjin. If she doesn't deal with you, consider yourself lucky to escape. Song Jifeng feigned innocence. Did I really offend teacher Qin? Or Sister Tianjin? Zhang Dingbian nodded solemnly. Not only did you offend her, but you also flirted with her openly. Song Jifeng jumped up as if his backside were on fire. I didn't tea. You must be mistaken. Jean Mantang patted his shoulder with a heavy heart. Brother, face the reality. We will gather your remains. Song Jifeng's face fell. So you mean I'm definitely doomed? All three nodded in unison, affirming, absolutely doomed. Song Jifeng's expression shifted through various emotions before he resolutely declared, if I'm to die, then so be it. After all, teacher Qin doesn't even know my major. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle, giving him a thumbs up. You're something else. The four of them made their way to the school supermarket, purchasing essential items such as basins, soap, and toothpaste. Clambering back to room 618, they collectively voiced their grievances about the school's lack of humanity. After resting for a while, the sky gradually darkened. The other two roommates had yet to arrive, indicating they likely wouldn't be coming today. The registration period spanned from the 29th to the 31st, so if they arrived tomorrow, it wouldn't be too late. Just as Song Jifeng, who had previously been exhausted, suddenly sprang up from his bed, he exclaimed, Brothers, let us head out to the internet cafe. I've discovered a treasure of a software that allows for online chatting and even sending emoticons. This guy, aside from being a dramatic character, was also a gaming addict. Jean Mantang sat up, intrigued. Fourth brother, you're not talking about ICQ, are you? Song Jifeng's face lit up with delight. Second brother, you've used it too? Jean Mantang nodded. After the college entrance examination, my classmate mentioned this software, developed by us people from Eastern Guangdong. Then, recalling something, he angrily addressed Song Jifeng. If anyone dares to call me second, I'll be furious. In his anger, his hometown dialect slipped out. Song Jifeng chuckled. Second brother. Why not say in Cantonese? Every country has its own national anthem? Jean Mantang shot him a glare. How hard can that be? Listen closely. Ga ga ga. The pot is boiling. Chen Zhuo laughed so hard that he rolled off the upper bunk. I've seen people courting disaster, but never someone as refreshingly unique as Song Jifeng. Chapter 72. The tea-egg girl Song Jifeng, without a hint of remorse, nonchalantly said to Zhang Dingbian, Boss. Why not say the winds are rising and the clouds are surging in your dialect? Zhang Dingbian shot him a disdainful glance. Get lost. Jean Mantang, with a short memory, had already forgotten the pitfall Song Jifeng had just dug for him. Fourth brother, tell us how Boss says the winds are rising and the clouds are surging in his dialect. Is there a catch? Song Jifeng cleared his throat and pretended to be serious. The Shaanxi Gansu accent doesn't differentiate between nasal sounds. They say it like this, Hung Chi Yong Yong. Chen Zhuo laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. This fool, who knows where he learned such absurdities? Noticing Zhang Dingbian's rising anger, he quickly grabbed the reckless Song Jifeng and dragged him away. All right, enough joking about others' accents, or you'll get beaten up. Song Jifeng rubbed his nose. We're all brothers. They wouldn't be that brutal, would they? Jean Mantang, catching up, spat. You never know. Near a university, there might not be much. But internet cafes and budget hotels are certainly available. The four brothers easily found one. Entering, they booted up the computers, and Song Jifeng smugly taught the others how to apply for an ICQ number. Jean Mantang declined, having played with it during high school. Song Jifeng, feeling disgruntled, went to Chen Zhuo's side. Wow, third brother, when did you get better at this than me? Chen Zhuo's fingers danced over the keyboard as he proudly lifted his head, giving him a dismissive look. Ever heard of geniuses? Your third brother is one. He certainly couldn't tell Song Jifeng that he had grown tired of QQ in his previous life. In 1998, ICQ was still in its infancy. Even Ma Huating himself didn't know how to monetize it. Chen Zhuo had also heard that this future domestic billionaire once tried to sell QQ for 1 million. Unfortunately, he approached many big shots, but they overlooked the project. The most sincere, Mr. Zhang of Sohu, only offered 600,000 at most. Thankfully, Ma Huating later managed to secure a 2 million investment from Li Chaoren's son, barely keeping it afloat. Thus, the Tencent empire was born. Rubbing his chin, Chen Zhuo slyly smiled. Should we seize the opportunity before young Master Li and invest 100,000 in Ma Huating? I do not aspire to possess a substantial share. A mere 10% suffices, as it would likely allow me to live a leisurely life for the remainder of my days. After indulging in this pleasant reverie, however, I felt a wave of despondency wash over me. 1 million is indeed a considerable sum in this era. Relying solely on the few tens of thousands I managed to accumulate from selling used books alongside Zhang Mo seems rather daunting to achieve this goal. Nevertheless, challenges are what make life interesting. How can one ascertain success without taking a chance? Perhaps, should fortune favor me, I could retire before turning 30. At present, my foremost priority lies in devising means to generate wealth. Before I could contemplate potential avenues for earning, I was abruptly pulled into the game interface of StarCraft by the boisterous Song Jifeng. The four of us quickly became engrossed in building bases and defending against adversaries. The following day, Chen Zhuo savored a rare opportunity to linger in bed. After rising and washing his face, he silently reminded himself to refrain from succumbing to distractions. I am a serious reincarnator, not someone who has returned merely to play games. As I grasped my cup, intending to fetch some water to brush my teeth, I unexpectedly collided with Song Jifeng, who rushed in carrying a bag. This fellow exuded an excess of energy. After gaming until the wee hours, he was inexplicably vibrant. The first to rise and dash off to buy breakfast for us. Setting down the bag, Song Jifeng mischievously raised his eyebrows and inquired, Third brother, guess what I encountered? Chen Zhuo, busy brushing his teeth, shot him a glare and retorted, Go away, don't block the way, with his fists clasped to his chest in an exaggerated manner. Song Jifeng exclaimed, Outside our school cafeteria, there's a girl selling tea eggs, and her eyes. Oh my, they are utterly enchanting. Ignoring him, Chen Zhuo bumped past this infatuated individual, hastily exiting the dormitory with his toiletries. Left without a confidant, Song Jifeng turned to Jean Mantang, who was preparing to rise, and declared, Second brother, I saw the tea egg girl first, so you mustn't steal her from me. Jean Mantang, exasperated, tossed a sock at him and snapped, You fool. I've told you countless times, do not call me second. By the time Chen Zhuo returned after freshening up, Song Jifeng was still incessantly rambling about how captivating the tea egg girl was. The visibly annoyed Jean Mantang and Zhang Dingbian bore expressions of profound disinterest, nearly wishing to silence this chatterbox. Without hesitation, Chen Zhuo reached into the bag, retrieved a tea egg, swiftly peeled it, and took a bite. To my surprise, it was quite delicious. Noticing Chen Zhuo change into his shoes and prepare to leave, Song Jifeng's eyes lit up, and he jumped to block the doorway, exclaiming, "Third brother, where are you headed? Take me along." Jean Mantang clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture towards Chen Zhuo, clearly indicating, "Please, third, do me a favor and take this nuisance away." Even the usually composed Zhang Dingbian wore a hopeful expression, showcasing the extent of Song Jifeng's verbal bombardment. In truth, Chen Zhuo had no specific plans. He merely wished to familiarize himself with the campus and perhaps scout for business opportunities. After some contemplation, he said to Song Jifeng, "Since you have nothing to occupy your time, let us go together." Elated, Song Jifeng shot him a flirtatious glance and teasingly remarked, "I always knew you were the best." Third brother. Chen Zhuo's hair stood on end as he struggled to suppress the urge to kick that insufferable person out. Fourth, if you continue this nonsense, do not blame me for severing familial ties. Song Jifeng cast him a mournful glance. Chen Zhuo turned to leave, realizing that this lad was one who, when given a hint of encouragement, would boldly seize the opportunity. Third brother, don't walk so fast, wait for me, Song Jifeng called out while hastily pursuing him. In the entire dormitory, he felt closest to Chen Zhuo. Beyond their shared origins, Song Jifeng sensed an indescribable, special aura emanating from his third brother. Jean Mantang and Zhang Dingbian simultaneously exhaled in relief, glad to see that fellow depart. Descending the stairs, Chen Zhuo randomly chose a direction and walked ahead. Song Jifeng, panting, caught up with him. "Third brother, are you also looking out for me, to see if that etched girl is suitable? But let us agree on this. I met her first, so you cannot steal her away." Chen Zhuo shot him an exasperated glare. "Infatuated fool. Do you really think everyone is like you? Weren't you just saying yesterday how much you like Teacher Qin?" Song Jifeng paused for a moment, then boldly retorted, "Teacher Qin hasn't agreed to date me yet, so what's wrong with having a backup? You're something else." Chen Zhuo raised both thumbs in mock admiration. To be able to boast about straddling two boats so loudly, you truly are a talent. Chapter 73. Oh, you Chen Laosan. This leaves no room for your brothers to survive. The cafeteria at Donglio University was easy to find. From a distance, a crowd was gathered. Chen Zhuo halted and turned back, uncertainly asking Song Jifeng, "Could it be that someone else has set their sights on your etched girl? Damn it." Song Jifeng rolled up his sleeves. "Which blind fool dares to poach my territory? I'll confront him." After a few strides forward, he turned back cautiously to ask, "Third brother, you'll stand by me, right?" Chen Zhuo found it amusing. This lad spoke bravely, yet he was, in fact, quite timid. He was also curious about the etched girl who had captivated Song Jifeng's thoughts. In the middle of the crowd, a middle-aged man was animatedly berating a girl, his finger practically poking her forehead. The girl, clad in a faded high school uniform, stared down at her toes in silence. "You're utterly clueless. Setting up shop at the cafeteria entrance to sell tea eggs. Isn't that stealing my business?" The girl quietly countered, "I'm not stealing." A murmur rippled through the onlookers. "This is too much. She's just selling a few tea eggs. How is that stealing business?" "Exactly. Which school rule states that selling tea eggs at the cafeteria entrance is forbidden? It's ridiculous." The middle-aged man's expression shifted, realizing he had miscalculated. University life was indeed different from the outside world. His usual and scrupulous tactics clearly had no place here, leaving him in a precarious position. Initially, the intention was to intimidate the timid female student, hoping to gain some advantage. Yet, who could have foreseen that the situation would spiral out of control? The burly man scowled menacingly, declaring, "Silence. This is a dispute between us and has nothing to do with you." Among the crowd, Song Jifeng was seething with rage. "Third brother, wait here. I'll go fetch the boss and second brother. Today, we will." "Third brother, where are you going?" In his astonishment, the third brother, whom he had only met yesterday, darkened his expression and pushed through the crowd. Chen Zhuo stepped before the girl, exclaiming, "And Jixia, lift your head. You have done nothing wrong. Why should you shy away from confronting the wicked?" Caught in uncertainty, and Jixia suddenly recognized the familiar voice, and tears streamed down her peach blossom eyes uncontrollably. Chen Zhuo. In that fleeting moment, her previously panicked heart transformed into unwavering resolve. He had arrived. All problems ceased to exist. The middle-aged man's expression visibly faltered as he ominously pointed at Chen Zhuo, saying, "Kid, this is none of your business. Don't make things difficult for yourself." Chen Zhuo remained unfazed, smiling as he retorted, "Oh, are you the principal Zheng Dongxiang of Donglio University?" The burly man, momentarily taken aback, responded angrily, "Of course not. The cafeteria is under my contract, and I won't allow you to stand here." This statement ignited a powder keg, The surrounding students had long been fed up with his bullying behavior. However, no one had taken the lead to voice their discontent. The man mistakenly believed that his experience of intimidation outside would instill fear in others. He was utterly mistaken. The noise around them escalated, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He had never anticipated that these bookworms would possess such fortitude. Chen Zhuo raised a hand, signaling everyone to calm down. He pointed at Njixia and proclaimed loudly, "This student, who just entered this year, lost her father, a veteran, and her mother has recently undergone surgery due to illness. She also has a younger brother in elementary school." Song Jifeng in the crowd was dumbfounded. Why do I feel that Chen Laosan knows the tea egg goddess intimately? Chen Zhuo bent down to pick up a tea egg, raising it high above his head. To save as much as possible on living expenses, Njixia rises before dawn to purchase tea eggs at a wholesale price of 0.25 yuan each. What is her profit? Merely 5 cents, a pitiful sum. With piercing eyes, Chen Zhuo scanned the crowd. I believe that if this 5 cents were to fall on the ground, the majority of those present would be too indifferent to even pick it up. Yet, he abruptly turned, pointing at the astonished Njixia. This 5 cents represents her hope. In the crowd, someone raised their voice. Fellow students, are we to stand idly by while our classmate is bullied? University students are never lacking in fervor. With Chen Zhuo's prior words as a foundation, the emotions of everyone had reached a fever pitch. We cannot allow this. Chen Zhuo discreetly gave a thumbs up to Song Jifeng amidst the crowd. This fellow, the fourth brother, was indeed quite adept at playing the role of a pawn. Song Jifeng, preoccupied with his own ambitions, paid no heed to his subtle gesture. He was lost in the exhilaration of rallying the masses to his cause. This rotund individual, buoyed by his insignificant authority, sought to impose his will on others to the fullest extent. What should we do? Amidst the chaos, someone, eager for entertainment, shouted, "Beat him up." This outburst immediately stirred a hornet's nest. The crowd surged forward in a frenzy. Good grief, it spiraled out of control. Chen Zhuo felt a shiver run down his spine as he grabbed the bewildered Njixia and turned to flee. The middle-aged portly man was not slow to react. He swiftly darted into the cafeteria just before the throng encircled him, believing he could evade disaster. Little did he know that the atmosphere had escalated beyond anyone's control. Enraged students stormed into the cafeteria, shattering every pot and pan in sight. Song Jifeng, however, did not follow them inside. It was not that he lacked the desire, but rather that he was frozen in fear. Good heavens! With such a commotion, I, the instigator, surely won't be expelled. The following day, he learned he was mandated to withdraw from school, a historical record of unprecedented proportions. His mind conjured an image of his parents upon hearing the news. Undoubtedly a blend of love and wrath. A size 43 foot kicked him in the rear, jolting Song Jifeng back to reality. "Third brother, why did you kick me?" Chen Zhuo shot him a glare. "Run. Do you intend to stay here and wait for the school to deal with it?" Good grief. Chen Laosan spoke with such reason. Reinvigorated, Song Jifeng dashed away like a wounded rabbit, bounding forth like a wild stallion. In this critical moment, he did not forget to introduce himself. "Hello, Njixia. I am Song Jifeng." Chen Zhuo halted, casting a bemused glance at him. "Enough, fourth brother, perhaps you should seek other targets. She is not your type." "Huh," interrupted. Song Jifeng's gaze fell bewilderedly upon the hand that Chen Zhuo held, his expression swiftly transforming into one of indignation. "You, Chen Laosan, are leaving no path for your brother." Chapter 74. A half-local Song Jifeng was inexplicably aggrieved. The grand campus romance he yearned for had yet to begin, yet it had quietly come to an end. Even if he were mute, he could discern the endless affection for Chen Zhuo reflected in Njixia's bashful, blossoming eyes. "Chen Laosan, I despise you." Chen Zhuo tightened his grip on her delicate wrist, shrugged nonchalantly, and remarked, "Many harbor hatred for me. Your disdain makes little difference." Song Jifeng gritted his teeth. "Third brother, you must treat me to 3 meals to compensate for my wounded spirit." He felt that failing to impoverish Chen Laosan would be a disservice to himself. Chen Zhuo reflexively raised his empty right hand and gave him the finger. "I'll treat your granddad. My granddad is busy working. He has no time." Song Jifeng resumed his playful demeanor, for his notion of love at first sight was, in truth, merely a fleeting infatuation. "Originally, I never imagined I could win the heart of such a beauty, yet now I find myself rather unperturbed." The goddess of tea eggs has ultimately found her place with Chen Zhuo, which can be seen as a fortunate turn of events. Chen Zhuo has come to terms with the lazy antics of this unscrupulous roommate. Suddenly, Njixia, who had remained silent until now, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes twinkling, spoke up. "Chen Zhuo, if you are reluctant to spend your living expenses, I shall treat him to a meal." Song Jifeng rejoiced, showering her with flattery. Third sister-in-law. You are both beautiful and kind-hearted, far superior to this miserly Chen Lao-san. I'm not trying to sow discord, but truly, being his girlfriend is a waste of your charm. The repeated address of third sister-in-law left in Zhixiao blushing. The bashful girl glanced shyly at Chen Zhuo and murmured, "Don't say such nonsense. I am not your third sister-in-law." Chen Zhuo, suppressing a smile, cleared his throat with a serious demeanor. All right, Lao Si. Look at your lack of ambition. It's merely a few meals. I shall cover it. Song Jifeng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, wanting to scold this shameless individual. If you wish to laugh, then let it out. Holding it in will only lead to an explosion. Yet he refrained, remembering Chen Zhuo's recent display at the cafeteria entrance, which had utterly astonished him. With just a few words, he had stirred the emotions of the majority present. What if he were to wield such influence over me? My delicate frame could hardly withstand such turmoil. Third brother, third sister-in-law. I shall take my leave and not disturb your romantic interlude, Song Jifeng remarked, displaying keen perception as he exited promptly. And Zhixiao lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Why did you call me? Well, his third sister-in-law. Chen Zhuo felt a stir in his heart. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the moment, he might have lost control and taken her right then and there, clearing his throat to mask the awkwardness. He adopted a stern expression, and Zhixiao, do you realize where you have erred? What? And Zhixiao, bewildered, looked up at him with her sparkling eyes, perplexed. Isn't this akin to the villain crying out first? Shouldn't he be the one explaining to me why he told his roommate that I was his girlfriend? Why has the questioning suddenly turned on me? Chen Zhuo silently thanked his fortunate stars. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the principle of striking first, narrowly avoiding embarrassment before this girl. And Zhixiao shook her head in confusion. I don't know. Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply. You left without a word, sneaking off to Feng Tian, causing me great concern for an extended period. That is your first mistake. The second mistake is that without my consent, you publicly showcased yourself selling tea eggs, bringing upon yourself a heap of trouble. And Zhixiao softly responded, please don't be angry. I realize my mistakes. Chen Zhuo bit his lip in frustration. For goodness sake, how could I, once labeled a notorious scoundrel in my previous life, lack such resolve? Acknowledging your errors is one thing, but will you dare to repeat them? And Zhixiao raised her head, her peach blossom eyes filled with confusion and shyness. I. Chen Zhuo took her other hand as well, speaking softly. I understand your strong-willed nature and your aversion to being indebted to others. But have you considered how you could possibly save enough for living expenses solely by selling tea eggs? And Zhixiao lowered her head, resembling a schoolgirl who had erred. All right, from now on, I will heed your words. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply. Chen Zhuo felt a twinge of emotion, quickly turning his head away. He urged her to leave. Hurry. The school authorities are coming. We must not be caught. He thought to himself that he could not continue to linger with this naive girl, for his reputation could easily be tarnished by her antics. After escorting Zhixiao back to her dormitory, he cautioned her against taking any initiative to sell tea eggs without his consent. The girl nodded gently. I understand. Chen Zhuo's final words were laced with selfish intent. She was unaware of her own striking beauty. If this continued, she might attract a few naive suitors like Song Jifeng, leading him to a state of utter chaos. He was a serious reincarnate, not one to squabble over romantic interests with a bunch of kids. His aspirations soared toward the stars and the sea. Once he had ensured Zhixiao was settled, Chen Zhuo slipped back into his own dormitory. Upon entering, he overheard Song Jifeng animatedly recounting the recent events. Boss, second, fourth, you should have seen it. Third brother was truly magnificent. If I were a woman, I would surely fall at his feet. Chen Zhuo, half in and half out of the doorway, retorted with a laugh. Come on, fourth. Do you even know how to speak? That pomegranate skirt is worn by women. Song Jifeng dashed over, grabbing Chen Zhuo's arm. Third brother, you have finally returned. Quickly, tell them that Jean Lair actually dared to question the validity of my story. Chen Zhuo shot him a glare and extended his hand to the only unfamiliar male in the room. Hello, new roommate. I am Chen Zhuo, known as third brother by this big talker. The new boy, tall and somewhat shy, shook his hand. Lei Peng, from Longjiang province. It was evident that this self-proclaimed Lei Peng possessed a gentle demeanor, likely due to being overly sheltered at home. Song Jifeng, ever the extrovert, jumped in to introduce. Lei Laosi is the same age as you all, with a birthday younger than third brother's, which makes me the fifth. Chen Zhuo smiled. Coming to this dormitory is serendipitous. Moreover, as a fellow Longjiang native, we are practically kin. Lei Peng's tension eased considerably, and he earnestly corrected him. Third brother, it's Hei Ji Liao, not Liao Ji Hei. Chen Zhuo awkwardly rubbed his nose. The saying that the 3 northeastern provinces are one family holds true. However, the correct order remains a matter of debate. Even 2 decades into his reincarnation. Chapter 75. My timidity. Lei Peng's personality was in stark contrast to Song Jifeng's, embodying a bashful and obedient demeanor. Most of the time, he simply gazed with wide, curious eyes, listening to his new roommate's boast. As noon approached, the last of the brothers in the dormitory arrived, accompanied by his parents. With a stout physique and a face adorned with the distinctive rosy hue of the grasslands, he introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Hatchabear, a Mongolian from the vast prairie. Fortuitously, Chen Zhuo, aware of the Mongolian language, recognized that Badu signifies strength and beard denotes wealth. He was the first to smile, arms outstretched for an embrace. Welcome, my resilient and affluent classmate. Hatchabear's face lit up with joy. Do you know the meaning of my name? Isn't that obvious? Jean Mantang, however, was more concerned with something other than strength and wealth. By the way, Beer, when is your birthday? Whether I can shake off the mantle of being the eternal second depends on this last glimmer of hope. Hatchabear paused for a moment, perhaps taken aback, as it was likely the first time someone had directly inquired about his birthday. It's the 3rd day of September, 1980, he replied, shaking his head as he recited a line of poetry. Alas, on the night of the 3rd of September, the dew resembles pearls, and the moon is like a bow. Chen Zhuo's lips twitched, a retort forming but swallowed back. Brother, that poem by Baiji was aimed at your ancestors, the Turks. Jean Mantang was unfazed by this, his face drawn with despair as he murmured, It's over. I'm still not as esteemed as Chun Laosan. What saddened him was that this title of second would likely accompany him throughout his 4 years of university. With all 6 members of room 618 present, their pecking order was now established. The eldest was the 20-year-old Zhang Dingbian from Shaanxi, Gansu. The second was Jean Mantang, aged 18, hailing from eastern Guangdong. Chen Zhuo remained the third, a status unchanged. The fourth was the burly Mongolian, Hatchabear, who was 9 days older than the bashful youth, Lei Peng. You can call me Badu, that's what my family and friends call me. The youngest in the dormitory was the loquacious peacock, Song Jifeng. Approaching Jean Mantang, he lamented, Second, don't be sad. My title of 6th ISNT much better than yours. Jean Mantang burst into tears, throwing his arms around Song Jifeng's shoulders. Brother. Song Jifeng reciprocated the embrace, equally breathless with sobs. Brother. The others rolled their eyes in unison, amused by the antics of the 2 clowns. Just then, the dormitory matron's booming voice echoed from downstairs. Chen Zhuo from room 618. Vice Secretary Qin from the Student Union is looking for you. Hurry down. Chen Zhuo's expression soured, reminiscent of someone who had just tasted bitter melon. The matroness call conjured thoughts of the Lichuan courtyard. Miss XXX, come downstairs to greet your guests. In the midst of his outcry, Song Jifeng dashed over with alarming speed. Third brother, confess. What does Teacher Qin want with you? Chen Zhuo shot him an exasperated glance. How would I know? Song Jifeng's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Third brother, you're being unreasonable. It's not enough that you have the goddess of tea eggs and Jixia. You must also monopolize our beautiful and intelligent Teacher Qin. Have you considered how your brothers feel about this? You're insane, Chen Zhuo retorted, giving the melodramatic Song Jifeng the finger before hastily exiting the room. In the dormitory, the stout Hatchabear, with a curious expression, caught hold of Song Jifeng, who was eager to pursue the matter further, and inquired, Old Lu, what is the story behind the beautiful Teacher Qin? Please elaborate. The others wore expressions of sheer terror, utterly astonished that the burly Mongolian student, Hatchabear, was also one to indulge in gossip. Song Jifeng let out a loud exclamation. I'll share, but if anyone calls me Old Lu again, I won't let it slide. He seemed to forget that just 2 hours prior, he had been referring to Jean Mantang as Old Air. As Chen Zhuo arrived downstairs, he happened upon Qin Tianjin standing beneath the shade of a tree in the courtyard. My dear, Tianjin, what brings you here in such haste? Qin Tianjin looked at him with a bemused smile and remarked, Sharon, I didn't realize you possessed such gallant spirit to act boldly for a fair lady. Chen Zhuo's heart skipped a beat. The school was remarkably swift in its actions, and it was only a matter of time before the incident came to light. Especially after the scene at the cafeteria had gathered numerous witnesses. And Jixia had been selling tea eggs for several days, and many were aware of her name. Following the clues, it was inevitable that he would be discovered. Chen Zhuo forced a nonchalant smile and said, Tianjin, just tell me. What punishment does the school intend to impose? A demerit or expulsion? Worst case, I can just return to where I came from. As a reborn individual, surely I can find sustenance without attending university. However, It would leave an irreplaceable regret in my life. Chen Tianjin glared at him with exasperation. You little rascal. Now you're frightened? Where was that bravado earlier? Her delicate finger tapped his forehead. In the future, if you find yourself in such a predicament, remember to inform me so I can assist you, understood? A flicker of realization passed through Chen Zhuo's mind. Was Chen Tianjin implying that the school intended to downplay his incitement of students to vandalize the cafeteria? He fervently nodded. Yes, I didn't want to trouble you. Tianjin. Chen Tianjin sighed. Now, it's even more troublesome. Chen Zhuo's heart raced. To claim he was unafraid would be a blatant lie. Tianjin. What exactly does the school plan to do about me? Chen Tianjin rolled her beautiful eyes at him. Consider yourself fortunate. The number of students involved in this incident is too great for the school to impose penalties on everyone. Chen Zhuo exhaled a long sigh of relief. His thoughts were confirmed. If Dongliao University were to expel over 100 freshmen, it would create quite the scandal. Principal Zheng Dongxiang would likely be unable to bear such a responsibility. The outcome would undoubtedly be inconclusive. Tianjin, isn't Jixia all right? She is the victim. Chen Tianjin found his concern both amusing and frustrating. Even at this juncture, the fool still had the audacity to worry about his little girlfriend. She's fine. It's you who's in trouble. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Tianjin, I'm a timid person. Please don't frighten me. It said that the law does not hold the masses accountable. You're timid? Chen Tianjin nearly erupted in anger. Daring to incite the crowd and vandalizing the school canteen. How can one claim to be timid? What, then, constitutes bravery? Did you dare to target the administrative building? Chen Zhuo, cease your frivolous demeanor. After thorough deliberation by the school's administration and the College of Arts, the final decision is to punish only the principal instigator, sparing the accomplices. With a pained expression, Chen Zhuo protested. How have I become the principal instigator? Chen Tianjin, having sufficiently intimidated him, softened her tone. Principal Zheng stated that if you can secure sponsorship for this year's welcome party, he will advocate for your absolution. Should you fail, prepare to face expulsion for dual offenses. Chapter 76. Teacher, I haven't said anything. Chen Zhuo's face contorted in despair, resembling a bitter melon. It's only the first day of registration, and I haven't found a single profitable avenue. I'm already in dire straits. Tianjin, could you perhaps negotiate with Principal Zheng for me to procure half of the sponsorship? He gestured animatedly in the air. Chen Tianjin, both amused and exasperated, replied. Do you think this is a marketplace where one can haggle? However, upon hearing the hint of concession, Chen Zhuo seized the opportunity. Tianjin, whatever you require. Just say the word. If I frown even once, I'm not worthy of being called a man. Chen Tianjin chuckled. This brave soul. If you can perform a song at the welcome party, I might consider pleading your case to the principal. Chen Zhuo looked at her incredulously. Tianjin, why do I feel as though this welcome party is a trap set by you? Chen Tianjin blushed. Chen Zhuo had deduced correctly. She, as the new vice president of the student council, was indeed responsible for this year's welcome party. With a remarkable talent showcased in the singing competition, how could she not exploit it? Now, I ask you, can you do it? Chen Tianjin posed, hands on her hips with an imposing demeanor reminiscent of a formidable figure. Chen Zhuo instinctively stepped back, nodding vigorously. Absolutely. However, Tianjin, you must inform me of the required sponsorship amount for the welcome party. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Tianjin extended a single finger. Tentatively, Chen Zhuo ventured, 1,000? As he posed the question, he imagined pulling out 1,000 yuan from his backpack, dramatically declaring himself as the sole sponsor. Chen Tianjin shot him a disdainful glance. It's 10,000. How audacious of him to think otherwise. A mere 1,000 yuan would hardly necessitate such a grand effort from the vice president of the student council. Chen Zhuo sighed in relief. 10,000 is reasonable. A vision of a suave figure in a fiery red sports car flashed through his mind. Uni, this time, your support will determine whether we can survive this predicament. He was unwilling to part with the entire 10,000, for his own funds were crucial for future endeavors. Wait, Nuna is a term for South Korean girls. If memory serves, boys should use Nuna. Seeing him fall silent, Chen Tianjin assumed he was daunted by the 10,000 yuan sponsorship. Chen Zhuo, if it's truly impossible. It's all right. I know a few friends in business. Oh, spare me the trouble. Chen Zhuo could easily deduce that most of the friends Chen Tianjin knew were likely attracted to her physique. Sister Tianjin, it's merely 10,000 yuan, a trivial sum. However, I do have one condition. May I be excused from participating in military training? The current temperature was sweltering, the kind that could be unbearable, unless absolutely necessary. Who would willingly endure the scorching sun to stand in formation or run? Chen Tianjin hesitated momentarily. If it's just this matter, I can assist you in coordinating. Chen Zhuo snapped his fingers, his face lighting up with joy. All right, Sister Tianjin, I assure you I will personally deliver the sponsorship fee to you before the welcoming party. After bidding farewell to Qin Tianjin, Chen Zhuo pondered the matter of securing sponsorship funds. The worst-case scenario would be if Su Yunqi refused to help. He could still cover the gap himself. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to visit the Double Star Electronics Company to explore potential profitable ventures. After all, it was a foreign company, unlikely to be in dire straits. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found several of his companions engaged in casual conversation. As soon as he entered, Song Jifeng rushed over, wearing a sorrowful expression. Third brother, it turns out life on the grasslands is so challenging. Fourth brother mentioned that his family sold a cow just to gather enough for school expenses. Chen Zhuo swiftly dodged his enthusiastic embrace and shot him a glare. Did you inquire about how many cows fourth brother's family owns? Before Song Jifeng could respond, the short and stout Hatchabayer scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, there are probably still over 4,900 left. My father mentioned we originally had 5,000 cows. What? Initially sympathetic towards him, Song Jifeng was now seething with anger. Fourth brother, why didn't you mention this sooner? You made me look foolish. Hatchabayer chuckled innocently, shrugging his shoulders. You never asked. Song Jifeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He no longer wished to converse with this band of unserious individuals. If I continue to trust them, I must be a fool. The next day, September 1st, marked the official start of the school year. A minor incident occurred upon entering the classroom. Song Jifeng, eager to sit next to Chen Zhuo, was unexpectedly and ruthlessly kicked aside by his own third brother. Move aside, this spot is for Njixia. Song Jifeng's eyes filled with sorrow, reminiscent of a widow of 20 years, and he finally managed to utter, Chen Laosan, you heartless creature without regard for the opposite sex. Chen Zhuo merely scoffed and ignored him. Kid, you know nothing. What brother would prioritize a partner over friendship? Once Njixia was seated beside him. All the classmates cast admiring glances at them. Although college relationships were not forbidden, it was the first time witnessing such open display from Chen Zhuo. A few individuals gazed at them with eager eyes, seemingly wishing to emulate the display, yet ultimately lacking the courage to act. Dejected, Song Jifeng sat down beside Jean Mantang, a frown etched on his face. Ever since being pulled over by Chen Zhuo, Njixia had not dared to lift her gaze. Ignore them. They are simply envious and resentful. In response to such shameless remarks, the girl softly hummed in acknowledgement. Chen Zhuo cast a commanding glance across the classroom, deliberately asserting his dominance to deter any untoward intentions from his peers. The ensuing proceedings unfolded as they typically do for all freshmen at the commencement of their academic journey. First, they were introduced to their class advisor, a refined young man in his 30s. Chang Wei, an alumnus from the class of '87 in the Chinese Language and Literature program at Dongliu University, was a senior to them all. Upon hearing this imposing name, Chen Zhuo nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Fortunately, none of his classmates bore the name Lai Fu. Advisor Chang was amiable, stating that since they had all become acquainted, it was time to elect a few class officers to assist with the various tasks of the class. Chen Zhuo instinctively recoiled, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He had little interest in such matters. In university, class officers, aside from presenting a more impressive transcript, were essentially unpaid labor for the teachers. Noticing the awkward silence that ensued, Advisor Chang continued with a hint of resignation. Since we are still getting to know one another, I will appoint a few individuals to serve temporarily, and we can hold a proper election after military training. Beneath the desk, Chen Zhuo grasped Njixia's hand, gently caressing her slender fingers, completely disregarding the advisor's words. Chang Wei's gaze swept the room before landing on a corner. Chen Zhuo, you shall serve as the acting class leader. Chen Zhuo, taken aback, protested, Teacher, I haven't said a word. Chapter 77, I object in a flurry. Chen Zhuo sprang from his seat, his expression betraying an exaggerated sense of indignation, as if he had suffered a great injustice. In truth, he felt quite wronged. What nonsense was this about class officers? He had no intention of fulfilling such a trivial role. As a bona fide reborn individual, his objectives in this era were twofold. First, to amass wealth. Second, to pursue romantic interests. Had the situation permitted, he would have stormed the podium and demanded to know if Advisor Chang was related to the naval commander Chang Kuan. For what reason was he so insistent on foisting this insignificant position upon him? Chang Wei regarded him coolly and remarked, objection noted, but the decision stands. Little rascal, don't think I haven't noticed your antics. Holding hands with your female classmate so brazenly in class, if you don't receive a little reprimand. You might not grasp who the true authority is here. The choice to appoint Chen Zhuo as the temporary class leader stemmed from a hearing he had attended the previous day. Chang Wei distinctly recalled Principal Zheng Dongxiang patting his shoulder and earnestly saying, "Xiao Chang, this Chen Zhuo is a double-edged sword, if wielded wisely. He can alleviate much of your burden, but if mishandled," Principal Zheng gestured towards a despondent middle-aged man signing a termination contract. "He serves as a cautionary tale." Chang Wei wholeheartedly agreed. During his studies at Dongliao University, majoring in Chinese language and literature, he had excelled academically and was retained by the school due to his outstanding performance. Over the years, he had encountered a myriad of students, each with their own unique characteristics. It is indeed my first encounter with someone like Chen Zhuo, who can incite a crowd to the extent of vandalizing the cafeteria with just a few words. This lad is truly a troublemaker. The most perplexing aspect is that after stirring up such chaos, he faces no repercussions whatsoever. Even Principal Zheng dares not hastily decide on expulsion. Surprisingly, the greatest victim of this incident turns out to be the middle-aged proprietor of the cafeteria. Not only was his newly purchased furniture destroyed, but he ultimately lost his livelihood as well. Of course, Chen Zhuo remains oblivious to these developments. His mind is consumed with a singular thought. He must resign from this thankless job. Observing the counselor's unwavering determination, he hastily resorted to using his agreement with Qin Tianjin as an excuse. "Teacher Chang, it's not that I lack appreciation, but I promised Secretary Qin from the Youth League to assist with sponsorship for the welcome party." Chang Wei is aware of the consequences awaiting Chen Zhuo. Hearing him invoke Qin Tianjin as a shield, he hesitates momentarily and asks, "What do you suggest I do?" Sensing the unmistakable threat in Counselor Chang's gaze, Chen Zhuo dared not refuse him again. One must always exercise strategy, after all. "Teacher Chang, I can temporarily take on the role of class leader, but I fear I won't have time to manage class affairs in the coming days." Chang Wei's expression softened a bit. This lad demonstrates some insight. Avoiding embarrassment in front of the entire class. "Then what do you propose?" Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment. "Teacher Chang, I believe you could appoint a vice class leader to fill the gap during my absence and handle class matters." Chang Wei nodded discreetly. No wonder Principal Zheng specifically mentioned this student. He certainly possesses a quick mind. Chen Zhuo's suggestion balanced his own dignity with the reality of his desire for leniency. "All right, let it be as you say." With these words from Chang Wei, an air of anticipation enveloped the classroom. Even the flamboyant Song Jifeng held his breath, eagerly awaiting the developments at the podium. His motivation was not rooted in a noble desire to serve his classmates. Rather, it stemmed from the prestige that comes with being a class officer, which could greatly enhance his reputation, especially in matters of romance. Chang Wei surveyed the classroom and pointed to a chubby girl in the front row. "Han Inhua, you will serve as the vice class leader and assist Chen Zhuo with class affairs." Upon learning she would be the counselor for the 1998 class of Chinese language and literature, she had done her homework. Chang Wei had meticulously reviewed each student's profile. If memory serves, this girl named Han Inhua has parents in government positions and had previously held the role of class leader in high school. Assigning her to assist Chen Zhuo is an excellent choice. The plump girl, Han Inhua, stood up politely and responded with conviction, "Yes, Teacher Chang." Chang Wei felt a bit awkward and gestured for her to sit down. Chen Zhuo glanced at his new deputy, immediately donning a disinterested expression. There exists an unspoken rule in universities. The higher the institution's ranking, the less commendable the quality of its female students. The vice monitor, Han, cannot be described as unattractive. Rather, one might refer to him as possessing a certain charm. Short and stout, he pales in comparison to the captivating Ji Xiao beside him. Throughout the subsequent half of the class, Chen Zhuo remained in a state of drowsiness. As for the matter of the counselor arranging other class leaders, it bore no relevance to me. Finally enduring until the end of the class, upon hearing the school bell, Chen Zhuo instantly perked up. "Goodness, have I lost my mind?" Just as he contemplated rushing out of the classroom, a pair of tear-filled, peach blossom eyes appeared before him. Chen Zhuo instinctively froze. What's wrong? And Ji Xiao remained silent, simply gazing at him. Chen Zhuo felt a pang of anxiety. "If you don't like me holding your hand during class, I promise I won't do it again." A glimmer of moisture surfaced in Ji Xiao's enchanting eyes. Chen Zhuo, the girl's voice remained as gentle and delicate as ever. Chen Zhuo rubbed his nose. "Oh, what is it?" And Ji Xiao sniffled. "Is it because you helped me that you were compelled to solicit donations for the school?" Chen Zhuo instinctively paused. Wasn't it said that wisdom should not be overshadowed by beauty? Why did this girl defy that notion? It's no wonder. She is the kind of extraordinary individual who could gain admission to a prestigious university with one less exam. A gentle disposition does not equate to a lack of intellect. Chen Zhuo chuckled softly. "What nonsense are you thinking? I've always enjoyed helping others, you know that." And Ji Xiao remained serious. She earnestly pulled a handful of coins from her pocket and presented them to him with both hands. Chen Zhuo, this is what I earned from selling tea eggs. All for you. Chen Zhuo's heart lurched painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and his nose tinged with sadness. No longer playful, he adopted an unusually solemn demeanor. He understood her intent. Goodness, my instincts were correct. The longer I interacted with Zhixia, the more I felt my illustrious reputation would inevitably tarnish. Zhixia held her arm aloft, firmly adopting a stance that suggested she would not retract her hand until he accepted. Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply and laughed heartily. Oh, just when I was worried about where to find donations, I discover a little heiress hiding beside me. I had no idea selling tea eggs was so lucrative. Chapter 78. Never have I encountered such brazen audacity. Zhixia smiled. This was the first time Chen Zhuo had seen her smile, a genuine expression stemming from her ability to assist him. Chen Zhuo, may I take up a part-time job and give you the money I earn? Good heavens. Chen Zhuo suppressed the urge to embrace her, playfully pinching her nose. Silly girl, if you give me all your money, how will you afford to eat? Zhixia glanced at him and softly replied, I can manage with 2 buns a day. I realized that back in high school. Suddenly aware that she had misspoken in her haste, she quickly halted herself. Curse it, let it be. Chen Zhuo spread his arms wide, only to hear a cold voice from behind him. Class monitor, do you have a moment? I would like to discuss the arrangements for our class work. Chen Zhuo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Reluctantly, he turned around. Han Yinhua, has no one ever told you that interrupting others is rather impolite? Han Yinhua glared at him with icy disdain, and without hesitation, she pulled Zhixia behind her for protection. Chen Zhuo, I believe the one lacking in manners here is you. Chen Zhuo was incensed. Oh, my temper is flaring up. Just because a tiger doesn't roar. You think I'm a sick cat? He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront Han Yinhua, but unexpectedly, Zhixia stepped in between them. Yinhua, Chen Zhuo, please do not quarrel. This is not appropriate. Chen Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Han Yinhua. Zhixia, do you know this tyrant? The short and plump Han Yinhua bared her small tiger teeth in anger, ready to pounce. Who are you calling a tyrant? Chen Zhuo would not let her get away with that. In his eyes, no woman, aside from Empress Yang, could intimidate him. What is wrong with you? Unable to find a boyfriend, you come out to disrupt others' relationships? Unable to retort, Han Yinhua's already round face grew even rounder with rage. Zhixia spread her arms, stepping in front of Chen Zhuo. Don't be harsh on Yinhua. She is my roommate. Chen Zhuo suddenly understood. Ah, so she is your roommate. No wonder she was so eager to jump in. Today, I'm in a good mood. So for your sake, I 1T stoop to your level. I'm leaving. Han Yinhua finally managed to retort. Chen Zhuo, with your carefree demeanor, you hardly exhibit the qualities of a university student. I really can't comprehend what Zhixia sees in you. Without looking back, Chen Zhuo shot back. If you can't see it, that is your own foolishness. If you were to discover my merits, I fear you might fall for me. Han Yinhua was left speechless. She had never encountered anyone so shameless. It wasn't until Chen Zhuo's figure vanished beyond the door that she regained her composure and hurried after him, spitting out, Bah, shameless. Even if all the men in the world perished, I would never like you. Chen Zhuo's teasing voice drifted back through the classroom door. Then I can rest easy. Unbeknownst to her, such words often heralded the beginning of a tumultuous relationship in dramas. However, the thought of her plump figure made Chen Zhuo's eyes gleam with mischief. Han Yinhua was driven to frustration by this lazy fellow. Zhixia, remember to take care of yourself and don't let certain people take advantage of you. Zhixia lifted her head, a hint of innocence sparkling in her peach blossom eyes, and earnestly replied, No, Chen Zhuo hasn't taken advantage of me. He is a very good person. Perhaps to reassure her friend, she repeated very good with utmost seriousness. Han Yinhua rolled her eyes. Someday you'll be sold by Chen Zhuo and be counting his money. Zhixia smiled shyly, her face illuminating with a pure glow. Chen Zhuo wouldn't sell me. Her tone was devoid of boastfulness, as if she were simply stating an undeniable fact. Han Yinhua was left in a daze. Chen Zhuo returned to the dormitory in a huff. That Han Yinhua truly lacked discernment. How could someone so inconsiderate as to be a mere light bulb act with such audacity? Although I was incensed, it seemed I could only simmer in my anger. Feeling deflated, Chen Zhuo realized he had little recourse against her. After stroking his chin and pondering for a moment, a spark ignited in his mind. And he muttered to himself, why not enlist Lao Lu to pursue her passionately? After all, this fellow is always clamoring for a memorable campus romance. The more he contemplated, the more he deemed it a splendid idea. Though Han Yinhua was not particularly attractive, her figure was commendable, albeit somewhat difficult to describe. Nevertheless, a girlfriend of this sort would provide peace of mind at home, ensuring no wild escapades. Lao Lu, this one's on you. As Chen Zhuo pushed open the dormitory door, a mysterious smile adorned his face. Meanwhile, Song Jifeng, who was engrossed in a debate with the obedient Lei Peng over whether sweet and sour or savory guabao roe was superior, caught sight of Chen Zhuo's smile and shivered involuntarily. What with that eerie grin, Sango? Chen Zhuo replied with a beaming smile. Oh, it's merely a perplexing thought that crossed my mind. Song Jifeng abandoned his culinary dispute, intrigued. Come on, tell me. Perhaps I might know the answer. Chen Zhuo regarded him with skepticism. You? Song Jifeng, indignant, thumped his chest, declaring, what's wrong with that? I am known as the most learned young gentleman in Fengtian. I've been studying since I was 3, practicing martial arts since 6, and jumped from 4th grade to 6th at the age of 10. All right. Chen Zhuo raised his hands in surrender. I concede. But Lao Lu, are you certain you wish to hear this? With a playful grin, Song Jifeng nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Fine. You asked for it, so don't blame me. Lao Lu, do you think dating is illegal? Song Jifeng paused, then shouted emphatically, of course not. We're approaching the 21st century, Sango. Do you still think we're living in the old society? That mindset is unacceptable. Chen Zhuo nodded in agreement. I feel the same. But tell me, Lao Lu, is giving someone money illegal? Song Jifeng, filled with righteous indignation, replied, absolutely not. Giving money to others is an act of charity, a symbol of a beautiful heart. With a furrowed brow, Chen Zhuo lamented, then why, when these two actions are combined? Does Uncle Mao insist it's illegal? Song Jifeng's mind clearly struggled to keep pace with Chen Zhuo's reasoning. This cannot be. Chen Zhuo patted him on the shoulder with a heavy heart before turning to leave. Perplexed, Song Jifeng looked up at the eldest, Zhang Dingbian, and asked, Boss, what do you think Sange was trying to convey? The remaining 4 in the room buried their faces in their hands, unable to bear the sight. Chen Zhuo, are you really going to mock this and bully an underage child? The cautious Lei Peng spoke up. Lao Lu, is there a chance that what Sange mentioned differs from your interpretation? Song Jifeng's eyes darted around, sensing something amiss. Chen Laosan, you've dug a pit for me again. His furious roar reverberated through the glass windows, causing them to rattle. Chapter 79. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. No matter how incompetent and enraged Lao Lu became, it did not affect the good mood of the instigator. Having set up a trap for Song Jifeng, Chen Zhuo cheerfully descended the stairs. He planned to seize the opportunity on the second day of school. During the afternoon when he had no classes, to visit Shuangxing Electronics. He wondered how Miss Yunqi, with her striking red hair, would react to his sudden appearance. Would she be astonished, surprised, or perhaps utterly bewildered? After shouldering his backpack and exiting the school gates, he first visited a nearby bank. Carrying over 30,000 yuan was rather cumbersome. Chen Zhuo decided that until he found a suitable project, he would deposit the money. In 1998, there were many who deposited a lump sum of 38,700 yuan, yet Chen Zhuo was undoubtedly the youngest among them. The bank clerk attending to him could not help but steal glances at him. Upon receiving the passbook handed to him by the clerk, Chen Zhuo glanced at the figures, politely expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. The clerk, Lin Muning, remained transfixed, lost in thought. Muning, wake up. Snap out of it. Awakened by the gentle reminder from her colleague, the beautiful and charming clerk, Lin Muning, blushed, returning to reality. I apologize, next please. How may I assist you? She asked, while her gaze instinctively followed the tall figure departing. That man was Chen Zhuo. He appeared younger than herself. How could he possibly carry such a large sum of money alone? And his smile, it was truly radiant. Even now, Lin Muning's heart raced uncontrollably. As Chen Zhuo exited the bank, he carelessly stuffed the passbook and bank card into his backpack, suddenly feeling a tickle in his nose, leading to 2 resounding sneezes. That scoundrel Song Jifeng must be cursing me behind my back again. The innocent peacock had once more caught the brunt of it. Hailing a taxi, Chen Zhuo informed the driver of his destination, Shuangxing Electronics, and settled into the back seat. The taxi made a U-turn, heading northward. After traveling a short distance, Chen Zhuo rubbed his eyes, suddenly recalling the surroundings. Wasn't he this Biling Park? It turned out that Shuangxing Electronics was quite close to Dongliao University of Political Science and Law. As the taxi came to a halt, the driver turned back to inform him, Brother, we've arrived. Chen Zhuo pulled out a large bill, handing it over with nonchalance. Keep the change as a tip. No need for a refund. The driver, bemused, thought, what a joke. The fare from Dongliao University to here is only 10 yuan. Standing by the roadside, Chen Zhuo looked up at the sign of Shuangxing Electronics hanging over the factory entrance, unable to suppress a grimace. Miss Yunqi's factory appears rather shabby. This facade exudes a sense of smallness. The bustling guard station at the entrance made Chen Zhuo furrow his brow. Foreign enterprises adhere to regulations far more strictly than their domestic counterparts. Without a legitimate reason, entry is likely impossible. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, before he could devise a strategy, a black Hyundai approached from a distance. Upon reaching the entrance of Double Star Electronics, the vehicle halted, the rear door swung open, and a person hurriedly dashed towards the store across the street. The black Hyundai did not linger, but promptly resumed its course towards the gate. The guard at Double Star Electronics, likely familiar with the car's owner, did not impede their passage and instead opened the electric gate well in advance. Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up, and he inhaled deeply, sprinting forward with remarkable speed. Boss, wait up, I haven't gotten in yet. Realizing he was unable to catch up, he stomped his foot in frustration, muttering under his breath. The boss is something else, sends me to buy cigarettes, and takes off first. Breathing heavily, his disheveled appearance elicited hearty laughter from the guards in the security room. Look at that. Usually so pompous, yet the boss doesn't even regard him as a person. TSK, what a treatment. It's worse than ours. Several guards nodded in agreement. Thus, Chen Zhuo easily and safely entered Double Star Electronics. With my acting skills, I could easily thrive in the entertainment industry. What do those young idols even have on me? He mentally praised himself, surveying his surroundings and spotting the black Hyundai parked in front of a quaint three-story building. He strode overconfidently. Upon entering the office building, Chen Zhuo felt as at home, greeting everyone he encountered along the way. Hello, dear sister. Your outfit is truly beautiful today. I hardly recognized you. The woman he complimented blushed, shyly laughing. What beauty. It's the same as yesterday. Chen Zhuo seized the moment. Sister, has Chairman Su received last month's sales report yet? The woman paused, bewildered. I don't recall Chairman Su asking for the report. Chen Zhuo gasped. Sister, you're far too careless. How could you forget such an important matter? If Chairman Su gets upset, no one will be able to save you. Terrified, the woman instinctively thought she had indeed overlooked something crucial. I'll go get it right away. She dashed a few steps before remembering to say, thank you. Old Zhao was right. Some people really are oblivious, yet still express gratitude. Chen Zhuo smiled and waved. Hurry back. By the way, do you know where Chairman Su is? Without looking back, the woman replied hurriedly while clacking her heels. Yes, she's in the reception room on the third floor meeting with a guest. Mission accomplished. Chen Zhuo snapped his fingers, a charming smile flickering across his face. With the right approach, there is nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished. Ascending the stairs to the third floor, he was scanning for the reception room when, suddenly, a fierce argument erupted from the second room on the left side of the staircase. Standing outside the door, Chen Zhuo listened intently, but could not comprehend a single word. The man and woman inside were conversing in Korean, their voices a chaotic cacophony, reminiscent of birds chirping. As I hesitated about whether to knock on the door, it was suddenly flung open, revealing a head of fiery red hair. Hey, you're the one escorting young Master Jin Chinkue out. Chen Zhuo forced a polite, yet awkward smile. Hi, Uni, it's nice to see you again. When will you fulfill your promise of that drink? A flicker of amusement crossed Su Yuni's face as she playfully wrapped her arm around Chen Zhuo's. Appa, why did you take so long? I was about to be bullied. Chen Zhuo's expression morphed into one of alarm. Something was amiss, very amiss. The Su Yunhee he remembered was a composed and capable young woman, not this coy, sugary vixen before him. If she hadn't been possessed, then surely there was a significant trap awaiting him. A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall, and instinctively, Chen Zhuo felt the urge to flee. Chapter 80. Crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. My apologies. I seem to have entered the wrong room, Chen Zhuo casually remarked, intent on making a hasty exit. If Su Yunhee was not planning to ensnare him, he would eat the office desk door. A warm whisper brushed his ear. Little brother, I need your help urgently. If you dare to run, I will scream harassment. Urgently in need of assistance? More like she intended to use him as a human shield. Chen Zhuo felt a sharp pain in his side as two fingers discreetly pinched him, twisting with force. The threat in Su Yunhee's expression was palpable. Fine, dear lady. Provoking a scoundrel has consequences you cannot bear. A mysterious smile crept across Chen Zhuo's face as his hand gently rested on her slender waist. Su Yunhee stiffened momentarily, her entire body tensing. Don't move. If you blow my cover, it won't be my fault. Standing at 178 meters, Chen Zhuo found himself well matched with Su Yunhee, who stood at 166 meters. You cheeky boy, daring to take advantage of me? Just wait, Su Yunhee thought, biting her lip in irritation. Though her face wore a charming pout. Why did you take so long? I've been waiting forever. Chen Zhuo felt a warm breeze tickle his left earlobe. Tightening his embrace around Su Yunhee's delicate waist, he flashed a charming smile. Am I late? Not at all, just in time. In the reception room, A young man with a flat nose and beady eyes, whose face resembled that of someone who'd been struck by a brick, stared in disbelief at the couple before him, oblivious to their surroundings. Oh my goodness, Su Yunhee, you've brought shame upon both the Su and Jin families. I won't let you two get away with this. Chen Zhuo, still with Su Yunhee in his arms, stepped into the reception room, casually regarding the young man. Hey there, who are you? We're all civilized here. Your outburst is rather undignified. The man's face contorted with rage as he trembled and shouted, Su Yunhee, tell him who I am. Su Yunhee tilted her head, her expression sweetly bashful, embodying the image of a love-struck young woman. No wonder they say women are born actresses. With such talent, she deserves an award. My dear, allow me to introduce you to Jin Chingwei, the third son of the South Korean Jin family conglomerate, whom my family has arranged as my betrothed. Chen Zhuo nodded, casting a knowing glance at Jin Chingwei, remarking on his distinctly South Korean features. Su Yunhee let out a light laugh, but quickly stifled it, turning to Jin Chingwei. Young Master Jin, this is Chen Zhuo, my dear. Jin Chingwei's expression turned dark as he sneered. Su Yunhee, I didn't realize you had a penchant for such a little puppy. This was intolerable for Chen Zhuo. How dare he refer to him as a mere puppy when he embodied such masculine vigor? He tightened his embrace around Su Yunhee, drawing them closer together. Young Master Jin, what era are we in? The days of arranged marriages are long gone. I assure you, the Qing dynasty has perished. Jin Chingwei's lips turned pale, his body trembling with rage. The South Koreans possess an innate sense of superiority, and such an affront is unbearable. Of course, any man from another background would likely react similarly. Well, you are all just splendid. Jin Chingwei spat through clenched teeth, storming out in a fit of fury. Mission accomplished. Chen Zhuo flicked his hair back in a display of pride, dismissing the incident as trivial. With a loud bang, the door to the meeting room swung open again, and a seething Jin Chingwei reappeared. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Surely, this young master wouldn't seek vengeance. If he dared to encroach upon his territory, he should be prepared to face the consequences. Boy, dare to steal my woman? Have the audacity to leave your name. Chen Zhuo puffed out his chest, grinning confidently. What is there to fear? I am Shen Pengfei, a freshman at the Fengtian Conservatory of Music. Shen Pengfei, Fengtian Conservatory. Is it? Jin Chingwei repeated the name with emphasis, as if to engrave it in his memory. The mountains remain unchanged, and the rivers flow eternally. We shall see. It was only after Jin Chingwei had departed that Chen Zhuo realized the absurdity of the situation, jumping up in anger. If you have the guts, come find me at the conservatory. Anyone can talk big. As he listened to Jin Chingwei's furious footsteps fade away, Su Yunhee elbowed Chen Zhuo lightly in the abdomen. You little rascal, have you taken enough advantage? It's time to let go. The jab was not forceful, yet Chen Zhuo used it as an opportunity to stagger back a couple of steps, feigning a wounded expression. Yunhee, is this what you call burning the bridge after crossing it? Su Yunhee raised her hand. Stop. Chen Zhuo, if you keep being so annoying, I might just hit you for real. Chen Zhuo sighed dramatically. Here I am, putting forth my utmost effort to assist, and this is the outcome? How can it not bring a tear to one's eye? The last remark was delivered in a theatrical tone. Su Yunhee struggled to suppress her laughter. Chen Zhuo, how could you be so wicked, even deceiving Jin Chingwei with a false name? Chen Zhuo shrugged nonchalantly. My dear lady, who said that was a false name? Su Yunhee, quick-witted, grasped the implication. You intentionally mentioned that name? Does Shen Pengfei from the Fengtian Conservatory have a grudge against you? Chen Zhuo chuckled. That's of little significance. Miss Su Yunhee, now, shall we discuss my compensation? As she silently mourned for her classmate Shen Pengfei, Su Yunhee's eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Zhuo's audacity. You took advantage of me, and you dare to demand compensation? Su Yunhee scowled. What form of compensation do you seek? Chen Zhuo, with an air of righteousness, replied. Su Yunhee, you unilaterally brought someone here without my consent to serve as a shield. That is indeed a fact. Su Yunhee swiftly countered. True. But I believe that as friends, as brothers, our bond of camaraderie should not be reduced to mere compensation. What you refer to as camaraderie is merely an attempt to stab me in the ribs. Chen Zhuo disregarded her retort and stated seriously, Miss Yunhee, your recent actions have harmed the innocent heart of a young boy, inflicting severe emotional distress. Thus, it is only reasonable to provide some form of compensation. Don't you think? Su Yunhee found herself bewildered by his twisted logic. And what sort of compensation does the pure-hearted Chen Zhuo require from me? She retorted, exasperated. Dear me, you're playing with fire, aren't you? Chen Zhuo took a deep breath. Miss Yunhee, as you mentioned, we are friends. A brother in need should not be neglected by his elder. Su Yunhee sighed and spread her hands. Chen Zhuo, You must see that I have just offended the second most powerful heir of the Kim family. Doing electronics may be on the brink of collapse. I am powerless. Chen Zhuo's anger flared. Ah, so you're clearly refusing to acknowledge your debt? Chapter 81. You can still read the reports. Chen Zhuo casually pulled out the boss's chair, seated himself, and propped his legs on the desk, taking a sip of the coffee before him. Ugh, this unsweetened coffee is truly bitter. It's hardly fit for human consumption. Su Yunqi opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately failed to stop him. That cup of coffee was hers. She had only taken a sip before being interrupted by Jin Qinggui's intrusion. Setting the coffee cup down, Chen Zhuo folded his hands over his abdomen. Miss Yunqi, if you intend to shirk your responsibilities, I wouldn't mind seeking out that young Master Jin. I'm sure he would be more than willing to pay to make me disappear. Su Yunqi fumed. How dare you? Her retort lacked force, and even she felt it lacked any real threat. Chen Zhuo, I'm not joking. Offending the second largest conglomerate, the Kim family, means doing electronics faces a dire situation regarding our material supplies. Bankruptcy is not mere talk. Chen Zhuo dropped his playful demeanor. I forgot to ask. What exactly does your factory produce? With a sigh, Su Yunqi settled onto the guest sofa. Beepers. Chen Zhuo found himself at a loss for words. No wonder he noticed a lack of vitality at the entrance. It turned out doing electronics produced such devices, fitting quite well with the characteristics of South Korea's domestic investments. Small yet refined electronic products. He was quite familiar with the pager, as his close friend Zhang Mo owned one, a gift from Aunt Ma Dongmei upon receiving his admission notice. On the very first day, the proud Dahe found Chen Zhuo and boasted about it exuberantly. A bright silver metallic chain tethered to a black box not much larger than a matchbox. Old Chen, why not get one yourself? We could communicate through it, Zhang Mo generously suggested, nearly incurring Chen Zhuo's scorn. Dahe, do you know what the four great fools are? Zhang Mo, unable to keep up with the conversation, shook his head and replied, I only know the four great iron, who fought together, shared spoils, studied together, and endured hardships together. What are the four great fools? Chen Zhuo sighed, pointing to the new pager that Zhang Mo had purposely left exposed outside his sleeveless shirt. Pagers with chains, phones with cases, men in sleeveless shirts, and women. Goodness. The once proud Zhang Mo was rendered utterly flabbergasted. He probably still didn't comprehend why men wearing sleeveless shirts could be deemed foolish. Remembering the pitfalls he had set for his friend, Chen Zhuo smiled faintly. He had been busy these past few days and had forgotten to send Dahe a message. When he had the time, he would seek an opportunity to converse with him. Su Yunqi, having waited for a while without hearing any response, couldn't help but glare at him irritably. Hey, little brother, why don't you enlighten me on how my factory can be resurrected? This kid was full of clever ideas. Perhaps he could provide some inspiration. Chen Zhuo spoke frankly. Miss Yunqi, you should give up. There's no hope. No matter how you struggle, it's futile. Su Yunqi's expression dimmed, and she lowered her head in silence, her voice becoming a mere whisper. If even you say that Double Star Electronics is finished, then it truly has no hope. The once vibrant red-haired beauty suddenly appeared dejected, and Chen Zhuo inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy. Well, Shiga, I'm not saying your management is flawed. Rather, the pager industry itself is fundamentally unviable. Ignoring his sudden change in address, Su Yunqi looked up in astonishment. Chen Zhuo, you hold such little faith in the prospects of pagers? How novel. 3 years later, domestically produced Symbian phones would flourish, and 10 years hence, handheld smart mobile systems would dominate the world. If it were you, would you still have confidence? Chen Zhuo certainly wouldn't disclose his knowledge of future trends. Shiga, first tell me why you care so much about this factory. As far as I know, the Su family may not be among the top 3 conglomerates in South Korea, but surely they rank within the top 10. Su Yunqi raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she spoke deliberately, because this is the industry my mother left for me. Chen Zhuo had initially intended to remark that such a minuscule factory seemed unworthy of her mother's affection, considering the Su family was among the top 10 in South Korea, which felt rather lowly. However, upon observing Su Yunqi's expression, he suddenly understood. It was merely a melodramatic tale of familial strife. Predictably, Su Yunqi was likely a child born out of wedlock. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily cast aside by her family and treated as a pawn in a marriage alliance. Chen Zhuo, do you know? If Double Star Electronics collapses, I will be irreparably doomed. Su Yunqi's voice brimmed with bitterness. She herself could not comprehend why her innermost thoughts were shared with a boy she had only met once. There is a saying in our country, new as white-headed, old as covered. Perhaps our relationship embodies this sentiment. After all, he calls me Brother Shi. Chen Zhuo smirked. Rest assured, sister, as long as I am here, it will be exceedingly difficult for Double Star Electronics to falter. Having been a lowly bureaucrat in the Township Investment Promotion Bureau in his past life, he possessed an astute understanding of the future economic direction. With his presence, he could at least ensure that Su Yunqi would not stray from the right path. Really? Su Yunqi sprang to her feet, her expression brimming with excitement. Chen Zhuo, if you can accomplish that, I would agree to anything. Haha, my dear lady. I presume you do not indulge in the melodramatic Korean dramas produced by your own country. The lead female character in such tales often ends up losing both her love and her fortune to the male protagonist. Chen Zhuo gasped, clutching his collar. Brother Shi, please. Do not say that. I have a girlfriend. Su Yunqi scoffed. Pooh. You are just a little brat, barely out of your childhood. What grand notions do you entertain? For a fleeting moment, Chen Zhuo felt an impulse to demonstrate just how mature he truly was. However, before he could act, a knock echoed at the door of the reception room. With Su Yunqi's announcement of come in, the very woman he had previously charmed on the first floor entered. Director Su, here is the sales report from last month that you requested. Her gaze swept over Chen Zhuo, seated in the boss's chair, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in her eyes. It was evident that he had a special rapport with the boss, given that he could sit in her chair. Su Yunqi paused for a moment, bewildered. I did not request a report. Chen Zhuo smiled and extended his hand to receive the report from the woman. I asked her to bring it. Thank you for your hard work. The woman smiled sweetly. Not at all, it is my duty. After speaking, she noticed her boss frowning, seemingly displeased, and promptly excused herself. Director Su, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my duties. Su Yunqi stood and approached Chen Zhuo. Little brother, do you know how to read reports? Chen Zhuo certainly would not divulge that in his previous life, his ninth girlfriend had a background in finance. Through osmosis, he had learned to interpret reports. Brother Shi, do you see? Your factory sales have been consistently declining since the beginning of the year. At this rate, you won't even be able to pay salaries without the Jin family tightening the noose. Su Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, what should we do? Chen Zhuo longed to split open her head and discover what was causing such foolishness. She was blessed with a beautiful visage and a splendid figure. Yet her intellect seemed lacking. Chapter 82. A desperate bid for survival. Transformation of production is imperative. At this juncture, we must make a desperate bid for survival. Chen Zhuo's voice resonated with conviction. For a brief moment, Su Yunqi's gaze faltered as the young man before her overlapped with a figure from her memories who had once guided her through turbulent times. Shaking her head to dispel the absurdity of that thought, she smiled wryly and replied, transformation of production, easier said than done. You do not understand. Electronic products in South Korea are monopolized by the Lee family of Sihung and the second-ranking Jin family. They would not allow anyone to encroach upon their territory. Not even a trivial small company. Chen Zhuo chuckled. Shigu, who said we must produce electronic products? What I mean is that you should seize this opportunity to effectuate a complete transformation of the company. Su Yunqi looked perplexed. But what products should I make? Chen Zhuo replied confidently. There is a saying in our country, clothing, food, housing, and transportation, with food ranking second. Su Yunqi's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting I venture into the small food sector? That indeed presents a promising path. Currently, in South Korea, aside from Hallyu, the only renowned food enterprise is the much-maligned Letian. To Chen Zhuo's surprise, he shook his head. Shigu, your vision is rather narrow. You are only considering food. Have you not noticed the tremendous potential in beverages? He gazed intently at Su Yunqi, articulating each word. You could sell milk. Su Yunqi's cheeks flushed, instinctively crossing her arms. You rogue. Realizing his misstep, Chen Zhuo recognized that his initial perspective was somewhat askew. What I meant was not to sell you. He gestured with his hands, forming a circle the size of a small bun. Then feeling it exaggerated, he diminished it slightly. To be honest, your value isn't particularly high. Cursing under his breath, he thought, why does this feel like I'm digging a deeper hole? What I meant is to produce yogurt and pure milk. The atmosphere in the meeting room turned slightly awkward. Chen Zhuo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, mentally cursing his luck. To enlighten a stubborn individual is no easy task. Su Yunqi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, but she finally grasped that she had misunderstood Chen Zhuo. Can milk work? Can it truly work? Chen Zhuo nearly blurted out. With the rise in living standards domestically, the demand for healthy and nutritious dairy products is soaring. In 20 years, the wealthiest enterprises in Dongliao will be those selling milk. Furthermore, the national top 500, like Xneo and Xli, consistently rank in the top 10. Shigu, I assure you, it is absolutely viable. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yunqi resolved to take a chance. Rather than passively await demise, it was better to strive for success. If it succeeded, wouldn't Double Star Electronics rise from the ashes? All right, I'll follow your lead. but I have one requirement. Chen Zhuo hesitated, cautiously responding, Shigo, I sell my skills, not my person. Get lost. Su Yunqi laughed as she chided him. Before the company gets on track, you must serve as my special assistant. Chen Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief. It is not easy for an excellent young man to protect himself in the world. Shigo, I still need to attend school. Su Yunqi waved her hand authoritatively. No need to come to work. When I am uncertain, you will simply guide me in the right direction. This was indeed acceptable. Chen Zhuo glanced at her. Shigo, then I will mention sponsoring Dongliao University's welcome party. Su Yunqi, amused by his audacity, replied, Of course, that's no problem. ISNT at just 10,0001. I can approve that right away. Chen Zhuo was overjoyed. Shigo, in fact, this would also be beneficial for Double Star Company. Su Yunqi paused her actions, regarding him with a look of confusion. Alas, conversing with a fool is indeed laborious. Every matter must be thoroughly elucidated for her. Brother she mused. Consider this. If we wish to swiftly establish a reputation for our dairy products, what could be more effective than dominating the university market? At last, Su Yunqi grasped the concept. Indeed, if even college students are consuming milk produced by Shuangxing, the quality of the product speaks for itself. Chen Zhuo felt a weight lift from his heart. Su Yunqi had finally understood the situation. Brother she, if more orders for milk come from various universities, the logistics of distribution, she gestured grandly, I'll handle it. Chen Zhuo beamed, his smile broad. Brother she is generous. Assisting Su Yunqi out of her predicament was merely a fleeting whim. He could not perpetually serve as her special assistant. Chen Zhuo's ambition remained unwavering, to construct his own commercial empire. Aligning with Shuangxing Company bore another unseen advantage. In the current domestic climate, the challenges of engaging in business are unimaginable. For instance, this year, the Taizi Dairy, which spent 88 million to secure a prime advertising slot on CCTV, was driven to ruin by a single woman. And then there was the former richest man of Azhou, who founded the first private airline in the country, Boss Lon. These serve as cautionary tales. By associating with Su Yunqi, those who would seek to undermine him would need to tread carefully. Such individuals exhibit a distinct characteristic. They typically target their own kind. Once foreign capital is involved, certain matters become impossible to conceal, and no one dares to overstep their bounds. Su Yunqi identified her next target, her excitement propelling her to pace restlessly around the room. Chen Zhuo, why not abandon your studies and join Shuangxing Company? I could appoint you as an executive director. What do you say? Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. Brother she, don't jest. I regard you as a brother, yet you wish to enslave me? That seems rather unreasonable. Su Yunqi laughed heartily. Indeed, we are brothers. She was now eager to embark on the path of corporate reform. Chen Zhuo's proposal, by any measure, was the most suitable for Shuangxing Company at present. The location in Fengtian was exceptionally advantageous, situated merely a few hundred kilometers from the primary dairy production area in Inner Mongolia. The journey from Lianhai port to South Korea was also not overly distant. Thus, issues concerning production lines and raw materials would no longer pose a challenge. Furthermore, Chen Zhuo had provided himself with the swiftest means to open sales channels, rapidly capturing the university market in Fengtian and gradually expanding outward. No other institutions were needed. The schools in the 3 eastern provinces alone could fill Shuangxing Company's coffers to overflowing. If, under such circumstances, Su Yunqi could not revive the company, it would be evident that she was fundamentally unsuited for business. Perhaps she should return to South Korea and embrace the life of a wealthy matron alongside young Master Jean. The more Su Yunqi contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, no longer able to indulge in idle conversation with Chen Zhuo. Time was of the essence. Every moment wasted could see vast fortunes slipping into the hands of others. Grasping the handwritten withdrawal slip, I tossed it into Chen Zhuo's arms. Assistant Chen, I must fly back to South Korea immediately to purchase a milk production line, so I won't be able to stay. Chen Zhuo lamented, helplessly ushered away. Well, I was accustomed to this woman's treachery. After taking a few steps, a sudden thought flashed through my mind. If I recall correctly, the 4th roommate, Hatchabear, comes from a family that raises dairy cattle. Should I seize the opportunity to extort a meal from him? Chapter 83. Conflict in High Spirits. Chen Zhuo hummed a little tune as he strolled down the street. Unbeknownst to him, a black Hyundai trailed him from a distance. In the passenger seat, a bespectacled man turned back with a sycophantic smile. Third young master, is that the fellow who's competing with you for women? In the back seat, Jin Xinkue wore a grim expression. Liang, find someone to teach him a lesson, just don't kill him. The bespectacled assistant patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, third young master, I know a few big shots in society. I'll make sure this matter is handled beautifully. Jean Shinkue smirked ominously. A lowly peasant daring to compete with my Jean San for women must be prepared to pay the price. Liang, remember his name, Xin Pengfei? A freshman at the Fengtian Conservatory of Music. Make sure you don't get the wrong person. Xin Pengfei. Liang repeated the name thrice, committing it firmly to memory as instructed. Under the scorching sun, Chen Zhuo was drenched in sweat, oblivious to a taxi passing by. What a stroke of bad luck. Just as he furrowed his brow in frustration, someone tapped his shoulder from behind. Hey, Chen Zhuo. Startled, he turned around to see two girls standing behind him. And he smiled. Su Huai, what a coincidence. The girl who had tapped his shoulder, Ding Yi, pouted in displeasure. Hey, Chen Zhuo, how could you be so thoughtless? Am I really that inconsequential? Chen Zhuo chuckled. Of course not. I was just about to greet the stunning Ding Yi. Ding Yi huffed in response. The spirited girl didn't let such trivial matters bother her. Su Huai, I said it was him. Su Huai nodded, a hint of joy brightening her otherwise serene features. Chen Zhuo, you came specifically to see my family as Su Huai, didn't you? Such a question could be answered by anyone with common sense. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhuo nodded decisively. Of course. Su Huai, how are you adjusting to the political science university? Ding Yi shot her friend a knowing look. Chen Zhuo, you've gone too far. Ever since we met, you've only been concerned about Su Huai. Am I invisible? Su Huai's ethereal face flushed with embarrassment. Stop it. Ding Yi, with a sense of righteousness, retorted, how is that nonsense? Chen Zhuo, I'm giving you a chance to make amends. Treat me and Su Huai to a meal. Su Huai, alarmed, tugged at her friend's sleeve. How can you ask someone else to pay? That's so rude. Ding Yi rolled her eyes and whispered, silly girl. I'm creating an opportunity for you too. Su Hui's delicate face flushed slightly, yet she refrained from offering any rebuttal. Chen Zhuo found himself unable to decline the invitation. It was indeed a privilege to treat two lovely ladies to dinner. They were free to order whatever they desired without hesitation. Ding Yi smiled gently. Taking Su Hui by the hand, I know a Sichuan restaurant near the university town that serves authentic water-boiled fish and mapo tofu. We simply must indulge him today. Though her words were fierce, she showcased great restraint upon their arrival at the establishment. The trio ordered 4 dishes, which totaled no more than 30 yuan. Ultimately, it was Chen Zhuo who felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided to order an extra dish of fuqi feifan, couple's lung slices. During the meal, Su Hui seemingly nonchalantly inquired about his recent circumstances. Upon hearing that Chen Zhuo had been appointed as the acting class leader by their counselor, her small mouth gaped in disbelief. You're the class leader now? The role of a class officer would be recorded in their files, serving as a significant advantage when seeking employment or taking civil service exams in the future. Chen Zhuo shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a thankless task. How can you say that? Being a class leader is not a position just anyone can hold. Ding Yi discreetly shot her friend a knowing glance. If you don't want such an outstanding potential candidate, I certainly won't hesitate to step in. Su Hui glared at her, the threat palpable. Just then, the restaurant's proprietress delivered the final dish, the fuqi feifan. Ding Yi, with a mischievous glint in her eye, deliberately picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks, elongating her voice as she exclaimed, Ah, indeed, a couple united can cut through gold. At this proclamation, even Chen Zhuo's thick skin began to falter. Su Hui, thoroughly embarrassed, stood up abruptly. I need to visit the restroom. Ding Yi, entirely unperturbed by her own mischief, stuffed the beef into her mouth, relishing the meal. By all means, I must have it. She then whispered, Hey Chen Zhuo, I want to dine for free. I can provide you with some intel. Intrigued, Chen Zhuo asked, Are you referring to Su Hui? Ding Yi nodded while chewing. You wouldn't believe how popular Su Hui is at the political science university. There's often a group of bored guys gathering below the girls' dormitory, strumming guitars and singing. Even the student union president, Shen Xiao, has mentioned the intention to invite her to host the welcome party. Chen Zhuo was incensed. What the hell, Shen Xiao? Has he never been put in his place? Ding Yi giggled, clearly pleased with his reaction. I heard from Su Hui that you are quite the fighter, having even defended her in high school. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Was it possible for someone as ethereal as Su Hui to gossip so freely with her friend? He could only manage a dry chuckle, dismissively stating, it was merely a coincidence. Ding Yi pouted, her expression unmistakable. I believe you as much as I believe a stone. Chen Zhuo harbored no doubts about her words. He was acutely aware of Su Hui's charm, perhaps more than anyone else. In high school, under the watchful eyes of faculty and administration, no one dared to overstep. Now, in university, free from such constraints, those hormone-driven young men would undoubtedly vie desperately for her affection. However, Chen Zhuo held no concerns regarding this matter. If memory serves, Su Hui had not experienced romance in her previous life until her departure for America. As for her adventures after going abroad, Chen Zhuo remained uninformed. He had a close friend who was quite the gossip enthusiast. According to the tidbits gathered by Zhang Mo, Su Hui remained single until the moment before his reincarnation. It was this revelation that stirred Chen Zhuo's emotions, causing him to inadvertently step onto a patch of icy ground and fall onto the curb, leading to his return. Regarding the group of boys from the Political Science and Law University, Chen Zhuo instinctively felt they stood no chance. Ding Yi, with her penchant for advice, relentlessly encouraged him. Chen Zhuo, although Su Hui is resolute in her intentions, it's the unforeseen circumstances we must be wary of. To prevent any complications, I believe it would be prudent for you to assert your claim, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles. Chen Zhuo tilted his head to glance at the girl from Sichuan. I hadn't anticipated that she possessed such experience. Ding Yi, flustered, retorted, "What do you mean by that look? I've never been in a relationship, mind you. All of this is knowledge gleaned from novels." Chen Zhuo sighed and raised his thumb in admiration. "Miss Ding, you are indeed well-versed." Ding Yi chuckled, about to respond, when suddenly a cold reprimand echoed from the restroom. I said, with friends present, can you not understand? Chapter 84. Shen Xiao. Su Hui was in high spirits today. On the first day of school, seizing the opportunity between classes, she arranged to go shopping with her best friend, not expecting to encounter Chen Zhuo. What delighted her most was that this fellow openly admitted, in front of Ding Yi, that he had come to visit her. This perfectly catered to Su Hui's proud nature. The subsequent events unfolded naturally. With Ding Yi's encouragement, Chen Zhuo readily agreed to treat them, while Su Hui pretended to be reluctant. Inwardly, she was entirely agreeable. Given her temperament, even if she were being coaxed by Ding Yi, she would never yield unless she truly wished to. Did she really care for that meal? If Su Hui were to express her desire to be treated, suitors could line up from the Political Science and Law University to the gates of Dongliao University. What she valued was the person extending the invitation. Chen Zhuo's demeanor brought her joy but also a hint of discomfort. He chose to evade sensitive topics posed by Ding Yi with laughter, which left Su Hui feeling vexed. Seizing the chance to interject amidst her friend's excessive chatter, she suggested a trip to the restroom. Deep down, she remained the proud Su Hui. Upon exiting the restroom, her spirits had calmed. She acknowledged her growing affection for Chen Zhuo. As for the promise made to her parents about not wanting to date before graduation, it was merely an excuse. Who could predict what lay ahead? She did not expect to encounter an unforeseen individual there. "Su Hui, you're here to eat as well," greeted a tall, handsome boy, his tone laced with familiarity. Su Hui furrowed her brows slightly but maintained her composure, stepping back discreetly. "Hello, Senior Shen Xiao. I'm dining with my roommates." Her voice was melodious, yet it carried a subtle air of detachment. Shen Xiao paid no heed to her demeanor. The goddess ought to embody such an ethereal presence, lofty and untouched by the mundane world. "Su, my dear classmate, the student council is gathering for dinner today. Would you care to join us?" Su Hui lowered her gaze, her demeanor cool and distant. "I'd rather not impose. We are about to leave." During the earlier gathering, amidst the flattery of the student council's subordinates, Shen Xiao had indulged in a glass of red wine. Now, upon witnessing Su Hui's frosty demeanor, he could not help but feel a surge of impulsiveness. Reaching out to grasp her wrist, "Su, there's no need for such formality." Su Hui stepped back, evading his touch, her tone laced with impatience. "Senior Shen, please conduct yourself with dignity." Those 7 succinct words ignited a blaze of fury within Shen Xiao. As the esteemed president of the student council at the prestigious law university, he had often been indifferent to the advances of many eager juniors. Today, he had spoken to her with grace, extending her a courtesy. "Su Hui." Frustrated by his relentless pursuit, Su Hui raised her voice, admonishing, "I've told you, I have friends waiting. Do you not comprehend?" Shen Xiao's fair complexion flushed crimson in an instant. His friends, close by, noticed the commotion and rushed over. "Bro, who are you arguing with?" Su Hui cast a fleeting glance at the newcomer, recognition dawning. "Do we know each other?" Shen Pengfei, feeling a wave of embarrassment, recalled his enthusiastic serenade at Zhong before the college entrance exams, only to realize that to her, he was merely a faceless bystander. Before he could respond, Su Hui retrieved his name from memory. "You are Shen Pengfei?" Relief washed over Shen Pengfei, unsure whether to feel fortunate that the goddess remembered his name. He was Shen Xiao's cousin, coincidentally here to partake in the meal. "Su Hui, what is happening?" Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Pengfei turned, and his expression immediately darkened. "Chen Zhuo, what are you doing here?" Chen Zhuo arched an eyebrow, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Hui. Well, it seems Fengtian City is indeed small. Running into acquaintances at dinner is quite the coincidence. Chen Pengfei? Chen Xiao's face darkened as he stepped forward. Classmate, this matter concerns only me and Su Huai. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Zhuo appraised the presumptuous figure before him, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. Dude, you're publicly harassing my girlfriend and then claiming it's none of your business? Is this what you learned at the law university? Chen Xiao's heart sank at that moment. He was striving for a position on campus. Should a scandal of jealousy erupt now, it would undoubtedly leave a poor impression on the faculty. Having ascended to the position of president of the student council, he was not one to act recklessly. At the very least, he would refrain from hasty actions until he gauged Chen Zhuo's character. Su Huai, my dear, that was merely a misunderstanding. Since you have friends in attendance, let us pretend I was never here. Chen Xiao, displaying a capacity for humility, offered an apology, albeit begrudgingly, and returned to his table with his irate cousin. Bro, we have over 10 people here, and that guy is all alone. No matter how tough he is, he can't possibly stand against us. Chen Xiao's keen senses picked up on an implication in his cousin's words. He is quite formidable? Oh no, I've let something slip. Chen Pengfei hesitated, ultimately divulging all the information he had gathered to Chen Xiao. You know this fellow once composed a song to insult the judges during a high school singing competition? Chen Pengfei nodded. Indeed. We shared a train ride before the semester began. I intended to confront him, but he evaded me. He refrained from mentioning Wang Huizhuan's disgraceful betrayal. Chen Xiao's muscles twitched slightly. Su Hui, you'd rather choose a petty thug than me, wouldn't you? Just wait and see who proves to be more exceptional. Chen Pengfei's heart stirred as he observed Chen Zhuo's departing figure. He inquired, with a sinister undertone, Brother, should I gather a few individuals to give this fellow a good thrashing? Chen Xiao replied with a cold smile. Violence is ultimately a last resort. If we want Su Hui to abandon him, we must devise a means to publicly humiliate this scoundrel. Chen Pengfei, filled with delight, exclaimed, Brother, your idea is brilliant. Chen Xiao patted his shoulder and remarked, Pengfei, you should learn more from me. You are still too inexperienced. Chen Pengfei nodded vigorously. Just then, a group of burly men entered and happened to overhear their conversation. Exchanging glances, the leader approached and inquired politely, Young man, are you surnamed Shun? A freshman at the Fengtian Conservatory of Music? The man had a fierce appearance, with distinctive scars on his face. Chen Pengfei was taken aback. Big brother, do you know me? The man shook his head with a smile. No, but a certain boss asked me to deliver a message. Chen Pengfei was puzzled, as he didn't recall knowing any bosses in Fengtian. Before he could voice his question, the man stepped back with a grin and called out, Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let us extend the boss's greetings to this classmate Chen Pengfei. The men who had entered with him laughed menacingly and charged at Chen Pengfei. The student council members, caught off guard, were quickly overwhelmed, crying out for help. Stop! The leader raised his hand, halting his subordinates from continuing their assault on Chen Pengfei. He squatted down with a grin and asked, Kid, you ought to be more discerning. Not every woman is yours to touch. Chen Pengfei, bruised and battered, shrank away under the table, nodding fervently. Big brother, I promise to remember. The leader, satisfied, called to his companions, Let us go. The group arrived and departed in a flash. Only then did the student council members from the political and legal university muster the courage to gather around. This is outrageous. Completely lawless. Indeed, we must report this to the school and pressure the local police station. It is an utter disgrace for outstanding talent from our university to be bullied right at our doorstep. The indignant expressions of these individuals caused Chen Pengfei to roll his eyes. Damn it, you all ran away faster than rabbits. The commotion had aggravated the wounds on his face, causing him to wince in pain. Chen Xiao emerged from the kitchen with a grim expression, hands behind his back. Pengfei, I've told you before not to cause trouble in Fengtian. Look, you nearly dragged us down with you. Chen Pengfei, I feel utterly wronged. I don't even know those people. After leaving the Sichuan restaurant, Su Hui couldn't help but apologize. I am sorry, Chen Zhuo. It's all because of me that your dining experience was affected. How about this? I'll treat you next time. Chen Zhuo smiled. All right, I'll remember that. You owe me a meal. Su Hui was taken aback. Shouldn't you be saying, it's all those inconsiderate people's fault? Ding Yi, with a glint in her eye, suddenly spoke up. Chen Zhuo, you will attend our school's orientation party, right? My dear, you've already revealed the outcome. How am I supposed to respond? Chen Zhuo smiled nonchalantly. Of course. Su Hui tilted her head, unable to see her expression, but the dimples on her cheeks suggested she was in high spirits. Chen Zhuo, I discovered a fascinating software called ICQ. Su Xianenv is truly enchanting. She clearly desires to add her QQ, and her excuse is refreshingly unique. Chen Zhuo promptly replied, What a coincidence. My roommate just helped me apply for a QQ number last night, 59438. Make a note of it. The first generation QQ numbers were only 5 digits long. 20 years from now, it might be worth quite a fortune. 59438, 59438, Su Hui murmured softly twice, a smile suddenly crossing her face. The Sichuan girl Ding Yi burst into unrestrained laughter. 59438, I'm just a simple girl. Chen Zhuo, your number is truly distinctive. Memorable after just one go. Chen Zhuo scratched his nose awkwardly. Damn it. No wonder my roommate, Song Jifeng, insisted that this number matched my personality perfectly when I applied for it yesterday. That rascal must have been setting me up. Undoubtedly, he wasn't the only one. The others in the dorm likely had a hand in it as well. At the very least, one must have known and kept silent. Chen Zhuo wore a disgruntled expression as he escorted Su Hui and her friend to the entrance of their dormitory. Hey, did you see? These are all your potential competitors. Beneath the scorching sun at the dormitory of the University of Political Science and Law, 2 or 3 dozen boys were waiting there. Chen Zhuo felt a wave of dread wash over him. No matter how skilled he was, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against this crowd. By the way, I just remembered I have something to attend to at school. I'll leave first. Seizing the chance before he was exposed, he quickly made his exit. Chen Zhuo regretted having promised Ding Yi that he would attend the orientation party at the University of Political Science and Law. Perhaps he could linger a bit and show up towards the end, which would help him avoid many troubles. With a flustered escape from the University of Political Science and Law, Su Hui's lips curved into a slight smile, her expression somewhat smug. Ding Yi gently nudged her with her shoulder and whispered, "What do you think would happen if I shouted that Su Hui's boyfriend is here?" Su Hui pondered for a moment, a flicker of horror crossing her face. Whether Chen Zhuo could manage to leave the gates of the University of Political Science and Law unscathed depended entirely on how these boys interpreted legal statutes. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhuo, he was on the brink of another trap. He swiftly fled from the University of Political Science and Law, hailed a passing taxi, and headed straight back to Dongliao University. He did not seek out Qin Tianjin to submit his task. After finally finding an excuse to evade military training, he had no desire to court further trouble. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was surprised to find only the obedient Lei Peng present. Upon inquiry, he learned that the other 4 roommates had formed a clique and ventured to an internet cafe, undoubtedly under the influence of the notorious Song Jifeng. These fellows seemed oblivious to the necessity of conserving their energy for the impending military training. Chen Zhuo chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude, thinking they would soon face the consequences of their choices. After exchanging pleasantries with Lei Peng, he descended the stairs once more. In a few inconspicuous corners of the campus, there were IC card phone booths. He left a message using the pager number Zhang Yimou had provided. After a 10-minute wait, the phone before him rang. Picking up the receiver, he indeed found it was Zhang Yimou. Well, old Chen, you finally remembered me. Have you forgotten your old friends for a new acquaintance? Chen Zhuo broke into a cold sweat at the remark. Damn it, Dahe, if you can't use adjectives properly, just don't. The 2 brothers bantered for a while until Zhang Yimou hesitantly began. Old Chen, I have a favor to ask of you. Seriously? You know I can't see you. Yet here I am, giving you the finger, Chen Zhuo retorted. Do we really need to resort to asking given our friendship? Are you referring to Li Shui? The only one who could reduce this sycophant to such humility must be that little girl. Zhang Yimou chuckled awkwardly. Old Chen, if you have the time, could you please check in on her at Northeast Finance? Li Shui's score was 8 points lower than Zhang Mo's, which had caused her to miss her first choice and be accepted into the auditing program at Northeast Finance instead. Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply. Dahe, what's so special about this little girl? Stop. Zhang Yimou interrupted with a wry smile. Old Chen, I've never asked anything from you in 3 years of high school. Let's consider this a personal favor. Damn it, Chen Zhuo cursed inwardly, fully aware that his friend's infatuation would ultimately lead nowhere, yet feeling powerless to refuse the request of his close companion. Fine, I will go to Northeast Finance and check on Li Shui, but her feelings are beyond my concern. Zhang Yimou sighed in relief. Old Chen, thank you. Chen Zhuo felt a knot in his chest. He knew there was a bottomless pit in front of his friend, yet he could not warn him. This sensation was unsettling. Dahe, don't just think about romance. You must study hard. Once you secure enough funds, you'll owe me your servitude. Zhang Yimou, unwavering as ever, replied, rest assured, as long as you call, I will be there. Damn it, your loyalty makes me reluctant to watch the drama unfold. You lucky bastard, with me as your friend for 2 lifetimes. Chapter 86. The dormitory supervisor. After ending the call with Zhang Yimou, Chen Zhuo intended to catch a quick nap. Suddenly, the high-pitched voice of the dormitory supervisor rang out. Room 618. Chen Zhuo, someone is looking for you downstairs. Chen Zhuo hurried down the stairs, unable to endure the supervisor's piercing voice. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Njixia holding 2 bags. The pair of alluring peach blossom eyes lifted slightly, meeting Chen Zhuo's gaze for a fleeting moment before swiftly dropping, akin to a startled fawn. What brings you here? Njixia's voice remained soft. I went out for dinner with my roommates, and, I brought you some takeout. Chen Zhuo's heart trembled. Damn it. Is this girl trying to make me fall for her? Just then, he realized he had run a considerable distance without having lunch. Accepting the bag from Njixia, he sought refuge in the shade of a tree. He did not bother with chopsticks, instead shoving the sweet and sour pork into his mouth with glee. The delectable taste was simply delightful. A flicker of joy crossed Njixia's face as she quietly observed him devour the food. Struggling to fit the last piece of sweet and sour pork into his mouth, Chen Zhuo felt as though his stomach might burst. How did you know I like this flavor? Njixia replied with a soft hum. I heard Aunt Yang mention it when my mother was hospitalized. It was no surprise that her mother, with her loose lips, would divulge such information. What was remarkable was that Njixia had taken note of it so attentively. Chen Zhuo grabbed a handful of leaves to wipe the sauce from his fingers. Njixia, having prepared napkins in advance, gently helped him clean his hands. The girl, momentarily confused, lifted her head, her big eyes blinking at Chen Zhuo, unsure why he suddenly called her name. A wave of tenderness surged within him, pushing aside thoughts of Su Hui and Su Yunqi. Just as he contemplated taking action, a fierce coughing fit erupted from the dormitory office at the entrance. The matron's hawk-like gaze was fixed intently upon them. Chen Zhuo felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Damn it! Once I earn some money, I must buy a house. Living on campus is so inconvenient, with eyes everywhere. Chen Zhuo was thick-skinned. Engaging in slightly outrageous behavior in public was of no concern to him. Njixia, however, was naturally timid, and if startled, it would be difficult for her to take a step further in the future. The matron's watchful glare indeed intimidated Njixia. She took the convenience bag from Chen Zhuo's hand and remarked, I'll head back now, her figure vanishing like a fluttering butterfly in an instant. Chen Zhuo stood there for a moment, suddenly struck by a thought. Given her character, it was unlikely that she would shamelessly take home a portion after a gathering. Thus, could it be that she treated him to this meal? A glint of cold realization crossed Chen Zhuo's eyes. Njixia's circumstances were likely known to her roommates, and if they could eat without conscience, it merely suggested a flaw in their character. After much hesitation, Chen Zhuo ultimately decided against confronting her. He planned to seek out Han Yinhua for the truth before making any decisions. Having indulged in 2 meals, Chen Zhuo was too stuffed to eat dinner. He slept until 10, and the 4 brothers who had gone out to surf the internet reluctantly returned to their dormitory just before lights out. Song Jifeng, Jin Mantang, and Hadu were evidently too excited from their gaming session, lying on their beds as they recounted the day's battles. Meanwhile, the eldest, Zhang Dingbian, remained silent by the door. Having enjoyed a restful slumber, Chen Zhuo sat up and exchanged a knowing glance with Song Jifeng across from him, silently mouthing the question, what happened to the boss? Song Jifeng hesitated momentarily before shrugging his shoulders. I'm not sure. He hasn't been with us. Chen Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. The seemingly simple-minded leader appeared to harbor his own little secrets. The following morning, while Chen Zhuo was still indulging in a post-sleep reverie, he was jolted awake by the chaotic clamor within the dormitory. Song Jifeng, the 6th in their ranks, bellowed at him. Third brother, if you don't get up, we'll be late for military training. Chen Zhuo shot him an irritable glare. Late for what? Sister Tianjun helped me secure an exemption. I'm specially permitted to skip the training. Song Jifeng's eyes lit up, and he lunged onto Chen Zhuo's bed. Brother, dear brother, have mercy and speak to our sister on my behalf, so I too may be excused from military training. Clad only in a tank top and shorts, Chen Zhuo felt a shiver run down his spine, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the shameless 6th brother sprawling. Get away from me. I'm not interested in that nonsense. Song Jifeng chuckled, increasingly obsequious. Third brother, if you could alleviate this burden from your little brother, I would obey your every command. Chen Zhuo scoffed. 6th brother, what do you think I am? You can skip military training if you pay the 10,000 yuan sponsorship for the welcome party, and I'll swallow my pride to plead with Sister Tianjin for you. Song Jifeng's expression changed in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he thumped his chest and declared, Third brother, I have come to realize that military training is intended to strengthen our bodies, preparing us to become valuable members of society. How could I, for personal gain, disregard the school's earnest efforts? No one can stop me. I am determined to participate in this military training. While my family could afford the 10,000 yuan, I shall not evade my responsibilities. Song Jifeng resolutely altered his stance. Chen Zhuo, seated on his bed, raised both big toes in admiration. 6th brother, I must commend you. To articulate such a shameless rationale with such conviction is a feat no one else in our dormitory or even in our school could achieve. With a sense of pride, Song Jifeng clasped his hands. Third brother, I shall take that as a compliment. TCH. The room erupted in a chorus of synchronized hisses. The other brothers expressed their disdain for the sixth with this collective mockery. Chen Zhuo chose to remain within the dormitory, stealthily observing the day unfold. He had no desire to venture outside and provoke the plight of those poor souls. As fellow freshmen, while others were subjected to the harsh sun in drills and postures, he savored chilled beverages, comfortably nestled in the shade, relishing the spectacle. Such unscrupulousness was typically the domain of second, third, and fourth-year seniors. It was far wiser for him to quietly reap his rewards. As the afternoon wore on and sleep eluded him, Chen Zhuo finally descended from his upper quarters. He first sought a place to satisfy his hunger, conveniently packaging a portion of beef noodles to bring to Njixia. Once he deemed the time appropriate, he made a leisurely return to campus. Upon entering the gates, he discovered that the first-year students participating in military training had indeed dispersed. Navigating with ease, he made his way to the girls' dormitory. The matron in charge here bore a striking resemblance to her counterpart in the boys' dormitory, as if they were twin sisters. The expression on her face, akin to a warning to strangers, was as if it had been meticulously crafted from the same mold. The moment she spotted Chen Zhuo, the matron transformed into a protective hen, ready to defend her chick. What brings you here? Chen Zhuo replied with a friendly smile. Good evening, sister. I have brought dinner for my girlfriend. The matron paused for a moment, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Young man, what did you just call me? Mimicking the signature innocent grin of his elder, he responded, I called you sister. Chapter 87. Fury. The matron of the girls' dormitory, her face lighting up with joy, remarked, You are quite handsome, and you speak sweetly. It is rare to find someone with such good taste. Delivering dinner to your girlfriend, is it? You may proceed. But you must return within half an hour. Chen Zhuo beamed. Thank you, sister. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Holding a takeout of beef noodles for Njixia in one hand and casually placing the other in his pocket, he confidently stepped through the entrance. This display left the boys gathered outside the girls' dormitory, who were also eager to deliver treats to their girlfriends, utterly astonished. A few of them, feeling emboldened, approached in imitation of Chen Zhuo, sheepishly calling out, Auntie. The once smiling matron's expression changed faster than the weather. What are you doing? Do you too want to be reprimanded? Go back. The unfortunate boys, oblivious to which of their words had provoked her ire, could only retreat in resignation under her imposing threats. One discontented lad muttered, This is such double standards. Why can he go in, but we must wait here? The matron squinted, her expression becoming perilously dangerous. Who was it that just spoke? Step forward if you dare. You. Yes, you. Don't hide at the back. If you have the courage to complain, then have the guts to admit it. With her commanding presence, she effortlessly overwhelmed the group of hormone-driven young men. Fools. I have been the matron here for 10 years. I have seen all sorts of troublemakers. And I can handle you. She spat disdainfully and returned to her chair. Each of you can't even address me properly and expect leniency? You must be out of your minds. Njixia's dormitory was on the third floor, room 305. As Chen Zhuo climbed to this level, he couldn't help but voice his grievances about the school's dormitory arrangements. After all, they were all freshmen. Just look at the treatment others received, a true golden floor. In contrast, returning to his dorm felt akin to embarking on the long march of 25,000 miles. Following the room number he had obtained from Njixia, he arrived at 305 and politely knocked on the door. It was imperative to be courteous. After all, this was a girls' dormitory, and should he inadvertently witness something inappropriate, even Qin Tianjin would not be able to protect him. A voice from within inquired, Who is it? Chen Zhuo cleared his throat, standing still. May I ask if Njixia is here? It's a boy. Came the flurry of commotion from inside the room. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a disheveled head peering out. Who are you? And what do you want with Njixia? Chen Zhuo learned that due to the limited number of girls and other majors, some were mixed in with those from the School of Literature. In the dormitory of Njixia, there were 6 individuals, with only her and Han Yinhua being exceptions, while the others hailed from the Department of Foreign Languages. Hello. I'm a high school classmate of Njixia, here to bring her dinner. The girl who opened the door changed her expression twice and stammered. Njixia is in the laundry room washing clothes. You should look for her there. Chen Zhuo smiled and nodded. Thank you. Following the girl's directions, he arrived at the laundry room, where he indeed spotted a delicate figure struggling to scrub clothes. Njixia. The sudden voice startled the girl. When she lifted her head and saw Chen Zhuo at the door, a flicker of joy sparkled in her peach blossom eyes. You're here. Wait for me. I'll be done soon. Chen Zhuo's expression darkened, despite her attempts to conceal it. He had already noticed that the basin contained more than just one set of military training camouflage outfits. And Zhixia, are you washing clothes for your roommates? The girl, flustered, replied, I need to wash mine anyway, so I'm just helping them out. Chen Zhuo's face turned as dark as coal. He took a deep breath, stepped into the laundry room, and grasped in Zhixia's slender wrist. Oh, don't pull me. I only have a few more pieces left. The muscles in Chen Zhuo's face twitched violently. Since his rebirth, he had never been this angry. Can you finish later? His gentle tone bore an unyielding finality. And Zhixia nodded, looking pitiful. All right. Chen Zhuo took her hand and turned to leave, his palm trembling slightly. And Zhixia felt a pang of fear, her gaze flickering twice before she ultimately refrained from speaking. As they reached the entrance of room 305, they unexpectedly encountered the hurried Han Inouye. The plump vice-class leader instinctively exclaimed, Zhixia. Chen Zhuo, with a scowl, kicked the door open. Han Inouye was startled. Chen Zhuo, what madness is this? Chen Zhuo gritted his teeth, his voice as cold as icicles emerging from a deep abyss. Han Inouye, I've entrusted Zhixia to you. And this is how you take care of her? Han Inouye's lips moved several times before yielding only 3 words. I'm sorry. Chen Zhuo's face revealed a trace of derision. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? And Zhixia desperately tugged at his arm. Chen Zhuo, please don't argue with Inouye. She has always been helping me. Chen Zhuo turned back, his tone softening. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one will bully you again. He took in Zhixia's hand and strode confidently into the dormitory. Several girls engaged in idle chatter were startled by the loud noise of the door, glancing over in surprise. One of the taller girls frowned and scolded. You, male student, are being unreasonable. This is a girls' dormitory. Chen Zhuo's face remained impassive as he scanned the room. I merely came to see when Donglio University had admitted a group of determined individuals with disabilities. The expressions of the 4 girls shifted simultaneously. Who are you calling disabled? Chen Zhuo sneered, with hands and feet. Why do you need others to wash your clothes? His words rendered the 4 girls speechless. As a freshman, still unaccustomed to the brazen demeanor of the seasoned upperclassmen, the tall girl attempted to defend herself, stating, the clothes were offered to help by Zhixia herself. Chen Zhuo interrupted her once more, gesturing dismissively with his right hand. What exactly have you all done to assist her? The 4 girls exchanged furtive glances, unable to meet his gaze. Chen Zhuo could easily surmise the dynamics within this dormitory. Open your eyes and see how a girl yearning for friendship has been ostracized by you. His furious roar completely subdued the 4 foreign language students. We did not ostracize her. Chen Zhuo, enraged, kicked the nearest stool towards the door, exclaiming, perhaps you did not act against her directly. But your indifferent attitude has forced this unfortunate girl to resort to such measures to win your favor. Each one of you, a disgrace to humanity. His tempestuous rebuke left the 4 girls reeling. What's wrong? Embarrassed, are we? Having opened the floodgates, Chen Zhuo had no intention of retreating, unless he thoroughly convinced them. They would continue to marginalize Zhixia in the future. In the corridor of the 3rd-floor dormitory, a crowd of curious girls had gathered, whispering and pointing fingers at the unfolding drama. The faces of the 4 foreign language students burned with shame, their eyes cast downward. In 20 years, they would come to understand their actions under a new term, social death. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath, his voice low and somber. Put yourself in her shoes. How would you feel if you were this kind-hearted girl being so cruelly mistreated? And Zhixia tugged at his arm, pleading softly, Chen Zhuo, please don't be harsh on them. I did all this willingly. Chen Zhuo, deeply pained, pointed at each of the foreign language students. Look at that. Even now, her first instinct is to plead for those who have wronged her. One girl, her eyes reddened, finally spoke up. I'm sorry, and Zhixia, I realize my mistake. When one began to apologize, the others, disregarding their own embarrassment, followed suit. You don't need to, we are sisters. And Zhixia insisted, waving her hands. Under such circumstances, the group of girls could no longer remain. They exchanged glances, bowed their heads, and squeezed past the door, seeking a secluded spot to collect their thoughts. And Zhixia clutched Chen Zhuo's arm tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. In her always bashful, peach blossom eyes, there was a glimmer of pride. This man had come to stand up for her. Chen Zhuo boldly stepped into the corridor, surveying his surroundings before proclaiming loudly, I am Chen Zhuo, the Chen from Chun Yuliang, the Zhuo meaning excellence, and Zhixia's boyfriend, and also the so-called troublemaker who incited the freshmen to storm the school cafeteria a few days ago. His declaration was meant to intimidate those who might consider bullying Zhixia due to her gentle nature. Among the onlookers, the whispers grew louder. So, he is Chen Zhuo, what a man. If my boyfriend had even half his bravado, I'd follow him to the ends of the earth. Sisters, is there any way to snatch this little man away? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Foxy lady, have you lost your senses? If I had a solution, would I not employ it myself instead of teaching it to you? You wretched woman, who are you calling a foxy lady? The plump Han Inua was already astonished. Her mouth agape. She never anticipated that Chen Zhuo would tackle this matter with such fierce resolve. Yet, why do I feel such exhilaration? Chen Zhuo stepped forward. Approaching Han Inua. Han Inua, I entrust Jixia to you. If she is bullied again, you know the consequences. Han Inua shivered, instinctively nodding. Only then did Chen Zhuo place the beef noodles he was holding into in Jixia's hands, gently saying, "This is your packed dinner. Remember to eat." Han Inua felt a chill run down her spine. Unable to believe that the one speaking in such a nauseating tone was the same person who had just exuded such commanding authority. And Jixia nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her peach blossom eyes. Chen Zhuo glanced at the time. It was nearly time to leave. If he lingered any longer, he might attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives who could report him to the workplace or the disciplinary committee, which would certainly lead to his own troubles. I must take my leave now. Remember to eat. As Chen Zhuo passed through the corridor, the girls instinctively parted to make way. As he ascended the staircase, thunderous applause erupted behind him. Chen Zhuo broke into a sweat, hastening his steps without daring to look back. Upon exiting, the dormitory matron greeted him warmly. "Young man, have you found a girlfriend?" Chen Zhuo returned her a charming smile. "Indeed, and I owe it all to you for paving the way." The nearby boys, who had just been scolded by the matron, finally realized where they had erred. "Sister, no matter how thick-skinned I am, I cannot face such a weathered visage and casually utter those words. What a guilty conscience." Chen Zhuo returned unscathed to the boys' dormitory 618. The moment he opened the door, the stench within nearly knocked him off his feet. The mingling odors of sweat and feet were akin to the most potent of biological weapons. Chen Zhuo stood at the threshold, holding his breath for 5 minutes before he mustered the courage to step inside. Goodness, if I were to drop you lot in Africa, I bet you wouldn't need a single bullet to establish a nation on the vast plains. Song Jifeng lay on the bed, as if he had been visited by 18 Han Yinuos, weakly saying, "Third brother, you have no idea. The military training instructor is quite inhumane." Zhao Dongshan pinched his nose, dragging each of them up. "All of you, go wash your stinky feet and clothes. Look at you. You don't even compare to the girls." Just moments ago, Song Jifeng, half dead, suddenly sprang up, a curious expression on his face. "Third brother, how do you know what girls are like? Have you been to the girls' dormitory?" Chen Zhuo raised his head proudly, declaring, "Huh, what SA girls' dormitory to me? I can come and go as I please." "Third brother." Song Jifeng tumbled off his bed, clinging to Chen Zhuo's leg. "Please teach me a few tricks. I don't need much. Just help me settle one girlfriend." A group of individuals encircled Song Jifeng, effortlessly pushing him aside. "Third brother, little six is still young. You cannot poison the future blossoms. We, however, are different. We have reached an age impervious to toxins." Song Jifeng, flustered, exclaimed, "Second, third, fourth, are you even human?" Chen Zhuo delivered a swift kick, commanding, "Go wash off the biochemical weapons on your bodies. Otherwise, do not blame me for acting against kinship." The obedient Lei Peng was the first to grasp a basin, tossing in his discarded camouflage uniform before dashing out of the dormitory. Song Jifeng hesitated, muttering, "Third brother, why bother washing this tattered thing? Once military training is over, it will inevitably end up in the trash." Chen Zhuo's mind sparked with a sudden thought. "The trash? Really?" Song Jifeng responded with a sense of entitlement. The seniors used to handle it this way. A brilliant idea struck Chen Zhuo, presenting an opportunity for swift accumulation of wealth. "Hurry, military training lasts 7 days. In this sweltering heat, if you don't wash the sweat out of those clothes, will you even be able to wear them tomorrow?" Reluctantly, Song Jifeng picked up a basin, the last to exit the dormitory. Chen Zhuo sensed an unusual occurrence and called out to the departing Song Jifeng, "Little six, where's the oldest?" Song Jifeng appeared bewildered, replying, "I don't know. He was just here, and now he's vanished." Chen Zhuo nodded, recognizing an opportunity to speak with Zhang Dingbian. As brothers, one should express difficulties, and together they could devise solutions. In dormitory 618, Zhang Dingbian was the eldest, yet Chen Zhuo was the core. Whether it was the second brother, Jin Mantang, or the taciturn Lei Peng, they all heeded his words. This was a dynamic Chen Zhuo had intentionally cultivated to establish a vast commercial empire. Relying solely on oneself was insufficient. Zhang Mo, Song Jifeng, and others were the first batch he intended to nurture. Chapter 89. The Scoundrel when Zhang Dingbian returned. It was nearly midnight. It was unclear how he had persuaded the dormitory matron to assist in opening the door. Strangely, his camouflage uniform bore no scent of sweat, suggesting it had been washed somewhere. "Oldest, you're back." Zhang Dingbian, who was stealthily attempting to climb into his bed, paused and forced a smile. "Chen Zhuo, you're still awake?" Through the glow of the street lamp outside, the weariness on Zhang Dingbian's face was evident. Chen Zhuo tossed him a cigarette from a distance, asking, "Oldest, you've been mysteriously occupied these past few days. What are you up to?" Zhang Dingbian held the cigarette beneath his nose without lighting it, offering a self-deprecating smile. "The brothers must be quite curious, right?" Song Jifeng, ever the quickest to speak in the dormitory, interjected before Chen Zhuo could respond. "Oldest, don't misunderstand. Third brother, and we are concerned for you." Hatu illuminated a lotus-shaped lamp, its centerpiece a beautiful statue whose eyes emitted beams of light, brightening the dormitory. "Damn," Chen Zhuo muttered. "Having a wealthy family is truly extravagant. Even a simple battery-operated lamp is so uniquely extravagant." Zhang Dingbian managed a wry smile. Acknowledging the concern of his peers, Chen Zhuo, seizing the moment, inquired, "So, boss, could you share what has kept you so occupied these past few days?" With a sigh, Zhang Dingbian replied, "There's nothing to conceal. I have taken up a tutoring job. Part-time work." A chorus of astonished voices erupted from the dormitory. No one had anticipated that Zhang Dingbian, right at the onset of the semester, would be seeking ways to earn money. "Boss, is your living allowance insufficient?" "I can." Zhang Dingbian raised his hand, interrupting Hadu. "I cannot accept your money." Chen Zhuo halted the others who were about to speak, stating seriously, "Boss, since none of us can sleep, could you please elaborate?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Dingbian finally divulged the reasons. It was not particularly difficult to deduce, aligning closely with Chen Zhuo's expectations. In the Shaanxi Gansu region, aside from a few major cities, the standard of living remains exceedingly low, particularly for Zhang Dingbian, whose family resides in a rural area. Their income is comparable to that of Yenzhou in the early 1980s. Such places share a common trait: the poorer the region, the more children are born. Zhang Dingbian's family was no exception. He has an older brother, 2 younger sisters, and a younger brother. He is the only child in the village to have successfully entered the county high school. From a young age, he harbored the ambition to uplift the living conditions of his fellow villagers after achieving success himself. It was this aspiration that propelled him to Dongliao University. While his family rejoiced over his acceptance, they were also troubled by the high tuition fees exceeding 1,000 yuan. Zhang Dingbian's parents and older brother ventured into the Chilean mountains in search of rare medicinal herbs to sell. Unfortunately, they encountered a pack of wolves, and ultimately, the only item they brought back was a blood-stained piece of clothing. A profound silence fell over the 5 roommates. None, including Chen Zhuo, had ever heard of such a tragic event. "Boss, your story begins with your parents meeting their demise, and your brother too. It is a quintessential tale of a heroic protagonist." Zhang Dingbian clenched his fists. "Thus, I am determined to earn money relentlessly, so that my siblings and sister-in-law may lead better lives." Chen Zhuo remained silent for a long while before asking, "Boss, what about your current situation?" Zhang Dingbian let out a dejected sigh. "Finding tutoring jobs is challenging. A few days ago, I secured one, but the employer promised payment yesterday. Yet I have been waiting all day and they have not settled." Song Jifeng was incensed. What an outrageous individual, to dare cheat someone of their hard-earned money. "Boss, do not worry. I will retrieve your payment." Chen Zhuo, maintaining his composure, interjected, "Lu, you still have military training. Allow me to handle this matter. If I fail to recover the money, then you may intervene." Song Jifeng pondered for a moment. "Third brother, do not fear the situation escalating. With a brother like me, you will walk proudly through the city." Chen Zhuo felt a stir of curiosity. He had never inquired about Lu's background, and Lu never spoke of it. This jovial fellow, could he possibly hail from a prominent family? Yet, he did not seem to fit that mold. "Get lost. Your third brother is not a crab. Why would he walk sideways?" The next day, the others from the dormitory went out for military training at the grand playground. After Chen Zhuo had breakfast, he followed the address provided by Zhang Dingbian and arrived at a residential complex. In 1998, the entrance to the complex was largely unguarded. Even if there was a property management, it was semi-open. Chen Zhuo found Building B, Unit 6, and ascended the stairs. The target was on the 4th floor, room 404. The first floor was filthy, the second was chaotic, while the 3rd and 4th floors housed high-ranking officials. Those residing on the 4th floor were undoubtedly accomplished individuals, which explained their audacity in defaulting on debts. Chen Zhuo knocked on the door. A woman's shrill voice called out from within. "What are you banging on the door for so early? Are you trying to summon ghosts?" As the voice echoed, the door swung open, revealing a woman with arched eyebrows and prominent cheekbones. "Good day, ma'am. I am a classmate of Zhang Dingbian. May I inquire if he has ever tutored at your residence?" The woman's expression shifted, and she sneered. "Ah, bringing reinforcements, are we? You university students probably have no idea what my husband, Mr. Cheng, does for a living." Chen Zhuo maintained his smile, replying, "Even if your husband were the president of America, one must adhere to reason, wouldn't you agree?" The woman, furious, placed her hands on her hips and shouted, "Are you suggesting my family is unreasonable?" Unfazed, Chen Zhuo's smile remained intact. "If you are unafraid of the neighbors hearing, feel free to shout as loudly as you wish." The woman, with her veiled bragging about her husband's power, likely feared escalating the matter and jeopardizing his career. As for withholding payment for Zhang Dingbian's tutoring, it was merely an act of bullying against an outsider. Chen Zhuo's assessment was astute. The once arrogant woman's demeanor immediately shifted. "I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here at once, or I'll call the police and have you locked up for a few days." Chen Zhuo's smile grew more radiant. "No problem. The arrest of a student from Dongliao University would certainly be sensational news in Fengtian." Upon hearing his affiliation with Dongliao University, the woman's expression soured. Her lips twitched as she attempted to utter a threat, but ultimately said nothing, slamming the door shut instead. Chen Zhuo remained unperturbed. When dealing with such a rogue, one must outwit her. With a flourish, he produced a waterproof mat, laid it before room 404, and arranged the oil sticks and tofu pudding he had just purchased from downstairs. Ignoring the curious glances of passing neighbors, he indulged in his meal. Chen Zhuo was confident that it would not be long before the high-cheekboned woman caught wind of his antics. Indeed, within 10 minutes, the door to 404 swung open once more, and the woman peered out, her face darkened with anger. "What do you think you're doing, feasting right outside my door?" Chen Zhuo chuckled. "Ma'am, I would love to dine at a restaurant, but alas, my pockets are empty." Chapter 90. Slander and defamation. The family that would dare to withhold payment from a university freshman for tutoring was clearly no ordinary household. The woman, her face ashen, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Zhuo. "You think you can bully a woman, do you? Just wait." With that, she hurled another threat and slammed the door shut again. Chen Zhuo remained undaunted, leisurely finishing his meal before disposing of the remnants in the trash. He then returned to sit cross-legged on the mat. Within 5 minutes, a commotion of footsteps echoed from downstairs as 3 uniformed police officers ascended the stairs. A middle-aged man, with a stern expression, presented his identification. "I am an officer from the local police station. We have received reports from residents claiming that someone is threatening their normal way of life." "It wouldn't be you, would it?" Chen Zhuo stood up, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Sir, I merely came to collect my tutoring fees. I would never threaten anyone." As he spoke, he handed over his student ID, which had been prepared in advance. "East Liao University, College of Liberal Arts, class of 1998, Chen Zhuo." The spirited photo on the ID matched the youthful figure before him. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly. The situation had become complicated. Were it an ordinary individual, he could easily leverage his authority to intimidate the person into leaving. However, Chen Zhuo's status as a university student made him hesitant. Even if he was somewhat uninformed, he was aware of East Liao University's renown as a 211 institution. "Chen, could you do me a favor and leave this place for now?" The middle-aged man's tone softened considerably. Chen Zhuo sighed. "Sir, may I ask which regulation prohibits me from coming here to claim my wages?" The stances of these individuals were undoubtedly questionable. Perhaps they were reinforcements for the high-cheekboned woman. While the middle-aged man pondered how to respond, a young man in his 20s, with a furrowed brow, interjected aggressively. "Did you not understand what Officer Lee stated? Do not make this difficult for yourself. We have the right to take you in for questioning. Is that so?" Chen Zhuo responded with a cheerful smile, extending his hands. "Bring it on." The young man was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Chen Zhuo's defiance. The middle-aged man shot him a fierce glare and turned to Chen Zhuo with a smile. "Classmate Chen, he is merely a temporary worker, unfamiliar with the rules. Do not stoop to his level. Indeed, facing a university student could lead to dire consequences if he were to be taken away. It might jeopardize the man's own position." Chen Zhuo chuckled. "No worries, sir. My girlfriend attends the University of Political Science and Law, and this would be a perfect opportunity for her to practice her skills." The middle-aged man swiftly turned away. "Classmate Chen, this is a private dispute. You should resolve it amongst yourselves." Cursing under his breath, he thought, "If only I had known about the backing from the University of Political Science and Law earlier. I am too timid to wade into this murky water." The 3 individuals who had arrived hastily departed just as quickly, leaving the corridor in silence once more. The door to room 404 creaked open slightly, and the high-cheekboned woman peeked out, eager to assess the situation. Upon seeing the smiling face of Chen Zhuo, her eyes widened in surprise. "How come you weren't taken away?" Shrugging, Chen Zhuo replied, "I find it rather strange myself." The woman slammed the door shut for the third time. After waiting for another half hour, a plump man in a suit, panting heavily, ascended the stairs. Chen Zhuo kindly stepped aside to allow him passage. The man surveyed the scene with a blank expression, retrieved his keys, and unlocked the door to room 404, disappearing inside. Within moments, a fierce argument erupted from within the room. Chen Zhuo pursed his lips, nonchalantly leaning against the stair railing, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding drama. After a short while, the portly man opened the door and handed over a stack of cash, grumbling, "It's just $50. Is it necessary to block my door? Just take it and leave." Chen Zhuo had actually prepared himself for a protracted standoff. He did not expect this family to concede so swiftly. Nevertheless, having received the money, he did not wish to complicate matters further. After taking the cash and inspecting it thoroughly to ensure its authenticity, he cast a final glance at the man's face before turning to leave without uttering a word. The man, perplexed by the stare, muttered to himself, "What is wrong with him? Why is he looking at me like that?" He touched his face and suddenly recalled that he had indeed been scratched by a furious mother tiger earlier. Good grief, what a day this has turned out to be. He lamented. Once military training concluded, a weary Zhang Dingbian pushed open the door to his dormitory. His gaze inadvertently swept across the room, and he froze in surprise upon spotting 5 large bills of cash on his desk. "Boss, I have not failed you." Chen Zhuo's cheerful voice rang in his ears. Zhang Dingbian could hardly believe his eyes. "Third brother, you really managed to get the money back?" Chen Zhuo chuckled. "Boss, the money is right in front of you. What more do you need to ask?" Just then, a head squeezed in behind Zhang Dingbian. It was Song Jifeng. "Boss, I told you, third brother would handle it. He's just dealing with a rogue." Zhang Dingbian, trembling, grabbed the money from the desk. "Third brother, you didn't pull this from your own pocket, did you?" Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. "Boss, what are you thinking? I need my money to buy gifts for my girlfriend. I can't just hand it over to you without reason." At last, Zhang Dingbian believed him. "Third brother, no need for words. I'll treat you all in a few days." Chen Zhuo patted his shoulder. "Boss, it's not that we look down on you. You should send the money back home to pay for your sibling school fees. As for the treat, let sixth brother handle it." Song Jifeng looked stunned. "Wait, third brother. Why should I treat?" Chen Zhuo grinned at him. "For no reason at all. Just say whether you'll treat or not." Song Jifeng pouted, looking aggrieved. "You can only bully me." His words indicated acceptance of the treat. Just then, a light laugh echoed from the corridor outside. "Who is treating?" In the midst of a chaotic scene, Hadu, just having shed his camouflage uniform and now bare-chested, fumbled to put on a tank top. Chen Zhuo hurried out to greet her. "Sister Qin Tian, what brings you, a busy person, to our humble abode?" Qin Tianjin laughed at his antics. "You little rascal. I heard someone strutted around the girls' dormitory yesterday. Slander. Libel." Chen Zhuo exclaimed indignantly, shaking his fist. "Sister Tianjin, you know I'm just a timid, kind-hearted, handsome, graceful, and noble university student. How could I possibly do such a thing? They are unjustly tarnishing my reputation." Qin Tianjin doubled over with laughter. "You little rascal, stop being ridiculous. The school hasn't said anything about punishing you." Chen Zhuo sighed with relief, having feigned foolishness to glean the school's stance from Qin Tianjin. "Sister Tianjin, I was just about to seek you out." He withdrew from his pocket the check for 10,000 yuan that Su Yunxi had personally signed. Fortunately, he did not disappoint. Qin Tianjin's eyes sparkled. "Well done, you little rascal. You truly accomplished this task. Now, tell me, how shall I express my gratitude?" Chapter 91. Chang Wei's astonishment. Chen Zhuo, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Sister Tianjin, how can I ask for a reward for merely doing a small favor for you? That would diminish my character. The value of a favor lies in its judicious application. If I were to demand compensation from Qin Tianjin now, it would render my goodwill rather trivial. You little scamp, trying to play mind games with me." Qin Tianjin easily discerned his thoughts, but felt no trace of anger. "Very well, I shall keep this favor for you. Whenever you desire it, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Zhuo chuckled. "That's splendid, Sister Tianjin. It's a deal. Are you saying that you do not trust me?" Qin Tianjin playfully scolded. "Chen Zhuo, remember your promise. On the day of the welcome party, you must perform a great song to support your sister." Chen Zhuo patted his chest in assurance. "Sister, rest assured. I guarantee you will be thoroughly satisfied." Qin Tianjin did not notice the flaw in his words. "All right, I shall take my leave. The funds for the party are urgently awaited. There are but 5 days remaining until the military training concludes." Qin Tianjin, in charge of the welcome party, needed to expedite the venue preparations. Chen Zhuo called after her. Sister Tianjin, wait a moment. The sponsorship for our party comes with conditions. Qin Tianjin furrowed her brows. Speak. Sister, the Shuangxing Electronics plans to shift to milk production and hopes to promote it during the event. Qin Tianjin sighed in relief. Is that all? Chen Zhuo nodded. Indeed. Just that. Qin Tianjin pondered. No problem. I can arrange for someone to quickly produce a few banners of gratitude. It won't cost much. Chen Zhuo felt a sense of triumph within himself. Does this count as killing two birds with one stone? Sister Tianjin, remember to write Shuangxing Dairy on the banners. Qin Tianjin, without turning back, replied. Understood. Stop being so verbose. After bidding farewell to Vice Secretary Qin, Chen Zhuo did not return to his dormitory, primarily due to the overwhelming odor within. The scent of 5 pairs of sweaty feet was comparable to a biological weapon. He intended to visit the girl's dormitory to check on Njixia, hoping she had not faced any targeting. However, it turned out to be in vain. The girls from room 305 informed him that Njixia had disappeared after military training, and they had no idea where she had gone. Well, as long as she hasn't been bullied, that is what matters. Leaving the girls' dormitory building, Chen Zhuo strolled around the campus when a thought suddenly struck him. He headed straight to the office building at the back and found his counselor, Chong Wei. Teacher Chong, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chong Wei had a favorable impression of him and smiled warmly. Chen Zhuo, it seems my choice to appoint you as class leader was indeed wise. You have quickly stepped into your role. Please, feel free to share what's on your mind. In essence, Chen Zhuo succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding Zhang Dingbian, prompting a serious expression from Chong Wei. Chen Zhuo, have you come to me seeking the school's assistance in recovering the wages owed to Zhang Dingbian? Chen Zhuo shook his head. You misunderstand, Teacher Chong. Zhang Dingbian's issue has been resolved. What I wish to discuss with you is that such incidents are far from isolated within our school. Indeed, many students across various universities in Fengtian may fall victim to similar circumstances. The dismissive look had long vanished from Chong Wei's face. Speak plainly, Chen Zhuo. What do you propose I do? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhuo laid out his intentions. Teacher Chong, my thoughts are as follows. The students facing such predicaments are confronted not only by the lack of integrity from others, but, more importantly, by the absence of a dedicated platform to safeguard their rights. As Chen Zhuo elaborated, the astonishment in Chong Wei's eyes deepened. This young man was orchestrating a grand scheme. Teacher Chong, I intend to ask you to spearhead the establishment of a formal online platform, akin to a campus BBS, specifically designed to connect students seeking part-time work with parents in need of tutors for their children. We could publicly post the specialties of interested students online, making it easier for parents to select suitable candidates. This way, parents won't have to blindly search for a tutor, and students won't have to worry about encountering unscrupulous employers. The more Chong Wei listened, the more astounded he became. If the platform Chen Zhuo envisioned were to materialize, its impact would extend far beyond Dongliu University. His aspirations were not merely confined to Fengtian's universities. In Chen Zhuo's plan, the entire higher education landscape of Dongliu province could be encompassed by this initiative. Given time, the entirety of the Northeast, and even parents nationwide seeking tutors for their children, would inevitably gravitate towards this website. This was the ultimate objective. Naturally, the mere contemplation of the first step was enough to excite Chong Wei. Chen Zhuo, please elaborate on your plan in detail, he urged. Chong Wei's enthusiasm was anticipated by Chen Zhuo. The establishment of the website was secondary to profit. As the initial proponent, Chong Wei's reputation would undoubtedly soar. Teacher, here is my vision. The entire afternoon was spent in Chong Wei's office as Chen Zhuo meticulously explained how to create the website, promote it, and ensure the rights of both supply and demand are upheld. Chong Wei was so elated he could hardly contain himself, eager to see the website come to fruition. Chen Zhuo, this should not be difficult. I have acquaintances in the computer science department. For them, building a platform would be a trivial endeavor. Observing Chong Wei's mounting excitement, Chen Zhuo felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. Teacher, merely establishing the website is not sufficient. We must also consider the subsequent operational and maintenance costs. Additionally, we should reflect on how the current ownership of computers among average households might impact the website's viability. In contrast to Chong Wei's optimism, Chen Zhuo was truly preparing for the future. Thanks to his unique insights, he understood that we had not yet arrived at an era where every individual possessed a smartphone. Building a website is relatively easy. However, considerations regarding its promotion during the initial stages and subsequent operation and maintenance are imperative. After receiving a reminder, the once fervent Counselor Chong finally regained his composure. You are correct. Relying solely on our small team, we cannot accomplish such a monumental task. At this moment, Chen Zhuo revealed his second idea. If you could persuade Principal Zheng Dongxiang to join us, our plan would gain a greater chance of success. Chang Wei furrowed his brow, uncertain, and replied, Principal Zheng is so busy with his work. Would he be willing to participate in this project? Chen Zhuo chuckled, Chang Laosher. Just imagine if Principal Zheng were to learn that once the website is established, even prestigious universities like Haili University and Zhengfei University, along with Dongliao Medical University, would refer to our Dongliao University as older brother. What do you think his reaction would be? Chang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Needless to say, even if it meant sacrificing Principal Zheng, he would not let this opportunity slip away. The audacity of Chen Zhuo's plan was beyond the imagination of Chang Wei, who lived in this era. This is the inherent advantage of a reborn individual's perspective. The idea of creating a platform with semi-public welfare characteristics was entirely spontaneous for Chen Zhuo. The experience of his dormitory leader, Zhang Dingbian, sparked this notion within him. The year 1998 marked the nascent stage of the domestic internet. Just 2 months prior, in July, a computer expert surnamed Yang had hacked into a server, stealing a vast amount of gaming user information and passwords, marking the first hacking incident in the country. Earlier, in April, that fellow named Bill from America launched the Windows 98 system, only to inexplicably crash in front of 300 spectators. In the capital, Zhang Qiuyang, after 3 years of perseverance, finally established the first fully Chinese website, Suhu. This year, the renowned Li from Baidu returned from Silicon Valley and rented 2 small rooms at Peking University Resource Hotel to begin building his search engine empire. Meanwhile, the oblivious Dong Gu resigned from his stable position at a foreign company to sell CDs on the street. The later famous image from Nanshan Pizza Hut, in an effort to cut costs, personally acted as a beautiful customer service representative, performing a charm offensive for the few users of his QSEQ platform. The uninterested Dama Gu sold off his Yellow Pages website, which he established after giving up his teaching career. Chen Zhuo was acutely aware that this was the opportune moment to join the feast and partake in the bounty alongside the industry giants. Chang Wei, however, did not think that far ahead. He only understood that if the platform within this plan were to be established, he might, within his lifetime, aspire to the position of Dean of the College of Arts due to this achievement, assisting Dongliao University in surpassing the various prestigious 985 universities in the province would ensure that his name would be immortalized in the list of distinguished alumni. Without even tidying up the items on his desk, Chang Wei stood up and left. He needed to report this extraordinary idea to Principal Zheng at the earliest opportunity. As I approached the doorway, a sudden thought struck me, prompting me to turn back and remind Chen Zhuo. Dear Chen Zhuo, do remember to turn off the lights when you leave. The once hopeful expression on a certain individual's face crumbled completely. Old Chang, how could you be so inconsiderate? At this hour, you ought to treat this impoverished student to a meal. With a silent farewell, Chen Zhuo watched Chang Wei's hurried figure vanish outside. As a particularly fitting lyric flashed through his mind, he is not from the Northeast. After wasting an entire afternoon's worth of saliva and parched from hunger, Chen Zhuo had no choice but to find a way to satiate his appetite. The cafeteria was out of the question. It had long since closed for the day. Moreover, Chen Zhuo had an innate aversion to the cafeteria, fearing that if he dined there, someone might spit in his food. For the sake of his physical and mental well-being, it was better to eat out. Strolling out of the campus, he randomly chose a noodle shop nearby and ordered a bowl of wide noodles. After a 30-minute wait, as he watched patrons who had arrived after him begin to eat, his hunger compelled him to shout, "Boss, are you off grinding wheat? Why hasn't my noodles arrived yet?" Within 5 minutes, a middle-aged woman approached, holding a large bowl. The trembling noodles adorned with a savory mixture of chives and diced meat, enticing his appetite. "I apologize, dear customer. We have been a bit overwhelmed today." The earnest proprietress repeatedly apologized. Chen Zhuo, already famished, replied, "It's quite all right, I understand." The proprietress smiled broadly. "You university students have such high ideals. If you need anything, just call for me." Without pausing to nod, Chen Zhuo seized his chopsticks and devoured the meal with gusto. The proprietress chuckled and turned to leave. Lost in his delicious feast, Chen Zhuo did not hear her murmuring softly, "Where hasn't gone? It's so busy and I can't find her." After finishing his bowl of noodles, Chen Zhuo wiped his mouth and called out, "Time to settle the bill." It was the same smiling proprietress who approached. "Brother, your total is 3 yuan. You can just give me 2. Acknowledging the struggles of small businesses, Chen Zhuo ultimately paid the full 3 yuan. This was 1998, and prices were not yet exorbitant. Fast forward 20 years, and a bowl of noodles near a university would easily cost 20 yuan, making the proprietor seem rather generous. As Chen Zhuo stood to leave, a head peeked out from the kitchen, with bright, sparkling eyes curiously observing his retreating figure. The young woman patted her racing heart, sticking out her tongue. That was close. I almost got discovered. Upon returning from settling the bill, the proprietress, noticing her expression, couldn't help but laugh. What are you up to, sneaking around like that? And Zhixiao blushed slightly. Auntie, that person just now knows me. Please don't tell him that I work here. The worldly wise proprietress pondered for a moment and understood. What? Are you afraid your boyfriend will find out? And Zhixiao's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, murmuring an affirmative. The proprietress sighed. That young man must have accumulated a wealth of good karma in his past life to find such a wonderful girl in this one. And Zhixiao raised her head, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with sincerity as she declared, Auntie, he is truly the best. The proprietress gently ruffled her hair and chuckled. You, my dear, always manage to tug at the heartstrings. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Zhuo strolled around the school before leisurely returning to his dormitory. As soon as he stepped through the door, the chubby Mongolian boy, Hatabuyer, rushed towards him. Third brother. My father called and said you helped find a company that purchases milk. Chen Zhuo restrained his instinct to kick and smiled with composure. Fourth brother, we are brothers. There's no need for gratitude. Su Yunxi was indeed swift. Having merely mentioned that a roommate's family raised cattle, she had quickly connected with Uncle Boyer. It must be said that these foreign enterprises possess numerous admirable qualities that enable them to overshadow local companies. Take their efficiency. For instance, there is hardly a domestic firm that can compare. Hatu's honest face, tinged with a touch of prairie red, was filled with gratitude. Third brother. You have no idea. Initially, there was only one dairy company in our area, dictating both quality and price. After you introduced us to this company, the herders on the prairie can finally hold their heads high. Judging by his expression, it was evident that should Chen Zhuo require assistance, this Mongolian lad would not hesitate to offer his support. Chen Zhuo felt a twinge of apprehension. Wait, fourth brother, I can facilitate the connection. But if the quality of your milk is subpar, I want to be able to assist. Hata pounded his chest emphatically. Third brother, I assure you, there will be no issues. Chen Zhuo understood that due to the Mongolian people's straightforwardness, the likelihood of complications arising from their cooperation was minimal, which was precisely what he hoped for. Chapter 93. Zheng Dongxiang's selfishness as Song Jifeng, relishing a roasted potato, was stabbing it enthusiastically with his chopsticks. He bent down and retrieved a small hammer of uncertain purpose from beneath the table. With a theatrical flair, he struck the end of his chopsticks twice and remarked in a peculiar tone, Boss, fourth brother, you two are just like this potato. His nonsensical statement left everyone in the room utterly bewildered. Jean Mantang widened his eyes in confusion. What do you mean, sixth brother? Are you trying to demonstrate the principle of inertia? Hata scratched his head, contemplating. I believe sixth brother is trying to convey that friendship, like force, is a reciprocal interaction. Song Jifeng sighed and retorted, what I mean to say is that you all need to occasionally strike each other to make any progress. The obedient Lei Peng stared in astonishment. Sixth brother, are you implying that you are the hammer? A brief silence enveloped the dormitory before it erupted into laughter. Song Jifeng, somewhat disgruntled, swallowed the roasted potato in one bite and mumbled, darn it, I wasn't paying attention and dug my own grave. Chen Zhuo laughed as well. With this national treasure in the dormitory, it was guaranteed that no one would suffer from boredom. Sixth brother, would you like to make some money? With his mouth full of potato, Song Jifeng strained his neck and swallowed the dry morsel with difficulty. Third brother, my dear third brother, I dream of the day you can guide me. It is not an extraordinary venture, but it could yield a modest profit. Enlisting the help of Song Jifeng was a decision meticulously contemplated by Chen Zhuo. Among the entire 618 dormitory, this individual possesses the most persuasive eloquence, capable of even swaying the most obstinate of individuals. Lei Peng, being excessively reserved, is better suited for technical roles. The most composed, Zhang Dingbian, is to be assigned to the new website that is about to be launched. With his leadership qualities, he is the most fitting candidate for this project. The fourth member, Hatu, will manage the business dealings with Xuanxing Dairy. The second, Jean Mantang, could assist Song Jifeng. Ergo, Lao Lu, starting tomorrow, you are to visit the new student classes in various departments to secure camouflage uniforms for military training. Song Jifeng scratched his head, recalling Chen Zhuo's inquiry about the uniforms from the previous day, feeling a bit perplexed. Third brother, if you want these, I can ask someone to procure a few sets for you. No need to waste money. After all, everyone discards them once military training concludes. Jean Mantang, hailing from eastern Guangdong, possesses a natural acumen for business matters. Lao Lu, don't interrupt. Listen to Sangu. Chen Zhuo's expression turned serious. Ergo, Lao Lu. I don't merely want a few sets. I hope you can gather as many camouflage uniforms as possible, regardless of whether they are for men or women. If someone is willing to sell them at a price not exceeding 20 yuan, secure them all. Song Jifeng began to grasp the situation. For anyone who could gain admission to Dongliao University, certainly possessed intelligence. Third brother, are you contemplating reselling the uniforms? Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with the details. Just acquire as many camouflage uniforms as you can. The more, the better. Song Jifeng has the advantage of not insisting on understanding everything, and he is particularly obedient. All right, third brother, I will handle this matter. Chen Zhuo nodded. We must maintain transparency among brothers. I will state this plainly. Regardless of the methods you use to acquire the uniforms, I shall allocate 2/10 of the profits to you and ergo. A group bound by shared sentiments must ultimately involve some form of mutual benefit. Should Chen Zhuo become overly greedy and consume all the profits, the camaraderie between him, Song Jifeng, and Jean Mantang would be irreparably damaged. Chen Zhuo's objective has never been self-serving. He envisions a scenario where all brothers share in the bounty. As for Zhang Yimou, who is far away in Lianhai, arrangements have already been made. Song Jifeng had never contemplated the potential profits of such an endeavor and casually remarked, there is no need to discuss the division of profits. Third brother, just treat me and Jean Eyre to a few barbecues. Chen Zhuo responded with a knowing smile. Lao Lu, if your expectations are limited to this, I assure you, you will come to regret it. Song Jifeng paused, instinctively sensing that he might have just missed an important opportunity. Jean Mantang, however, was not overly concerned. Through these past days of interaction, the brothers in the dormitory had been completely won over by Chen Zhuo. Whether it was single-handedly retrieving hard-earned money for Zhang Dingbian or proactively securing a major client for Hadu, Jean Mantang was convinced that Chen Zhuo would not shortchange him. Lao Lu, when you and Ergu receive the goods, do not harbor any doubts. I will provide you with a sum of money tomorrow as an advance payment. Chen Zhuo felt somewhat helpless. The money he had just deposited in the bank yesterday would likely need to be withdrawn. He wondered if this operation would yield enough to cover the initial funding. Early the next morning, before military training commenced, Chen Zhuo was urgently summoned to the office by the anxious Counselor Chang. Mr. Chang, no matter how pressing the matter is, surely I should be allowed to have breakfast first. Chen Zhuo harbored some grievances towards this senior and class advisor. How trivial could it be to warrant such haste that I am whisked away without a meal? If Chang Wei were privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. What seems trivial is, in fact, of monumental significance. It pertains to one's future and thus demands utmost seriousness. This time, Chang Wei firmly led Chen Zhuo to the 6th floor. Wait, Mr. Chang, you've taken a wrong turn. The office is on the 3rd floor. Chang Wei shot him an exasperated glare. No mistake. Principal Zheng has requested your presence. Principal Zheng Dongqiang? He was the paramount authority at Dongliao University. And if Chen could secure his favor, it would grant him considerable leverage within the institution. He conveniently disregarded the fact that the only creatures that walk sideways are crabs. Upon arriving at the principal's office on the 6th floor, Chen Zhuo finally encountered the esteemed figure he had long anticipated. Principal Zheng, aged 52, possessed a broad face and a visage that exuded authority. Hello, young Chen. In the past few days since the semester began, your name has come up repeatedly. Chen Zhuo understood that the principal was alluding to the incident at the cafeteria. He adopted a particularly earnest demeanor. Principal, I am young and inexperienced, often acting recklessly without considering the consequences. I am grateful for your magnanimity in overlooking my indiscretions. Zheng Dongqiang was taken aback. This young man spoke with such precision that it left him without grounds for retribution. Youthful exuberance can be a virtue, he mused. I hear from Chang Wei that you have a proposal for the school as assistants? Chen Zhuo's heart sank at the principal's words, which instilled an unsettling premonition within him. Principal, it is as follows. He briefly recounted the plan he had shared with Counselor Chang the previous day. Confident that Chang had conveyed the details thoroughly to Zheng Dongqiang, the principal listened intently, his expression inscrutable. Once Chen Zhuo finished, Zheng Dongqiang hesitated momentarily. Chen Zhuo, your suggestion is excellent and could greatly benefit the school. However, there is a particular challenge we face. Indeed, it seemed that the principal had not summoned him merely to hear a report. Chapter 94. Zheng Dongqiang, Qi Dongqiang? Chen Zhuo maintained his composure. Principal, may I inquire what the challenge is? Zheng Dongqiang regarded him with mild surprise. It was rare to encounter a young person with such poise. His impression of Chen Zhuo improved further. After some deliberation, the principal replied, as glamorous as my position may appear, there are numerous unavoidable difficulties. The school's funding comes from above, and every penny is scrutinized. In an instant, Chen Zhuo comprehended his implication. Zhang's message was unequivocal. The senior management was not a cohesive unit, and there were indeed individuals eager to see him falter. Principal, I understand. If I were to lead this initiative under the banner of student entrepreneurship, seeking the school's support, what would you think? Zheng Dongxiang let out a sigh of relief. Conversing with an astute individual was effortless. He merely initiated the conversation, and the other party had already paved the way. Old Zheng wore a somewhat awkward expression, for he was acutely aware that his actions in this matter were not entirely above board. The risks were to be borne by Chen Zhuo, while the accolades, should success ensue, would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of Dongliao University, out of a sense of guilt, or perhaps a compensatory sentiment. Zheng Dongxiang earnestly informed Chen Zhuo, aside from the prohibition on investment, I assure you, along with Teacher Chang, that we will not be stingy with any resources the university possesses. Chang Wei nodded vigorously, a bit foolishly. If anyone yearned for this platform to succeed, it was undoubtedly him. Chen Zhuo sighed. He comprehended Zheng Dongxiang's intentions, yet inwardly disapproved. Old Zheng epitomized the desire for honor while simultaneously shunning risk. He had initially intended to benefit the university, but since Zheng insisted on pushing it outward, he could not be blamed. President, you said it yourself. With Teacher Chang as a witness, when the time comes, if I seek your assistance, you cannot refuse. Zheng Dongxiang, incensed, huffed in indignation. You little rascal. I am still the head of this institution. Do you really think I would deceive a mere child? Chen Zhuo chuckled. In that case, let us finalize the contract. When the time comes, it will be in black and white. No one can renege. In a fit of anger, Zheng Dongxiang found himself at a loss against this slippery young man. If the platform were to flourish, the greatest beneficiary would still be himself. At 52, old Zheng was largely unmoved by ordinary honors. Yet, this matter was one he could not refuse. In 3 to 5 years, it could potentially elevate him further, allowing him to assume a position in the esteemed 985 institutions in the capital. Even if not at Tsinghua or Beida, leading an institution like Fudan would undoubtedly bring glory to Zheng's family. His promise to fully support Chen Zhuo was tinged with personal ambition. Zheng Dongxiang had not anticipated Chen Zhuo's cunning, which seemed far beyond what one would expect from someone his age. Old Zheng felt as though he were grappling with a peer, and a misstep could lead to his complete undoing. He had to summon all his wits to navigate this encounter with Chen Zhuo. In this office, the most relaxed individual was undoubtedly Counselor Chang Wei. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Old Chang understood nothing, yet he simply basked in the joy of the moment. On an ordinary morning in early September 1998, in the president's office of Dongliao University, the sly Chen Zhuo and the cunning president Zheng Dongxiang, through mutual calculation and concession, produced a formal contract. The contract stipulated a provisional name for the website as Dongliao Education Online, with Chen Zhuo as the sole investor and legal representative. Dongliao University was responsible for providing the venue, facilitating communication with server-building personnel, and ensuring comprehensive logistical support. The shareholding ratio was established at 80-20, Chen Zhuo holding 80% and Dongliao University 20%. The university committed that its shares would carry only dividend rights, devoid of any decision-making power, and would not interfere with Chen Zhuo's daily operations. On the surface, it appeared that Dongliao University had drawn the shorter straw. Yet, in truth, both Zheng Dongxiang and Chen Zhuo were fully aware of the underlying reality. Once the online education platform operates stably, the accolades garnered by the school will sufficiently compensate for any financial deficits. This is what Zheng Dongxiang values most. At the conclusion of the contract, Chen Zhuo seemingly offhandedly remarked, as the largest shareholder of the enterprise, he has the authority to decide whether to sell the website in its entirety. Of course, even if the online education platform were sold to another party, it would not affect Dongliao University's share. Zheng Dongxiang scrutinized this clause for quite some time, failing to uncover any hidden traps. He cast a sidelong glance at the composed Chen Zhuo, who gave him the impression of having set a snare. Yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Chen Zhuo appeared entirely unperturbed. He was not afraid of Zheng Dongxiang's inquiries. The intention to sell the online education platform had been his plan from the outset. Such a semi-public welfare platform was destined to have limitations on its growth. It initially served well in establishing a reputation, yet maintaining it further felt somewhat redundant. Zheng Dongxiang likely never imagined that the seemingly harmless young man before him was already contemplating the sale of the website. Ultimately, both parties affixed their signatures, and under Chen Zhuo's insistence, Principal Zheng stamped the contract with the official seal of Dongliao University. His reasoning was impeccable. leaving Zheng Dongxiang with no grounds for refusal. Principal, you cannot serve at Dongliao University for a lifetime. Once you depart, what if your successor does not acknowledge this? Zheng Dongxiang found Chen Zhuo's request not unreasonable. Thus, an old fox was increasingly ensnared by the hands of a young hunter. Chen Zhuo solemnly retained one copy of the contract. Principal, I find myself in need of funds at the moment. Could we possibly have the seniors from the computer science department assist in building the platform for now? Zheng Dongxiang was taken aback. Are you suggesting you wish to take advantage? Chen Zhuo understood his thoughts. Principal, I assure you, within half a month, an investment of no less than 100,000 will undoubtedly materialize. Zheng Dongxiang hesitated for a moment, but chose to place his trust in him. There was no alternative. Since the moment the contract was signed, the two had become inseparably tied together. Their fortunes were intertwined. He believed that Chen Zhuo would not jest about such matters. A person capable of securing 10,000 in sponsorship for a welcome party within 2 days had no need to fabricate tales regarding this. Very well. I shall await your promise for half a month. Chen Zhuo bowed slightly. Principal, your generosity is commendable. You ought to bear the surname Qi instead of Zheng. With that cryptic remark, he quickly made his exit, leaving Zheng in his office, perplexed. What does this rascal mean by Qi? Chang Wei, attempting to sneak away, was spotted by Principal Zheng. Young Chang, care to explain what is happening? Chang Wei's eyes flickered as he stammered. Principal, does that Chen Zhuo fellow imply that you are Qi Dongqiang? Qi Dongqiang, Qi Dongqiang. Old Zheng murmured the name, which was not unpleasant, twice. Before his expression drastically changed. You little rascal, I'll be damned. You're the broken drum, and your whole family is a broken drum. Chapter 95. The assistance of Lin Muning having vented some suppressed frustration through his jibe at Principal Zheng, Chen Zhuo promptly made his way to the bank near the school. By chance, the same beautiful bank teller was at the window. Chen Zhuo handed over his passbook with a smile, saying, Could you please withdraw everything? Lin Muning looked up, a flicker of surprise gleaming in her eyes. After a brief moment of waiting, Chen Zhuo noticed that the teller seemed lost in thought, unable to resist chuckling. Can we proceed with the transaction? I could stand here for you to gaze at all day. Lin Muning's fair complexion flushed, and she hurriedly began processing the transaction. Once the 4 bundles were counted and secured with paper ties, along with a stack of loose change, she handed them out through the window. Chen Zhuo expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Out of an inexplicable impulse, Lin Muning mustered her courage and softly inquired, Are you in need of money? Perhaps sensing that this serendipitous encounter might not repeat, the typically shy and obedient girl found bravery for once. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Excuse me, what did you say? Glancing around the lobby, where there were no other customers, Lin Muning felt her apprehensions diminish. I was thinking of attracting some business for the bank. The teller, who had no actual task of soliciting deposits or loans, concocted an excuse to keep the conversation flowing. I meant to say, if you are in urgent need of funds, you could consider applying for a loan. This statement nearly drained Lin Muning of her remaining courage. Chen Zhuo observed her, finding her personality somewhat reminiscent of Jixia, albeit with a bit more audacity. Can individuals apply for loans? Chen Zhuo, having been a civil servant in his previous life, was not well versed in such matters. Upon speaking of her field, Lin Muning's eyes sparkled, her confidence visibly bolstered. Typically, collateral is required, but since you appear to be a university student, our bank has a student entrepreneurial program that provides loans up to 100,000 for eligible students. Really? Such a fortunate opportunity exists? Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow, feeling as though he had just been offered a pillow while dozing off. Miss, do you have time for lunch? I would like to invite you. Lin Muning sighed in relief. Her boldness had yielded a splendid outcome. I finish work at 11:30. You can find a place across the street to wait for me. Lin Muning felt as though she was engaging in something illicit. Chen Zhuo, unperturbed, cheerfully replied, Miss, a new KFC has opened right across from the school. How about I treat you to that? It seemed that girls had a penchant for such indulgent fare. In his past life, every time he dated someone new, KFC was an obligatory stop, leading to the employees casting him knowing glances as if he were the infamous Ximen Qing. A flicker of delight crossed Lin Muning's face as she nodded vigorously. Yes, it's a deal. Chen Zhuo waved goodbye with a smile and exited the bank. Lin Muning slumped in her chair, taking a moment to compose herself. Her curious colleague inquired, Muning, what's the matter? Startled, Lin Muning sprang to her feet. Li Jie, could you cover for me? I need to step out for a moment. Her colleague, perplexed but compliant, nodded in agreement. The girl possesses a formidable background, a well-known secret within the bank, and one I cannot afford to offend. Lin Muning hastily entered the restroom, ensuring it was vacant before retrieving a pink Motorola 338C. affectionately dubbed the palm-sized treasure, from her pocket. This particular model has a recommended retail price of 4,000 yuan, a sum Lin Muning could only hope to accumulate through a year of abstaining from all expenses. In truth, she was not particularly fond of this device, not solely due to its unsightly design, complete with an antenna several centimeters long, but rather because its presence accentuated her sense of disconnection from her colleagues. This was contrary to Lin Muning's original intent. She had always expressed a desire to remain a mere ordinary teller. With deft hands, she flipped open the 338 and dialed a series of numbers. It was not long before a delighted voice emanated from the other end. "Ah, the sun must have risen from the west today. My precious daughter is calling me first." Lin Muning pouted and replied with dissatisfaction, "Dad, do you dislike it when I reach out? Fine, I'll hang up." No. The doting father quickly acquiesced. It was no joke. His daughter had firmly instructed him never to reveal his identity as the bank president. He could not afford to frighten her away after she had initiated the call. "Dear, tell me, what prompted you to call?" Lin Muning huffed. "What? Is your daughter so pragmatic that she can only contact you when there is something amiss?" Old Lin was nearly driven to slam the receiver down in frustration. "You little rascal, doesn't your conscience ache when you speak like that? When do you ever consider that you have a father?" Though agitated, he refrained from voicing his irritation. "Oh dear, you know that's not what I meant. My Muning is sensible and filial. She usually calls to check in." Hearing her father's sardonic tone, Lin Muning couldn't help but chuckle. She acknowledged her reluctance to wield her parents' privileges, typically keeping her distance while at work. It was quite natural for her father to harbor some resentment. "Dad, you mentioned a few days ago that the bank was planning to launch a project supporting educational entrepreneurship." Old Lin paused momentarily. "Yes, that's true. But it's still under consideration." Lin Muning boldly interrupted. "I have a friend who is a student at Donglio University. He wishes to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, but lacks funding." Old Lin sighed. "I knew it. My daughter wouldn't he called just to comfort her old father." "Muning, when did you become acquainted with someone from Donglio University?" Lin Muning blushed slightly and retorted, "That's none of your concern. Just tell me if it's possible." The devoted father capitulated. "Of course. How could it not be? If my daughter asks, it must be done. Lending to whom is not as important as lending to you. My daughter, there must be face involved." Lin Muning smiled shyly. "Now that's more like it." Sensing her inclination to end the call, Old Lin hastily advised, "Muning, this matter must follow the proper channels. Have old Zhang from your bank review it, and I'll sign it at the headquarters." Lin Muning impatiently retorted, "I know. You're more verbose than my mother." Old Lin was left astounded. "What I said has become redundant. Well, my daughter has grown up. She is no longer the ever-caring little cotton-padded jacket of the past. When conversing with her parents, she has begun to harbor her own secrets. The thought that in a few years, my precious little girl will be courted by some young rascal pierces my heart like a needle. I must inquire with old Zhang at the university branch about the friend Mu Ning mentioned. I need to ascertain the nature of that individual." Chapter 96, Jean Lao Air. "Do behave like a person." Chen Zhuo pinned the final word in his notebook just as Lin Mu Ning stepped into the bustling hall of KFC. "Miss, over here." Spotting Chen Zhuo standing and waving, the girl, who had been scanning the room, smiled brightly. "Have you been waiting long?" Chen Zhuo gallantly pulled out a chair for her, casually replying, "Not too long. I took this opportunity to organize my plans." Lin Mu Ning glanced at the black notebook in his hand, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Chen Zhuo chuckled and handed it to her, saying, "My ideas are still in their infancy. I would appreciate your insights on what could be improved." Lin Mu Ning waved her hands vigorously. "I can't look. That's your secret." Chen Zhuo laughed heartily. "Nonsense. It's merely a collection of thoughts. Besides, we are friends. There are no secrets between us." A sweet sensation washed over Lin Mu Ning as she inexplicably accepted the notebook. After a few glances, she was taken aback. "Did you conceive all these ideas for the website by yourself?" "Indeed." Chen Zhuo nodded, rushing to the counter to retrieve the pre-ordered cola, fried chicken, and chips. Upon returning, he continued, "By the way, I still don't know your name." Lin Mu Ning, the girl, lost in her grand plans, casually mentioned her name. "A beautiful name, bringing tranquility to the pasture." Chen Zhuo complimented effortlessly. Lin Mu Ning smiled shyly, brushing aside her loose hair. "It means to bathe," she clarified. Chen Zhuo showed no sign of embarrassment. To bathe in tranquility. That notion is even more profound than the previous one. "By the way, I'm Chen Zhuo. I know. I saw your ID while you were handling business." Lin Mu Ning had a thought she refrained from voicing. "I also know you are 18 this year. 4 years younger than me, with a birthday on April 23rd, and you live at 15 Hongqi Road, Yingzhou City." Chen Zhuo slapped his forehead, laughing. "What a scatterbrain I am. You do need to show your ID for banking." Lin Mu-ning suppressed a smile. So, Chen Zhuo, are you planning to take out a loan to build this platform? Yes. Chen Zhuo was candid. I believe that, following the current trends in societal development, paperless offices will soon become a reality, allowing ordinary citizens access to computers, and the internet industry will experience an explosive growth. Lin Mu-ning gazed at the eloquent youth before her, the image of her father delivering a report from the podium gradually merging in her mind. She was startled by her own thoughts. How old is he? Several years younger than herself, yet how could he possibly rival her father? It must be an illusion, a mere trick of perception. To mask the awkwardness, Lin Mu-ning spoke up. Chen Zhuo, I just confirmed with the bank that in your situation, you can apply for an interest-free loan of up to 100,000 with a repayment period of 5 years. Chen Zhuo was nearly elated. An interest-free loan was an opportunity he had never dared to dream of, let alone the 5-year repayment term, which felt akin to receiving a gift of money. Armed with the foresight of a reincarnated individual, he believed that in 5 years, no, 3 years, he could certainly evolve into a formidable force. Chen Zhuo was confident in this. Miss, you truly are a savior. This 100,000 interest-free loan has been a lifeline for me. Nothing else matters. Today, I toast to you with tea instead of wine. Lin Mu-ning's face could not contain her joy, pleased to have been of assistance to him. She raised her glass of cola and clinked it with his. The subsequent conversation flowed more easily. Chen Zhuo meticulously inquired about the documentation required for the loan application, and Lin Mu-ning addressed each query with aplomb. Goodness, I never anticipated it would be this effortless. As Chen Zhuo sighed in relief, his heart brimmed with gratitude towards this young lady. Without her help, he would not have even approached the loan application, let alone the project itself. This was the advantage of having connections. Chen Zhuo felt it imperative to nurture this relationship, as his dealings with the bank would only increase in the future. Having an acquaintance to assist would certainly mitigate numerous challenges. Lin Mu-ning perused the notes he had taken, her expression one of fascination. The more she interacted with Chen Zhuo, the less she could decipher this young man who was even younger than herself. At the tender age of 18, he was capable of independently completing a project plan. Calling him extraordinary would not be an exaggeration. In comparison, she merely benefited from her background. Her curiosity piqued. Lin Mu-ning was increasingly eager to unearth the secrets that Chen Zhuo might be concealing. After enjoying a meal of fast food, Lin Mu-ning declined Chen Zhuo's offer to escort her back to work. You should finalize the necessary documents and bring them to the bank by noon tomorrow to have our president sign off. Chen Zhuo expressed his gratitude profusely. Their chance meeting had resulted in such unexpected assistance, which he had never anticipated. Rest assured, Sister Mu-ning, I will definitely be there tomorrow. The shift from calling her Miss to Sister Mu-ning reflected his internal transformation. Lin Mu-ning rolled her eyes playfully and chided. Now that you call me sister, why act so formal? After bidding farewell to Lin Mu-ning, Chen Zhuo stood outside the fast food restaurant, pondering for a long while about her motives for helping him. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? The absurd thought was swiftly banished from his mind. Shaw, you're just a student. What could you possibly have that would attract her? He decided to dismiss the thought. After all, she had no reason to deceive him. Securing an interest-free loan of 100,000 was undeniably a significant boon for his endeavors. Chen Zhuo felt confident that he could double that amount within a week. Upon returning to the dormitory, he refrained from aimless wandering this time, instead dedicating himself to writing and sketching, diligently refining his plans. It was not until the military training concluded and his roommates returned to room 618 that Chen Zhuo finally closed his notebook. The ever-loquacious Song Jifeng was the first to rush over, eager to flaunt his achievements. As per your request, I've booked over 20 sets of military camouflage uniforms today, bringing the price down to 18 yuan each. Chen Zhuo commended him. Well done, Lao Lu, impressive results. With a triumphant glance, Song Jifeng shot a provocative look at Jean Mantang, clearly challenging him. Jean Lao Air, how did you fare today? Jean Mantang, with an air of humility, simply shook his head. Lao Lu, I cannot compare to you. After a whole day's effort, I managed to reserve only 38 sets, at a mere 15 yuan each. Instantly, the smile vanished from Song Jifeng's face, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, Jean Lao Air, are you even human? Sengu specifically said we must not exploit our classmates. Jean Mantang stifled a laugh. What could I do? They were crying and begging to sell to me. I couldn't just turn them away. Jean Lao Air, have some dignity. Song Jifeng suddenly felt exhausted, no longer wishing to engage with this sly character. Chapter 97. A triumphant beginning. Chen Zhuo looked on with a smile as Lao Lu fumed. Everyone in the dormitory, including the obedient Lei Peng, relished the sight of Song Jifeng's dismay. Lao Air, Lao Lu, you need not attend military training tomorrow. I've spoken with Principal Zhang, and from today onward, you are under my supervision. With a face full of grievance, Song Jifeng dashed over. Sengu, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. You're no beauty. What benefit would there be in deceiving you? With a joyful exclamation, Song Jifeng leapt high. Thank heavens. I can finally escape the clutches of that instructor. Sengu, you have no idea. That guy is utterly insane. Chen Zhuo teased him, in all your gratitude. You seem to have forgotten your Sengu. With a sheepish grin, Song Jifeng scratched his head. We're brothers. There's no need for such formalities. Damn. The others chimed in unison, directing their middle fingers at the shameless fellow. Jean Mantang was also quite pleased. After all, standing in such blistering sun for military posture was not something to be missed. Lao San, what do Lao Lu and I need to do? Chen Zhuo had already formulated a plan. Lao Air, continue gathering camouflage uniforms from this year as freshmen. Lao Lu, accompany me for market research. With his responsibilities having grown considerably, balancing the website's affairs while being prepared for Su Yunqi's demands was no small feat. Chen Zhuo decided to delegate some less critical tasks to his dormitory brothers. Song Jifeng, possessing unwavering trust in him, immediately responded without hesitation, all right. His penchant for boasting seemed unlikely to change. With his chest puffed out, he strutted over to Zhang Dingbian. Boss, forgive me. Tomorrow I shall be liberated from this torment. Do not dwell on me, ha ha ha. Zhang Dingbian, both exasperated and amused, shot him a glare but refrained from saying anything further. Chen Zhuo suddenly recalled the matter regarding the website. Ah, boss, tomorrow you and Lao Wu should accompany me to meet with Counselor Chong Wei, who will arrange the upcoming tasks for both of you. Zhang Dingbian's composed demeanor made him the prime choice for promoting the website, while Lei Peng's obedient nature was ideally suited for assisting the senior students from the computer science department in building the platform. The two were taken aback. Third brother, we have our mission. Chen Zhuo patted Zhang Dingbian on the shoulder. Boss, I have spoken with Principal Zhang. We plan to establish an online education platform for Dongliao, specifically aimed at students interested in work-study opportunities. Zhang Dingbian was bewildered. Which Principal Zhang? Chen Zhuo smiled lightly. Our school's top boss, Principal Zhang Dongqiang. Zhang Dingbian's lips trembled. Third brother, are you related to Principal Zhang? Chen Zhuo chuckled in exasperation. Boss, don't overthink it. I assure you, there is no familial connection whatsoever. I met him for the first time this morning. Zhang Dingbian was utterly speechless. You secured such a significant project on your first encounter with the principal? What does that make us, your brothers? Lei Peng also felt a tinge of excitement. The entire dormitory had not ostracized him, which was of utmost importance. Only Hadabir, the plump Mongolian, appeared somewhat sullen. In the entire dormitory, he was the only one still required to attend military training. Third brother, why not speak to the principal on my behalf? I could skip it. Don't even think about it, Chen Zhuo replied, rolling his eyes. We can't collectively skip training. Hada pondered for a moment and resignedly lowered his head. The next morning, Chen Zhuo first escorted Zhang Dingbian and Lei Peng to meet Counselor Chong. Counselor Chong was brimming with enthusiasm as he waved his hand. You too, follow me. True to his word, Principal Zhang allocated 3 rooms on the west side of the first floor of the administrative building, originally designated as a computer lab, for the online education office at no charge. Additionally, the necessary paperwork, with Chen Zhuo as the legal representative, was being expedited. These 3 rooms were originally the school's computer lab. Chen Zhuo need not worry about equipment. Principal Zhang personally intervened, enlisting senior students from the computer science department to set up the devices in the room. There were 2 male and 1 female students, all top performers from Dongliao University. The female student was named Qi Wan from southern Hunan. The 2 senior students were Mi Jingguang from Fuzhou and Ma Lin from Ningzhou, both within the province. Chen Zhuo greeted them, leaving Zhang Dingbian and Lei Peng behind as he took his leave. He was not idle either. He returned with Song Jifeng, carrying 2 freshly cleaned camouflage uniforms as they departed the school. On the way, they hailed a taxi. Once inside, Chen Zhuo casually engaged the driver in conversation, inquiring about the recent developments of new residential complexes being constructed within Fengtian City over the past few years. The driver, a man under 40 but already balding, eagerly opened up. You're asking about construction sites, right? Fengtian may not have much, but it certainly has an abundance of construction workers, especially more in the eastern and northern parts of the city. Through the driver's narrative, Chen Zhuo gathered a rough understanding of the current construction situation in Fengtian. Currently, we find ourselves in the initial phase of an infrastructure frenzy, with numerous construction projects underway in Fengtian. The workforce on these sites is substantial. Chen Zhuo chose to disembark at a nearby construction site. As for Song Jifeng, he remains perplexed about the purpose of his presence alongside Chen Zhuo. Selling clothes. Chen Zhuo promptly answered the inquisitive old Lu. Without waiting for further questions from Song Jifeng, he strode directly toward the entrance of the site. The guards, observing their refined appearance which seemed uncharacteristic of laborers, immediately halted their entry. Restricted area, no trespassers. The stern-faced guard proclaimed this rule, which, upon hearing, sounded quite authoritative. Chen Zhuo produced a box of Shangbeian cigarettes he had prepared in advance and handed it over. Sir, we are students from a nearby university seeking to sell 2 sets of uniforms from our military training. The guard, maintaining his composure, accepted the cigarettes. His demeanor softening significantly. Selling clothes, what kind? Chen Zhuo displayed the neatly folded camouflage uniforms. Sir, these were issued during our military training. We want to be needing them soon and hope to exchange them for some cash. The guard paused for a moment. Camouflage uniforms? It is well known that such attire is exceptionally durable, capable of concealing dirt effectively, making it ideal for workers on construction sites. After pondering, the guard inquired, how much are you selling them for? Chen Zhuo unfurled a camouflage outfit, showcasing it. Sir, these are made from the sturdiest material. I have worn them only for 2 days, and they are freshly washed, priced at 45 each. The guard was immediately intrigued, given the quality of this fabric. A similar outfit purchased from a labor protection store would typically cost at least 70 to 80. Although Chen Zhuo's garments had been worn, they were still impeccably clean and quite suitable for wear. Moreover, workers on construction sites are generally not very particular about such things. 45 each? That's a bargain. I'll take them. Chapter 98. Do you truly think me blind? Some passing workers, hearing about Chen Zhuo's clothing sale, decided to pause and see the commotion. Upon spotting the pristine camouflage uniforms, they were instantly tempted. 45 each? I'll take one. With such new clothing at a reasonable price, it would be foolish not to buy. The exchange was seamless, and Chen Zhuo effortlessly received the payment. Song Jifeng stood in astonishment. Third brother, you've just pocketed 45 yuan so easily? Chen Zhuo chuckled. Did you think it would be difficult? Workers on construction sites rarely exhibit particular fastidiousness. What the students deem unattractive camouflage attire is viewed as a valuable commodity by them. Chen Zhuo's prices were nearly half of what labor protection stores charged. If such items were still unsought, that would indeed be peculiar. Observing the buyer retreat to a temporary structure to change into the new outfit, Chen Zhuo gestured to Song Jifeng with a smile. Old Lu, let us move on to another site. You will personally handle the sale of the next item. Song Jifeng, somewhat baffled by his strategy, questioned, Third brother, why not sell everything here? What a misguided teammate. Chen Zhuo, affectionately nicknamed Song Jifeng, patiently explained, Old Lu, do you think that person who just bought the clothes will show off to others? Song Jifeng pondered for a moment and nodded, certainly. If it were me, I probably couldn't resist boasting a little. Chen Zhuo chuckled slyly. Thus, the advertising effect of this construction site has emerged. When we start to sell in large quantities, the workers who have been anticipating for days will surely surprise you. This is known as scarcity marketing. Lei Jun, the founder of Xiaomi, is regarded as the pioneer of scarcity marketing in our country. Chen Zhuo merely borrowed this successful strategy. Even so, it left Song Jifeng utterly impressed. Third brother, you are too cunning. Chen Zhuo retorted, come on, it's called strategy. The two exchanged witty banter and moved on to another construction site. In 1998, the construction in Fengtian City was in full swing. The construction sites were not far apart. Chen Zhuo guided Song Jifeng, and they quickly found another one. This time, it was Song Jifeng, who had long been eager to try, taking the lead. Following Chen Zhuo's earlier approach, in less than 5 minutes, he returned with a few large bills, his steps light with excitement. Third brother, it really was easy. Chen Zhuo chuckled, of course. He pulled the still-dazed Song Jifeng along. Let us go. We have other places to visit. Third brother, where to? Chen Zhuo teased. You'll find out when we get there. In front of Dongliao University of Political Science and Law, Song Jifeng was utterly bewildered. Third brother, is this the place you were talking about? Chen Zhuo glanced at the time. It was almost lunch break. Old Lu, wait here, I'll go in to pick someone up. Song Jifeng, of course, was unwilling and insisted on accompanying him inside. Chen Zhuo had no choice but to agree. Upon entering the university, Song Jifeng's eyes widened in awe. Third brother, I feel like you resemble a local more than I do. Chen Zhuo scanned the area, seemingly searching for someone, and casually remarked, I have a classmate who got in here. Song Jifeng's inquisitive nature surfaced. Third brother, is your classmate male or female? Are they pretty? Before Chen Zhuo could respond, 2 young women in camouflage uniforms waved eagerly from beneath the trees not far ahead. Song Jifeng was astonished. Third brother, look, Those two beauties are greeting us. They must be captivated by my extraordinary charm. Oh no, they are coming over. What should I do? Chen Zhuo shot a glare at the chattering Song Jifeng and stepped forward. Su Hui, have you been waiting long? Su Hui shook her head. Not for long. We just arrived. The enchanting Su Hui, even clad in unflattering camouflage, radiated an ethereal grace. Ding Yi, a girl from Sichuan, peeked out from behind her, dissatisfied. Hey, Chen Zhuo, you scoundrel. Your eyes are only for Su Hui, completely ignoring me, a stunning beauty. When she becomes angry, she unconsciously slips into her hometown dialect. Chen Zhuo chuckled. No, I simply haven't had the chance to greet the enchanting Miss Ding yet. Ding Yi wrinkled her nose. You are quite perceptive. But thinking you can brush this off so lightly may not be feasible. Chen Zhuo patted his chest. Then perhaps I am fortunate enough to treat both lovely ladies to a meal? Su Hui hesitated, still weighing whether to accept the invitation. But Ding Yi had already clapped her hands and jumped up. Great. I heard a new McDonald's has opened nearby, and I've been eager to go, but I've been reluctant to part with my money. Su Hui shot her friend a disapproving glare and complained, just because you're stingy doesn't mean others are. Ding Yi stuck out her tongue and laughed. Chen Zhuo, did you hear that? Our Su Hui is already defending you. Su Hui's ethereal beauty faltered momentarily. Ding Yi. What nonsense are you spouting? The girl from Sichuan chuckled and winked at Chen Zhuo, her meaning clear. I can only assist you to this extent. Chen Zhuo offered her a grateful glance. It's all right. I brought enough money, so you needn't worry about saving for me. The Sichuan girl linked arms with Su Hui and made a face at her. Did you hear that? He volunteered for this. It's not my doing. Su Hui rolled her eyes at her friend in exasperation. Song Jifeng stood there, utterly astonished. This ethereal woman seemed quite familiar with Chen Laosan. Ahem, he coughed repeatedly, trying to remind those around him of his presence. Chen Zhuo finally remembered to introduce. This is my roommate, Song Jifeng. Perhaps out of deference to him, Su Hui, who usually remained aloof, surprisingly nodded at Song Jifeng. He blushed with excitement. Hello, third sister-in-law. I am Song Jifeng, the biological brother of third brother from a different mother. Su Hui was amused by his odd remark and smiled. Don't be ridiculous. I am not your sister-in-law. Song Jifeng pouted, truly believing her to be oblivious. Just look at Chen Laosan's gaze, sticky as glue. If it weren't serious, he'd degouge out his own eyes as a punishment. However, Chen Laosan's relationship with Njixia was infamous throughout Dongliao University. To vent his frustrations, he even incited hundreds of freshmen to vandalize the school cafeteria. Claiming she wasn't his girlfriend would hardly convince anyone. But if Njixia was indeed dating Chen Laosan, who could this celestial-like girl be? Chapter 99. More sisters-in-law. More paths. Song Jifeng, sweet-tongued and thick-skinned, persistently called her sister-in-law, leaving the proud Su Hui both flustered and at a loss for how to respond. Chen Zhuo kicked him lightly. Stop that. Su Hui and I are merely friends. Song Jifeng shrugged nonchalantly. More sisters-in-law, more paths. If I establish a relationship with the sister-in-law in advance, third brother might look out for me in the future. Chen Zhuo helplessly raised his hands. He must have bumped his head as a child. Please don't take him seriously. Su Hui's delicate face bore a hint of displeasure. While others speculated that it was aimed at Song Jifeng, only she knew the truth. It was due to Chen Zhuo's incessant explanations that they were merely friends. So far, the only male companion on her QQ was but one. Was this not indicative enough? Song Jifeng awkwardly ceased his chatter. The four of them arrived at the McDonald's that Ding Yi had mentioned, ordering hamburgers, fries, fried chicken, and cola. Chen Zhuo was perplexed, pondering why these women would forego the rich and varied domestic cuisine in favor of such fast food. Ding Yi, however, was enjoying herself. Chen Zhuo, you silly boy. If you don't want to, how about we just be friends? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. No way, Miss Ding. I cannot bear such good fortune. Ding Yi was merely jesting. Fine, I'll give you a chance, though you are rather useless. Song Jifeng, in a state of agitation, tugged at Chen Zhuo's sleeve, signaling him. Third brother, if you don't fancy such a delicate beauty, I certainly do. Chen Zhuo shot him a disapproving glance. Ding Yi is not your type. Miss Ding, speaking of opportunities, there happens to be a collaborative project at hand. I wonder if you might be interested? Ding Yi took a bite of her chicken and mumbled. Do tell. Chen Zhuo, with a serious demeanor, stated, I am in business with Lao Lu, and we intend to procure a batch of camouflage uniforms for military training. Ding Yi paused, tilting her head in thought. That shouldn't be a problem. What do I stand to gain? Chen Zhuo exhaled with relief. It is always preferable to discuss monetary matters rather than emotional ones. Miss Ding, if you could assist, I would offer a 2% share of the net profits. Ding Yi pouted. Only 2%? Forget it. But since you are treating today, I will help you inquire. Chen Zhuo seized the opportunity. Thank you, Miss Ding, for your generous support. Regardless of how many wish to sell, you may reserve as many as you like. Once military training concludes, I will have Lao Lu come and collect them. Ding Yi nonchalantly nodded. All right, I will have Su Hui contact you via QQ. Like Song Jifeng, she had not truly considered the magnitude of those 2% profits. To her, it merely seemed a favor for her friend's man. Song Jifeng, moved to tears, exclaimed, "Third brother, you truly look out for me. Perhaps by picking up the uniforms at the political and legal university and spending more time with this enthusiastic beauty, sparks might fly." Having finalized matters here, Chen Zhuo swiftly led Song Jifeng to the normal university. Lao Lu, this time you need to play the role of a wealthy heir. Do you have confidence? Song Jifeng stood tall, a grin forming. Third brother, isn't this just me playing myself? How could it be difficult? Chen Zhuo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. When it came to thick skin, Song Laolu was unmatched. He had no concerns regarding this lad's capabilities. Upon reaching the Fengtian Normal University, Chen Zhuo inquired along the way until he found Class 2 of Early Childhood Education. Hello, Senior, do you remember me? Wang Huiwan was both surprised and delighted at the unexpected appearance. Chen Zhuo, is that you? She felt a surge of pride, acknowledging her considerable charm. Chen Zhuo, that young man, had indeed taken the initiative to approach her. The thought of the abundant cash in his backpack ignited a fervor within Wang Huiwan. Surely, it could procure a multitude of garments, cosmetics, and handbags. As this notion crossed her mind, a warm smile graced her face, enhancing her already decent features. Junior, what brings you here? Chen Zhuo feigned a sigh, gesturing towards the aloof young man, Song Jifeng, who stood nearby with an air of pretentiousness. Senior, did you see that? P.S. My roommate. His family is a renowned developer in Fengtian City. All the properties in the Xinyu Shangyuan community are constructed by his family. A true rich second generation. A spark ignited in Wang Huijuan's eyes. With her background, she had never encountered such elite circles. Otherwise, she would not have gone to great lengths to connect with Xin Pengfei, merely because he boasted of his familiarity with the affluent scions of Fengtian. Wang Huiwan intended to gain favor on the doorstep of opportunity. It now appeared that Shun was merely boasting, and Chen Zhuo was far more reliable. She feigned indifference as she glanced at Song Jifeng, quickly averting her gaze. Classmate Shun, whether his family is wealthy or not is of no concern to me. Had it not been for the glimmer of greed in her eyes, Chen Zhuo might have almost believed her. Her tea skills had evidently improved recently. This was advantageous, as it posed no psychological burden to utilize her. Chen Zhuo smiled apologetically. My apologies, Senior. I did not express myself clearly. My classmate Song Jifeng's family is involved in real estate development, and he intends to provide a batch of welfare for the workers. You know, the wealthier the boss, the tighter they tend to be. Old Song wishes for the workers to be wholeheartedly devoted while saving some money. Hence he has set his sights on the new students' camouflage uniforms. Wang Huijuan's eyes brightened. This was the perfect opportunity to connect with the young elite. She feigned modesty. Chen Zhuo, what exactly do you mean? The transition from junior to classmate Chun and finally to the casual Chen Zhuo indicated a significant drop in her perceived status in the eyes of this team master. Chen Zhuo pretended not to notice this shift. Senior Huiwan, Old Song has already procured the camouflage uniforms for the new students at Dongliao University. But there is still a shortfall. He intends to come to Fengtian Normal University to seek his fortune, and I thought of you, Senior Huiwan. You are beautiful, generous, and always willing to help. Surely, you would be able to assist, right? Chen Zhuo was certain she would take the bait. These words were deliberately crafted. Wang Huiwan hesitated for a long moment before finally nodding reluctantly. Chen Zhuo, I am merely helping you. As for the son of a real estate developer, that has nothing to do with me. Chen Zhuo nodded vigorously. What you say is indeed true. That is the essence of the matter. Damn it. Playing the game of feigned indifference was becoming increasingly challenging with this team master. Senior, young Master Song mentioned that if you could assist, you would receive a 10% commission. Wang Huiwan's expression darkened, and she replied with displeasure. Chen Zhuo, what do you take me for? Helping a friend should not come with a price. If that is the case, you may seek assistance elsewhere. Her fierce demeanor momentarily led Chen Zhuo to question whether he had misjudged her character. In her pursuit of the affluent heir, Song Jifeng, she spared no expense. Chen Zhuo lamented the lost potential. If only all he encountered were such skilled team masters, his capital accumulation could have accelerated even further. Chapter 100. Utilization. Chen Zhuo's gratitude towards those who selflessly aided him was sincere, as exemplified by the deputy director Lu Mengxing from high school, and now, Wang Huiwan. He felt no moral burden in leveraging such individuals. Senior, we cannot allow your assistance to go unreciprocated. How about I treat you to a meal with young Master Song? Wang Huiwan had already dined, but, as a competent team master, she could not let this opportunity slip by. She feigned hesitation, saying, Chen Zhuo, I agreed to join you for a meal because I consider you a friend, her unspoken sentiment clear. I am not someone who can be easily swayed. Chen Zhuo smirked. You are certainly not an ordinary person. When you act casual, it is almost unbecoming. Senior, I understand. Wang Huiwan, feigning reluctance, maintained her composure as they departed from the normal university. As a sophomore, she was exempt from military training, and the afternoon classes paled in comparison to the prospect of securing a wealthy suitor. Being young, the tea master had not yet reached the pinnacle of her craft. However, her restraint did not last long, as she began to subtly engage Song Jifeng in conversation, seemingly forgetting her dear friend Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Lu, who immediately understood and discreetly signaled an affirmative, indicating he could manage the situation. Chen Zhuo exhaled in relief, concocting an excuse to leave early. Indeed, Wang Huiwan paid no heed to his departure. In her eyes, a long-term benefactor was evidently of far greater significance. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Chen Zhuo touched his nose and withdrew. Although he had orchestrated this scenario intentionally, the sensation of being overlooked was rather unpleasant. Leaving Song Jifeng to negotiate with Wang Huiwan was a reluctant decision, as he lacked any reliable allies. His dormitory companions needed to mature swiftly. This applied to both the leader, Zhang Dingbian, and to Song Jifeng and Jean Mantang. Upon exiting the normal university, Chen Zhuo took the opportunity to visit Shuangxing Electronics, now rebranded as Shuangxing Dairy. Despite being a woman, Su Yunqi possessed a remarkably decisive character. Once she resolved to shift production, she did so without hesitation. As machinery was dismantled within the factory, the sterile production line in South Korea was poised for deployment. Strolling into the factory, Chen Zhuo was nearly stopped by the guard at the entrance, but his displayed work badge left the guard astounded. He was a special assistant to the board of Shuangxing Dairy. In truth, the entire board consisted solely of Su Yunqi. The factory was effectively her domain. The guard, clearly lacking sound judgment, would not dare impede her confidant. Upon reaching the office building, he fortuitously encountered the young lady whom he had previously deceived. Assistant Chen, Director Su was just about to seek you out. Chen Zhuo vaguely recalled the name of this young lady, Sister Gong Yuzhu. How did you know that Shigu was looking for me? Dressed in a professional suit, Gong Yuzhu smiled lightly, expressing gratitude towards Assistant Chen. I owe it to you. Assistant Chen, I am now secretary to Director Su. Chen Zhuo sighed. What a pity, Shigu should find a handsome male secretary instead. This remark, Gong Yuzhu dared not respond to. Assistant Chen, please follow me. Chen Zhuo chuckled. No need to be polite, just call me by my name. Gong Yuzhu smiled in acknowledgement, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Although her beauty was not striking, her figure was commendable. From Chen Zhuo's perspective, her slender waist, delicate and graceful, was indeed a pleasing sight. She belonged to Shigu, and one mustn't covet what one cannot have. He reminded himself not to be too overt in his admiration. Gong Yuzhu led the way to the reception room he had visited previously. Suddenly, she turned back, catching Chen Zhuo off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Ha. Sister Yuzhu's beauty is simply irresistible. It's all Song Jifeng's fault. He led me astray. Chen Zhuo, without a hint of guilt, shifted the blame onto the innocent Song Jifeng. Brothers, after all, are meant to take the fall in critical moments. Gong Yuzhu's cheeks flushed, yet she bore no anger. Please wait here for a moment. I will report to Director Su. Chen Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement, stepping into the reception room. He noted that the furnishings remained unchanged since his last visit. On the rosewood desk, a steaming cup of coffee awaited. Without hesitation, he took a sip, unable to restrain his criticism. What taste? Why is there never any sugar in the coffee? Are they intent on suffering? He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at a scroll hanging on the wall, feigning understanding. Footsteps echoed from outside, followed by Su Yunqi's weary voice. Little brother, while I am overwhelmed with work, you find leisure in sipping my coffee and teasing my staff. Chen Zhuo scoffed. Shigu, while we are familiar, how can you unjustly tarnish my reputation? Su Yunqi retorted. Where have I wronged you? Chen Zhuo chuckled. Even if I were to tease someone, it would be you. Shigu, I am not blind. And it is evident that in the entire Shuangxing Dairy, you are the unrivaled beauty. Su Yunqi clearly relished this overt flattery. Such sweet words. You must have deceived many young ladies, haven't you? Damn. When women become bold, it seems there is no place for men. Even Chen Zhuo, with his thick skin, found it slightly overwhelming and quickly changed the subject. Shigu, who is the calligrapher of this scroll in the reception room? It must have cost quite a fortune, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. This master truly embodies a person of character. Su Yunqi's cheeks reddened as she shot him a fierce glare. Was your college entrance exam score plagiarized? Such candor is what you should cherish. Chen Zhuo broke into a sweat. Goodness, the person who wrote this has issues. What a fine sentiment. Yet why write it so sloppily, bringing disgrace upon oneself? Shiga indeed possesses a discerning eye. My college entrance examination results were, in truth, obtained through dishonest means. Su Yunqi shot him an incredulous glance, expressing her disbelief. I hardly believe a word you say. Cheating on the exam? Surely, you must be overthinking it. Stop with the smirking. It's truly exasperating. Su Yunqi declared, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum as she sprawled across the sofa. The past few days had left her utterly exhausted, with her responsibilities piling up. With only one person to lean on, her trust was primarily vested in Chen Zhuo, one of her few dependable friends. Shiga, if you have any troubles, feel free to confide in your junior. Perhaps I might offer a solution. Su Yunqi glared at him. You are my special assistant, so it is only fitting you help me when I am troubled. Clearly, this woman was determined to cling to him. Without hesitation, Chen Zhuo pounded his chest in a pledge of loyalty. Shiga, whatever your command. I shall face any challenge without a hint of hesitation. For now, Su Yunqi knew she needed to hold on to this support tightly, never allowing it to slip away. Chapter 101. Resignation letter. The troubles at Duxing Dairy were rather straightforward, an excess of personnel. When Su Yunqi's mother initially invested in the country, she received considerable assistance from various individuals. It was reasonable to reciprocate by arranging employment for some friends and relatives. After handing over the factory to Su Yunqi, she had turned a blind eye to these matters, but now, addressing them proved to be quite the challenge. Without solid justification, dismissing these individuals could easily provoke backlash from their connections. Su Yunqi was unafraid but preferred not to expend her energy on internal discord. Chen Zhuo, help me devise a plan to encourage them to resign voluntarily. Goodness, Shiga, you hold me in too high regard, Chen Zhuo exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. There's nothing I can do, unless you transfer the factory's shares to me. Su Yunqi shot him a fierce glare. In your dreams. This is my mother's sole legacy. As long as I live, no one can take it away. Chen Zhuo shrugged nonchalantly. All right, I was merely jesting. Su Yunqi reclined despondently on the sofa, her expression clouded with worry. Chen Zhuo, I have just realized that handling these trivial matters is truly not my forte. You excel at making me take the blame. Chen Zhuo thought to himself, then, adopting a serious demeanor, said, Shiga, if you want that group of well-connected individuals to resign on their own accord, it is not as impossible as it seems. Su Yunqi sat up abruptly. Chen Zhuo, if you can truly accomplish that, I will agree to any conditions. Chen Zhuo crossed his arms, feigning terror. Shiga, don't say such things. I already have a girlfriend. Su Yunqi scoffed. Go to hell. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Chen Zhuo's expression turned grave. Shiga, I need you to delegate authority. From now on, whatever I do, you must not inquire. Su Yunqi tilted her head, remaining silent. Chen Zhuo appeared unperturbed. All right, I agree. Su Yunqi was not concerned about Chen Zhuo undermining her. In the realm of Duxing Dairy, her word was law. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations were mere illusions. Shiga exudes grandeur, Chen Zhuo added, bestowing a compliment. The newly appointed secretary to the president, Gong Yuzhu, brought in a cup of sweetened coffee. Chen Zhuo's eyes brightened, and he called out to her, Sister Yuzhu, please prepare a resignation letter for me immediately. Startled, Gong Yuzhu turned pale and softly inquired, Assistant Chen, what have I done wrong? Chen Zhuo chuckled heartily. Sister Yuzhu, do not misunderstand. I merely wish for Chairman Su to grant you a bonus. Gong Yuzhu bit her lip, her mind buzzing with confusion. She could hardly fathom that merely a few days into her role as the president's secretary, she was to be dismissed. What had she done to incur Chen Zhuo's deliberate ire? Could it be that he sought to exploit the situation for some sordid office politics? Gritting her teeth, she resolved. Even if she were to leave this position, she would not allow him to succeed. As for Chen Zhuo's subsequent remarks, they fell on deaf ears. Resignation? So be it. She would rather perish than yield. Stifling her tears, she declared loudly, Assistant Chen, I shall write the resignation letter right away. Swiftly exiting the conference room, the newly appointed secretary could no longer contain her grievances and burst into tears. Su Yunqi, observing her departure, had been restraining himself from questioning Chen Zhuo's intent. Once they were alone, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Chen Zhuo, should you not seek my approval as the president before dismissing my secretary? Chen Zhuo shrugged with a smile. Brother Shi, you just agreed to follow my lead on subsequent matters. Su Yunqi was rendered speechless. Very well, I shall see what you are up to. Returning to her workstation, Gong Yuzhu buried her face on the desk and wept for quite some time. She reflected that since joining Double Star Electronics, she had been diligent in her work. It was utterly shocking that today, Chen Zhuo, without clear cause or justification, sought to terminate her employment. Humph. If I am not welcome here, then I shall find my own place. If nowhere accepts me, I shall return to household duties. Wiping her tears, she straightened up and began crafting her resignation letter. Her close friend, Chen Zhuo, who had recently been promoted to assistant to the president, approached stealthily. Concern etched on her face. Yuzhu, what has happened? Just days prior, they had celebrated Chen Zhuo's promotion together. Gong Yuzhu, having indulged in drink, had laughed and cried, vowing to repay Chairman Su's kindness. Yet, within less than a week, here she was, returning in tears. Gong Yuzhu's nose tinged with emotion as she recounted how Chen Zhuo had demanded a resignation letter without offering any reason. Chen Zhuo immediately erupted with fury. What nonsense! This scoundrel has crossed the line. Yuzhu, do not fear. I shall confront this Chen and demand an explanation. Chen Zhuo's outburst attracted the attention of numerous colleagues in the office. Those who had been playing cards ceased their game, and knitters paused their work, flocking over to inquire about the commotion. Gong Yuzhu hesitated to speak up, but Chen Zhuo, with her fiery temperament, could not hold back. Su Dong must have found some incompetent assistant to come here and bully us. Yuzhu has done nothing wrong. Is there no justice left? In response to Chen Zhuo's fury, the others displayed an attitude akin to schadenfreude. Little Chen, you cannot compete with them. This factory is under Su's name. They can employ whomever they please and dismiss anyone at their discretion. Indeed, it is your fault for lacking support. Even more disturbingly, whispers emerged. Serves them right. Those two little minxes, pretending to adore their work. Now look, they've been sent packing. Exactly, they don't even comprehend the principle of blending in. No wonder they've been singled out by President Su. Chen Zhuo's face turned ashen with rage. You lot, who are making snide remarks, all entered through back doors. So of course, you aren't afraid of a mere clerk like me. What do you mean what? It's not like we dismissed Gong Yuzhu. If you're so capable, why not resign alongside her? As the conversation escalated, the fiery Chen Zhuo waved her hand emphatically. Yuzhu, do not fear. We sisters stand together. I shall resign with you. Gong Yuzhu, in tears, tried to dissuade her. Alwan, please don't. Chen Zhuo, with a character imbued with a masculine spirit, retorted, no please Dante. It's settled. We shall leave this wretched double-star company. What will we do, starve? The onlookers, relishing the drama, egged her on. Chen Zhuo, well done. Go write that resignation letter. We support you in spirit. Chen Zhuo stood tall. I don't need your provocation. She returned to her station and began drafting her resignation letter with remarkable efficiency, not waiting for Gong Yuzhu, her determination evident as she strode out. The others in the office began to murmur. Do you think Chen Zhuo will really resign? Don't believe her. She is only putting on a show for us. Who in their right mind would resign from such a favorable position at Double Star? Chen Zhuo is just a big fool. Chapter 102. A remarkable turn of events. Chen Zhuo lounged confidently, crossing his legs as he conversed with Su Yunxi in the reception room. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Both were startled and turned to see a short-haired girl entering with a scowl, forcefully slamming a piece of paper onto Chen Zhuo's face. So, you are that worthless special assistant. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Excuse me, miss, what seems to be the issue? Chen Zhuo stood tall. Listen here, Chen. I am Chen Zhuo. Today, it is not you who dismisses me. Rather, I am the one firing you. I am done serving you. Chen Zhuo, bewildered, realized he did not recognize this girl at all. Miss, may I inquire as to why? Chen Zhuo scoffed, eyeing him with disdain. Stop trying to be familiar. I have no use for a brother like you. Goodness. This was the first time Chen Zhuo had been directly insulted post-rebirth, not counting his previous life. Miss Chen Zhuo, could you elaborate on your reasoning? Chen Zhuo coldly replied. Chen, you are merely attempting to use your power to coerce Yuzhu into accepting your vile conditions. Let me tell you, dream on. After delivering her scathing rebuke, Chen Zhuo felt a significant weight lift from her heart. What puzzled her was that President Su Yunxi, who was right beside them, allowed her to berate his special assistant without intervention. Uncertain of her own thoughts, she resolved that from this day forth, she would no longer cater to these bloodsuckers. Chen Zhuo decisively turned to leave, but Chen Zhuo called after her. Stop right there. Chen Zhuo, with a fierce expression, turned back. I am not affiliated with the Double Star Company. What authority do you have to command me? Chen Zhuo picked up her resignation letter, casting a half-smile as he looked at it. Chen Zhuo, is it? Take your resignation back. The company refuses to accept it. What? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. She had never dreamed that Chen Zhuo would deny her resignation. What do you mean by what? In light of your audacious defiance of authority, the company has decided to promote you to Deputy Supervisor of the Quality Inspection Department with a salary increase of 2 levels, along with a bonus of 500 yuan for your bravery, to be disbursed with next month's paycheck. Chen Zhuo could scarcely believe her ears. I scolded him. And yet I receive a promotion and a raise, plus a bonus of 500 yuan? She pinched her thigh. It hurt. Clearly, this was not a dream. Sudong. Su Yunxi was unaware of Chen Zhuo's intentions, but the two had already agreed that she must comply with all of his arrangements. Do you find the position of Deputy Supervisor too trivial, or is the 2-level salary increase unworthy of your stature? Chen Wan's mind buzzed, leaving her utterly at a loss for words. When she finally regained her composure, she realized she had already exited the meeting room. The courage she had felt moments ago dissipated, overshadowed by the news of her promotion and raise. Once calm, Chen Wan recognized how impulsive she had been. Wandering aimlessly toward the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered Gong Yuzhu, who was hurrying down the corridor. "Awan, you didn't submit your resignation, did you?" Gong Yuzhu desperately wanted to ensure that her friend was not burdened because of her. Seeing Chen Wan loitering in the hallway, she initially thought she had reconsidered, and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Chen Wan looked up, bewildered. "Yuzhu, I did submit it." Gong Yuzhu was frantic, stamping her feet. "Oh no, Awan. Why were you so impulsive? Double Star Company is a foreign enterprise. The benefits are significantly better. Given our qualifications, finding a job better than this one will not be easy." Chen Wan smiled oddly. "Yuzhu, I don't know if I'm dreaming, but that insufferable assistant Chen not only refused my resignation, but also promoted and raised my salary." "What?" Gong Yuzhu was equally confused. She could not comprehend Chen Zhuo's actions. However, knowing her friend was not adversely affected by her own decision brought her genuine relief. "Awan, this is for the best. Please don't cause any more trouble and continue working at Double Star Company." After comforting her friend, Gong Yuzhu took a deep breath, held her resignation letter close to her chest, and stepped into the meeting room. Chen Wan was in a state of confusion, utterly unsure of how to respond. Instinctively, she chose to return to her office and await news. After all, what if Assistant Chen was merely jesting with Yuzhu? Upon entering the office, which was bustling with noise, the others immediately surrounded her, speaking in a cacophony. "Chen Wan, did you really resign? Oh dear, I told you not to be so impulsive. Young people just can't keep their composure. Do you require cardboard boxes for packing? I have 2 available, and I can generously offer them to you." Chen Wan quietly settled at her workspace and gently shook her head. "Director Su has not approved my resignation." "What?" A chorus of dismay erupted among the onlookers, as if lamenting her continued employment. Chen Wan felt a surge of frustration and could not help but exclaim, "Not only did Director Su refuse my resignation, but he also promoted me to Deputy Supervisor of the Quality Inspection Department, elevating my salary by 2 levels, along with an additional reward of 500 yuan for courage. Goodness." In that moment, the audience in the office, who had been waiting for a spectacle, turned green with envy. They cared little for the title of Deputy Supervisor, considering the arduous nature of the work. However, a salary increase of 2 levels and a bonus of 500 yuan were tangible benefits indeed. Is this true? Could it be that she was overly stimulated and hallucinating? A group of skeptics began to voice their disbelief. Just then, Gong Yuzhu, wearing a similar expression of bewilderment, stepped into the office. "Hey, Gong Yuzhu, Chen Wan claims that Director Su has raised her salary by 2 levels and awarded her some courage prize. Is she pulling our leg?" Gong Yuzhu's eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. "Awan, did you receive a 500 yuan bonus as well?" Chen Wan's heart stirred. "Yuzhu, surely you must have received one too." Gong Yuzhu could scarcely believe the reality she had just experienced. "Indeed, Chen Zhuo also granted me a bonus of 500 yuan. But it was not a courage prize. Rather, it was a loyalty award. He mentioned that my recent resignation was a test of my commitment." Chen Wan's expression brightened. "So, Director Su did not approve your resignation either?" Gong Yuzhu shook her head. "Not only did he refuse my resignation, but he also raised my salary by 2 levels. Goodness." At this point, no one in the audience doubted Chen Wan's honesty any longer. To write a resignation letter and receive a salary increase of 2 levels along with a 500 yuan bonus. This business was beyond lucrative. Those with quick minds had already begun to lean over their desks, diligently crafting their resignation letters. The few slow-witted individuals, observing their colleagues returning to their stations to intently write something, finally grasped the situation. A 2-level salary increase and a 500 yuan bonus. Such easily attainable benefits were foolish to ignore. "Sister Wang, once you finish your resignation letter, don't forget to let me copy it." "Hey, Old Li, you can copy it, but don't forget to change the name back." Chapter 103. Losing both the wife and the troops in the reception room, Su Yunqi gazed at Chen Zhuo with a knowing smile. What is it that you are scheming? You ought to enlighten me, and do not say you are merely passing time by toying with Gong Yuzhu. Chen Zhuo chuckled. Brother Shi, are you not hoping for those with connections to submit their resignation letters voluntarily? I am currently assisting you in this endeavor. Su Yunqi scoffed. Do you honestly believe I would fall for such nonsense? Chen Zhuo shrugged. If all goes as planned, in 5 minutes. He did not finish his sentence, as a series of urgent knocks interrupted him. Chen Zhuo composed himself, making a calming gesture before personally opening the door. Outside the reception room stood a dark crowd of over a dozen individuals, both men and women. A middle-aged woman, with a tone of righteous authority, declared, Director Su, we have come to resign. The unexpected turn of events left Su Yunqi utterly speechless. Chen Zhuo cleared his throat. And you all are? The group nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. We all wish to resign. Chen Zhuo chuckled lightly, extending his hand to collect their resignation letters. You may return for now. Director Su will respond to you shortly. The middle-aged woman stood on her toes, glancing into the room. Will Director Su not have anything to say to us? A slight adjustment in salary would suffice. Even just a tier. Ideally, an increase in bonuses. 800 would be preferable, just enough to get a new color television for home. Chen Zhuo smiled with an air of nonchalance, swiftly gathering all the resignation letters. With so many of you, Director Su will need some time to arrange things. The woman understood. Very well, we shall wait for news. She turned back, signaling to her associates, and the group left with a sense of glee. Chen Zhuo sighed. Shiga, no wonder you said this is a big headache. Having so many who merely feast without contributing significantly impacts a business. Su Yunqi snatched the resignation letters, still incredulous. Chen Zhuo, how on earth did you manage that? A glint of mischief sparkled in Chen Zhuo's eyes. Oh, it's simple. These individuals are merely greedy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen into the trap I set. Su Yunqi pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the situation. The successful acquisition of the resignation letters from the influential individuals was indeed a manifestation of exploiting human greed. Chen Zhuo, I'm fortunate to have you as my friend. Otherwise, I might have lost sleep over this. Shiga, I'll take that as a compliment, Chen Zhuo replied. Su Yunqi examined the resignation letters one by one. What should I do next? Chen Zhuo laughed heartily. Shiga, surely you don't need me to instruct you on this. You must comply with their wishes entirely. As for you, I suggest a trip back to South Korea. Doesn't the sterile production line need your inspection? Su Yunqi clapped his hands in delight. Brilliant. This way, even if they wish to stir trouble, they will find no one to target. By the time I return from South Korea, this matter will have faded into the past, and they will have no grounds to confront me. Chen Zhuo gave a thumbs up. Shiga, you truly are clever, able to draw inferences from one instance. Su Yunqi shot him a glance. I feel you're being sarcastic. Chen Zhuo shook his head solemnly. Impossible. Shiga, you must be mistaken. Having assisted Su Yunqi in resolving the troubling situation with the influential individuals, Chen Zhuo took his leave. Those petty opportunists had already sealed their fates. By resigning voluntarily, their backers would find no pretext to retaliate. Chen Zhuo descended the stairs, hailed a taxi, and returned to Dongliao University. Upon opening the dormitory door, he heard Lao Lu, Song Jifeng, regaling the other brothers with tales. Old air, let me tell you. That kind of high-class green tea would be no match for me. Anyone else would surely fall into her trap. Jean Mantang, with a tone brimming with gossip, urged. Lao Lu, do share the details of your encounter with that woman. Song Jifeng cleared his throat, brimming with self-satisfaction. As fate would have it, my brother took me to the normal university, and at first glance of that woman, Wang Huiyuan, I realized she was no ordinary character. Jean Mantang interjected. Are you referring to the top-tier green tea named Wang Huiyuan? Song Jifeng, displeased at the interruption of his elaborate tale, retorted, second brother. Do you still wish to hear the story? Jean Mantang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, continue. Sixth brother, I assure you I won't interrupt. Chen Zhuo found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Song Jifeng's title of sixth brother was indeed fitting. He could make even such matters a topic of conversation. At that moment, Lei Peng also noticed him and couldn't help but chuckle. Third brother, come in quickly. Listen to sixth brother spin his yarn. Song Jifeng frowned. What yarn? This is my personal experience, you know. You have no idea. Ever since you left, that Wang Huiyuan has employed all sorts of tactics on me. Seduction, beauty traps, and all manner of confusion. I only used one tactic. Chen Zhuo chimed in, turning the tables on her. Song Jifeng burst into laughter, born of my parents, yet understood only by my third brother. Chen Zhuo shot him an annoyed glance. Enough of the nonsense. What was the outcome? Song Jifeng chuckled, as if it needs saying. I easily succeeded. Wang Huiwan agreed to help us procure the camouflage uniforms for the new students at the normal university, and she won't charge us a dime. This outcome was, in fact, anticipated by Chen Zhuo, who cautioned Song Jifeng, sixth brother, take care not to involve yourself too deeply. Song Jifeng shrugged, third brother. You overthink it. Knowing what kind of person she is, would I still fall for her tricks? That would be akin to being a fool. Just keep your wits about you. We cannot afford to lose both the woman and the soldiers. Chen Zhuo's advice clearly went unheeded by Song Jifeng, who retorted, third brother. My judgment isn't so poor. If I were to seek trouble, Ding Yi is far more appealing. Jean Montang's eyes lit up. Who is Ding Yi? Sounds like a girl's name. Song Jifeng opened his mouth wide. Ding Yi is third sister-in-law. Chen Zhuo shot him a sharp glance. This clever lad quickly amended. Ding Yi is simply a partner we found at the Political Science and Law University. Jean Mantang, evidently uninterested in the details, pressed on, sixth brother. I asked whether she is beautiful. Song Jifeng, unable to maintain the suspense, could only murmur vaguely, she's passable, not too bad. Jean Mantang, envious to the point of reddening, lamented to Chen Zhuo, third brother, I request to switch places with sixth brother. He gets to know the lovely ladies from the Political Science and Law University, while I'm surrounded by nothing but old men. The second brother had indeed improved. After just a few days, his northeast dialect had become quite fluent, pronouncing old men with perfect clarity. Chen Zhuo quickly explained, second brother, don't heed sixth brother's nonsense. His work is perilous, and one misstep could lead to being completely taken advantage of. Completely taken advantage of? How delightful. Jean Mantang beamed. His expression tinged with a hint of lewdness. A university devoid of passionate romance is destined for imperfection. As Buddha proclaimed, if I do not enter hell, who will? Therefore, let me exchange places with Lao Lu. In response, a few brothers in the dormitory simultaneously extended their middle fingers, casting disdain upon Jean Mantang. Chen Zhuo curled his lips and remarked, you can discuss it with Lao Lu. If he agrees, I have no objections. Jean Mantang immediately shifted his focus, grinning ingratiatingly. Lao Lu, please show some pity for your elder brother. However, Song Jifeng resolutely rejected his advances, stating, don't be ridiculous. Swapping with Jean Mantang is akin to inviting a wolf into the house. I would never commit such a foolish act. Jean Mantang, feeling vexed, retorted, fine, Lao Lu. Do not seek my assistance in the future. Song Jifeng, utterly unconcerned, replied, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Ignoring their bickering, Chen Zhuo climbed onto his bed, closing his eyes to rest. He intended to use this opportunity to review several matters at hand. Chen Zhuo, someone is looking for you downstairs. The dormitory matron's loud voice pierced through the air like an incantation. With a sigh, Chen Zhuo descended from his bunk. Why couldn't the dormitory matron be reassigned to another building? Each time she called his name, he felt as if he had become the star attraction of a brothel. Upon reaching downstairs, he discovered that the visitor was the plump girl, Han In-aw. Deputy Class Leader Han, what brings you to my humble abode? He teased, ignoring his jest. Han In-aw grasped his arm and urged him to hurry, quickly, and Jixia is in trouble. The smile vanished from Chen Zhuo's face. What happened? He inquired. Han In-aw, feeling a chill run down her spine, replied, Chen Zhuo, please don't yell at me. We can discuss it once Jixia returns. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhuo pressed, what on earth is going on? Han In-aw shook her head, I'm not entirely sure. Sang Xiaoli from the dormitory rushed back and said she got into a car with a boy. The Sang Xiaoli she mentioned was the tall girl from the foreign language department who shared their dorm. Chen Zhuo narrowed his eyes, what boy? How does Sang Xiaoli know? As Han In-aw led him along, she recounted the unfolding events. It turned out that Jixia had been working at a nearby noodle shop since the recent end of military training. No wonder he had been unable to find her during his visits to her dormitory. Jixia mentioned you seemed to be in need of money, so she wanted to help you. Han In-aw's seemingly casual remark made Chen Zhuo's heart skip a beat. This girl always elicited sympathy. If she was working at the noodle shop, how could she leave with a stranger? Given Jixia's character, she should not be inclined to go out with anyone else. Han In-aw cast him a peculiar look, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke the truth. It's all because of you. Jixia said the noodle shop is too close to school, making it easy for you to find her. So she wanted to distance herself from her dorm mates and find another part-time job. Sang Xiaoli, being a local, claimed to have many friends and took it upon herself to handle the situation. Chen Zhuo understood that the more chaotic the circumstances, the more composed he must remain. Did the person who took Jixia know Sang Xiaoli? Han In-aw shook her head, stating that she did not recognize him. Although she heard Jixia mention the name Shin Pengfei, it was him. No wonder that girl would choose to accompany him. They were both from Yingzhou No. One high school, and must have known each other, possibly even being classmates. Chen Zhuo felt a heavy weight in his heart. After all, he had quite a history with this Shen fellow, from the harassment of Su Hui to their recent encounter outside the political science and law university, where they had always been at odds. Shen Pengfei must have ulterior motives for taking in Jixia. With this thought, Chen Zhuo quickened his pace. Han Inuo, I'm going to find in Jixia. You head to the New World Computer City and inform my dorm mates. Han Inuo, with her short legs, struggled to keep up with Chen Zhuo's hurried steps. Hey, do you know where to find in Jixia? Chen Zhuo paused for a moment as a Sichuan restaurant flashed in his mind. Shen Pengfei must have taken in Jixia as a direct challenge to him. They wouldn't dare do anything too outrageous, that much was certain. Unless this fool was seeking trouble, he would know the seriousness of the situation. If it was indeed aimed at him, they would likely be at a place familiar to both parties. Chen Zhuo was almost certain that in Jixia had been taken to the Sichuan restaurant, Wusa Sichuan restaurant, located across from Biling Park. With a hasty remark, Chen Zhuo rushed out of the school gate. The sky was darkening, and he needed to find in Jixia immediately. However, Wusa Sichuan restaurant was not directly across from Biling Park. It was positioned closer to the political science and law university. Although this area belonged to the outskirts of Fengtian, the presence of nearby universities such as the political science and law university, the Fengtian Conservatory of Music, and the Dongliao Sports University made it particularly vibrant. The restaurant was always bustling with customers, and by the time dinner hour approached, it was nearly impossible to find an empty seat. And Jixia looked around uncertainly and hurried to catch up with Shen Pengfei. Shen, you mentioned there was a job opportunity for me. Is it here? This place has plenty of staff. It doesn't seem like they are in need of more help. However, it was also possible that they simply wanted to hire an extra hand due to their success. Shen Pengfei responded vaguely, and Jixia, stop asking unnecessary questions. Just follow me, and you'll see. Damn it, I was truly blind during those 3 years of high school. And Jixiao's beauty rivals that of Su Hui from number 2 high school, especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes. Just looking at them makes one's heart flutter. How could Chen Zhuo have stumbled upon such a treasure? Shen Pengfei couldn't help but curse himself. When he had gone to no. 2 high school to serenade Su Hui, he now realized how foolish he had been, like losing a watermelon and picking up sesame seeds instead. Damn it. If I can't have her, then Chen Zhuo shouldn't think he can either. After walking a few steps without hearing any noise behind him, Shen Pengfei turned back to the hesitant girl standing still. And Jixia, do you still want to find a job? Oh. And Jixia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow him to see what was happening. She wasn't foolish. One must maintain a certain level of vigilance, undiminished in any regard. However, due to her familial circumstances, she often projects an air of timidity and apprehension. Shen Pengfei astutely capitalized on this perception, deliberately escorting her to a bustling venue. It is a common misconception that no one dares to commit wrongdoing in crowded places, and Jixia shared this belief, which is why she followed Shen Pengfei to a private room on the 2nd floor of a Sichuan restaurant. Brother, young Master Jin, I have invited classmate and Jixia. Inside the private room sat 5 or 6 individuals. If Chen Zhuo were present, he would likely recognize half of them. Among them were Jin Qingwei from South Korea, Shen Xiao, vice president of the student council at the Political Science and Law University, along with assistant Liang. Almost all of Shen Pengfei's adversaries from Fengtian were gathered here. Jin Qingwei curled his lips, his expression reflecting the typical arrogance of South Koreans. That individual named Chen Zhuo had the audacity to provoke even me. He must pay the price. A few days prior, he had fallen into a trap, mistaking Shen Pengfei for a romantic rival and had given him a severe beating. It was only after visiting Professor Liang Fangquan at the music academy that he realized he had made a colossal blunder. The person he had assaulted, leaving him in a sorry state, turned out to be Shen Pengfei, his own disciple. Undoubtedly, the instigator of this debacle was the one named Chen Zhuo. Given Jin Qingwei's temperament, he would never swallow this grievance. Through Shen Pengfei's introduction, Jin Qingwei became acquainted with his cousin Shen Xiao. Establishing connections abroad was a serendipitous delight for Shen Xiao, who was eager to study overseas. One day, during a casual conversation, he inadvertently mentioned Chen Zhuo's name. Upon further inquiry, Jin Qingwei discovered that Shen Xiao also harbored animosity toward that individual. Thus, they quickly formed an alliance, conspiring to teach Chen Zhuo a lesson. Jin Qingwei's plan involved using Su Hui to lure Chen Zhuo out. However, Shen Xiao refused to comply, fearing the repercussions. The rules at the Political Science and Law University were stringent, particularly against betrayal from within. If Su Hui were to report him to the school, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Shen Pengfei then proposed an idea. A classmate from my high school has enrolled at Dongliao University and is said to be in the same class as Chen Zhuo. Let us deceive her. As the class monitor, that scoundrel will surely take the bait. The group did not intend to do anything more than humiliate Chen Zhuo. After confirming that Ji Xia, as described by Shen Pengfei, was merely an unassuming country girl without significant connections, Jin Xingge resolved to target her. Deceiving Ji Xia would be easy. Shen Pengfei stepped in under the pretense of offering her a job, successfully luring the naive girl out. He intentionally sent Sang Xiaoli back to relay the news, as they had met at a gathering, and she would certainly be able to draw Chen Zhuo out. Unexpectedly, Sang Xiaoli, fearing repercussions, did not dare to admit her acquaintance with Shen Pengfei. Fortunately, Chen Zhuo was astute and did not let the situation fall apart. As Ji Xia pushed open the door to the private room, she beheld the scene within. The individuals present wore vacant expressions, their eyes glimmering with greed, none resembling potential employers. Shen Pengfei, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Even if she were somewhat naive, she could sense the possibility of being deceived. Shen Pengfei would never allow her to leave easily. And Ji Xia, this is Jin Xingkue, the third son of the Jin family conglomerate from South Korea. As long as he is pleased, any task becomes trivial. Jin Xingkue, having put away his playful demeanor, spoke earnestly. Indeed, my family has numerous investments in Dongliao. Have you heard of Litianma? That is an enterprise of the Jin Group. And Ji Xia had no desire to entertain his words, muttering softly, I don't know any of you. Her tone lacked any hint of intimidation. Had it been Su Hui, she would have likely stormed out, showing no regard for anyone. This highlighted the contrasting personalities of the two girls. Shen Xiao lifted a glass of red wine, smiling as he stood. Sister, since you are here, why not sit down for a drink? Familiarity breeds friendship. And Ji Xia kept her head down, stubbornly standing her ground. I want to go back. Otherwise, my boyfriend will be worried. Shen Pengfei, with a cheeky grin, reached out to pull her back. And Ji Xia? Don't be a spoilsport. We are all young people here. Just as he spoke, the door to the private room was kicked open with a loud bang, slamming against him. Ji Xia, don't be afraid. I'm here. Upon hearing that hauntingly familiar voice, and Ji Xia felt her heart settle. Chen Zhuo, I'm not scared. With that voice, a grim-faced Chen Zhuo strode in, pulling in Ji Xia behind him for protection. Shen Xiao, Jin Xingkue, do you have no shame? Is it a skill to deceive a girl? If you have a grievance, come at me. Shen Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment, regardless of the circumstances. Today's events left his side at a disadvantage. Exploiting a woman in such a manner was indeed despicable. Yet, he felt powerless, as this was Jin Xingkue's decision. Should I call you Shen Pengfei or Chen Zhuo? Jin Xingkue had been brooding over the fact that he had been misled into mistaking identities. Chen Zhuo cast him a contemptuous glance. Little brat, you need to understand something. This is Dongliao, not your South Korea. Jin Xingkue's face turned pale with anger at being called a little brat. Shen Xiao, far more cunning. Sensed that Chen Zhuo was trying to provoke Jin Xingkue deliberately and quickly pulled him aside, signaling him not to take the bait. Chen Zhuo, we invited in Ji Xia here with no ulterior motives. We merely wished to make friends, to turn conflict into camaraderie. Chen Zhuo showed him no courtesy. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to befriend HJ. The mention of HJ was enough to ignite Shen Xiao's temper, despite his usual composure. Chen Zhuo, even if we cannot be friends, there is no need for such harsh words. With the facade of civility shattered, Chen Zhuo had no intention of backing down. Their actions had crossed his bottom line. Utilizing a woman as leverage was unacceptable, and if he continued to endure, they might resort to even more scandalous behavior. Harsh words. I am not your caretaker, and there is no need to coddle you. Shen Pengfei crawled out from beneath the door, wiping away a smear of blood from his nose, and shouted indignantly. Chen Zhuo, mind your language. Can you afford to offend young Master Jin? Chen Zhuo let out a cold laugh, delivering a swift side kick that sent the incessantly chattering Shen Pengfei sprawling out. If you enjoy playing the dog, no one is stopping you. Do not presume that everyone else shares your lack of backbone. Shen Pengfei, both enraged and in pain, lay against the wall, wailing, yet dared not re-emerge to disturb the peace. Shen Xiao's complexion darkened considerably. He had never encountered an adversary who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. Shen Xiao had always adhered to the belief that the cunning should govern the brute. He thought no issue was insurmountable with the right strategy. To him, brawls were a manifestation of barbarism. Yet, this Chen Zhuo did not play by the established rules, launching a brutal assault on Shen Pengfei without hesitation. Shen Xiao felt a sense of helplessness akin to a scholar confronting a soldier. This young man's prowess was such that even the combined efforts of everyone present might not suffice to match him. He had no choice but to swiftly steer the conversation to the crux. Chen Zhuo, I have invited you here today with a single request. Promise not to set foot on the campus of the Political Science and Law University again, and we shall consider today as incident erased, as if nothing ever transpired. Shen Pengfei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his cousin. I've been beaten like a dog, and you suggest we pretend nothing happened? Chen Zhuo found amusement in the absurdity. My friend, you must still be dreaming. Chapter 106. The single dog lacks the qualification to question me from the outset. Chen Zhuo had no intention of negotiating amicably with them. This group would never grasp the gravity of their actions unless they felt pain. Shen Xiao's expression turned completely grim. Chen Zhuo, one must leave a thread of mercy for future encounters. Mercy? Not a chance. Chen Zhuo retaliated with a knee strike, causing Shen Pengfei, who had just regained his footing, to double over in agony. The adversary's fierce reaction caught Shen Xiao off guard. He now felt trapped in a precarious situation. Chen Zhuo, do not presume that we are afraid of you. Chen Zhuo replied with a chilling smile. Shen Xiao? I initially thought you were a man of substance, but it appears I was mistaken. Mark my words, if I do not attend the welcome party in 3 days, it will be your doing. Chen Zhuo was beginning to believe he was cast in a leading role. For why else would benevolent figures continuously emerge to assist him in moments of difficulty? From the high school S principal, Lu Mengsheng, to today's Wang Huiyuan, and now Shen Xiao before him. He was pondering how to concoct an excuse to tell Ji Xiao about attending the welcome party at the Political Science and Law University when this Shen student conveniently provided him with the rationale. Seeking to vent for his girlfriend, crashing the welcome party at the Political Science and Law University seemed sufficient justification, were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion. He would have sincerely thanked Shen Xiao for his unexpected assistance. Others, however, were oblivious to the fact that his outward rage was merely an act. And Ji Xiao's eyes sparkled like stars. Chen Zhuo, please do not argue with them. From now on, I will do whatever you say, all right? Chen Zhuo gently brushed her hair and replied, Ji Xiao, do not involve yourself. This is a matter of a man's dignity. So manly. And Ji Xiao's eyes sparkled with admiration as she lowered her head and quietly stepped back. Chen Zhuo's imposing presence left Shen Xiao feeling as if he could scarcely breathe. Brother, get lost. Who do you think you're calling brother? This statement was not uttered by Chen Zhuo. At the entrance of the private room, 3 individuals barged in, led by Song Jifeng, who was cursing as he walked. Third brother, my friends are here to help. Should we teach this bunch of scoundrels a lesson? Shen Xiao's expression changed. If anyone among them wished to avoid escalating the situation, it was undoubtedly him. As the vice president of the student union at the University of Political Science and Law, any unpleasant rumors could prove detrimental to his future. Shen Xiao began to regret mingling with Jin Qinkue and the others today. Noticing his despondency, Jin Qinkue arrogantly sneered. Chen Zhuo, you, before he could finish. Chen Zhuo's finger nearly poked him in the nose. You little brat, shut your mouth. Keep yapping, and I swear I'll slap you. Jin Qinkue wisely fell silent. He was not afraid of others, but if this lowly individual resorted to desperate measures and retaliated, the humiliation would linger even if he managed to take down his opponent. Chen Zhuo's gaze swept across the room. The sycophants and bystanders avoided making eye contact with him. His presence dominated the atmosphere. Chen Zhuo scoffed. Shen Xiao, Jin Qinkue, Shen Pengfei, think carefully about the consequences before provoking me in the future. No one dared to speak again, and Ji Xia clung tightly to his other arm, fearing that Chen Zhuo might act impulsively and commit an irreparable act. Maintaining appearances, the aggrieved Chen Zhuo was reluctantly pulled away from the private room by her. Once in the corridor, Chen Zhuo's demeanor remained unchanged. And Ji Xia, you'll pay for this when we get back. He felt it necessary to reprimand her, unaware of the turmoil she might cause in the future. And Ji Xia lowered her head, her peach blossom eyes filled with grievance. Please don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again. Chen Zhuo let out a long sigh. You said it. If you ever take matters into your own hands again. And Ji Xia quickly interjected, raising her hand in response. You can spank me. Really? That is permissible? Not far away, Song Jifeng and his companions looked at Chen Zhuo with awe. Only their third brother would dare to scold his girlfriend so sternly. Typically, when one finds such a beautiful partner, they would treat them like royalty, not reprimand them openly. Third brother, you are my idol. Chen Zhuo stealthily glanced around, relieved not to spot Su Hui and Ding Yi. Fortunately, they had not come for Sichuan cuisine today. Such a contentious environment was certainly not a place to linger. He scolded in Ji Xia, realize your mistake, and hurry back. Are you waiting for me to carry you? And Ji Xia gasped, frantically waving her hands. No. I can walk on my own. In front of so many people, if Chen Zhuo were to carry her out, she would be utterly humiliated. Upon hailing a taxi at the roadside, Chen Zhuo promptly shoved Ji Xia inside. He could not allow Su Hui to witness this. Although he was indifferent to the chaos, it was best to avoid it altogether. Chen Zhuo disregarded the shouts of his 3 roommates, urging the driver to hasten their departure. My dear brother, it is not that I am forgetting my friends for the sake of beauty. It is simply that we are too close to the political and legal university and cannot linger here. Among the trio in the dormitory, only Song Jifeng discerned Chen Zhuo's thoughts. Hatu and Jean Mantang were both lamenting his lack of loyalty. Song Jifeng waved his hand dismissively. All right. We can just find another taxi. Jean Montang's eyes darted suspiciously. Old 6, something is amiss with you. Very much so. Song Jifeng remained steadfast, his gaze fixed, embodying a serene composure. I am who I am. What is different about that? Hatu circled him, expressing doubt. Jean Eyre, usually in such situations, Old 6 would be the loudest. Today, he hasn't uttered a word, which is indeed quite unusual. Song Jifeng defended himself. What is there to shout about? A taxi cannot accommodate 5 people anyway. We will need 2 vehicles. If I were Sango, I would also wish to enjoy a romantic world with a beautiful woman. His reasoning held some merit. Although Jean Mantang and Hatu remained somewhat skeptical, they could not pinpoint any specific issue. Upon returning to Donglio University, Chen Zhuo escorted Njixiao back to the dormitory. The plump girl Han Inuo was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Njixiao enter, her tense expression instantly relaxed. Thank heavens, my dear aunt. How could you be so bold as to run off with someone else? Do you not know that your Chen Zhuo nearly killed me over this? Njixiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Inuo, I'm sorry, he just scolded me. Han Inuo glared. Chen Zhuo, are you out of your mind? Why scold Jixiao? Chen Zhuo held his head high. A single dog has no right to question me. Han Inuo was nearly faint with anger. Shameless. Who are you calling a single dog? Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. Whoever responds is. Njixiao softly interjected. Inuo, Chen Zhuo, please do not argue. She too found it perplexing how these two always ended up in quarrels when together. Chapter 107. The next step in the plan after being deceived this time. Njixiao diligently attended her classes at school, refraining from mentioning any work. Chen Zhuo did not wish to confine her like a canary. Every girl should have her own pursuits. With so many ideas swirling in his mind, any one of them could suffice for her to become a businesswoman. Opening a milk tea shop, selling cosmetics, or establishing a beauty salon were all ventures well suited for women. Chen Zhuo felt it was necessary to find an opportunity to discuss with Njixiao her interests. However, he decided to postpone this conversation, as his schedule had become quite tight recently. Once he finished the few pressing matters at hand, he would revisit these thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, the military training had concluded. The camouflage uniforms Chen Zhuo had ordered were gradually being collected. The saying that people from Guangdong possess an innate talent for business is not without merit. Jean Mantang had independently developed a network of over a dozen subordinates. These individuals procured uniforms from various freshman classes at the price of 13 yuan per set, which he then sold to Chen Zhuo for 15 yuan. This simple transaction yielded a profit of 2 yuan per set, which conveniently filled his pockets. Moreover, with the promised profit sharing of 20% from Chen Zhuo, Jean Mantang has reaped substantial rewards during this period. And the matter of swapping jobs with Song Jifeng has not been mentioned again. Following suit, Song Jifeng selected a few astute individuals from the newcomers to accompany him in sales. After consulting with Chen Zhuo, he adopted a laissez-faire management style. Each day, he distributed clothing to his sales team, with a return of 45%. As for the sales figures, Song Jifeng did not interfere. Consequently, those who followed him could earn an additional 3 to 5 yuan per set, enjoying considerable autonomy in their earnings. The enthusiasm among the sales personnel soared to unprecedented heights. A few quick-witted individuals even established their own sales teams in other universities. Thus, propelled by a snowball effect, Chen Zhuo nearly monopolized the camouflage uniform market across all universities in Fengtian. Others, who belatedly sought to emulate his success, could only scrape together the remnants. Even so, the income accrued over just a few days was sufficient to cover a semester's living expenses. After a week, the camouflage uniform business had reached a significant juncture. Some newcomers who were not inclined to sell intended to take the uniforms home for their parents. After distributing the commissions to his team, Song Jifeng was astonished to discover that the funds in his possession had surpassed an astonishing 115,000 yuan. After deducting the initial capital of 38,000 yuan provided by Chen Zhuo, he had netted nearly 80,000 yuan in just 1 week. As he gazed at the bulging bag of cash, the brothers in the dormitory felt their breaths quicken. The most composed among them, Zhang Dingbian, sighed. No wonder Marco said that when capital yields a 50% profit, it will take risks. At 100%, it will trample upon all laws. and at 300%, it will dare to face the gallows. Brother, your profits this week must have exceeded 300%. Chen Zhuo glanced at the varied expressions of his brothers and smiled. This is merely the beginning. My aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. No one opposed this statement. They had all tacitly accepted Chen Zhuo's capabilities. Next came the profit distribution. Zhang Dingbian and Lei Peng, having equity in the website, chose not to partake in this round of profit sharing. Hadu, whose collaboration with Shuangxing Company had begun to take shape, was also indifferent to this modest sum. However, Song Jifeng and Jean Mantang gazed hungrily at the stacks of cash. According to Chen Zhuo's prior agreement, they were entitled to 20% of the net profit, amounting to 15,000 yuan, a substantial sum indeed. Third brother, this amount is too much. We cannot accept it, Song Jifeng said, swallowing hard and speaking with difficulty. Chen Zhuo chuckled. Sixth brother, second brother, this is rightfully yours. However, I hope that upon receiving the money, you will not squander it like newly wealthy individuals. Jean Mantang fervently nodded. Rest assured, third brother, I swear I won't. Chen Zhuo said little more. The path was theirs to choose, and even among brothers, one had no right to interfere in another's decisions. Song Jifeng extended his hand to receive the money, but suddenly withdrew it. Third brother, I wish to invest this money in your upcoming project. As soon as he uttered these words, everyone regarded this boisterous fellow with newfound respect. No one anticipated that the typically carefree Song Laolu would exhibit such clarity at a crucial moment. 15,000 yuan is neither an insignificant sum nor an excessive one. Rather than squander it on frivolities, it is far wiser to seize an opportunity. This also speaks to Chen Zhuo's acumen, having earned the endorsement of his dormitory brothers. Jean Mantang soon grasped the situation and pushed his own money forward. Third brother, my thoughts align with Lao's. Chen Zhuo exhaled in relief. At this pivotal juncture, these two individuals could discern the gravity of the situation. Distributing the money served as a test for them. Should Jean Mantang and his companion have chosen to indulge in excess, Chen Zhuo would not have intervened. However, he would be less inclined to involve them in future ventures. Those who only see immediate gains do not merit the privilege of accompanying him on his journey. Fortunately, these two brothers passed the test at the last moment. From this point onward, they were truly integrated into Chen Zhuo's core team. Well, since Laolu, you trust me, I shall not be coy. This money is your initial investment. Now, let me outline our future plans. Jean Mantang and Song Jifeng exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with relief. Chen Zhuo's words unmistakably conveyed that had the two chosen to take the money and leave, they would have forfeited their chance to partake in the next phase of the plan. This was indeed a trial. Zhang Dingbian felt a chill run through him. Casting an odd look at Chen Zhuo, Laolu, your team must not disband. It needs to expand. Our next endeavor will be a substantial project. Promoting products for the Shuangxing Company. Song Jifeng jolted with excitement, exclaiming, third brother, just watch. Product promotion is nothing more than selling goods, and I can certainly handle that. It must be said that after his training in camouflage attire, Song Laolu now felt rather buoyant. He believed that even a pile of refuse could be marketed successfully with the right packaging. With the task at hand, Song Jifeng was eager. Third brother, what about me? Chen Zhuo hesitated for a moment. Second brother, I hope you will establish a service network based out of Dongliao University, capable of providing doorstep milk delivery. Chen Zhuo envisioned Jean Mantang creating a real-time delivery service akin to those developed in later years. Given their current capabilities, they could only establish roots within the university and gradually expand outward. With the advantage of being first to market, Chen Zhuo was confident that this nascent delivery network would eventually rival the giants of the industry. Chapter 108. At the first opportunity, the collaboration with Shuangxing Company was a scheme that Chen Zhuo had long since devised. First, he would test the waters with the camouflage project and assemble the team. Once everyone benefited from the project, promoting the next product would yield significantly greater results. Furthermore, most of the team members were students from various prestigious universities. Leveraging these individuals to promote the educational online platform would be a seamless endeavor. Chen Zhuo felt that in his previous life, he had taken a wrong turn, as he should never have pursued a career as a civil servant. His innate talent for strategic thinking clearly marked him as a natural entrepreneur. Having concluded the camouflage uniform business, he currently focused on 3 projects: online educational services, real-time delivery, and product promotion. After thorough discussions, the team decided to rebrand the real-time delivery service as First Time. This idea originated from Jean Mantang, symbolizing their commitment to efficiency, ensuring that products are delivered to customers in the shortest possible time frame. The First Time service currently operates through online orders and telephone reservations. Chen Zhuo suggested to Jean Mantang that, with the advancement of the internet, they should gradually enhance their service quality. He advised him not to limit their focus solely to delivering milk to customers. Other students who wished to purchase items without leaving their dormitories could also benefit from first time for a nominal fee. For instance, a delivery of daily necessities could incur a charge of 50 cents to 1 yuan. Jean Mantang enthusiastically slapped his thigh and exclaimed that employees receiving orders could easily carry items for multiple customers on their way, thus exponentially increasing both efficiency and income. Song Jifeng, in a moment of frustration, playfully punched Jean Mantang, saying, "Why are you slapping my thigh?" Jean Mantang, with a grin, confidently replied, "I'm afraid of pain." Song Jifeng cursed lightly, giving him a thumbs up. "Being your brother is truly a stroke of bad luck. You slapped my thigh out of fear." Jean Mantang, "You're incredible." Their playful banter went unnoticed by others. The diligent Lei Peng inquired, "Third brother, isn't it a bit excessive to charge 50 cents just for running an errand?" Before Chen Zhuo could respond, Song Jifeng interjected, "For example, if you find yourself in need of toilet paper while in the restroom and cannot go to the supermarket yourself, would you be willing to spend 50 cents for someone to bring it to you?" Lei Peng pondered this for a moment. "I suppose I would." Chen Zhuo nodded. 50 cents is not excessive. Once you become accustomed to this method, you will realize how much time it saves. Currently, the instant delivery service is not without its flaws. Before the advent of online payment, the potential for customers to default on payment relied solely on the website's oversight, which is a significant hurdle for widespread promotion. However, within the confines of the university, the issues are minimal, as students generally uphold their dignity and rarely exhibit poor character. To expand this service to the broader society, an opportunity must arise. Chen Zhuo awaited the day when Demagu would implement mobile payments, as that would present a pivotal moment for first time to soar. For now, expanding the business within universities remains the most favorable outcome. Jean Mantang, however, was unaware of the challenges ahead and solely envisioned a bright future. He believed that while first time may not be significant at Dongliao University, it could become monumental with the addition of universities in Fengtian. One day, all universities across Dongliao province, and even the entire Northeast, and eventually nationwide, would fall under the auspices of first time. Oh my, I am destined for wealth. Despite his brother's ambitious dreams, Chen Zhuo chose not to dwell on them. He understood that his role was to provide direction, leaving the execution to his subordinates. In collaboration with the school, the online academic affairs were managed accordingly, and Jean Mantang was equally prompt in his responsibilities. Chen Zhuo preferred to remain in the shadows, quietly playing the role of a detached overseer. However, there was one event he could not evade, the welcoming gala. Each year, universities host their own welcoming events. Although the dates may vary, Dongliao University has confirmed that its welcoming gala will take place this coming Saturday, 2 days from now. Meanwhile, feedback from Su Huai indicated that the Law University has also scheduled its welcoming event for the same day. Will you come? This was a message from Su Xiannu on QQ. By the way, Su Huai's QQ nickname is the escaped master of the Moon Palace. Yes, it is master, not princess. Upon first seeing the chat interface flash with that name, Chen Zhuo nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that, in Su Huai's eyes, he had always been a celestial being. Could this be considered her little pride? Suppressing a chuckle, Chen Zhuo replied with 3 words, "I must go." He had already promised Xin Xiao that he would definitely attend the Law University's welcoming gala to create a scene. If he failed to show up, he would be the subject of Xin Xiao's ridicule. As for Su Huai's thoughts, they were beyond Chen Zhuo's concern. Darn it, I should learn some time management. I constantly feel as though my time is insufficient. Chen Zhuo sought out Qin Tianjin, who was responsible for the welcoming gala at Dongliao University. "Sister, could you arrange for my performance to be the first?" Qin Tianjin looked at him with a knowing smile. "Give me a reason that can persuade me." Naturally, Chen Zhuo would not disclose his intention to create a scene at the Law University. "Sister Tianjin, can we say I owe you a favor?" Qin Tianjin tilted her head in thought. "It's not impossible to arrange for you to perform early, but can I first listen to the song you'll be singing?" That was her true intent. Qin Tianjin took special care of Chen Zhuo due to their previous singing competition, where she believed his talent should be nurtured in the realm of music. Chen Zhuo grimaced. "Sister, I can't. I don't have a guitar." Qin Tianjin smiled knowingly. "No worries, I have one." Chen Zhuo's lips twitched. He nearly forgot that this vice president of the Youth League Committee was originally a teacher at the Music Academy. It was entirely common for her to have a guitar in her office. "All right then, since I cannot escape it, I shall agree without hesitation." Taking Qin Tianjin's guitar, he tuned it to check the sound quality. Fortunately, in his past life, he had diligently practiced instruments to please his 6th girlfriend. "Sister Tianjin, The song I prepared for the gala is called Lonely Sandbar Cold. Chen Zhuo was not so shameless as to exploit Brother Dao's song. Yet Xiao Gang's song was also a classic and aligned with the aesthetic standards of this era. No, even 20 years later, Lonely Sandbar Cold would remain an unparalleled classic. With the exception of that beauty surnamed Meng. In a previous life, this song was released by Brother Xiaojiang in 2005. Surely, its concept had not yet been conceived. Chen Zhuo effortlessly engages in plagiarism. Qin Tianjin gestures for attentive listening. With a flick of his right hand, the guitar strings begin to vibrate. White tongue oil dances in the wind, falling petals echo human sentiment. In this season, the wind by the river blows fiercely, stirring the tears of the forlorn. Chapter 109. I sing only for one person still. I tirelessly seek solace among the frigid branches, pondering whom I should long for on this desolate sandbank. At the welcome party of Dongliao University, the solo performance of the first song concluded 5 minutes ago, yet the applause from the audience has not ceased. Wow! This song is exquisite. Who is the original artist? Chen Zhuo, the remarkable individual who made headlines on the first day of school by smashing the cafeteria for his girlfriend. I heard from my friends in the student council that Lonely Sandbank is his original work. Is that true? P.S. Just a freshman. Where does such talent come from? Come on. Be confident. Acknowledging that others are superior to us is not shameful. Dude, as if you're any better than me. Among the girls, many are inquiring about Chen Zhuo's romantic history. What? He has a girlfriend? Sigh. Why are exceptional men always in such a hurry? Can't they take their time? Sister, wake up, stop dreaming. His girlfriend is in Jixia, the belle of the literature college. If she weren't so low-key, she would undoubtedly be the most sought-after beauty at Dongliao in no time. And Jixia? After the welcome party, this name became the bane of many girls. Even after Chen Zhuo took his bow, the audience continued to chant, one more. The student council's publicity officer, responsible for hosting the event, wore an awkward expression. The previous fervor rendered them speechless for a considerable time. Unfortunately, the students' enthusiasm was too high. Even holding a microphone, they could not quell the clamor from the crowd. After a long wait for the noise to subside, the male host finally expressed his apologies. I'm sorry. Chen Zhuo has special circumstances and can only sing one song for everyone. No, we want Chen Zhuo. Give us Chen Zhuo. The students below began to raise their arms in fervent calls. Many were merely joining in the ruckus. Among the crowd, and Jixia's sparkling peach blossom eyes radiated pride. The chubby girl Han Inu nudged her with her elbow and whispered, Hey, Jixia, did your Chen Zhuo really go to the political and legal university to cause a scene? And Jixia did not lower her head this time. Instead, she pursed her lips and responded affirmatively, her tone brimming with pride. Han Inu sighed, after seeing your Chen Zhuo, how am I supposed to find a boyfriend? Compared to him, those guys seem like children. And Jixia's lips curled into a smile, her dimples revealing a hint of satisfaction. I encountered such a wonderful man. All you can do is envy me. And Jixia, should we go to the political and legal university to cheer him on? The suggestion from the chubby girl startled in Jixia, who was lost in happiness. No, Chen Zhuo said he is going to confront them. Not to forge a lifelong enmity. It wouldn't be appropriate for too many of us to go. Han Inua curled her lips, remarking, and Jixia, are you aware of your current appearance? You epitomize the virtues of women from the old society. And Jixia chuckled, what's wrong with the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Han Inua was left speechless, unable to respond. You are beyond saving. As they discussed Chen Zhuo, the subject of their conversation had already boarded a taxi, heading directly to the University of Political Science and Law. He certainly did not share in Jixia's sentiment that he feared inciting animosity between Dongliao University and the University of Political Science and Law. He merely believed it was best for her and Su Huai to avoid meeting. Carrying a guitar borrowed from Qin Tianjin, he alighted in front of the University of Political Science and Law. From a distance, he heard a resounding melody emanating from the direction of the playground. It was the renowned song Youth Rendezvous by the diva Yang. Following the sound, Chen Zhuo found his way to the playground, where the scene on stage left him momentarily stunned. The performer, singing and dancing with fervor, was none other than his old acquaintance, Ying, a former judge of the middle school singing competition. No wonder she could render the diva's signature song so brilliantly. To be fair, while Ying may have issues with her character, it does not detract from her vocal prowess. Chen Zhuo stood in the audience, gazing up at the hard-working Ying. Her enunciation and breath control were far beyond his own mediocre abilities. Suddenly, it dawned on him why she was present here. Presumably, she had been invited to perform by Xin Qiao. The recent conflict at the Sichuan restaurant had instilled a sense of urgency in the vice president of the student council at the University of Political Science and Law. His cousin was Shen Pengfei, who happened to be a disciple of Professor Liang Fangquan from the Conservatory of Music. Given the rapport displayed during the singing competition, it should not be an issue to request her assistance at the university. As he pondered this, a male student council member approached him politely, inquiring, "Are you Chen Zhuo from Donglia University?" Amused, he realized that his whereabouts had been monitored since leaving the school. Even Yi Ying's appearance was a deliberate arrangement by Shen Xiao. Was this a show of power or a warning that this was his territory? Chen Zhuo was indifferent. "So, Shen Xiao sent you?" The boy remained non-committal. "Chairman Shun is waiting for you backstage. Please follow me." His tone betrayed an unmistakable hostility. It was understandable. If someone invaded your space, you would not be pleased either. Moreover, in the eyes of the students at the University of Political Science and Law, he was undoubtedly the #1 in all of Dongliao Province's universities, with only Lianhai University of Technology as a rival. Naturally, any challenger to their authority would be met with animosity. With his guitar slung over his shoulder, Chen Zhuo followed the boy backstage. Unbeknownst to him, a girl in the crowd spotted him. Su Huai, Chen Zhuo has truly arrived." Ding Yi exclaimed excitedly, as if she were the main character herself. "If he were my man, I would elope with him regardless of the world's opposition." A fleeting spark of light flashed in Su Huai's eyes as she struggled to maintain her aloof demeanor, replying, "If you like him so much, then go ahead." Ding Yi, not one to be trifled with, chuckled mockingly. "Su Hui, judging by your tone, it seems Chen Zhuo is your personal possession, to be gifted to whomever you please." Su Hui, taken aback, retorted, "Ding Yi, speak recklessly again, and I shall silence you." Ding, with a playful flick of her tongue, mused, "Why hasn't he come to find you? Instead, he has gone backstage." The expression on Su Hui's face shifted noticeably. "Shall we sneak over and take a look?" The suggestion from her friend struck a chord. This was said by Ding Yi. "It has nothing to do with me." The self-deceiving fairy Su wore a reluctant expression as she was tugged along by her friend to the backstage. Upon reaching the entrance, they overheard Chen Zhuo conversing with someone. "Chen Zhuo, it's not too late to concede. As long as you promise not to come to the law university or meet Su Hui again, we can wipe the slate clean," said Shen Xiao. Initially, she had a good impression of this refined senior, but hearing his words now soured her expression. Chen Zhuo scoffed, "Shen Xiao, who gave you such confidence? Besides, even if I were to lose to Yi Ying, what does that have to do with Su Hui? She is not an object to be manipulated at your whim." Outside, Su Hui's beautiful eyes sparkled. Ding Yi whispered, "It's over." He is completely smitten, empathizing. She thought that if there were a man who could utter such commanding words for her, she might find it hard to measure up to Su Hui's display. "Let us go, there is no need to go in." Su Hui bit her red lip, her gaze shimmering like water. Inside, Shen Xiao's face turned pale as he inhaled sharply. "Chen Zhuo, are you determined to make an enemy of me?" Chen Zhuo's smile was anything but friendly. "Shen Xiao, you overestimate yourself. My opponent has never been someone like you." He spoke the truth in Chen Zhuo's eyes. Shen Xiao's actions were hardly more sophisticated than childish play. Had it not been to avoid future complications, he wouldn't have felt the need to confront him at all. The two were simply not on the same level. However, Shen Xiao perceived it differently. He felt Chen Zhuo was belittling him. Fine, if that is the case, there is no need for further discussion. With a haughty glance at the student committee member hosting the event, Shen Xiao turned away proudly. This was his territory, and he must maintain his imposing presence. The host, receiving the cue, hurried to the stage. Meanwhile, Yi Ying's performance of A Promise in Youth was drawing to a close, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Respected teachers and fellow students, this year's welcome party is honored to have Chen Zhuo from Dongliao University here to perform for you. Chen Zhuo smiled slightly, unfazed by Shen Xiao's antics. "Perform? You are rather overestimating yourselves." Embracing his guitar, he confidently strode to the stage. As he brushed past the departing Yi Ying, the diva shot him a fierce glare. "Please welcome, Chen Zhuo." As the host of the Political Science and Law University concluded, Chen Zhuo stepped to the center of the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Chen Zhuo." Before beginning to sing, he felt compelled to clarify a small matter. "I am not here at the behest of Vice Chairman Shen Xiao. On the contrary, we have a mutual dislike for one another, and we are certainly not friends." In the background, Shen Xiao's expression darkened, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. He could hardly believe that this audacious individual would show him no respect, directly turning the tables as soon as he took the stage. "Today, my song is dedicated to only one person." Chen Zhuo's bold declaration left no doubt in the minds of everyone present. He was here to disrupt the event. His ability to assert himself so forcefully on enemy territory made countless girls in the audience swoon with admiration. Among them, the spirited Ding Yi exclaimed, "Su Huai, Did you hear that? He said today a song is sung for just one person. Could it be you? Fortunately, Su Huai's quick reflexes, coupled with the surrounding classmates' fervent shouts against Chen Zhuo, muffled Ding Yi's words. Keep talking nonsense, and also your mouth shut. In response to Su Huai's fierce threat, Ding Yi nodded vigorously in fear. I understand. Su Huai, resembling a fierce fairy, made an intimidating gesture, finally releasing her overzealous friend. Ding Yi appeared like a startled gopher, her expression a mix of innocence and trepidation, endearing in its charm. Ignoring the raucous crowd below, Chen Zhuo adjusted the strings of his guitar. You are the tears wandering on the rings of the years. Indeed, Chen Zhuo had begun to borrow from his idol, Dao Ge once again. There was no alternative. Only his extraordinary talent could captivate the audience with a song. This piece, Flower Demon, had received accolades from the CCTV music channel, rivaling the renowned Butterfly Lovers. The audience's previously raucous jeers gradually subsided, as everyone became immersed in the exquisite melody. Ding Yi, her hands clasped to her heart, sighed dreamily. What should I do if I can't hear such a beautiful song again? She turned to Su Huai, proposing, let us make a deal. Can you lend me Chen Zhuo for 2 days to record a tape? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Huai flatly refused. Not a chance. What an absurd notion. He explicitly stated that this song is meant for only one person. Who else could that be but me? You just happened to hear it once. Consider yourself lucky. And you want to record a tape? Dream on. This song is exclusively mine. Su Huai had resolved to inform Chen Zhuo later that this song would henceforth be sung solely for her. You reside in Xiantang East, while I am in Linan North. As the chorus, sung in a distinctly feminine tone, began to resonate, the venue fell into an awestruck silence. Even the most critical among them could not deny the caliber of this song. It was beyond their ability to judge. Compared to the diva Yi Ying's A Promise of Youth, it seemed like mere child's play. Meanwhile, backstage, as Ying removed her makeup, a flicker of fervor ignited in her eyes. I must have it. This song is meant to be sung by me alone. Unlike the students seated below, Yi Ying's interpretation of this song is more professional and carries greater authority. It is a melody potent enough to elevate her to a pedestal of divinity. With this song, Yi Ying can firmly secure her position as the queen of the music realm for at least the next decade, impervious to any challengers in the Mandarin music industry. Whatever means necessary must be employed to obtain this song. As Chen Zhuo uttered the final word, he halted his movements, his gaze piercing as it swept over the densely packed audience below. Silence reigned supreme. Not a sound was heard, not even a cough. The entire playground of the Political Science and Law University suddenly descended into an eerie stillness, as everyone savored the exquisite melody they had just experienced. Out of nowhere, a clear female voice pierced the tranquility. That was truly beautiful. Sing another. The moment the shout arose, it seemed as though someone had clamped a hand over the mouth of the speaker. These 9 brief words fell into the atmosphere like water into boiling oil, igniting an explosion of sound. A thunderous applause drowned out all other noises. At that moment, no one in the Political Science and Law University's playground cared about the youth on stage, who was merely there to disrupt. Chen Zhuo, Chen Zhuo. The spontaneous chants spread from a few to the entire crowd, until every individual was raising their arms in fervent acclaim. In the backstage area, Shen Xiao was engulfed in darkness, nearly losing consciousness. It was over. The esteemed Yi Ying, whom he had worked so hard to invite, failed to suppress this prodigy. What manner of genius was he? What infuriated him the most was seeing Yi Ying, whom he had regarded as a savior, rush over without a care for decorum and grab his collar. Listen, no matter what it takes, I must secure the copyright for that song. Shen Xiao felt tears welling up. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 111. The request of the Queen. Shen Xiao found himself in a dilemma regarding Yi Ying's request. He had initially intended to show Chen Zhuo his place, yet it had turned into a plea for assistance. This abrupt reversal left him feeling humiliated. After all, he was also a prominent figure at the Political Science and Law University. If he truly bowed low in public, how could he ever hold his head high again? As he grappled with his thoughts, Yi Ying could no longer wait. If you want to go, I'll go myself. The thought of watching a song that could elevate her to the throne slip away was more painful than death. Seeing Chen Zhuo retreat backstage, Yi Ying disregarded her pride, hastening forward with urgency. Chen Zhuo, we meet again. Do you remember me? I am Yi Ying. We encountered one another at the high school singing competition. Her overtures of goodwill felt insincere, and Chen Zhuo, aware of her questionable character, had no intention of forging a connection. Is there something you need? Yi Ying's smile faltered for a moment, her mind chastising him for his lack of appreciation. I am a recognized queen of the Mandarin music scene, and here I am, making an effort to engage with you. Shouldn't you be expressing gratitude rather than putting on airs? Now that I seek your favor, I cannot afford to display hostility. Chen Zhuo, what is the name of the song you just sang? Chen Zhuo's mind was as clear as snow. This woman had her sights set on his song. Flower Demon. Ying applauded in admiration. Isn't it adapted from the story of the Flower Demon in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? It sounds so familiar. Chen Zhuo, maintaining a calm demeanor, interrupted her lengthy discourse. I apologize, Ms. Yi, but I must meet a friend. Perhaps we can discuss your compliments another time. Ying yearned to detain him and discuss copyright matters, yet Chen Zhuo had no intention of granting her that opportunity. He left her with a parting remark and hurried away, guitar in tow. Frustrated, Ying stamped her foot, exclaiming, that brat. He merely stumbled upon good fortune and penned a decent song. Why act so arrogantly? Despite her words, the vexation of unfulfilled desires gnawed at her. It was evident he was unwilling to engage in dialogue. She needed a strategy to compel him to grant her the authorization. Eureka! Her old acquaintance, Liang Fengquan's mentor, Feng Chun, was friends with Zheng Dongxiang, the president of Dongliu University. If she could persuade Feng Chun to approach President Zheng for assistance, Chen Zhuo would surely be unable to refuse. A smile crept upon Ying's lips as she decided not to linger. Departing from the University of Political Science and Law with her entourage, Xin Xiao, humiliated, spat disdainfully at her retreating figure. This woman was indeed as duplicitous as the rumors suggested, taking advantage of the benefits she received while undermining others. The image of her fawning over Chen Zhuo, if made public, would strip him of any dignity remaining in the student council. Had he known, he would have refrained from inviting her. In stark contrast to Xin Xiao's turmoil, the performers from the University of Political Science and Law, who were to take the stage next, appeared lackluster. Following Chen Zhuo's Flower Demon, even the most captivating performances fell flat in the eyes of the audience, tasting like stale gum. Particularly the vocal performances, where participants wished they had never signed up. The audience's interest waned, and applause became sporadic. Chen Zhuo, crouching low, spotted Su Hui amidst the crowd. So, how did I fare? He asked. Su Hui, lifting her small face with pride, replied haughtily, mediocre at best. At least you didn't embarrass our old classmates from No. 2 middle school. You little minx. If it weren't for your beauty, I would knock you down a peg, believe it or not. Her proud expression and high ponytail had become Su Hui's signature traits. Ding Yi, the Sichuan girl, finally found her moment to speak after holding back for a while. Hey, Chen Zhuo, you've become quite the celebrity at the University of Political Science and Law. Shouldn't you treat us to a meal to celebrate? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Ding, you've got it wrong. Shouldn't it be you all treating me? Ding Yi chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. That is not entirely out of the question. We will celebrate you, and you'll pick up the tab. Chen Zhuo gaped in disbelief. Your reasoning is undeniably compelling. I find myself utterly speechless. Ding Yi wrinkled her nose, making a cute face. Just be grateful. Usually, boys who want to treat my Su Hui to dinner line up from here to the entrance of Biling Park. The two unfamiliar girls nearby nodded enthusiastically. We will bear witness. Chen Zhuo was acquainted with them. They were also Su Hui's roommates, and could only smile helplessly. Am I not quite fortunate then? Su Hui playfully punched Ding Daga's arm. What nonsense are you talking? When has any boy invited me to dinner? Chuan Maisie pouted, stood up, and departed. All right. I see through you two. You are a team, specifically bullying us outsiders. As the sisters walked away, let's head to Wusa Sichuan restaurant and secure a reservation. Chen Zhuo, remember to bring my Su Hui over to settle the bill later. Su Hui reached out to pull her, but she teasingly evaded. If you don't come, the consequences could be quite severe. The other two girls also giggled as they stood up, following Ding Yi out. Such an opportunity for a free meal was too rare for them to miss. Su Hui's gaze flickered. Chen Zhuo, Yi, and the others enjoyed joking. Don't take it to heart. Chen Zhuo, engaged in the camouflage clothing business, had earned a fair sum, hence he was not concerned about treating them. It is only right to treat your roommate to a meal. Su Hui felt a sweet sensation in her heart. The implication of Chen Zhuo's words was that he would invite Ding Yi and the others out of consideration for her, greatly satisfying the slightly proud and vain Su Fairy. Let us leave as well. Those gazes are quite unpleasant, Chen Zhuo thought to himself. It was Su Fairy who made this statement. Had it been some other ordinary girl, the two of them might not have escaped the playground without being beaten into a pulp. Under the intense scrutiny of so many piercing gazes, he dared not linger any longer. While Su Hui might not be in any real danger, his own chances of facing a beating were rising exponentially. For the campus belle of the Political Science and Law University to be pursued by boys from other schools was an unbearable notion for the male students. As for the girls, they would prefer Su Hui's boyfriend not being from their own school, thus eliminating one of their strongest competitors. Grabbing Su Hui's hand, they swiftly escaped the political science and law university, and Chen Zhuo finally exhaled in relief. His life was temporarily secured. Under the streetlight, their shadows elongated, leaning closely together, creating an intimate atmosphere. After walking a few paces, Su Hui suddenly halted. "Hey Chen Zhuo, how can you write such beautiful songs?" Chen Zhuo was taken aback. How was he supposed to respond? Should he admit to plagiarizing from Daoj? It was nothing much. One day while reading strange stories from a Chinese studio, inspiration struck, and he penned it down. For a qualified scoundrel, lying was an essential skill. Su Hui, oblivious to the flaw, inquired, "Then you said today a song was sung for one person only. Who is that person? Can I say it's Shen Xiao?" Chapter 112, Feng Chun. Chen Zhuo, quick-witted, suggested, "Su Hui, let me sing a song just for you, only for your ears." Beneath the streetlight, Su Hui's face flushed slightly, and she imperceptibly nodded. "All right." Leaning against a tree by the roadside, Chen Zhuo's fingers danced, and his deep, husky voice resonated through the empty street. "With a cup of wine, I lament my existence, transforming past events into a remedy, raising a jug of murky liquor to the heavens, and henceforth relinquishing my youth." Su Hui furrowed her delicate brows, disliking the melancholic melody. Simultaneously, she pondered how Chen Zhuo, of the same age as herself, could evoke such profound sorrow in his singing. This fellow was indeed perplexing. He could compose the beautiful yet tragic love stories akin to Flower Demon, while also articulating the sighs of a middle-aged man who has achieved nothing in life. She found herself unable to comprehend the Chen Zhuo before her. As the song concluded, Chen Zhuo's eyes shimmered with a few crystalline tears. It seemed as though the song was crafted specifically for him, resonating emotionally every time he sang it in his previous life. Su Hui's brows relaxed as she took the initiative to grasp his hand. "Chen Zhuo, I hope you find joy every single day." By the heavens, Chen Zhuo's heart trembled with excitement. The goddess Su had taken his hand. "To hell with sorrow. I have been granted another chance at life to rectify my regrets." The bittersweet feelings that had just arisen in him were instantly cast aside. "Let us head to the Sichuan restaurant, lest Ding Yi think I am dodging the bill." Su Hui smiled modestly, sensing that Chen Zhuo's demeanor had transformed dramatically from before. During the meal, no unexpected incidents occurred. The kind of foolishness that one might encounter everywhere, seeking confrontation, was indeed not a frequent occurrence. Chen Zhuo's eloquence had his companions, including Su Hui's roommates, in fits of laughter. "Chen Zhuo, why not transfer to the political science and law university? That way, you and our Su Hui can soar together." Such forthrightness could only come from the spirited Ding Yi. Chen Zhuo replied in mock horror, "Dear lady, do not jest. How could Principal Zheng Dongxiang possibly let go of a student as outstanding as I?" Given Su Hui's temperament, if they were to see each other daily, they might bicker over trivial matters. This arrangement was just perfect, and Ji Xia was even more agreeable. Chen Zhuo's excuse earned Ding Yi's approval. "Indeed, if I were the president of Dongliao University, I would never allow you to transfer to another institution." The other two girls chuckled, teasing her for her fanciful ideas. Su Hui's roommates were a round-faced girl named Hao Jia from Hebei and another girl with short hair named Etched Ru, a local from Fengtian. Etched Ru was quite talkative, and before long, she and Chen Zhuo were jokingly recognizing each other as fellow townsfolk. Hao Jia was comparatively more reserved, spending most of her time quietly listening to the lively banter. The meal was a joyful occasion for all. The spirited Ding Yi, with no semblance of ladylike decorum, casually picked her teeth and waved her hand. "Xiao Zhuo, here's your chance to flatter me. Go pay the bill." Just as Su Hui was about to speak, she found herself sandwiched between her two roommates, their threatening gazes unmistakable. "Do not speak on his behalf." Chen Zhuo felt quite helpless. They say that a best friend is like a little mother-in-law, and this adage held true. Neither Su Hui's roommate Ding Yi nor Ji Xia's friend Han Inu were to be trifled with. Very well, just watch. Chen Zhuo, of course, could not argue with a group of girls and readily paid the bill. This meal had initially been his invitation, after all. Ding Yi wore a radiant expression, lowering her voice to whisper, "Chen Zhuo, I won't take advantage of you. If there is any news regarding Su Hui, we will certainly inform you." Chen Zhuo responded playfully, "Thank you, Miss Ding." After escorting a few girls back to the political and legal university, he chose not to enter again. The day had already garnered considerable attention. It was prudent to remain low-key to avoid inciting jealousy. He waved goodbye to Su Hui and hailed a cab back to Dongliao University. Upon entering the campus, he found that the welcome party had concluded, leaving only a few scattered shadows on the expansive playground. In the distance, he spotted a familiar, delicate figure, standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of him. Once she confirmed it was Chen Zhuo, she sighed in relief, pulling up Han Inuo, who was lost in thought on the curb, and swiftly departed like the wind. It was Njixia, undoubtedly worried about him. Chen Zhuo shook his head with a wry smile and returned to his dormitory, guitar in tow. As he stepped into room 618, he was inevitably accosted by a few friends who lavished him with exaggerated praise, particularly the sixth member, Song Jifeng. In his eyes, Chen Zhuo was unparalleled, the most extraordinary student on earth. Third brother, if men could give birth, the child you would have is surely a prince. Chen Zhuo was both amused and exasperated. Song, are you insulting me or complimenting me? With utmost seriousness, Song Jifeng patted his chest. Third brother, I guarantee that every word I say is heartfelt. The more he insisted, the more Chen Zhuo sensed his insecurity. After a night of socializing across 2 venues, he collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. The following day was Sunday, and his friends lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. Chen Zhuo got up, completed his morning routine, and descended with Qin Tianjin's guitar, intending to return it. Upon arriving at her dormitory, he found her doing laundry. Chen Zhuo casually found a spot to sit. He felt at ease with her, hanging the guitar on the wall and grabbing a box of biscuits from the table, devouring them with gusto. Tianjin, how was the welcome party yesterday? Did old Zheng agree to give you a bonus? Qin Tianjin paused, realizing that old Zheng referred to Zheng Dongqiang, the president of Dongliao University. You should keep such comments between us. Please do not show such disrespect for President Zheng in front of others. Chen Zhuo smirked, about to respond when a voice from the door interjected, Teacher Qin, there is only one person at Dongliao University who does not regard me, your president, with due respect. And that is this young man before you. Qin Tianjin shot Chen Zhuo a glare, signaling him to remain silent. President, what brings you here? Chen Zhuo mischievously speculated that perhaps old Zheng was drawn to Qin Tianjin's youth and beauty. However, upon Zheng Dongqiang's entrance, he realized he was mistaken. The president was accompanied by an elderly gentleman with white hair. Teacher Qin, I have been entrusted to find this young man, Chen Zhuo, to request a favor. He then introduced them. Professor Feng Chun, you should be quite familiar with him. Teacher Qin. Qin Tianjin replied nonchalantly, Professor Feng is a luminary in Dongliao's music scene, naturally. I am acquainted with him. Chen Zhuo, astute and perceptive, discerned that Qin Tianjin harbored little affection for the elderly gentleman named Feng Chun. Unbeknownst to Feng Chun, who appeared oblivious to the shift in demeanor, he cheerfully declared, Niece of the Qin family, I have come to request the copyright for a song from this young friend. Chen Zhuo's heart stirred. Yi Ying's influence extended remarkably far, as she had managed, within a single evening, to indirectly involve Principal Zheng in this matter. Senior, if you have come on behalf of the Flower Demon, you are regrettably too late. Feng Chen's expression darkened. He had indeed accepted a gift from Yi Ying and intended to play the peacemaker. He had assumed that, owing to his reputation and his friendship with Zheng Dongqiang, persuading a freshman would be a trivial endeavor. To his astonishment, he was met with disdain right at the outset. Young friend, you may not have heard clearly what Zheng just mentioned. I am Feng Chen. He emphasized the last 2 words with pronounced weight. Chen Zhuo feigned ignorance, replying, Sir, your identity bears no relevance. I have already promised that song to Sister Tianjin last night. Qin Tianjin was about to interject, but caught Chen Zhuo's meaningful glance and swallowed her words. She possessed no favorable impression of Feng Chen, who often leveraged his seniority and connections in the music industry to undermine younger talents. Her transfer from the Music Academy to Dongliao University was not without the subtle machinations of Feng Chun and his disciples. She relished the sight of this old curmudgeon being put in his place. Feng Chen's facial muscles contorted with rage. He had never before been so publicly humiliated. This arrogant youth must not be allowed to remain unscathed. Zheng, is this the kind of student that Dongliao University produces, treating their elders with such disrespect? Zheng Dongqiang was equally displeased. I merely accompanied you for the sake of politeness, not to allow you to berate my students at will. Professor Feng, I am merely facilitating a connection. Whether it bears fruit or not does not reflect upon Dongliao University. The situation only served to exacerbate Feng Chen's temper. At that moment, Chen Zhuo leisurely added, Sir, may I inquire what position you hold at Dongliao University that permits you to so audaciously masquerade as a mentor? To his astonishment, Chen Zhuo's boldness elicited a shiver from Zheng Dongqiang. The implication of Chen Zhuo's words was unmistakable, effectively grinding Feng Chen's reputation into the dust. Do you possess any title at Dongliao University, coming here to flaunt your supposed authority? The atmosphere thickened with tension as Feng Chen's complexion deepened to a shade of purple, his chest heaving with indignation. How dare you, insolent wretch? Chen Zhuo chuckled, Sir, I merely posed a truthful query. How can it be construed as bullying? Should I kneel before you in gratitude for your request for my song to avoid offending you? Feng Chun harbored such thoughts internally, but could not outwardly concede. I did not say that. A glance at Qin Tianjin revealed his resentful gaze, now directed not only at Chen Zhuo, but also at this old rival's daughter. Chen Zhuo shrugged his shoulders, stating, "Precisely, I have transferred the copyright of Flower Demon to teacher Qin Tianjin. What is the issue? Indeed, what wrong has he committed? The song was composed by me, and the decision of whom to assign the copyright clearly lies with me." Feng Chen finally understood the futility of the situation and turned away, covering his face as he departed. Remaining any longer would only lead to further embarrassment. Zheng Dongqiang, caught between laughter and tears, pointed at Chen Zhuo a few times, uttering not a word, and hurried after Feng Chen. Given the man's current state, he feared that this old fellow might not find his way out of Dongliao University, leading to complications for the institution. One must not overestimate the integrity of others. Once they had left, Qin Tianjin finally seized the opportunity to speak. "You have thoroughly offended Feng Chen this time. He is notorious for his vendettas." Chen Zhuo replied with an air of indifference, "Sister, I have no intentions of entering the entertainment industry, so what does it matter if I offend him? Were it not for old Zheng's reputation, I would not have engaged with this old man at all." Qin Tianjin chuckled softly, realizing her own concern had clouded her judgment. Regardless of Feng Chen's influence, it was confined to the realm of Dongliao's music scene. Beyond this circle, who would recognize him? "By the way, sister, I just used you as a shield. I sincerely apologize." Regarding being used as a scapegoat by Chen Zhuo, Qin Tianjin was unfazed. "No worries. This old fellow's works were criticized by my father in the past, and he has held a grudge ever since, seeking opportunities to suppress me. Even without your involvement, he would never consider me a friend. However, I cannot bear the burden of this mess alone. Please present the song you promised me." The questionable character of Feng Chun and his apprentice did not imply a lack of skill. A song worthy of his personal attention must indeed be exceptional. Qin Tianjin felt no qualms about appropriating Chen Zhuo's creation. "Sister, I had originally intended to perform it for you, but regrettably, I lack an arrow. While a guitar accompaniment is feasible, nothing compares to the arrow for capturing the emotions embedded in the song." Qin Tianjin smiled brightly. "Is it not merely an arrow? I have one right here." Chen Zhuo stood in astonishment as he watched Qin Tianjin enter the inner room and emerge with an exquisitely crafted arrow. "Sister, do you run a musical instrument shop? How do you possess everything?" Qin Tianjin pouted playfully. "Do not speak nonsense. These were all collected by my father in his time and later bequeathed to me." Her father, Qinin, had passed away 2 years prior. Otherwise, even with two of Feng Chen's boldness, he would not dare confront Qin Tianjin. With a grin, Chen Zhuo accepted the arrow, found a stool, and gently drew the bow across the strings. Just as the piece Butterfly Lovers must be performed on a violin to convey its essence, the arrangement for Flower Demon is best suited for the arrow. Only this instrument, with its somewhat melancholic tones, can perfectly express the heart-wrenching beauty of unrequited love depicted in the song. The arrow is known for its accessibility to learn, yet demands a lifetime of mastery. The music world often states that a decade is required for mastering the flute, a century for the xiao, a millennium for the pipa, and 10,000 years for the zhong, with the arrow being a lifelong endeavor. Apart from the king of instruments, the suona, nothing else holds a higher status. In his previous life, Chen Zhuo devoted himself to mastering the arrow, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from his 8th girlfriend. Yet, inevitably, the two parted ways. Nevertheless, he did acquire a commendable proficiency in playing the instrument. Residing in Qiantang's eastern region, and she in the northern part of Linen, the moment the female vocal part began, Qin Tianjin was utterly captivated. Eagerly, she grasped Chen Zhuo's arm, her breaths quickened. "You little rascal, I must have this song." Chen Zhuo felt a shiver run through him. "Sister, thankfully you appended the words this song. Otherwise someone might misconstrue our relationship." Distracted by Qin Tianjin, Chen Zhuo found himself unable to continue playing. He paused, gazing earnestly at her. "Sister, do you truly enjoy your current life? Do you like it or not?" A flicker of confusion crossed Qin Tianjin's face as she gently shook her head. "I don't know." Chen Zhuo articulated each word with care. "Sister, you are inherently destined for music. You should not be ensnared by mundane trifles." Through their recent interactions, he discerned that Qin Tianjin was ill-suited for the tedious administrative tasks. Her true passion lay in music. Chapter 114. An unexpected encounter pushing Qin Tianjin forward was the only means Chen Zhuo could conceive to repay her. Aside from music, she had little else that could captivate her attention. Fortuitously, his mind brimmed with an abundance of songs from past lives. Chen Zhuo had never contemplated entering the entertainment industry. Thus, allowing Qin Tianjin to step into the limelight seemed a mutually beneficial choice. In the current landscape of copyright law, it is not a given that the author retains rights to their creation. The prevailing convention dictates that the first person to popularize a song is presumed to hold its copyright. This was also the rationale behind Chen Zhuo's refusal of Yi Ying's request. To avoid future complications, he needed to ensure the rights remained under his name. Otherwise, he would be remiss to Brother Dao. Qin Tianjin's mind was in disarray, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Chen Zhuo, grant me some time. I need to contemplate my path ahead. Chen Zhuo did not press her unduly. All right, Tianjin, please inform me as soon as you have a definitive answer. Qin Tianjin acknowledged with a soft sound and casually pushed him out of her room before shutting the door. Chen Zhuo felt a surge of helplessness. Sister, you're being overly pragmatic. After leaving her dormitory, he sought out a breakfast shop to satiate his hunger, only to unexpectedly encounter Lin Muning, a charming bank teller. Chen Zhuo, over here. Lin Muning was equally delighted by the serendipitous meeting. The proximity of Dongliao University to her workplace made their encounter rather unsurprising. Sister Muning, Chen Zhuo, feeling at ease, pulled out a chair and sat across from her, raising his hand to signal the owner. Sister, I'd like a bowl of tofu pudding and half a pound of fried dough sticks. Lin Muning set down her chopsticks. Chen Zhuo, what have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you around, and your application for the student loan has already been approved. So soon? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. In the previous life, it was often said on short video platforms that the efficiency of banks was excruciatingly slow, particularly regarding interest-free loans. One should not expect to pass assessments without at least 2 or 3 months' time, and one might even have to offer gifts to superiors. Otherwise, one would simply have to wait, enduring the drawn-out process. Lin Muning smiled faintly. Our bank president takes this matter very seriously, hence the expedited process. Chen Zhuo understood in his heart that it was due to someone's assistance that things had proceeded so smoothly. Sister, no need to say more. Next time, I'll find a proper restaurant and treat you to a splendid meal. Lin Muning feigned seriousness as she retorted, I'm not doing this for your meal. Chen Zhuo shrugged with a grin. Apart from treating you to a meal, I have no other means to repay you. So how about I offer myself instead? Lin Muning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a fierce glare. You cheeky rascal. How dare you tease me? As she spoke, she could feel her heart racing uncontrollably. To avoid revealing her discomfort to Chen Zhuo, she adjusted her hair and calmly said, Chen Zhuo, when are you free to fill out a few forms with me? The bank can release the funds once that is done. Such fortunate matters must be prioritized. Even amidst a busy schedule, Chen Zhuo patted his chest. I am always available, waiting for my sister's summons. A glimmer passed through Lin Muning's eyes. Then let us finish eating quickly and be on our way. Chen Zhuo paused. Sister Muning, today is the weekend. Doesn't your bank take a break? A wave of panic surged within Lin Muning, but she quickly composed herself. She could not admit that she had intentionally come to the vicinity of Dongliao University to have breakfast in hopes of encountering Chen Zhuo in pursuit of performance. There could be no days off. This casual excuse was something Chen Zhuo readily accepted. In his previous life, he had heard of bank employees resorting to various peculiar methods to meet their targets, even employing beauty as a tactic. Sacrificing a weekend was hardly surprising. Little did he know that this seemingly bashful girl before him was not concerned with performance at all. Chen Zhuo contentedly savored his youtiao while relishing a bowl of tofu pudding. In Fengtian, the tofu pudding was predominantly savory, with the sweet variant being an anomaly. After finishing the last morsel of youtiao, he placed 2 large bills on the table and stood up, mumbling, Sister, let us go. The breakfast they ordered cost less than 20 yuan. Walking side by side towards the bank, they engaged in casual conversation. Sister Muning, when your work becomes hectic, you must barely have time to eat, right? Chen Zhuo had visited the bank and witnessed Lin Muning and her colleagues bustling about tirelessly. It was no exaggeration. Sometimes, when accounts didn't match, they had to work overtime to identify the discrepancies. Forget about eating. There was scarcely time to drink water. At that time, banks still relied heavily on manual services, unlike in the future where, for transactions below 50,000, tellers would wave their hands dismissively, directing clients to the ATMs for smaller operations. The downside of manual services was the occasional errors that would arise. For instance, should a cashier inadvertently overpay a customer without identifying the source of the error, the entire loss ultimately falls upon the cashier. In her initial 2 months of employment, Lin Muning had made 3 mistakes, thus she resonated deeply with such matters. The speaker may have spoken without intent, yet the listener was keenly aware. Chen Zhuo felt a spark of inspiration. Sister Muning, if someone could provide real-time milk delivery services, would you consider it? Lin Muming's face lit up with joy. Such a wonderful opportunity. Please tell me where I can arrange this. Chen Zhuo chuckled softly. Sister, You are aware that I am an entrepreneur. I have developed an instant delivery platform called First Time, which currently offers both online and telephone reservation services. As long as a customer has a need, we guarantee delivery within 30 minutes. Extremely convenient. Lin Mumming gazed at him with a bemused expression. You sly rascal. You are promoting your own project. Chen Zhuo shook his head earnestly. Sister Mumming, for busy professionals like yourselves, the paid service we offer at First Time is exceptionally suitable. He glanced around and walked towards a supermarket with a sign indicating a public phone. Actions speak louder than words. Lin Mumming halted, retrieving a pink Nokia A330 from her bag. Let us use this. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. To carry a mobile phone worth over 4,000 yuan suggested that Lin Mumming's background was not ordinary. He took the A330 and dialed a number. Hello. You have reached the First Time real-time delivery hotline. How may I assist you? The customer service voice was soft and gentle. It was in Jixia. Oh dear. The little imp has managed to slip away and create her own little chaos. How was I unaware that she started working as customer service at First Time? This is Chen Zhuo. Please deliver 2 cups of fresh milk to the bank across from the school. And Ji Xiao on the other end was startled, softly uttering an "oh" before hastily hanging up. Oh no, he has discovered me. Will I face repercussions this time? Chapter 115. What does a boyfriend even matter? Lin Mumming led Chen Zhuo into the bank, retrieving a form she had prepared earlier. Once filled out, pending the bank president's signature tomorrow, the funds could be released immediately. Chen Zhuo sincerely expressed, Sister Mumming, you have been of immense help. I truly do not know how to thank you. Lin Mumming rolled her eyes at him. No need for such formalities between us. As they conversed, a security guard at the bank ushered a student-like individual towards them. Shaolin, he claims to be here to deliver milk. Lin Mumming was momentarily taken aback. So soon? From the moment Chen Zhuo made the call to the milk's arrival, it had barely been 20 minutes. If in the future they were too busy to eat, simply making a call for delivery would indeed be very convenient. Chen Zhuo smiled as he handed the student 2.5 yuan for the delivery. The student, blushing profusely, declined. Big boss. You only need to cover the cost of this order. There's no need for a commission. Chen Zhuo, curious, inquired, do you know me? The man nodded. Indeed. You are our boss's brother, hence I shall address you as Big Boss. Chen Zhuo chuckled as he pressed money into his hand. Do not heed Jean Mantang's frivolities about being Big Boss. It sounds rather like something from a gangster film. Those who take on errands are merely students struggling to make ends meet. I certainly do not wish to disrupt the norms for a mere 50 cents. The man declined twice, yet ultimately accepted the money. Lin Muning picked up a cup of milk in a tinfoil box, inserted a straw, and took a sip. Her beautiful eyes instantly sparkling. The milk was surprisingly warm. Chen Zhuo, do hasten to share the delivery website and phone number with me. This express service is incredibly convenient. In the future, when overtime leaves no time for meals, I could easily place an order. Chen Zhuo had already mentioned that they do not just deliver milk. Anything available for purchase can be delivered. After sending the delivery student on their way, Chen Zhuo cheerfully jotted down the website and phone number for the express service. The establishment of the platform is limited by the current state of internet connectivity, primarily relying on phone orders at this time. He casually inquired a few questions of the delivery boy and learned that the number of current orders was relatively low. This was unexpected. At last night's welcome party, banners for Shuangxing Dairy adorned the venue abundantly. Such advertising should have had a positive impact. University students are typically the most receptive to novel ideas. Perhaps the advent of this express service was too avant-garde, and the students required time to acclimate. Chen Zhuo felt there was no need for haste. Lin Muning solemnly placed the paper with the delivery phone number into her bag before addressing Chen Zhuo. What I mentioned earlier about seeking your assistance was not mere politeness. Chen Zhuo's spirit was invigorated. Sister, command me as you wish. If I were to frown, I would not be a true hero. It is often said that behind every successful man, there stands a woman who has quietly sacrificed. It seemed he had an additional woman willing to give of herself. Might this portend that success would come more readily? Lin Muning hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. Sister, what difficulty could there possibly be between us? Chen Zhuo's words dispelled her concerns completely. Chen Zhuo, I genuinely require your assistance with something. With Lin Muning's explanation, Chen Zhuo fully comprehended the troubling matter that weighed on her mind. Sister, are you saying your family intends to arrange a marriage for you with someone else? Chen Zhuo found the notion absurd. In this day and age, engaging in such childish alliances seemed ludicrous. However, considering Lin Muning's casual display of a Nokia A330, it was evident she hailed from an exceptional background. In such families, relying on marital ties to uphold their glory was not uncommon. Indeed, the critical issue is that I have no affection for the man in question. I have never even met him. Lin Muning no longer concealed her thoughts and directly expressed her feelings. Chen Zhuo patted his chest, declaring, "No problem, it's merely a matter of being a shield. This is my forte." Lin Muning beamed with joy. "Then, I must trouble you." "Trouble? It is an honor to assist such a beautiful sister," Chen Zhuo inadvertently blurted out. He swore that it was entirely unintentional. It was merely a habit formed from a previous life of being a cad for far too long. Lin Muning's eyes sparkled with a mix of joy and shyness, hinting at a plethora of other emotions swirling within. After confirming that he would return the next afternoon, Chen Zhuo took his leave. Lin Muning gazed at his upright silhouette, her heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. Despite the mere 2 or 3 years that separated them, she found herself uncharacteristically hesitant. Curse those 6 years. What she had once thought would be fleeting had, at this particular moment, morphed into an insurmountable chasm. Chen Zhuo remained oblivious to her thoughts. Exiting the bank, he hurried back to the school. The headquarters, freshly established, was adjacent to the educational online platform, where Counselor Chang Wei liaised with the institution, a territory personally sanctioned by Zhang Dongqiang. The two parties were currently in a honeymoon phase, and the old Zhang was unlikely to dismiss any proposals concerning him. With a dark expression, Chen Zhuo pushed open the door and strode in. The room was sparsely furnished, with 6 desks each featuring a landline telephone. Each phone was manned by a young woman who recorded incoming orders in written form, relaying them to part-time delivery personnel waiting outside. Being newly established, the operation was not overly busy. At the moment he entered, only 2 phones were engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the door open, the other girls turned their heads in unison. The girl furthest to the left was Jixia. When her doe-like eyes met Chen Zhuo's scowling face, she instinctively lowered her gaze. Chen Zhuo marched over decisively. "And Jixia, do you have an explanation?" The girl lifted her head, donning a charming and submissive smile. "Chen Zhuo, let us not disturb others. Let us speak outside." With a stern face, Chen Zhuo uttered a curt fine and turned to leave. However, the other girls were not pleased, rising in unison. "Hey, who do you think you are? What did our Jixia do to you that warrants such an attitude?" Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply, feeling a mix of irritation and a strange sense of comfort. And Jixia must have a good rapport with her colleagues if they were so willing to defend her. "I am Chen Zhuo, and Jixia's boyfriend," exclaimed a girl with pigtails. Rolling her eyes, "Boyfriend or not, you have no right to bully her." Chen Zhuo remained expressionless. "Have I bullied her?" The girl scoffed, turning to Jixia. "Jixia? We're all here. If anything happens, just shout." The girl beside her whispered, "Gao, it's that Chen Zhuo who sang Lonely Sands of the Cold at the welcome party." The girl named Gao scrutinized Chen Zhuo once more, clicking her tongue in disappointment. Fearing that the confrontation would escalate, and Jixia hastily pulled him outside. Chapter 116. An urgent matter in Jixia. Who permitted you to work as a customer service representative here? Don't you realize how exhausting it is? The girl covertly peered at him with her doe-like eyes, cautiously attempting to explain. "I heard from Inuo that they haven't filled all the part-time positions for answering calls, so I'm just helping out for a few days." Chen Zhuo took a deep breath twice, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. Logically, he should not interfere with her normal life. Yet, this girl, with her naive disposition, remained oblivious to the world's perils, leaving him perpetually concerned. "And Jixia, if you dislike idleness, you can confide in me. Let us venture into business together, and you shall be the proprietress," he proposed. And Jixia lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Zhuo. "I cannot always dwell under your protection." This statement struck a profound chord within Chen Zhuo. Indeed, and Jixia harbored her own joys and sorrows. He could not masquerade his feelings under the pretense of caring for her. This was not affection, it was a burden. Having realized this, a twinge of guilt settled within Chen Zhuo. For too long, he had taken it for granted that Jixia required his guardianship, completely overlooking her inner feelings. Take this recent incident, for instance. While he acted as an intermediary, the toil was indeed demanding, yet it posed no genuine danger. It was his own reluctance to let her face the world that had driven him to confront her unjustly. "What did that rascal Jean Mantang pay you for a day's work?" he inquired, his inner machismo surfacing. Unable to articulate an apology, he altered his tone. Understanding Chen Zhuo's temperament, and Jixia smiled coyly, her peach blossom eyes gleaming with mischief. "For each call, the commission is 20 cents. I labored for 3 hours today. Thus I have earned 7 yuan. Weekends afforded longer hours, yielding greater earnings. Typically, she could only manage a few hours in the afternoons, which would not amount to such a sum." Chen Zhuo rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. 7 yuan is a bit meager. And Jixia's expression brightened with youthful exuberance. 7 yuan is not insignificant. I have porridge for breakfast and 2 steamed buns for lunch. Suddenly, realizing she had misspoken, she turned to flee. Chen Zhuo's brow darkened as he stepped forward, blocking her path. Repeat that. What did you eat? And Zhixia's gaze flickered, and she whispered, a bowl of porridge for breakfast, 2 buns for lunch, and for dinner. Chen Zhuo's expression darkened further. And Zhixia, do you disregard my words? Why do you neglect proper meals? The girl averted her eyes, timidly responding, I wanted to save money for you. Chen Zhuo felt a pang in his heart. Goodness, how could he, a notorious scoundrel, be so easily moved by this girl? To mask his emotions, he feigned sternness, gruffly asking, so, you have only consumed a bowl of porridge to this day? And Zhixia's conflicted expression of wanting to nod, but hesitating only deepened Chen Zhuo's concern. Remember, if I find out you neglect your meals again, you can expect to remain a pampered lady in the dormitory forever. The girl gasped in shock, fervently shaking her hands. I won't do that again. Chen Zhuo rubbed his temples, exasperated. Go back to work, lest you diminish your commissions. Do not seek to compensate by starving yourself. Those unaware might think I am mistreating you. And Zhixiao exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. Chen Zhuo, are you not angry with me anymore? Angry? Chen Zhuo maintained his serious demeanor. If you do not eat properly, my anger will only intensify. As in Zhixiao smiled with a spark of brilliance in her eyes, she exclaimed, I knew you wouldn't truly be angry. Watching her light-heartedly depart, Chen Zhuo felt a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He finally grasped the truth. Both Zhixia and Su Huai were not mere extensions of himself. They possessed their own lives. However, it was quite likely that this girl would feign compliance while being reluctant to spend money on delightful treats. He needed to remind Jean Lauer to arrange for someone to deliver a cup of double-star milk to Zhixia daily. Chen Zhuo was puzzled by one thing. How did this girl maintain such a splendid figure while subsisting on plain congee and steamed buns every day? Upon his arrival, it was only reasonable to take a glance at the neighboring education online platform. After all, he was ostensibly a major shareholder, holding an 80% stake. And it was inappropriate to remain an absentee manager. In the education online server room, there was only one senior from the computer science department present. Upon seeing Chen Zhuo enter, the senior, named Mi Jingguang, greeted him cheerfully, President Chen. Chen Zhuo waved his hand, just call me by my name, Mi. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of others, and couldn't help but inquire, why is it just you? Mi Jingguang adjusted his glasses. Zhang Dingbian and Lei Peng have gone out for promotions, while Ma Lin and Qi Yuan are busy preparing for their thesis defenses. The platform has already started operating, and I can manage any unforeseen circumstances alone. Chen Zhuo nodded. The 3 seniors, found with the help of old Zheng, were all part-timers who had classes to attend in addition to their duties here. Mi, how is the platform performing? Mi Jingguang hesitated before shaking his head. Not very well. Our visibility is too low. Only students from our school interested in tutoring are registering. Other institutions are still skeptical of the education online platform. Chen Zhuo sighed. This was an inevitable situation. Every emerging endeavor must traverse such a phase. Mi Jingguang hesitated again. Chen, I believe that if we ran some advertisements for education online, it would yield significantly better results. Chen Zhuo managed a wry smile. Mi, I will find a way to address the advertising issue. So far, aside from a modest profit from the camouflage clothing business, his other projects were operating at a loss. The education online platform, being semi-public in nature, had limited monetization capabilities. The initial investments were sustained solely through Chen Zhuo's financial support. Such a development was, in fact, unhealthy. In his mind, the platform ought to achieve self-sufficiency at the very least. The challenges of promotion at this stage were considerable. While there had been some income, it was insufficient to cover various expenses. To achieve profitability, perseverance was essential. Fortunately, as a reborn individual, Chen Zhuo knew that the overarching direction of these 2 projects was sound. As long as they could endure the initial hardships, subsequent growth would accelerate. Having invested a significant portion of his earnings from the camouflage clothing venture, he had nearly exhausted those funds. Fortunately, Lin Muning assisted in resolving the issue of a 100,000 yuan interest-free loan. Otherwise, he might have been driven to despair. Should one seek a venture that promises quick profits to alleviate the pressing financial crisis? Chapter 117. Habit becomes nature. Opportunities for swift earnings are scarce. The financial storm of last year was one such instance. Regrettably, Chen Zhuo's reincarnation did not coincide with this wave of fortune. Having missed this chance, the next opportunity would likely not arise until after the year 2000, with the impending collapse of the internet bubble. Yet these distant prospects do little to quench the immediate thirst of Chen Zhuo. As for the stock market, he has no intention of engaging with it, at least not at present. He is acutely aware of the nature of the A-share market over the next 2 decades. Investing his limited funds would likely yield no significant returns, rendering him mere fodder for the market manipulators. It is better to focus on nurturing the 2 projects he currently possesses rather than attempting to overreach. After bidding farewell to his senior, Chen Zhuo, with nowhere else to go, returned to his dormitory. Inside, only Hatu and Song Jifeng were present, embroiled in what appeared to be a debate over a campus beauty. Chen Zhuo found no interest in such frivolities. What flower could possibly compare to the ethereal Su Xinyu? Third brother, you returned just in time. Come over and settle this debate. Who meets the standard of the most beautiful freshman, Tian Min from the finance department or Sang Xiaoli from the foreign languages department? Sang Xiaoli? The name struck a familiar chord with Chen Zhuo. Was she not a roommate of Jixia? Her appearance was rather ordinary. The last time, it was she who facilitated the foolish girl's outing with Xin Pengfei. Chen Zhuo's impression of her improved slightly. Old Lu, instead of concerning yourself with this trivial matter, why not organize your team for market expansion? Song Jifeng chuckled awkwardly. Third brother, there's nothing for them to do at the moment. What can we accomplish by gathering them? Chen Zhuo shot him an exasperated glare. Training the team to enhance cohesion is far more meaningful than your idle pursuits. In a hushed tone, Song Jifeng murmured, I think selecting a campus beauty is more meaningful, not one to adhere strictly to convention. Chen Zhuo chided him, but soon joined their discussion. As for Sang Xiaoli, she was best left aside. Her high cheekbones gave her a rather sharp and unkind appearance. Hata chuckled, Third brother, I didn't expect you to possess such insights into appearances. However, I believe Sang Xiaoli has a more appealing figure. To Chen Zhuo's surprise, the burly Hatu, with his thick brows and large eyes, revealed himself to be quite the connoisseur. His understanding of physique surpassed that of Song Jifeng, who was merely a novice in such matters. Noticing the peculiar look from Chen Zhuo, Hata's expression turned sheepish as he attempted to explain, I learned this from movies. With a mischievous grin, Chen Zhuo approached the Mongolian giant, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Old 4. Which movie did you watch? Who were the leading actors? Was it Maria Ozawa, Rando Goto, or Yuya Matsushita? In contrast to Song Jifeng, who felt as if he were listening to an incomprehensible text, Hatu, with an expression of righteousness, shook his head proudly. Third brother, I have never even heard of the names you mentioned. Are they celebrities from the Eastern Isles? How outrageous. If it weren't for the fleeting glimmer in his eyes, Chen Zhuo might have fallen for his tall tales. Fourth brother, the film you mentioned. Could it possibly star the illustrious Yi Ying? Hatu exclaimed in disbelief. Third brother, even she participates in such productions? As the words escaped him, he finally realized that he had been ensnared in the other's clever ruse. Third brother, you are quite cunning. Chen Zhuo patted him on the shoulder. Brother, it is you who is being rather insincere. He casually seized a piece of beef jerky from Hata's table, tore open the bag, and stuffed a piece into his mouth. Damn it. I've been duped. This stuff is air-dried and chews like rubber. Chen Zhuo's cheeks ached as he struggled to break the jerky apart. Ultimately, he had no choice but to swallow it whole. Fourth brother, how is your family's collaboration with the Double Star Company progressing? Hata chuckled innocently. It's going all right for now. Their demand isn't too high, and my father can barely keep up. Chen Zhuo nodded. Remind your uncle to maintain contact with the neighboring herdsmen. Soon, the milk required by the Double Star Company will multiply, so it's wise to prepare in advance to avoid future complications. A glimmer of gratitude crossed Hata's eyes. His companion genuinely regarded him as a brother. My father has said the same. The dairy products from the Double Star Company have yet to gain market recognition. Once their initial preparations are complete, the supply of raw materials from the ranch will undoubtedly fall short. We are already reaching out to some large-scale breeders to unite in supplying milk to the Double Star Company. Chen Zhuo's expression turned serious as he cautioned, regardless of how many wish to join. Remind your uncle to strictly control the quality. Adulterating milk with melamine is an act of utter depravity. Such individuals deserve to be punished severely. Hado understood that Chen Zhuo's words were for the good of his family. Third brother, rest assured. We Mongolians are honest and cannot engage in deceitful practices. After chatting with Hadu for a moment, Chen Zhuo shifted the conversation back to Song Jifeng. Sixth brother, has Wang Huiwan contacted you recently? Song Jifeng shook his head in frustration. No, ever since the camouflage uniform business concluded, she hasn't reached out to me even once. Third brother, with your wealth of experience, please help me analyze what might be happening. Chen Zhuo shot him a glance. Do you not know how to speak? Since when did I become the experienced one, making me sound like a scoundrel? Song Jifeng discreetly curled his lip, thinking to himself, as if you aren't. In their class, there was Jixia, and in the youth league, a beautiful sister, Even the ethereal beauty from the law university gazed at you with lingering affection. To claim you are uninvolved with them is simply unbelievable. No wonder Chen Laosan described Sang Xiaoli as ordinary. It turns out it depends on who one is compared to. He feasted on fine bran, naturally looking down upon what we see as staple grains. My dear brother, how could that be? I merely spoke in jest. Your reputation for unwavering devotion and honesty is well known throughout Dongliao University. I must admit, those flattering words from Song Jifeng have certainly put Chen Zhuo in high spirits. Calm down, my dear sixth brother. One must remain humble. The fact that I am exceptional is something only we brothers should know. There's no need to boast about it to others. Goodness, if anyone is shameless, it must be you. Chen Laosan. Clearing his throat, Chen Zhuo spoke with a theatrical tone. Since we are brothers, let me assist you in analyzing the intentions of Wang Huiyuan, the scheming temptress. He raised a finger toward the attentive Song Jifeng. First, she has uncovered your facade as a faux rich heir and has wisely withdrawn to mitigate her losses. Impossible. Song Jifeng replied, a look of despair crossing his face as he pressed down Chen Zhuo's raised finger. I assure you, I have not revealed any flaws. Chen Zhuo chuckled sheepishly. It was not his intention to raise his middle finger, but rather a habit that had become second nature. Then there are only two other possibilities. She has found a more gullible target, or she is playing the long game to catch a bigger fish. Chapter 118. Teacher. I'm lost. Song Jifeng pondered for a moment and concurred with the latter theory. I believe she is employing the strategy of feigned indifference. Brother, do you think I should engage her in a playful manner? Chen Zhuo patted him on the shoulder. How you proceed is entirely up to you. But remember this one crucial rule. Do not jeopardize your own well-being. Song Jifeng thumped his chest in assurance. Brother, you know my capabilities. I would never allow that to happen. Chen Zhuo nodded and sat beside him, casually taking hold of Song Jifeng's newly purchased laptop. Whose photograph is this? The face isn't particularly striking, yet those weapons are quite impressive. As men often do when discussing such topics, Song Jifeng was no exception. This is Tian Min, the belle of the finance department, a strong contender for the campus beauty title among this year's freshmen. Chen Zhuo scoffed dismissively. Nonsense. This quality can hardly be deemed worthy of the title of campus beauty. The females in this year's cohort at Dongliao University seem to be lacking. Song Jifeng cast an odd glance at him, hesitating to speak. It is disconcerting when one has something to say yet refrains from expressing it. With determination, Song Laolu steeled himself and said, Brother, this situation is partly your fault. You stealthily secured the affections of Sister Ji Xia and incited the freshmen to vandalize the school cafeteria. Any sane person would think twice before crossing you, the notorious troublemaker. Chen Zhuo laughed incredulously. How on earth is this my fault? To be honest, allowing Ji Xia to compete for campus beauty is an utter travesty. However, it is indeed fortuitous to exclude her from the competition, thus saving myself considerable trouble. The three bored fellows spent their time in the dormitory, critiquing the strikingly beautiful freshmen one by one. This is likely an activity every first-year male student engages in. Dinner was shared solely among themselves, as Jean Mantang, Zhang Dingbian, and Lei Peng had not returned at all. It was not until after 9:30 p.m. that Jean Mantang finally entered the dormitory, looking utterly exhausted. With a mischievous grin, Song Jifeng pointed at him and quipped, Jean Lauer, if one didn't know better, they might think you were pampered by 18 burly men. Jean Mantang shot him a glare, irked by his insolence. Old Lu, you scoundrel, spare us your cold jests. It had not struck him before. But when Chen Zhuo handed him the first task, Jean Mantang nearly felt the weight of despair upon him. Each day, as he ventured out to explore the market, he had to deliberate on which individuals to assign to the Shuangxing company for deliveries, a burden that weighed heavily on his mind. Old 3, at this rate, your elder brother may not even survive the semester's final exams. Beyond Song Jifeng's gleeful mockery, what irked Jean Mantang the most was Chen Zhuo's carefree attitude. It became apparent to him that this young man was simply being lazy, all while masquerading it as an opportunity to hone his professional skills. Bah! Chen Zhuo shrugged innocently. Elder brother, just hold on a little longer. Soon, both bread and milk will be ours. Jean Mantang retorted in exasperation, to hell with your bread. Just delivering milk has already cost me half my life. With a cheeky grin, Chen Zhuo expressed no remorse. Elder brother, you see, aside from attending classes, I also have to engage with education online and occasionally check in with Shuangxing Company. After all, they are our benefactors. Jean Mantang couldn't help but laugh. Chen Lao-san, do you not feel any guilt? The military training ended nearly a week ago. Do you even know which way our classroom door opens? Every time the teacher calls the roll, it's us brothers answering for you. Chen Zhuo sheepishly rubbed his nose. That's merely the influence of external factors. starting tomorrow. I promise I won't miss a single class. Except for the first day of school, when he made his presence known to assert his claim over in Jixia. He had indeed neglected to attend classes of late. Although Counselor Chang Wei and Principal Zheng had hinted that he would not flunk, Chen Zhuo felt compelled to attend. University life is an essential experience in one's journey. Without it, life feels less than complete. Moreover, sitting in a large classroom beside Jixia, indulging in subtle gestures of affection, was a thought too delightful to resist. True to his word, the following morning, he made his way to the classroom. He specifically instructed his dorm mates to accompany him to class. However, upon rising, he discovered that the room was empty. Damn, what ungrateful fellows. Grumbling to himself, Chen Zhuo descended the stairs alone, navigating the path to the classroom from memory. After wandering for about half an hour, he tragically realized he might have gotten lost. Chen Zhuo, what are you doing wandering in circles? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Chen Zhuo's spirits lifted. Ah, dear counselor, good morning. Have you had breakfast? The gentle breeze and warm sunshine make today perfect for a heart-to-heart. Chang Wei blinked. So, my esteemed class representative of Class 2 in Chinese language and literature. What would you like to discuss with me, your teacher? Chen Zhuo, with an unflustered visage and a steady heart, approached Teacher Chang. Could you kindly escort me to our classroom? I seem to have lost my way. Teacher Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to suppress a wave of indignation. Follow me. It was nearly half a month into the semester, and one of his own students couldn't even locate the classroom. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, Teacher Chang dared not voice his thoughts, fearing the embarrassment was too great to bear. With a sigh of resignation, he led Chen Zhuo to the classroom door, his expression darkening as he departed, wary of the exasperation that lingered in the air. Report. Chen Zhuo, with an audacious demeanor, strode to the entrance and called out in a booming voice. The elderly professor, caught mid-lecture, paused and regarded him with a puzzled glance. My dear student, it appears you are late. Chen Zhuo offered no excuse. Professor, this morning I awoke to find our campus so splendid and vast, rendering me as insignificant as an ant in its presence. The professor's face reflected confusion. Speak plainly. Very well, Chen Zhuo sighed, adopting a serious tone. Professor, I am lost. A ripple of laughter erupted from the students of Class 2 of Chinese language and literature, unable to contain themselves, especially the group of 618, who laughed until they doubled over. Chen Zhuo clenched his teeth, finally realizing one undeniable truth. These rascals had intentionally left him behind. The professor, unable to suppress a smile, mused that after more than 10 days into the semester, a student still unable to find his classroom was indeed a rarity, perhaps even unprecedented. Come in, and take a seat. The professor, with a generous spirit, did not seek to embarrass him further. Chen Zhuo swaggered into the room, directly plopping down beside Jixia. Chapter 119. Consumed and denied. The university classroom was relaxed, the professor continuing his discourse while turning a blind eye to the minor antics unfolding nearby. And Jixia's cheeks flushed as she gently tugged her hand away from Chen Zhuo's grasp, but to no avail. This girl often helped her family with chores, and one would expect her hands to be rough, yet they were the opposite, soft and smooth, akin to fine jade. Such delicate hands would befit a model at a beauty salon. A triumphant smile crept onto Chen Zhuo's lips, clearly oblivious to the professor's lecture. That lost male student. Yes, I am referring to you. The professor, though amiable, felt a flicker of annoyance. The boy's disregard for decorum was simply unacceptable. Chen Zhuo, momentarily stunned, reluctantly stood amidst the stifled laughter of his classmates. The professor, with a twinkle in his eye, said, "This student, please summarize what I just discussed." Chen Zhuo was utterly bewildered. Summarize what? He hadn't heard a single word of what had been said. And Jixia lowered her head and softly reminded. The role of written language in promoting social progress. Chen Zhuo's mind raced as he leisurely replied. I believe the emergence of written language can be summarized in several key points regarding its contribution to societal advancement. First, the transmission and accumulation of knowledge. Prior to the invention of writing, human knowledge and experiences were primarily conveyed orally, a method susceptible to the ravages of time, often leading to omissions, distortions, or forgetfulness. Second, the facilitation of information dissemination and communication, unlike oral language, which is often constrained by various limitations. Written language can be easily reproduced through printing and writing, enhancing the efficiency and reach of communication. Third, it stimulates human abstract thinking and fosters cultural exchange and integration. Fourth, it promotes the organization and management of scientific endeavors, aiding in the development, dissemination, and refinement of science and technology. The power of memory resurfaced as a passage from a book flashed through Chen Zhuo's mind like a revolving lantern. He merely needed to recite it verbatim. The old professor nodded approvingly. This student has provided an excellent response. If you all could cultivate such understanding, I would not mind if you slept or pursued romantic interests in class. Laughter erupted from the students of Class 2 of Chinese Language and Literature. Chen Zhuo, unfazed by their gazes, remained thick-skinned. And Ji Xiao, on the other hand, nearly buried her head beneath the desk, still lacking in confidence. What is the big deal? We're both unmarried and not engaging in any wrongdoing. They're merely envious and resentful. Ignore them. The old professor added with a smile. However, I still hope you all pay attention in class. Any small distractions can certainly wait for your free time, of which our school surely offers plenty. The laughter in the classroom grew louder. Just then, a head peeked through the door, offering an apologetic smile to the old professor. Professor Sun, I apologize for the interruption. I need to speak with Chen Zhuo from Class 2. Professor Sun nodded, recognizing Qin Tianjin, the newly appointed deputy secretary of the student council. Which one is Chen Zhuo? The secretary is looking for you. Chen Zhuo, feeling awkward, rubbed his nose and stood up again. Teacher, I am Chen Zhuo. Professor Sun laughed heartily. So you are the renowned figure of the school, Chen Zhuo. I shall remember you. Being remembered by a teacher wasn't necessarily a good omen, as it indicated future roll calls would be a challenge. With the envious eyes of his classmates upon him, Chen Zhuo strode confidently out of the classroom. If one were too exceptional, the desire for a peaceful class experience was but a fantasy. Look, it hadn't been long before someone sought him out. With his hands in his pockets and a nonchalant expression, Chen Zhuo asked, Tianjin, have you come to a decision? Qin Tianjin must be looking for him urgently regarding the matter he had mentioned 2 days prior about pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. Indeed. Qin Tianjin nodded decisively. Chen Zhuo, I have been contemplating seriously over the past few days, and you are right. The administrative management work at school does not suit me. Just like this welcome party, I was utterly at a loss. Had it not been for your assistance, it might have ended in disaster. Chen Zhuo's expression turned grave. Sister Tianjin, entering the entertainment industry entails facing certain realities. Have you truly considered these matters? Qin Tianjin nodded with unwavering determination. I have contemplated everything you mentioned. My father is a professor at the Beijing Conservatory of Music, possessing considerable connections in this field, which will help me avoid many troubles. Chen Zhuo abandoned his casual demeanor, his expression now exceedingly serious. Sister Tianjin, since you have already made your plans, follow your heart and pursue them. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Tianjin cast a shy glance at him. Chen Zhuo, I hope you can agree to one request of mine. Chen Zhuo took 2 steps back, a look of horror on his face. Sister Tianjin, you know I have a girlfriend. Get lost? Qin Tianjin retorted irritably. I was thinking, could you help me compose some songs? Chen Zhuo patted his chest. That is easily arranged. Qin Tianjin felt exasperated. What else would it be? You don't think I have any ulterior motives, do you? Seeing the situation deteriorate, Chen Zhuo quickly backpedaled. Sister, I was merely joking to lighten the mood. Qin Tianjin gritted her teeth. Lighten the mood, you say? So will you fulfill my request or not? Chen Zhuo maintained a straight face and declared loudly. I will. Your affairs are my affairs. They must be handled with great care. The previously delicate atmosphere was restored to a light-hearted one due to his jesting. The tension in Qin Tianjin's heart dissipated. Chen Zhuo, I understand that creating a song comparable to Flower Demon may be somewhat demanding for you. Chen Zhuo stared in disbelief, murmuring, Sister, you are truly bold to say that. Flower Demon is a recognized classic that can rival Butterfly Lovers. His voice was too soft, and Qin Tianjin did not catch it. I won't be picky. As long as you can provide me with 10 or 8 songs of a slightly lower caliber, I would be content. Chen Zhuo turned to leave. That request was impossible to fulfill. Even if he rushed to Sichuan province and captured the young Daogo, he still wouldn't be able to manage it. Qin Tianjin, infuriated, seized Chen Zhuo. You little rascal, it was you who dragged me into this. What? Are you trying to deny your responsibility now? Chen Zhuo turned pale with fright. Oh dear sister, if anyone overhears that, I'd be irredeemable. A flicker of pride crossed Qin Tianjin's face. Her previous remark had been intentional. Chen Zhuo scratched his head, an idea suddenly flashing in his mind. Sister Tianjin, can you sing in English? Chapter 120. Who do you look down upon? English songs. Qin Tianjin's face registered surprise. Are you suggesting I develop my career overseas? Chen Zhuo smiled mysteriously. Sister, you mentioned that there would be people trying to sabotage you domestically, so let us break free from this constraint and leave them with no means to interfere. Qin Tianjin hesitated. I can sing English songs, but where would I find compositions that can compare to Flower Demon? I simply cannot find any. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes in exasperation. This sister seemed somewhat entranced, her mind filled with thoughts of floral spirits. As a reincarnated individual endowed with an extraordinary memory, how difficult could it be for me to conjure up a few hits from Grammy-winning divas? Whether it be Whitney Houston, Adele, or Alicia Keys. Their singles are merely at my fingertips. Words alone cannot suffice. Let Qin Tianjin witness the truth for herself. Chen Zhuo rummaged through his recollections and ultimately settled on Adele's Hello. This iconic track was the lead single from the diva's 2015 album, which surely remains unknown now. His choice was well considered. With Hello, Adele debuted at the top of the Billboard Hot 100 in North America, maintaining her reign for 10 consecutive weeks. 2 years later, in 2017, she would again triumph with this single, clinching 5 prestigious awards at the 59th Grammy Awards, including Song of the Year, Record of the Year, and Album of the Year. It stands to reason that if she could achieve such fame, so too could Qin Tianjin. The more Chen Zhuo contemplated, the more convinced he became, and he began to hum the melody outside the classroom. A classic remains timeless. Even if it wasn't Adele's original rendition, its allure is undeniable. Qin Tianjin's eyes widened in astonishment. Coming from a family steeped in musical heritage, her sensitivity to music surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Despite Chen Zhuo's many off-key notes, his rendition captivated her completely. Let us hurry to my dorm and transcribe the lyrics along with the melody. With Qin Tianjin tugging insistently at his collar, Chen Zhuo regretted underestimating the power of Hello. Sister, can you please let go? I'm still in class. But Qin Tianjin paid no heed. Classes be damned. Even if her father, Qinan, were to return from the dead, she would not release her grip. What if this fellow's inspiration faded and he suddenly forgot the melody he had just created? It was imperative to get it on paper to avoid any complications. With his resistance proving futile, Chen Zhuo was dragged back to her dormitory. The ensuing ordeal was undoubtedly the most lamentable experience he faced since his reincarnation, without exception. Chen Zhuo found himself confined in her room, racking his brain to compose over a dozen songs before Qin Tianjin finally showed mercy and released him. Chen Zhuo, I truly must thank you for helping me realize my musical dream. Chen Zhuo's smile was strained. Sister, no need for gratitude. It is my duty. Goodness gracious. Had he foreseen the outcome of this day, he would have never encouraged Qin Tianjin to pursue a career in music. Who could have anticipated that this usually composed and graceful older sister would behave like a ravenous wolf upon encountering a great song? Chen Zhuo presented her with 10 songs, and her restraint in not losing her composure was commendable. Clutching the sheet music filled with lyrics, Qin Tianjin was reluctant to part with any of it. Chen Zhuo's mouth twitched. Sister, I believe we should first establish our presence domestically before competing for a Grammy. It would enhance our chances significantly. Qin Tianjin was amused by his words. You little rascal. Do you really think the Grammy Awards are run by your family? If you want to win an award, just go ahead. Chen Zhuo sighed. At the very least, 5 songs in the collection I provided you are Grammy-winning pieces. If you can't snag a trophy with that, it simply indicates your skills are lacking. Qin Tianjin did not notice his peculiar expression. You have a point. We still need to establish a reputation domestically. You little rascal. How about you become my agent? Together, we would be an unstoppable force. Chen Zhuo was taken aback by her whimsical suggestion. Sister Tianjin, this is where you are mistaken. I regard you as my sister, yet you wish to enslave me. Qin Tianjin rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. How is that enslaving you? After calming down, she realized her proposal was overly idealistic. Chen Zhuo had a laid-back personality. It would be inappropriate to have him handle trivial matters on her behalf. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend? Chen Zhuo was overwhelmed. Seriously, do I have to manage this too? Qin Tianjin narrowed her eyes, a subtle hint of danger in her tone. So, will you or won't you? Chen Zhuo stood tall. Of course I will. Sister Tianjin, I do know someone who would be suitable as your assistant. Qin Tianjin hesitated. Is it a male or female? I must clarify, I don't want a male. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes in frustration. Sister, that's gender discrimination. It's a female, of course. Qin Tianjin breathed a sigh of relief. A female is fine. What's her name? Chen Zhuo teased. That's a secret for now. I haven't asked for her consent yet. Qin Tianjin pouted and picked up the stack of sheet music. Chen Zhuo, do you think we should release these Mandarin songs all at once or stagger their release? It had become a habit for Qin Tianjin to consult Chen Zhuo when faced with decisions. Sister, I believe it would be best not to release everything at once. When you debut, release Flower Demon and this ancient-style piece Falling, and wait a while before releasing the others. The effect will be better once the initial excitement has cooled down. Chen Zhuo spoke with conviction. These 2 songs had already been tested on short video platforms in a previous life. That American girl managed to become popular with just 1 song, falling. It would be unreasonable for Qin Tianjin not to achieve the same success. Moreover, she had the assured backing of Flower Demon, which could certainly be a showstopper. If she couldn't make a remarkable entrance with that, she might as well return to her previous role as the vice chairperson of the student committee. At this moment, Qin Tianjin had unwavering trust in Chen Zhuo. All right, I will contact my father's friends to record these 2 singles as soon as possible and test the waters. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes. Who do you think you're looking down on? The songs I created, do they need to be tested? Sister, don't you think we should grab a bite to eat? Chen Zhuo, feeling hungry, cautiously suggested his opinion. Immersed in excitement, Qin Tianjin momentarily paused, instinctively raising her hand to glance at her watch. Oh dear, it is already 2 in the afternoon. No wonder you feel famished. Without further ado, since today is on me, feel free to order whatever you desire. Chen Zhuo nodded weakly, convinced that he could devour an entire cow at this moment. Chapter 121. The old gentleman truly has a gun. In the southern part of Fengtian City, by the banks of the Huanhe River, there stands a quaint and charming residence. To possess a standalone villa here, one must undoubtedly belong to the upper echelons of society. In the villa's living room, the elderly Feng Chun was in a fit of rage. How outrageous! A mere student dares to disregard my authority. Before him, Ying, feigning tears with her face covered, looked up and sweetly protested, and that Qin Tianjin, she has repeatedly opposed us in the middle school singing competition. If left unchecked, it could significantly tarnish your reputation. Feng Chen's facial muscles twitched. Qin Tianjin, her father is Qinin. Dealing with her is not a simple task. He did not voice the truth that he had attempted to suppress Qin Tianjin in the past, only to be warned against bullying a single mother and her child whenever he overstepped. Feng Chun felt utterly powerless. He knew full well that his influence only extended within Fengtian. Beyond Dongliao, no one would heed his commands. Yi Ying's eyes sparkled as she approached, playfully whining, "Teacher Feng." The door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, causing both individuals within to separate as if pricked by a needle. Feng Chun, infuriated, scolded, "Akan, you are over 40. How can you still be so reckless in your actions?" Liang Fengquan stood there, drenched in sweat, mumbling apologies to his teacher. Feng Chen finally composed himself and sat down leisurely. "Now, tell me, what has transpired to cause such a commotion?" Liang Fengquan stood with his hands at his sides. "Teacher, that Qin Tianjin has just released 2 singles. Qin Tianjin." Upon hearing her name again, Feng Chen's expression darkened momentarily. Just a fleeting moment of anger. Fool. Is it truly necessary to be so flustered over her releasing 2 singles? Feng Chun felt a wave of agitation. With Qin Tianjin's decision to enter the entertainment industry, their paths would inevitably cross more often. Dealing with this girl would only grow increasingly difficult. Having been suppressed by Qin in his entire life, he harbored an unyielding desire to reclaim his lost dignity through her. Feng Chun is not an uncommon character in reality. Liang Fengquan, aware of his mentor's ulterior motives, lamented. "Teacher, the titles of Qin Tianjin's 2 singles are Flower Demon and Falling." Flower Demon. The mere mention of this title caused Feng Chen's already constricted chest to tighten further. Yi Ying, wearing a face that seemed to have lost all hope, exclaimed, "Flower Demon is mine. I discovered it first." She collapsed to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed imploringly at Feng Chun. "Teacher Feng, you cannot just stand by and let her have her way." At nearly 70 years of age, old Feng had a long-standing weakness. He could not bear to see a woman weep in his presence. It is imperative to take action against her. Is she not Qinin? While he was alive, I may have harbored some trepidation, but now that he is deceased, he can forget about imposing his will upon us. The sunlight slanted in from behind him, casting the aged face of Feng Chun into shadow. "Akan, kindly arrange a meeting with the heads of Dongliao Music Radio and Dongliao Entertainment News, and convey that I wish to publish an academic paper." Yi Ying's venomous gaze flickered with a hint of triumph. "Qin Tian, the desires of my heart are beyond your reach. If necessary, we shall part ways, and neither of us shall find solace. Even without the Flower Demon, I remain the exalted queen. You have caught Feng Chen's attention. Even if you do not perish, you will surely suffer." Liang Fengquan respectfully acknowledged the request and departed. Chen Zhuo had been notably subdued these past few days, refraining from his aimless wandering. At class time, he could invariably be found in the classroom, accompanied, of course, by his desk mate, and Jixia. Following an initial phase of clinginess, Chen Zhuo's antics in class had significantly diminished. Curse it all, they say there's a 7-year itch. Yet here I am, just 7 days in, and I can hardly muster any interest. It must be the lingering effects of my past life as a scoundrel. With no psychological burden, he cast the blame upon his former self and continued to rest his head upon the desk. Spring is not a season for study. Summer's heat is perfect for slumber. Autumn brings mosquitoes, and winter is fraught with cold. I shall tidy my backpack for the next year. I know not who penned this verse, but it resonates with the essence of life. As he was drifting off, a piece of chalk struck his head, jolting Chen Zhuo awake. What is the matter? Is class over? Laughter erupted around him. Professor Sun, standing at the lectern, looked exasperated. Chen Zhuo, even if I once stated that I wouldn't mind you sleeping while dating, you must not disregard my authority so openly. The old man had been more lenient in recent years. Otherwise, he would have long since rushed over to administer a stern reprimand. Chen Zhuo managed a feeble smile. Professor, I promise I won't sleep again. Is that acceptable? Professor Sun shot him a resigned glare. This lad was the principal's cherished favorite, rendering him virtually untouchable. Ultimately, Chen Zhuo was expelled from the classroom by the old man, who cited that his fidgeting was distracting his classmates. What nonsense! Their attention was never on me in the first place. Seething with frustration, Chen Zhuo grumbled as he exited the classroom. Nevertheless, considering the old man was nearing 60, he decided to show some leniency. After all, I am quite magnanimous. The spirit of AQ proved to be of great assistance in this moment. After a brief self-reassurance, Chen Zhuo's mood improved significantly. If I'm not allowed to attend class, then I simply won't. It had been a while since he visited the Xuanxing company, so he thought to take a leisurely stroll there and perhaps see Su Hui. This girl has her birthday at the end of September. In her recent QQ messages, Su, the fairy, has been subtly steering the conversation towards that topic. Chen Zhuo, of course, pretended not to understand. He would not indulge her bad habits. As for a birthday gift, naturally, I shall buy whatever I deem appropriate. How can one allow you to dictate terms? If this continues, it would be utterly unacceptable. As for the gift, Chen Zhuo has yet to decide. Perhaps a compact apartment as a present? It would also provide a convenient excuse for him to visit occasionally under the guise of admiration. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the cold expression of the suave Su Yuanji appeared before him, along with the hand reaching for his waist. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. While I am not particularly afraid of Su Hui, her father is another matter entirely. That man is genuinely armed. If he discovers that someone has bullied his precious daughter, he will undoubtedly come knocking with dire intentions. I must devise a plan to ensure that Su's handsome father receives a bitter taste of his own medicine. Before he could formulate a strategy, Qin Tianjin, who had been absent for several days, unexpectedly emerged, her face etched with concern. Chen Zhuo, trouble is brewing. Chen Zhuo chuckled. Sister Tianjin, I am perfectly well. It seems the real trouble lies with you. Qin Tianjin shot him a sharp glare. You little rascal. While I am in a state of panic, you still find time for jest. Chapter 122. Dastardly deeds. Qin Tianjin thrust a newspaper into Chen Zhuo's hands, her expression fraught with worry. This Feng Chen truly has no shame. At his age, he resorts to such despicable actions. Chen Zhuo opened the East Liao Entertainment report she had brought. Fortunately, it was not a lifestyle issue. The front page blared in bold red letters the headline, The Decline of the Chinese Music Scene. Below it, in smaller print, the subtitle read, Professor Feng Chen, a luminary in the East Liao music community, addresses the recent chaos in the industry. Chen Zhuo chuckled. Old Feng has indeed invested heavily. This report must have cost a pretty penny. Qin Tianjin stamped her foot in frustration. Oh dear, I am on the verge of a breakdown. And you still find humor in this. At 24 or 25, once unleashed, the charm and temper of a person cannot be compared to that of an innocent maiden like Su Hui. Chen Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Sister Tianjin, remain calm. The sky is not falling. For reasons unknown, his composure seemed to soothe Qin Tianjin, who inexplicably found herself settling down. Will Feng Chen's antics affect my reputation? Chen Zhuo's gaze fell upon the article. Professor Feng stated that a certain deceased musician's offspring possesses no appreciation for music. Her songs are only fit for farmers. It is precisely because such individuals exist in the music industry that the standard of the Chinese music scene has declined. It was evident to any discerning eye who Feng was alluding to when he mentioned the musician's child. Sister Tianjin, old Feng is merely a breath away from directly naming you. Chen Zhuo read with great interest. To hell with it. Qin Tianjin punched him lightly. Chen Zhuo, what should I do now? Should I leverage my father's connections to retaliate? Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Absolutely not, Sister Tianjin. You must do nothing at all. It is best to act as if this incident never occurred. Qin Tianjin was perplexed. So, we simply allow him to slander at will? A smile crept onto Chen Zhuo's lips. Those familiar with him knew this was merely the prelude to a trap he was preparing to set. Black and red also signify red. I found myself troubled, seeking the swiftest means to elevate your renown. And then old Feng appeared at my doorstep, eager to assist. Sister Qin Tian let the tempest rage even more fiercely. In the end, Qin Tianjin departed, her heart laden with confusion. She could not fathom why Chen Zhuo had hindered her from retaliating. Was it merely to establish an image of a bullied and feeble junior? Qin Tianjin could not discern the rationale, nor did Chen Zhuo elucidate it. Feng Chen's slander would undoubtedly impact her initially. However, it is precisely this that would lead more individuals to recognize Qin Tianjin's name and her two released songs. Chen Zhuo possessed more confidence than anyone, believing that with Flower Demon and Fallen, he could transform the majority from critics to ardent supporters. The venom with which they condemned Qin Tianjin would eventually turn into fervent admiration. Old Feng is a genuinely benevolent person, selflessly dedicated, a rarity in modern times. Initially, Chen Zhuo hesitated on whether to broadcast snippets of Qin Tianjin singing in newspapers and on television. However, it now appeared entirely unnecessary. With Feng Chun and others attacking her so mercilessly, public curiosity would undoubtedly be piqued. Everyone would instinctively seek out Qin Tianjin's songs to verify the truth of their words. By then, the tide of public opinion would shift without him needing to intervene. Were it not for the uncertainty of Feng Chen's whereabouts, Chen Zhuo would have personally delivered him a commendation card for his kindness. The front page of Dongliao Entertainment News seemed like a test. Upon learning that Qin Tianjin had made no response, some so-called experts who had benefited from Feng Chun began to surface. Professor Feng, with his foresight and strategic mind, resolutely condemned the exploitation of ancestral glory for personal gain. Moreover, Feng Chen's disciple, Liang Fengquan, publicly declared on television that Qin Tianjin's song content was vacuous, devoid of substance, and utterly nonsensical. A certain award-winning diva also openly stated that the newly emerging female singer lacked vocal prowess, exhibited poor song selection, and relied solely on sensationalism for fleeting popularity destined to fade away. Public sentiment was overwhelmingly one-sided. Qin Tianjin began to lose sleep, anxiety gnawing at her. She was aware that her debut might encounter certain obstacles, but did not anticipate the storm would be so fierce. As her sole confidant, Chen Zhuo became her pillar of support. She called him at least 3 times a day, leading the brothers in room 618 to speculate whether Chen Zhuo had forsaken Njixia for Qin Laoshi. Third brother, I think you should seriously consider this. Though Qin Laoshi is quite beautiful, she is considerably older than you. The phrase old cow eating young grass might sound amusing, but is not without its implications. The first to offer such caution was Song Jifeng, who was met with a furious retaliation from Chen Zhuo, who sent him fleeing in terror. I am still very much with Njixia. If anyone dares to spread rumors again, I will make them regret it. After a lengthy explanation, the brothers in the dormitory reluctantly accepted his words. The obedient Lei Peng remarked, "Third brother, those 2 songs released by Qin Laoshi, did you compose them for her? They are simply exquisite." Chen Zhuo was somewhat taken aback. Have you heard? Nowadays, unlike 20 years ago, one can simply search online for any song they wish to listen to. Of course, you need to have some money to pay for a membership. Back in those days, it seemed nothing was accessible without a membership. Lei Peng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I joined the school's music club, and a senior found cassette tapes of Teacher Qin's 2 songs. Everyone says they are delightful. Speaking of Qin Tianjin's new songs, Jean Mantang chimed in, absolutely. At the first opportunity, the female employees, during their downtime, were fervently debating whether Flower Demon or Fallen was more melodious. First time, the company in question had recently experienced rapid growth, with its delivery staff exceeding 100, nearly covering all major universities in Fengtian. It was already showing signs of spreading to middle and primary schools. Jean Mantang walked with an air of confidence, and in every conversation, he inevitably mentioned how remarkable first time was. This fellow seemed to be getting a bit carried away. Chen Zhuo's eyes flickered. What was the outcome? Jean Mantang shot him a glance, indicating his displeasure at the nickname. What outcome? Just as you like Teacher Qin and also appreciate Njixia, each has their own preferences. Chen Zhuo erupted. I certainly do not have a fondness for Teacher Qin. No one believed him, especially Song Jifeng, who was the only one in the dormitory aware of Su Hui's existence. Given Chen Laosan's nature, such matters were likely to be true. He found nothing unusual about it. Zhang Dingbian, known for his steadiness, noticed Chen Zhuo's escalating frustration and the signs of an impending outburst. He couldn't resist diverting the topic. I heard that the unfounded reports about Teacher Qin have drawn rebuttals from authoritative media in the capital. Someone even wrote an article to counter Feng Chun and his group. Chen Zhuo's eyes lit up. It seemed the time for a counterattack had arrived. Which media outlet reported this, and what is the name of the journalist? Chen Zhuo thought it would be worthwhile to reach out to this ally. Zhang Dingbian shook his head. I just heard someone mention it while promoting online education. As for the name of the journalist, I do not know. Chen Zhuo's expression fell, feeling a hint of regret. As Chen Zhuo descended the stairs, he was met with the exasperating voice of the dormitory matron, announcing the arrival of guests. His previously cheerful mood darkened instantly. As soon as he stepped outside, Song Jifeng leaped from his bunk. Let the betting begin. Bet on the 30-year-olds or younger to seek out Chen Laosan at odds of 1 to 12. And those aged 10 to 20 at odds of 1 to 2. Those over 30 are a wash, no profit, no loss, and minors will be compensated by the house. Come on, place your bets. The more you wager, the more you gain. The dormitory's wealthiest, the Mongolian giant Hadu, was the first to rush forward, confidently placing a bet for 4 people. Old 6, I bet on those 30 and younger. Jean Mantang scoffed, pulling a 50 from his pocket. Old 4, your thinking is rather narrow. I believe some new student from a certain class is coming to seek out Old San. This time, I aim to double my return. The obedient baby Lei Peng, filled with anticipation yet tinged with apprehension, inquired of Zhang Dingbian, elder brother. Why doesn't T. Lao Lu gamble on the male to seek out San Go? Before Zhang Dingbian could respond, Song Jifeng interjected with a chuckle, Lao Wu. When did you ever notice a man seeking out Chen Laosan? Taking a moment to ponder seriously, Lei Peng shook his head. Indeed, I have not. Song Jifeng shrugged. Then that settles it. If one could bet on both genders, Wu and Ti, I'd be blatantly bestowing money upon you? I ask you, Lao Da and Lao Wu, are you placing your bets or not? I shall be closing the betting soon. Lei Peng cautiously produced a 10-yuan note, stating, Then I shall wager the same as 4th brother. Jean Mantang shot a disapproving glance at the indecisive Lei Peng. Ah, Lao Wu. You are missing a golden opportunity for wealth. The vacillating Lei Peng quickly reconsidered. How about I wager the same as 2nd brother instead? Song Jifeng halted him. Blood brothers must settle accounts clearly. We agreed that once a bet is placed, there shall be no turning back. Lauda, are you joining us? Zhang Dingbian shook his head with a smile. I lack the funds to indulge in your folly. Every penny he possessed was sent back home to support his sister-in-law and younger siblings. Song Jifeng rolled his eyes, accustomed as he was to the elder brother's frugality. All right, the betting is closed. No one is permitted to retract their wagers. He covered 160 yuan with a pillowcase and swiftly moved to the window. Jean Mantang was not far behind in his actions. Lei Peng, unable to squeeze through, anxiously implored, 2nd brother, 4th brother, Lao Lu, could you please make some room for me? Ignored, the 3 craned their necks out the window, resembling surveillance cameras observing the scene below. There, beneath the 2nd lilac tree on the left, stood a figure in a pale yellow gown. Surely it was her. Do not push. We must devise a way to catch her attention to ascertain who has won. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuo, upon arriving downstairs, was met with a piercing glare from the rather formidable dormitory matron, her gaze filled with an intensity that left him bewildered. I have never dared to offend you. Dear matron, he thought to himself, wary of the consequences. Should the matron announce, Chen Zhuo, the one who has come down to meet guests, he would undoubtedly become the target of mockery from his fellow dorm mates. Thus, each time he entered or exited the dormitory, he greeted her with a warm smile. The person is over there. You should approach, the matron indicated, her eyes regarding him as if he were a disloyal suitor. Chen Zhuo, smiling and bowing, exited. In the courtyard, 2 rows of fragrant lilacs flourished, known for blooming twice a year, though it was not yet time for their 2nd flowering. Underneath the lilac tree stood Lin Muning, clad in a pale yellow gown, smiling in their direction. Chen Zhuo felt a mix of surprise and joy. Sister Muning, what brings you here? The surprise was genuine, while the joy was feigned, as he had an inkling of the reason for her visit. Indeed, she adopted a serious demeanor. Chen Zhuo, have you forgotten something? Chen Zhuo replied with earnestness, absolutely not. I will certainly fulfill the promise I made to you, Sister Muning. Her expression softened. At least you are perceptive. Chen Zhuo sighed in relief. Recently, he has been preoccupied with devising strategies for Qin Tianjin, and in his leisure moments, he has been holding in Jixiao's hand while attending classes, almost entirely forgetting Lin Muning. This is a matter that must never be acknowledged. While one may indulge in infidelity, being an ungrateful scoundrel is absolutely unacceptable. Muning, has that time come? A hint of worry flickered across Lin Muning's delicate visage as she slowly nodded. The other party is the son of my father's comrade-in-arms. He has come from the capital to Feng Tian for an interview, and my family is considering this opportunity for us to meet. Goodness. Chen Zhuo's face turned pale. Lin Muning's words revealed a wealth of information. Her potential match hails from a prominent family in the capital and is involved in the media. Although he did not know which outlet, he understood that in this era of limited connectivity, major media entities are not to be trifled with. Just look at how Feng Chun leveraged the influence of Dong Liao's media to corner Qin Tianjin. Muning, can I retract my earlier words? Is it still possible? Lin Muning raised her brows menacingly. You dare, Chen Zhuo? If you back out, I will tell my family that I am carrying your child. Humph. Do you think my grandfather would hesitate to eliminate you? Confound it. I detest families with firearms, especially those who flaunt them to intimidate. Chen Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. Muning, I was merely inquiring, you needn't take it seriously. This young woman undoubtedly comes from an extraordinary lineage. Her casual remark about her grandfather's potential actions spoke volumes. In this day and age, those who can bear arms are hardly ordinary individuals. Chen Zhuo regretted his choices deeply. Had he known, he would have gladly foregone that interest-free loan of 100,000 to avoid this predicament. A hint of amusement crept into Lin Muning's eyes. Are you regretting it now? After so readily agreeing at the time? Not at all. Chen Zhuo shook his head with determination. Your affairs are my affairs, rest assured. This fellow from the capital will return empty-handed. Satisfied with his response, Lin Muning said, let us go. I have arranged to meet the other party at 7 p.m. at the Vienna Hotel. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. We're going now? Lin Muning tilted her head, a glint of danger in her gaze. What, is there a problem? Chen Zhuo shook his head. No, Muning, lead the way. I shall confront this rival from the capital. Lin Muning smiled shyly, just about to step away when a raucous call echoed from above. Third brother, when you return, bring me a watermelon. Lin Muning instinctively looked up. On the rooftop of the boys' dormitory, 3 heads peeked out, straining their eyes to gaze in this direction. Damn, those bored fools are surely betting on me again. Chen Zhuo muttered under his breath. Lin Muning did not catch his words. What did you say? Chen Zhuo shook his head. Nothing, let us go. It's almost 7 p.m. Although Lin Muning suspected something was amiss with his behavior, she found no concrete evidence. The two departed from Dong Liao University, one following the other. At the window of the dormitory, Hadu was exuding confidence, declaring, this girl cannot possibly be over 30. I have one. Jean Mantang muttered to himself in disbelief. This makes no sense. Reluctantly, he handed over his 50 to Song Jifeng, a reward from Brother Xie. Song Lalu grinned widely, playfully adopting a salute typical of the flag bearers. Hadu rapped on the table. Old Lu, stop pretending. Where's what you owe me? Song Jifeng rolled his eyes. What's the rush? As he spoke, he fished out 2 large bills from his pocket and tossed them into Hadu's arms. Take it, take it. A weak voice piped up from behind. Old Lu, what about me? Song Jifeng's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Old Wu, you lack ambition. Do you really think I, a man of unblemished character and honesty, would cheat you out of $2? Lei Peng pondered for a moment before nodding seriously. It's not entirely impossible. Song Jifeng, infuriated, turned red in the face and pulled out 2 coins from his pocket. How unfortunate I am to be your roommate. With a huff of disdain, he tossed his head back and strode away. Hatu and Lei Peng exchanged glances. Old Lu, he can't be genuinely angry, can he? Jean Manang was the second person, after Chen Zhuo, to understand Song Jifeng. Nonsense, this fellow just wants an excuse to sneak off, otherwise, we would have bet he'd head to the internet cafe. The realization dawned upon everyone that Song Laolu was indeed cunning, using anger as a pretext. He could avoid being forced to treat others after winning. Well then, let us go find him and settle the score. Zhang Dingbian, holding a map of Fengtian, marked the areas he had conquered. Observing the commotion among his brothers, he merely smiled and shook his head. Such matters were far removed from his concerns. Chen Zhuo followed Lin Muning to their agreed-upon destination. It appeared that every city had a quaint eatery named Vienna, a favored haunt for white-collar workers. Chen Zhuo could never quite grasp why Vienna represented the bourgeoisie. Just before entering, Lin Muning leaned in, entwining her arm with his, and lowered her voice in warning. No funny business. If you mess this up, you'll see what I do to you. Chen Zhuo thumped his chest confidently. Sister, worry not. I am a master at being a shield. Lin Muning pinched him lightly. Mind your address. Chen Zhuo grimaced in pain, yet nodded repeatedly. Lin Muning exuded elegance and beauty, while Chen Zhuo appeared carefree and indifferent. Their combination, however, seemed oddly well-matched. As they stepped into the restaurant, a waiter approached. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? Chen Zhuo flashed a cheeky grin. We have a friend who reserved a table. At that moment, a refined young man seated by the window stood up and waved. Muning. Over here. Lin Muning's grip on Chen Zhuo's arm faltered, and her expression became somewhat awkward, regardless of her intentions. Her actions today were undeniably a public slight against someone else. Chen Zhuo scrutinized the young man before him. With a fair and pristine visage complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an aura of scholarly sophistication. Sister, why not just give in? This fellow seems quite reliable. Silence. Lin Muning retorted fiercely, yet her face maintained a semblance of restrained grace. Zhou, my apologies for arriving late. The bookish gentleman, bearing the surname Zhou, chuckled heartily. Not at all. It is I who arrived early. Chen Zhuo inwardly sighed. Observing the man's poise, it was evident he hailed from an affluent family. To remain unperturbed in such a situation was no small feat. The compatibility between him and Lin Muning was striking. What was he even doing here? Had he known this would transpire, he would have refrained from attending. Mustering his courage, he extended his hand. Greetings, I am Muning's friend, Chen Zhuo. A flicker of curiosity flashed in the man's eyes as he graciously shook Chen Zhuo's hand. Zhou Zhixin, a childhood friend of Muning's, currently working at the Capital Youth newspaper. Goodness, the Capital Youth City, what a grand title. Lin Muning leaned closer, whispering in Chen Zhuo's ear. This is just ancient history from 17 or 18 years ago. I'm surprised he remembers. Chen Zhuo sighed internally. Brother, please don't blame me. Even without my presence, given Lin Muning's demeanor, you probably wouldn't stand a chance. He offered a moment of silent sympathy for the unfortunate Zhou Zhixin and gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Lin Muning. She smiled sweetly. Thank you. Thus far, the young man's performance had been impeccable, justifying Chen Zhuo's decision to use him as a shield. Zhou Zhixin hesitated briefly before addressing the matter directly. Muning, the reason I came today is to clarify that I do not support the arrangements made by our elders. What? Chen Zhuo, on the verge of sitting down, was taken aback by this revelation. It felt akin to preparing for a fight, only to be informed by the opponent. I do not wish to engage. One could easily pull a muscle. Zhou Zhixin adjusted his glasses, beaming brightly. To be candid, I was also coerced by my family to come from the capital. Lin Muning regarded him with skepticism, pondering the veracity of his words. Zhou Zhixin poured her a cup of tea from the pot on the table. However, when it was Chen Zhuo's turn, he discovered that no utensils had been prepared for him. Zhou Zhixin smiled apologetically and gestured for the waiter to bring an additional set of cutlery before continuing. In truth, I already have a girlfriend, a junior from my university. So, Muning, please do not feel any pressure. Let us simply catch up as old friends. Lin Muning was left speechless. The previously composed Chen Zhuo immediately slumped in his seat. Brother, if this isn't a blind date, you should have mentioned it earlier. You've made me break into a cold sweat. Zhou Zhixin, raised with impeccable manners, replied. I apologize, I did not anticipate that Muning would misunderstand. Especially since I brought along my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Chen Zhuo's lips twitched as he replied with a devil-may-care attitude. Brother, to be frank, I am merely a counterfeit. Zhou Zhixin paused in confusion. Counterfeit? Chen Zhuo nodded and lifted Lin Muning's teacup, draining it in one swift motion. Indeed, a counterfeit. Sister Muning specially sought my assistance to act as a shield for your blind date. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Zhou Zhixin's eyes. The fact that the other party could so comfortably use Lin Muning's cup, while she remained utterly unperturbed, raised doubts about the credibility of the claim of being a mere decoy. Chapter 125. Deliberate associations. Now that the misunderstanding had been elucidated, there was no necessity to continue the charade. Chen Zhuo completely liberated himself, carelessly resting one foot on the stool. Sister Muning mentioned that Brother Zhou is a reporter for the Capital Youth Daily and is here in Fengtian for an interview. I wonder if you could divulge any insights regarding significant events happening in our area? Zhou Zhixin found no aversion towards him. Rather, he admired the candidness of Chen Zhuo's disposition. You are called Chen Zhuo? I hope you do not mind if I address you directly by your name. Chen Zhuo scoffed. Mind? Not at all. A name is meant to be called. Zhou Zhixin laughed heartily. Brother Chen, you are truly sincere. I raise my glass to you. I am a newcomer at the Youth Daily, with no significant assignments. This visit to Fengtian is primarily to interview a newly debuted singer, whose works have stirred considerable controversy in the media. Lin Muning stared in astonishment at the two men, engrossed in their lively conversation. Wasn't this supposed to be a meeting of rivals, filled with tension? The camaraderie displayed between them seemed to disrespect her presence. Chen Zhuo's eyes glinted mischievously. Brother Zhou, is your interview subject named Qin Tianjin? Zhou Zhixin paused, taken aback. Brother Chen, you know her? Chen Zhuo smacked his thigh. Know her? She's the deputy secretary of our university's student council. Zhou Zhixin instinctively glanced at the speechless Lin Muning, struggling to grasp the reality. The reserved and gentle girl had, it seemed, developed an affinity for younger men. The lad before him was indeed a university student, yet he exuded a rough-and-tumble aura that belied his age. Which university do you attend, Brother Chen? Chen Zhuo grinned broadly. Dongliao University, a freshman in the Chinese language and literature program, class of 98. So he is still under 20? Zhou Zhixin marveled, and, succumbing to his professional instincts, couldn't resist asking, since you know Qin Tianjin, Could you share some insights about her? Chen Zhuo scooted his chair closer to Zhou Zixin, his demeanor growing increasingly amiable. Brother Zhou, if we speak of teacher Qin, she is truly an embodiment of purity, emerging untainted from the mire, and not alluring despite her clarity. Her father, Professor Qinan, is a luminary in the music industry, and from a young age. She has been steeped in a rich musical heritage, possessing an extraordinary aptitude for music. However, as you know, there are always those in our country who cannot bear to see others thrive, persistently targeting and suppressing the younger generation. Zhou Zixin listened quietly, taking out a sleek black notebook to jot down the key points from Chen Zhuo's narrative. In his recounting, Qin Tianjin emerged as the virtuous and intelligent Little Red Riding Hood, while Feng Qin's faction represented the wicked old witch. The Little Red Riding Hood remained steadfast and unyielding, fully aware of her disadvantage, yet resolutely battling against the forces of evil with her meager strength. Zhou Zixin forcefully slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "How infuriating! I suspected the truth would unfold like this. Upon returning to the capital, I must thoroughly expose the malicious deeds of these individuals based on the previous report." Chen Zhaoming perceptively caught the underlying implication in his words. "Brother Zhou, did I hear correctly? Was there a recent report supporting teacher Qin Tianjin?" Zhou Zixin nodded with candor. "Indeed, I authored it. Feng Qin's reputation is well known in the capital, as is the questionable character of his disciples, Liang Fengquan and Yi Ying." Chen Zhaoming's face flushed with excitement. "Brother Zhou, very few in the media possess your audacity to speak the truth so boldly. I must honor you with a cup of tea in lieu of wine to express my respect. I have elevated your stature considerably. It would be unthinkable for you to ultimately betray us and side with Feng Chen." Just moments ago, he had heard their leader, Zhang Dingbian, mention someone in the media speaking on behalf of Qin Tianjin. He never imagined he would encounter the man himself. Chen Zhaoming couldn't help but marvel at his fortune, particularly since this influential figure was evidently robust, and he needed to secure his alliance for future endeavors. As Zhou Zixin, fresh to the world, encountered the cunning Chen Zhaoming, he gradually became ensnared in the flattery, losing himself in the praise. Especially since this man, having lived 2 lifetimes, possessed a depth of wit and insight unmatched by ordinary folk. Zhou Zixin even harbored the illusion that this young man could rival his grandfather. Their conversation grew increasingly congenial, and their bond intensified. Meanwhile, the true protagonist, Lin Muning, was cast aside, resembling a forgotten little cat left alone in the corner. Chen Zhaoming banged the table. "Waitstaff, bring forth your restaurant's signature dishes. Today, I am treating." After calling out twice without a response, Chen Zhaoming disregarded Zhou Zixin's attempts to dissuade him and stood up, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Where are the servers? Your service leaves much to be desired." As he grumbled, a female server, who had briefly crossed paths with him at the entrance and appeared teary-eyed, approached him. "I apologize, sir. The guests in the private room had specific requests, and we neglected your service. Please forgive us." Chen Zhaoming was not one to create unnecessary conflict. Having received an apology, he intended to let it go. "I simply wanted to." Just as he started to speak, the light dimmed momentarily as a burly figure approached. His face darkened with displeasure. "What is going on? Are we not paying or something? Why are you running away?" The overweight man wore a pink shirt, deliberately unbuttoned at the collar, revealing his ample chest. Without regard for others, he reached out to grasp the female server's wrist. Chen Zhaoming found amusement in the situation. The world is indeed small, as the man before him was none other than the one who had made life difficult for Njixia, inciting the new students to vandalize the cafeteria. This old fool had received no compensation and was personally ordered out by Principal Zheng Dongqiang. Who would have thought he would encounter him here again? Trash is trash. Even if adorned in a dragon robe, one cannot become a prince. The way this man deliberately harassed the server only confirmed that some individuals remain unchanged, unable to shed their baser instincts. "Greetings, my rotund friend. It is a pleasure to encounter you once more. How fares your father? How does your mother fare? And how is your entire family?" Initially, the portly fellow's attention was captivated by a graceful waitress. It was only when Chen Zhuo took the initiative to greet him that his gaze shifted. "It's you." The individual who had shattered his livelihood was etched indelibly in his memory. He had been contemplating hiring a few people to deal with him once he was free to do so. Who could have anticipated that fate would bring them face to face in the Vienna restaurant? He did not fully comprehend the greeting that had just been uttered, but surmised it was not a pleasant remark. The scoundrel, it appears, had come to him uninvited, despite his grandfather not having sought him out yet. The portly man's expression twisted with rage as he extended his enormous hand, aiming to seize Chen Zhuo by his collar. However, Chen Zhuo, with his vast experience in combat, was not one to be easily caught. With lightning speed, he ensnared the hefty paw and forcefully twisted it downward, following through with a push, eliciting a pig-like squeal from the rotund man. The joint techniques of military boxing would not be rendered ineffective simply due to the thickness of his flesh. "Let go of me, you little brat, or my grandfather will have you." The portly man, despite his dire predicament, continued to spew venomous words. Chen Zhuo, unfazed, executed the next move of his joint technique with fluidity. He twisted the elbow, manipulated the tendons, and with a firm grip on the fleshy arm, he yanked and pulled, dislocating the shoulder of the unfortunate fellow. "Brother, save me." The anguished cries of the portly man drew the attention of several diners. With a cheerful grin, Chen Zhuo pointed at the man with the drooping shoulder. "You all witnessed it. He struck first. I was merely acting in self-defense." From the third private room of the Vienna restaurant, a group of individuals burst forth. At the forefront was a man clad in an administrative jacket. His face darkened as he barked orders. "Someone, call the police. Have them apprehend this troublemaker." His authoritative tone was laden with the desire to ensure his identity was unmistakable. Upon seeing his ally, the portly man, despite the pain of his dislocated shoulder, approached with a whimper, saying, "Cousin, this is the scoundrel who assaulted me. He must not be let off easily." The man in the jacket snorted dismissively. "Fear not." Zhou Zhixin, displaying a sense of righteousness, stepped in front of Chen Zhuo. "Are you even being reasonable?" It was he who initiated the confrontation. The man in the jacket's lips twitched as he responded with a sinister smile. "Reasonable? He dares to speak of reason with me? Ha ha ha." The group behind him erupted in laughter, as though they had heard the most amusing jest. The portly man, with assistance from his companions, managed to pop his bone back into place. Though discomfort lingered, it did not hinder his bravado. "Young man, you must be from out of town. Do you know who stands before you? I am Luo Hongjun, the chief inspector of the Food and Drug Administration of Fengtian." Chen Zhuo merely smirked. "Ah, a mere bureaucrat of inconsequential stature." Zhou Zhixin, still fresh to the world, retained a sense of scholarly righteousness. "Your position is bestowed by the people, not a badge of honor to flaunt." The chief inspector Luo Hongjun stared in disbelief at the audacious young man before him, questioning whether he had descended from Mars or had simply rendered himself foolish through excessive study. "My superior, having ingratiated himself with the director, bears no relevance to the common populace. Young man, if you could reconcile with my brother and cover the medical expenses amounting to several thousand, I would consider this incident as if it had never transpired." Zhou Zhixin's chest heaved with indignation. "Are you officials or mere brigands, so fond of extortion? Why not resort to outright robbery?" Luo Hongjun mimicked a villain from a film, wagging his finger. No, no, no. Robbery is against the law. I am a civil servant. How could I engage in such acts?" Zhou Zhixin, exasperated, massaged his temples. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. This man was clearly losing his composure, akin to an unhinged character. "Brother Zhou, remain calm. Do not stoop to their level." Zhou Zhixin exhaled forcefully and nodded emphatically. As the two parties stood in opposition, 3 uniformed officers entered the restaurant. The middle-aged man leading them pushed the door open. "I am Tong Meng, Deputy Director of the Bayer Road Police Station in Tieshi District. Who made the emergency call?" Luo Hongjuan's eyes lit up as he raised his arm. "Director Tong, over here." Tong Meng frowned and approached. "Lao Luo, what is the matter?" Luo Hongjun pointed at Zhou Zhixin and Chen Zhuo, exclaiming, "These 2 individuals assaulted my brother, Luo Hongchun, without provocation." The portly Luo Hongchun theatrically began to perform. "Oh, my elbow, my spine, my back. It hurts terribly." Tong Meng's expression darkened as he waved his hand. "How bold of you to cause a ruckus in my jurisdiction. Take them away." The 2 auxiliary officers, fierce as wolves, lunged at Chen Zhuo and Zhou Zhixin, handcuffs in hand. Zhou Zhixin protested loudly. "Your actions are procedurally incorrect. I will file a complaint." Tong Meng raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. "Complain to your grandfather. Whether it adheres to procedure is for me to determine." Chen Zhuo's facial muscles twitched as he internally mourned for the deputy director. It was likely that his position would be compromised due to that slap. The rotund Luo Hongchun leaned toward Chen Zhuo, sneering. "You little brat, keep boasting. If I don't strip you of your skin this time, I shall take your surname. Please." Chen Zhuo retreated in terror. "I have no desire to associate with such an unworthy descendant." Luo Hongchun swung a fist toward him. "I'll take you down." Chen Zhuo, handcuffed, executed a side kick aimed at the ample belly of his assailant. Luo Hongjun, gritting his teeth, pointed at his groaning brother sprawled on the ground. "Director Tong, did you witness that? They dare to commit violence right before your eyes. It is evident how brazen they are in their daily lives." Tong Meng gave him a reassuring look. "Rest assured, I will personally interrogate these two suspects. Chen Zhuo found amusement in the situation. It appeared that the law could be twisted to suit one's narrative. Without an investigation, they had already been labeled as criminals. Very well, I shall observe how this unfolds. Seizing a moment when an auxiliary officer pushed him, Chen Zhuo discreetly glanced toward the table. Lin Muning was fiddling with her Nokia A330, showing no intention of standing up to offer assistance. Mu Ning, indeed, is exceptionally astute, recognizing that the current predicament cannot ensnare everyone. Although the present situation has escalated through exchanges of words, it is partly a consequence of Chen Zhuo's deliberate machinations. He is wagering on the distinguished backgrounds of Lin Muning and Zhou Zhixian, as he suspects them to be far from ordinary. Undoubtedly, this presents an opportune moment to fortify their mutual rapport. The four ironclad bonds of life are forged through shared hardships, enduring gunfire together, studying side by side, serving time in prison, and enduring challenges together. Experiencing a trial alongside Zhou Zhixian would render them closer than biological brothers. The prerequisite for this endeavor to succeed lies in having someone remain behind to relay information. It appears that Lin Muning has fully grasped his intentions. The indignant Zhou Zhixian, alongside the compliant Chen Zhuo, was unceremoniously pushed out of the restaurant by two auxiliary officers. The bullied waitress, displaying commendable loyalty, contemplated offering her testimony. However, before she could utter a word, Tong Ming rebuffed her sharply. Did I ask you? Why are you stepping forward? Do you wish to spend a night in the lockup as well? The young waitress, startled by his fierce demeanor, immediately fell silent. Tong Ming, with a smile, shook hands with Luo Hongjun. Rest assured, my friend, I will handle this matter with care. Luo Hongjun, well versed in the intricacies of officialdom, understood the principle of mutual support. No need for words, Tong. One day, let my incompetent brother host us. We shall enjoy a drink together. Tong Ming laughed heartily, agreed. I shall remember that. He did not even inform Luo Hongjun's side to accompany them for the recording, instead taking Chen Zhuo and the others directly back to the police station. Upon entering, Tong Ming immediately instructed the two auxiliary officers, cuff these two suspects to the radiator over there. Let them rest a while before we deal with them. The officers promptly complied. This predicament proved quite uncomfortable for Chen Zhuo and Zhou Zhixian. The radiator's height rendered them unable to stand upright or sit down, forcing them to stoop and lean awkwardly. In less than 5 minutes, the pampered Zhou Zhixian's legs began to tremble. Tong Ming, cigarette in mouth, propped his feet on the desk, observing the scene with a mocking gaze. Do not blame me, we bear no enmity. If you must assign blame, direct it towards Luo Hongjun, for he is the authoritative section chief of the Food Administration, a position of considerable influence. Chapter 127. Director Qiao Tong Ming sought to ingratiate himself with Luo Hongjun, as his sister-in-law had been idly staying at home since graduating high school. If old Luo could assist in securing a position in the Food Supervision Bureau, it would enhance his standing with his father-in-law. With such thoughts, he had skewed his priorities from the outset. After finishing a cigarette, he carelessly tossed the butt to the ground, kicked aside a chair, and approached the radiator. Looking down at the two audacious youths who dared to pluck feathers from a tiger's back. What are you two up to? Chen Zhuo smirked. At least you're cautious, probing our backgrounds before taking action. Unfortunately, if you do not bury me completely this time, how could that rotund fool ever become my devoted descendant? Before Zhou Zhixin could utter a word, he boldly exclaimed, Officer, I am a freshman at Dongliao University this year. He is my friend from the capital. You would do well to release us promptly. The somewhat threatening tone of his words conveyed a hint of bravado masking an inner timidity, which did not go unnoticed by Tong Ming. He picked up the rubber baton beside him, tapping its end against his cap, and smirked coldly. May I interpret this as you attempting to instruct me on my duties? A fleeting glimmer of appropriate fear flickered in Chen Zhuo's eyes. Tong Ming scoffed derisively, testing the flexibility of the baton. This instrument was ideal for inflicting pain without causing fatal injuries, ensuring the victim would endure great suffering. Bring me the prepared statements for them to sign, Tong Ming began, but was interrupted by the urgent ringing of the desk phone. Damn it! Who the hell is calling at this hour? He muttered as he approached the phone and picked up the receiver. Hello? Director, why are you calling so late? What can I do for you? An irate roar echoed from the other end. Tong Ming, if you wish to die, find a rope and hang yourself. But do not drag me down with you. Tong Ming's heart sank, an instinctive sense of foreboding washing over him. Director, I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Damn you. If it weren't for the telephone line, I might just strangle you myself. Done nothing? Tong, let me ask you. Did you not just apprehend a young man from the capital at the Vienna restaurant? Tong Ming's heart plummeted at the realization of the gravity of the situation. If he still remained oblivious to the blunder, he would truly be a fool. Director, it's like this. We received a report of a brawl at the Vienna restaurant, and I went to the scene with 2 colleagues. The director was well aware of his character. Tong Ming, you did not harm that young man, did you? Tong Ming shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. I have always adhered to your teachings, enforcing the law with civility. The thought of the director's call arriving a minute later filled him with dread. He would have surely been doomed. The gravity of the young man's connections sent chills down his spine. Guan Liliang, Luo Hongjun, you have truly led me into a pitiful predicament. A sigh of relief escaped from the other end, the tone softening considerably. Tong Ming, you had better be telling the truth. If anything were to happen to Zhou Lao's grandson, you might as well buy a ticket to Antarctica. Cold sweat beaded on Tong Ming's forehead as he trembled. Director, I assure you, these 2 young men are unharmed. A grunt of skepticism emanated from the receiver. You stay put at the office. I am on my way. Tong Ming forced a smile. Yes, Director. After hanging up, he felt as though he had swallowed bitter herbs. Why did you not reveal your significant connections sooner? This is utterly treacherous. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he suddenly recalled that the 2 influential young men were still handcuffed to the radiator. Tong Ming pivoted swiftly, rushing to the radiator, trembling fingers fumbling to unlock the cuffs, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Please, both of you, it was merely a misunderstanding. You may leave now. Chen Zhuo straightened his posture, massaging his wrist, which bore 2 deep indentations, as he approached to assist the swaying Zhou Zhixin. Leave? Surely. Tong must have heard the saying, inviting the deity is easy, but sending them away is quite another matter. Just now, Tong Ming received a call that he listened to intently. It is settled. The influence of the Zhou and Lin families is far greater than I had imagined. In less than half an hour, they managed to summon the head of the Fengtian Municipal Bureau, indicating a level of authority that is unfathomable. Chen Zhuo felt a weight lift from his heart. He likened himself to a gambler holding a royal flush. Regardless of what cards the opponent held, he was guaranteed victory. Tong Ming forced a smile, his expression more mournful than that of an orphan. Brother, you see, I too have been deceived. Chen Zhuo helped Zhou Zhixin sit on a chair, frowning as he glanced at the table. This police station is rather lacking. Not even a cup of tea to offer. Ah, yes. Tong Ming promptly summoned the 2 equally stunned auxiliary officers. Go, fetch the finest tea from the instructor's office. The 2 auxiliary officers hesitated. But director's tea is... What nonsense. Do you not have any sense? Tong Ming kicked one of them. I'm about to lose my own skin. What do I care if the instructor is displeased? Hurry. The 2 auxiliary officers scurried out in a flurry. Chen Zhuo dragged a chair over and sat down without raising his eyelids. Tong Ming scampered over, a servile smile plastered on his face. Bowing and scraping. Brother, what are your instructions? He was clueless about the identities of the 2 before him. But the fact that they had provoked the director into a frenzy to appear personally suggested they wielded considerable influence. Even the director could not withstand their presence. Chen Zhuo mused that he was quite comparable to that blustering, corpulent man. Damn it, he is a villain, while I am the virtuous one. Tong, since this is a matter of a brawl, it is not proper to only take us back, is it? Tong Ming nodded earnestly. Brother, you are mistaken. It cannot be deemed a brawl when you 2 are clearly the victims. Someone, he bellowed, startling the 2 auxiliary officers who had returned with the tea. Go, retrieve the assailant, Luo Hongjun, and bring him here. The 2 auxiliary officers exchanged glances, neither daring to move. Police regulations stipulated that auxiliary officers must be accompanied by an officer to enforce the law. If they approached, any harm they suffered would be deemed justifiable self-defense. Tong Ming was infuriated, nearly choking the 2 inept fools. At that moment, a loud screech of tires echoed outside, signaling a vehicle's arrival at the police station. After a cacophony of hurried footsteps, a tall, middle-aged man rushed in, his face etched with urgency. It was no wonder he was anxious. Since receiving word that Zhou Lao's grandson had been apprehended by his own precinct, Xiao Indi felt as though he were being fried in oil. That was a family he could not afford to offend. Which one of you is Zhou Lao's grandson? Zhander's eyelids twitched incessantly. If this situation were mishandled, he might have to consider an early retirement due to illness. Zhou Zhixin sat on the stool, took a moment to collect himself, and raised his hand to signal. It's me. Zhander cast a fierce glare at the troublemaker, Tong Ming, and then immediately wore a beaming smile. Xiao Zhou, I'm aware of the situation. This issue stems from the Bay or Road police station, and Uncle Jiao will surely provide you with an explanation. Tong Ming's heart sank to the depths of despair. The director's words were clear. He was being set up to take the blame. A bitter taste filled his mouth. This time, It seemed he had truly lost more than he gained. Chen Zhuo stood up with a smile, hastily shaking Zhander's hand. This was indeed a powerful ally. Embracing this connection would only serve him well. Leader, we cannot place all the blame on Officer Tong. He too was misled. Tong Ming, initially with his head bowed in anticipation of judgment, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He could hardly believe that his counterpart had chosen to be lenient. Zhander chuckled lightly, scrutinizing the young man before him. His decision to overlook Tong Ming's culpability came as a pleasant surprise. Tong Ming, you should thank this young man. With the troublemaker off the hook, it seemed that the one ensnared would not face repercussions either. Tong Ming was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude to Chen Zhuo. He had nearly jeopardized his own career. Curse it all, this was all Luo Hongjuan's fault. At that moment, 2 auxiliary police officers, whom he had dispatched to bring Luo Hongjun back, dashed in a panic. Director, we have a problem. Tong Ming's face darkened. What on earth? These 2 usually seem sharp. Why are they acting so foolish today? The director is here. Are you trying to cause me trouble? Calm down, the sky isn't falling. What happened? One auxiliary officer swallowed hard, his voice dry as he pointed toward the door. Director, Officer Tong, there are nearly 100 university students outside, demanding that we release their classmate. Zhander broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he had not been negligent and had rushed over upon receiving the call. Otherwise, today's predicament would have escalated dramatically. Setting aside the pressure from Zhou Lao, managing the situation with these hundreds of students would be no easy feat. One misstep could lead to a collective uproar. Tong Ming, this is your doing. Old Jiao felt an urge to strangle this troublemaker. You dare act without thoroughly investigating their background? Truly foolish. Tong Ming felt wronged. I inquired. That kid named Chen Zhuo only mentioned he was a freshman from Dongliao University, never revealing his substantial influence to mobilize so many students to the police station. Moreover, he stated Zhou Zhixin was from the capital, without providing any further details, effectively digging a pit for me. That kid is cunning. Now realizing the depth of his folly, Tong Ming understood he had been completely outmaneuvered by Chen Zhuo. Brother, what do you think about this situation? At this point, he could neither refuse to yield nor escape the consequences. Having just chosen not to pursue accountability, Chen Zhuo was now even less likely to strike down Tong Ming mercilessly. Establishing solid relationships with powerful departments would be crucial for his future base in Fengtian. In his previous life as a civil servant, Chen Zhuo was acutely aware of the machinations within the corridors of power. Take Old Li from Taizi Dairy, for instance. He was deliberately targeted by a deputy director of the municipal bureau, ultimately leading to his ruin and the annihilation of his family. Similarly, the wealthiest man in northern Hubei, Old Lan, who was the first in the country to establish a private airline, was imprisoned 4 times by a city-level deputy official. Such instances abound. While these individuals may falter in their endeavors, when it comes to malevolence, they are exceptionally adept, making them nearly impossible to guard against. This is precisely why Chen Zhuo was willing to immerse himself in the fray, forging connections with Zhou Zhixin. With the formidable Zhou family as an ally, his future security would be significantly bolstered. As for Qiao Indi, he was merely an incidental element in this narrative. Tong Ming's situation was even more straightforward. Historically, the King of Hell is easy to see, but the little devils are a different story. No matter how loyal Zhou Zhixin may be, he cannot remain in Fengtian indefinitely. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate one's network at this juncture. The moment is ripe for opportunity. With a smile, Chen Zhuo rose. Leader, Director Tong, it seems the students are concerned and have come to inquire about the situation. I will step outside and inform them to disperse. In an instant, Qiao Indi regarded this young man with newfound respect. His calm and seasoned demeanor mirrored that of a cunning fox, despite their shared age. Nonsense. Chen Zhuo thought to himself. I am certainly no old fox. He strode out of the police station, his curiosity piqued about how his classmates had learned of his predicament. Could it be that Lin Muning had alerted the school? Outside the station, Song Jifeng, rolling up his sleeves, led a throng of people towards him. Brothers, if they do not provide an explanation today, we shall not rest until we receive one. The rallying cry echoed loudly, when suddenly, someone coldly interjected from the front. Song Lao Lu, are you planning a rebellion with all these people? Startled, Song Jifeng looked up. Third brother, are you unharmed? Chen Zhuo frowned. What? Do you wish for me to be in distress? With a playful grin, Song Jifeng replied, surely not. I am merely concerned for your safety. Third brother, Chen Zhuo snorted but could not suppress his curiosity. Lao Lu, how did you learn that I was brought to the police station? Song Jifeng exclaimed and pointed towards a familiar figure in the crowd. Tian Min was working part-time at the Vienna restaurant and saw you being taken away by the police. So she hurried to inform me. As Chen Zhuo recognized the person, the mystery was finally unraveled. No wonder he found that waitress somewhat familiar. She was the candidate for campus belle that old Lu and the others had debated just days prior. To be fair, while Tian Min may not possess the innate beauty of Su Hui, she certainly embodied a charming grace. Otherwise, the rotund Luo Hanchun would not have pursued her so relentlessly. Chen Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement of the favor owed to the messenger. Tian Min smiled softly and gradually retreated to the back of the crowd. Seeing that Chen Zhuo was unscathed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The assistance she provided had been repaid, at least in part. Chen Zhuo scanned the crowd, noting that the majority were unfamiliar faces, with several appearing to be mere middle school students. Lao Lu, where did you gather such a multitude? Song Jifeng chuckled softly and leaned closer, whispering, "Third brother, isn't the situation urgent? I had no time to return to school and summon reinforcements. So I brought along the group from the internet cafe." Chen Zhuo stared at him for a while before finally sighing. "Lao Lu, had you been born 600 years earlier, perhaps Zhu Yuanzhang would have had no role to play." Song Jifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Third brother, do you really think so?" Chen Zhuo's lips twitched slightly. Suddenly, Song Jifeng recalled something crucial. "Third brother, these individuals are not here out of goodwill. I promised to cover their internet fees, which is why they agreed to come. You'll need to reimburse me for this." Chapter 129. The accident. Regardless of how reckless Song Jifeng's actions were, his intentions were noble. This lad was quite clever. Realizing that he could not extricate Chen Zhuo alone and devising the idea of hiring mercenaries with money. To be frank, upon seeing this group, even Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Over 100 people besieging the police station was indeed a significant incident. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and he had arrived just in time. After sending Song Jifeng and his group away hastily, Chen Zhuo turned back into the police station. Tong Ming rushed over, seizing his hand, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, if you ever encounter difficulties, just let me know. If I furrow my brow, it's all on you." Chen Zhuo could only smile helplessly, feeling as if he had encountered a ghost that night. Including Tong Ming, this was already the second person who wanted to recognize him as a godfather. "Tong, we're all brothers here. There's no need for such formalities." Tong Ming's eyes widened. "You've already said we're family, yet you still call me Tong?" Chen Zhuo yielded. "Brother Tong." Tong Ming burst into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Good brother." Xiao Ender felt a weight lift off his heart. "Xiao Zhou, shall we find a place for Uncle Qiao to host a banquet to ease your fright?" Zhou Jixian, though irate, was no fool. Those emerging from prominent families were unlikely to be naive. The ones who stirred trouble with a gang of ruffians were typically nouveau riche, and such individuals met their demise swiftly. "Uncle Xiao, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, there's no need for any celebration. However, regarding those who conspired against us," Tong Ming, struck by inspiration, immediately thumped his chest. "Brother Zhou, leave this matter to me. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution." Zhou Jixian shook his head. "I won't be here long. Just inform Chen Zhuo of the outcome." Having endured this ordeal together, he had fully recognized this friendship. Xiao Ender's gaze held a hint of envy, regardless of the young man's prior status. His association with the Zhou family now brightened his future. "Xiao Zhou, Xiao Chun, why don't you ride with me? Uncle will give you a lift." The two initially declined, but eventually acquiesced. Once outside, Chen Zhuo discovered that Lin Muning had been waiting in the car all along. Perhaps due to her concerns about her own status, she had opted not to enter. "Sister Muning." Lin Muning nodded lightly. "I'm relieved everything is well. This time, I owe you a favor. Had I not called Chen Zhuo as a shield, he would not have faced such an unwarranted calamity. The favor of Miss Lin shall prove invaluable in the future." Chen Zhuo chuckled, unreserved in his demeanor. Xiao Endi personally drove, first escorting Zhou Jixin back to the guest house. Opposite the street, a brand new ATM stood at the bank's entrance. In April 1998, the Capital Bank had attempted the installation of its first ATM. Within just 6 months, it had made its way to Fengtian. Chen Zhuo, upon seeing the machine, felt a spark of inspiration. The mercenaries that Lao Lu had recruited should not burden him financially. Conveniently, he had a bank card on him and decided to withdraw a few thousand yuan to return to him later. "Uncle Qiao, I shall disembark here as well." He was far too modest to presume that the head of the city bureau would see him back to school. Fortunately, the distance to Dongliao University was not great. He could walk back after withdrawing his money. Indeed, Xiao Endi, with polite words on his lips, permitted Chen Zhuo to proceed upon noticing his insistence. Zhou Jixin sincerely invited him to join for a candlelit discussion, which Chen Zhuo declined. "Brother Zhou, Sister Muni, I need to withdraw some living expenses from across the street. Let us converse another day." Lin Muni hesitated briefly before speaking up. "Chen Zhuo, Do you know how to use the ATM? If not, I can assist you. Chen Zhuo hesitated for a moment, quickly grasping her intention. This young lady likely sought to avoid being alone with Zhou Zixin, fabricating an excuse. All right. Then I shall trouble you, Sister Muni. Lin Muni shot him an exasperated look. No need to be so polite with me. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhou Zixin's face. He was not oblivious. Well then, Muni, Chen Zhuo, see you another day? As he watched the two figures cross the street, Zhou Zixin sighed. The events of this evening could certainly inspire a captivating short story. Turning to enter the guest house, he failed to notice a white van stealthily gliding into view at the nearby intersection. Chen Zhuo approached the ATM, deftly retrieving his bank card and inserting it. Lin Muni, standing beside him, looked on in astonishment. You can use this? Chen Zhuo nodded. I observed someone using it a few days ago. It's quite simple to learn. Lin Muni did not suspect he was fabricating a story. Despite being a relatively new invention, ATMs had been installed in various banks in Fengtian for over half a month. Chen Zhuo had seen them and found nothing particularly surprising. He skillfully entered his password, and the machine whirred to life. A stack of bills emerged from the dispensing slot. Chen Zhuo picked it up, counting 2,000 yuan, without a doubt. He withdrew his card and returned it to his wallet when a familiar old joke suddenly came to mind. Sister, allow me to share a story with you. A couple was seeking a divorce, embroiled in a fierce dispute over the custody of their child. The wife adamantly declared, "The child came from my womb. It rightfully belongs to me." The husband, upon hearing this, scoffed. What a joke. Is the money in the ATM its own just because it's inside? It belongs to whoever inserts the card. Lin Muni playfully punched him, laughing. Nonsense. That's no old joke. You clearly just made that up. Chen Zhuo grinned, not bothering to argue. Unbeknownst to them, two bright headlights suddenly illuminated Lin Muni's eyes from across the street. A sudden, jarring screech of tires against the pavement erupted. Before Chen Zhuo could turn to investigate, Lin Mumming, with a surge of strength, pushed him away. Get back. Chen Zhuo, caught off guard, stumbled back a few steps, only to trip over the curb and land on the adjacent tactile paving. At that moment, a dilapidated van hurtled past, brushing against his clothing and violently striking Lin Mumming, who had been unable to evade the oncoming vehicle. The van did not pause. It turned the corner and fled into the distance. Chen Zhuo's heart raced with fury. His throat constricted like a wounded beast, and he bellowed, mumming. The situation was painfully clear. The van had aimed directly at him, but Lin Mumming had foreseen the danger and pushed him aside. Chen Zhuo scrambled to Lin Mumming's side, where the ground was saturated with crimson blood. Her pale yellow dress was stained almost entirely, rendering her a broken doll, curled upon the ground. Panic surged within Chen Zhuo, his heart nearly leaping from his throat as he shakily reached to check for her breath beneath her nose. It was faint, nearly imperceptible. He dared not move her, kneeling beside her like an injured beast, crying out in desperation, "Someone, help. Is there anyone who can call for an ambulance?" At this point, I hesitated several times, contemplating whether to let the story take a darker turn for Miss Lin. Chapter 130. Too many lice. No bites. The hospital was replete with the scent of antiseptic and an overwhelming expanse of white. Lin Mumming struggled to open her eyes, her vision gradually sharpening from a hazy blur. Chen Zhuo's voice reached her ears. Auntie, you should go home and rest. I'll take care of Mumming. A familiar woman's voice responded, tinged with reluctance. Xiao Chen, I should stay. You have classes. Chen Zhuo offered a wry smile. Annie, I've already taken leave from school. You Haven T slept in 2 days. If this continues, your health will suffer. When Mumming wakes up and sees you like this, it won't bring her joy. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin's mother was persuaded. Very well, I'll return to catch some sleep. If there's any change with Mumming, please call me. Chen Zhuo reassured her. You need not worry, Auntie. The doctor has assured me that Mumming is fortunate. With only a few fractures and bruises, her internal organs are unharmed, and she may awaken at any moment. Lin Mumming's heart raced as she closed her eyes again. I am not dead. She could not fathom the impulse that had driven her to push Chen Zhuo away, disregarding her own safety. Perhaps it was for the sake of a future conversation he might have with a girlfriend, reminiscing about a foolish woman who had risked everything for him. In the instant the van approached, Lin Mumming had instinctively believed her end was near. The current outcome suggested that the driver had intended to strike Chen Zhuo, and the van's trajectory had only narrowly spared her life. Footsteps echoed in her ears, drawing nearer. Lin Mumming tensed, paralyzed with fear. Intuitively, she sensed someone standing at the head of her bed, watching over her. Silly girl, I've already mentioned I have a girlfriend. Was this truly worth it? The sensation of her hair brushing against him, accompanied by whispers in her ear, unmistakably indicated to Lin Muning that Chen Zhuo stood beside her. She was so startled that her breath caught in her throat. In that moment of confusion, she could not fathom the reason behind her actions. If one were to inquire about her regrets, she mused internally, there was undoubtedly none. Yet, reflecting upon it now evokes a tinge of bittersweet sorrow. The mere thought of Chen Zhuo leading his girlfriend through blooming flowers and under the moonlight stirred tears within her. The hospital room was enveloped in silence. With one lying down and the other standing, neither moving. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until footsteps echoed from the doorway. Brother Chen Zhuo, the hit-and-run driver has been found. Can you guess who it is? It's the chief of the police station. What was his name again, Tong, perhaps? Lin Muning recognized the voice as owner from her memory. Chen Zhuo turned around, stating calmly, Brother Tong has arrived. The one who hit me is Luo Hongchun, correct? He recalled how he had been pushed down by Lin Muning, catching a glimpse of the grotesque, distorted face of the van driver under the streetlight. Tong Ming affirmed, yes, that's him. Brother Chun, Luo Hongjun asked me to convey a message. He wishes to meet with you. Chen Zhuo's lips curled into a cold smile. Does that old rascal still wish to plead for his brother? Tong Ming, detecting the underlying menace in his tone, awkwardly rubbed his hands and said, Brother, please do not blame me. I am somewhat acquainted with Luo Hongjun. When he approached me, I couldn't refuse him. Chen Zhuo grunted in understanding. Brother Tong, tell Luo Hongjun to come to the hospital. Tong Ming was taken aback. Brother Chen, you agreed to meet him? Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply. Some matters must eventually be resolved. Tong Ming was elated. All right, brother, I'll honor your request. He believed Chen Zhuo had consented to meet Luo Hongjun out of consideration for him. The unfortunate truth was that the hope for a reconciliation would likely remain unfulfilled. Why must Luo Hongjun collide with the only daughter of Lin Xingnan, the esteemed leader of the Feng Tian family? The repercussions did not necessitate the involvement of the elder generation of the Lin family. Even Lin Xingnan alone possessed the power to take Luo Hongjun's life. Both the scene investigation and witness testimonies were sufficient to indicate that he had intended to kill. The motive was equally evident: revenge for the humiliation suffered at the Vienna restaurant. Tong Ming turned to leave. Brother, Luo is waiting downstairs. I'll call him up. Chen Zhuo acknowledged with a nod and returned to sit by the hospital bed. Just as Lin Muning had begun to relax, her heart raced again. Chen Zhuo placed his hand atop her pallid, bloodless hand, clad in hospital garb. Sister Muning, cease your pretense. I know you're awake. Lin Muning gasped. Chen Zhuo, why are you so wicked? He chuckled, receiving a playful glare in response. Chen Zhuo, not foolish, had long sensed her thoughts. Initially, he had intended to play along with her charade, but the unfolding drama involving Luo Hongjun's vengeful threats complicated his already tumultuous emotional life further. To this day, Chen Zhuo remained uncertain how to approach her. Damn it, I am a notorious scoundrel. How can I be ensnared by such matters? As the saying goes, when one reaches a mountain, a path will inevitably appear. When a boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Given the chaos surrounding Ji and Xia Su Hui, the arrival of Lin Muning does not seem to matter much. Chen Zhuo, in his rebellious demeanor, decided to embrace the chaos. What can one say? When lice swarm, they do not bite. When debts accumulate, one does not fret. Emotional debts are debts too. Sister Muning, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Chen Zhuo's enthusiasm left Lin Muning feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Noticing her shake of the head, he picked up an apple. How about I peel an apple for you? Eating an apple was the last thing on Lin Muning's mind. Her abdomen felt uncomfortably bloated. Just as she contemplated moving, a sharp pain like needles pierced her right forearm and ribcage. Startled, Chen Zhuo dropped the apple and asked with concern, Sister Muning. The doctor advised against moving much in the first few days after a fracture. 2 rosy patches appeared on Lin Muning's pale face. She felt that if she didn't move soon, she might burst from the pressure. Suddenly, Chen Zhuo had a revelation. Sister Muning, do you need to go to the restroom? Lin Muning subtly nodded her head. After this motion, she closed her eyes tightly, unwilling to open them again. Even under duress, under no circumstances would she admit it. Of course, had it been anyone other than Chen Zhuo before her, her reaction would have been entirely different. Once her needs were addressed, Chen Zhuo gently placed Lin Muning back onto the hospital bed, her skin exposed beyond the patient gown, flushed like a perfectly cooked lobster. Chen Zhuo felt quite awkward. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a situation. The 2 exchanged glances, neither willing to speak first. Fortunately, at that moment, a timely interruption occurred at the door. Hello, Chen classmate. I come on behalf of my brother and family to express our concerns for the injured Ms. Lin. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhuo turned around, his expression returning to normal. Director Luo, we appreciate your concern, but if you wish to plead for your brother, he should return whence he came. After a moment's consideration, he refrained from confronting Miss Lin, fearing a reprimand. Chapter 131. To maintain dignity, a flicker of anger crossed Luo Hongjuan's face. He was accustomed to flattery and had not faced such a public slight in quite some time. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fury bubbling within him. His brother's reckless actions had put their lives in another's hands. Without humility, it was likely that his brother would face dire consequences. Luo Hongjun forced a smile, retrieving a bulging envelope from his pocket. Chen classmate, besides expressing my concerns for Ms. Lin, I also bring a small token of compensation on behalf of my brother. Chen Zhuo's gaze sharpened, fixing upon him with intensity. Director Luo, are you implying that money can trivialize a life? The muscles in Luo Hongjuan's face twitched, his smile strained as he replied, You misunderstand, Chen classmate. That was not my intention. My brother acted thoughtlessly, and look, Ms. Lin is all right now. What a callous way to phrase it. Chen Zhuo erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. How cold-hearted must one be to utter such words? Luo Hongjun, how about I also take out some money and let your brother stand and take a hit? Lao Luo, scolded by a young man, felt a sting of humiliation on his face, while a chill crept into his heart. He sensed a palpable aura of menace in Chen Zhuo's gaze. In that moment, it was clear that the other party truly wished to harm his brother. Student Chen, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. I have already apologized and offered compensation at the police station regarding the incident at the Vienna restaurant, Luo Hongjun stammered. Chen Zhuo coldly interrupted him, Luo Hongjun. I did not come here today seeking any compensation. I merely wish to convey a message. Luo Hongjun instinctively took a couple of steps back, cold sweat trickling down his back. What message? Chen Zhuo's lips curled slightly as he enunciated each word deliberately. You had better pray that the judge sentences your brother to a lengthy term. Or I assure you that when he emerges, he will wish he had never been born. Under the weight of Chen Zhuo's imposing presence, Luo Hongjun retreated further, falling clumsily to the ground. He harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of Chen Zhuo's words. Why you? Chen Zhuo flicked his sleeve and barked. If you do not leave now, you can join that deceased fat man in the depths of despair. A man in his 40s. Luo Hongjun was utterly petrified by a mere teenager, daring not to linger a moment longer, scrambling away in terror. In his panic, he nearly toppled the nurse's cart. Leaving behind a half-hearted apology, Luo Hongjun vanished around the corner of the staircase in disgrace. Two young nurses wheeled in, smiling at Lin Muning. Sister, your boyfriend is quite impressive. That man was the relative of the perpetrator, right? If he hadn't fled, he would surely have been beaten. Lin Muning's pale cheeks flushed, and though her lips moved as if to speak, she astonishingly refrained from offering an explanation. Chen Zhuo grinned. Sister, don't jest. I am renowned for winning hearts with virtue. The nurse, having encountered many such claims, was not deceived by his flattery. Oh dear, your tongue is quite sweet. No wonder you managed to snag such a beautiful girlfriend. With the mention of girlfriend twice, Lin Muning's heart began to race uncontrollably. Chen Zhuo, oblivious, continued to banter with the two nurses. Sisters, chatting during work hours? Aren't you afraid the director will dock your pay? The nurses, like many women, found it hard to resist a charming young man. Talking to someone as exceptional as you, I'd gladly accept any fines. Lin Muning's brows knitted together, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and she couldn't help but cough. The nurse chuckled. All right, enough chatter. Otherwise, our sister might jump down and take her frustrations out on us. As they jested, they busied themselves, hanging a bag filled with medication on the rack, while one produced a rubber band to secure Lin Muning's wrist. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Chen Zhuo, her gaze imploring. I'm afraid of pain. Chen Zhuo swiftly peeled an orange, feeding her the segments. There, eat this orange. Your hand won't hurt. The two nurses exchanged glances, a flicker of envy passing between them. Lin Muning closed her eyes, relishing the tender care from Chen Zhuo, blissfully unaware of the pain in her hand. While Chen Zhuo wore a smile on his face, internally he was lamenting the current predicament, a scenario neither he nor Lin's mother, Su Qiuxia, wished to witness. After returning home for a brief respite, Su Qiuxia found herself unable to shake off her concern for her daughter. The thought of leaving Lin Muning in the company of a stranger left her feeling unsettled. Shortly after noon, she summoned a taxi and returned to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, she was met with the sight of her daughter reclining against the headboard, radiating joy as she accepted attention from a man. A flicker of anger crossed Su Qiuxia's face, momentarily overshadowing her delight at seeing her daughter awake. A deliberate cough broke the tender atmosphere in the room. Chen Zhuo stood up with a smile. Greeting, Annie, you've arrived. Lin Muning, her cheeks flushed, called out, Mom. Su Qiuxia sighed, shooting her daughter a disapproving glance. Though ultimately her maternal instincts prevailed. Ning If you wish for some fruit, just tell me. Why trouble Mr. Chen, a mere outsider? Lin Muning's expression shifted. Mom. The identical word now carried a markedly different weight. Su Qiuxiao felt like the malevolent figure from the tale of the magic lotus lantern, determined to thwart their budding romance. No, they were not suited for each other. It was her role to play the villain. Chen Zhuo's demeanor remained unchanged, as if oblivious to the implications in Su Qiuxiao's words. Sister Muning, since Auntie has arrived, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, he declared. Su Qiuxiao's eyes brightened, hastily encouraging, Xiao Chun, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. She was eager for him to depart. Observing her daughter's dreamy gaze, she feared that if they were left alone any longer, she might soon find herself a grandmother. Once he had been given the hint to leave, Chen Zhuo bid farewell to Lin Muning and promptly exited. Su Qiuxiao restrained her daughter, whose protests were met with a look of stern authority. Once Chen Zhuo's figure disappeared beyond the door, Lin Muning expressed her discontent. Mom. Why are you being so hard on Chen Zhuo? Hasn't he done anything wrong? Su Qiuxiao pointed a finger at her daughter's forehead, chastising, you little rascal. You are exceedingly immodest. Lin Muning lowered her head, feeling guilty. Nonsense, I am not. Su Qiuxiao scoffed. Do you truly believe what you just said? Their exchange reached Chen Zhuo's ears, who paused, a bitter smile escaping him. This outcome was, in fact, the most favorable. He feared he was the one Su Qiuxiao deemed most worthy of vigilance, the little piglet attempting to snatch her prized cabbage. If he were to approach her now, stating that a sum of money was required to part with Lin Muning, she would likely comply without hesitation. Perhaps I should give it a try? Chapter 132. Undermining the foundation. Feeling dejected after being expelled from the hospital by the girl's parents, Chen Zhuo made his way to the Xuanxing company. There was no alternative. He remained vulnerable and needed to rely on powerful connections. First and foremost, he had to depend on Su Yunxi for sustenance, as he could not afford to offend her. Additionally, there was a matter that required resolution. Striding confidently through the company entrance, Chen Zhuo caught the attention of the security room. The guard, sticking his head out, greeted him with a smile. Assistant Chen, you're here? Chen Zhuo, smiling, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and casually tossed the rest to the guard. Old Pai, are you on duty again? Indeed, replied the security guard surnamed Pai, catching the pack and licking his lips. Changbai Mountain 1987, a fine smoke. His salary hardly afforded him such luxury at 15 yuan a pack. Chen Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. Whether good or bad, it's just tobacco. Share it with your buddies. He had never looked down on others due to his status. On the contrary, it was often the unassuming individuals who proved invaluable at critical moments. After exchanging a few words with Old Pai, he learned that Su Yunxi was not at home, seemingly out expanding the market. It's tough for Brother Shi. Chen Zhuo thought, rather unfeelingly, without considering that his purpose for coming today was to poach talent. I'm not looking for her. Is Chen Wan in? Old Pai nodded yes. That's good. Waving goodbye to the guard, Chen Zhuo headed straight to the sales department. Chen Wan was engrossed at her workstation, diligently crafting a proposal. Having written more than half, dissatisfaction grew until, in a fit of frustration, she deleted it all. Who is she upset with? A teasing voice chimed in from behind. Chen Wan irritably replied, definitely not you. Chen Zhuo surveyed the empty office, grinning as he dragged a chair to sit across from her. Sister Wan, why are you the only one left? Where's old Gong? Chen Wan's eyes widened, taking a moment to realize he meant Gong Yuzhu. You, a senior assistant. Why are you so cheeky? Chen Zhuo shrugged, wisely refraining from further provoking her. It was clear she was single, with signs of hormonal imbalance evident. Sister Wan, no more jokes. I've come to recruit you. What? Chen Wan exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Their relationship was not particularly amicable. In fact, it was somewhat adversarial. From the outset, she had perceived him as a spoiled brat wielding his influence. Even when it later emerged that his behavior was merely a strategy for dealing with connections, her opinion had not shifted. Recruit me? For what purpose? Chen Zhuo's expression turned serious. Sister Wan, haven't you realized that you are utterly unsuited for this office job? Chen Wan felt a stir in her heart, but chose not to dwell on his veiled mockery of her intellect. Deep down, she recognized that her fiery temperament was ill-suited for the tedious task of brainstorming proposals. Yuzhu mentioned that this kid has a sharp mind. Could he possibly have a promising opportunity? If not this, what else could I do? Chen Wan's tone was laced with resignation. Sister Wan, have you heard of Qin Tianjin, who recently debuted? Chen Wan paused, a spark of excitement flickering across her face. You mean the one who sings in the Guofeng style? Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Who would have thought Chen Wan had an affinity for ancient-style opera? It was truly unexpected. Indeed, to be candid, she is my teacher. Chen Wan remained silent, merely tilting her head to gaze at him. Qin Tianjin is still in need of a personal assistant. I wonder if Sister Wan might be interested? Indeed. Chen Wan is the assistant that Chen Zhuo had mentioned to teacher Qin. Her fiery temperament and unyielding character are particularly well suited for this role, enabling her to shield Qin Tianjin from many unnecessary troubles. A few days ago, Chen Zhuo was occupied with other matters, and today he finally carved out time to discuss this opportunity with Chen Wan. A star's manager? Chen Wan's mind was in a whirl. She was certain that Chen Zhuo was not jesting with her. However, she had never ventured into this realm and was utterly ignorant of how to perform as an assistant. Sister Wan, in essence, this manager role is akin to being Qin Tianjin's life assistant. You merely need to help her organize her daily schedule and negotiate collaborative matters. It is quite manageable. Chen Zhuo began to persuade Chen Wan with his silver tongue. The latter appeared perplexed. Can I really do it? Chen Zhuo confidently reassured her. Sister Wan, do you still doubt me? If I say you can do it, then you certainly can. With his persuasive eloquence, Chen Wan soon found herself intrigued. The crux of the matter was that she could no longer endure the monotonous days spent confined in an office, crafting copy. Nevertheless, Chen Zhuo seized the moment. Sister Wan, if you have any reservations, I can speak with Director Su to ensure the position remains available until you decide whether or not to return. Such an offer was one that Chen Wan could hardly refuse. Moreover, being a star's assistant meant she would be part of the entertainment circle, interacting with countless handsome men. With a hint of bourgeois sentimentality still lingering within her, Chen Wan could not resist the allure. Perhaps I should give it a try? That's the spirit. Young people should bravely challenge themselves to discover a more splendid future. Chen Zhuo's overly mature demeanor prompted Chen Wan to roll her eyes at him. Let it be known. If I cannot fulfill this role of manager, you must ensure I am brought back. Rest assured, Sister Wan, with my friendship with Shigu, it's a trivial matter. Just then, a somewhat fatigued voice emerged from the office door. Chen Zhuo, tell me, what kind of relationship do we have? Caught red-handed while attempting to poach. Even Chen Zhuo's thick skin could not withstand the scrutiny. Huh, Shigu, you truly have a knack for timing. You appear, just as we mention you. Su Yunqi shot him a disapproving look. Don't think you can evade accountability with your jests. Explain why you are trying to recruit my people. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Chen Zhuo wore a distressed expression. Shigu, you can see for yourself that Sister Wan is not suited to remain in the office, rather than enduring discomfort. It would be better for her to be in a place where she can continue to shine and thrive. Su Yunqi rolled her eyes. She finally understood how her personnel were being lured away. This young man's words were remarkably persuasive. Anyone would be swayed. Very well, if Chen Wan agrees. I have no objections. Chen Zhuo was elated, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Shigu, your generosity humbles us. This statement was not entirely flattery. Su Yunqi's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. Chen Zhuo, I have shown you due respect. You must assist me in alleviating my troubles, correct? Chen Zhuo hesitated, a wry smile gracing his lips. Why do I feel as if I've been led into a trap? Su Yunqi beamed with satisfaction. Just say it. Will you help or not? Chen Zhuo sighed. Could I possibly refuse? However, you must inform me of whom I am to contend with. By this point, he was acutely aware that Su Yunqi had ensnared him. Chapter 133. A surprise. Su Yunqi's request was straightforward. She needed Chen Zhuo's assistance in dealing with the personnel from the Food Supervision Administration. In recent days, the Shuangxing company had been subjected to inspections under various pretexts. One day, they inquired about the potential presence of expired milk, while the next, they scrutinized whether any preservatives were added to Shuangxing's products. Su Yunqi understood that these individuals were seeking personal gain. She could discern the profound greed concealed within the eyes of the leading section chief. Chen Zhuo, you are my special assistant. You ought to help resolve this matter, don't you think? The section chief of the Food Safety Supervision Administration? Wasn't that Luo Hongjun? To her surprise, she had been quite fortunate to encounter this old fellow frequently of late. Brother Shi, leave this matter to me. I will handle it, Chen Zhuo assured her. A fleeting look of fatigue crossed Su Yunqi's delicate features. Chen Zhuo, that Chief Luo is rather lascivious and tends to be hands-on. I truly do not know how to deal with him. Conducting business here is quite different from in South Korea. Su Yunqi was not adept at navigating dealings with government officials. Chen Zhuo smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, Brother Shi. That fellow will be preoccupied with other matters for a while and will have no time to harass you. Su Yunqi was taken aback, recalling how that Chief Luo had abruptly left in a hurry after receiving a phone call during their meal earlier that day. She had a hunch that Chen Zhuo was well acquainted with him and might genuinely be able to assist her. I hope so, but if he has any further demands, I expect you to accompany me. Chen Zhuo readily agreed. No problem. Should he dare to touch my brother Shi, I shall take care of him. His coarse words belied a sincere protective instinct. Su Yunqi felt a surge of gratitude, turning to Cheng Wan. Pack your things. Let's go with him. Cheng Wan was momentarily taken aback. Was she being offered as a favor from Su Dong to Chen Zhuo? However, she was also keen to embrace this new challenge. So she set about gathering her belongings without hesitation. In the afternoon, with nothing else on the agenda, Chen Zhuo escorted her directly to Qin Tianjin. Upon learning that Cheng Wan was the assistant Chen Zhuo had arranged for her, Qin Tianjin was both surprised and delighted. Just yesterday, she had been berating the lad for his unreliability, yet here he was, delivering someone to her today. Cheng Wan's poised and efficient demeanor indicated her capability, and being a woman only added to Qin Tianjin's satisfaction. All right, I accept her. You may leave now. Chen Zhuo was utterly bewildered. Had he been cursed by the Luo Hongjun brothers today? Why was it that everyone he encountered seemed to embody the treachery of those who dismantle bridges after crossing them? Lin Mu Su Qiuxiao was one, and the affluent Su Yunqi from South Korea was another. Even the astute and elegant Qin Tianjin had begun to stray from virtue. In a single day, being driven away 3 times by others, I fear I have unwittingly set a record. Observing the two women engaging in increasingly lively conversation, a palpable sense of camaraderie blossoming between them, Chen Zhuo realized that lingering any longer would only lead to his own discomfort. Well, I shall return to school and seek out the obedient and Jixia. That girl should be quite compliant. Strolling back to the campus. The sun was already setting in the west. Pairs of couples meandered through various corners of the school, invoking an inexplicable pang of envy within him. Just wait until I bring out the adorable Jixia. I'll surely dazzle your eyes. As he mused, a voice called out his name from behind. Hey, Chen Zhuo. The lively footsteps abruptly halted, as if pinned to the ground by nails. Chen Zhuo slowly turned his head, forcing a dry smile. Hi. What a coincidence. The girl who had called out to him, beaming with delight, told her companion, Su Huai, I knew it had to be him with such a confident stride. Chen Zhuo's eyelids twitched slightly, internally cursing. Ding yi, I thank your family's ancestors for 8 generations. The usually aloof Su Huai, upon seeing him, instantly shed her previous worry. I heard you were in a car accident? Goodness, which blabbermouth divulged such news to Su Huai, while Chen Zhuo cursed under his breath. He overlooked a grave concern. If Su Huai, studying at the University of Political Science and Law, knew about it, then in Jixia, who was in the same class, must certainly be aware as well. His mind raced, yet he maintained a nonchalant smile. What is there to worry about? Just look at me. Do I seem troubled? By the heavens, I must devise a way to send Su Huai back. Her presence here poses too great a risk. Watching Chen Zhuo, who was rambling and striking a muscular pose, Su Huai couldn't help but roll her eyes at him in both exasperation and amusement. Always so ridiculous. Her eye roll, of course, was enchanting. Did she not notice the nearby couples, with the girls chiding their partners for gazing foolishly in this direction? Chen Zhuo's vanity found immense satisfaction. By the way, Su Huai, Dingy, have you eaten yet? I must seize the moment before anything goes awry and get them out of East University. Ding Yi shook her head vigorously, evidently pondering the joy of mooching a meal. Su Huai shot a glare at her best friend. Yi and I have already eaten. The girl from Sichuan was turning red with frustration. Eat what? That idiot Song Jifeng said Chen Zhuo was in a car accident, and I would have flown over if I could. Why would I let this girl have a meal? Su Huai narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with threat. Ding Yi, feeling wronged, promptly sealed her lips. Fine, you two can be content with each other. I'm the one suffering here. Chen Zhuo silently lamented. This is disastrous. Su Huai is not easily appeased, especially since it's so rare for her to come to East University. His greatest fear was that she might suggest visiting his dormitory. If all went as expected, and Jixia would likely be waiting downstairs. With no other options, he decided to deploy his ultimate tactic. Chen Zhuo's tone suddenly softened. Su Huai, isn't your birthday coming up? What gift do you desire? A scoundrel is indeed a scoundrel. This tactic struck at Su Hui's vulnerable spot, leaving her utterly flustered. The original intention of Su Xian closely mirrored Chen Zhuo's assumptions. After all, having made the trip to Dong University, it was only polite to meet Chen Zhuo's roommate. It was not a matter of asserting dominance, merely a matter of courtesy. Su Hui saw no need to proclaim her territory. If he had any sense, there would be no reason to forsake a gem for mere rubble. She retained a modicum of confidence in this regard. However, her seemingly flawless plan was disrupted by a single remark from Chen Zhuo, leading to unforeseen changes. She initially thought the rascal was feigning ignorance, but soon realized he intended to surprise her. A notion she had subtly hinted at in their QQ messages over the past few days. Her heart raced, momentarily overshadowing the thought of meeting Chen Zhuo's roommate. I thought you had forgotten my birthday, she said. Chen Zhuo smirked slightly. With you reminding me 8 times a day on QQ, how could I possibly forget? Of course, one could not speak the truth to the proud Su Xiannu. Let us go. I happen to have some time today. We can buy your birthday gift in advance. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hui nodded and obediently followed him towards the exit. The girl from Chuan was nearly taken aback. Good heavens. Is this still the same aloof and ethereal Su Hui I know? Chapter 134. Front against back. Chen Zhuo hastily led the 2 girls out of Dong University. Su Hui chased after them, breathless. The girl from Ding, panting, leaned on her knees. Su Hui, your Chen Zhuo isn't trying to exhaust me just to save on dinner money, is he? The 2 girls whispered amongst themselves, but Chen Zhuo paid them no mind. He simply wished to escape this place of gossip. When he inadvertently looked up, he was startled, his hair bristling. Not far away at the bus stop, and Ji Xia and the chubby girl Han Yinua were engaged in conversation, approaching their direction. Chen Zhuo immediately turned to Su Hui. I think the bus will be too crowded. Let us take a taxi instead. Su Hui found this puzzling. Something was off with him today. Her nature was not one to pry into matters. She merely nodded and followed him across the street. Fortunately, and Ji Xia was engrossed in her conversation with the chubby girl and did not notice them. Chen Zhuo positioned himself skillfully, conversing with Su Hui while keeping himself hidden in the shadows of the greenery by the roadside. As dusk settled in, one could easily overlook them. The girl from Ding scanned the area, her gaze inadvertently landing on Ji Xia. Su Hui, look at that girl, she is stunning. Su Hui followed her finger to see Ji Xia, who had sensed someone watching her and glanced over with her captivating peach blossom eyes. Su Hui politely nodded in acknowledgement, a flicker of recognition stirring within her. She felt she had encountered this girl before, as those striking eyes were quite distinctive. Generally indifferent to others, Su Xiannu pondered for a moment but could not recall where she had seen her, and thus shifted her gaze away. And Ji Xia, known for her intense gaze, withdrew her eyes in that moment. The figure in the shadows appeared strangely familiar, just as she contemplated turning to take another glance. Her friend Han Yinua chimed in. Ji Xia, that girl over there isn't from our school, is she? She's almost as beautiful as you. Distracted by her friend's interjection, and Ji Xia promptly forgot about the resemblance to Chen Zhuo. Yes, she was from Yingzhou No. 2 High School, named Su Hui. A top student is likely to remember another top student's name, especially when both are strikingly beautiful. Han Yinua's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness gracious. I must visit Yingzhou when I have the chance, just to see what kind of divine place could produce 2 ethereal beings. And Ji Xia shyly lowered her head. Stop joking, I am hardly worthy of such a title. The chubby girl sighed. You underestimate yourself. Why not bask in the light of your own brilliance? And Ji Xia blinked her enchanting eyes, feeling both embarrassed and indignant as she looked at her friend. Han Yinua, how dare you suggest I take a moment to reflect on myself? A high-achieving student in Chinese literature, deciphering a few classical Chinese phrases was child's play. The chubby girl giggled and took off running. And Ji Xia chased her for a few steps, but suddenly recalled the figure resembling Chen Zhuo, halting to look back. The street across was utterly deserted. The ethereal Su Hui had vanished. It must be that I have been thinking of Chen Zhuo too much, leading to this illusion. And Ji Xia shook her head and hurried towards the school. Meanwhile, a red Xiaoli taxi made a U-turn right in front of the east gate. Seated in the passenger seat, Chen Zhuo finally let out a deep sigh of relief. This chaotic situation was far too taxing, even for a notorious playboy like him. He silently vowed that he could never allow the 2 women to meet. As for how to prevent that, he was certain a solution would present itself. The taxi turned into the main city area, heading straight for the Wuwai market. This place was a hub for small commodities in Fengtian, often referred to as the Little Yiwu of northeast China. After alighting at the market entrance, the ravenous Ding-de girl insisted that they first satiate their hunger before browsing. Chen Zhuo smirked slightly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her chest. Indeed, the description of starving was quite fitting for a girl from Sichuan. While petite figures abound, someone as slender as her was indeed rare. Ding Yi was completely oblivious to the disdain she elicited from him. All she desired was food. Consequently, Chen Zhuo took the 2 ladies to a snack shop at the market entrance, where they shared a bowl of dumplings. Ding-de girl wielded her chopsticks with the speed of the wind, nearly devouring the entire plate. Ding Yi, even if you wish to feast on me, there's no need to starve yourself like this. Chen Zhuo jested, but Ding-de girl took his words as mere background noise. If I don't eat you out of house and home today, wouldn't I have suffered in vain for so long? 3 plates of dumplings did not cost much. Having filled her belly, the once lethargic girl from Sichuan was now rejuvenated. She hooked her arm around Su Hui's, deliberately placing Chen Zhuo behind them. Su Hui, Song Jifeng mentioned that this fellow has made quite a fortune reselling camouflage uniforms, so you mustn't skimp on him. Su Hui remained noncommittal. Her 18th birthday was a momentous occasion for her. As for the gift from Chen Zhuo, she was certain it would be something she would cherish. She had never valued material possessions, but rather the sentiment behind them. Su Xinyu's family was not particularly affluent, yet they could be classified as middle class. Moreover, her father, Su Yuanji, was a doting father, adhering to the philosophy of raising sons with frugality while indulging daughters. The couple believed that their daughter lacked for nothing, making her less susceptible to being deceived by some cad in the future. In hindsight, this approach to education seemed utterly misguided. With the threat of being discovered by Jixia no longer looming, Chen Zhuo regained his composure. With hands casually tucked into his pockets, he strolled behind the two girls, fulfilling the role of a dutiful bag carrier. In the Wu AI market, clothing vendors were abundant. Su Hui did not linger at these stalls, for her wardrobe was already ample enough to fill 2 large cabinets. However, the Sichuan girl was awestruck by the array of exquisite garments. Su Hui, this trench coat is stunning. You would look absolutely beautiful in it. Those who could set up stalls in the Wu AI market were eloquent speakers. Their discerning eyes missed nothing. Merely passing by a stall could reveal whether one was a genuine customer or not. Individuals like Chen Zhuo, accompanying 2 young women through the market, were precisely the sort of patrons that vendors adored. Miss, your figure is remarkable. Wearing this handcrafted trench coat would make you even more beautiful than a model. Chen Zhuo rolled his eyes in exasperation. One could hardly take these vendors at their word. If they needed to, they could effortlessly claim their wares were handcrafted from Milan without a hint of shame. Initially, Su Hui had no intention of stopping, but the vendor's captivating words led her to try on a coat. To her surprise, even Ding Dajia was taken aback. Su Hui, this garment complements your aura splendidly. Chen Zhuo discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth, overwhelmed with desire. By all that is holy, this coat seems tailor-made for Su Xinyu. It fits her perfectly. It must be purchased. Even if it's just for aesthetic appreciation in the future, it must be acquired. Chapter 135. The fairy does not bargain. Su Hui was indeed a fairy. Fairies do not engage in haggling. While Ding Dajia was adept at bargaining, she hoped to see Chen Zhuo plead with her. To her astonishment, he deftly engaged the vendor in a lively conversation, ultimately leaving the 30-something sister utterly befuddled. The trench coat Su Hui had tried on was sold to them for merely half the original price. Chen Zhuo, feeling a tad guilty, casually picked up another coat in a different color, saying, "Sister, let me make it up to you. I'll take one in blue as well." By the time the 3 of them had paid and departed, the vendor finally came to her senses. What a loss. This time, I truly fell for this little rascal's tricks. For 2 coats combined, I barely made a profit of 10 yuan. If I ever do business with you again, I'll take on your surname. Chen Zhuo remained blissfully unaware of her inclusion on the blacklist of the older sister, still reveling in the joy of her fortunate find. Su Hui stood at a height of 1.69 meters, while Ji Xiam measured 1.68 meters, their figures nearly indistinguishable. She donned a beautiful outfit, and that clumsy girl would undoubtedly look lovely in it as well. Chen Zhuo deliberately chose a garment in a different hue from Su Hui's. It appeared modestly priced, and she intended to send one to her cousin from her uncle's side. Offering a seemingly casual explanation, Su Hui naturally did not harbor any suspicions. Chen Zhuo, with unwavering composure, achieved her dual objectives right before Su Hui's eyes. As for the young lady accompanying them, Ding, she acquired a charming yet reasonably priced trinket. The Sichuan girl was elated, exclaiming, "Chen Zhuo, you are truly a gem." When she was in high spirits, she would unconsciously slip into her native dialect. In a gesture of reciprocity, Su Hui gifted Chen Zhuo a modestly priced digital watch, saying, "This will help you keep time, even when bestowing gifts upon others." The ethereal Su Hui maintained an air of serene detachment. Chen Zhuo promptly unwrapped the packaging and adorned her left wrist with the watch. "I hereby declare that I will wear this watch for the rest of my life," she proclaimed, speaking with utmost sincerity. In a few years, as smartphones began to permeate every household, only those ostentatious nouveau riches would don an expensive timepiece. However, Su Hui was oblivious to this sentiment, evidently misinterpreting Chen Zhuo's words. Exiting the YA market, amidst a brief pause while waiting for a vehicle, Su Hui seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "Chen Zhuo, on my birthday, my parents will be coming from Yingzhou. Would you like to join us?" Chen Zhuo internally groaned, as he had not intended to meet her parents so soon. Yet, the faint glimmer of hope in Su Hui's eyes left him devoid of any excuses to decline. Of course, even if the heavens were to rain knives, I would still attend, he assured her. A flicker of joy sparkled in Su Hui's elongated phoenix eyes. Then it settled. "You mustn't bail on me." With her slender fingers, she playfully tapped her other wrist a few times before turning and slipping into a taxi. Chen Zhuo grasped the implication immediately. No wonder Su Hui had gifted him the watch. It was to ensure he honored their agreement. It was evident that a girl capable of entering a prestigious university was far from foolish. He hailed another cab and returned directly to campus. Glancing at the time, there was still over an hour until lights out, just enough for a visit to the girls' dormitory. The dormitory matron would undoubtedly refuse him entry, even if he addressed her as sister. That was a risk she would not take. However, calling out to the residents was certainly within her purview. And Ji Xia from room 305. Your boyfriend is downstairs waiting to deliver a gift. It must be said, the dormitory matron was far more amiable than her colleagues. Not only did she show favor with her kindness, but her voice was also notably gentle and melodious. In less than 3 minutes, and Ji Xia, clad in her high school uniform and wearing slippers, hurried down, her eyes sparkling like blooming peach blossoms. Chen Zhuo, where did you go this afternoon? I couldn't find you in your dorm. Chen Zhuo, maintaining his composure, produced the sky blue windbreaker from behind him. With October approaching and the weather turning cooler, I thought you could use this. And Ji Xia exclaimed in surprise, this fabric must be quite expensive, right? Chen Zhuo replied, maintaining his gaze, not at all. It's under 30 yuan. And Ji Xia believed him, 30 yuan? That's remarkably cheap. Chen Zhuo's facial muscles twitched slightly. I meant the price for both sleeves. He clarified, with delight, and Ji Xia took the garment, flipping it in her left hand, and, as if by magic, produced a box from her palm. Chen Zhuo, I bought you a gift too. Chen Zhuo, upon seeing the familiar packaging, felt a foreboding sensation rise within him. What is it? He inquired, and Ji Xia smiled coyly, revealing it's a watch. With this, you will never be late for class again. Chen Zhuo forced a dry smile and extended his right hand. Help me put it on, will you? And Ji Xia found this slightly odd. Typically, one wears a watch on the left wrist, and wearing it on the right seemed peculiar. Yet, she said nothing and obediently fastened the watch for him. Yes, it looks much better this way. Chen Zhuo couldn't help but think that she must have scrimped and saved from her meager earnings to afford this watch. He managed an awkward yet polite smile. Goodness. If the others see me wearing a watch on each wrist, they'll surely burst into laughter. He resolved to remember to wear the right wristwatch when dating Ji Xia, and to don the left wristwatch when visiting Su Hui at the law school. Getting that wrong could lead to dire consequences. Standing beneath the girls' dormitory, he discreetly chatted with Ji Xia for a while, until past 9 o'clock. When he put on a reluctant expression, urging her to return. Mastering time management was no easy feat upon returning to his dormitory. His unusual appearance inevitably piqued Song Zhifeng's curiosity. Third brother, why are you wearing a watch on each hand? What does it signify? Chen Zhuo shot him an irritated glare. I can't afford to be extravagant. What business is it of yours? Song Zhifeng, accustomed to Chen Zhuo's retorts, brushed it off. Third brother, tell me which watch was gifted by Ji Xia and which one by Su Hui. Upon hearing those names, Chen Zhuo immediately grasped the situation and cursed. Damn you, old Lu, did you tell Su Hui about my accident? Song Zhifeng's gaze faltered, and he stammered. Third brother, if I say my mouth slipped, would you believe me? I trust you. Not at all, Chen Zhuo responded, fully aware of Song Zhifeng's loose tongue. He would never keep a secret. As his mother would say, a dog's belly can't hold 4 ounces of oil. Speaking of his mother, he realized he hadn't heard her nagging in a while, and he found himself missing it. He wondered how she and old Chun were faring at home, and if they were planning to practice on a new instrument. Lost in thought, the grinning Song Zhifeng leaned closer. Third brother, I heard that the one who saved you during the accident is a stunning beauty. Chen Zhuo's expression darkened, and he fiercely grasped Song Zhifeng's neck. Old Lu, if you dare to spread rumors at school, just wait and see how I handle you. Chapter 136. The Aeromodeling Society. Song Zhifeng cried out desperately for help, yet no one came to his aid. Everyone continued with their own affairs. Once Chen Zhuo had had his fill of tormenting him and finally released him, Song Laolu gritted his teeth in fury, exclaiming, well, I have bared my heart to you all, and this is how you treat a brother? Jean Mantang, his natural adversary, retorted, Laolu, don't take it so seriously. We don't want your heart. Let me ask you a question on behalf of the brothers. If you had 10 million, would you spend it with everyone? Standing tall with righteous indignation, Song Zhifeng responded, what nonsense are you spouting, Jean Lao? That 10 million belongs to everyone, not just to me. Jean Mantang nodded in agreement. Then what if you had 100,000? With his hands clasped behind his back and a look of unwavering integrity, Song Zhifeng declared, do not speak of 100,000. Even if it were 1 million, I would merely smile and remain unbothered. Jean Mantang, ever the supporter, exclaimed with enthusiasm, Laolu, you are magnanimous. But what if you had $786.50? Song Zhifeng's expression twisted into one of rage. Jean Lauer. Are you spying on my wallet? Jean Mantang, unfazed, replied, Laolu, stop with the nonsense and answer the question. After a moment of internal struggle, Song Jifeng stamped his foot in frustration. You can take my life, but to covet my money is mere fantasy. The response he received was a synchronized display of 5 middle fingers, accompanied by a chorus of disdain. With a sigh of relief, Song Jifeng realized that he had engaged in this banter with Jean Mantang not out of reluctance to treat, but rather from a desire to avoid Chen Zhuo recalling his earlier betrayal of Su Hui. Swearing to the ceiling light, he insisted that it was unintentional. He had merely been momentarily dazed by the cheerful smile of that Sichuan girl, surnamed Ding, and had unwittingly let it slip. Following the routine dormitory inspection by the student council, it was time for lights out. The next day, a rare morning without classes presented itself. Zhang Dingbian greeted his peers and promptly ventured out to expand the market. Educational online had now entered a steady growth phase. Many students from various universities, eager to work and study simultaneously, had begun to register their information voluntarily. In this virtuous cycle, numerous parents with decent financial backgrounds and computer skills had also started to log onto the platform to select suitable tutors for their children. This validated service, once promoted, was readily accepted by both supply and demand sides. Parents could selectively place orders for tutors according to their needs, while students engaging in work study no longer had to fear encountering peculiar employers. The reasonable rights of both parties were maximally protected. As of now, although educational online had yet to turn a profit, it had essentially achieved self-sufficiency. More importantly, with the burgeoning reputation, an increasing number of individuals began choosing to become clients of the platform. Given this trajectory, the clientele of educational online would soon encompass the entire city of Fengtian. Zhang Dingbian was now brimming with enthusiasm, and Jean Mantang had also promptly set off to the headquarters to oversee operations. Unlike the neighboring education platform, the primary objective of the real-time delivery service here has always been profit. This goal has essentially been achieved. Jean Lauer's enthusiasm is at an unprecedented high. His bustling business has indirectly invigorated the promotional team led by Song Jifeng. Through his relentless efforts, numerous students across major universities in Fengtian have now ordered fresh milk from the Xuanxing Company. This commission alone is sufficient for Song Laolu and his subordinates to reap substantial rewards. His family farm can no longer meet the production demands. Fortunately, thanks to Chen Zhuo's reminder, Lao Bier had already enlisted a group of acquaintances to specialize in raw material supply. Third brother, my father said that even if we cease farming in the future, the commissions alone will be enough to ensure we do not go hungry, Hadu expressed, his eyes brimming with gratitude. The dilemma that had plagued his family for nearly a decade has been effortlessly resolved by his roommate. Chen Zhuo chuckled as he patted the shoulder of the robust Mongolian man. Lao Si, this is a business secret. How could you reveal it so freely? Hatu, flustered, replied. Third brother, what are you saying? We are brothers, albeit with different fathers. Who could I possibly keep secrets from? All right then. The straightforward and hearty demeanor of the men of the grasslands was once again evident to Chen Zhuo. He turned his gaze towards the well-behaved Lei Peng, who was applying gel to his hair. Lao Wu, you're not like them, are you? You have work to attend to? Chen Zhuo felt a pang of guilt as he asked this, realizing that, thus far, he was the only one in the dormitory without any responsibilities. Fortunately, Lei Peng's response brought a glimmer of hope. No, third brother, I have nothing planned today. I intend to participate in a club activity. Chen Zhuo's mind sparked with the idea of accompanying Lao Wu to explore the club, the music society. Perhaps he could perform the Song of the Western Sea and certainly captivate the senior girls. As for Njixia, she would immediately be busy with telephone customer service. While he felt somewhat intimidated by Su Hui, Lin Muning was being cared for by her mother at the hospital. His presence would be of no assistance, and might even lead to Aunt Su Qiuxia sending him away. As for Shigu, he was perpetually busy and hard to find. It was best not to add to the chaos. He could offer help when she needed it. Upon reflection, Chen Zhuo suddenly realized he had nowhere to go. Lao Wu, how about I join you for a visit to the music society? Lei Peng blinked in surprise. Third brother, you must promise me not to get involved with any distractions while we're there. Chen Zhuo felt indignant. Lao Wu, how could you so baselessly tarnish my reputation? I am not that kind of person. Do not listen to that scoundrel Lao You's nonsense. After a moment of consideration, Lei Peng reluctantly agreed. All right. Then you can come with me. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, Chen Zhuo had never joined any club, and he was filled with curiosity about these organizations in university. The music society was located in an old building in the corner behind Dongda. To be precise, all student societies were concentrated in this area. Classmate, would you be interested in joining the martial arts society? Come, Dear classmates, the doors of the Culinary Society are wide open, inviting you to join us in savoring the exquisite delicacies from various regions. Along the way, Chen Zhuo had already encountered no less than 10 enthusiastic invitations from different clubs. Some were particularly enticing, almost leading him to succumb and agree on the spot. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, he found the Music Society at the end of the left corridor. As he took a few steps, a tall and graceful beauty approached him. Classmate, are you interested in model aircraft? Would you like to join our Model Aircraft Society and fulfill your dream of soaring through the skies? Just as Chen Zhuo was about to decline, his gaze suddenly fell upon the beauty's face, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Is that you?" Chapter 137. Tianmin, the tall beauty, momentarily froze, then broke into a radiant smile. What a coincidence. Chen Zhuo gestured to his friend Lei Peng, signaling that he had encountered an acquaintance, and urged him to proceed. Tianmin, weren't you working as a waitress at the Vienna restaurant? It was no wonder she was a contender for the title of school beauty, her long legs surpassing even his own aspirations. When he last saw her at the Vienna restaurant, her waitress attire had concealed her striking features. Tianmin shrugged, wearing a look of resignation. The manager said I was a troublemaker, so he let me go. Chen Zhuo, infuriated, remarked, what utter nonsense. Instead of protecting his subordinates, he shifts the blame onto the innocent. Such a person is truly bizarre. Tianmin, I still owe you a favor. Let us confront that ridiculous manager and demand an explanation. Tianmin shook her head. Forget it. I think I'll keep your favor for now. Just in case I struggle to find a job after graduation, it might come in handy. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. This candidate for school beauty possessed a refreshing openness. Unlike the typical girls who often bicker over trifles, you seem quite confident. How about I treat you to a meal, as a partial repayment of my favor? In case I fall from grace in the future, you won't be at a loss, right? A hint of mischief crossed Tianmin's face. Chen Zhuo, you're not trying to find an excuse to flirt with me, are you? Chen Zhuo felt a bit embarrassed. He genuinely had no such intentions. I already have a girlfriend. Tianmin nodded gracefully. I know, it's in Jixia from the literature department, right? The one who famously smashed the cafeteria in a fit of rage. I believe every freshman at Dongda has heard of that incident. There was a trace of faint envy in her tone. Chen Zhuo laughed heartily. I was young and reckless back then. It's quite embarrassing. Tianmin's bright eyes scanned his face. No more jokes, Chen Zhuo. I have club duties to attend to, so I can't join you for a meal. But I truly appreciate your kind offer. It was only at this moment that Chen Zhuo recalled her earlier inquiry about joining the Model Aircraft Society. Tianmin, aren't you in the finance department? How did you end up in the Model Aircraft Society? With a cheerful smile, Tianmin retorted. Who says someone from the finance department can't indulge in model aircraft? This woman certainly had a sharp tongue. Chen Zhuo chuckled to himself. That's true. Tianmin brushed aside her loose hair at the temples and sighed. There's no way around it. Model aviation is an expensive pastime. With the club's funds running low, it falls upon me, as the face of our group, to solicit support. This young lady had a pleasant demeanor, straightforward and unpretentious, which greatly enhanced Chen Zhuo's admiration for her. Well then, I shall accompany you to take a look. Tianmin was somewhat taken aback. Chen Zhuo, I didn't mean to imply any obligation in my words. Chen Zhuo replied with a grin. Even if you had such an intention, it would be of no use to me. As a notorious miser, I can offer you my presence, but never my money. Tianmin's cheeks flushed as she retorted playfully. Very well, if I can enlist you, the wealthy gentleman, into the Model Aviation Club, I shall consider my mission accomplished. The two engaged in light banter as they made their way to a small room at the end of the corridor. Inside were 3 or 4 cats of varying sizes. This so-called Model Aviation Club was likely the most modest of all at the university. With 1 foot in and 1 foot out, Tianmin exclaimed, President, fellow members. Look who I've brought along. The individuals in the room all turned their heads in unison, momentarily stunned at the sight of Chen Zhuo. A slender young man with glasses blinked in surprise. Chen Zhuo? Well, that's interesting. Tianmin was right. Despite his attempts to remain low-key, his name was widely recognized at the university. There was little to be done. Exceptional men, much like a needle hidden in a haystack, inevitably stand out. Chen Zhuo indulged in a moment of self-satisfaction. The bespectacled senior enthusiastically extended his hand. Hello, Chen Zhuo. I'm Lu Wanjing, the president of the Model Aviation Club, a junior in software programming. Chen Zhuo modestly shook his hand. Hello, Senior Lu. Greetings to all the seniors. Lu Wanjing held onto his hand, unwilling to let go. With you joining the Model Aviation Club, our organization is destined for a brilliant future. If it's convenient, could you please pay the membership fee up front? Tianmin will assist you with the club's formalities. Feeling the intense gaze of those around him, Chen Zhuo began to comprehend a subtle truth. Their enthusiasm might not be directed at him personally, but rather at his financial potential. Chen Zhuo had become a prominent figure at the university. On his first day, aside from inciting new students to disrupt the cafeteria, he had organized the purchase of camouflage uniforms from classmates' post-military training, reaping significant profits. He later established a real-time delivery service, retreating behind the scenes as an owner. Additionally, he had collaborated with the school on the online education project. He knew so much because Lu Wanjing's girlfriend, Qi Wan, was one of the individuals responsible for maintaining the education website from the computer science department. Upon hearing that the newcomer brought by Tianmin was Chen Zhuo, Lu Wanjing's enthusiasm was entirely understandable. Your Qi Senior's boyfriend? Chen Zhuo, having grasped the context, marveled at how small the world truly was. Lu Wanjing smiled shyly. Chen Senior, please don't think me mercenary, as you can see. Without external funding, the Model Aviation Club will struggle to survive. Chen Zhuo nodded in agreement, having noticed the same upon entering the room. In the Aeromodeling Club, numerous unfinished aircraft lie haphazardly stacked in the corner. It seems that financial constraints have hindered their transformation into completed products. It is no wonder that those who gain admission to university are often intellectually exceptional individuals. The half-finished models in the club exhibit shapes so bizarre that they defy Chen Zhuo's imagination. There are those reminiscent of childhood toys, like bamboo copter designs, with a large belly supported by a propeller beneath. Additionally, one model clearly draws inspiration from the infamous Zero fighter of World War II. Wait a moment. Whose creative spark birthed this disc-shaped contraption that resembles a UFO? Upon noticing Chen Zhuo's gaze fixated on the flying saucer, Lu Wanjian beamed with enthusiasm. Junior brother Chen, this is a realistic flying device I crafted based on unidentified flying objects showcased in magazines. Its principle is as follows. He proceeded to elaborate with a plethora of technical jargon, which Chen Zhuo managed to comprehend. Brother Lu, even with the collective efforts of the world's leading scientists over 2 decades, America has yet to decipher the operational principles of such a flying apparatus. Anti-gravity propulsion remains theoretical. What you have here could perhaps serve to assist in training police dogs at the dog training grounds. Chen Zhuo nodded perfunctorily, casually surveying the pile of debris. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a model that bore a striking resemblance to future drones. Brother Lu, who crafted this? With a swift motion, all eyes turned to the previously silent Tianmin. Indeed, this is my concept, she stated with poise. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chen Zhuo's eyes as he smiled and nodded. I never imagined you possessed such talent, Tianmin. Why didn't you consider applying to an aerospace university back then? Tianmin shot him a look of exasperation. I did apply. My first choice was Beihang University in Beijing, and my second was Harbin Institute of Technology, but I simply did not gain admission. Chen Zhuo chuckled awkwardly, realizing she was yet another brilliant beauty. He turned to the eagerly anticipating Lu Wanjian and declared, Brother Lu, I am genuinely interested in aeromodeling, so let us consider my membership confirmed. Lu Wanjian was overjoyed. Welcome, welcome, junior brother Chen. However, his final chuckle carried an air of cunning satisfaction. Chen Zhuo felt a shiver run down his spine as he forced a laugh. Brother Lu, how significant is the funding gap for the Aeromodeling Club? Recently, profits had begun to materialize, and with educational online platforms no longer requiring his financial support, Chen Zhuo had several tens of thousands in spare funds. The field of aeromodeling holds immense promise for the future. Seizing the opportunity, while others remain oblivious, could confer a strategic advantage. Lu Wanjian grinned widely. Junior brother Chen, we estimated that around 5,000 yuan would suffice to restart the stalled projects. Chen Zhuo was taken aback by the audacity of such a demand. Do you realize how much that is? My family's matriarch works tirelessly for half a year and doesn't he earn that much? Noticing Chen Zhuo's discontented expression, Lu Wanjian quickly amended his proposal. Of course, if we cut back on a few projects, a budget of 1,000 or 2,000 would be more feasible. It is a rare opportunity to have a generous benefactor willing to invest, and one must not frighten him away. Chen Zhuo nodded. Brother Lu, I will offer you 3,000. The Aeromodeling Club will specialize in this type of drone moving forward. Is that feasible? The model he referred to was precisely the brainchild of Tianmin. Lu Wanjing hesitated momentarily, as he had originally intended to continue his research on disc-shaped aircraft. Chen Zhuo turned to leave, startling Lu Wanjing, who quickly grasped his arm. Junior brother, I agree. Is that not enough? If this benefactor, no, this deity of wealth, were to slip away, the Aeromodeling Club would face dissolution. Rather than such a fate, it was better to acquiesce to Chen Zhuo's demands. Chen Zhuo did not seek to usurp power from the outset. His investment was ultimately aimed at profit, not to finance Lu Wanjing's impractical aspirations. Thus, it was imperative to establish who the financier was from the very beginning. A show of authority was indeed necessary. "Brother Lu, I will retrieve the funds immediately," he declared with alacrity. After taking a few steps towards the door, Chen Zhuo suddenly paused. "Brother Lu, regarding Tianmin, I believe the name of the aeromodeling club is rather mundane and fails to convey the grandeur of dominating the skies." Lu Wanjing had begun to grow accustomed to complying with his every word. "Then what name do you propose, junior brother?" Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment. "How about calling it Dejiang Aeronautics?" Lu Wanjing's lips trembled, his face a mask of disbelief. "Junior brother truly cherishes me. Dejiang, isn't that the final character of my name?" With tears glistening in his eyes, he nodded emphatically. "Junior brother, I shall heed your suggestion. Henceforth, the aeromodeling club shall be renamed Jiang Aeronautics." Seeing his expression, Chen Zhuo realized that this fellow had misconstrued his intent. The name Jiang had merely been a spontaneous thought inspired by a previous life as company that monopolized drone patents worldwide. Nonetheless, he decided to let Lu Wanjing continue in his misunderstanding, a beautifully serendipitous misapprehension. Tianmin's delicate face flickered with uncertainty, yet she ultimately chased after him. "Chen Zhuo, speak honestly. Why did you choose to join the aeromodeling club? Spare me the tales of childhood dreams." It appeared that Lu Wanjing was not the only one under an illusion. This girl's degree of self-absorption was somewhat unexpected. Chen Zhuo smirked. "Tianmin, you don't actually believe I chose to part with this 3000 for you, do you?" Tianmin bit her cherry lips, her demeanor clearly suggesting acquiescence. Chen Zhuo chuckled lightly. "Please, spare me your flights of fancy. My relationship with Njixia is quite stable. Surely, you don't believe you are more beautiful than her?" Tianmin huffed, somewhat indignant. "I never claimed that." The absence of such a declaration indicated she still harbored such thoughts. Chen Zhuo shook his head in exasperation. "I simply believe that some of your aeromodeling club's ideas may prove useful in the future." Tianmin hesitated. "You are truly not doing this for me?" Chen Zhuo found himself both amused and exasperated. Having heard of paranoia, was this girl suffering from an infatuation delusion instead? "I swear, if I were to spend money solely for the sake of pursuing girls, I would rather be perpetually single." Tianmin clearly understood his intention. Her cheeks flushed as she spat in annoyance and swiftly turned to flee. Chen Zhuo stood rooted to the spot, a wry smile gracing his lips. He pondered the nature of her upbringing, sensing an ever-present wariness towards others. Yet, he merely indulged in a fleeting curiosity. His thoughts on Tianmin were hardly profound. He crossed the street to the bank, withdrawing 500 yuan. The teller who had once been Lin Muning was now replaced by a woman in her 30s. Chen Zhuo opened his mouth, intending to inquire about Lin Muning's circumstances, but ultimately refrained. After all, she was at work, and it would be inappropriate to discuss personal matters. Upon returning to the Model Aircraft Club, now aptly renamed Dejiang Aviation, he handed the money to Lu Wanjing, whose eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. "Chen Zhuo, you are our savior." "Enough, enough," Chen Zhuo interrupted, staving off their flattery. "Lu, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then expedite the development of the aircraft." Lu Wanjing pounded his chest in assurance, promising that within a week, he would present a flawless drone. Chen Zhuo then pointed to a model and, drawing upon his memories of future drone specifications, offered suggestions for improvements. Lu Wanjing's eyes widened in enlightenment. "Chen Shidi, your insights have truly opened my eyes. Why not take the helm as the president of our club, Dejiang Aviation?" Chen Zhuo promptly declined. "Are you out of your mind? While I am happy to provide suggestions, engaging in research is beyond my capabilities. Besides, I would much prefer to discuss life with Su Huai and Njixia during that time. Lu Wanjing, you should remain president. I will focus on logistical support." With tears in his eyes, Lu lamented that had he met Chen Zhuo earlier, he wouldn't have squandered so many years. At last, Tianmin came to believe that Chen Zhuo's intention in joining Dejiang Aviation was genuinely selfless, leaving the others to delve into aerodynamics. Chen Zhuo excused himself to seek out the counselor, Chang Wei, hoping to secure the club's qualifications before slipping out of the old building. Chapter 139. The counselor's dilemma. Striding confidently into Chang Wei's office, Chen Zhuo unabashedly seized an apple from the desk, crunching into it with abandon. Chang Wei, engaged on a phone call, cast a glance of exasperation, gesturing for him to wait. Chen Zhuo, undeterred, strolled to the side. Seeing that Chen Zhuo refused to leave, Chang Wei found himself at a loss. The voice on the other end of the line grew impatient, erupting in frustration. "Chang Wei, are you attending the parent-teacher meeting tomorrow or not? Just give me a straight answer." Chang Wei's face contorted as if he had just tasted bitter melon. Dear, I still have work here. Before he could finish, the woman on the line exploded. Chang Wei, let me make this clear. I have always attended the meetings. This time, I refuse to let you and that child of yours embarrass me. Whoever wants to go can go. After all, that little rascal shares your surname. Defeated, Chang Wei conceded. Dear, please don't lose your temper. I'll think of a way to make it work. The woman wept, lamenting, you have no solution. After much coaxing and comforting, she finally set down the phone. Chang Wei sighed deeply, lost in thought as he held the receiver. A fleeting glance revealed Chen Zhuo watching him with a mocking expression, leaving Teacher Chang feeling quite embarrassed. Your mistress is rather impatient. As men, we ought not to stoop to the level of women, right? Chen Zhuo looked down on old Chang. If one fears their wife, one should simply admit it rather than concoct excuses of no consequence. Our family's old Chen does not shy away from admitting his fear of Yang Taiho. He faces it with candor. Were Chen Zhongxin to learn of his son's perspective, he might very well take drastic measures against him. Teacher, are you implying this is about the junior apprentice? Upon mentioning his son, Chang Wei couldn't help but sigh again, rubbing his temples. Chen Zhuo, to be frank, your sister-in-law and I were classmates at Dongda University. I was a master's student in the School of Literature, while she pursued graduate studies in finance. One cannot say our intellects are exceedingly high, yet they cannot be deemed low either, can they? Chen Zhuo nodded with a smile. So your sister-in-law is also your senior, Teacher Chang. You were quite impressive back in the day. A hint of pride flickered across Chang Wei's face. He felt quite satisfied to have won her affection. His wife is dutiful and thrifty, truly the epitome of a virtuous spouse. Over the years, old Chang has lived a comfortable and happy life. However, one matter has caused considerable vexation for the couple, their son, Chang'an. The boy's temperament is a curious blend, neither resembling his father nor his mother, often dozing off when he picks up a book. During his kindergarten days, things were manageable, but since entering first grade last year, he has become a source of constant worry for old Chang. Young Chang'an's intellect seems to be a paradox. While he is capable of much, he struggles to grasp the essential. No matter how hard the parents try to guide him, he remains obstinate in his refusal to comprehend. Chen Zhuo, can you fathom the feelings of two master's degree holders when their son returns with a mere 47 marks at the end of the summer term? At this point, Chang Wei couldn't help but sigh again. Chen Zhuo's lips twitched. 47 marks? What purpose does that serve if not to cause despair? Though he thought this, he still had to comfort old Chang. Teacher, while 47 marks are indeed low, does it not also signify that there is ample room for your junior apprentice to improve? Chang Wei shot him a fierce glare, suspecting that this fellow was intentionally mocking him. 3 subjects yielded 47 marks: Chinese 16, Mathematics 17, and English 14. Chen Zhuo was left speechless, and after a long pause, he sympathetically patted Chang Wei on the shoulder. Teacher, take heart. Perhaps you should discuss with your mistress the idea of practicing a musical instrument while you are still young. Chang Wei scoffed in irritation. Get lost. You're full of clever ideas. Help me figure out what to do. Your mistress refuses to attend tomorrow's parent-teacher meeting out of sheer pride. Does it mean I, a professor from a 211 university, have no pride? Chen Zhuo's expression changed. I apologize, teacher. I suddenly remembered I left soup simmering in the dormitory. I must take my leave. Old Chang wore a strange expression. Had he not been holding back, he might have twisted Chen Zhuo's head off. Chang Wei had finally caught someone to take the fall. How could he let him go? Chen Zhuo, it is said that a disciple should bear the burdens of his master. This is your moment to demonstrate your loyalty to the sect. Chen Zhuo was on the verge of tears. Teacher, please spare me. I lack experience in such matters, and if I were to botch it, it would be a disaster. Chang Wei narrowed his eyes. I am not here to show mercy. Why should I let you off the hook? Chen Zhuo, if you assist me this time, I shall take full responsibility for any future academic failures. Reluctantly, in order to avoid public humiliation, Chang Wei had to offer his most enticing proposition. Such principles of integrity were easily compromised when the stakes were high. Indeed, the moment Chang Wei revealed his trump card, Chen Zhuo promptly capitulated. He simply could not refuse such a generous offer. Although he possessed an extraordinary memory, what if it failed him in the future? Chen Zhuo was not eager to become the subject of ridicule from Su Huai and An Jixia for merely holding a certificate of incomplete studies. Teacher, do you truly believe I am such a pragmatic person? It is not solely about avoiding failure in the final exam. I genuinely enjoy assisting such a delightful junior. Chang Wei felt a sense of relief, though his expression conveyed disbelief. Very well, tomorrow at 10 in the morning. You shall attend the parent-teacher meeting at the second-grade classroom of Taipei Primary School in the Tieshi district on my behalf. If he had a choice, Chang Wei would never have undertaken such a task. The thought of being reprimanded like a subordinate by a young graduate of a teacher training college was utterly mortifying. Fortunately, He had secured Chen Zhuo to take the blame. This lad, despite his slippery nature, was steadfast in his commitments. Even his role as class monitor for the Chinese language and literature class 2 was executed with remarkable diligence, alleviating Chang Wei's concerns significantly. Chen Zhuo, with a gleam in his eye and a spirit of shared despair, addressed Chang Wei. Teacher, while I can manage to navigate the parent-teacher meeting, what will you do when I graduate next year? Chang Wei frowned. Chen Zhuo's logic was sound. Such a situation could indeed arise. After 4 years, if this scapegoat graduated, would he find another willing soul to attend parent-teacher meetings on his behalf? Chen Zhuo, do you have any suggestions? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhuo replied, Teacher, your current solution only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. You must find a tutor for the junior to help elevate his grades. Chang Wei's eyes lit up. Chen Zhuo, I have considered that. Our school's online education program is designed precisely for students like Chang An. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? The vice monitor. Haninua. Chen Zhuo had long been eager to remove this perpetual third wheel who was always with Jixia. Her presence greatly hindered his ability to engage in intimate exchanges with Jixia. Ah, Haninua, that sounds promising. Chapter 140. The teacher's wife? The senior sister. The chubby girl, Han Inua, was cornered in the dormitory by Chen Zhuo. Her foreign language major roommates looked at them as if they had seen a ghost. Surely, these two were not planning some mischievous act while Jixia was absent. It seemed quite plausible. It is often said that one must guard against fire, theft, and even close friends. Although Han Inua may have gained some weight, her features possess a certain charm. Perhaps there are those who appreciate her plumpness. Fortunately, Chen Zhuo remained oblivious to the expressions of those around him. Otherwise, today might witness a bloody scene in the girls' dormitory. Han Inua, come with me, Chen Zhuo declared, seizing the bookish girl and dragging her away without further ado. Hey, what are you doing? Despite her protests, she was pulled downstairs by Chen Zhuo. The foreign language students exchanged sympathetic glances, lamenting for the unfortunate in Jixia, who likely remained unaware that her boyfriend had become involved with her best friend. As she was dragged down, Han Inua wore a forlorn expression, murmuring softly, I'm sorry, Jixia. I didn't want this either, but his strength is too much. Chen Zhuo, alarmed, released her and stepped aside. Han Inua, I warn you, do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. I am not the kind of person you might think I am. Inappropriate? You imbecile. Han Inua glared at him with clenched teeth. What madness is this, Chen Zhuo? You come to our dormitory unannounced, grab me, and run off. What will Sang Xiaoli and the others think? If rumors spread, what will become of my reputation? Chen Zhuo wore a peculiar expression. I say, my dear, if there are rumors, wouldn't I be the one to suffer? Enraged, Han Inua lunged at him, declaring, Chen Zhuo, I will not back down. Stop, stop. Chen Zhuo dared not engage in a scuffle beneath the girls' dormitory. Han Inua, do you wish to improve yourself? The little plump girl froze, as if time had been paused. What did you say? With earnestness, Chen Zhuo continued, I have a question for you. Why did you initially compete for class monitor? Han Inua's expression shifted, her gaze flickering as she avoided his eyes. What does it matter? I simply wanted to. Chen Zhuo scoffed, spare me the high-minded nonsense about serving your classmates. You know I won't be fooled. Infuriated, Han Inua retorted, I wanted to leave a mark on my record, to strive for a selection as a civil servant in the future. Is that not valid? Chen Zhuo chuckled, now that's more like it. I knew you weren't so noble. Before she could retaliate, he leaned closer and lowered his voice. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. There is an excellent opportunity to get closer to the counselor. He recounted the incident regarding Chang Wei seeking a tutor for his son. Han Inua, don't tell me you can't teach a second grader. Furthermore, you understand the benefits of having the counselor's support for a civil servant selection, right? Han Inua was taken aback. Chen Zhuo, are you really this generous? I have always thought we were at odds. With a darkened expression, Chen Zhuo replied, what are you saying? You are Jixia's best friend, which makes you my comrade. Chen Zhuo, I've always been willing to go to great lengths for my friends. If Lao Lusong Jifeng were present, he would surely weep and remind the little plump girl that Chun Laosan's favorite pastime was to plunge a knife into his friend's ribs. Han Inua remained skeptical. Has Teacher Chang agreed? Chen Zhuo sighed. Initially, he was opposed. Teacher Chang expressed concerns about your fiery temperament, fearing you might not be able to teach his son effectively. It took me 2 hours of earnest persuasion to finally convince him to let you give it a try. Han Inua, fuming, retorted, nonsense. How could you say I have a fiery temperament? If that's the case, I must absolutely take on this tutoring role. It wasn't that she particularly enjoyed teaching children. Rather, Chen Zhuo was correct. If she wished to become a selected candidate for further studies, a recommendation from a counselor was paramount. When her gaze met Chen Zhuo's teasing eyes, Han Inua realized her thoughts were transparent to him. Chen Zhuo, truly, thank you this time. I owe you a meal when I have the chance. Chen Zhuo, with a sense of righteousness, replied, we're friends. There's no need for such formalities. The arrangement had been smoothly executed, flattering teacher Chang while successfully removing Han Inuo from the equation. In the future, when they sought out Ji Xia, they would no longer have to worry about disruptions. The two exited the campus, strolled down the road, and turned into the left alley, leading them to the East University staff quarters. Teacher Chang resided on the top floor. Given his credentials, securing an apartment was already quite fortunate, and he could not afford to be choosy. Following the room number left by Chang Wei, Chen Zhuo knocked on the door. The paint-chipped security door opened, revealing a woman in her 30s. Who are you looking for? Chen Zhuo smiled disarmingly. Hello? Is Teacher Chang residing here? The woman scrutinized the handsome youth before her and broke into a warm smile. You must be Chen Zhuo, as mentioned by old Chang. Please, come in. I am his wife, Li Hua. Chen Zhuo stepped inside without hesitation. Teacher's wife, I heard you are also a graduate of East University? Li Hua invited them to sit with a smile. Call me sister. I'm not that old yet. I graduated in '86, just like old Chang. Chen Zhuo responded, with such beauty. Teacher Chang has certainly struck gold. Women generally appreciate compliments, and Li Hua was no exception. You have a charming tongue. I imagine you've charmed many girls. With a playful grin, Chen Zhuo replied, I would if I came across a sister as virtuous as you. Did not Emperor Luxiu of the Eastern Han Dynasty say that to be a good official, one should aspire to be a Ji Jin Wu, and to marry? One should seek a Li Hua. Young rascal, Luxiu's wife was named Li Hua. Li Hua was in high spirits now. Her impression of this eloquent junior greatly improved. It was quite surprising that Chang Wei, who was often taciturn, had produced such a silver-tongued student. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall prepare some tea. Han Inuo watched, wide-eyed, as she witnessed Chen Zhuo's remarkable ability for the first time. In less than 5 minutes upon entering, he had won Li Hua's favor completely. With such skills in socializing, it was no wonder her naive friend was so captivated. Li Hua returned with 2 cups of tea and called out, Chang'an, come here. A reluctant chubby boy was dragged out. Han Inuo's eyes lit up. The physique of this lad gave her a peculiar sense of belonging to an organization. Hello, Chang'an. I am Han Inuo, your tutor from now on. The chubby boy rolled his eyes and nonchalantly replied, Auntie, you must be mistaken. My family cannot afford a tutor. Auntie. Chapter 141. A child's revenge is never too late. Auntie. Han Inuo was instantly taken aback. I am not even 20 yet. Taking a deep breath to quell her boiling anger, the young girl forced a stiff smile and said, Chang'an, you should address me as teacher or sister. The plump boy blinked innocently and retorted, but you call my mom senior's sister. So isn't it appropriate for me to call you Annie? This was the first time Han Inuo found herself at a loss for words when confronted by an 8.5-year-old. According to his logic, referring to her as Auntie seemed entirely reasonable. Chen Zhuo sensed trouble. If the chubby girl decided to storm off, his plan to lure the tiger away from its mountain would undoubtedly face obstacles. Junior brother, we are students of your father, so it is only right for you to call us brother or sister. Chang'an shot him a sidelong glance. You say so. But do you have an invoice? A credit card? This sort of thing doesn't come with invoices, let alone credit cards. The barrage of questions left Chen Zhuo feeling cornered. This boy, though small, was rather cunning and evidently difficult to handle. No wonder Chang Wei and his wife struggled with him. However, Chen Zhuo was adept at managing unruly children. Li Hua raised her hand and delivered a slap that made the chubby boy grimace. I apologize, junior sister Han. I've been too busy with work alongside old Chang to discipline this child properly. Please don't take it to heart. The truth was revealed. The Chang couple, one taciturn and inept at communicating with children, the other hot-tempered and believing in discipline through strictness, had managed to raise a disobedient son. Oddly enough, Li Hua, an accountant, was expected to be patient, yet she resorted to physical reprimands, which seemed out of character for her. With the mother absent, the chubby boy, Chang'an, shifted his eyes mischievously and began to act up again. Brother Chen Zhuo, you must be Han's sister's boyfriend, right? This time, he refrained from calling them uncle and auntie in a derogatory manner. Han Inuo scoffed, as if I would be his girlfriend. Chang'an appeared quite astonished. Really? Sister, you two seem like a perfect match. The chubby girl failed to detect the underlying implication in his words, but Chen Zhuo felt a sudden pang of anxiety. What nonsense. This little rascal is subtly cursing me. Where do you find the notion that Han Inuo and I are a good match? Chen Zhuo thought to himself. If he did not rein in this impudent child, Han Inuo would never take her role as a tutor seriously. For the sake of his future happiness, Chen Zhuo resolved to address this situation without delay. He feigned ignorance of the underlying implications in Chang's words, smilingly suggesting, Han Inuo, given how benevolent senior sister Yin has been to us, we cannot possibly let her goodwill go unreciprocated. How about we commence Chang's lessons right away? The chubby boy's pupils dilated in sudden realization, clearly noting the use of we in his statement. Han Inuo nodded earnestly. You are absolutely right. Chang'an immediately turned and fled, exclaiming, I do not wish to attend extra lessons. Yet, before he could escape, Chen Zhuo seized the fabric of his shirt from behind. Despite his short, pudgy legs making a valiant effort, he could not evade any further. Turning around, he was met with Chen Zhuo's grin, more terrifying than a devil's. Little junior brother, do not be shy. We will ensure you receive a thorough education. He deliberately emphasized the words thorough education. The chubby boy detected the veiled threat within and struggled desperately, protesting, I do not need extra lessons. Oh, but you do, Chen Zhuo insisted, pinning him down onto the sofa in the living room. In the kitchen, Yin Lihua, busy cooking, overheard the commotion and poked her head out, scolding, Chang'an, do not be ungrateful. The evident fear the chubby boy held towards his mother was palpable. Upon her reprimand, he immediately quieted down. Han Inuo rose, adopting the authoritative demeanor of a tutor. Chang'an, I will pose a question to you first, and we will devise a tutoring plan based on your answer. The chubby boy obediently sat, his not-so-large eyes darting around, lost in thought. Han Inuo quickly fell into her role. Chang'an, tell me, what is 5 minus 2? Such a question was easily answerable by a first grader. Yet, the chubby boy shook his head, declaring, I do not know. Han Inuo was taken aback, not expecting him to respond in such a manner. No, it's simple. How could you possibly not know 5 minus 2? Chang'an steadfastly shook his head. But I truly do not know. His eyes darted around, clearly feigning ignorance. Han Inuo, oblivious to his ruse, continued patiently, Chang'an, look. If there are 5 cups of water on the table, and you drink 2, how many cups remain? The chubby boy looked bewildered, sister. There are not 5 cups of water on the table. Han Inuo was on the verge of losing her composure. Hypothetically. I mean if there were 5 cups of water on the table. The chubby boy chuckled innocently, sister. If there were a few cups of water on the table at home, how could I see them? Chen Zhuo's eyes sparkled with insight. This boy was cleverer than Chang Laosher had portrayed. Han Inuo persisted in her efforts. I meant, suppose there are 5 cups of water on your table. The chubby boy, with a cheeky smile, replied, but there isn't even a single cup of water on my table. It was clear that this approach was ineffective. A firmer hand was required. Chen Zhuo stood up, dashed into the kitchen, and emerged with 5 teacups filled to the brim with water. Just a moment ago, there were none. Now there are. The chubby boy was left dumbfounded. Despite his cunning, he was still merely an 8-year-old child, incapable of outsmarting someone as seasoned as Chen Zhuo. What question did Sister Inuo just ask? If there are 5 cups of water on the table, and you drink 2, how many are left, correct? Chang'an gazed at Chen Zhuo's mischievous grin and instantly comprehended his intentions. The answer he blurted out, equivalent to 3, left Han Inuo momentarily speechless. Chen Zhuo, how did you manage to enlighten him? Chang'an felt a surge of inexplicable indignation. If I remain oblivious, this devilish fellow might very well pour 2 cups of water down my throat. Even if he changed the question to 5 minus 4, it would hardly surprise me. Chen Zhuo wore a peculiar smile, remarking, little junior brother is quite clever, eager to answer. Just as he had surmised, this lad was far from a fool. The 47 marks in the final exam might very well have some hidden agenda. Perhaps it was a deliberate act on his part, were it not for his tender age. Chang'an would have leapt up to flatten that annoyingly smug face. Yet, he merely harbored such thoughts, not daring to betray even a hint of them. When one is under a roof, one must bow one's head. Revenge, they say, is a dish best served after 10 years. Chang'an shot several fierce glances at Chen Zhuo, seemingly intent on etching his visage into his memory. Chapter 142. An apology. Chen Zhuo was utterly unconcerned about being resented by a mere child. As the saying goes, the more people who hate me, the less significant you become. Moreover, this little rascal was only 8 years old. Even if he were a monkey, he would not escape Chen Zhuo's grasp. At present, Chen Zhuo held the chubby hand of the mischievous child, standing before the gates of Tieshi Second Primary School. The little imp, Chang'an, feigned utmost innocence. Brother Chen Zhuo, my seat is right in the center of the first row in class 3 of year 2. Chen Zhuo was taken aback. Your instructor must have gifted something valuable to your teacher. How did you secure such a prime seat? The chubby boy pouted. Brother Chen Zhuo, that's rather shallow of you. Although my grades may not be stellar, I, like you, am a favorite of the teacher. I see you as a source of great concern. Chen Zhuo replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. So, little junior brother, You possess quite the talent for flattery. Chang'an was taken aback. Brother Chen Zhuo, how can you think of me in such a manner? I believed we relied on our abilities for our achievements. Chen Zhuo felt utterly drained. Conversing with this mischievous child required constant vigilance against being outwitted. He could not fathom how such a composed individual as old Chang could produce a child so troublesome. With a hint of malice, Chen Zhuo speculated. Could it be that teacher Chang's neighbor bears the surname Wang? Ba, senior sisterine, I assure you I harbor no ill will. My curiosity is purely innocent. Through their interactions the previous night, Chen Zhuo discerned that Yin Lihua possessed an exceptionally upright character. Come, let us see what prowess our little junior brother possesses to be favored by the teacher. Chen Zhuo ceased their banter, taking the chubby hand of Chang'an, and entered the campus. Hey, little chubby pig, how dare you come to school after scoring 47? Your parents must have hired someone. A boy, roughly the same age as the mischievous child, called out with a cheeky grin from a short distance behind. Chang'an's expression changed instantly, his demeanor collapsing. Chen Zhuo, holding his hand, strode forward with purpose, addressing the boy loudly. Apologize. The boy, shorter and lighter than Chang'an, inexplicably found the audacity to bully him. Initially trailing behind the boy, the woman, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, was startled by Chen Zhuo's fierce demeanor. Who the hell are you to speak to my little treasure like that? Do you even know who his father is? She detested opponents who attempted to leverage familial connections right off the bat. Chen Zhuo cast a cool glance at her and replied, Madam, the identity of the child's father is not for me to disclose. You are well aware of it yourself. The woman paused, taken aback as she realized the underlying implication of his words. You better watch your mouth, she growled. Chen Zhuo remained unmoved. His gaze icy as he fixed her with a steely stare. Come on, there are plenty of witnesses here. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will defend myself. The woman hesitated, refraining from advancing. This was the first time in her life she encountered a man who was unafraid of her. From Chen Zhuo's eyes, she discerned that he spoke the truth. Should she strike, he would retaliate. A wise woman does not fall into the trap of immediate provocation. I shall not grant you your wish, she scoffed, her bravado faltering. Little treasure, let us depart. There is no need to converse with uncouth individuals. She seized the boy, intending to circumvent the confrontation. Yet, Chen Zhuo stepped forward, blocking her path. You may leave, but your son must apologize to my junior disciple. The woman hesitated slightly, just as the boy behind her boldly piped up, I won't apologize. He*s just a little fat pig. The child, much like his mother, was accustomed to being brash and domineering, but today he had met his match. Upon hearing her son's words, the woman, unwilling to lose face, retorted defiantly. He*s just a child playing around. Must you be so relentless? Chen Zhuo nodded, squatting down to address the chubby boy earnestly. Chang'an, do you dare to fight back? Being bullied is one thing, but if you cannot retaliate even when insulted, it seems you may be beyond redemption. Chang'an puffed out his chest, declaring, I dare. However, his bravado quickly diminished as he added, but Dad says we can't fight at school. Damn it, Lao Chang. How do you educate your son? In Chen Zhuo's lexicon, the phrase no fighting was non-existent. If one was wronged, reclaiming dignity was paramount. Taking a deep breath, he pointed at the boy who had hurled insults. Go on, give him a beating. I'll take the blame for you. The chubby boy was taken aback by his words, but after a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, shouting, Luo Jinbao, I'll beat you to a pulp. You son of a dog. Chen Zhuo nearly choked on his own blood. Little disciple, you're going to get yourself killed with such reckless insults. To curse someone as son of a dog in front of their mother was utterly disrespectful. The woman was momentarily stunned, likely unaccustomed to such unorthodox behavior. Before she could react, Chang'an had already landed a punch squarely on the boy's jaw. The boy, dazed from the blow, burst into tears. A fierce glint ignited in the woman's eyes, and she spat venomously, You little beast, how dare you hit my son? I'll take you down. Chen Zhuo stepped forward, positioning himself before her. Ma'am, you just claimed that the children were merely playing, so why the relentless pursuit? The woman was left speechless by the inquiry. Surrounding parents erupted in applause. Brother, you are absolutely right. They were the ones who started the insults. Even if the police arrive, I shall stand witness for you. This outcry garnered the agreement of several others. Indeed, that child, Luo Jinbao, was quite troublesome. Just last week, he had used a small knife to cut my daughter's hair, and his parents dismissed it as mere child's play. Chen Zhuo maintained his smile, gesturing to those around him. Thank you, everyone, for your righteous support. The woman's expression darkened considerably as she resorted to her trump card, collapsing onto the ground and wailing dramatically, shameless. A bunch of grown men bullying a woman. Unfazed, Chen Zhuo replied, Sister, no one is bullying you. We are merely observing the children at play. His repeated assertions left the woman's face a canvas of varying shades of distress. As the chubby boy pinned Luo Jinbao to the ground, causing him to wail, Chen Zhuo intervened, pulling him up. All right, that's enough. If we continue, we shall be in the wrong. He then turned to Luo Jinbao. Now, will you apologize? Terrified by the chubby boy, the child whimpered. I'm sorry, Chang'an. I shouldn't have insulted you. Chen Zhuo smiled gently, grasping the chubby boy's hand. Okay, the battle is over. We must head to the parent-teacher meeting now. The woman, humiliated, attempted to rise and confront Chen Zhuo, but after assessing the situation, wisely chose to abandon her pursuit. You wait, this matter is far from over. Chapter 143. My teacher is truly beautiful. Chang'an's recent compliance was heartfelt. Brother Chen Zhuo, why does my father forbid me from fighting while you encourage it? The whims of children are easily discernible. Chen Zhuo chuckled. Because I often fought with my classmates when I was younger. He refrained from mentioning that 6 months prior, he had single-handedly defeated 3 opponents, including Ji Boyu. Wow. Brother Chen Zhuo, you are so impressive. The chubby boy exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. Do your parents care about you? Chen Zhuo halted, gazing earnestly at him. Chang'an, is it because your parents lack time to accompany you that you seek their attention through these means? Chang'an lowered his head, his plump face betraying guilt. I'm sorry, Brother Chen Zhuo. Could you please not tell my father? Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply. Lao Chang might be a competent counselor, but he certainly was not an exemplary father. At the very least, he was oblivious to what this boy truly desired. The child's academic performance was indeed suspect. He had deliberately scored 47 points to attract his parents' attention. All right, this shall be our little secret. Chang'an beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, a little secret. Chen Zhuo stood tall, leading the chubby boy onward toward their class. Little junior, what should you do if someone bullies you again? Without hesitation, Chang'an declared loudly, beat them up. If Chang Wei were to realize the profound impact his decision to enlist Chen Zhuo's assistance would have on his son's development, would he harbor any regrets? Chen Zhuo chuckled. Indeed, let us give him a good lesson. Little junior brother, remember, we are all novices in this journey of life, and we are under no obligation to indulge others. Chang'an nodded eagerly, bouncing with enthusiasm. His impression of Chen Zhuo had undergone a dramatic transformation. Brother Chen Zhuo, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? If not, I could introduce you to our teacher. She is truly beautiful. Chen Zhuo shook his head with a smile. Brother already has a girlfriend. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Chang'an's face. What a pity. As they entered class 2 to 3, a teacher with a face adorned with freckles, reminiscent of stars scattered across a midnight sky, approached them. Hello, you must be Chang'an's guardian. His seat is over there. Chen Zhuo felt a prickling unease and quickly managed a smile. Hello, teacher. I am Chang'an's older brother. Goodness, he nearly fell into this mischievous child's trap again. If this could be termed beautiful, then Han Inu might as well claim to be an unrivaled beauty. The pudgy boy furtively turned his head, unable to meet Chen Zhuo's gaze. One by one, parents began to arrive, gradually filling the classroom. The freckled teacher cleared her throat, but before she could speak, a commotion erupted at the door. Lao Luo, the little brat who bullied us, is inside. You must seek justice for our little treasure. The teacher's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried to meet them. You must be Luo Jinbao's parents. May I inquire what has transpired? The arrogant woman, emboldened by her husband's presence, became increasingly domineering. What is the matter? My son was bullied at your school, and we demand an explanation today. The freckled teacher, well acquainted with her students' characters, hesitated before responding. Luo Jinbao's mother. Could this be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my foot. The woman began to throw a tantrum. Are you showing favoritism? The teacher's expression darkened. Luo Jinbao's mother. You must be accountable for your words and actions. Having spent years dealing with colleagues and these children, she found herself lacking in experience with such a harpy. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out from behind. Director Luo, we meet again. What is this? Haven't you gone to fetch your brother? The once haughty man's expression shifted dramatically. Why you, Chen Zhuo? Chen Zhuo slowly emerged from the classroom. Director Luo, it seems that your memory has failed you. It has only been 2 days since we last met, and you no longer recognize me. Luo Hongjuan's face changed several times before ultimately settling into a grim countenance as he turned to leave with his wife and child. Lao Luo, what is wrong? It's this scoundrel who bullied me. The woman, failing to grasp the situation, continued to nag her husband to restore her dignity. Luo Hongjuan dared not provoke Chen Zhuo further. If he could avoid trouble, he would consider himself fortunate. Be quiet and come with me. The woman was startled. Just as she was about to instinctively throw a fit, she caught sight of her husband's ashen face and promptly fell silent. Chen Zhuo, grinning from behind, remarked. Lao Luo, since we're all acquaintances, let me remind you, consider taking your child for a paternity test sometime. The arrogant woman, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, turned around with bared teeth and claws, exclaiming, You little beast, what did you say? Chen Zhuo shrugged nonchalantly. Dear madam, you are the one who mentioned not knowing who your son's biological father is. The woman paused momentarily, hopping in agitation. I was merely trying to frighten you with my husband's identity. I did not imply that my son is not his biological child. Luo Hongjuan's face darkened ominously. Well then, I always suspected that the child's birth date did not match. It appears you have been deceiving me all along. Come, let us proceed to conduct a paternity test immediately. The woman's countenance shifted dramatically, and she abandoned her verbal sparring with Chen Zhuo, hastily pursuing Luo Hongjun. Old Luo, listen to me. Luo Hongjun, undeterred, clutched his son's hand and advanced rapidly. There is nothing to discuss. Should the test result prove false, prepare to be cast out. Little Luo Jinbao, grasped by his father, cried out in pain. The tumult of their familial quarrel gradually receded, ultimately fading into silence. Chen Zhuo stood there, stupefied. Good heavens! Could it be that old Luo has truly been cuckolded? The great Lord Lao can attest. My words were merely a spur-of-the-moment quip. Sensing the peculiar gazes directed at him, Chen Zhuo forced a dry laugh. This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to actual persons is coincidental. The glance from Teacher Qiao, now tinged with an odd nuance, sent shivers down Chen Zhuo's spine. He hastily feigned nonchalance, darting back to his seat with a demeanor more obedient than that of the ever-compliant Chang'an. At the Fengtian Medical University-affiliated hospital, Lin Muning reclined against the head of her bed, her gaze vacantly fixed on the window. That scoundrel Chen Zhuo had not shown his face since that day he left. Once I recover, I shall surely settle the score with him. The door to the ward creaked open, and Su Qiuxia entered, carrying a bag of fruit. My dear, your father has bought your favorite cherries. Lin Muning's attention shifted from the glass panes, casting a faint glance at her. What? Is President Lin still so busy that he cannot spare a moment to visit his own daughter in the hospital? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Su Qiuxia's face. Dear, your father is negotiating a loan with investors from Hong Kong and truly cannot get away. Chapter 144, Cherries and the Cuckoo. A trace of disappointment crossed Lin Muning's delicate features. Indeed, it's regrettable that one must seek a lord for their husband. Su Qiuxia, feeling slightly chagrined, fell silent, aware that both she and her husband were lacking in their attentiveness towards their daughter. Muning, I shall go wash some fruit for you, she said, finding an excuse to exit the hospital room, sighing softly. Unbeknownst to her, at the far end of the corridor, someone was peeking curiously in their direction. Lin Muning, lost in thought on her hospital bed, did not notice as the door was gently pushed open. She assumed it was her mother returning for something forgotten and did not turn around. Muning, is Annie not here? The voice that reached her ears made Lin Muning turn around in surprise. Chen Zhuo, what brings you here? Chen Zhuo, with a beaming smile, raised the bag in his hand. I attended the parents' meeting on behalf of the counselor, and on my way back, I unexpectedly encountered a fruit vendor selling gugu fruit. So I bought some to bring to you. Gugu fruit, known scientifically as girl fruit, is a specialty of the Northeast. In the past, it grew abundantly in the wild and had a delightfully sweet and sour taste that was quite appetizing. However, in recent years, due to changes in the environment, wild gugu fruit has become increasingly rare and its value has skyrocketed. Lin Muning's pale face briefly lit up with a smile. Aren't you afraid my mother might chase you away again? Chen Zhuo cheerfully placed the bag on the bedside. That won't happen. Annie is not that kind of person. Suddenly struck by a playful impulse, Lin Muning asked, Chen Zhuo, tell me the truth. What if my mother offers you something to prevent you from seeing me again? Isn't that like asking whom to save first when both I and your mother fall into a river? Without batting an eye, Chen Zhuo confidently thumped his chest and replied, That is absolutely impossible. The kindness that Sister Muning has shown me cannot be measured by mere money. As a hint of amusement flickered in Lin Muning's eyes, Chen Zhuo continued earnestly, Even if Annie were to do something like that, I would tell her that if she wants me to leave, she must pay more. In 1998, the saying about pay more had yet to circulate, and Lin Muning had never heard such brazen words before, bursting into laughter at his audacity. Chen Zhuo, how can you be so thick-skinned? Well, you see, he grinned, my greatest asset in this life is indeed this thick skin. With nimble fingers, Chen Zhuo retrieved a few gugu fruits from the bag, wiped them with his hand, and offered one to Lin Muning. Sister, this fruit is both delicious and healthy. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and took a bite. The soft cherry-like flesh brushed against his fingers, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. Goodness, who can withstand this? Alarm bells rang in Chen Zhuo's mind, realizing he had to leave before something untoward happened. Sister Muning, I must be going now. What if Andy returns and truly tries to bribe me? Lin Muning rolled her eyes. How boring. Like a thief, Chen Zhuo stealthily opened the door, peeked outside for any sign of Su Qiuxia, and upon finding no trace of her, made a hasty exit. Lin Muning's lips curled into a smile. Her previously gloomy mood suddenly lifted. The gugu fruits on the bedside table shimmered enticingly. Slowly, she reached out, picked one up, and popped it into her mouth. The door swung open once more, and Su Qiuxia entered, holding a bowl of freshly washed cherries. Daughter. She immediately noticed the small fruit in her daughter's hand, and her expression subtly shifted. Before Lin Muning could register it, Su Qiuxia's face returned to normal. Oh, you have gugu fruit. It's quite a rare delicacy nowadays. After ensuring her daughter had eaten a few fruits, Su Qiuxia found an excuse and slipped out of the hospital room. Once in the corridor, she took out her Nokia A330, the same model as Lin Muning's, and dialed a number. After a brief wait, the call connected. Hello, what is it? Su Qiuxia could hear her husband's slightly impatient tone, and her anger surged uncontrollably. Lin Jinan, do you only care about your performance and disregard our daughter's well-being? On the other end of the line, Lin Muning's father, the president of Dongliao Bank, was taken aback. What has happened to Muning? Su Qiuxia, suppressing her irritation, recounted the events concerning Lin Muning and Chen Zhuo. Lin Jinan, I do not oppose my daughter dating, but it should be with someone more age-appropriate. That boy is merely a freshman. If this becomes known, others will mock her for the disparity. Having long occupied a high position, Lin Jinan could maintain his composure better than his wife. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, I will handle this matter. You must not display any unusual behavior in front of Muning, understood? Su Qiuxia replied with dissatisfaction, as if I needed you to tell me. I made this call while sneaking away from her. In the office of the bank's headquarters, a stern-looking middle-aged man concluded a few final reminders to his wife before hanging up. Chen Zhuo? That name sounds familiar. Lin Jinan furrowed his brow, pondering for quite some time, before recalling that just days prior, his daughter had insisted he approve a student loan of 100,000 yuan for this young man. Unlike Su Qiuxia, Lin Jinan understood his daughter's character well. Ordinary boys never captured her interest. Even Zhou Zhixin, her childhood friend from a prominent family, had failed to impress her. The fact that she voluntarily showed favor to a freshman and was concerned for him after he was struck by a vehicle spoke volumes. Lin Jinan felt compelled, both emotionally and rationally, to meet this Chen Zhuo. However, recent commitments involving a substantial loan left him pressed for time. Nevertheless, he concluded that no professional achievement could outweigh the well-being of his cherished daughter. With this thought in mind, he pressed the intercom button. Assistant Xiao, please inform Li Feng from the security department to look into a person named Chen Zhuo, a freshman at Dongda. Yes, I want all his information, including family background, personality, and hobbies. After the call ended, Lin Jinan rubbed his temples, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Should it be discovered that this young man approached his daughter with ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to act without compassion. Just outside the hospital, Chen Zhuo could not refrain from sneezing twice. Damn, who is plotting against me? After ruminating, he could not identify the source of his misfortune, primarily because he had made quite a few enemies recently, without mentioning his brother Luo Hongjun, whose sibling had nearly run him over, which was a grudge too severe to overlook. There were also Xin Xiao from the Political Science and Law University, Xin Pengfei and Liang Fanquan from the Music Academy, and the diva Yiying, along with their backer, Feng Chun. It was alarming to realize how swiftly he had accumulated adversaries. Speaking of Feng Chun and Yiying, they likely lacked the time to trouble him at present. Zhou Zhixin had assisted by publishing an article in the Capital Youth newspaper titled A Rare Talent, a brief review of Qin Tianjin and her song Flower Demon. The piece elevated Flower Demon to the same echelon as Butterfly Lovers, leaving Feng Chun and his associates, who had intended to tarnish Qin Tianjin's reputation, in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 145. The portly Hong Zhou Zhixin is quite a character. My brief stint in confinement with him was not in vain. Chen Zhuo felt a sense of pride in his maneuverings. This is what one might call leveraging influence, devoid of any moral implications. It is the true path to ascendancy to harness the strength of the mighty when one is weak. Given Qin Chao's own capabilities, he would surely struggle to contend with figures like Feng Chun within the entertainment industry. However, with Zhou Zhixin's assistance, the dynamics shifted remarkably. The dark past of the elder Feng, his history of suppressing juniors and appropriating the works of others, was thoroughly exposed. In comparison, his infidelities appeared trivial. With the endorsement of the youth city of the capital, Qin Tianjin had secured an invulnerable position. A few days prior, she had embarked on a journey to the capital with her new assistant, Cheng Wan. Before participating in the Grammy selections, it was imperative to establish her reputation domestically. Thanks to Feng Chun and his cohorts, their slanderous remarks about Qin Tianjin inadvertently served as free publicity for her. The popularity of her songs Flower Demon and Falling had already swept the nation. Prior to her departure, Qin Tianjin acquired several more songs from Chen Zhuo. Yet, her new assistant Cheng Wan remained dissatisfied. Chen Zhuo, why not let Sister Tianjin sing your songs West Sea Love, Song and Raksha Nation? Chen Zhuo could not disclose that he had a change of heart and intended to return the copyrights to their original owners. He could only deflect with the excuse that Qin Tianjin's vocal range was ill-suited for those particular songs. Lost in thoughts of Qin Tianjin, Chen Zhuo hailed a cab and made his way directly to the headquarters of Shuangxing Company. Su Yunqi had informed him of a dinner appointment with the troublesome chief from the Food Inspection Bureau, suggesting he accompany her to mitigate any potential awkwardness. Also joining them was Su Ji's secretary, the venerable Gong Yuzhu. Upon arriving at the designated hotel and announcing the name of Shuangxing Company, the lobby manager's expression turned peculiar. Director Su of Shuangxing is in Box 8. Please follow me. As Chen Zhuo trailed her to the entrance of Box 8, the raucous uproar emanating from within began to clarify the manager's odd demeanor. Su Yunqi furrowed her brows slightly, gazing at the full glass of red wine before her. A portly man clad in a deep blue uniform, his shirt half unbuttoned, leered at her with a lascivious gaze. What, Director Su? Do you look down upon me and refuse to extend this courtesy? Su Yunqi responded with a radiant smile. Chief Hong, you misunderstand. I merely lack the capacity for alcohol and intend to take a breather. Faced with a pack of predatory men, she felt utterly drained. Though Su Yunqi possessed a talent for commerce, she struggled to navigate relationships with governmental authorities. Moreover, the circumstances within the country differed vastly from those in South Korea, rendering her past experiences entirely inapplicable. Take, for instance, the current deputy chief of the Food Inspection Bureau, with a mere casual remark. He could force her company to cease operations for rectification. Such individuals, though not holding high positions, wielded considerable power to create discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Su Yunqi reached for the wine glass before her. The door to the private room was pushed open with a loud bang, revealing the smiling face of Chen Zhuo. Su Yunqi's anxious heart finally found solace. Chen Zhuo, why did you arrive so late? Unbeknownst to her, the petulant tone of her words further darkened the already displeased countenance of Deputy Section Chief Hong, who was initially unsettled by Chen Zhuo's presence. Hey, what are you doing here? Are you out of your mind? Without waiting for Section Chief Hong to speak, one of his sycophantic subordinates jumped into question. Chen Zhuo smiled and clasped his hands together. I apologize, everyone. I am late. I am the special assistant to the chairman of Double Star Company. A flicker of impatience crossed the shiny, round face of Section Chief Hong. I am in discussions with Director Su. No outsiders should disturb us. Having spent 2 decades within the system, Chen Zhuo was well aware of the nature of these individuals. It was unlikely they had the courage to bring down a foreign enterprise, but they could certainly make life unbearable with endless rectifications. The crucial point was that procedurally, they could not be faulted. Section Chief Hong, I presume? Chen Zhuo casually pulled out a chair and sat beside Su Yunqi. I am Director Su's special assistant. Any matters can be directed to me. The corpulent Hong scrutinized him with a dismissive glance. Do you think I would bother speaking to you? He retorted. Director Su, have you decided to show no respect today? The threat was palpable in his tone. Su Yunqi hesitated for a moment. Section Chief Hong, what Assistant Chen means is precisely what I wish to convey. Hong's expression turned dark as he abruptly pushed his chair back and stood up. In that case, there is no need to continue this discussion. Director Su, expect a rectification notice. Su Yunqi sighed. The moment she chose to stand behind Chen Zhuo, the outcome had already been sealed. It was a pity that the company left by her mother would ultimately fall into ruin under her stewardship. Hong turned to leave, but Chen Zhuo leisurely picked up the wine glass in front of Su Yunqi and took a small sip. Section Chief Hong, you work for the Food Inspection Bureau. You must know Luo Hongjun, correct? This statement proved more effective than anything else, as Hong's face shifted from suspicion to a sudden halt. I am Chen Zhuo. You may call old Luo, and he will certainly have something to share with you. To be honest, Chen Zhuo was not fond of resorting to such tactics. However, when dealing with these individuals, one had no choice but to employ such measures, lest they grow increasingly brazen. Hong turned back, scrutinizing Chen Zhuo closely. The young man's expression was relaxed and composed, lacking any signs of deceit. It was clearly Section Chief Luo who had instigated the trouble with Double Star Company. As doubts began to surface, Chen Zhuo added, doesn't Section Chief Hong wish to know why your superior has not intervened personally? Hong was taken aback, finally grasping the source of his unease. Given his understanding of Luo Hongjun, there was no reason for him to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity without cause. Could it be that the young man speaks the truth? What secrets does Luo Hongjun harbor from me? Hong Pengzi pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding. It is better to be excessively cautious than to be recklessly impulsive, which could be fatal in a single misstep. Although Hong Pengzi is not without connections, he refuses to become a pawn for trivial gains. With this thought, Hong Pengzi transformed his previously irate demeanor into a congenial smile, clasping his hands together. Young brother, I must confess my ignorance of your esteemed name. While ostensibly inquiring about his name, he was subtly urging Chen Zhuo to reveal any pertinent affiliations before misunderstandings could arise. Chen Zhuo smiled faintly. My name is Chen Zhuo. I have no significant background, merely that I recently sent Luo Hongjun's brother to the labor camp. Chapter 146. Do you wish to progress? Hong Pengzi was utterly astonished. He had heard of the incident involving Luo Hongjun's brother. That fellow had once shared a few drinks with him. Truth be told, Hong Pengzi held Luo Hongjun in disdain. He possessed no real abilities, relying solely on his brother's reputation to swindle people. Just half a month prior, he had boasted to Hong Pengzi about his connections that allowed him to secure a contract for the cafeteria at Dongda University. Brother Hong, once I strike it rich, I shall not forget you, he had exclaimed with arrogance. To this day, Hong Pengzi vividly recalled that insufferably smug expression. Fortunately, he later learned that the cafeteria had been vandalized by a group of freshmen before the semester began. Luo Hongjun himself had been personally dismissed by the university president, Zheng Dongqiang. Even the connections he had relied upon were compromised, relegating him to the gatekeeping position from a cushy role in the logistics department. Hong Pengzi had secretly celebrated this turn of events. Now, hearing from the young man before him that he was the one who had sent Luo Hongjun's brother away, Hong Pengzi's face was filled with astonishment. Young brother, please excuse me for a moment. Chen Zhuo understood that the other party was attempting to probe his background. He waved his hand casually. Director Hong, please take your time, but do hurry back, for the opportunity to drink does not wait for anyone. Hong Pengzi retracted his earlier arrogance, adopting an unusually earnest demeanor. Rest assured, I shall return promptly. The young man, who called himself Chen Zhuo, exhibited a disconcerting level of composure. His remarks about drinking were, in fact, a subtle reminder to himself not to miss the olive branch extended by the Xuanxing Company. How astonishing it was that someone so young could exhibit such maturity in handling affairs. Hong Pengzi reflected that at that age, he certainly lacked the same gravitas. No, even after years of navigating the bureaucracy, he felt he could not compare to this individual. Truly, it was a remarkable phenomenon. Unbeknownst to Hong Pengzi, the Chen Zhuo before him was a cunning individual who had lived 2 lifetimes. Moreover, in his previous life, he had also been entrenched in the system, making him exceedingly familiar with its intricacies. Su Yunqi discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Chen Zhuo's side, her tone low yet laced with menace. You little rascal, tell me, when did you come to know Hong Pengzi's superior, and why was I not informed? Chen Zhuo maintained his composure. Brother Shi, you never asked me. Not everyone is fortunate enough to witness a powerful woman face her downfall. Chen Zhuo was indifferent to his own suffering. The more Su Yunqi pondered, the more enraged she became. Her slender fingers began to tighten. What do you mean by drinking from my cup? Chen Zhuo was left speechless. Su Ge, is there a term in your South Korea that means to repay kindness with enmity? Surely she must realize that my actions were deliberate, aimed at extricating her from her predicament. Su Yunqi's words were merely an excuse to reprimand Chen Zhuo. However, her performance was far from genuine. Just as Su Yunqi was about to escalate the situation, the jovial Hong Pengzi returned from his phone call. Chen, why didn't you mention that you know President Lin Jin from the Fengtian General Bank? You almost caused us to flood the Dragon King Temple, as if we were strangers. Come, let me drink 3 cups as penance for my rashness and to apologize to you and Director Su. Chen Zhuo was well aware of the influence behind this rotund man. The fact that he had learned of Luo Hongqin's predicament in such a short time was linked to the Lin family. Director Hong, Chen Zhuo began. But Hong Pengzi interrupted, feigning anger. Chen, you're being distant. Do you think I am unworthy of your friendship? Chen Zhuo chuckled. Hong Ge, it is I who has been inconsiderate. Hong Pengzi's anger turned to delight. That is more like it. No one could guess that these two who seemed like brothers almost came to blows moments ago. Hong Pengzi resumed his seat, raising his glass and downing 3 cups in quick succession. Brother, you're a person of discernment. I acknowledge you as a friend. Chen Zhuo did not believe a word of this. He understood the true nature of people within the system better than anyone. However, for the time being, this fellow still held some utility. It was prudent to play along. Hong Ge, From the very first moment I saw you, I felt a sense of nostalgia. In a fleeting moment, he experienced a familiarity reminiscent of a past life, drinking and boasting with sycophants in a rural government office. The two conversed with increasing rapport, nearly eager to slaughter a chicken and toast to their brotherhood. Those accompanying Hong Pengzi were no fools. Seeing their leader deliberately befriending Chen Zhuo, they quickly grasped that this young man's background was beyond their reach. As the banquet unfolded, the main character, Su Yunqi, was left sidelined. With 2 bottles of red wine drained, Chen Zhuo, with hazy eyes, leaned closer to Hong Pengzi and lowered his voice. Honggu, I wonder if you are interested in advancing further? Hong Pengzi's heart raced. Did he yearn for progress? Undoubtedly, he craved it desperately. Yet, looming above him was Luo Hongjun. In terms of age, experience, and background, the latter was not inferior. Without extraordinary opportunities, it seemed impossible to surpass that towering figure. Now, however, Chen Zhuo's words hinted at the possibility of fulfilling his ambitions, which was irresistible to Hong Pengzi. Brother, if you can lend me a hand, as long as I, Hong Haitao, am around, no one will dare to trouble the Shuangxing company. Thus, the rotund man's true name was revealed to be Hong Haitao. Chen Zhuo surveyed the room with a smile, remaining silent. Hong Haitao, understanding the unspoken cue, raised his voice to address his subordinates. Have you all had your fill? If so, get out and take a stroll. I wouldn't want you to become so rotund that you embarrass me. The group, well aware of the underlying message, promptly stood and exited, heads downcast. Hong Haitao turned to Chen Zhuo, scratching his head. Brother, may we speak now? Chen Zhuo smiled, patting Su Yunqi on the back. Shiga, could you kindly fetch me a pack of cigarettes? Hong Haitao was taken aback. What kind of monumental secret could possibly warrant the exclusion of Su Dong from Double Star Corporation? Su Yunqi shot Chen Zhuo a glare before obediently standing. All right. You two carry on. I'll step out for a smoke. She understood that Chen Zhuo's request to send her away meant the forthcoming conversation was not meant for her ears. In truth, she was overthinking it. Chen Zhuo simply wished to shield her from the intricacies of his relationship with Lin Muning. Once Su Yunqi departed, the room was left with just the two of them. And Chen Zhuo finally dropped the pretense. Honggu, since we are allies, I shall not keep this from you. Have you heard about Luo Hongjuan's brother planning to harm Lin Jinnan's daughter? Hong Haitao nodded. Brother, are you suggesting that President Lin intends to deal with Luo Hongchun and, by extension, eliminate his brother as well? A profound smile appeared on Chen Zhuo's face. Honggu, some matters are best kept unspoken. Hong Haitao vigorously nodded in agreement. Indeed, brother speaks wisely. Inside, a tempest of thoughts surged. If the Lin family were to target Luo Hongjun, it could very well provide him an opportunity to ascend the ranks. No wonder this young man inquired if he wished to advance. Chapter 147. Leave request. Su Yunqi returned with 2 packs of Furong Wang. Astonished by the scene in the private room, Hong Haitao was exceedingly courteous, bowing and toasting Chen Zhuo, likely showing more deference than he ever had to his own father. Su Yunqi's thoughts were unknown to Hong Haitao, and even if they were, he would not care. What of one's father? If anyone could assist him in attaining the position of section chief, he would gladly acknowledge him as such, for it would not cost him a thing. Chen Zhuo misjudged his tolerance for alcohol. In his previous life, this body had been tested by spirits, but in this life, he was merely an 18-year-old youth. While innate talent mattered, frequent practice played a significant role as well. Chen Zhuo had yet to endure the trials of drinking, and thus became inebriated quickly. Hong Haitao looked at Su Yunqi with a sheepish smile. Well, Su Dong, I leave Chen Laodi in your care. I must take my leave. He was eager to return to his connections and resolve the issue with the section chief. Su Yunqi glared at the slumbering Chen Zhuo sprawled on the table, muttering under her breath, if you can't hold your liquor, then don't drink. What are you trying to prove? Unfortunately, her height of 1.65 meters could not manage the 1.8-meter-tall Chen Zhuo. Thankfully, Gong Yuzhu was there to assist. Together, they supported Chen Zhuo and transported him to the nearest budget hotel. Su Dong, I will stay behind to take care of you both. Gong Yuzhu was acutely aware of her role and proactively suggested her assistance. Su Yunqi, however, promptly declined, stating, no need, I can manage on my own. You've had a long day, you should return home and rest. After a moment of hesitation, Gong Yuzhu glanced at the bed where Chen Zhuo lay sprawled like a lifeless dog and ultimately acquiesced. Once she had departed, Su Yunqi took a deep breath, rose, and approached the bed, gazing down at Chen Zhuo's awkward position. You lucky brat, she thought, to be graced by my service. Few in this world can boast such fortune. When Chen Zhuo finally awoke, it felt as though someone was mercilessly hammering at his skull with a steel rod. Wincing in pain, he rubbed his temples and swore never to indulge in such excessive drinking again. The experience was utterly torturous. As he raised his hand, he inadvertently brushed against something soft beside him, startling him. What on earth? Suji, how did you end up here? His expression of despair made it seem as if he had encountered some tragic misfortune in his dreams. Su Yunqi groggily opened her eyes and muttered, "What is all the noise? I just want to sleep a little longer." Chen Zhuo jolted upright, relieved to find himself fully clothed, which suggested he had not made any grievous errors. "Suji, this is outrageous. I consider you a brother, and yet you sneakily attempted to sleep next to me." Chen Zhuo's sudden movements fully roused the still drowsy Su Yunqi. Her gaze darted away as she stammered, "You're as heavy as a pig. I struggled to drag you up here and intended to rest for just a moment, but I accidentally fell asleep." Chen Zhuo pondered for a moment and reluctantly accepted her explanation. "Suji, even if you harbored secret desires, you should have awakened me. It's quite unethical to enjoy such moments in secrecy." Su Yunqi rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Get lost. Who could possibly desire you?" Chen Zhuo patted his chest, finally relieved. This gesture infuriated Su Yunqi. "I am a pure and natural beauty from South Korea, you know." The way he acted made it seem as if he had suffered a great loss. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Zhuo was merely jesting. Thus far, their relationship resembled that of excellent collaborators. Introducing any other elements would alter their dynamic, making it uncomfortable for both parties. After scolding him, Su Yunqi's expression turned serious. "I will never follow in my mother's footsteps. That is a promise." This statement served as both an explanation to Chen Zhuo and a reminder to herself. Su Yunqi was born of a secondary union. Her mother had been but one of many women entangled with her father, the head of a conglomerate. From a young age, she had witnessed her mother retreating to cry in solitude. Consequently, upon reaching adulthood, she resolutely rejected her father's financial support, opting instead for a modest electronics firm left by her mother. She distanced herself from South Korea, unwilling to encounter any member of the Su family. Even knowing that Chen Zhuo had a girlfriend, she steadfastly refused to become entangled in any romantic complications. This was the unwavering resolve of Su Yunqi. Chen Zhuo occasionally heard her vaguely mention it once, though he was not entirely clear. However, seeing her expression of disdain, she evidently regarded herself as nothing more than worthless. Chen Zhuo's pride took a slight blow. "Shigu, this is akin to burning bridges after crossing them." Su Yunqi, standing tall with righteous indignation, declared, "I am a girl. What is wrong with burning bridges after crossing?" Chen Zhuo was taken aback, and after a pause, he remembered to give her a thumbs up. "Shigu, I thought my skin was thick enough, but it appears you are no less formidable." Su Yunqi, with a triumphant wave of her hand, retorted, "Hurry back to school and accompany your little girlfriend. Don't linger under my nose." Chen Zhuo felt a surge of anger, his vision darkening momentarily. This woman could turn hostile faster than one could turn a page. Finding his shoes and putting them on in a huff, he stormed out, muttering, "Confucius was right. Indeed, it is difficult to nurture a woman or a petty person." Su Yunqi's lips curled into a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement as she watched him leave in a huff. Deep down, she was quite aware of her fondness for Chen Zhuo. Pushing him away was a deliberate act. The more they interacted, the more he would become reliant on her. "Chen Zhuo, do you realize you're quite the troublemaker?" Chen Zhuo remained oblivious. He could only vaguely guess that Su Yunqi's indifference was a facade. Stepping out of the budget hotel, he stretched lazily. But upon seeing the glaring sun overhead, his expression changed. Oh no, having spent the night away from home, he had no idea what rumors might have spread. There was no chance of making it back for class, so Chen Zhuo hailed a cab and first sought out his counselor, Chang Wei. He needed to explain his absence to avoid any escalation of the situation regarding his nocturnal escapades. Upon hearing his reason, Chang Wei did not hesitate, saying, "Isn't it just a leave of absence? I'll prepare it for you right away. Also, I can certainly assist with the dorm inspection issue." Chen Zhuo was moved to the point of tears, exclaiming, "Teacher Chang, you are too kind to me. I'm at a loss for how to repay you. Perhaps I should offer myself in gratitude." "Get lost." Chang Wei laughed, rebuking him lightly. "Chen Zhuo, if there is anyone to thank, it should be me and your teacher's wife." In his heart, Chen Zhuo silently added, "Senior sister. You are the sister-in-law." Chang Wei, unaware of his inner thoughts, continued, "You have no idea. Ever since Chang'an attended the parent-teacher meeting with you, he has transformed completely. How should I put it? He is behaving in a manner that is almost unrecognizable.